There's no problem that can't be solved with a slap. If one slap doesn't work, just give another one. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the classroom. Everyone's eyes turned toward the corner of the class, their faces full of confusion. Jiangyu, what are you doing? Hurry up and go awaken your ability. The teacher on the podium immediately darkened his expression, speaking coldly. But at this moment, Jiangyu couldn't care less about the teacher's words. His head felt like it was swarming with thousands of buzzing flies, the noise overwhelming. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A string of bewildering questions surfaced in Jiangyu's mind. Can someone tell me what's going on? He clearly remembered just getting out of school and heading home when a speeding van hit him, nearly killing him. Even Buddha himself would have witnessed it. Now, how did he end up back in the classroom? What is this awakening ability about? And why is the female classmate beside him glaring at him so angrily? Did he do something inappropriate to her? Just then, a wave of unfamiliar yet strangely familiar memories surged into his mind, bringing sudden clarity. He confirmed one fact. He, Jiangyu, had transmigrated into a parallel world where spiritual energy had revived. The classmates were still the same ones from before. The teacher was still the same teacher from before. But inexplicably, he now had a younger sister with no blood relation. What the hell was going on? Had this world gone wrong? Before Jiang Yu could dwell on it further, a melodious voice came from beside him. Hey, what are you standing there dumbfounded for? Hurry up and awaken your ability. The whole class is just waiting on you. Looking at his sister's threatening gaze, and then at the anxious expressions of the teacher and classmates, Jiang Yu could only grit his teeth and walk up to the podium. Place your hand on the awakening orb, the teacher urged coldly. Jiang Yu nodded and unhesitatingly pressed his hand onto the orb. It's surprisingly soft, he thought to himself. As soon as he did, a chill spread through his entire body. Then, 2 lines of text appeared above the awakening orb. Ability, X-ray vision. Talent level, F. Jiang Yu was speechless. Just as he was rendered dumbfounded by this weak ability and talent, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected a shameless host. Would you like to fuse with the shameless strengthening system? Ding. Fuse or not? Will you fuse? I'm asking if you'll fuse. Jiang Yu was instantly bewildered by the system's voice. What the hell? What does shameless host mean? Am I hallucinating? How am I shameless? He started doubting if something was wrong with his mental state. Stop messing around. Just answer fuse or not. Jiang Yu froze. This isn't a hallucination? Fuse. Why wouldn't I fuse? Systems with such personality are rare these days, he thought silently. Ding. Congratulations to the shameless host for successfully fusing with the shameless system. As the system's voice faded, the teacher casually announced. Jiang Yu, ability, X-ray vision, talent level, F. The moment the teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted into sneers and ridicule. Huh. The sister's a genius, but the brother's trash? Are they even real siblings? Exactly. I used to have a crush on him. Turns out he's just a pretty face. Useless ability, so disgusting. With an F-level talent, he might not even make it to bronze tier warrior. How pitiful. Listening to the blatant mockery around him, Jiang Yu's fury surged. Think shamelessness can't lead to strength? You mock me, see if I don't fight back. With a thought, his pupils turned a pale blue. The next moment, Jiang Yu's voice rang out, silencing the entire classroom. Wow, Jiang Xiaoxue is actually wearing sky blue today. Zhou Tongtong beside you is in light yellow. Also quite nice. What a scary mismatch of outfits. Huh? Li Guanghui didn't wear any clothes? Just this? A little worm at best. Every single flaw of those who had mocked him regardless of gender was exposed by Jiang Yu one by one. Instantly, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. During those few seconds of quiet, Jiang Yu's mind, however, was far from calm. The system's voice rang continuously. Ding. Jiang Xiaoxue felt your shamelessness. Emotion points plus 333. Ding. Zhou Tongtong felt your shamelessness. Emotion points plus 555. Ding. Li Guanghui felt your shamelessness. Critical hit. Reward. +1 cultivation point. Ding. After dozens of notifications, the system finally quieted down. Before Jiang Yu could process what he had gained, the classroom's uproar shook the roof. I've never seen someone so thick-skinned. Jiang Yu is so shameless. But I like it. Damn it. He revealed my years-long secret. Li Guanghui, and you are now mortal enemies. Get him, girls. Let us teach this shameless guy a lesson. In an instant, the classroom descended into chaos. The classmates Jiang Yu had just called out all rushed toward him, ready to gang up on him. Just as they were about to reach him, Jiang Yu felt a cool sensation on his left hand. What are you standing there for? Run. Do you want to get beaten up? The next moment, his sister Jiang Xiaoyan's crisp voice rang out. A figure, carrying a faint fragrance, pulled him and bolted out of the classroom. All right, Jiang Yu immediately responded, running desperately alongside Jiang Xiaoyan. After all, he had no intention of being mobbed. Even after escaping the classroom, the ordeal wasn't over. It wasn't until they ran out of Jiangxing First High School's gates that their pursuers gradually dwindled. TSK, an S-level talent, and the ice soul ability Jiang Xiaoyan. How did I not notice such a stunning beauty existed in this school before? So interesting. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan didn't notice the man sitting in a pale yellow sports car at the school gate, his lips curling into a faint smile. Phew, finally home. I'm exhausted. Jiang Yu patted his chest, feeling like he had narrowly escaped disaster. Now that we're home, can you let go of my hand? Jiang Xiaoyan said with a face full of grievance. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been so disheveled. Jiang Yu quickly let go of her soft, smooth hand. While running earlier, he had somehow grabbed her hand without realizing it. It wasn't his fault. Seeing Jiang Yu loosen his grip, Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him in warning. If you dare to play any shameless tricks, I don't mind digging out your eyes. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Relax. Aren't we old acquaintances? We even bathed together as kids. I know every mole on your body. The sudden memory that popped into his mind made Jiang Yu blurt it out. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, but she still pretended to be angry and glared at him. At that moment, Jiang Yu stared at his little sister in a daze. Her skin was fair, her facial features delicate, her nose straight, and her lips rosy. A pair of lively almond-shaped eyes paired with her long, jet-black hair made her look like an angel vividly standing right in front of him. Jiang Yu couldn't help but freeze. Ding! Jiang Xiaoyan has sensed your shamelessness. Critical hit successful. Reward. +1 talent point. The system's voice in his mind snapped Jiang Yu back to reality. Looking at his still glowering sister, he didn't say a word and dashed back to his room, locking the door immediately. He knew how terrifying this sister of his could be. There was once a time when she nearly broke his leg. Even though it didn't break, he still had to recover for over a month. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Xiaoyan saw Jiang Yu dash into his room and stomped her foot in frustration, muttering under her breath, "What bad luck." Then, she also returned to her room. Jiang Yu pressed his ear against the door, listened for a moment, and only relaxed after confirming she had gone back. Phew, at least I didn't get beaten this time. What a nerve-wracking day. Sighing, he turned to the mirror beside the wardrobe. The reflection showed a face with handsome features, a straight nose, short black hair, and bright, spirited eyes he could easily outshine any current celebrity. Luckily, my looks haven't changed. Otherwise, that would been a real loss. He muttered as he lay on the bed, picking up his phone to start gathering information about this world. What kind of world is this, anyway? Curiosity burning, he opened the browser. Sexy exam proctor distributes papers online. Join the test now. Shocking. National team coach exposed as a spy for enemy nation, now forced to shave his head. Trending. The nation's first heir with over 30 billion in debt born yesterday. Brother Dao's rigid can incident twisted human nature or moral corruption. After browsing for over 10 minutes, Jiang Yu finally gained a preliminary understanding of this world. However, this understanding shattered his worldview. This was no longer Earth, but a planet called Blue Star. 100 years ago, spiritual energy had awakened on Blue Star, along with the emergence of powerful abyssal rifts from other dimensions. These rifts appeared randomly across the globe and were exceedingly dangerous. However, humanity quickly found ways to combat them. The answer was martial artists. At the age of 16, everyone had the chance to awaken abilities and talents. If you were lucky enough to awaken a powerful talent, you could become a true martial artist. With the addition of martial artists, humanity gained the strength to resist the abyssal rifts. After decades of fierce battles and the relentless efforts of pioneers, most abyssal rifts were sealed or even completely eliminated. Since then, martial artists had risen to a revered status worldwide. Those without talents or the capability to become martial artists still looked up to them with admiration. If Jiang Yu hadn't transmigrated here, he wouldn't have bothered to look up this information. After all, his school teachers had said that knowledge about spiritual energy awakening would only be taught after students awakened their abilities. Right, the system. After understanding this parallel world-esque setup, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered he had a system. System, can you explain what exactly you're useful for? I can't be clueless about this. As soon as he thought about it, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. As long as the host does something embarrassing or shameful, you can gain emotion points. Critical hits can also grant you cultivation points and talent points. Ding. The maximum emotion points you can gain daily is 1,000. Emotion points can also be used for lucky draws. For detailed information, the host may check on your own. Ding. Cultivation points and talent points, as the name suggests, are used for cultivation and enhancing talents. Ding. Understood. Ding. Got it. Jiang Yu nodded. Since shamelessness could earn emotion points, he decided to set a small goal, first earn a few million emotion points. While at it, he could also target that Sundara sister of his wait, getting sidetracked. Ding. Host, please do not imitate this system. Fine, I want to imitate you. But I've noticed that systems and other novels always give out newbie packages at the start. What about you? Shouldn't you offer something too? Ding. Up to 10 bronze level draws. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. The next second, he hurriedly chanted "lucky draw" in his mind. He was curious to see what the bronze level draw had to offer. A light screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. It displayed bronze tier, 100 emotion points per draw. Gold tier, 1,000 emotion points per draw. Diamond tier, 10,000 emotion points per draw. Legendary gold tier, 1 million emotion points per draw. Supreme tier? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Huh. I feel like the system is mocking me. At this point, he had no other choice left. Sigh, other systems start by giving overpowered rewards, but mine? I get scraps. Forget it. I'll just act like this system doesn't exist in the future. It's too lame. Ding. Up to 10 diamond level draws. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. There's hope. My dearest, most invincible, most handsome and powerful system lord in the universe. Could you possibly? Before he could finish his flattery, the system's pleased voice rang out again. Ding. The system is in a good mood. Up to 3 legendary gold level draws. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt like he had found the trick. This system was like a Sundara little sister. As long as he praised it, it would beam with joy, and he could rake in the rewards. Just as he was about to continue his persuasive tactics. Ding. 3 legendary gold level draws have been credited. Jiang Yu froze. Well, the system's getting smarter this time. He decided to quit while he was ahead and quickly checked out the prize tiers for the 5 levels of lucky draws. Finally, he discovered that bronze tier draws mostly offered everyday items, with a chance to get weapons if lucky. Gold tier draws primarily contained weapons and pills, with a slim chance to acquire decent abilities if incredibly fortunate. The diamond tier rewards were truly fantastical, including cultivation techniques, formations, elixirs, treasured artifacts, and spiritual tools, everything one could imagine. As for the golden legendary tier, it was even more formidable, consisting mainly of divine weapons, divine pills, and unparalleled cultivation methods. Jiang Yu even spotted a variety of heaven-defying abilities, such as spatial manipulation, time control, and destructive powers of immense strength. And then there was the supreme tier. That needed no explanation. Drawing even a single item from it could allow one to dominate the entire world. Forget it. Let's start with a golden legendary draw. Setting aside unrealistic fantasies, Jiang Yu said excitedly. But what he drew next left him utterly speechless in shock. Ding. Initiating golden legendary draw. Drawing in progress. Staring at the rapidly spinning roulette wheel, Jiang Yu felt his nerves tighten. Finally, under his intense gaze, the wheel's pointer slowed and came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spatial ability. It has been automatically integrated. Hearing the system's resounding announcement, Jiang Yu was so exhilarated that his whole body felt feverish. A spatial ability. This was a spatial ability. As far as he knew, only a handful of people across the entire blue planet possessed such an ability. It was a heaven-defying power. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Yu silently thought, use another golden legendary draw. Ding. Initiating golden legendary draw. Drawing in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS grade talent. It has been automatically integrated. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shout, amazing. A spatial ability paired with an SSS grade talent. On the entire blue planet, how many people could boast such a configuration? Are you asking for a beating? Shut up. Before he could revel in his joy for long, an angry voice from next door belonging to Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted him. Fine, I'll shut up. But when I get stronger, let's see how I teach you a lesson. He muttered under his breath before silently initiating another draw. He was eagerly anticipating what he'd get next. The first draw gave him a spatial ability, the second an SSS grade talent. Surely, the third wouldn't he disappoint. Ding. Golden legendary draw in progress. Staring intently at the roulette wheel before him, Jiang Yu didn't blink, his eyes wide open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious treasure chest. Ding. It has been automatically placed into your system inventory. A big question mark popped up in Jiang Yu's mind. A mysterious treasure chest? What the heck is that? Could it contain some kind of unparalleled treasure? System. Open the system inventory. As soon as he gave the command, the light screen before him transformed into an equipment panel. At the top of the equipment panel sat a silver mysterious treasure chest, along with its detailed description. Mysterious treasure chest can only be opened when host reaches the level of silver tier warrior. Jiang Yu sighed in disappointment. That's it. Nothing else. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the emotional value displayed on his status panel. Emotional value, 3,300. Looking at the meager value he had on hand, he decided to test the waters. System. Give me 3 bronze tier draws. Ding. Initiating 3 bronze tier draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a broken dagger. Looking at the shabby dagger in his hand, Jiang Yu gave a bitter smile and tossed it directly into the system inventory. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beggar's bowl. He glanced at the broken bowl in his hand, which surprisingly had 5 yuan inside. After pocketing the money, he threw the bowl back into the inventory. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of Jiang Xiaoyan's underwear. Staring at the light blue underwear in his hand, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Crap, this is bad. I have a really bad feeling about this. Just as the words left his mouth, there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Dinner's ready. With the sound of knocking, the doorknob to his bedroom was suddenly turned by Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he screamed, "No, don't." His voice dragged out as the door creaked open. Jiang Xiaoyan froze upon seeing Jiang Yu sitting on the bed, one hand holding her long-lost underwear, the other reaching toward her, his mouth wide open and mid-no. Her face instantly turned as dark as coal, ready to explode at any moment. Jiang Yu gave a bitter smile. Looks like I'm getting beaten up today. His smile was so sorrowful it could break anyone's heart. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyan clapped her hands as she looked at the bruised and battered Jiang Yu sprawled on the bed. Her face was slightly flushed. Daring to steal my underwear? If there's a next time, I'll break your legs. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, she noticed the 5 yuan lying on the bed. She immediately leaned forward to grab it, snatching the money away under Jiang Yu's helpless yet resentful gaze. Hiding private money? If there's a next time, she didn't finish her sentence, her face suddenly turning beet red. With a soft huff, she turned and left, shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the door, her heart remained in turmoil for a long time. It wasn't because Jiang Yu had stolen her underwear, nor was it because of the hidden money. It was because she couldn't stop thinking about the calamity from her past life. Back then, as a weakling, She had used all her strength to shield humanity's last hope, the Ice Lotus Empress, from a fatal blow delivered to Jiang Yu. She would never forget the words Jiang Yu had said to her in his dying moments. "You are humanity's only hope. You cannot die." Nor could she erase the image of his figure flashing through her mind as she gave her life to resist the enemy in her final moments. Yes, she, Jiang Xiaoyan, was a reincarnator. She vividly remembered how, in her past life, she and Jiang Yu had grown up in the same orphanage. When she was 6 years old, a couple adopted her. But to her surprise, a month later, the same couple returned her to Jiang City Orphanage. In the month she had been gone, Jiang Yu had been adopted by someone else. In this life, she had declined to be adopted by that unreliable couple. Instead, she was taken in by the family living next door to Jiang Yu. Later, due to an accident, both sets of foster parents passed away. The two orphans, left with no one to rely on, ended up coincidentally living under the same roof. She didn't know why, but somehow, she had inexplicably become Jiang Yu's younger sister. Perhaps it was because of the shadow of that figure in her mind from her dying moments. System, you're so unfair. These rewards are utterly useless and nothing but trouble. Jiang Yu grumbled. No way. The next 3 golden tier draws better give me something good. Clutching his aching right eye, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. What was going on? Not only had he been beaten up, but even the 5 yuan had been taken away. Ding. This has nothing to do with the system. Jiang Yu began whining. I don't care. If you don't give me something good, I won't do any more shameless things. Let us see how you survive without any achievements. How will you even face the system community? Ding. Damn. Who leaked the secret? System. Start the 3 golden level draws now. Jiang Yu was so furious that he could only vent through the lottery. Ding. Using golden level lottery drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of blue pill. Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock. Are you trying to make me take revenge on my sister? That's absolutely unacceptable. He twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at the small bottle in his hand, utterly speechless. This system was truly bizarre. However, considering the system's name was Shameless Power-Up System, he decided to let it slide. When he placed the Harmony pill into the system's inventory, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Phantom Array, which has been automatically placed in the system inventory. Jiang Yu quipped, System, you're acting weird. Once could be excused, but twice? It could only be said that this shameless system was a love-hate relationship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Savage Shield, which has been automatically placed in the system inventory. Huh. I'm not surprised by the result at all. As he moved his head, a light screen immediately appeared before his eyes. It was the system inventory. Looking at the newly added items, he decided to examine the description of the Phantom Array first. Phantom Array temporarily causes people within a certain range to lose their sense of direction, lasting a few seconds. Then he checked the Savage Shield. Savage Shield forms a light shield upon use, capable of deflecting attacks. Jiang Yu froze. That's it. Nothing else. Just as he was puzzled, Jiang Xiaoyan's voice rang out again. Hurry up and eat. Don't let the food get cold. Jiang Yu's body shivered upon hearing this. Evidently, he had been intimidated by the domineering aura of his sister. Coming right away, he responded, then got up to eat. 10 minutes later, at the dining table, after Jiang Yu finished eating, Jiang Xiaoyan took out a small bottle from her pocket. The bottle was labeled Healing Pill. Take this. It'll help your injuries heal faster. Stop embarrassing yourself out there, Jiang Xiaoyan said in a cold tone, but Jiang Yu felt a surge of warmth. On Earth, he was an orphan. Aside from Aunt Zhang, who adopted him, no one really cared about him. But here, on this unfamiliar planet Blue Star, he experienced a long-lost warmth. Got it. He accepted the healing pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A few seconds later, he felt the pain significantly subside. Is this healing pill expensive? He asked. I'm an S-level talent. The Huan Nation provides subsidies. Did you forget? It costs 10,000. Jiang Xiaoyan's cold expression slightly softened. Ding, ding. Both of their phones buzzed simultaneously. They picked up their phones and checked the messages. It turned out to be a notification from their class group, sent by the teacher. Teacher Lee, classmates, today's dismissal was a bit rushed. and I didn't get a chance to explain the cultivation methods. The relevant materials have been uploaded to the group files. When you have time, review them and strive to break through to bronze as soon as possible to become true warriors. Teacher Lee, the cultivation levels are as follows: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, glory, supreme. Teacher Lee, we'll discuss the rest in class tomorrow. All right, I'm going back to cultivate. As for your talent, I'll figure out a way to help you improve it, Jiang Xiaoyan said, leaving this sentence behind before turning to her room. What does that mean? Never mind, I'll go cultivate too. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what level he could reach by tomorrow morning with his SSS-level talent. As soon as he returned to his room, his phone buzzed again. Ding, ding. Looking at the contents, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was still the group chat of Class 8-1, but the messages were no longer from the teacher. Li Guanghui. Speaking of cultivation, I really worry about Jiang Yu in our class. The lowest talent in the entire school, F level. I've never seen one so bad. Zhou Tongtong. Yeah, he's the only F level in the entire school. The lowest in other classes is at least D level. With Jiang Yu's situation, it'll probably be impossible for him to even become a bronze level warrior. These two people were the ones in the class who were most at odds with him, each for their own reasons. Li Guanghui resented him because the girl he liked secretly had a crush on Jiang Yu, creating hostility. Zhou Tongtong, on the other hand, had confessed to Jiang Yu in the past, only to be directly rejected by him. One could say it was hate born from love. But looking at Zhou Tongtong's appearance, who would agree to her anyway? How say, you two are going too far. If you keep talking like this, see if I don't block you after school tomorrow. How say was Jiang Yu's close friend, an A-level talent holder with the ability to beastify into a dragon species. Once he spoke, the group chat instantly quieted down. After all, in the school, aside from Jiang Xiaoyan being an S-level talent, a level was already the highest level. Usually, the class thought Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Yu were indifferent toward each other, so no one dared to easily insult Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Oh, isn't this Miss Gossip and Mr. Earthworm? With your C-level talents, instead of cultivating properly, what are you barking about here? Remember, this group prohibits random noise, or you'll be kicked out. As soon as he sent this message, 3 seconds later, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Zhou Tongtong felt the host's shame. Critical hit successful, gained 1 cultivation point. Ding. Li Guanghui felt the host's shame. Emotion value plus 666. Jiang Yu shouted in shock. What the hell? This works too. At that moment, he felt like he'd discovered a new world. Right? Cultivation points and talent points. Seeing the words cultivation points, he immediately forgot everything earlier. System, open the personal data panel. He wanted to see what improvements these 2 cultivation points could bring. Ding. Personal data panel opened. Host, Jiang Yu. Level, none trash. Abilities, clairvoyance, space. Talent, SSS level. Emotion value, 666. Cultivation points, 2. Talent points, 1. Looking at the panel, he was speechless. Trash? Am I really this bad right now? System, if I use up all my cultivation points and talent points, how much can these 2 aspects improve? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding. See for yourself. Level, none 01 bronze. Talent, SSS 100,000 divine level. Jiang Yu was stunned. Doesn't this mean I can advance to bronze level right now? And what is divine level talent? Is an SSS the highest? After venting for a while, he unhesitatingly used all his cultivation points and talent points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to a bronze level warrior. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening a talent skill. Jiang Yu at. What the heck? Talent skill? Has my cheat arrived? He had only ever heard of skills. On Blue Star, warriors needed to acquire a beast core of the same attribute, then absorb the skill from it. Beast cores were produced by otherworldly monsters in the abyssal passage upon their death. The levels of the beast core corresponded to the levels of warriors. The higher the level of the absorbed beast core, the stronger the obtained skill. But what exactly was this talent skill? He had never heard of such a thing before. This feels amazing. I feel like my entire body is brimming with power. As Jiang Yu pondered, he felt a surge of immense power rushing through his body. His whole physique had become noticeably stronger. This was clearly the enhancement brought about by his promotion to Bronze Level 1. Who? He calmed his excited emotions, and with a thought, the light screen appeared, displaying the information about his talent skills. Spatial talent skill. Spatial teleportation current stage allows teleportation up to 10 meters. Perception talent skill. Enhanced vision, see more clearly. Jiang Yubin, what is going on here? The spatial talent skill wasn't too bad, though the current teleportation distance was a bit short. Once he grew stronger, the range would surely increase. But what did enhanced vision even mean? Just seeing more clearly? This skill was overly considerate, wasn't he it? It was at this moment that he realized having talent skills meant he now had 2 more skills than others. Normally, others could only absorb 1 skill per level upgrade. Yet here he was, getting 2 right off the bat? Wasn't he this outright defying the heavens? Ding! Just as he was feeling elated, his phone buzzed. Picking it up, he saw a message from Jiang Xiaoyan. Sister, don't lose heart. Keep cultivating. Jiang Yu blinked. When did I lose heart? I didn't even know about this. Still, he could feel a hint of warmth from his sister's message. Jiang Yu got it. After acknowledging the reminder, he replied briefly before opening the cultivation materials his teacher had sent. He began studying diligently. Not long after. So that is how it works. He nodded. Through this period of study, he fully grasped the method of cultivating spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he rested his hands naturally on his legs. Closing his eyes, he slowly sensed the changes around him. Soon, he noticed countless blue specks of light appearing around him, densely packed. So this is spiritual energy? Truly amazing. With that thought, he began guiding the spiritual energy into his body, slowly cultivating. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. At the breakfast table, the two had finished eating and were looking at each other, resembling a pair of love-struck couples. Eventually, it was Jiang Yu who broke the silence. Little sis, what level have you cultivated to now? Have you broken through to bronze yet? Jiang Xiaoyan countered. I'm already at bronze level 2. What about you? Hearing his sister ask about his level, Jiang Yu perked up. Huh, your brother is now at bronze level 3. Impressive, right? Seeing his smug look, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, big bro, stop joking, reaching bronze level 3 in a day? Even geniuses can't do that. At this point, she put away her smile and said seriously, don't worry, big bro. I'll help you figure out your talent. But Jiang Yu wasn't paying attention at all. Since childhood, Jiang Xiaoyan rarely smiled. This time, she did, and her smile was so captivating that he was momentarily dazed. Ah, the instincts of a man. Huh? Oh, sure. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Yu half-heartedly responded before getting up to leave for school with Jiang Xiaoyan. On the street, a handsome boy and a beautiful girl in school uniforms walked side by side. To onlookers, they looked just like a couple. The two were so striking that just standing together was like a beautiful painting. But this scene was soon disrupted by a yellow sports car. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the face of a handsome young man. Hey, beauty, your looks and talent have amazed me. Can I give you a ride to school? Jiang Yu noticed the greedy look in the young man's eyes and cursed inwardly. Kid, you've picked the wrong road. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned. Scram. Just one word, and the man's skin crawled. Still, he forced himself to stay, speaking mockingly. Humph. Scram? Fine. I'll see how long you can keep up this cold act. Soon enough, you'll. With that, he stepped on the gas and sped off. Jiang Yu watched the sports car disappear into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why are you standing there? Let us go. Jiang Xiaoyan's tone was icy, seemingly affected by what had just happened. A moment later, in the classroom of Grade 8, Class 1 at Jiangxing High School. As soon as the Jiang siblings entered the classroom, they instantly drew everyone's attention. Ding! Li Bing felt your awkwardness, plus 666 emotional points. Ding! Wang Ming felt your awkwardness, plus 999 emotional points. Ding! Listening to the dozens of notifications ringing in his mind, Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. The female classmates in the room were all blushing, leaving him utterly speechless. I didn't even say anything. So why does everyone think I'm awkward? Jiangyu, I can't believe you dared to come to school. Li Guanghui sneered as he walked over. Scram. Jiang Xiaoyan snapped coldly. Understood, big sis. Li Guanghui scurried back to his seat, leaving Jiang Yu's mouth twitching. My sister's influence is that strong? Then again, with an S-class talent, who would dare provoke her? Hey, brother, you long time no see. At that moment, a playful voice came from behind him. Turning around, Jiang Yu saw Hao Se grinning mischievously. Hao Se had a roguishly handsome look, his short yellow hair slightly messy. Oh, isn't this brother say? Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Bro, never mind that, tell me. What color are the girls wearing? I'm so jealous of your ability. Heh hee hee. At this point, Hao Se seemed to be fantasizing about having X-ray vision himself, chuckling foolishly. Let me take a peek. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but satisfy his curiosity, taking a look himself. In truth, he was only doing it to farm more emotional points. After all, with someone like Hao Se acting as a divine wingman, why not make the most of it? As for dignity, that had long been set aside, but it was at this moment that he discovered a massive secret. When the entire class thought Jiang Yu's actions were utterly shameless, Jiang Yu almost blurted out, Brother Jie is actually wearing briefs. That's right, Brother Jie was a man. What? Brother Jie wears briefs? Impossible. He always seems so honest and reliable. Who would have thought? Ha ha, don't even mention it. Last time I saw him looking all awkward in the locker room, I already had my suspicions. Hearing Jiang Yu say it now, I'm dying. Holy crap, is that true? That's just too cruel. As soon as Jiang Yu said this, the entire class burst into laughter, completely forgetting how he had just used his X-ray vision skill to see through everyone. Hao Se exclaimed, so shocking. Brother Jie slowly stood up, took off his glasses, and said, so, you're quite bold, huh? Please. I'm super gutsy. Before Jiang Yu could respond, the ever-talkative Hao Se jumped in. Brother Jie chuckled sinisterly. Oh? Then how about coming to my house after school? It's pretty big, and I could teach you a thing or two in the evening. Click, click, click. The sound of the teacher's high heels echoed down the hallway. Jiang Yu quickly returned to his seat. Hey, Sister Yin, wasn't Jiang Yu not like this before? Why has he suddenly become so shameless and brazen since yesterday? Jiang Yu vaguely overheard Yuan Xinxin inquiring curiously. Yuan Xinxin and Jiang Xiaoyan were best friends, and apart from Jiang Yu, she was the only one in the class who could talk to Jiang Xiaoyan. She was cute, with long black straight hair, round glasses, the spitting image of a little lowly. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced sideways at Jiang Yu and said, he's not my brother. I don't know him. Jiang Yu chuckled. Huh. So there's no love between us anymore, huh? Click, click, click. Teacher Li's high-heeled steps grew louder. The classroom instantly fell silent. It's rare for our class to be this quiet, so I won't say much. Today is your first lesson after awakening your abilities, and the topic is... Jiang Yu paid close attention for dozens of minutes. Coincidentally, the first lesson happened to cover knowledge about talents. By the end of the class, Jiang Yu had resolved many of his lingering questions. For example, the one he cared about the most, what are innate skills? It turned out that all S-rank talent warriors would gain an additional skill upon advancing to the bronze rank. This skill not only gave them an extra ability compared to others of the same level, but was also significantly stronger than ordinary skills. More importantly, talent determined one's future potential for growth. All in all, this class had been incredibly rewarding for Jiang Yu. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoyan, sitting next to him, was nearly dozing off, completely uninterested in the lesson. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of the school day. All right, before we wrap up, there's something I need to tell you all. Tomorrow morning, I will test everyone's warrior levels. Those who fail to advance to bronze rank, sorry, but you'll have to transfer to Jiangxing No. 2 High School. As the teacher's voice fell, the entire class erupted in groans of despair. Of course, some were secretly pleased. Good thing I advanced to bronze rank yesterday. I hear no one dares to stay at No. 2 High. Hee hee, but I'm more worried about Jiang Yu. With an F-rank talent, it's probably impossible for him to ever become a warrior. Huh? Don't forget, he has a genius sister. The first S-rank talent in Jiangxing's history, that's her. She'll definitely surpass all of you in the future. Amidst the noisy classroom chatter, Jiang Yu smiled confidently. Just wait. Tomorrow, I'm going to give them a real lesson. He eagerly anticipated their reactions when they saw his warrior level. It would surely be priceless. Enough. Shut up. Boom. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyan lost her patience. A frosty aura erupted around her, like the chill of extreme winter. Even her hair and pupils turned an icy blue. In that instant, her presence was like that of a towering empress, imposing and majestic. Holy crap. Sis, you're amazing. Go get him. Crush them all. Watching his sister exude such dominance, Jiang Yu couldn't help but cheer her on. But no sooner had he spoken, the classmates who felt Jiang Xiaoyan's overwhelming aura all scrambled out of the room in terror. The few who weren't sensitive enough to notice were left sitting there, dumbfounded, exchanging confused glances. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu stood in front of a pharmacy, his face full of confusion. Sis, why are we here? Are you sick? If you're sick, you should go to the hospital. What are we doing at a pharmacy? Jiang Xiaoyan shot him a sideways glance and said, Stop asking so many questions. You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Yu muttered helplessly. I guess I'll just wait and see what kind of crazy stunt you're pulling this time. Back at home, Jiang Yu stared at the various medicinal herbs Jiang Xiaoyan had brought back, as well as the large iron pot she had just purchased, falling deep into thought. Oh my God, sis. What are you planning to do? Don't do anything stupid, okay? Seeing the setup before him, he was genuinely startled. Could it be that his sister was planning to concoct some kind of bizarre new experiment? That wouldn't he do. Her cooking was already barely edible most of the time. If she continued experimenting with new recipes, wouldn't he have to train himself to become immune to all poisons? Jiang Xiaoyan let out a cold laugh. You're overthinking it. I'm making alchemical pills. Jiang Yu was visibly stunned. Alchemy? You know how to do alchemy? Yep, learned it online. Supposedly, these pills can enhance talent. She nodded, her tone nonchalant. Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock. You can learn that online? Alchemy was an ancient craft passed down in Huagua for centuries. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, many had dismissed it as a joke. But after the resurgence, alchemy became Huagua's most powerful secret weapon. Apart from a select few core members, ordinary people couldn't learn it at all. Yet just now, Jiang Xiaoyan claimed, she found tutorials online. He could hardly believe his ears. Seeing Jiang Yu's skeptical expression, Jiang Xiaoyan smirked and said, Don't believe me? Hand me that pot, and just watch. Jiang Yu was utterly incredulous. You're really going to do alchemy? Everyone else uses specialized alchemical furnaces, but you're using a regular iron pot. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaoyan had already started. Jiang Yu muttered under his breath. Fine, let us see what kind of mess you end up making this time. Over an hour later, boom, a loud explosion echoed. Black smoke filled the entire room. Cough, cough, cough. Oh my God, did the gas tank explode? Little sis, are you okay? Don't get yourself blown up. Jiang Yu's face was covered in black soot, looking like a confused black question mark. I think you're hoping I get blown up so you can take my spot at the table, huh? Jiang Xiaoyan slowly emerged from the thick smoke. Jiang Yu took a closer look, and his sister looked even worse. Her whole face was blackened, like a lump of coal. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. After all, his sister, who had once been like an ice goddess, now looked like this. It was too hilarious. Looks like one of us is definitely going to suffer today, Jiang Xiaoyan said with a sly smile. Jiang Yu's face turned pale with fear. Don't come any closer. Half an hour later. Here, eat this. Jiang Xiaoyan handed over a black ball the size of an egg, her face full of sincerity as she offered it to Jiang Yu. Having just been scolded, and now being force-fed a recovery pill, Jiang Yu stared at the black ball with a look of terror. Sis, I know I've wronged you in some ways over the years, but you don't have to do this to me. And if I eat this thing, I might meet Buddha right away. I haven't even faced all the trials of life, yet I can't go so soon. Jiang Yu pleaded desperately, but Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't buying it. Don't talk about trials of life. This is your 81st trial. Hurry up and eat it so you can meet Buddha. As she spoke, she directly shoved the black ball into Jiang Yu's mouth. Ugh, it's too big. I can't swallow it. Stop struggling. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyan had him under control. She used sheer physical force, completely ignoring any sense of reason. Jiang Yu puffed his cheeks, his mouth filled with bitterness, his face twisted in pain. But the next moment, he felt the black ball melt like water, sliding smoothly down his throat. Wow, this is amazing. It melts in your mouth. Ding. Talent progress +3. Ding. Current progress for 100,000. What the hell? This black ball actually works? It really boosts talent. Jiang Yu screamed inwardly. At that moment, his expression completely changed. Shock. My sister actually knows how to refine pills. It's important to note that in Huagua, learning alchemy isn't something you can master just because you have talent. The difficulty is akin to hell mode. Yet his sister not only knew how to refine pills, but she was also refining pills that could enhance talent. If this news got out, it would shake the entire world. Seeing Jiang Yu's stunned reaction, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a little pleased inside. I think you know what you need to do next, right? She asked softly. Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly. I know. I won't let a word of this slip. At this point, his tone turned curious. Sis, did you really learn alchemy online? That can't be true, right? Jiang Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned serious. I'll tell you what you need to know when the time comes. Don't ask about things you're not supposed to know, understood? Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. He felt as though his sister had suddenly become a stranger. But it made sense. They hadn't really talked deeply before, so naturally, they didn't understand each other's thoughts. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he needed to find an opportunity to have a good talk with her. But when he saw the determination in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes, he quickly nodded. Understood. Jiang Xiaoyan spoke softly. Go back and cultivate. I'll refine a few more pills for you. Hearing this, Jiang Yu understood what she meant. Though he felt a warm sensation in his heart, he scratched his head and smiled. Sis, you really don't have to. My talent isn't bad, I'm already at bronze tier 3. You'll see during tomorrow's test. So you should rest. Alchemy is too dangerous. Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then gave him a sideways glance, feigning indifference. Don't worry about me. Just go cultivate. I'll be fine. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Why don't you ever believe me? I'm really at bronze tier 3. At this moment, he was beyond exasperated. If it weren't for the level restrictions, he would be shown off his strength right then and there to make his silly sister envious. But seeing her resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to return to his room to cultivate. Tomorrow, his silly sister would know the truth. By then, she wouldn't need to risk refining pills anymore. Back in his room, Jiang Yu didn't start cultivating immediately. He lay on his bed and silently opened his data panel. He saw his current shamelessness value. Emotion value, 5,666. Only this much. Whatever, I'll save it for now. He thought that after all his antics today, it would have increased by at least 7 or 8,000. But it turned out to be just this small amount. Looks like I'll have to be even more thick-skinned. At this moment, Jiang Yu made up his mind. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to go all out. Having resolved himself, he sat cross-legged and began cultivating. Not even 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled him awake. Oh no! Jiang Yu jumped out of bed. Opening his bedroom door, he saw the living room filled with smoke, even worse than before. Sis, can you stop already? Your alchemy is not only terrifying, but also disturbing the neighbors. It's almost dark. What will they think when they hear this? Looking at his sister, who had once again turned into a little soot-covered figure, Jiang Yu felt a pang of heartache. This half-sibling of his had done so much for him, and it made him feel a little sad. Of course, a full sibling would have been the same. Don't worry about it. Here, eat this. Jiang Xiaoyan emerged from the black smoke, holding 2 egg-sized black balls in her hands. Sis, why don't you eat them yourself? These things don't seem to work that well for me. He spoke honestly. Stop talking nonsense. Are you eating or not? Jiang Xiaoyan looked like she was about to force them into his mouth. Jiang Yu quickly waved his hands. No. I'll eat. Taking the 2 black balls, he didn't say much and stuffed one into his mouth right away. A few seconds later, the first one melted as soon as it entered his mouth. He then put the second one in. Ding. Talent progress, +12. Ding. Current progress, 16,100,000. Jiang Yu froze. What was going on? Earlier, One ball only added 3 points, but now 2 balls added 12? That means one ball added 6? In that instant, he vaguely realized something terrifying. The first time his sister refined pills, she only managed to make one at a time, and the effects weren't as quick. This time, not only had his sister's pill-making skills improved, but she even refined 2 pills in one go. He confirmed a fact. His sister was improving with every batch of pills she made. Wow, this talent is just too terrifying. Jiang Yu was inwardly shocked. My dear sister, do you happen to need someone to team up with? Let me cling to your leg. Honestly, I can even be maintained. I've got a strong waist, you know? He looked at his dazzling sister with absolute sincerity. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed. You still want to be an accessory to my thigh? Get your martial artist level above mine first. Since she was at the bronze level, she still couldn't detect Jiang Yu's level. But Jiang Yu claiming to be at bronze tier 3? No way she would believe that. After all, in her memory, before Jiang Yu had died, he had only reached the gold level. In the future, Jiang Yu might rely on luck and natural treasures to surpass his F-grade talent, but it definitely wouldn't be now. However, in this lifetime, with her backing him, Jiang Yu would definitely not remain stuck at gold level. Ha ha ha. Sister, you said it yourself, don't regret it tomorrow. Jiang Yu remarked, deliberately glancing at Jiang Xiaoyan's slender legs with obvious intent. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, though it was almost imperceptible. Go back and train, already I'm going to keep refining pills. Seeing Jiang Yu consume the talent pill, she quickly turned her head, clearly a little shy. Sister, why don't we before he could finish? Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted him. If you keep talking, I'll beat you so hard you won't be able to speak for 3 days. Jiang Yu helplessly waved his hand. All right, I'm leaving. Take your time refining. With that, he returned to his room to continue training. Since he had already tried to persuade her and she wouldn't listen, there was nothing more he could do. Besides, looking at her condition, she didn't seem tired or unsteady. Refining pills seemed effortless for her. Now, he was curious, would the quality and quantity of her next batch of pills improve? If they did, her talent would be truly terrifying. Sure enough, after a few dozen minutes, with a loud boom, Jiang Yu was startled awake in shock. Good heavens, dear sister, are you trying to scare me to death? My heart almost jumped out of my chest. He clutched his chest, cold sweat dripping down. He had been training peacefully when the sudden noise nearly caused him to faint. He got out of bed and opened the door, greeted by the familiar thick smoke and his little soot-covered sister. Eat this. The blackened Jiang Xiaoyan once again uttered that familiar line. Looking at the 3 egg-sized black spheres in her hand, Jiang Yu became even more certain of his suspicions. But seeing his sister's threatening gaze, he could only grit his teeth and take the 3 black spheres, swallowing them all. The 3rd sphere melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and a familiar system notification immediately sounded in his mind. Ding. Talent progress, plus 36. Ding. Current progress, 51,100,000. Seeing the 36 points of talent progress displayed in his mind, Jiang Yu was speechless. But he knew all of this was thanks to the little soot-covered girl standing before him. All right, I've eaten them. Now, we haven't had a meal, yet why don't you go cook something first? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes widened. What is the point of eating regular food? Today, let us use pills as our meals. Jiang Yu crying, my dearest sister, spare me. I'm actually an SSS grade talent. Jiang Xiaoyan merciless. I don't believe you. The next day, in the classroom, Jiang Yu lay slumped over his desk, utterly drained, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Last night, he had managed to persuade his sister to stop refining pills, but he himself was completely worn out. There was no helping it, his sister was just too stubborn. Now exhausted, he had only earned a single point of shameless value on the way to school today. Since everyone's here, I won't say much. Those I call, please come up to test your level. If anyone hasn't reached the bronze level, today might be my last time teaching you. All right, first up, Housei, martial artist level bronze tier 1, passed. Next, Jiang Xiaoyan, martial artist level bronze tier 2. Not bad. Awakening only 2 days ago and already reaching this level, truly worthy of being a genius of Jiang City. A few minutes later, finally Jiang Yu. As the teacher called his name, all eyes in the classroom turned to Jiang Yu. Some were curious, but most were dismissive. After all, he was known as the lowest-rated F-grade talent in the entire school. Everyone was somewhat interested to see just how far he could go. Among them, the most concerned, of course, was Jiang Xiaoyan. "Place your hand on the testing crystal ball," the teacher urged Jiang Yu. Without hesitation, he placed his right hand on the ball. This time the test feels a bit rigid. A faint hum emanated from the testing crystal ball, followed by a line of text. Martial artist level, bronze tier 3. How is this possible? The teacher exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the classroom. Everyone was stunned. Could Jiang Yu have advanced to bronze tier 1? The entire class was filled with doubt. Jiang Xiaoyan was no exception. But the teacher's next words completely overturned everyone's perception. Jiang Yu, bronze tier 3. The teacher's voice trembled as he spoke. This can't be right, can it? He's clearly an F-grade talent. How could he reach bronze tier 3 in just 2 days? Even with SSS grade talent, this would be nearly impossible. Yeah, I think the testing crystal ball must be broken. Teacher, you should test him again. That's right. Teacher, this doesn't make any sense. Better to test him one more time. The classroom buzzed with skeptical voices. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. What is going on? Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. When she looked back at the podium, the teacher had already instructed Jiang Yu to place his hand on the testing crystal ball again. The result was exactly the same as before. After a second test, it's confirmed that Jiang Yu's martial artist level is indeed bronze tier 3. My guess is that there might have been an issue with the awakening crystal during his awakening, which caused an incorrect talent rating. The awakening crystal used last time could only detect up to S-grade talent. The teacher's voice carried a tremor as he spoke. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. I'll take Jiang Yu to the principal's office, where they have more advanced testing equipment. Jiang Yu, please come with me. Faced with the surprised gazes filling the classroom, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and followed the teacher out. After Jiang Yu and the teacher left the classroom, there were no anticipated exclamations or discussions. On the contrary, the room was unusually quiet. So quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Although the room was silent, everyone's hearts were surging with waves of emotion. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. The teacher pushed open the door to the principal's office. Jiang Yu saw a bald old man sitting on a chair, looking at them curiously. Mr. Li, is there something going on? The bald principal asked. It's like this. Principal Teacher Li detailed everything that had just happened. So that's how it is, the principal said as he glanced at Jiang Yu standing outside the door. Young man, come on in. I'll use more advanced equipment to test you. After speaking, he turned to Teacher Li and said, Mr. Li, please step outside for a moment. Yes, principal. Teacher Li responded without saying much and immediately left. Hello, principal. After Teacher Li left, Jiang Yu took the initiative to greet the principal. The principal nodded. Hello. Since there's some doubt about the awakening crystal, place your hand on this talent testing orb. Soon, the principal pulled out a white crystal ball from under the desk. Placing it on the desk, Jiang Yu responded with a simple got it and pressed his hand directly onto the orb. Then, characters that shocked the bald principal appeared on the crystal ball. Talent level, SSS. My heavens. Thud. The bald principal was so overwhelmed that he lost his balance and plopped down onto the floor. Jiang Yu looked at him helplessly. Is it really that big of a deal? It's just an SSS-level talent. The bald principal almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who would believe you if you said that? Across all of Huan Nation, even the world, there are very few people with an SSS-level talent. I never thought I'd see one here in Jiang City in my lifetime. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and he nearly broke down crying. But to maintain the last shred of his dignity, he held it in. Ahem. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, having an SSS-level talent is something you absolutely cannot disclose to anyone. There are no secrets in this world. Once the news leaks, you'll be in serious trouble. Wait a few days. I'll notify the higher-ups, and someone will come to find you. You might even receive a substantial scholarship. Looking at the bald principal's earnest and heartfelt expression, Jiang Yu was speechless. He understood the need to keep this a secret mainly to prevent enemy nations from sending assassins and causing trouble. However, the old man's repeated use of Xiaoyu and Principal Grandpa felt oddly endearing. But when he thought about the substantial scholarship, his spirits lifted. His sister had received 10,000 yuan for an S-level talent. So wouldn't he and SSS-level talent start at least 100,000? With that thought, he decided not to argue and quickly agreed. Principal Grandpa, I'll be sure to keep it a secret. The bald principal chuckled. Haha, you're quite the smooth talker. Very well. With your current bronze tier 3 peak, you're about to advance to tier 4. Just tell others your talent is SS level. No one would doubt it. After all, there are many SS-level warriors in Hua Nation, and enemy nations wouldn't bother targeting an SS-level individual. Yes, Principal, Jiang Yu replied promptly. However, he was a bit surprised internally. Based on his research, only platinum-level warriors could accurately sense spiritual energy. Combined with the Principal's words, the implication was clear. Moments later, Jiang Yu and the still-stunned teacher Li returned to the classroom, where all eyes immediately focused on them. Ahem, I have an announcement to make. Teacher Li cleared his throat and faced the students. Under the curious gazes of the class, he declared, after accurate testing, it's confirmed that Jiang Yu's talent is SSS level. As soon as Teacher Li's words fell, the entire classroom erupted into shock. All 42 students, apart from Jiang Yu, were utterly incredulous. Even Jiang Xiaoyan was filled with disbelief. What was going on? Why had the world suddenly changed? Haha, I knew it. My brother U's ability is absolutely incredible. How could his talent possibly be F-level? Those C-level and D-level talent holders who used to laugh at us, where are they now? This is hilarious, it's too funny. While everyone else was still in shock, Hao Sei was the first to burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Li Guanghui and his group turned red with anger, clearly both furious and embarrassed. The person they had once mocked had now become an SSS-level talent holder. How could they not feel humiliated? The fact that Jiang Yu possessed such a powerful ability made their blood boil with rage. All right, Hao Sei, stop it. Some people still have their pride. Of course, though some people don't deserve any at all. Haha. At this point, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Jealous, aren't you? Especially you, little earthworm. Look at me, aren't you just fuming with envy? If you want to provoke me into fighting you, go ahead. I won't hold back, I'll knock you straight out. Jiang Yu's words made Li Guanghui's face turn even redder. Ha ha ha, knocked out? That's hilarious. Hao Sei laughed even harder upon hearing that. All right, Jiang Yu, if there's nothing else, please return to your seat. The class needs to continue, the teacher said. Jiang Yu nodded and returned to sit beside Jiang Xiaoyan. Well, my dear sister, was I right or not when I told you yesterday? Haven T, I already reached bronze tier 3? Or does this all still feel like a dream to you? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded calmly. It does feel a bit unreal. On the surface, she appeared composed, but her heart was in turmoil. No one could see through her true feelings. All right, class. For today's first lesson, we'll discuss the descendants of warriors. To understand the descendants of warriors, we must first learn how humanity reproduces. Please pay close attention as I explain. Before long, it was the end of the school day. Jiang Yu, are you taking applications for a girlfriend? I can be sweet, mature, or even a little sister type. Get lost. A man without distractions wields his blade with greater precision. Brother Jiang Yu, can I be your underling instead? Step aside. Jiang Yu is mine. No one else can have him. Seeing the chaos among his classmates, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. While the argument among the crowd intensified, he grabbed Jiang Xiaoyan and quickly escaped the scene. Jiang Yu didn't notice the sinister and malevolent gaze from Li Guanghui in the corner of the classroom. Brother Yu, wait for me. Xiaoyan, wait for me. Hao Sei and Yuan Xinxin's voices called out from behind. Jiang Yu turned his head to see the two of them panting heavily. What were you two doing just now? Hao Sei hesitated, then said, Brother Yu, don't overthink it. We just escaped from the classroom, things are about to erupt in there. Jiang Yu was surprised. That bad? As they spoke, the four of them hurriedly walked toward the school gate. At that moment, a figure both Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan disliked appeared at the gate. Outside the gate stood Qian Xiao, a rich second-generation heir, holding a bouquet of flowers with a refined expression. Huh, isn't that Jiangqing's Qian Xiao? What is he doing here? Who knows? I heard Qian Xiao changes girlfriends daily. What a playboy. Right. and he is an A-rank talent user. He reached silver rank at just 18 years old. Every guy envies him. Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Yu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Clearly, Qian Xiao was here for his sister. Moreover, Qian Xiao was a silver-ranked martial artist, making the situation rather tricky. At that moment, a burly man in a black suit approached Qian Xiao from behind, whispered something in his ear, and then stepped back. An SSS-ranked talent? Interesting. A sibling duo, indeed unusual. If that's the case. Qian Xiao's sly smile deepened as he watched Jiang Yu and his group approaching the gate. Before long, Jiang Yu and the others reached the school gate. My dear Jiang Xiaoyan, please accept the flowers I've brought you. Come with me to my car, I'll take you home. Facing the beautiful Jiang Xiaoyan, Qian Xiao's eyes were full of greed. Scram. Jiang Xiaoyan replied coldly with a single word. Qian Xiao's face darkened instantly. I am Qian Xiao of Jiangqing. I let the first rejection slide, but refusing me a second time? Who gave you the audacity? His gaze turned even more menacing at the thought. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu's temper flared immediately. Listen to me. I don't care if you're Qian Xiao or Qian Duo. If you dare to bother us again, I will not be polite. As he said this, his gaze briefly swept over Qian Xiao's lower half, warning coldly, and when that happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qian Xiao, however, didn't he take Jiang Yu's words seriously. Instead, he turned to Jiang Xiaoyan with a provocative smile. Leave? Sure. I'd like to see how long you can keep your cool. After saying this, he shifted his gaze back to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, right? An SSS-ranked talent holder. Impressive. I have a sister. How about I introduce her to you? Maybe you two could even end up as family. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. He replied in a chilling tone, You'd better take my words seriously, or you'll face the consequences. With that, he grabbed Jiang Xiaoyan and walked away without looking back. Who was that? Just look at his expression. Disgusting. How Sei sneered as they left. This remark instantly enraged Qian Xiao, his veins bulging as he glared at Jiang Yu and his group walking away. His face twisted into a cruel smile. No one knew what he was plotting, but everyone understood that Jiang Yu and his sister were now in danger. In no time, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan arrived home. Looking at his sister's icy expression, Jiang Yu sighed. Oh, my dear sister, don't sulk over some trash. If you really want to beat him up, I'll grab someone for you tomorrow. Beat him up however you like. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 you? And what are you going to do with your X-ray vision? Peep. Jiang Yu's face darkened as he smiled and retorted, Oh really? Fine, I'll peek at you instead. Let us see what color you're wearing. With that, he widened his eyes, pretending to activate his ability. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him. You wouldn't dare. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels her host is shameless. Emotion points plus 999. Jiang Yu was stunned. He didn't expect his sister to find him so shameless that she directly add 999 emotion points for him. Seeing her threatening gaze, he dared not actually act. Changing the subject, he boasted, So? Isn't your brother amazing? Bronze tier 3, and still an SSS ranked talent. For now, he didn't plan to tell her about his spatial abilities. Besides, even if he did, she might not believe him. He'd save it as a surprise for later. Huh. The principal hid your talent from you? Jiang Xiaoyan asked curiously. No, only the bald principal and you know about my SSS rank talent. See, I trust you. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan thought to herself, Are my pills that powerful? They raised an F rank talent to SSS rank. Thinking this, she set aside her thoughts about Jiang Yu and picked up the large iron pot to start refining pills. Jiang Yu sighed in resignation. I trust you so much. Shouldn't you at least compliment me? Seeing his sister engrossed in pill refining, he could only go back to his room to rest. Glancing at his emotion points, he noticed he had accumulated over 10,000 recently. However, he decided to save them for now. Having experienced the Golden Legend tier lottery, he knew it was best to use them sparingly unless necessary. He then began cultivating. But before long, a loud bang startled him awake. Ah, so it's just pill refining. What a scare. While others refined pills quietly, his sister's process was like a series of explosions, with a blast every now and then. He wondered how long that iron pot could last. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Qian Xiao was reviewing the documents handed to him by the man in black. His fists clenched and his eyes burned with malice. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan aren't even biological siblings. Excellent. He slammed the table and threw the documents to the ground, sneering viciously. I'm not in the mood today, but tomorrow, I'll make my move. His cruel smile made it clear he was eagerly anticipating the following day. But Qian Xiao, Jiang Yu's talent is SSS rank. If we act. Before the man in black could finish, Qian Xiao interrupted with a wave. Relax. Qian Xiao, never act without certainty. As long as my father is around, Hearing this, the man in black stifled a laugh, thinking to himself, aren't you just throwing your father under the bus? I'm done with this after today. Resignation. The next morning came quickly. Since it was Saturday, Jiang Yu and the others were on break. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions woke Jiang Yu up early in the morning. Oh, my dear sister, have you taken explosions as an art form? Since returning home from school yesterday, apart from eating, she had spent her time amidst explosions, practicing until 10 at night. By now, these noises couldn't scare him anymore. He had grown used to them. Stepping out of his bedroom, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan covered in soot, standing by a pot filled with dozens of black spheres the size of eggs. Jiang Yu's face twitched. From being able to refine one black sphere at a time to now refining over 10 in one go, he was genuinely shocked by his sister's talent. Brother, you're out? She said. Perfect timing. I'm exhausted. Help me buy a new iron pot. This one's broken. Jiang Xiaoyan held up the pot, which had a massive crater blown into its bottom. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. This pot has endured more than it should at its age. By the way, do we still have enough ingredients? How much is left? No need. There's plenty of ingredients left. You just need to buy the pot, Jiang Xiaoyan replied, shaking her head. Fine, then hand me some money. I'm broke, Jiang Yu said, holding out his hand. There was no other way. Even the 5 yuan he had last time had been taken by his sister. He truly had no money now. Jiang Xiaoyan handed him 100 yuan. Watching his back as he prepared to leave, she couldn't help but shout, Brother, I feel like my talent level is about to break through to SS rank. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then turned and smiled. Congratulations. That's my sister for you, amazing. With that, he dashed out the door. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a strange sweetness in her heart. But as Jiang Yu stepped out, his heart was filled with shock. What a heaven-sent treasure of a sister. Not only can she refine pills, but she is also gorgeous. Thinking about it, he began to ponder seriously. With the talent-enhancing pills his sister refined, each one could boost talent by at least 100 points. Otherwise, how could she have broken through to SS rank so quickly? He had even searched online last night. There was no such thing as a talent pill in the country, let alone one that could enhance talent. If others found out about this pill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He desperately wanted to understand his sister's origins and why she could refine pills, but after her warning last time, he dared not ask further. Lost in thought, he walked into a general store, bought a large iron pot, and prepared to head home. Not far from the store, his phone rang. It was a message from an unknown sender. Unknown sender. If you want your sister to live, come to the second alley on a certain street. Otherwise, your sister won't have a good time. Of course, you can call the police. But if you do, you'll only be collecting her corpse. Jiang Yu froze. My sister's been kidnapped? Impossible. Wait, that guy, Qian Xiao. The thought of Qian Xiao filled Jiang Yu's eyes with fury. He was quite far from home. If he went back to confirm, it might be too late. The alley mentioned in the message wasn't far from here. Cautiously, he decided to check it out immediately. Qian Xiao, whether this is your doing or not, you won't get away with it. Fueled by rage, Jiang Yu roared and teleported to the specified location. At the same time, in a small alley, dozens of men in black stood behind Qian Xiao. A sleazy-looking man stepped forward, his face full of doubt. Qian Xiao, are you sure this will work? Won't there be trouble? Qian Xiao sneered. Trouble? What trouble could there be? Even if there is, I'll take the fall if Jiang Yu really dares to come. We'll finish him off and use his phone to lure Jiang Xiaoyan here. By then, As he spoke, a perverse grin spread across his face. That's right, Qian Xiao. Your father is a platinum-ranked martial artist. Even the armed police wouldn't dare mess with him. Huh? The sleazy man's shrill laughter echoed throughout the alley. Qian Xiao, you son of a b. At that moment, Jiang Yu's furious voice rang out. Qian Xiao froze. He got here so quickly? He saw Jiang Yu's figure drawing closer. Oh, Jiang Yu. I didn't think you'd actually come. Qian Xiao sneered maliciously. Phew, Jiang Yu panted heavily. His eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Qian Xiao just a few meters away. On his way here, he had used his fastest speed, even resorting to spatial teleportation. As soon as he entered the alley, he overheard Qian Xiao's conversation with the sleazy man. Clearly, his sister hadn't been captured. Realizing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Qian Xiao, right? You're playing games with me? I warned you last time, and you ignored me? Jiang Yu's eyes turned blood red, his rage erupting like a volcano. He had never been this angry in his life. Messing with him was one thing, but messing with his sister? Unthinkable, because only he was allowed to mess with his sister. Well, a loser with clairvoyant abilities, strutting around because of an SS-rank talent? Before you've grown into it, you're just trash. Qian Xiao sneered. If Qian Xiao had thought it through, he wouldn't have dared provoke Jiang Yu. After all, an SS-rank talent in a nation wasn't something a small fry like him could challenge lightly. But of course, Qian Xiao was an idiot. Attack. Take him down. At Qian Xiao's command, the black-clad thugs around him grinned viciously and charged at Jiang Yu. Ding. Diamond-level lottery activated. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a powerful Shimbao pill, now stored in your inventory. Jiang Yu froze. System, you've got to be kidding me. Can't you give me something useful? Ding. You'll understand how incredible it is later. Jiang Yu couldn't help but curse internally. Facing the onrushing thugs, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. With a thought, he pulled out the illusion array from his system inventory. In the next moment, the charging thugs suddenly collapsed to the ground as if drained of all energy, lying motionless. Even Qian Xiao, standing in front of Jiang Yu, had a vacant look in his eyes, unable to move. Perfect timing. Jiang Yu quickly pulled out a worn dagger from his inventory. A spatial ripple swept through, and Jiang Yu's figure suddenly vanished. In the next second, he appeared in front of Qian Xiao, the dagger aimed straight at his heart. But just as the blade was about to strike, Qian Xiao suddenly moved. The newly awakened Qian Xiao saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Jiang Yu had already appeared right in front of him. Seeing the dagger in Jiang Yu's hand, Qian Xiao instinctively leaped backward. Yet, with a sharp sound of poochie, the dagger struck precisely at a critical spot of his body. His white pants were instantly dyed red. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Damn it! This illusion formation only lasts a few seconds? Qian Xiao woke up, and the burly man in black behind Jiang Yu also began to slowly stand. What rotten luck! I actually expected help from something I won through a gold-level lottery? Jiang Yu cursed under his breath. Seeing the group of people still ready to attack him, as well as the furious Qian Xiao glaring at him, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. There was no other choice. He had nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy just now. His reserves were completely depleted, and he couldn't activate any more abilities. He didn't even have the time to finish Qian Xiao off after all. The dagger had already embedded itself in that spot. As for the large iron pot he had discarded earlier, it was left by the roadside. For now, he had to run and find another opportunity to deal with Qian Xiao later. Damn it! Stop chasing him and take me to the hospital now. Qian Xiao gritted his teeth and roared before passing out. Qian Xiao said it himself. Let us get him to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, he might not be able to save that part of himself. Ming too. All right. Pucci. Hey, why did you pull the dagger out? Are you an idiot? Now Qian Xiao doesn't even have evidence. If he wakes up, he'll definitely beat you up. Huh, you're not supposed to pull it out? I didn't know. Moments later, the alley was left with only a pool of blood, proof that Qian Xiao had suffered a major setback. As for Jiang Yu, he had already retrieved his large iron pot and was running home. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocks on the door startled Jiang Xiaoyan. She immediately got up to open it. Seeing Jiang Yu standing at the door, she frowned. Why are you only getting back now? And what happened to your face? She could clearly see a blood mark on Jiang Yu's face. Upon closer inspection, his entire body was covered in dust and grime. Anyone who didn't know better would think he had just been in a fight. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't yet know the truth. What is going on with you? Tell me now. Jiang Xiaoyan's face was full of worry. Jiang Yu's dusty and blood-streaked appearance made her mind race. Hearing his sister's concerned voice, Jiang Yu replied softly, "It's nothing. I just dealt with some trouble. Don't worry, the blood on my face isn't mine." After saying this, Jiang Yu didn't wait for her to respond. He put down the iron pot, dragged his exhausted body to his room, and collapsed onto the bed. His spiritual energy was completely drained, and the tension from earlier had left him utterly spent. He didn't want to say much now. All he wanted was a good night's sleep. Whatever his sister had to say, he explained after he woke up. "You." Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the closed door, her words stuck in her throat. She picked up a metal basin and went off to make her own preparations for alchemy. Jiang Yu didn't want to share certain things with her, and she could understand that. After all, there were also things she couldn't share with Jiang Yu. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. "Brother, get up and eat." Jiang Yu, lying in bed, was awakened by Jiang Xiaoyan's voice. He had slept from yesterday morning all the way till this morning, something even he hadn't expected. Using up all his spiritual energy had left him so weak. But there was no helping it. With his current bronze tier 3 strength, using spatial teleportation dozens of times had completely drained his reserves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to that alley so quickly yesterday. After all, spatial teleportation allowed him to phase through walls. It was already impressive enough. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan sitting across from him, silent and clearly upset. He knew his sister was definitely angry. "Sis, let me tell you what happened yesterday now. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, I was just too tired yesterday," Jiang Yu said with an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. Looking back on it now, yesterday was truly terrifying. The first thing he did after coming home was sleep, rather than packing up and moving. After all, he had provoked Qian Xiao. What if Qian Xiao sought revenge later? It was his own fault for being so exhausted that he hadn't thought it through. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head and said, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't." Jiang Yu thought to himself, what with this jealous tone? Yet he decided not to call her out directly. With a sly grin, he said, "My dear sister, would I ever lie to you? Here's what happened." He then recounted the events of yesterday, embellishing them slightly as he went along. He made no effort to hide the fact that he had spatial abilities. After all, he could tell her, and whether she believed him or not was up to her. However, he didn't mention having a system. He figured that if he told her about it, she might not believe him and might even think he was crazy. So he only mentioned using his powerful spatial abilities, taking the opportunity to target and injure Qian Xiao before teleporting away. Jiang Yu didn't notice that when he said, "There's nothing I wouldn't tell my sister." Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red. "You really have spatial abilities?" Jiang Xiaoyan asked, her tone full of doubt. "Of course. Would your big brother lie to you?" Jiang Yu replied confidently. Jiang Xiaoyan squinted her eyes. "I don't believe you." Jiang Yu had just finished speaking when a group of men in black, including Qian Xiao, who was at least a silver tier 1, flashed through Jiang Xiaoyan's mind. Forget spatial abilities, even if Jiang Yu had time manipulation abilities, she wouldn't believe it. Because it was impossible. Based on her past experiences, she guessed that someone must have been secretly protecting Jiang Yu, stepping in to help just when he was in trouble. After all, she understood her brother's personality. He was proud and loved saving face. And since he was an SSS class genius, Huaguo would undoubtedly ensure his safety. Jiang Yu was stumped by her response. "Heh, you don't believe me, huh?" He smirked mischievously. Buzz. The next second, a wave of spatial energy rippled through the air. In an instant, Jiang Yu reappeared several meters away. Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment. Then, I need to go back to my room and calm down. She stammered, her face blank as she walked back to her room like a zombie. She couldn't process what had just happened. "Huh, what's wrong? Did I blow your mind? Oh well, I'll go back to my room and cultivate," Jiang Yu muttered, shrugging helplessly as he headed back to his own room. He could feel himself approaching a breakthrough to bronze tier 4. Meanwhile, in the largest hospital in Jiangxing, shouts of fury erupted from a luxurious ward. Arg! Damn it all! Qian Shao roared, his face twisted in rage as he glared down at his injured lower half. Where's his precious? Just left him like that? He hated Jiang Yu to his very core. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have failed. But the way Jiang Yu mesmerized everyone yesterday made him burn with jealousy. He didn't even know how long he had been under that illusion. The only thing he remembered was opening his eyes and seeing Jiang Yu standing right in front of him. Mr. Qian, my mother has been dead for 3 years. If you really want, I can go plead with her now. A man in a suit and sunglasses said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian's veins bulged with anger, and he was about to teach the man in sunglasses a lesson. However, the sleazy man by the bedside grabbed his arm. Mr. Qian, don't get worked up. It wouldn't be good if your wound reopens. The sleazy man advised. Besides, I heard your father is returning to Jiang City the day after tomorrow. By then At this, he flashed a sleazy smile. Well, he was already sleazy looking to begin with. Humph, Jiang Yu is it? No matter how bizarre your tricks are, you'll still lose before true power. Mr. Qian's gaze turned sinister. Ah, so comfortable. In a bedroom, Jiang Yu's moans of satisfaction echoed. He sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, his heart brimming with joy. Just moments ago, he had broken through to Bronze Tier 4. Not only that, with this breakthrough, he was now able to use a tiny bit of spatial power. The concept of spatial power was actually easy to understand. Just like how a fire-type ability could control flames once awakened, he could now manipulate a small amount of spatial energy after reaching Tier 4. The difference between spatial abilities and other abilities was immense, to say the least. Does this spatial power only allow me to create a small space of my own? He murmured, processing the newfound information in his mind. The next moment, with just a thought, Jiang Yu's figure vanished from the bed. 5 seconds later, he reappeared in the same spot. So, I can only stay in that exclusive space for 5 seconds? Jiang Yu frowned in thought. But it made sense after all. He was only at Bronze Tier 4 for now, and his spatial power was currently limited to creating this exclusive space. It was akin to a fire-type ability. Once awakened, one could manipulate flames into various shapes, such as a fire dragon. As 1's level increased, the fire dragon's strength and quality would improve, but the core relied on the ability's inherent power. Sitting up, Jiang Yu glanced at the time and realized it was already evening. Perfect timing. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Tonight, he had something big to do. After all, a promise was a promise. After getting dressed and putting on a mask, Jiang Yu prepared to leave. Just as he reached the living room, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan leaning against the doorframe, staring at him intently. Jiang Xiaoyan said nothing, but her gaze seemed to pierce through his thoughts. That look made Jiang Yu's skin crawl. Hey, sis, could you not stare at me like that? I'm just going out to take care of some trouble. No need to worry, he said with an awkward smile. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head and replied, No one is stopping you. Her tone carried a hint of jealousy, and seeing her like this, Jiang Yu could only sigh helplessly as he left. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he left, Jiang Xiaoyan threw on a jacket and followed him. She was a bit worried about her brother, even though he had spatial abilities. Yes, after a night of doubt, Jiang Xiaoyan had finally come to terms with this reality. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Grandpa Wang's house downstairs. Well, if at ISNT Jiang Yu, what brings you here? Grandpa Wang asked in his thick northeastern accent. Jiang Yu twitched his mouth slightly and got straight to the point. Grandpa Wang, can I borrow your ladder? Grandpa Wang was stunned for a moment. That's it. Go on, take it yourself. Just don't break it, or you'll regret it. Jiang Yu quickly promised, grabbed the ladder, and headed straight for Jiang City's most luxurious hospital. Not long after he left, Jiang Xiaoyan quietly followed him. Grandpa Wang watched the whole thing from the side. These siblings are something else, sneaking around like they're catching a thief. Hilarious. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Grandpa Wang went back inside. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the hospital entrance. As the saying goes, as long as you're carrying a ladder, you can go anywhere unobstructed. His goal was simple: find Mr. Qian in this enormous hospital and deliver a fatal blow. He would never let those who threatened him and his sister walk away unscathed. Besides, Mr. Qian was already a sworn enemy. If he didn't deal with him now, there'd be endless trouble later. Standing at the hospital entrance, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and rushed in, pretending to be in a hurry. Given Mr. Qian's prestigious status, he certainly wouldn't be in an ordinary ward. The VIP ward was the target. The VIP ward area in the hospital only had 12 rooms. The target was clear one of these 12 rooms. VIP ward. No unauthorized entry. As soon as Jiang Yu reached the corridor, a burly man in black blocked his way. If anything happens inside the VIP area, you'll be held fully responsible, the man warned. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged, but he was brimming with confidence inside. Then let me through. The man hesitated for a moment before finally letting him pass. You big oaf. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh as he turned back. Once inside the VIP area, he began checking the rooms one by one. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan was stuck outside, as the man in black wouldn't let her in. Before long, Jiang Yu pinpointed Mr. Qian's room. But upon seeing the dozens of burly men inside, he knew he needed a solid plan. Eventually, his gaze landed on a nurse carrying a tray of tea. At that moment, Jiang Yu's face broke into a mischievous and shameless grin. Ding! Lin now felt your shamelessness. Emotional value plus 999. Jiang Yu, what is going on? I didn't say or do anything. How did the system trigger? When he looked at the nurse again, he finally understood why. It turned out that the moment he flashed that shameless grin, the nurse happened to see it. Even though he hadn't said a word, his expression was so lecherous that it startled her. Help. There's a pervert. But he is kinda handsome. Ding. Lin now felt your shamelessness. Critical success gained +1 cultivation point. Jiang Yu. What kind of mind is this? I just showed a shameless expression, and you started screaming and even landed a critical hit? But thinking about it, it's more important to execute the plan quickly. In the next moment, Jiang Yu teleported and appeared right above the nurse's head. Whoosh! A harmony pill shot out from his fingers, landing precisely into the water cup. At this moment, the nurse was still puzzled about Jiang Yu's sudden disappearance. She didn't notice at all that the pill had silently brushed against her chest and accurately fallen into the tea water. Rubbing her eyes, she looked confused. Am I seeing things? No way. Did I encounter something unclean? Thinking this, fear filled her eyes. She quickly ran over, handed the tea to the man in black at the door, and hurriedly left. Why does she look so nervous? I don't know either. By the way, where's that repairman? He has gone? Who cares? Just quickly bring the tea to young Master Qian, or do you want to get beaten? When the man in black entered the ward, Jiang Yu's figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the VIP area. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Young Master Qian, looks like you're in for some trouble this time. He chuckled, picked up a ladder beside him, and started pacing back and forth near the ward's door. Inside the ward, young Master Qian looked at the chilled tea that was served and ordered, "There's so much. Pour a cup for all the brothers first." Yes, young Master Qian. The sleazy man hurriedly complied. Don't be fooled by young Master Qian's lecherous nature. The only reason his subordinates stick with him is because the pay is good and the job is easy. Who wouldn't want that? Come on, brothers, I'll drink first to show my respect. Let us leave some face for young Master Qian. The sleazy man was the first to down his cup of tea. Seeing him say that, the dozens of black-clad men in the room all drank their tea in one go. Not long after, young Master Qian, why do I feel so hot all over? Me too. I feel like I'm about to explode. Young Master Qian, why do you look fine? I can't take it anymore. Young Master Qian, I'm sorry, you can punish me however you want later. Clasps hands together. At this moment, as he looked at his suffering subordinates, despair filled young Master Qian's eyes. Young Master Qian, I'll go first to show my respect. I'm sorry. The sleazy man's face turned all red. Meanwhile, outside the ward, the two black-clad guards. They suddenly heard the heart-wrenching screams of young Master Qian from inside the ward. Damn, what is happening in there? Should we go in and check? Don't check. Let us just leave. We should quit. Why? Don't ask so many questions. If we go in, we'll both die? With that, the two quickly left. Jiang Yu listened to the sounds from the ward and said in surprise, is the harmony pill really this powerful? He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Excited, he left the VIP area. But before he could celebrate for long, he saw his sister staring at him expressionlessly. Yo, repairman, you're done? It's safe in there now, right? The doorman chuckled and greeted him. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. All done, fixed perfectly, don't worry. After speaking, he walked up to Jiang Xiaoyan, expressionless, and said, It's done. Let us go? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded without saying much and followed Jiang Yu as they left. The two understood each other without words. One worried about his sister and acted decisively. One concerned about her brother followed closely. The doorman watched them walk away and sighed. Even a repairman has such a pretty girlfriend. I need to work harder and win over Tsuawa from the village. Meanwhile, in young Master Qian's ward, the real battle was just beginning. No one knew if young Master Qian could endure it. Even if he did, he'd probably be crippled. As for Jiang Yu, he and his sister quickly returned home. On the way, they returned the ladder to Grandpa Wang downstairs. At home, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who still hadn't said a word and was speechless. If his sister's personality stayed like this, it wouldn't be good. She was always acting like a cold goddess and sometimes deliberately showed a jealous attitude, leaving him completely at a loss. So today, he decided he must make his sister livelier. Yo, sister, you're actually wearing pink today, with a little bear pattern. How cute. Jiang Yu said excitedly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt the hostess' awkwardness. Emotion points plus 1,000. Jiang Yu was overjoyed inside. Honestly, he just wanted to collect some emotion points from his sister. If he didn't collect any for a day, he felt uncomfortable all over. Oh, so you think you can go 3 days without a fight, and now you want a family battle? Jiang Xiaoyan's face was full of anger. Jiang Yu said aggrievedly, I just think you're too cold, so I wanted to tease you. Jiang Xiaoyan glared. Stop talking nonsense. Watch me beat you today. Jiang Yu chuckled. Come on, if you catch me, I'll do whatever you say. Oh, you dare resist, huh? The two started a game of tag. But in the end, Jiang Yu couldn't escape a good beating. Morning came quickly the next day. In the classroom, Jiang Yu looked at Yuan Xinxin, who sat in front of him, and suddenly said loudly, Xinxin, I don't think blue suits you. Pink looks better on you. As soon as he said this, the entire class looked at him in unison. Ding. Yuan Xinxin felt your awkwardness. Emotion points plus 999. Ding. Wang Shui felt your awkwardness. Emotion points plus 666. Ding. Shui, you felt your awkwardness. Critical hit. Talent point plus 1. Jiang Yu thought to himself. Huh. Go ahead, call me shameless. Sure enough, in the next second, the classroom exploded. So shameless, but I like it so much. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Why does this sound different from what I expected? The classroom was abuzz with chatter. Suddenly, Teacher Li's voice rang out, interrupting the noise. Quiet. Class is starting. With a shout from Teacher Li, the classroom instantly quieted down. He walked up to the podium and began to speak. The notice has come in. Tomorrow, all 8th grade warriors will collectively go to the bronze level abyss for training. With some luck, you might even obtain a beast core that matches your ability attributes. So, this lesson will focus on the Abyss Passage, also known as the Otherworld. As soon as Teacher Li finished speaking, the students were all astonished. There had never been such an announcement before. Alright, let us first talk about what the abyssal channels are. The class immediately focused as the teacher began the lesson. The class ended quickly. Jiang Yu had gained a basic understanding of the concept of the abyss. In simple terms, the abyss was a channel leading to another world. The abyss was categorized by levels and attributes, similar to the levels of martial artists and special abilities. Because the abyss was dangerous, Huawu did not place it within cities but instead outside of them, guarded by the Longhua army. Aside from the abyss, Jiang Yu also heard of an even more terrifying term, demonic abyss. Teacher Li explained that the demonic abyss was far more dangerous than the abyss, and for now, they were not allowed to come into contact with it. In truth, Jiang Yu was more interested in whether there was a spatial-type abyssal channel near Jiang City. If there was, his spatial skills would finally have a chance to shine. If not, he would have to wait for another opportunity. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. A reminder, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, the entire class will depart together. Don't be late. After speaking, Teacher Li left the classroom. Brother Yu, I heard the abyss is full of dangers. Should we form a team? Someone asked. Cece, you're just too timid. Oh, and you think you're brave? Let us go, brothers. Let us do this. As soon as Teacher Lee left, the classroom erupted into chaos. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Brother Say, let me quietly tell you, you're the only green one in our class. His voice echoed throughout the entire classroom. Ding. How Say felt your embarrassment. Critical hit success. +1 cultivation point. Ding. Yuan Xinshin felt your embarrassment. Emotion value +666. Ding. Zhou Tongtong felt your embarrassment. Emotion value +444. Listening to the system notifications, Jiang Yu smirked maliciously. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but complain. Can this brother even be kept around anymore? Time flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. On the highway, a black sedan sped past. Ah, my son, how could you leave me like this? On the driver's seat, Qian Ziheo's voice was filled with despair and agony. In the back seat, the elderly man frowned slightly. What happened? The elder asked. Between sobs, Qian Ziheo replied, Master Feng, my son is dead. Apparently, Qian Ziheo was none other than Qian Shao's father. Oh, in Jiang City, someone dared to kill your son? When we return, handle it yourself. Yes, master. At this moment, Qian Ziheo's eyes were ablaze with fury. He wouldn't let the murderer of his son go unpunished. No, revenge alone wasn't enough. He would tear that person into pieces. Who would have thought that the renowned Qian Ziheo of Jiang City would end up as a mere driver? If the people of Jiang City knew, they would be utterly shocked. After all, a dignified platinum-level martial artist reduced to being a chauffeur? The next day, Jiang City First Advanced High School, Class 8, Year 2 students were standing in front of a large bus. Their emotions were mixed. Some were excited, while others were nervous. Reminder to everyone, once inside the abyss, stay close to the group and don't fall behind. Although we're heading to a bronze-level abyss this time, there might still be top-tier bronze-level beasts. I don't want anyone in the class getting hurt. Teacher Lee's voice reached everyone's ears. Yes. The loud response made Teacher Lee nod in satisfaction. At the back of the group, Hao Sei looked at Jiang Yu and grinned. Hey, brother Yu, I really want to know what color battle suit our teacher is wearing. Jiang Yu gave him a sidelong glance. Teacher is a silver-level martial artist. If I stare, she'll notice immediately. Are you trying to stir up trouble? They say the color doesn't mean much. I think you're just looking for an excuse. Hao Sei blushed. No way. I'm just curious. Look at Li Guanghui over there. Why does he look so pissed while staring at you? Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then noticed Li Guanghui's expression in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, Li Guanghui still bore a grudge from what had happened before. He might just be feeling uncomfortable, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Though he understood the reason, now wasn't the time to explain it to Hao Sei. He turned to glance at his younger sister, Jiang Xiaoyan, and found her staring at him. The two locked eyes for a few seconds. Jiang Xiaoyan was the first to look away, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze a bit flustered. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. Was I staring too intently? No doubt. It's just a man's nature. Shaking his head, he silently reminded himself to stay focused. All right, time us up. Everyone, board the bus in an orderly fashion. Teacher Lee called out. Following instructions, the students lined up to get on the bus. On the bus, Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze turned cold as she watched Hao Sei sit next to Yuan Xian. You? Get lost. Hao Sei was dumbfounded. Huh? What do you mean? You heard me, get lost. Now, after speaking, she stood up and ran to sit behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at her and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. If I said something like that, I probably wouldn't make it to the next day. Hao Sei chuckled smugly. Go buy some kidney supplements, then. Jiang Yu. What did you just say? That makes no sense at all. Jiang Yu looked baffled. How is anyone supposed to understand that? Buy kidney supplements? I clearly have super strong kidney pills. Aren't those better than any supplements? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan and Yuan Xian, who overheard Hao Sei's words, both blushed. Sister Xiaoyan, why is Hao Sei so shameless? Has he been corrupted by Jiang Yu? Yuan Xian asked, exasperated. I think so too. He has definitely been corrupted. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Jiang Yu, sitting in the back, looked displeased. How did I become the bad influence? He has always been like this. How say feigned heartbreak? Sigh, the feelings have faded. You don't love me anymore, and now you're bad-mouthing me. Jiang Yu, I've never encountered anything so ridiculous in my entire life. Time flew by. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu and his group got off the bus. Faced with the massive structure before them, everyone was stunned. The building was made of some unknown black metal. It was about 5 stories tall and covered an immense area. It would probably take several minutes just to walk around it. Wow, so this is the Abyss base? There must be at least 100 abyssal channels inside, right? House exclaimed in amazement. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. Jiang Yu sneered as he spoke. Although he was also stunned by the scene before him, he didn't lose his composure like House. House froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? How am I unworldly? Humph, I'm not playing with you anymore. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. This was only the second time in his life he felt so speechless. Students, quiet down. Teacher Li's voice rang out. The crowd immediately fell silent. All right, everyone, follow me into the Abyss base. With that, Teacher Li took the lead and walked into the massive structure. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yu noticed many soldiers from the Dragonfire army. Students, this time we're entering a bronze-level earth element abyss. Once inside, you must remain vigilant. Just as Teacher Li finished speaking, a man in military uniform stepped forward and said, Teacher Li, correct? Please follow me, and I'll guide you into the abyss. With that, he led the large group toward the entrance of the abyss passageway. Before long, Jiang Yu found himself standing before the space passageway that emitted a continuous, buzzing sound. He felt as if the spatial energy within him was resonating with the passageway. Students, once you enter the abyss passage, you may feel nauseous or dizzy. Don't be afraid. This is just your body's first reaction to adapting to the abyss. All right, everyone, proceed in an orderly manner and follow me inside. Teacher Li stepped into the passage first. As more and more people entered, Jiang Yu got closer to the passageway. Soon, it was his turn. Buzz, a spatial ripple sounded as Jiang Yu vanished into the abyss passage. Ugh, ugh. He saw House nearby, squatting on the ground and vomiting uncontrollably. Yuan Xinxin, standing beside Jiang Xiaoyan, was also leaning against a wall, retching. For some reason, neither he nor his sister experienced any nausea upon entering the abyss for the first time. Since Jiang Yu possessed a spatial-type ability, he was naturally more attuned to spatial fluctuations, which explained his lack of reaction. But what about his sister? Could she really be a child of destiny? Jiang Yu wasn't the only one curious. Jiang Xiaoyan was also intrigued by him. She knew her brother had a spatial-type ability otherwise. How could he not feel sick? However, she remembered that in her past life, her brother only had one ability. Could it be her brother had also been reborn? The more she thought about it, the harder it became for her to shake off this idea. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? What's with that look? Jiang Yu noticed Jiang Xiaoyan's probing gaze and looked at her with confusion. Everyone, stay close to the teacher and don't fall behind. Teacher Li's voice interrupted their thoughts. Jiang Yu glanced around and noticed they were now in a massive room. Through the windows, he could see a lush green forest outside. Wow, it's the same color as my buddy Hao's clothes. Jiang Yu teased. Ding. House was mocked by you. Critical hit success. Talent point +1. House sighed in exasperation. Can you not bring that up? Jiang Yu maintained a serious expression. Nope. With no choice, House followed the group of over 20 people as they left the Abyss stronghold. Since half of their classmates hadn't become warriors, they had been sent away. Now, only a little over 20 students remained. As soon as they entered the forest, Jiang Yu noticed that the trees looked identical to those on Blue Star, with no discernible differences. Be careful, everyone, there are abyssal beasts. Just as the group grew more alert, the Dragonfire army soldier leading them issued a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class froze, not daring to move. Thud, 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 a series of sounds echoed. Jiang Yu and the others saw a small rock creature, about the size of an egg, hopping toward them. What? You call this thing an abyssal beast? I could crush it with one kick. A chubby boy in the class rushed forward, ready to kick the rock creature away. Don't! Teacher Lee shouted in alarm. But it was too late. Boom! The small rock creature exploded like a bomb on the spot. The chubby boy's face was covered in soot, and blood flowed from his injured right foot. Quick! Someone! Carry him back to the stronghold, the soldier shouted. The stronghold wasn't too far away. Soon, two soldiers came running and carried the wailing boy back. Students, remember this. In the earth element abyss, never approach a rock creature. Teacher Lee kept repeating the warning. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, Jiang Xiaoyan tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve. What is it? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Find an excuse to tell the teacher we're leaving the group. I want to take you somewhere. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's flushed face, Jiang Yu felt a bit uneasy. Is this okay? Won't we get caught? Honestly, going back home wouldn't be bad. The bed is much more comfortable. Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned. Her expression darkened immediately upon hearing Jiang Yu's words. What did her brother mean by that? Could it be he was thinking, "You pervert"? Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your shamelessness. Emotional value plus 999. I just discovered something. Hurry, or I'll beat you up. Jiang Xiaoyan raised her tiny fists, her face full of warning. To be honest, even Jiang Xiaoyan herself never imagined that if this were her previous life, anyone daring to speak to her that way would have been doomed long ago. Fortunately, because Teacher Lee was lecturing at the front, no one overheard their whispered conversation. Then at least tell me what you discovered. After observing her for a while, Jiang Yu was certain his sister was hiding some sort of secret, just like how he had his system. You'll find out when we get there. It's something good. As soon as Jiang Yu heard something good, he perked up immediately. Something good? That must mean money. In his previous life, he had struggled for an entire lifetime. In this life, he was determined to enjoy himself. Money was an essential part of that. After Teacher Lee finished speaking, he led the class forward once more. Jiang Yu quickly chimed in. Teacher, I just heard that old Wang from downstairs passed away. My sister and I need to go eat. We'll head back first. Before Teacher Lee could respond, Jiang Yu grabbed Jiang Xiaoyan and bolted toward the stronghold. Old Wang. Well, filial piety comes first, I guess. Teacher Lee. Huh? Why didn't they invite me to eat with them? Haosei looked dejected. I wonder how Jiang Yu and his sister plan to get back to Jiang City. Yuan Xinxin asked curiously. Don't worry. It's already past 8, so there'll be cabs outside the Abyss base to make it convenient for warriors to travel within Jiang City. Before the man could finish his sentence, a soldier who had watched Jiang Yu run back interrupted. Since the stronghold was only a few hundred meters away, he hadn't followed to chase. Meanwhile, hiding behind a large tree, Jiang Yu was panting heavily. Sis, where exactly is that good stuff? Hurry up, or we'll be in big trouble if we're discovered. Earlier, they had narrowly dodged a shot from that soldier and quickly ran to the base of the tree to rest. Follow me, Jiang Xiaoyan said as she began walking into the depths of the forest. As a reborn individual, her spiritual senses were exceptionally strong. Combined with the immense spiritual energy she felt emanating from the object, she had managed to locate it. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyan led Jiang Yu to a massive tree. Along the way, they encountered several mutant beasts but successfully avoided them all. What is this? Jiang Yu stared at the shimmering pale blue flower under the tree, puzzled. Could this be the good stuff his sister had mentioned? Apart from being pretty, it didn't seem all that special. Be careful. Jiang Xiaoyan's urgent voice rang out. Jiang Yu instinctively froze as a massive brown-yellow bear emerged from behind a nearby tree. That's an Earth-type bronze Tier 7 giant bear. And that flower beneath it, if I use it to refine pills, I can break through to an SS-level ability. Jiang Xiaoyan warned. Seriously? If that flower's useful to you, let's take down this bear together. Jiang Yu hadn't even finished speaking when the Earth-type bear noticed them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 3 massive boulders materialized beside the bear and hurtled toward them. No choice then. I'll hold it off. You find an opening to pick the flower. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly activated the spiritual energy within her, shouting coldly, Glacial Descent. In the next moment, an ice wall appeared in front of Jiang Xiaoyan, with frost rapidly spreading across the ground toward the Earth-type bear. The intense icy aura emanating from Jiang Xiaoyan made even Jiang Yu involuntarily shiver. Crack, crack, crack. As the ice spread, the bear's legs were firmly bound by thick layers of frost. "Brother, hurry!" Jiang Xiaoyan, her face pale, shouted. She was using all her strength to restrain the bear. They were only about 10 meters away from the blue flower. As long as Jiang Yu moved quickly, she could hold on. But in the next moment, something that completely baffled the bear occurred. Jiang Yu suddenly used 2 spatial teleports, instantly appearing before the flower. While the bear was still dumbfounded, Jiang Yu swiftly plucked the flower and placed it into his system's inventory. Buzz buzz, with another 2 spatial teleports, Jiang Yu instantly reappeared in front of Jiang Xiaoyan. Without saying much, he hoisted his sister onto his shoulder and ran without looking back. Being carried by Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't resist at all. At that moment, she felt as though the world had become surreal. Her brother, Jiang Yu, possessed an SSS-level talent, which reminded her of her previous belief that the miracle had been brought about by the pills she had refined. But on closer thought, it was utterly impossible. Back then, she had only been comforting herself. If Jiang Yu's talent was truly the result of her pills, why had consuming so many talent-enhancing pills herself yielded such negligible results? Moreover, Jiang Yu had now demonstrated spatial abilities yet again. This made her feel as though everything was a dream. But then, she thought, if she could be reborn into this world, what was the big deal about the world having its deviations? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan finally understood. She was now Jiang Yu's sister, not the cold and emotionless empress of her previous life. So, she decided to live in the moment and not be shackled by the shadows of the past. Huff, huff, huff. Jiang Yu took a few deep breaths, confirming that the bear was no longer pursuing them. He led Jiang Xiaoyan to sit under a tree. Huff, huff. Sis, how was that? Isn't your brother amazing? Jiang Xiaoyan snapped out of her thoughts and nodded slightly. Hey, look at this. Jiang Yu extended his palm, and in the next moment, the flower appeared in his hand. Brother, is this your personal spatial dimension? Jiang Xiaoyan asked, feigning curiosity. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. That's right. In truth, his personal spatial dimension could store items, but he felt that valuable items were safer in his system's inventory. Ha. So, I stumbled upon 2 Huaxiao individuals. Even if I die today, I'm taking you both with me. Ha. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out in front of Jiang Yu. His vision blurred, and a muscular figure appeared before them in an instant, so fast that neither of them could react in time. Die! The muscular man swung a punch, brimming with dominance, the force of his fist generating waves of sound. It was only then that Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan realized they were facing a deadly threat. Jiang Yu felt a sudden warmth in his right hand. Before he could react, he activated a thought. Fierce shield. Boom. Crash. As the dust gradually settled, a 2 by 2 meter light shield hovered in front of the two. The muscular man's fist struck the shield but couldn't budge it an inch. Holy crap. This shield's durability is insane. Jiang Yu hadn't thought much about it, and was about to grab Jiang Xiaoyan when he noticed her small hand already gripping his tightly. Buzz. Seeing his sister take the initiative to hold hands, he didn't hesitate. With several spatial teleports, he swiftly took her away from the area. No, this can't be. Spatial abilities. Impossible. The muscular man shouted in disbelief as he stared at the spatial ripples left behind by Jiang Yu's departure. Yamamoto Kamichi. You can't escape. Swish, swish, swish. Several individuals clad in Dragonfire Army uniforms quickly surrounded Yamamoto Kamichi. Ha. I may die today, but the secret about Huaxia's spatial ability users, I will let the entire world know. Ha. With that, he pulled out a miniature camera and crushed it without hesitation. An agent of the Great Sakura Empire, codenamed Pangolin. Mission accomplished. Ha. Amidst his maniacal laughter, cracks began to spread across his body, and spiritual energy surged violently. He's going to self-destruct? Retreat. Ha, come die with me. Boom. Hundreds of meters away, Jiang Yu, his spiritual energy nearly depleted and his face pale, felt the searing heat wave rushing from behind. Unable to hold back, he cursed aloud. Damn it, what a lousy day. Everything that could go wrong just had to happen. Damn it. After taking a few steps, he suddenly collapsed into Jiang Xiaoyan's arms. Damn, why can't I move? Jiang Yu exclaimed in confusion. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly adjusted her posture and carried him on her back. Don't move. You've completely depleted your spiritual energy. It's a miracle you can even speak. Are you okay? I noticed you didn't look well either earlier. I'm fine. Don't talk. Let's hurry home. All right. A moment later. What's in your pocket? It's so hard, and it's pressing against my back. Let me take it out for you, Jiang Xiaoyan said, her face full of curiosity. Don't, Jiang Yu shouted urgently. Stop squeezing so hard. It hurts. Jiang Yu cried out in pain. You're such a pervert. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned bright red instantly. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels your embarrassment. +1 cultivation point. Are you even my real sister? You squeezed so hard it hurt. No, I'm not. Oh, right. Now that I think about it, you really aren't. Time passed, and the awkward moment quickly faded. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyan carried Jiang Yu back to their little home. Put me down. I can walk on my own now. By the way, I'll just leave this flower here, Jiang Yu said as he kicked off the ground, leaping off his sister's back. He placed the blue flower he had been holding onto the sofa. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's face still had a faint blush. You could walk, yet you let me carry you home, she said furiously. Hee. If I can sit, why would I want to stand? Am I right, sis? Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. You looking at Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyan's face inexplicably turned red again. Do you understand what it means to have a spatial ability? She asked, seeing Jiang Yu's lack of response. Jiang Yu nodded. Of course I do. If the enemy nations discover my talent and ability, I'll face endless hunts and assassination attempts. Exactly. So, to help you protect yourself better in the future, I'll go buy some medicinal herbs to craft a body refining pill for you. I'll also teach you a powerful cultivation technique. Jiang Xiaoyan's words left Jiang Yu stunned. A cultivation technique? Does that even exist in this world? Isn't that just something from fantasy novels? Jiang Yu asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Xiaoyan explained, calling it a cultivation technique is just a way of describing it. It's more like a method to harness spiritual energy. In any case, your strength will improve significantly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu didn't press further. As she said, if she wanted to teach him, she would. If she wanted to tell him, she would. Besides, he also knew that his sister undoubtedly harbored secrets, just like himself. Have you practiced this technique? You're not using me as a guinea pig, are you? Jiang Yu tilted his head and asked curiously. Of course I have. Do you think I managed to control that bronze tier level 7 earth element bear today with just my bronze tier level 2 strength without practicing it? Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes in an unexpectedly cute manner. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel. His usually cool and aloof sister rolling her eyes was truly a rare sight. Thinking carefully, what she said made sense. Unless you're overwhelmingly powerful, don't expect to easily defeat strong opponents. Today is truly a great day, a day when wishes come true. At that moment, Jiang Yu's phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? He asked after answering. Ha ha ha. It's your principal grandpa. Little you, someone from the higher-ups is on their way. Hurry to the school. The voice on the other end made Jiang Yu excited. He vividly remembered what the bald principal had said last time. This time, people from the higher-ups would come and grant him a scholarship. Finally, he would have money. Thinking of this, he said, I'll head to school now. We'll talk later. With that, he dashed out of the house under Jiang Xiaoyan's puzzled gaze. Meanwhile, in a luxurious conference room in Sakura country, a group of elderly figures sat around a table, analyzing footage transmitted by a micro camera after Yamamoto Kamichi's death. Everyone saw the footage just now. Another spatial ability user has appeared in the Huan Nation. That's right. While Huan Nation already has Yuan Qiming and Jiang Tian, two spatial ability users, Yuan Qiming has been missing for 5 years. Officially, only Jiang Tian remains. But now, there's another one. We must convene an emergency meeting to comprehensively understand the hidden spatial ability users in Huan Nation. I agree. Indeed, this is critical. At this moment, Jiang Yu was completely unaware that news of his spatial ability would soon spread across the entire Blue Star. What followed would be surging forces from nations in the shadows. Simultaneously, in a luxurious office within Huan Nation. Oh, is the news confirmed? A black-haired elder asked the person beside him. If Jiang Yu were present, he would notice the intense spatial fluctuations emanating from this elder. It was as if getting even slightly closer would result in being ripped apart by this power. Yes, Marshal Jiang. Commander Zhou said this matter is entirely under your jurisdiction. Oh, is that so? How interesting. I heard he's also an SSS-level talent. Indeed. Go back and tell old Zhou that I'll handle this matter completely. He doesn't need to worry about it. Understood. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As soon as the bald principal spoke, Jiang Yu pushed the door open without hesitation. Ah, little Yu, you're here, the principal greeted warmly. Jiang Yu waved dismissively. All right. No need for formalities. Principal, the higher-ups haven't arrived yet, have they? The principal nodded. That's right. I just got word they've already arrived in Jiang City and should be here shortly. Jiang Yu responded with an acknowledgement and plopped himself onto the office sofa, completely at ease. Ha! Little Yu, you unparalleled genius. It seems you won't stay in Jiang City for much longer, the principal said with a wry smile. Jiang Yu froze. What? Are they planning to send me somewhere else for protection? After all, he couldn't think of any other reason for leaving Jiang City. The principal shook his head. Not at all. Hua Nation will certainly protect you, but not by locking you up. Jiang Yu grew even more puzzled. Before he could speak, the principal continued. The reason you'll leave Jiang City is quite simple. With your talent, in the National Freshman Martial Artist Competition 2 months from now, you will definitely be noticed by top-tier academies and receive a higher level of education. Following that, the bald principal explained in detail what the National Freshman Martial Artist Competition was. Simply put, it was an annual national competition. Thousands of teams from all over the country participated. As long as you performed well, you could secure early admission to the top universities in Huagua. The education there was top-notch, and the resources were so abundant that it made others envious. For Jiang Yu, with his SSS-level talent, being admitted to a top academy was almost a certainty. Principal, from what you're saying, does that mean Jiang City is planning to send me to the national competition? Jiang Yu asked. That's right. Each city's team consists of 5 participants. In the past, Jiang City would select 5 people through city-level competitions to represent us in the nationals, the bald principal explained. But this year, with a genius like you at SSS level, we can skip the city competition. You can choose the remaining 4 members yourself and inform me, and I'll handle the registration. After hearing this, Jiang Yu hesitated a little. Principal, isn't this a bit unfair? Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and an elderly voice came through. Unfair? This world has never been about fairness, the voice declared. In today's blue planet, it's no longer the society of the past. As long as you have strength, no one can stop you. When you awaken your SSS-level talent, you should have already understood. The treatment you'll receive in the future will seem unfair in the eyes of ordinary people. The words of the elderly man echoed. Jiang Yu looked over and saw an amiable white-haired elder smiling warmly at him. Lord Feng, you're here. The bald principal immediately stood up, greeting him respectfully. Yes. The elder nodded, then walked over to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also stood up. Before he could say anything, the elder extended his hand with a smile. Hello, Jiang Yu. I am who you refer to as someone from above. Just call me Secretary Feng. Jiang Yu quickly shook his hand. Hello, Secretary Feng. Good. Secretary Feng nodded repeatedly. After they let go, he seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, the 100,000 yuan scholarship has already been transferred to your account. It should arrive soon, keep an eye on it. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Secretary Feng frowned. Would I lie to you? Jiang Yu quickly thanked him. Thank you, Secretary Feng. Don't thank me. Every SSS-level genius receives this subsidy from Huagua, Secretary Feng explained. The subsidy is provided by the nation, but hard work is up to you. Even with great talent, without effort, it's all for nothing. I don't want to see someone with talent wasted away. These words left Jiang Yu somewhat dumbfounded. Don't worry, Secretary Feng. I won't let this SSS-level talent go to waste. Ha, good. If there's nothing else, you can go now. I look forward to seeing your performance in the national competition 2 months from now. Jiang Yu quickly nodded and left. With 100,000 yuan already in his account, why would he linger here? He might as well go home and keep his sister company. An old man is no match for his sister. Thinking of this, he glanced at the fresh 100,000 yuan in his account and walked home joyfully. As soon as Jiang Yu left, Secretary Feng received a phone call. Hello? Sir, may I take some time off? I need to avenge my son. I'm curious, who is it that managed to kill your son? That person's name is Jiang Yu, sir. You might not know him, but I'll be back soon. What? You wait right there. Secretary Feng barked. Sir, what do you mean? Qian Zihua, the caller, asked in confusion. Jiang Yu is untouchable. I came here specifically for him. He is an SSS-level genius. Try laying a finger on him and see what happens. Secretary Feng's voice thundered through the phone. Inside a black sedan, Qian Zihua, upon hearing Secretary Feng's words, went limp and collapsed back into his seat. Listen, if you so much as harm a single hair on his head, I will eradicate your entire family. Secretary Feng's threat over the phone left Qian Zihua pale and utterly drained. Sir, I'll just go pay tribute to my son. I swear, I won't touch Jiang Yu at all, came the hoarse reply from the other end of the line. Secretary Feng sneered coldly and hung up the call. Humph, ha ha ha, my foolish son. Why did you have to provoke Jiang Yu? Well then. Inside the car, Qian Zihua's voice gradually trailed off. No one knew what he planned to do next. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was on his way home when he noticed his younger sister, Jiang Xiaoyan, still haggling with the shopkeeper in a pharmacy. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Inside the pharmacy, Jiang Xiaoyan held a peculiar bouquet of flowers in her hand and said seriously, This bouquet is worth 5 yuan. The shopkeeper immediately looked displeased. I originally said 20 yuan, then you said 10. I said 15, and now you say 5. Are you trying to make me lose money? Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head. I don't care. After buying so many herbs, can't you give me a better price? The shopkeeper's expression darkened. Young lady, it's not up to you. I'm barely making any profit as it is. If you keep bargaining like this. The shopkeeper let out a sigh. Forget it. You'd better go buy elsewhere. I'm not selling anymore. With that, she moved to take the flowers from Jiang Xiaoyan's hands. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Yu called out from outside the shop. Shopkeeper, wrap up everything my sister wants to buy. Jiang Xiaoyan, seeing Jiang Yu enter, quickly tried to stop him. Are you crazy? These things aren't worth that much. Let us just buy them somewhere else. Jiang Yu waved dismissively. Don't worry, little sister. Your brother has plenty of money. Tell me, shopkeeper, how much is it in total? In his heart, he thought, now that I have money, can I indulge just once? The shopkeeper gave the total, 129 yuan and 50 cents. Jiang Yu said grandly, make it 130, keep the change. He carried 2 large bags of herbs out of the pharmacy. When he saw his sister's innocent expression, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Little sister, I'll explain everything to you when we get home. Explain at home? Sounds like you're trying to weasel out of this. In the next moment, Jiang Xiaoyan was about to make her move. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Stop! Both of them turned around to see a young man dressed in Taoist robes with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walking quickly toward them. Who are you? Jiang Yu asked, full of suspicion. The young Taoist squinted his eyes and said, Brother, I see trouble coming your way soon. What? Jiang Yu was utterly confused, thinking, who is this person, and why is he saying I'm in trouble right off the bat? Sis, this guy is crazy. Let us go. He grabbed Jiang Xiaoyan, preparing to leave. Wow, with 10 grand in hand. You're really spending big, huh? The young Taoist chuckled lightly. Of course. It's rare to have money in this lifetime, so I've got to live it up. Jiang Yu responded proudly. Wait, how do you know I have 10,000 bucks? Are you a bank employee or something? Jiang Yu asked, shocked. The young Taoist was speechless. Your brain isn't it obvious from my outfit? Before he could explain further, Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted. You really have 10,000? Then even pigs could climb trees. Jiang Yu hurriedly pulled out his phone to show her the balance. Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly. Wow, pigs really can climb trees. Hey, did you guys not hear what I said? I just told you there's trouble coming your way, and you're not reacting at all. The young Taoist said helplessly. Only then did Jiang Yu notice that this person might actually be onto something. Hello, my last name is Jiang. He quickly smiled and introduced himself. The young Taoist gave a faint nod. My surname is Ji. Haha, so it's Brother Ji. What do you mean by trouble just now? Jiang Yu asked, grinning. The young Taoist was speechless. What do you mean, Brother Ji? My name is Ji Qingfeng. Don't overthink it. Seeing Ji Qingfeng's face darken in front of him, Jiang Yu awkwardly laughed. Sorry, my bad for overthinking. Brother Ji, do you have any solution for this trouble you mentioned? Jiang Yu asked. Ji Qingfeng smiled. Of course. With that, he held up 3 fingers. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. Brother Ji, are you saying I should light 3 sticks of incense? Ji Qingfeng shook his head. No. $300. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. What the hell? This is clearly a scam. Sis, let us go. He dragged Jiang Xiaoyan away without looking back. Hey, don't leave. Ji Qingfeng was stunned. 100. $100, okay? Seeing Jiang Yu still not turning around, Ji Qingfeng panicked. Brother, 50. $50 and I'll sort it out for you. Brother, are you sure about this? Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately pulled his sister back. Of course it's legit. Just give me $50 and I guarantee you won't run into any trouble during this period. Ji Qingfeng said with absolute confidence. Show me the money. All right, ding. $50 received via some treasure. After the money was received, he asked, Brother Ji, do you have any solutions? Ji Qingfeng nodded. All right. Now you're free from calamity. Jiang Yu was confused. What is going on? You have to explain clearly today. What exactly was my calamity? How is it gone? If you don't explain, I'll beat you up. Ji Qingfeng paused for a moment. What is wrong? You want to be tough? I can tell you, but you'll need to add another $20. Ding. $20 received via some treasure. Jiang Yu widened his eyes. Speak quickly. Even if I die today, I want to die knowing why. Ji Qingfeng nodded. All right. Actually, your calamity was quite simple. Just now, if I hadn't stopped that woman from hitting you, wouldn't you have been in trouble? See, I called out, and she let you go. Isn't your calamity resolved? Aren't I amazing? After saying this, he looked smug. Sis, what do you think about this? You should ask him whether he prefers watching while lying down or kneeling. Bah, screw him. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Ji Qingfeng, huh? Bang, bang, bang. Murder. Extreme cold descends. Ultimate move. 1,000-year kill. Oh, big brother, big sister, stop hitting me. Can I return the money to you? At this moment, Ji Qingfeng was already lying on the ground, his face bruised and battered, looking miserable. What did you say? I'm his sister. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red. If you're related, I didn't say anything. If not, anything is possible. Ji Qingfeng wailed while lying down. Big brother, please stop hitting me, okay? This is my first time coming down the mountain for training. I only have a phone on me. I was so hungry otherwise. I wouldn't have done this. Big brother, spare me. I'll return the $70 to you. Looking at Ji Qingfeng's miserable state, Jiang Yu curiously asked, Let me ask you, how did you know I had $10,000? This point really intrigued him. If the person in front of him wasn't his staff, it would be quite scary. Big brother, my ability is prophecy. I can foresee past or future events. Just now, I prophesied about you, Ji Qingfeng quickly explained. He wasn't lying. If he hadn't been broke, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was stunned. Prophecy ability? That powerful? He naturally knew how strong prophecy abilities could be. Weak ones could avoid danger, while strong ones could even change fate. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyan also froze upon hearing prophecy, seemingly lost in thought. Then let me ask you, how old are you? Jiang Yu continued to ask. He was very interested in this person with prophecy abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother asking. Big brother, I haven't measured, Ji Qingfeng said shyly. Jiang Yu glared. I'm asking your age. Big brother, I'm 17 this year. I just awakened my ability a few days ago, and my master threw me down the mountain. I'm so miserable. After saying this, he started wailing again. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Then haven't you gone to school? No, I've always lived on the mountain. I've only heard my master talk about the outside world. All my knowledge was taught by him. Seeing Jiang Yu deep in thought, he continued. My master said there are many geniuses out there. My S-level talent is considered the most ordinary, so I should keep a low profile. Jiangyu, are you even speaking human language? S-level talent is considered ordinary? Although in front of me, it is indeed weak. Now he was a bit curious about what kind of eccentric this master was. Sigh so pitiful. How about this? If you have nowhere to stay, go to Jiangxing #1 High School and find the bald principal. Just mention my name. As for the $70, I'll lend it to you first. Remember, $1 interest per day. After saying that, he grabbed Zhang Xiaoyan's hand and left without looking back. Ji Qingfeng was stunned and only reacted after a long while. Hey, wait. I'll pay you back the $70 right now. Looking up, the two had already disappeared. Sai, what a good person, but how am I supposed to pay back this interest? Ji Qingfeng's face was full of bitterness. Soon, Jiang Yu brought Jiang Xiaoyan home. As soon as they entered, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately complained discontentedly. Are you stupid? Spending so much money on medicinal herbs. Clearly, she was very unhappy with her brother's extravagant spending earlier. Jiang Yu looked at her surprised expression, patted her head, and said with a smile, You've been with me for so many years and endured a lot of hardships. Don't worry, our days will only get better from now on. After saying that, he confidently patted his chest, as if saying, Trust me, I'm right. Smack! Jiang Xiaoyan slapped her own forehead and said impatiently, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and transfer the money so you don't waste it. Although she said this, her heart inexplicably felt warm. Jiang Yu thought, I've been talking for so long, and you didn't listen at all. Helplessly looking at his sister's threatening gaze, he had no choice but to transfer the remaining 99,800 yuan to her. Ding! 99,800 yuan credited. Hearing the phone notification, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. I'm warning you, don't let me find out you're hiding private money, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yu said helplessly. That's all I have. I really didn't hide anything. Seeing his sister's suspicious look, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, the principal said there will be a national freshman martial artist competition in 2 months. He then told his sister everything the principal had said. After listening, Jiang Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Do you have anyone in mind? The principal asked me to pick 5 people, and with you, there are only 2. He asked his sister in front of him. Currently, he only had 1 candidate, how say. After all, this pervert at least had a level talent, and his ability was decent, making him a good meat shield to absorb damage. Jiang Xiaoyan said without hesitation. Then add Yuan Xinxin. She's a healing type ability user. Although her talent is B level, if I want, I can help her reach S level within a month. What she meant by cultivation naturally referred to using talent pills, which were low cost and readily available. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu agreed without hesitation. After all, Yuan Xinxin was his sister's only friend, and he couldn't refuse her request. Then let's add Hao Sei as well. It'll be more convenient for him to act as a meat shield and absorb damage. I think that's fine. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. As for the last one, I think Ji Qingfeng is good, but I don't know about his character. We'll talk about it later, he thought to himself. If it weren't for Ji Qingfeng's special abilities, he wouldn't have sent him to Jiangxing #1 High School. He wouldn't invest in useless people. Okay, Jiang Xiaoyan responded, casually picking up the herbs on the ground, and said, I'm going to refine pills now. You help me out, and after I'm done, I'll teach you a cultivation technique. With this, using the body tempering pill for cultivation will yield twice the results with half the effort. Jiang Yu was stunned. This technique works so well with the pills. Then why didn't you use the body tempering pill before? Jiang Xiaoyan explained. This technique is suitable for boys like you to cultivate. If I practice it, it would only give me slightly more spiritual energy than others of the same level. What do you mean by boys like me? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed and said, Virgin boys. Jiang Yu. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face immediately turned red. What do you mean? Are you looking down on virgin boys? Do you believe I can stop being one today? He glared angrily at his sister. Her blushing was one thing, but what did that look in her eyes mean? Who was she looking down on? Did she believe he couldn't just stop messing around? Once the pills are refined, I'll teach you how to cultivate. Then you'll understand the benefits of being a virgin boy. She smiled slyly. Jiang Yu felt itchy inside, but had no choice. If he stopped being a virgin boy now, his sister would definitely scold him harshly. Helpless, he could only help his sister refine the pills. Meanwhile, in a desolate wilderness, Qian Zihao looked haggardly at his son's grave. Son, why did you provoke someone you shouldn't have? What am I supposed to do now? He shook his head, full of regret. Ah, Mr. Qian, you must avenge young Master Qian. You don't know how tragically he died. At this moment, a sleazy man walked up, crying his heart out. He probably hadn't cried this much even when his own father died. Upon hearing this, Qian Zihao's face turned pale, and he immediately slapped the man. Revenge? Are you kidding me? My son is gone, but I can still live. If I die, then there's truly no hope. After speaking, he tore off a piece of his clothing. From today on, I, Qian Zihao, sever all ties with this useless son. I will avenge my son's death later. Smack! He threw the piece of cloth in front of the grave and left without looking back. Only the sleazy man was left standing there dumbfounded, not reacting for a long time. Suddenly, his gaze turned fierce. At this moment, it seemed he had made a major decision. My son was a scoundrel, but I have always been weak. Young Master Qian's death is my fault. I feel guilty, since you won't avenge him. His determination grew stronger. Then I won't either. Humph. Young Master Qian, we'll meet again after I die. After saying this, he left without looking back. In the desolate wilderness, only young Master Qian's lonely grave remained, swaying in the cold wind. Young Master Qian, although I'm no longer human, you two are just a pair of scoundrels. The scene shifts. In a deep mountain not far from Jiangxing, two elderly men were staring at each other. Haha, I didn't expect to meet the renowned General Jiang in such a remote place. What a coincidence. Jiang Tian frowned as he looked at the other person. Zhang Mingshan, what are you doing here? Dressed in a Taoist robe, with white hair flowing, Zhang Mingshan smiled. My disciple was just taught a lesson. After the younger generation is dealt with, the elder naturally has to come to seek justice. Jiang Tian's brows relaxed upon hearing this. Apologies, but the justice you're seeking might be hard to reclaim. Zhang Mingshan squinted his eyes, about to ask a question, but Jiang Tian spoke again. You must have heard, right? Another spatial martial artist has appeared within Huawa's borders. Oh, what do you mean? Zhang Mingshan looked surprised. Jiang Tian nodded. That's right. The one who taught your disciple a lesson is that spatial martial artist. And they're also the person I'm looking for. So, you should understand what I mean. After speaking, he watched Zhang Mingshan's expression for any changes. Haha, of course, I'll give you face, General Jiang. Zhang Mingshan laughed heartily. Since that's the case, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. As for Ji Qingfeng, that young man, please take care of him. After saying this, he prepared to leave. Wait, the matter you're referring to, could it be? Jiang Tian suddenly thought of something. Zhang Mingshan nodded. That's right. Those black demons have created another batch of demonized humans. I need to clean them up. Oh, then I'll leave it to you, Master Zhang. Zhang Mingshan waved his hand. Under the same roof, how can we talk about trouble? I'll be off now. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Eat it. Then circulate your spiritual energy, as I instructed. Looking at the milky white pill in his sister's hand, Jiang Yu steadied his mind, took the pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he began circulating his spiritual energy as his sister had instructed. Focus your mind. Don't think about anything else. Concentrate on cultivating. Jiang Xiaoyan reminded him. The cultivation technique Jiang Yu was practicing now was one she had obtained in her previous life after annihilating a family. For men, this cultivation technique not only allowed for much faster progress compared to ordinary martial artists, but their total spiritual energy and physical constitution were also more than double that of ordinary martial artists. This technique was absolutely powerful. Unfortunately, its effects on women were not significant otherwise. Her ranking wouldn't be lower than that shameless brother of hers. Thinking of the family she had wiped out in her previous life and the martial artist competition 2 months later, a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a powerful spatial force emerged from Jiang Yu's body, causing Jiang Xiaoyan to step back repeatedly. Is the power of spatial abilities this terrifying? Her eyes were filled with astonishment. It should be noted that Jiang Yu was only at bronze tier 4 now, yet he was exuding silver-level pressure, truly worthy of being a spatial ability user. Forget it. Let him cultivate on his own. I still need to continue refining pills. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at Jiang Yu and then left the room. Not only did she need to refine the advancement talent pills she required, but she also had to prepare enough body tempering pills for her brother. After all, with the body tempering pills and the cultivation technique, his physical strength could be infinitely enhanced. As long as Jiang Yu becomes stronger, he can protect me. Yes, I'm doing this for myself. I'm not helping him. Who knows what she was thinking, but she muttered with a flushed face. In the blink of an eye, it was early morning the next day. Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation. Holy crap, I feel like I'm invincible. Feeling the enhancement throughout his body, he couldn't help but shout out loud. Now his total spiritual energy had doubled. His physique had improved nearly threefold. Yesterday, with all his strength, he could punch a wolf to death. Now, one punch was enough to kill a tiger. In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just finished cooking, heard Jiang Yu's exclamation. Curious, she pushed open the bedroom door and saw Jiang Yu's astonished face. Ha, my dear sister, I love you so much. Overcome with excitement, Jiang Yu didn't hold back and directly leapt forward, hugging Jiang Xiaoyan tightly. While hugging her, he kept rubbing his face against hers. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't yet reacted to what was happening. When she finally did, her face instantly turned as red as an apple. Sister, why is your face so hot? Jiang Yu asked in confusion while continuing to rub against her. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your embarrassment. Critical hit successful. Cultivation points +1. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your embarrassment. Emotion value +1000. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Yu suddenly felt uneasy. You're so shameless. The next moment, Jiang Xiaoyan pushed Jiang Yu away forcefully, raised her hand, and was about to slap him. But when she looked up and saw Jiang Yu's handsome face, her face turned even redder. The hand suspended in midair also forgot to come down. Seeing this, Jiang Yu grinned smugly. What's wrong? Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Although I have trouble coming up with names, don't make fun of me. I won't laugh anymore. This name is actually pretty good. By the way, at this point, Jiang Xiaoyan's expression turned serious. This cultivation method is divided into 3 stages: beginner, minor achievement, and major achievement. If you break your virginity before reaching minor achievement, something might happen. Seeing his sister's serious demeanor, Jiang Yu felt a bit scared. What will happen? Jiang Xiaoyan smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. But I suggest you cultivate to minor achievement first before losing your virginity, otherwise. Before finishing her sentence, she walked out of the room to have breakfast. Sigh, sister, don't scare me. If I can't reach minor achievement in my lifetime, wouldn't I have lived in vain? Don't worry, with your talent, you'll reach minor achievement in at most 5 years. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at school. As soon as they entered the classroom, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Ding. Lulu felt your awkwardness. Emotion value +333. Ding. Wang Xiaoxiao felt your awkwardness. Emotion value +555. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yu froze for a moment. He thought to himself, is my influence this big now? I haven't even said anything, and people already think I'm shameless. This is really effortless. Thinking of this, he smirked mischievously. Jiang Xiaoyan saw this and quickly returned to her seat, pretending to have nothing to do with him. Jiang Yu, please return to your seat. The teacher has something to say. Hearing Teacher Li's voice behind him, Jiang Yu immediately understood the situation. Without saying much, he quickly returned to sit beside his sister. Class, the teacher has an important announcement today. Teacher Li walked to the podium, her voice slowly spreading across the room. At this moment, the entire class focused their attention on Teacher Li. Teacher Li smiled and said, our class has a new student today. Come in and introduce yourself to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze swept toward the classroom door. What the heck? Could it be him? Jiang Yu's heart tightened upon hearing the teacher's words. He had already guessed who the newcomer was. Hello everyone. My name is Ji Qingfeng, and I was introduced by brother Jiangyu. Sure enough, the next second, Ji Qingfeng walked into the classroom. Several classmates who loved good looks brightened their eyes upon seeing his handsome face. It was as if a leopard had spotted its prey. All right, since you don't want to say much, find a seat yourself. The teacher has more to say next. Ji Qingfeng responded and walked to his seat. He sat next to Hao Sei. Hey, buddy, from what you said, you know brother you? Of course. I even owe him money. Ji Qingfeng said proudly. All right, everyone, pay attention. The teacher is going to talk about the National Freshman Martial Arts Competition happening in 2 months. As soon as the teacher mentioned it, the entire class, except for Jiang Yu and his sister, immediately perked up. Clearly, they attached great importance to this competition. After all, most of the students understood what the National Martial Arts Competition represented. The higher-ups have notified us that the Jiang City selection competition has been canceled. The 4 representatives for Jiang City will all be chosen by Jiang Yu. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classroom was filled with shocked expressions. Why? Why cancel the selection competition? Why let Jiang Yu choose the participants? Yeah, in previous years, 5 people were selected through the competition. Why is it just him this time? To be honest, even if there were a selection competition, I wouldn't make it into the top 5. The classroom was abuzz with chatter, voices rising and falling. No one noticed Li Guanghui in the corner, staring at Jiang Yu with a sinister look in his eyes. Jiang Shaoyan sensed the malice and glanced over, but Li Guanghui had already slumped over his desk, pretending to sleep. Quiet. Teacher Li couldn't help but shout, trying to suppress the noise. If you had an SS-level talent, plus an S-level talented sister, who wouldn't envy you? Her sharp gaze swept across the class. Jiang Yu and Jiang Shaoyan are the most talented individuals in Jiangqing's history. In the past, the Jiangqing team couldn't even make it into the top 600. But this year, we have a chance to break into the top 64. If it were you, would you have this chance? As soon as Teacher Li finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Seeing the quiet class, Jiang Yu felt a bit dissatisfied. Teacher, what do you mean by a chance to break into the top 64? My goal is the national championship. The whole class couldn't help but laugh at his words. Haha, such a bold line, and it came from my idol. Stop laughing. We need to support Jiang Yu in winning the championship. Of course, if you can't help but laugh, just pretend I didn't say anything. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Someone save me. I laughed so hard I can't breathe. The atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably. They weren't mocking Jiang Yu for being arrogant, they saw him as the pride of Jiangqing. Jiang Yu represented Jiangqing in the national competition. Everyone hoped he would win, as it would bring honor to Jiangqing. After all, in Jiangqing, no one was more qualified to win the championship than the Jiang siblings. Although the chances of success were slim. Jiang Yu, just you wait. SS-level talent? Li Guanghui's heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. His gaze at Jiang Yu seemed to suggest that Jiang Yu had trampled on his dignity. Clearly, for some unknown reason, Li Guanghui's jealousy toward Jiang Yu had reached its peak. All right, students, class is starting. Teacher Li picked up the textbook. Today, we'll talk about what love is. Huh? Oops, wrong book. The entire class was momentarily speechless. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was time for dismissal. All right, everyone, pack up your bags and get ready to leave. Teacher Li's voice had barely faded when a loud thud was heard. Jiang Yu stood up from his seat. Goodbye, teacher. Honestly, blue really doesn't suit you. With that, he grabbed his sister and dashed out of the classroom. The entire class stared at him in shock. The next second, Jiang Yu. Teacher Li's furious roar echoed through the classroom. As Jiang Yu sprinted away, the system notifications kept ringing in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile smugly. Ding! Li Chunying felt your shamelessness. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding! Huang Zitong felt your shamelessness. Emotion value plus 666. Ding! Li Lu felt your shamelessness. Emotion value plus 444. Ding! The system notifications rang dozens of times before gradually stopping. System, open the data panel. Jiang Yu silently commanded in his mind. He was curious about how much emotion value he had accumulated. Accumulated over the past 2 days, it should be quite a lot, right? Ding. Personal data panel has been opened. Host, Jiang Yu. Level, Bronze Tier 4. Abilities, X-ray vision, space manipulation, skills, enhanced X-ray vision, space teleportation, talent, SSS level, emotion value, 20,888, talent points, 3, cultivation points, 5. He noticed that the data panel had an additional section labeled skills. Moreover, his emotion value had already exceeded 20,000. Hey, kid, I see your brows are furrowed. You might be in big trouble today. As Jiang Yu and his sister were walking down the street, a dignified elderly man with black hair approached them with a smile. Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Has he been running into fortune tellers these past 2 days? First, it was Brother Ba Oh no, Ji Qingfeng. Now here comes this black-haired old man. And both of them said he was going to face a disaster involving bloodshed? He immediately turned to his sister. Sister, are you planning to hit me again? Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. Nope. She also thought the old man looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Seeing his sister's confused expression, Jiang Yu turned to the old man and said, Did you get the age wrong? This left the old man speechless for a moment. His face darkened. You little brat. Before he could finish, Jiang Yu interrupted. Forget it, forget it. You look like you can't afford a meal. Here's $5. Go buy yourself a cup of instant noodles. For some reason, he suddenly felt particularly kind-hearted. The old man's veins bulged, but he said nothing. He pointed behind Jiang Yu and then left without looking back. Curious, Jiang Yu turned around. Across the street, a group of people was glaring at him angrily. He moved to a few different spots, only to find that no matter where he went, the group's eyes remained fixed on him. Jiang Yu, today you'll pay a heavy price. At that moment, Li Guanghui's voice came from the crowd. Soon, Jiang Yu saw Li Guanghui slowly emerge from the group. His face was twisted with rage, and Jiang Yu squinted his eyes. In the shadows, Jiang Tian's figure faintly appeared. Haha, kid, I want to see how you'll handle this next. Jiang Yu stepped forward, shielding his sister behind him. He sneered, Li Guanghui? What? Still holding a grudge against me? Jealous of me? Li Guanghui sneered back. Humph, I know you have an SSS-level talent, and I wouldn't dare provoke you easily, but today I don't care. I just can't stand you. The people I brought today are all well-known thugs in the area. So today you won't escape. The thugs in Jiang City are the kind of local bullies who will do anything bad as long as they're paid. What? SSS-level talent? He's the strongest Jiang Yu in Jiang City's history. At this moment, a rough voice rang out. Immediately, a man with a scarred face stepped out from the crowd. He looked at Li Guanghui in disbelief. Li Guanghui asked in confusion, What's wrong? Bang! You ask what's wrong? The scarred man punched him as he spoke. Li Guanghui's vision went black. You spent $1,000 to provoke someone with an SSS-level talent? Is your brain waterlogged? The scarred man looked fierce. Li Guanghui was on the verge of tears. Big brother, you guys didn't ask clearly who to fight earlier. So, are you saying we won't fight? The scarred man didn't like the sound of that. In this world, there's no one Scarface can't provoke. If we're fighting, then let's fight. However, you need to pay more. Li Guanghui started trembling at this moment. Be big brother, I don't have any money left. Bang! If you don't have money, what are you talking about? Brothers, let's go. As soon as the words fell, Scarface threw another punch and prepared to leave with his group. Wait. Jiang Yu, having watched everything, couldn't help but speak up. These people had gone to such lengths to come here, how could he let them leave empty-handed? Kid, what's the matter? Scarface stared at Jiang Yu and asked. Of course there's something. I'll pay $1,000 for you to give Li Guanghui a good beating. Jiang Yu revealed a mischievous smile. Scarface froze for a moment. Are you serious? Would I lie to you? With so many of you, I wouldn't dare to skip out on the payment. Scarface waved his hand. All right, brothers, get him. Be big brother, no? Bang, bang, bang. After a while, Jiang Yu looked at Li Guanghui, who had been beaten like a dead dog, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Guanghui, you're truly a weirdo. You wanted to hit someone, but ended up getting beaten yourself. Serves you right. Kid, the job's done. Hand over the money. Scarface stared at Jiang Yu and said. Jiang Yu pretended to look confused. What money? I don't have any money. Scarface squinted his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Seeing Scarface's fierce expression, Jiang Yu chuckled. Let me settle the account for you. He never intended to pay, let alone the fact that he had no money at all. These people were nothing but scum in Jiangcheng, and today was the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Actually, he was feeling a bit bold and wanted to test the strength he had gained from cultivating his techniques. You dare to trick me? Today, I'll take your life. The next moment, Scarface erupted with a surge of violent spiritual energy. Brother, he's a peak bronze-level warrior. Shouldn't we? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the man in front of her and said worriedly. The way Jiang Yu instinctively shielded her just now made her feel warm inside. She recalled that in her past life, someone had protected her like this too, and that person was Jiang Yu. Peak bronze level? Perfect. I want to see if I can handle it now. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Xiaoyan helplessly held her forehead. This guy really hadn't seen much of the world. Die. At this moment, thick fur suddenly grew all over Scarface's body. His hands transformed into sharp wolf claws. Whoa, is your ability turning into a husky? Jiang Yu exclaimed. Scarface's veins bulged. I'm going to kill you. Whoosh. Scarface instantly appeared in front of Jiang Yu. His sharp wolf claws slashed directly at Jiang Yu. Buzz, in the next second, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan disappeared simultaneously. Scarface's attack hit nothing but air. Where are they? Scarface looked around but couldn't see the two of them. Idiot. I'm right here. At the spot where Jiang Yu had disappeared, he reappeared with his sister. Without thinking much, Jiang Yu gathered his strength and threw a punch. Bang! Scarface was hit as if struck by a heavy object, his entire body sent flying. Boom! Ah! Ah! Amid the screams, upon closer inspection, Scarface had crashed into a group of his underlings. Several of them groaned in pain from being crushed. Am I this strong now? Jiang Yu wondered. Scarface weighed at least 180 pounds, yet Jiang Yu's punch had sent him flying dozens of meters. What's happening to my body? After the excitement, Jiang Yu found himself completely powerless, as if he had been drained. Are you crazy? Your strength surged several times in such a short time, but your body hasn't adapted yet, and you still went all out. Jiang Xiaoyan shouted helplessly from behind. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Yu was speechless. Even speaking was exhausting. Clearly, the punch combined with his physical discomfort had left him utterly drained. What are you standing there for? Run, Jiang Xiaoyan urged anxiously. This brother of hers was so stubborn and never listened to advice. All right, Jiang Yu responded, grabbing his sister and disappearing in a flash of spatial teleportation. Although his stamina was depleted, his spiritual energy was still abundant. This battle with Scarface had taught him a valuable lesson. Ouch! That punch almost broke my back. Scarface struggled to stand up. Watching the two who had already disappeared, he waved his hand. Retreat. This guy is an SS-level talent. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's move to another city and start over. Yes, boss. A few of his underlings quickly stepped forward to support him upon hearing this. Clearly, Scarface had been terrified by the power Jiang Yu displayed. Forget about a kid who had just awakened his abilities. Even an average bronze level 7th or 8th tier strength type warrior might not have been able to deliver such a punch. Not to mention Jiang Yu had used those strange techniques. Retreating was the wisest choice. Trying to leave? Do you think you can escape? At that moment, a deep and powerful voice echoed as if it resonated throughout the entire Jiang city, reaching Scarface's ears. Wah, who are you? I advise you not to. Before Scarface could finish his sentence, a barely audible humming sound rang out. In an instant, Scarface and his men seemed to be struck by something, and they all turned to dust in a flash. Jiang City was remote, with a sparse population. This street, in particular, was desolate, with almost no passers-by. So, this shocking scene went completely unseen. If anyone had witnessed it, they would have been too stunned to speak. Interesting, very interesting. This boy is quite intriguing. And that little girl, she's hiding quite a few secrets too. On the empty street, only Jiang Tian's faint voice lingered. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. As for Li Guanghui, although Jiang Tian didn't kill him, he was beaten unconscious by Scarface's gang. He wouldn't wake up for at least 10 days to half a month. The scene shifted. With a thud, Jiang Yu collapsed onto the bed. Earlier, his body was just a bit weak, but now it was beyond simple weakness. He lay on the bed, unable to get up no matter how hard he tried. He hadn't expected that just one punch would leave him in such a state. You rest here for now. I'll go make some food and call you when it's ready, Jiang Xiaoyan said as she turned to leave. But how could Jiang Yu let her go? Wait a minute. Seeing his sister turn back, he quickly asked, Sis, when will my body recover? Jiang Xiaoyan replied unhurriedly. Soon. You should feel better in a little while. But as for when your body will adapt to this kind of power, that depends on you. With that, she turned and left. The room was now empty, leaving Jiang Yu alone, feeling extremely frustrated. Today, he had really suffered a big loss. If he hadn't tried to show off, he wouldn't have ended up like this, feeling like a useless weakling. Wait, kidney deficiency? Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. He quickly looked at the system backpack. Sure enough, a strong kidney pill was lying there quietly. Eat it? It should be fine, right? After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. His kidney function was already good, but if something went wrong after taking it, he couldn't afford the consequences. So, here we go, bottoms up. Using his remaining strength, he put the strong kidney pill into his mouth. It melts instantly. He felt the pill quickly dissolve in his mouth. Soon, Jiang Yu felt a warm sensation in his stomach. Then, something's wrong. He immediately activated his X-ray vision and looked down. To his surprise, he found that a certain part of him had grown larger. What the heck? Am I invincible now? Looking at his transformation, Jiang Yu was utterly shocked. Being stronger in this aspect, does it count as being invincible? Half an hour later, Jiang Yu felt his body could move slightly. Although he couldn't engage in intense activity, he could barely walk. Brother, it's time to eat. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice came from the living room. Coming, he responded, struggling to get up from the bed. When he arrived in the living room, he saw his sister sitting at the dining table. He waved his hand. Sis, come help me. I can barely stand. After walking a few steps, he felt weak again. Oh, Jiang Xiaoyan replied and walked over to support him. But when she looked down, her pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your awkwardness. Critical hit successful. +1 cultivation point. You're a pervert. Bang. A punch landed, knocking Jiang Yu flat. Jiang Yu. What was going on? He followed his sister's shy gaze and looked down at himself. Oh crap. This pill's effect is way too strong. I can't control it at all. Jiang Yu's face was full of helplessness. This was a big problem. There was bound to be a misunderstanding. Sis, let me explain. No, listen to me. I'm not listening. Bang. The next morning came quickly. Jiang Yu, with dark circles under his eyes, prepared to go to school with his sister. As soon as they stepped out, they saw an elderly man with black hair standing at the door next to theirs. Jiang Yu immediately recognized him as the person he encountered yesterday. When the siblings saw Jiang Tian also noticed them. Yo, kid, didn't I say you'd get into trouble? Look at those dark circles, I'm not joking. Jiang Tian muttered a couple of sentences, took out his key, and prepared to open the door. You old guy are so bad. Your predictions are way too accurate. Thinking of yesterday's events, Jiang Yu felt a bit upset. Kid, starting today, we're neighbors. Take care of me in the future. Jiang Tian opened the door, looked at Jiang Yu's gloomy face, and waved his hand. Want to come over and sit? My house is pretty big. Hearing this, Jiang Yu got goosebumps all over. He quickly shook his head. No, I have to go to school. I don't want to be late. After saying that, he grabbed his still stunned sister and walked away without looking back. On the way, Jiang Yu looked at his dazed sister and couldn't help but ask, Hey, sis, what's wrong with you? He waved his hand in front of Jiang Xiaoyan and asked in confusion. Oh, I'm fine. Jiang Xiaoyan snapped out of it and only said that, not elaborating further. This left Jiang Yu completely puzzled. Could it be that my sister was scared by my invincible aura yesterday, he thought. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart was in turmoil. Just now, she finally remembered who that black-haired old man was. The Marshal of Huagua, Jiang Tian, who possessed spatial abilities. In her previous life, she had little contact with the outside world, so she didn't recognize Jiang Tian yesterday. Moreover, in her past life, she did almost nothing but cultivate. The only time she met Jiang Tian was during that great catastrophe. As for why she didn't tell her brother the truth, after all, even if she told him, she couldn't explain how she knew. Besides, this was her brother's opportunity, there was no need to tell him. The opportunity would naturally come. Clearly, this Jiang Tian had come for her brother. His purpose was self-evident. Time quickly passed, and it was already afternoon. At this moment, Jiang Yu and his sister had returned home from school. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Yu, who was helping his sister, was taken aback. He walked over to open the door. Hee. Brother Jiang, long time no see. Standing outside the door was Ji Qingfeng. Oh, isn't this Brother Ba? It's only been half an hour since we last met. He pretended to close the door. Ji Qingfeng quickly blocked the door. Don't go, Brother Jiang. I'm here to pay you back. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, really? He stepped aside to let him in and closed the door behind him. Of course, 73 yuan in total. I'll pay you back now, I feel bad owing you. Ji Qingfeng took out his phone and asked Jiang Yu to scan the code. Oh, has Brother Ba struck it rich? Found a sugar mama. Jiang Yu took out his phone and decisively scanned the code. Ji Qingfeng transferred the 73 yuan and smiled. No such thing. I just found a job, and my boss advanced me some money. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Be honest, is your boss a woman? Ji Qingfeng smiled bitterly. Yes, a 70-year-old lady. Jiang Yu gave him a thumbs up. You're brave. Ji Qingfeng smiled wryly and said, Brother Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. I still have work to do. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to respond, he turned and ran off without looking back. Jiang Yu had no choice but to return inside. As soon as he entered, there was a loud bang. A strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. Did it succeed? Looking at his sister, Jiang Yu's face was full of joy. This time, the pill his sister refined was a top-grade talent pill, made from the blue flower they had obtained in the abyss last time. Yes, it succeeded. I'll go back to my room to refine the pill now. If all goes well, I'll be SS level soon. Seeing his sister's happy expression, Jiang Yu nodded. Before he could say anything, his sister spoke again. By the way, what were you doing just now? Ji Qingfeng came to pay back the money. I'll transfer it to you right away. He picked up his phone and transferred 70 yuan to her. Seeing the 70 yuan in her account, Jiang Xiaoyan was puzzled. What about the interest? Jiang Yu scratched his head. We're classmates, so I didn't feel right asking for the 3 yuan interest. Oh, is that so? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were full of suspicion, staring at Jiang Yu and making him feel uneasy. Of course it's true. How could I dare lie to you? He forced a smile. If he got caught, he wouldn't have peace for 3 days and nights. That's good. If you dare lie to me. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted twice and went back to her room to refine the pill. Phew. Jiang Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling like he had just narrowly escaped disaster. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Who could it be now? Jiang Yu walked over to open the door with a puzzled expression. As the door opened, he saw an elderly man with black hair and a beaming smile standing outside. Hey, old man, what are you doing here? Do you need something? Jiang Tian chuckled and said, Heh, I just caught a whiff of something delicious coming from your house and thought you were having a meal. I can't cook, so I figured I'd come and mooch a meal. Jiang Yu immediately frowned upon hearing this. He had never freeloaded in his life and certainly wouldn't let others do so. Before he could say anything, Jiang Tian glanced at the medicinal residue in the large pot and the body-tempering pills on the table inside the house. As he stepped in, he remarked, Your little sister can actually refine pills? Impressive. And she's using such a crude pot to do it. Her skills are almost as good as my wife's. Jiang Yu was stunned. Before he could react, Jiang Tian continued, As far as I know, in Huagua, the only people who can refine pills are those from the Alchemy Association. Your sister being able to do it is truly admirable. In fact, Jiang Tian had noticed just yesterday that Jiang Yu's spiritual energy had suddenly doubled, and his physique had greatly improved. He immediately deduced that Jiang Yu was cultivating a technique from that family. What was even more astonishing was that this technique had been taught to him by Jiang Xiaoyan. Not only that, but this little girl could also refine pills and had exceptionally strong mental power. This made Jiang Tian suspect that the girl must be hiding some kind of secret. Could she be the reincarnation of a powerful being? Jiang Tian began to let his imagination run wild. He wasn't the only one thinking this. Jiang Yu, standing to the side, also started speculating. This old man isn't simple, he must have been observing me for a while. Could he have been sent by Huagua to protect me? Thinking this, Jiang Yu found it highly plausible. If Jiang Tian were sent by an enemy nation, he would have been eliminated long ago. As for what the old man said about his sister, Jiang Yu no longer found it strange. He was already certain that his sister was hiding a secret. Inside the house, the two fell into deep thought. Ahem. My sister learned alchemy online. Jiang Yu quickly explained when he saw Jiang Tian lost in thought. This statement left Jiang Tian utterly shocked. You can learn alchemy online? He asked in disbelief. In his impression, the Alchemy Association was extremely stingy. How could they possibly put alchemy knowledge online for outsiders to learn? It was simply absurd. All right, old man, stop pretending. Tell me why you're really here, Jiang Yu said, staring at Jiang Tian seriously. Jiang Tian, however, just smiled. What if I said I came to kill you? Would you believe me? He put on a sinister expression. Jiang Yu shook his head. I don't believe you. Jiang Tian was speechless. All right, I was just messing with you, Jiang Tian said with a laugh. I think you've already guessed it. I was sent by Huagua to protect you. At this, Jiang Tian puffed out his chest with pride. If it weren't for me, you'd have been assassinated several times by now. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's spirits lifted immediately. So, you're really that powerful? Of course, I'm super powerful, Jiang Tian said proudly. Jiang Yu asked curiously, Old man, can I ask you something? Jiang Tian glared at him. Don't call me old man. Call me Grandpa Jiang. Jiang as in the Yangtze River. Jiang Yu was taken aback. No way. That's too much of an advantage for you. He immediately objected. Having been an orphan in both his lives, there was no way he was going to call someone else Grandpa. Not a chance. Jiang Tian's face darkened. Do you know how old I am? Letting you call me Grandpa is already giving you face. Looking at this reckless kid in front of him, Jiang Tian found him more and more pleasing to the eye. This personality, I like it. Stop dreaming. Let me ask you, are there any attribute-related abysses near Jiangxing? Are there any spiritual-type beast cores? Jiang Yu didn't dare to ask about spatial-type beast cores, but he had to know about spiritual-type ones. Jiang Tian smirked. Don't even think about it. In this remote place, there's not even a spatial-type beast core, let alone a spiritual-type one. Jiang Yu nodded after hearing this. So that's how it is. Then I need to think carefully. Wait. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Did this old man just mention spatial type? Could it be he knows I have spatial abilities? Stop pretending. The whole world knows you have spatial abilities, Jiang Tian said helplessly. The people who attacked you that day had a miniature camera. Everyone saw it. Jiang Yu, damn. I worked so hard to hide it, and now the whole world knows. What kind of situation is this? Seeing Jiang Yu's dumbfounded expression, Jiang Tian couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Kid, don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you. Besides, I don't have a spatial-type beast core here, but I do have one. Jiang Tian's words left Jiang Yu stunned. What the hell? Are you serious? You actually have a spatial-type beast core. Jiang Yu looked incredulous. This old man seems so powerful, carrying a spatial-type beast core with him? Unless he also has spatial abilities. Why would he carry a beast core? Could it be he's trying to lure me in, and then do something shady to me? Seeing Jiang Yu deep in thought, Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. Why would I lie to you? And, as he spoke, a wave of spatial energy emanated from his body. Jiang Yu, who also had spatial abilities, immediately sensed the fluctuation. The next second, he looked at Jiang Tian in shock, his face full of surprise. What the hell? You actually have spatial abilities too. Jiang Tian smiled smugly. Of course. This time, I came mainly to see you, the third-ranked spatial warrior in Huagua. And by the way, at this point, he gave a mysterious smile. By the way, you're here to teach me everything you've learned in your life? And then write your will. Jiang Yu suddenly realized. Ding. Jiang Tian felt your shamelessness. Emotion value plus 999. Jiang Yu, did I say something wrong? Isn't that the case? Hearing this, Jiang Tian's face was full of anger. Stop talking nonsense. I'm making it clear today. You have to take me as your master. Otherwise, I won't give you the spatial type beast core. Seeing Jiang Tian's determined expression, Jiang Yu thought, could this be a blessing in disguise? A golden opportunity delivered to my doorstep? Master, please accept my bow as your disciple. Without another word, he tried to kneel. But Jiang Tian immediately pulled him up. I'm not dead yet. Why are you kneeling? Jiang Yu was stunned. Then how about you pretend to be dead first? Jiang Tian, oh, this kid has a screw loose. But I like it. This disciple's personality is exactly like mine when I was young. Ahem. Let's not talk about dying. This is a platinum-grade spatial type beast core. Absorb it first and learn your first skill. Jiang Tian took out a light blue beast core the size of a baby's fist. Master, why is it only platinum level? Are you too weak to defeat diamond-level beasts? Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Teacher Li had said that the higher the level of the beast core absorbed by a warrior, the stronger their skills. If my master is a big shot, shouldn't he at least use a legendary level core? But now, Jiang Tian's face immediately darkened. What the heck? You're mocking your master like this? If you absorbed a diamond-level beast core, wouldn't you risk exploding and dying? After Jiang Tian's detailed explanation, Jiang Yu finally understood. He was currently a bronze-level warrior and could only absorb platinum-level beast cores. Once he advanced to silver level, he could absorb diamond-level cores. Got it. Being my disciple isn't an easy task. You'll understand in the future. Seeing Jiang Yu still confused, Jiang Tian waved his hand again. Two beast cores appeared in his hand, one blue and one white. One is a beast core for X-ray vision ability, and the other. You know, I've prepared them both for you. Jiang Yu quickly grabbed the two beast cores. Hee, looks like you were well prepared, master. You're so thoughtful. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyan's room door was pushed open. What are you two arguing about? I woke up hearing you guys making a racket. She stopped mid-sentence when she saw Jiang Yu and Jiang Tian staring at each other. This is my dear sister. Come meet her. This is my new master. He's super awesome. Jiang Xiaoyan responded indifferently, turned around, and closed the door. Wow, your sister is quite shy. All right, go absorb the beast cores. I'm leaving now. Jiang Tian seemed to sense something, and with a spatial ripple, he disappeared from the room. Sigh, sister, the old man left. How about I show you a big treasure? Jiang Yu said excitedly. Get lost. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your shamelessness. Critical hit successful. +1 cultivation point. Jiang Yu froze. Hey, sister, don't misunderstand. This time it's definitely a big treasure. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Xiaoyan poked her head out, curiously asking, what treasure? Jiang Yu grinned smugly. Of course, it's a big treasure. Let me in first, and I'll tell you. As he finished speaking, he was about to step forward. No way. Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoyan shouted angrily, stopping him. Jiang Yu looked at her in confusion. Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned bright red. You pervert. Don't come in. She thought of Jiang Yu's subconscious reaction when he saw her yesterday, and her face turned even redder. Sister, yesterday was really a misunderstanding. Listen to me explain. Jiang Yu also realized why his sister was acting this way and hurriedly tried to explain. But before he could finish, his sister's urgent voice interrupted him again. Don't explain. I don't want to hear it. We can't do this right now. Jiang Yu. What a Yoshi wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How could those words just slip out of her mouth? It was so embarrassing. But it wasn't entirely her fault. Her brother's actions yesterday had truly startled her. Who wouldn't he overthink? Take it. Seeing his sister looking a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yu simply shoved the beast core into her hand. As soon as she took the beast core and felt the warmth of Jiang Yu's palm, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Don't be shy. Why are you being so polite with me? Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'm going back to absorb the beast core. You should hurry up and do the same. With that, he eagerly returned to his room, leaving behind Jiang Xiaoyan, whose face was as red as a ripe apple. What is wrong with me today? No, I need to calm down. She closed her door as well, sitting down alone with a flushed face. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of Jiang City, Jiang Tian looked coldly at the man in black kneeling before him and asked, Speak. Who sent you? The man in black was weak and powerless, clearly having just endured a severe beating. Humph. I. I'm an agent of the Great Sakura Empire, codenamed Sky Monkey. Smack. Jiang Tian slapped him across the face. Nonsense. If you were an agent of the Sakura Empire, would you admit it yourself? Are you out of your mind? Cold sweat dripped down the man in black. Damn it. How could I forget that? Then, if I tell you, will you spare my life? He asked. Want to self-destruct? Did you ask me first? As Jiang Tian's voice fell, the space around the man in black began to ripple. In an instant, the man in black seemed to be frozen in place, completely immobile. Enough nonsense. Whoever wants to harm my disciple, I'll investigate myself. Evil deeds will always be exposed. Buzz, as the sound of spatial ripples echoed, Jiang Tian disappeared instantly with the figure of the man in black. The ground was compressed and deformed, but no other traces were left behind. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation. Yesterday, he had acquired 2 new skills. More importantly, with the spiritual energy from 2 beast cores, his level had directly surged to Bronze Tier 5. The first skill was called Space Collapse. Space Collapse. When activated, it can cause the space within a certain range to collapse, dealing damage. Seeing this skill, Jiang Yu was so excited he almost jumped up. Because what he lacked most right now was offensive abilities, and this skill perfectly filled the gap. The second skill was Perspective Lock. Perspective Lock. After casting on a target, for the next 3 days, no matter where the target is, you can see their exact location. In simple terms, it's a tracking skill. Overall, both skills were quite practical. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, time to eat. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's voice came through. Jiang Yu quickly jumped off the bed and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, looking at his sister sitting at the dining table, he couldn't help but smile. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan sensed your awkwardness. Emotion value plus 999. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, I didn't say anything. Why do you think I'm awkward? This system is so strange. Sis, how was your cultivation last night? How much did you improve? Although curious, he sat down next to his sister and asked seriously. Let me tell you, your brother has reached Bronze Tier 5, and I got 2 powerful skills. How about that? Jiang Yu leaned closer, and Jiang Xiaoyan's cheeks suddenly turned red. Not bad. My talent has risen to SS level, and I also got a pretty good skill, she said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu laughed heartily. As expected of my sister. Ha ha ha. Listening to her brother's laughter, Jiang Xiaoyan felt inexplicably happy inside. She couldn't quite explain why. Could it be? Feeling this strange emotion, Jiang Xiaoyan looked at her brother, and a bold guess popped into her mind. Wow, what's going on here? Jiang Yu suddenly shouted, interrupting her thoughts. He was holding a phone in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Seeing the news on his phone, he couldn't help but exclaim. Right now, the internet was buzzing with a shocking piece of news. Shocking. The 3rd space-type ability user in Huan Nation appears. An SSS-level talent. Marshal Zhang personally recruits a disciple. Huan Nation welcomes a space-type ability user. Global competition promises excitement. Remote Jiang City has a space-type ability user. This person is called a rogue. Clearly, the fact that he possessed space-type abilities was no longer a secret. Not only did the nation's top officials know, but even ordinary citizens were aware. Sigh, there's truly no wall in the world that can keep secrets. Thinking of the bald principal's words, Jiang Yu deeply agreed. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan curiously leaned over to look at the phone. After reading the message, she calmly said, I knew you couldn't hide your spatial abilities for long. But now that your master is here, you don't need to worry about safety. Jiang Yu nodded. By the way, sister, what do you think of my master, that old guy? Is he reliable? Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. Whether he's reliable or not, you know in your heart. But if he teaches you sincerely, it should be fine. Thinking of Jiang Tian's heroic sacrifice for Huagua, she said no more. Whether he's reliable or not, only he can figure it out himself. Time flew by, and the two arrived at school. As soon as they stepped into the classroom, there was no system notification in Jiang Yu's mind. Instead, the entire class stared at him. Jiang Yu froze. Why are you all staring at me? Want me to show off my abilities? As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom exploded into chaos. Whoa, isn't this my male god Jiangyu? SSS-level talent. And spatial abilities. Brother you. How say, never thought you'd be hiding spatial talent. This is too heaven-defying. You hit it so well. Who can stop me? I want to marry Jiangyu. Let's get married now. Stop joking. Check if you're even qualified first. I'm next. Faced with the noisy room, Jiangyu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. I really don't know how I'll survive today. Soon, it was time to return to class. Jiangyu lay on his desk, feeling like his ears were about to develop calluses. There was no way around it, although he could endure during class. The envious gazes from the teacher and classmates were hard to ignore. As soon as class ended, a group of fangirls surrounded him, trying all sorts of ways to flirt. He was already tired of these infatuated girls. Sigh, sister, do I look handsome? Looking at his sister beside him, Jiangyu sighed helplessly. Jiang Xiaoyan's face immediately turned red like an apple upon hearing this. I'm not looking. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your awkwardness. Critical hit successful. +1 cultivation point. Jiangyu was dumbfounded. Hey. What are you thinking? I'm asking if I look handsome today. All these fangirls are circling around me. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Forget it. Come with me to the principal's office. I need to inform the bald principal about the competition participant list. Jiang Xiaoyan paused for a moment. Is the last spot filled? Jiangyu nodded. It's Brother Ba, no, Brother G. His talent is S-level. Besides me and him, there's no one better in the entire school. All right. The two immediately headed to the bald principal's office. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room in the capital city. Bang! Crash! Clang! Various items were smashed to the ground, the sounds echoing continuously. What did you say? The woman Chu Nan, actually went to Jiangcheng to find that guy named Jiangyu. With short black hair and a handsome face, Chu Nan glared angrily. Yes, young Master Chu. I also heard that Miss Ji went to Jiangcheng to arrange a marriage with that Jiangyu. Smack! Before the words were finished, Chu Nan slapped him hard. Damn it! What's going on? Explain it clearly to me. Chu Nan was furious. I'll explain right away. It was the Ji family who arranged for Miss Ji to marry, so the Ji family could gain a son-in-law with spatial abilities. Young Master Chu, this matter has almost spread throughout the entire capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Nan's face grew even angrier. Am I, Chu Nan, not good enough for the Ji family? Am I lacking with my dual abilities and SS-level talent? Why do they have to choose that Jiangyu? In the end, he almost roared. Young Master Chu, that Jiangyu has SSS-level talent, and he paused for a moment before continuing. And Jiangyu also has spatial abilities. That's something you don't have. Jiangyu? Less than 2 months left. By then, I want to see just how powerful your spatial abilities really are. Daring to steal the woman Chu Nan, whether it's space or time, by then. The sound in the luxurious room gradually subsided. Jiang, my brother, feel free to say whatever you need. No need to be polite. Arriving at the principal's office door, before Jiangyu could even knock, the bald principal had already opened the door first, his face beaming with a bright smile. Good lad, you really know how to handle things. Jiangyu was speechless. At first, the principal called him Little Yu. Now that he knew Jiangyu had spatial abilities, he directly called him brother. Not to mention, this bald principal really knew how to flatter people. I'm here this time to inform you of the list of contestants. Oh, Brother Jiang, you've already decided on the candidates. Hearing the principal's question, Jiangyu listed the names of the remaining 3 people. The principal nodded. All right, in that case, what's the team name? Hearing this, Jiangyu was stunned. We need a team name too? He had thought the team name would simply be Jiang City Battle Team. That's right, a team name is a must. Jiangyu thought for a moment. To be honest, he hadn't thought about it. He looked at his sister. His sister shook her head. Then I'll just come up with one randomly. How about Panty Observation Team? Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment upon hearing the team name. But she didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. Jiangyu smiled in satisfaction. Bald. Oh no, principal, let's go with this name. Please handle it for us. My sister and I will head back first. Waving his hand, Jiangyu took his sister home. Hee. Brother Jiang, come visit often when you have time. The bald principal grinned brightly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu almost stumbled and fell. If it weren't for his sister supporting him, he might have hit the ground. Time flew by. When Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan saw the three people standing at their doorstep, they were both stunned. Among the three, two were burly men in suits, and the other was a delicate-looking girl with short black hair. Jiang Yu glanced at her and thought to himself, her looks are far inferior to my sister's. But he didn't notice that when Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the girl in the middle, her gaze froze for a moment before returning to normal. The three just stood at the door without moving. Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to remind them, Miss, this isn't a hotel. Please step aside. After saying that, he pulled his sister along, preparing to open the door and go inside. You're Jiang Yu, right? The short-haired girl looked at him, her eyes lighting up. Jiang Yu replied without hesitation, I'm not. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut echoed as Jiang Yu and his sister went inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Tian sitting on the sofa. What the hell? Old man, when did you get here? He was so surprised he almost jumped. Jiang Tian frowned. Call me master, not old man. As for when I got here, I arrived as soon as that little girl from the Ji family came. Jiang Yu looked puzzled and was about to ask when Jiang Tian explained, that little girl is from the Ji family in the capital. I don't know what she is looking for you for either. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here to see you. Open the door quickly. A short-haired girl's voice called out. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. This isn't a hotel. If you're in a hurry, turn right when you go out. Hearing this, the girl outside the door blushed. Ding. Ji Zihan feels your awkwardness. Emotion value plus 888. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yu, I'm here to see you. I have something to tell you. Ji Zihan's shy voice came from outside. Jiang Yu had no choice but to open the door. What do you want from me? Ji Zihan quickly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Ji Zihan. She extended her fair hand, and just as Jiang Yu was about to shake it, his sister shot him a wary look. Startled, he only gave a brief handshake before letting go. What brings Miss Ji to me? Jiang Yu asked. Do you know who I am? Ji Zihan asked in return. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, Is your brain broken? Aren't you Ji Zihan? He asked, confused. Ji Zihan was momentarily speechless, then said haughtily, I am the eldest daughter of the Ji family in the capital, and I'm also an S-rank talent. I have countless suitors. Honestly, when the elders in my family first asked me to find you, I was reluctant. But after seeing that you're much more handsome than Chu Nan, I decided. Before she could finish, Jiang Yu interrupted, I just don't get it. Your grandma is the eldest daughter of the Ji family in the capital. What does that have to do with you? Seeing Jiang Yu's confused expression, Ji Zihan paused for a moment. I'm talking about myself. What are you thinking? She finally clarified. Jiang Yu nodded. Oh, so your grandma is you. Then what about your grandpa? Are you planning to find him a partner? Wow, your Ji family in the capital is really a mess, he said, shaking his head impatiently. Ji Zihan's face turned black with anger. Of course, Jiang Yu knew what she meant, but he just wanted to tease her. Who cares about the Ji family in the capital or the Ba family in Haiqing? I've got backing now. Ha ha ha. As expected of my disciple, you've got my style from back in the day. Jiang Tian laughed in satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Yu playing dumb, Ji Zihan forced a smile. I came to see you to propose a marriage alliance. As long as you agree, you'll become the son-in-law of the Ji family, and there will be no shortage of money and resources. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Just as he was about to respond, a chill ran down his spine. It felt like falling into an ice cave, extremely uncomfortable. Not only did Jiang Yu feel it, but Ji Zihan outside the door also sensed it. She looked at Jiang Yu's younger sister, Jiang Xiaoyan, behind him, and gave a meaningful smile. Jiang Yu's half-sister? Looks like I've got a competitor. Ji Zihan was a face con, and she was immediately attracted to Jiang Yu at first sight. But now that there was a competitor, she didn't dare to underestimate her. An SSS-level talent with dual abilities and spatial abilities at that. Plus, he is so handsome. Jiang Yu. She was determined to win him over. Sister, do you think this person has some issues? Just got out of a mental hospital. Bang! The sound of a door slamming echoed through the room. Ji Zihan, who was lost in her fantasies, was startled awake. Staring at the iron door that had just slammed shut in front of her, Ji Zihan was stunned. She had to remind herself her beauty ranked among the top 5 in the capital. She had countless admirers. She personally came to discuss a marriage alliance with Jiang Yu. And this was his reaction? Could it be that he didn't understand the immense benefits of marrying the daughter of the Ji family in the capital? Or had he been completely controlled by that sister of his? Thinking of this, she felt this possibility was very high. Just as she was pondering how to deal with Jiang Xiaoyan, inside the room, Jiang Yu closed the door and turned to look at his sister behind him. "Sis, what's with that look? Don't tell me." He smirked slyly. "You don't want me to marry that Ji Zihan, do you?" As soon as he said this, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had been wearing a cold expression, seemed to realize something. Her face immediately stiffened. Who? Who cares about you two?" She muttered under her breath. Jiang Yu chuckled. "If that's the case, should I go out and agree to it? Ji Zihan is quite pretty, her family is wealthy, and being alive and son-in-law doesn't sound too bad. You wouldn't dare." Jiang Xiaoyan immediately widened her eyes. This scene left Jiang Tian, who was standing nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Finally, he slowly picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello? Ji Kid." Jiang Tian's voice immediately caught the attention of the two. "Marshal Jiang? You're personally calling me? My family must have accumulated great virtue." A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Ji Kid, tell that girl of yours to get back home immediately. She's not worthy of my disciple." As soon as Jiang Tian finished speaking, there was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then the middle-aged man spoke again. "Yes, Marshal. I didn't expect you to take Jiang Yu as your disciple. Indeed, my daughter is unworthy. I'll have her return immediately." "Good, make it quick." Jiang Tian responded and promptly hung up the phone. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were left dumbfounded. "Sis, is my master really that powerful? He is a marshal, such a high rank." Jiang Yu stood there in shock. Your master is really something." Jiang Xiaoyan nodded to herself. A moment later, outside the door, "Miss, the head of the Ji family said there's an urgent matter and asked you to return immediately. The marriage alliance will be put on hold for now." A man in a suit said softly. Ji Zihan snorted coldly, looking at the iron door. "Jiang Xiaoyan, right? We'll see about this." With that, she left with her 2 bodyguards. Through the observation window on the door, Jiang Yu confirmed that Ji Zihan had left and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected that someone would come to propose a marriage alliance, and his sister would react like this. Doesn't this mean my strategy is about to begin? Hee. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a mischievous laugh. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan felt your awkwardness. Critical hit successful. Cultivation points +1. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Jiang Yu froze for a moment. He turned his head and saw that his sister had already returned to her room at some point. Looking at the tightly closed door, he was very clear. His sister's behavior today must have made her feel embarrassed too. After all, with her usual cold and aloof demeanor, showing such an expression today would make anyone feel awkward, right? Hee. My dear disciple, I never expected your luck with women to be this strong, Jiang Tian said in a low voice as he lounged on the sofa. Hearing this, Jiang Yu perked up with excitement. Of course, he replied confidently. Looking at his proud and haughty disciple, Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. Don't get too cocky too early. An opportunity only counts if you seize it. If you fail to grab it. He gave Jiang Yu a meaningful glance. Jiang Yu chuckled. I'll definitely seize it. Master, don't worry. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Good, you must seize the opportunity, but don't go overboard. After all, you're her brother in name. Let me teach you this, you have to. Half an hour later, after Jiang Tian's careful guidance, Jiang Yu's eyes brimmed with admiration. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. He made a move to kneel, unable to contain his excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Tian immediately pulled him up, his face stern. A man must have pride. Stop kneeling. I'm not dead yet. How many times do I have to tell you? Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Master, my golden knees are finally going to be put to good use. Jiang Tian froze for a moment before his expression grew even more serious. Remember, as my disciple, the only people you kneel to are your parents. Not even the heavens or earth are worthy. Do you understand? Looking at his master's grave expression, Jiang Yu realized his joke had upset him. The next moment, he grew serious as well. Master, I understand. Even if you die in the future, I swear I won't kneel. Jiang Tian Omegatsa, what the hell? Did I really say that? But seeing the earnest look in his disciple's eyes, Jiang Tian held back his retort. All right, remember what I just taught you. Once the time comes, dealing with her won't be a problem. Jiang Tian said, his face lighting up with excitement. Jiang Yu nodded. Master, I understand. By the way, Master, Jiang Yu squinted his eyes. I never expected you to know so much. You're amazing. Jiang Tian puffed up with pride. Of course, your Master's knowledge comes from personal experience. Of course I know. Oh, then Master, you must have been really brave, right? Were you successful? Of course. Otherwise, how do you think your Master's wife came to be? With just a little trick from me, she is now completely obedient to me. As he spoke, Jiang Tian's confidence grew more and more evident. Just as Jiang Yu was marveling at his Master's skills, Jiang Tian's phone rang. However, he was already on cloud 9 and didn't care who was calling. Without hesitation, he picked up. Hello? Who is this? The next second, an angry woman's voice erupted from the phone. Where the hell have you been these past few days? Are you looking for a beating? You have 10 seconds to come back and explain yourself, or I'll break your legs. Before Jiang Tian could respond, the call ended abruptly. Jiang Yu glanced at the frozen expression on his Master's face and gave an awkward laugh. Master, your wife is really obedient. I assent she. Jiang Tian glared at him immediately. You've got some nerve to mock me. I'm heading back now. Buzz with a ripple of spatial energy, Jiang Tian's figure vanished from the room. Jiang Yu stared at the spot where his master had just been sitting, his gaze dazed. Yeah, who am I to mock my master? Shaking his head vigorously, he resolved, no, I have to assert myself over my sister. I can't let her boss me around. Otherwise, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu nodded to himself. From now on, he had to take control of the situation, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Just as he was pondering a strategy, a creak sounded. Jiang Xiaoyan's room door opened. Looking at his sister walking out of the room, Jiang Yu asked curiously, Sister, what were you doing in there just now? Could it be? Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him. None of your business. I went to cook. She said this and walked straight to the kitchen without looking back. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Cooking. That was one of the lessons the old man had just taught him. Ahem, sis, let me help you out. After all, you can't handle it all by yourself, right? Thinking of the strategy his master had taught him, he mustered up the courage to step forward. Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a serious look. Are you running a fever? She touched his forehead, her face full of doubt. What was wrong with her brother today? In the past, he would never cook no matter what. Now he was volunteering? Something was definitely off. Could it be? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red as she thought of something. You can cook? And stop looking at me with that fawning expression. Hearing this, Jiang Yu froze for a moment before suddenly realizing something. He had thought the strategies his master taught him were a bit odd. Now, with his sister's reminder, he finally understood. What the old man had taught him was nothing but a bootlicker's guide. Seeing Jiang Yu standing there in a daze, Jiang Xiaoyan ignored him and walked into the kitchen, her face still red, to cook. It took Jiang Yu a while to snap out of it. Damn it, that old man. I knew it. A master who is completely controlled by his wife couldn't possibly teach anything useful. He's definitely a bootlicker. After grumbling a bit, he plopped down on the sofa. Great, the stuff his master taught him was completely useless. But he couldn't let his sister walk all over him either. So he decided that he had to rely on himself. His master was just a bootlicker and utterly useless. Looking at the time, he realized it was August 5th. The National Martial Arts Competition would start in October. Less than 2 months left. This should be enough time for him to break through to the silver level, right? Thinking about the competition, Jiang Yu also realized he didn't have a decent weapon. He needed to find an opportunity to get one. Then, he glanced at his emotion points and talent points. Emotion points, 30,666. Training points, 8. Talent points, 3. Seeing these numbers, Jiang Yu was pleasantly surprised. After his efforts over the past few days, his emotion points had already risen to over 30,000. Satisfied, he nodded. Buzz, at that moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared. In the next second, Jiang Tian's figure suddenly appeared on the sofa. When Jiang Yu saw Jiang Tian with dark circles under his eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yo, looks like the old guy got beaten up pretty badly. Hmm? What's that smell? It smells so good. Jiang Tian sniffed the air, his face full of curiosity. Jiang Yu smiled and said, It's my sister's cooking. Smells good, doesn't it? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. So, was it the method your master taught you? Did it work? Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately became unhappy. You old guy, how dare you even ask that? Let me ask you, what you taught me, was it just a bootlicker's guide? I just realized it. Jiang Tian's face turned a bit awkward. Ha ha ha, these things all depend on yourself. What I taught you was just the basics. Of course it wouldn't work. Looking at Jiang Tian's awkward expression, Jiang Yu understood. This old man used to be a bootlicker. Dinner's ready. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's voice rang out, easing Jiang Tian's embarrassment. Ha ha, I must try this little girl's cooking. Unable to withstand Jiang Yu's gaze, Jiang Tian directly walked to the table and sat down. Jiang Yu didn't say much and sat next to Jiang Xiaoyan. Time flew by. After dinner, disciple, becoming my apprentice is no easy task. Jiang Tian leaned back on the sofa, looking relaxed. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Go ahead. What are the requirements? Don't go overboard. Jiang Tian paused. I'm not unreasonable. Your first task is to win the national competition championship. Although there are many geniuses this year, I believe you can do it. Jiang Yu nodded. This goal seems pretty simple. Jiang Tian inwardly complained. I wanted you to realize how hard the task is, but you actually said it's simple? Seeing the old man speechless, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, Master, the competition is coming up, and we still don't have suitable weapons. You wouldn't want me to go on stage relying only on my fists, would you? Jiang Tian looked at Jiang Yu's expectant face, his mouth twitching slightly. Weapons? I have a pile of Xian-grade weapons here, you both can use them. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tian waved his hand, and dozens of various weapons instantly appeared on the ground, gleaming brightly. Wow, Xian-grade weapons. Jiang Yu stared in amazement. On Blue Star, weapons are divided into 5 levels: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shun. Even the lowest Huang-grade weapons are worth tens of thousands each. Xian-grade weapons must be worth at least 1 million, right? Sis, come quickly. Our master brought treasures. Jiang Yu shouted excitedly, revealing his true thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, froze. She put down the dishes and walked into the living room. Seeing the floor covered with weapons, she was somewhat in disbelief. Jiang Yu thought she was too excited and quickly pulled her to the sofa. How about it? Isn't my master impressive? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded lightly. Actually, she thought these weapons looked like a pile of scrap metal. Of course, that was her previous opinion. Now, she didn't even have a Huang-grade weapon, let alone Xian-grade. Don't be shy, little girl. Anyway, you'll be mine sooner or later. Ahem, take them and use them. Jiang Tian, seeing Jiang Yu's threatening gaze, decided not to say the rest. Then I'll choose this longsword. Jiang Xiaoyan picked a light blue longsword with a deep blue sheath, which looked very beautiful. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Then I'll. Seeing his sister choose a longsword, his gaze locked onto a Tang sword. This Tang sword had a light red sheath and hilt, and when drawn, the blade was silver white. It looked particularly imposing. Actually, he just thought the red and blue combination looked pleasing. And what was that old saying? Red and blue are always a perfect match. More importantly, this Tang sword felt just right in his hand. Oh, you two have good taste. These two are top-notch Xian-grade weapons. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. In less than 2 months, the national competition will begin. During this time, I'll occasionally teach you techniques for spatial abilities. By the way, little girl, Jiang Tian looked at Jiang Xiaoyan. I don't know where you learned your pill refining skills, but using a big pot all the time won't do. This pill furnace is for you. I secretly took it from my wife. The next moment, a small brown pill furnace suddenly appeared in Jiang Tian's hand. Boom! With a loud noise, the small pill furnace instantly expanded into a giant pill furnace over 2 meters tall. Thank you. Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned by the scene and could only utter a simple thank you. Jiang Tian waved his hand. No need to be polite. Your brother begged me for this. After speaking, he winked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked confused. Huh? But he quickly understood. Master, you really saved me a lot of trouble. Once you're gone, I'll definitely burn a few paper wives for you. Thinking this in his heart, he noticed his sister casting a grateful look his way. Seeing the slight blush on her face, he made up his mind. Master, once you're gone, I'll burn at least 10 for you. Jiang Yu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Haha, it's nothing. I just couldn't stand seeing you get blown up all the time. He shamelessly followed up on his master's words, naturally continuing the conversation. Brother, thank you. Hearing her brother's sincere gratitude, Jiang Yu felt at that moment. I must burn 100 for master. No, 1,000. Even 10,000 paper wives. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere became relaxed. At this moment, Jiang Tian couldn't help but speak. By the way, little girl, don't let anyone know you can refine pills. Even the pills you make should only be used by Jiang Yu. Those people from the Alchemist Association, Jiang Tian sighed, as if recalling something helpless. Yes, General Jiang, I understand. Jiang Xiaoyan replied earnestly. She was well aware of what kind of people the Alchemist Association consisted of, a bunch of arrogant, self-important individuals. If it weren't for the current president's support, the Alchemist Association would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. If others found out she could refine pills, it would cause big trouble. All right, I won't disturb you siblings anymore. This old man will take his leave now. You two focus on your cultivation. As soon as Jiang Tian finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the room, leaving Jiang Yu with a mischievous smile and Jiang Xiaoyan blushing like an apple. Sister, why don't we go back to the room and continue cultivating? Okay. Time passed. The days of restraint quickly flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already September 28th, just 2 days before the start of the Global Martial Arts Tournament. Buzz in Jiang Yu's room. The space fluctuated intensely. Layers of spiritual energy surged around him. I finally broke through to silver level. Feeling the massive influx of spiritual energy within him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Over the past month, his life hadn't changed much. Apart from the occasional paparazzi taking photos outside his house, everything was relatively calm. However, with his sister by his side, life wasn't so boring. During this time, their relationship had grown closer. Of course, his shameless moments still earned him a few scoldings. Thanks to his sister obtaining the pill furnace, every time she refined pills, she could produce dozens of top-quality pills in one go. This allowed him to store hundreds of body-tempering pills and talent pills in his space. Jiang Xiaoyan's talent was stuck at the peak of SS level. Ordinary talent pills were no longer helpful. So, she was just one step away from breaking through to SSS level. As for what that opportunity might be, Jiang Yu was also unsure. System, open the personal data panel. Ding. Personal data panel has been opened. Host, Jiang Yu. Level, Silver, Tier 1. Abilities, Perspective, Space, Skills, Enhanced Perspective, Perspective Lock, Space Teleportation, Space Collapse, Talent, SSS. Emotion Value, 260,555. Talent Points, 45. Cultivation Points, 91. System Backpack. Mysterious Treasure Chest can be opened. Hahuan Pills 2. Seeing the emotion value and cultivation points on the data panel, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. After more than a month of effort, his emotion value had reached over 260,000. What surprised him even more was that the mysterious treasure chest could finally be opened. This was a treasure he had obtained from the Golden Legend lottery, and he couldn't wait to see what good things were inside. However, when he saw the 2 Hahuan pills next to it, his face couldn't help but flush. There were originally 3 pills in the small bottle, but he had used one to deal with Qian Shao earlier. He needed to make good use of the remaining 2. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Jiang Yu murmured. Ding. Mysterious treasure chest has been opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ability attribute card +1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mysterious treasure chest gold tier Can be opened +1. Jiangyu. System. Are you kidding me? Another mysterious treasure chest. And it's gold tier and can be opened. This is just one layer after another. Ding. Treasure chest characteristics. Not related to the system. Jiangyu nodded. Fine. Then tell me what this ability attribute card is for. Ding. After use, the host's ability will randomly gain additional attribute capabilities. Can my space ability use it? Ding. Yes. However, the space ability is a single attribute ability. After use, it will not gain additional attributes, but will slightly enhance the power of the ability. What about my sister's extreme cold ice soul ability? Will it gain other attributes if used? Ding. Ice abilities belong to the elemental category and will not gain additional attributes. Jiang Yu's expression changed. Damn. Then what's the point of this thing? Also, what abilities can actually use this thing? Explain it to me. Hearing Jiang Yu's angry voice, the system was speechless. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Ding. Attributes work like this. For example, beast transformation abilities, if they inherently have earth attributes or strength attributes, then their earth affinity and strength will be enhanced. Ding. So your perspective ability can use this card because it is a mental type perspective attribute. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Yu finally understood. After using this ability attribute card, his mental type perspective ability would gain an additional mental type attribute. This attribute could be telekinesis, mind reading, or even illusion and other mental type capabilities. System. Give me the ability to see through things. Jiang Yu muttered softly. Ding. Ability attribute card has been used. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the illusion attribute. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yu was stunned. Illusion. Does this mean his ability to see through things can now perform illusions? Not bad. If I can control the content of the illusion, hee. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a mischievous smile. Ding. The system has sensed the host's bad intentions. Emotion value plus 1001. Jiang Yu. What's going on? The system can detect my bad thoughts. Does the system have self-awareness? Damn. Does this mean? The next second, his smile became even more wicked. System, huh? Watch how I play with you. When the time comes, hee. Although he was scheming in his mind, he still took out the last beast core his master had given him and began to absorb it. His master had said this was the last beast core he would give him. To obtain another beast core in the future, Jiang Yu would have to complete the tasks assigned by his master to get the next stage's spatial beast core. Of course, if the tasks weren't completed, there would be consequences. These two beast cores were diamond level, making Jiang Yu very curious about what skills he could gain. They must be powerful, right? So, he began absorbing the two beast cores. An hour later, Jiang Yu felt two new skills emerge within him. He couldn't help but get excited. The first skill was called Space Lock. As the name suggests, at this stage, he could release 3 invisible space locks. Space locks were entirely under his control. This was definitely a great control skill. The second skill was called Absolute Illusion. This time, the skill obtained was of the illusion attribute, not the see-through attribute. The effect of this skill was very strong. As long as the opponent's level wasn't much higher than his, upon activation, the opponent would be controlled by absolute illusion for at least 3 seconds. For those with weaker mental strength, the duration could even extend to tens of seconds or even minutes. The most crucial part was that the content of the illusion was entirely under Jiang Yu's control. This means, just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, get up and eat. A sweet voice from Jiang Xiaoyan came from outside the door. Jiang Yu teleported behind her. Yo, little sister is wearing pink today. Looks pretty good. He nodded approvingly. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan sensed your bad intentions. Critical hit successful. Training points +1. Bang. As soon as the system's voice fell, his vision blurred, and the next second, dark circles immediately appeared. Dare to peek again, and I won't be polite with your eyes. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and walked to the dining table on her own. Jiang Yu pouted. You say that every day, but I've never seen you actually dig them out. What did you say? Nothing. I said my sister's punches are much lighter today. No, they're not. After the meal. By the way, brother. What is it? This time, When we go to Yuan City for the competition, can you spare some time to accompany me to the local pharmacy to buy some herbs? I want to refine a new pill. Yuan City was the venue for their competition this time. As for the specific rules, they still had to listen to the principal's explanation today. Refine a new pill? What kind of pill? A love pill? Jiang Yu asked with a mischievous smile. Seeing his sister's blushing face, Jiang Yu thought, making my sister shy is really quite fun. Bang! Are you going or not? Give me an answer. Another punch came flying, and Jiang Yu's dark circles became symmetrical. Go, go, go. Of course I'll go. Looking at his sister, he muttered softly. If you hit me again, just wait and see how I'll get back at you. Have you advanced to silver? Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at him. Advanced. Now I can preliminarily control the release of spiritual energy. As long as the opponent uses spiritual energy, I can determine their warrior level. Jiang Yu said excitedly. Silver level allows for the preliminary release of spiritual energy, but it requires the opponent to use spiritual energy first to detect their level. Unlike platinum level, where you can tell the opponent's warrior level with just a glance. What about you, sister? Have you advanced to bronze peak? Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. Still at bronze 9th rank, but I estimate I'll advance in the next couple of days. While the siblings were chatting, Jiang Yu's phone rang. Today is truly a great day. Everything I want to do can be accomplished. He answered the call. It was the principal. Hello? Principal, what's up? Ha ha, brother Jiang. Come downstairs. We're here to pick you up. The bald principal's words left Jiang Yu puzzled. Wasn't the plan to meet at the school? Why come to pick him up specifically? Got it, principal. I'll be right down. After hanging up, he asked his sister, Is there anything else we haven't prepared? Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. No. Everything we prepared yesterday is in your space. Jiang Yu nodded. All right, let us go. The principal and the others are waiting outside. Okay, Jiang Xiaoyan responded, following Jiang Yu downstairs. Soon, the two got into a black sedan. The car's interior was spacious. Jiang Yu and his sister sat in the back, while Ji Qingfeng and two others sat in the front, with the bald principal in the driver's seat. The passenger seat was occupied by Secretary Feng. Seeing the siblings get in, Secretary Feng immediately turned around. Ha ha, the great talents of Huahua have arrived. Now that everyone is here, let me explain the rules and schedule for this competition. Secretary Feng's words immediately caught the attention of the 5 members of the Panny observation team inside the car. Next, Secretary Feng briefly explained for a few minutes, and Jiang Yu and the others finally understood the rules and process of this competition. The national competition is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The Panny observation team belongs to the Northern region. Each region has 300 to 400 teams. After the first battle, the Abyss battle, only 16 teams from each region will advance. In other words, this battle will eliminate hundreds of teams. The Abyss battle, as the name suggests, involves teams from each region entering a gold-level abyss. After 3 days, the 16 teams with the highest scores will advance. Remember, in the Abyss, you earn points by killing exotic beasts. Defeating other teams allows you to take their points as well. Killing a bronze-level exotic beast earns 1 point, silver-level 5 points, and gold-level 20 points. So, in the Abyss, your opponents are not just exotic beasts, but also other teams. After Secretary Feng finished speaking, he smiled at the 5. Don't worry. Every participant will wear a smart wristband before entering the Abyss to ensure your personal safety. After hearing Secretary Feng's explanation, Jiang Yu immediately became excited. Secretary Feng, since it's team-based, do we have to defeat all the members of the opposing team? Or is it enough to defeat just one person? Secretary Feng smiled. That's exactly what I wanted to say. In the competing teams, if even one person is eliminated, the entire team is disqualified. In other words, if someone in your team drags you down and gets eliminated, the whole team will be out. Secretary Feng's words were simple. One person out, the whole team out. This competition was extremely challenging, testing not only individual abilities, but also team coordination. Upon hearing this, the car fell silent for a moment. The Jiang siblings were not worried about the rules Secretary Feng mentioned. However, the 3 people in the front row were clearly deep in thought. Jiang Yu said helplessly, Relax. I've already come up with a strategy. As long as you follow me, advancing is a sure thing. He was right. The moment Secretary Feng finished explaining the rules, he already had a plan. This plan was so outrageous it left people in awe. Brother Yu, are you serious? Hao Sei's eyes lit up. Jiang Yu grinned. Of course, but... His gaze swept over the three people in the front row. If anyone in our team drags us down, then they'll have to show us their underwear. How about that? As soon as he said this, the four people's expressions instantly changed. Ding. Hao Sei feels your shamelessness. Emotion value plus 444. Ding. Yuan Xinshin feels your shamelessness. Emotion value plus 666. Ding. Sister Yin. Does your brother have some kind of weird fetish? Yuan Xinshin whispered. Definitely. Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze was firm. Didn't expect Brother Jiang to have this kind of hobby, Sai. My brother Yu is hopeless. Hao Sei joined in the teasing. Jiang Yu Omega. Hey, don't overthink it. His worst fear had come true. Maybe we shouldn't use this system anymore? Otherwise, my good reputation will be ruined. This thought popped into his mind. There was no other way. Being shameless in private was fine, but in public, he might really need to move to another planet to live. Ding. Host dissatisfaction detected. System upgrading automatically. Ding. Estimated time 1 day. Jiang Yu froze. What the heck? What's going on? The system is upgrading? Could the system have self-awareness? Does that mean? What are you saying? Shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and glared at him, her eyes full of embarrassment. Only then did Jiang Yu realize he had been too excited earlier and blurted out something he shouldn't have said. There was no helping it, the system had just started upgrading. Who wouldn't be excited? It's not. I didn't mean that. Seeing his sister glaring at him, Jiang Yu hurried to explain. Before he could finish, Hao Sei interrupted him. Brother Yu, this isn't right. You two are siblings, this isn't okay. Hao Sei said seriously. Jiang Yu sighed. We're not blood related. Hao Sei paused for a moment. Then I didn't say anything. Today, he finally learned they weren't biological siblings. No wonder their relationship had always been so good. He had thought there was some emotional issue before. What? You're not biological siblings? Yuan Xinshin exclaimed. Like Hao Sei, she had always thought they were blood-related siblings. You guys thought they were biological siblings? I figured out long ago that they weren't. Ji Qingfeng shook his head. Oh, Brother Ji, how did you figure it out? I'm really curious. Brother Sei, let me tell you. Jiang Yu glanced at the two chatting enthusiastically in the front row and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sister, I was just excited earlier. That's not what I meant. He whispered to Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red again. Shameless. Jiang Yu, don't overthink it. His sister turned her head away, ignoring him. Jiang Yu had no choice but to shift his attention back to the system. System, what's going on with this upgrade? What changes will there be after the upgrade? He thought to himself. He was eager to know what this shameless system would bring after the upgrade. Would the rewards be more generous? Or would it make him even more shameless? Ding. System upgrade complete. As long as the host performs actions that make others feel embarrassed, shocked, or silent, emotional points will be earned. Jiang Yu was thrilled after hearing this. This was practically a godsend. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyan curiously glanced at him. Then, she saw Jiang Yu's fiery gaze and his excited expression. Pervert. Jiang Yu froze. Sister, let me explain. It's not like that. What I mean is, stop the car? Something's wrong. Just as Jiang Yu was desperately trying to explain that he wasn't a pervert, Secretary Feng's serious voice rang out. This one sentence made everyone in the car tense up. Jiang Yu instinctively grabbed his sister's slender hand. Jiang Xiaoyan felt her hand being held. Her face slightly reddened, but she didn't pull away. Screech, the bald principal in the driver's seat, hearing Secretary Feng's words, immediately slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the car to lurch forward. A silver gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. What a great opportunity! The next second, he used the momentum to pull his sister into his arms. What is going on? The bald principal exclaimed. When the car came to a stop, everyone inside was disoriented. You, what are you doing? Pervert. Slap. A loud slap echoed through the car. Jiang Xiaoyan, clutching her chest with both hands, her face as red as a ripe apple, glared angrily at Jiang Yu. Just now, this shameless brother had taken the opportunity to hug her and even touched the area she was covering. It was absolutely intolerable. Jiang Yu, who had been slapped and sent flying by his sister, sat back in his seat in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? He had only intended to protect his sister in the moment, but accidentally touched her. Ah, what an unexpected turn of events. Sister, this isn't my fault. Just now. Roar. Before he could finish, a ferocious roar interrupted him. What is that? Yuan Xinxin shouted in terror. Everyone followed her gaze. They saw a figure standing silently in front of the car. It looked like a zombie, covered in blood, with pale skin and indistinct facial features. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a greedy light, as if the people in the car were the most precious prey to it. It's the Blood Man of the Divine Origins sect. This is big trouble. Secretary Feng's face darkened. They were currently in the forest next to Jiang City. The bald principal had driven into the forest to take a shortcut to Yuan City. Baldy, I'll hold it off. You take the kids and drive away first. Understood. The bald principal is a platinum-level martial artist and knows what to do now. Roar. The blood figure let out another frenzied roar and charged toward them. Huh. Rise with the wind. Secretary Feng shouted coldly, releasing a powerful aura from his body. In the next moment, the entire vehicle was swept up by a strong gust of wind and instantly soared dozens of meters into the air. Once we land, everyone head straight for the original city at full speed. After saying this, Secretary Feng disappeared from the car at lightning speed. Soon, the vehicle was carried by the wind he controlled and landed on the ground several hundred meters away. Seeing this, the bald principal stepped on the gas without hesitation and the car sped away. The scene shifted. Secretary Feng stood in midair, overlooking the blood figure that was crazily chasing the vehicle, his eyes slightly narrowed. Wind shock kill. Gale fall. Hasage. Secretary Feng unleashed a series of skills. Countless sharp wind blades rushed toward the blood figure. Even more astonishing, a massive tornado over 50 meters high suddenly appeared beneath the blood figure's feet. Inside the car, Jiang Yu and the others were all stunned. What kind of monster is this? Secretary Feng's strength must be beyond platinum, right? Hao Sei's face was full of fear. The blood figure. It's a martial artist controlled by the Gu technique of the Divine Origins sect. I don't know the specifics. Ji Qingfeng shook his head. As everyone discussed, Jiang Xiaoyan in the corner had a serious expression. The Divine Origins sect is making a move? I hope this time won't repeat the same mistakes. She silently prayed in her heart. Meanwhile, Secretary Feng looked at the blood figure, which remained unscathed, and frowned deeply. Was it a peak platinum-level martial artist before death? The Gu technique of the Divine Origins sect is truly twisted. Looks like I need to get serious. In the next second, veins bulged on his forehead, and his aura grew even stronger. The trees on the ground, sensing this violent energy, fell one after another. Roar! The blood figure seemed to feel the pressure as well, releasing a thick aura from its body. Boom! The ground began to tremble. It seems it was a strength-type martial artist before death. In that case, Secretary Feng narrowed his eyes and roared, "Wind God descends." Boom! With a loud explosion, Jiang Yu and the others in the car trembled all over. This is terrifying. Secretary Feng won't be in trouble, right? Yuan Xinxin's face was full of worry. Little girl, don't worry. Lord Feng is a diamond-level martial artist. There's a huge gap between platinum and diamond levels. Diamond-level martial artists aren't so easily defeated. The bald principal's words finally made Yuan Xinxin breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, diamond-level martial artists are truly amazing. Hao Sei couldn't help but gasp. But not necessarily. What if that blood figure is even stronger? Maybe Secretary Feng has already lost his life. Jiang Yu's words made everyone in the car fall silent. Hey, kid, whose side are you on? Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew into the car, and Secretary Feng's figure appeared in the passenger seat. However, at this moment, his aura was chaotic, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Holy crap! A living person turned into a dead person and then back to a living person. Jiang Yu's face was full of shock. I'm not dead yet. Secretary Feng said helplessly. All right, Secretary Feng, stop joking. How did it go? Is it resolved? Of course. That blood figure was nothing, dealt with it easily. After he finished speaking, he noticed the skeptical looks from the crowd and quickly changed the subject. I guess you're all curious about the origins of that blood figure and the evil forces on Blue Star, right? Stop beating around the bush, just tell us. Jiang Yu urged impatiently. He also wanted to know how many secrets were hidden behind Blue Star. Secretary Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, then I'll explain it to you slowly. A few minutes passed. Secretary Feng's explanation was straightforward. On Blue Star, there are many mysterious and evil organizations hidden. The most powerful among them are the Divine Origin Sect and the Black Magic Organization. The blood figure is a method used by the Divine Origin Sect. The entire Divine Origin Sect obeys a deity called the Master. Yes, a deity. As for the Black Magic Organization, they are a group of cold-blooded assassins who prioritize strength above all else, and no one dares to provoke them. These two organizations are astonishingly powerful otherwise. They would have been eradicated long ago. Secretary Feng, why can people from the Divine Origin Sect easily enter and leave Hua Nation? Is Hua Nation unable to defend against them? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. A dignified nation unable to fend off a cult? Secretary Feng sighed. Currently, if the Divine Origin Sect were to force their way in, it would definitely be impossible. But if someone inside Hua Nation is helping them, that's a different story. Secretary Feng's words shocked Jiang Yu. Clearly, the target of today's blood figure was him. Coupled with internal assistance, Jiang Yu was certain that someone in Hua Nation had set their sights on him. And that person must hold a high position. After all, he was the apprentice of Marshal Jiang who would dare to be so bold, unless that person was even more powerful than his master. Humph, Hua Nation, truly plagued by internal and external troubles. Jiang Yu thought helplessly. His own people wanting to kill their own genius? Utterly absurd. All right, kid, you don't need to worry about this for now. Just focus on your training. The dangers behind the scenes will naturally be handled by others. What I just mentioned is only the tip of the iceberg. This world has far more secrets, you'll have to discover them yourselves. After speaking, Secretary Feng gazed deeply out the window, his thoughts unknown to anyone. I can't believe someone in Hua Nation wants to kill Brother Yu. It's absolutely despicable. Haosei said angrily. This world is far darker than you imagine, you just haven't encountered it yet, Ji Qingfeng said, shaking his head helplessly. Haosei smirked mischievously. So, you know a lot, huh? Ji Qingfeng replied confidently. I definitely know more than you. Meanwhile, on an unknown island, a red-haired old man leaned back on a sofa, staring at the messages on his phone, a smile playing on his lips. Ha ha, Hua Nation, truly rotten to the core. Excellent. Since you're helping my black magic organization eliminate your own genius, how could I refuse? As his hearty laughter echoed, the next moment, his figure transformed into a cloud of bright red blood mist and dissipated into the air. The scene shifted. Inside a grand hall, a handsome blonde man stood respectfully before a humanoid statue. Master, a spatial-type martial artist has appeared in Hua Nation, and they possess SSS-level talent. What is your opinion? Before he could finish, a seductive female voice emanated from the statue. A mere spatial type, not worth paying attention to. Saint Light, I have a task for you. Find that girl and bring her to me. Buzz soon. A beautiful face appeared before Saint Light. If Jiang Yu were present, he would surely recognize her. It was his younger sister, Jiang Xiaoyan. Master, could it be that you are? That's right. I foresee that this girl carries immense good fortune. As long as she is brought to me, I can seize her body. That way, I won't have to struggle to break the seal. After all, in this world, no one's body is more suitable for me than hers. Hearing the master's excited voice, Saint Light immediately knelt down without hesitation. Rest assured, master, even if it costs me my life, I will bring this girl back to you. Time flew by, and the unbearable days quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already that afternoon. Wow, so this is Yuan City? Compared to Jiang City, it's like night and day. Just entering the city, Haosei looked as if he had never seen the world before. He wasn't wrong. Yuan City ranked among the top cities in China, a major metropolis. Compared to Jiang City, a remote small town, they were worlds apart. This time, we're heading to the Yuan City Martial Artists Hotel. The competition starts the day after tomorrow, and I'll notify you then. Upon seeing their destination, Secretary Feng spoke up. Soon, they entered a massive hotel. Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyan. Your room numbers are 666 and 667 respectively. Secretary Feng handed them the keys. As soon as they took the keys, Hao Sei teased, Secretary Feng, I think they should just share a room. Who knows, they might end up fighting over a bed tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the murderous aura from Jiang Xiaoyan. Yikes, Hao Sei immediately hid behind Ji Qingfeng. Even Ji Qingfeng was speechless. Why provoke trouble for no reason? All right, everyone, go back to your rooms and rest. Prepare well for the competition over the next 2 days. After Secretary Feng finished speaking, he left first. After the fight, it was time to rest. Let's go. Hurry up, I don't want to die. Hao Sei said as he pulled Ji Qingfeng away quickly. Let's go too. Jiang Xiaoyan led Jiang Yu, who didn't dare make a sound, away. Soon, the two arrived at their room doors. Give me the things I prepared. Facing his angry sister, Jiang Yu knew she was still upset about the incident in the car. How about I help you take them inside? He took out the change of clothes and daily necessities Jiang Xiaoyan had prepared from his space, smiling brightly. No need. Jiang Xiaoyan snatched the items, said nothing, and turned to open the door. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. This is trouble. This time, he had completely angered his sister. Previously, when she was mad, she'd at most hit him a couple of times. But her reaction today was something he'd never seen before. Tomorrow, accompany me to buy things. And I warn you, don't sneak into my room. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him coldly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu became even more excited. What do you take me for? If I wanted to come in, I wouldn't sneak around. Shameless. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Jiang Yu grew even more excited. Still pretending to be mad, huh? Just now, Jiang Yu noticed his sister's cheeks turning red as she closed the door. More importantly, he caught a glimpse of the shyness in her eyes. Plus, she said they would go shopping together tomorrow. Isn't this giving herself a chance? Tomorrow. It's definitely an opportunity. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Actually, he wasn't wrong. After Jiang Xiaoyan returned to her room, her face was flushed, her eyes dazed, and she collapsed softly onto the bed. She herself couldn't understand today. After Jiang Yu hugged her and pinched her, her body started to change. What's happening to me? My mind is filled with his image. Jiang Xiaoyan lay on the bed, panting heavily. This feeling was something she hadn't experienced even in her previous life. Her heart was in turmoil, and she didn't know how to face Jiang Yu. Could it be that I really have feelings for that shameless guy? She quickly shook her head. How could she possibly have feelings for that shameless guy? But no matter how she tried to think otherwise, her mind was filled with him. No, I can't think about this. I need to wash up and go to sleep. Blushing, she got up to wash up. Next door, Jiang Yu had also returned to his room. He lay on the bed, repeatedly planning tomorrow's strategy in his mind. The opportunity was right in front of him. He couldn't miss it. Just as Jiang Yu was thinking of countermeasures, at the Alchemist Association in Kyoto, in the president's office, Jiang Tian was sitting opposite a refined elderly man with white hair. Marshal Jiang, what brings you to my Alchemist Association? The refined elderly man squinted his eyes and asked. Jiang Tian's face turned red, veins bulging, and he said angrily, Yuan Dan, I'm here to warn you this time. If you dare to harm a single hair on my disciple, I'll make sure your Alchemist Association is completely destroyed. Yuan Dan caught the threat and squinted slightly. Marshal Jiang, what do you mean by this? You should have evidence before making accusations. Jiang Tian snorted coldly. I've said it before, this is just a reminder. If you dare to touch my disciple again, I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, he disappeared instantly. If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of him was the president of the Alchemist Association of China, holding vast resources, Jiang Tian would have already obliterated him. Although both were at the supreme realm, there was still a gap in their strength. However, if Yuan Dan dared to touch Jiang Yu again, Jiang Tian wouldn't care about his high status and would turn him into ashes. The room was left with the gloomy Yuan Dan. After a moment, his expression became even more vicious. Jiang Tian, remember this. Even if I kill your disciple, it's still your debt to me. His eyes were filled with extreme malice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. The Shameless Power-Up System 2.0 is officially online. Early in the morning, Jiang was still asleep when the system's voice woke him up. He sat up, squinting, and stared blankly for a while before realizing what had happened. Huh? Wasn't I just playing with my sister? What's going on? Was it a dream? He looked puzzled. Looking around, he realized that everything he had just experienced was indeed a dream. Ding! The Shameless Power-Up System 2.0 is officially online. Please check the update details. What the heck? It's just upgraded, Jiang Yu exclaimed. He glanced at his phone. It was already 8 in the morning. System, check the details, he murmured. Ding! Details have been displayed. Accompanied by the system's voice, a light screen appeared in front of him, showing lines of text. System 2.0 Update Details 1. The host can gain emotional points, talent points, and cultivation points by displaying emotions such as shamelessness, shock, or silence. 2. The maximum emotional points each person can provide to the host daily has been increased to 3,333 points. 3. Increased lottery luck value. The above are the updates for this version. Please read carefully, host. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but shout, "Damn! This system upgrade is insane." Not only were 2 new ways to gain emotional points added, but now each person can provide him with up to 3,333 emotional points daily. This is simply incredible. Previously, the maximum was only 1,000, but now, if he wanted, earning tens of thousands of emotional points in a day wouldn't be a problem. Accumulating millions of emotional points would just be a matter of time. The last point, increased lottery luck value, made him particularly curious about how much it had increased. System, perform a diamond-level lottery draw. To verify, he spent 10,000 emotional points without hesitation. Ding! Using diamond-level lottery draw, drawing in progress, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique. Yin Yang Complementary Art. Seeing this technique, Jiang Yu's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. Damn! System, what are you up to? He picked up the technique, feeling a bit embarrassed. This system really understands him. But after taking a closer look, he realized he had overthought it. This technique, unlike traditional dual cultivation requiring male and female cooperation, simply required a man and woman to sit on a bed, face each other, and meditate cross-legged, doubling the cultivation speed. TCH. This thing is trash. Disappointed, Jiang Yu directly threw the technique into his space, planning to study it with his sister when he had time. However, this diamond-level lottery draw indeed showed a significant increase in luck value. So he decided to save the 200,000 emotional points he had on hand and wait until he could perform a golden legendary level lottery draw to see what good items he could get. After all, the gap between diamond level and golden legendary level is not small. With this system upgrade, he estimated he could perform a golden legendary level draw in about a month. No way. I need to use my advantages to quickly accumulate emotional points. Saying this, Jiang Yu became excited. This upcoming National Martial Artist Competition is my best chance to gain a massive amount of emotional points. Thinking about it, his eyes lit up, and the next second, he pulled out his phone without hesitation. Since that's the case, let's start with a little appetizer and collect tens of thousands of emotional points. Jiang Yu took out his phone and decisively opened the DoVideo app. Today, he was going to make the entire internet go crazy over his shamelessness, shock, and silence. That's right. This time, he was directly triggering 3 types of emotions. He wanted to see how many emotional points he could harvest this time. He was all in. Turning on the recording function, Jiang Yu flashed a charming smile at the camera. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Yu, the disciple of General Jiang. To be honest, all the contestants in this competition are trash. So I'm setting a flag here. If my team doesn't win the National Martial Artist Competition Championship, I'll run naked across the country holding my pants. After saying this, even he felt his face was thick enough to be a wall. He paused for 2 seconds in front of the camera, then revealed a sly smile. Of course, if I don't want to streak, I can choose not to run. After recording the video, Jiang Yu clicked send without hesitation. This move practically pushed the system's functionality to its limit. The first two sentences established his identity, followed by arrogant and shocking remarks. In the middle, he set a flag, utterly shameless. The last sentence was a double entendre, leaving people speechless. This bold operation might evoke different feelings in different people, but surely some would find him shocking, shameless, or even speechless, right? Now, he just waited for the video to go viral and for the emotional value to roll in. If it didn't go viral, well, he wouldn't admit he said anything. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Jiang Yu uploaded the video to the Douyin video app, there was a knock at the door. He walked over to open it and found his cold and indifferent younger sister. "What's up?" he asked calmly. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. "Come downstairs for dinner, then accompany me to buy something." Jiang Yu didn't refuse and said indifferently, "Let's go." He immediately changed his usual attitude, walking ahead of his sister expressionlessly. Seeing her brother walking ahead with no expression on his face, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a pang in her heart. What's up with him today? He used to always walk side by side with her, and even if he walked faster, he would slow down to wait for her. Now, could he be angry? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, walking ahead, had a sly smile on his lips. Everything was under control. Soon, the two arrived at the restaurant downstairs in the hotel. Led by a waiter, they entered a private room. Looking at the menu in his hand, Jiang Yu ordered a few dishes they both liked, then took out his phone to start scrolling through videos. He found that a few minutes had passed since he posted his video, yet it hadn't garnered a single view. Should I spend $3 to boost the traffic? He happened to have only $3 on him. After checking the price for boosting, it was at least dozens of bucks, which he couldn't afford. In the end, he gave up on the idea of buying traffic. He could only wait until the evening to see if anyone clicked on it. Helpless, he continued scrolling through short videos. As he scrolled, he realized that all the content was related to this year's National Martial Artist Tournament. Martial artists held a prestigious status, and coupled with the fact that this was an annual tournament, the attention was naturally high. Soon, he came across a blogger analyzing which team had the best chance of winning the championship. After watching, he was shocked. His panty observation team wasn't even on the list. The reason was that while the captain was strong, the team members were too weak, and the overall strength was insufficient. The three teams most likely to win were Chunan team, Yuan Long team, and Yichen team. What the heck? All these team names are just the captain's name. Jiang Yu thought in surprise. If he'd known earlier, he would have named his team Jiang Yu team. Compared to the other teams, panty observation team indeed seemed a bit out of place. Sitting across from him, Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head, deep in thought. Is he really mad at me? Could it be because I upset him yesterday? As she thought about it, her cheeks slowly turned red. No, wait. Yesterday, it was clearly him who made me angry. Why should he be mad at me today? Thinking of this, she glared coldly at Jiang Yu, her face full of grievance. But at this moment, Jiang Yu completely ignored his sister's gaze that he was captivated by a video. In the video, the blogger analyzed the strongest geniuses of the younger generation in Hua Nation. The first place was a guy named Yi Chun. The second place, surprisingly, was himself. The third place was Yuan Long. Just as he was about to see what made Yi Chun better than him, the private room door was pushed open, and a waiter came in pushing a cart of dishes. "Sir, the chicken soup you ordered might be a few minutes late. Please forgive us." Jiang Yu nodded lightly. After the waiter arranged the dishes, he left the room. Seeing the waiter leave, Jiang Yu put down his phone, ready to start eating. But when he saw his sister across the table with a face full of grievance, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Sis, we're eating. What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yu asked 3 times in a row. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't answer, only let out a humph, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and started eating. A few minutes later, the private room door was pushed open again, and a short waiter came in carrying a bowl of chicken soup. He walked in while laughing. "Hee hee, the chicken soup is here." Jiang Yu froze for a moment. This height, this tone, this way of carrying the chicken soup. Why does it feel so familiar? Oh, he remembered. "Are you a special agent from the Great Sakura Empire, codenamed Pangolin?" He blurted out, not even expecting it himself. The short waiter was stunned. "Huh? What did you say?" Jiang Yu scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I misspoke. Just put the chicken soup here." "All right." After the meal, Jiang Yu and his sister walked along the streets of Yuan City. Because of their outstanding looks, Passers-by couldn't help but glance at them admiringly. At this moment, a charming woman approached them, her face full of anticipation, and said, "Jiangyu, little brother, would you like to go on a date with me? Tonight we could even." It was clear she knew Jiangyu. After all, he was the third-ranked spatial ability user in Hua Nation and had become globally famous a few months ago. But before she could finish her sentence, Jiangyu firmly shook his head. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." "Oh, Jiangyu, little brother, you actually have a girlfriend? I wonder which girl is so lucky." The woman showed a hint of regret in her eyes. "See you at the competition then. By then, you might not be able to resist my charm. And then we could." She gave Jiangyu a teasing look and turned to leave. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "She's also a contestant? On the battlefield, I won't hold back." Hearing Jiangyu muttering to himself, Jiang Xiaoyan tugged at his sleeve and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, who is this girlfriend you're talking about?" Jiang Xiaoyan didn't know why, but hearing her brother say, "I have a girlfriend," made her feel a bit unsettled, a mix of anticipation, nervousness, and disappointment. She couldn't quite explain why her emotions were so complicated, but she couldn't help but ask. Seeing his sister's confused expression, Jiang Yu immediately understood. My silly sister." He chuckled inwardly. He revealed a mysterious smile. "Take a guess." Jiang Xiaoyan became even more nervous. Is it Ji Zihan?" she asked, trembling. Seeing his sister's nervous demeanor, Jiang Yu felt that his sister had changed, becoming even cuter. He shook his head, glanced at his sister, and said calmly, "How could it be? I don't even know her." Looking at Jiang Yu's serious expression, Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and lowered her head, remaining silent. After all, her brother didn't know many girls besides herself. There was only Yuan Xinxin. But brother had only exchanged a few words with Yuan Xinxin, so naturally, it was impossible. In that case, the girlfriend brother mentioned, could it be? Hey, what are you thinking about? Why do I feel like you're acting strange today?" Jiang Yu looked at his sister, who was lowering her head, and deliberately asked, "All right, let's go." His sister didn't respond, so he took her hand and led her forward. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't resist, feeling the warmth of her brother's palm. At that moment, she had a definite answer in her heart. Not long after, Jiang Yu brought Jiang Xiaoyan to a herbal medicine shop. "Hey, kids, what kind of herbs are you looking to buy?" A short old man came out from inside, smiling at them. I need these herbs. Please wrap them up for me." Jiang Xiaoyan pointed to a few items, her face slightly flushed. At this moment, her mind kept replaying her brother's words about having a girlfriend. She felt particularly strange today. "All right, little girl, the total for these premium herbs is 1,000 yuan. Wow, so expensive." Hearing the price, Jiang Yu gasped. He hadn't prepared for such a large sum of money. He was curious about what kind of pill his sister was planning to refine, as the herbs were so costly. Even talent-enhancing pills weren't this expensive, right? "It's fine." Jiang Xiaoyan took out her phone to scan and pay, her expression calm. The short old man saw the 1,000 yuan being handed over and asked suspiciously, "Little girl, you're so young and already buying herbs for pill refining. That's quite impressive." Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at him coldly and replied, "It's none of your business. Don't meddle." Then she turned to Jiang Yu and said, "Pack up these herbs." Seeing this, Jiang Yu could only store the herbs into his exclusive space. After the two left the shop, the short old man's gaze immediately turned sharp. "Hey boss, I've found an interesting girl." He quickly made a phone call. As soon as the other party answered, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Oh, tell me more." A hoarse male voice came from the other end of the line. The short old man chuckled and said, "Jiang Yu's sister, Jiang Xiaoyan, just came to my shop to buy herbs." "What's so special about that?" the voice on the other end asked. "The herbs she bought are materials for refining spirit enhancement pills." The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. Spirit enhancement pills are like cheat codes. Consuming one can significantly boost a martial artist's cultivation speed in a short period. If it's a top-grade spirit enhancement pill, it can even permanently increase cultivation speed. This type of pill can only be refined by a handful of people in Huagua. If that little girl can truly refine it, then that's extraordinary. Of course, it's also possible she's just practicing. Understood. She is indeed an interesting little girl. I'll keep an eye on her. the hoarse voice replied. The next second, the call ended. The scene shifted. At this moment, Jiang Yu and his sister had already arrived at the hotel entrance. Today is really lucky. Everything I wanted to do worked out. At this moment, Jiang Yu's phone rang. Noticing the gazes from people around him, he cursed inwardly. Damn. I need to change this ringtone when I get back. He answered the call and saw it was Secretary Feng. Hello? Secretary Feng, what's the matter? Bring Jiang Xiaoyan and come to my room. I have something important to announce. Hearing Secretary Feng's serious tone, Jiang Yu didn't delay. After agreeing, he took his sister to Secretary Feng's residence. At the door, Jiang Yu noticed the door was actually open. Pushing it open, he saw Hao Sei and the other two already sitting on the sofa. Secretary Feng, what is so serious? Jiang Yu asked curiously as he sat down with his sister. Secretary Feng waited until everyone was present before speaking. There's a change in this year's National Martial Artists Competition. This immediately piqued Jiang Yu and the others' interest. Secretary Feng, stop keeping us in suspense. It's making us anxious. Jiang Yu said helplessly. Secretary Feng gave an awkward smile. All right, I'll get straight to the point. The rewards for the top 12 in this year's National Martial Artists Competition have changed. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, but he was still puzzled. The competition has rewards? I thought performing well just meant getting early admission to good universities. Are there other rewards? The room fell silent. Ding. Hao Sei feels speechless about the hostess' actions. Emotion value plus 666. Ding. Feng Yingxiong feels speechless about the hostess' actions. Emotion value plus 888. Ding. Hearing the system notifications in his mind, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Did I say something wrong? No one told me there were rewards for the competition. Ahem. Previous competitions always had rewards, usually beast cores, weapons, money, and the like. But this year, the rules have changed. Secretary Feng cleared his throat and spoke seriously. What are the rewards? Tell us quickly, Jiang Yu urged. This year's competition rewards are that anyone who makes it to the top 12 in the elimination rounds will get to train on Spirit Island for a week. Secretary Feng's tone was full of anticipation. Spirit Island? What is that? Can training there accelerate growth? Jiang Yu asked, full of curiosity. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Secretary Feng began explaining the details about Spirit Island. Before long, everyone had a general understanding of Spirit Island's significance. As the name suggests, Spirit Island is an island filled with spiritual energy. Martial artists who train on Spirit Island, even on the outskirts, can at least double their training speed. If they can enter the core of the island, their training speed can increase 5 to 7 times. That's the power of Spirit Island. Secretary Feng explained that the champion team of the elimination rounds would get to train in the core, while lower-ranked teams could only train on the outskirts. Spirit Island, it really brings back memories. Jiang Xiaoyan, sitting next to Jiang Yu, thought to herself. She clearly remembered that in her past life, she had broken through to the supreme realm on Spirit Island. Because of her past life, she hadn't participated in this competition and didn't know about these changes. But hearing Secretary Feng talk about it today, she couldn't help but reminisce about the time she had Spirit Island all to herself. Holy crap. Doesn't that mean training in the core for a year is equivalent to 6 or 7 years of training outside? Hao Sei exclaimed in shock. TCH, what are you so excited about? Ji Qingfeng, trembling with his legs, said disdainfully. All right, the main reason I called you here was to inform you about this. Also, tomorrow's competition will be broadcast live nationwide, so don't get nervous. Hearing Secretary Feng's reminder, Jiang Yu smirked disdainfully. With so many rewards, the championship is as good as mine. Secretary Feng glanced at him. Don't get carried away. You're not ranked first in talent among the younger generation in Hua Nation. Jiang Yu, reminded, suddenly realized he hadn't truly understood the gap between himself and the person named Yi Chun, and his curiosity surged. What? Brother Yu, your SSS-level talent and possess dual abilities, including spatial perspective, yet you're not the top among Hua Nation's younger generation. Hao Sei exclaimed in shock. Yeah, I checked the rankings today too. Now I really want to see where the difference lies between me and this Yi Chun. Jiang Yu took out his phone and started searching. Hao Se and a few others gathered around to look, all filled with curiosity. Only Jiang Xiaoyan, standing to the side, looked disdainful. In her previous life, her talent was average, but after she developed the talent pill, even someone like Yi Chen wasn't worthy of carrying her shoes. Now, hearing that her brother's talent was inferior to Yi Chen's, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Found it. Right here. Yi Chen, born in Magic City, SSS-level talent, dual abilities, Razor's Edge and Summoning System. This guy dares to compare with Brother Yu? Hao Se was incredulous. There's an explanation below, Ji Qingfeng said helplessly. Hao Se quickly looked over. Analysis shows Razor's Edge counters spatial abilities, and Jiang Yu's perspective ability is considered auxiliary? That's it. That's it. Hao Se read it and was utterly shocked. Not just him, Ji Qingfeng and Yuan Xinxin also showed disbelief in their eyes. Is there really an ability that can counter spatial systems? Yuan Xinxin was puzzled. This is just data analysis. The true power of spatial systems isn't something these people can comprehend. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Oh, you seem to know a lot. Hao Se sneered. Extreme cold descends. The next moment, Hao Se was frozen into an ice sculpture. He was only at bronze level 7 and couldn't resist Jiang Xiaoyan's icy power. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng at bronze level 8 and Yuan Xinxin at bronze level 6 trembled in fear. Enough, sister, let him go. Don't freeze him to death, it'll cause trouble, Jiang Yu advised. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded and lightly moved her thoughts, instantly releasing Hao Se from the ice. As soon as Hao Se was freed, his body was still trembling. Brother Yu, I'm done for. I need to go soak in a hot bath right away. See you later. He glanced fearfully at Jiang Xiaoyan and ran off without looking back. After Hao Se left, Jiang Yu and the others also gradually dispersed. Since Secretary Feng had no other tasks, everyone decided it was better to return and train. Jiang Yu took Jiang Xiaoyan back to the hotel entrance. He looked at his sister and smiled slightly. See you tomorrow. I'm going back to train. With that, he pushed the door open and entered the room. Standing outside, Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then blushed and returned to her room. After entering his room, Jiang Yu revealed a victorious smile. Judging by his sister's performance today, he was confident that as long as he wanted, he could achieve anything. Ding! Li Baoliang feels shocked, speechless, and shameless about the host's actions. Emotion value plus 233. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Jiang Yu was stunned. The next second, ding! Someone feels emotional, emotion value plus 66. Ding! Someone felt an emotion, emotion value plus 88. Ding! Hundreds of system notifications sounded. Jiang Yu understood his video had gone viral across the internet. But strangely, why were everyone's emotion values so low? Just as he was puzzled, the system voice explained ding. Because the people feeling the host's emotions are experiencing them through the internet, the intensity of the emotions is not as strong as in reality. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded. Simply put, since they haven't seen me in person, their emotional reactions aren't as intense, right? Ding. Correct. As soon as the system finished speaking, another notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Jiang Tian is shocked by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 233. Jiang Yu froze. What the heck? My master, that old guy, always messing around, is he watching videos? And he stumbled upon mine. After saying this, he quickly asked, System, can you turn off these notifications? They're too noisy. Ding. System emotion notification sound has been turned off. As soon as the notification sound was turned off, the air became quiet. But as he looked at the data panel with the emotion values constantly increasing, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Could he possibly collect millions of emotion values in one day? At least hundreds of thousands, right? Forget millions. If he could earn 70 to 80,000 more emotion values, he could participate in a golden legendary level lottery. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu lay on the bed, staring at the data panel, watching the time tick to 4 p.m. During this time, he hadn't even noticed that the video he posted in the morning had already gone viral across the internet. Of course, he knew his video was a hit otherwise. Where would the emotion values come from? What he didn't know was the extent of the impact this video had online. Emotion value. 846,666. Talent points. 215. Cultivation points. 506. What the heck? Am I seeing this right? After staring for a while, the emotion value had already exceeded 800,000. Jiang Yu couldn't help but curse. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels ashamed of the host's actions. Emotion value plus 2,333. Another notification sounded in his mind, and Jiang Yu froze. Didn't he just mute the notifications? Why was it sounding again? Ding. The system only muted notifications for emotion values below 2,000. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded. I see. Huh. This hotel's soundproofing is terrible. Only then did he realize. He wasn't sure if it was the hotel's poor soundproofing or his blushing sister's wild imagination. He shook his head, brushing away these random thoughts. Then, he focused his mind, and a light screen appeared before him. Level, Silver Tier 10100 upgrade to Silver Tier 2. Whoa, doesn't this mean I can directly upgrade to Silver Tier 6 with my current cultivation points? Thinking of this, he quickly asked the system a critical question. System, if I directly upgrade to Silver Tier 6, will it be unstable? Ding. Rest assured, host. The system's level upgrades are more stable than your own breakthroughs. Ding. If you don't spend these 500 cultivation points now, once you reach the gold tier, these points won't even be enough to upgrade one level. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Yu laughed. System, you are so considerate. I love you to death. Ding. The system feels shameless about the host's behavior. Emotion points plus 3,334. Hee hee. Could this system be a young lady? Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Ding. The system is shocked by the host's behavior. Talent points plus 3. Jiang Yu thought in surprise. Could it be that I guessed right? But then he reconsidered the system's voice was synthesized, so how could it possibly be a beautiful young lady? Shaking his head, he directly used up all the more than 500 cultivation points he had. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Silver Tier 6. Feeling his strength increase, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and sat on the bed to start cultivating. He was especially looking forward to seeing how much his emotion points would increase by the next morning. 1,000,000 should be no problem. Meanwhile, in the next room, Jiang Xiaoyan's face was flushed, her breathing rapid, as she lay in bed as if she had a fever. What is wrong with me? She didn't know why, but the shameless image of her brother kept popping into her mind. She even dreamed about him last night, and could it be that I really have feelings for that scoundrel of a brother? But it makes sense. If I didn't feel anything from the start, I wouldn't have pretended to be his sister to get close to him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan began to accept her feelings for her brother. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The competition was scheduled for 10 a.m. Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation at 8 a.m. Seeing the emotion points he had gained. He couldn't help but shout, "Wow, I'm soaring. Emotion points, 1,766,666. Talent points, 566. Cultivation points, 189. In just one day, his emotion points had skyrocketed by over 1,000,000. How could he not be excited? This was enough for a golden legendary level draw. Calming his excitement, Jiang Yu turned his attention to the cultivation points section. He now had 189 points. If he could gather 200 points by the time he reached Silver Tier 9, he could directly break through to the gold tier. He knew very well that the higher the level, the less effective cultivation points and talent points would become. So now, he had to make the most of his cultivation points. Phew, over 1,000,000 emotion points. Should I try the golden legendary level draw? He stared at the golden legendary level draw panel in front of him. Whatever. I can't draw the supreme level anyway. If I save up, I'll still end up drawing the golden legendary level sooner or later. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yu silently commanded, "System, use the golden legendary level draw." Ding. Golden legendary level draw activated. Drawing in progress. The spinning wheel turned faster and faster. At this moment, Jiang Yu's heart raced with tension. Soon, the arrow slowly came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret skill, Divine Descent. Ding. Skill successfully learned automatically. Jiang Yu was stunned. Secret skill? Divine Descent. Instantly, he felt something new appear in his mind. After carefully reviewing the description of divine descent, his eyes widened, and he was so excited he almost jumped up. Divine descent was essentially a skill, but its power left Jiang Yu utterly astonished. After using it, my overall strength will increase more than fivefold in a short time. Not only that, I can also borrow a portion of the power of the celestial god. Moreover, after my strength improves, I might permanently possess the power of the celestial god in the future. Feeling the description of the skill in his mind, Jiang Yu was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Just the fact that his strength could increase fivefold in a short time was already incredible. Not to mention being able to borrow the power of the celestial god. How strong was the power of the celestial god? He was filled with curiosity. However, there was one thing he was certain of. With this secret technique, defeating a golden-level warrior in a short time would definitely not be a problem. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was feeling excited, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Yu walked over to open it, and it turned out to be Jiang Xiaoyan. Today, she was wearing a light blue floral dress, her long hair smoothly draped behind her, her features delicate, and her whole being looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. "What's the matter?" he asked, puzzled. The competition was still more than an hour away. Why was she looking for him? Jiang Xiaoyan stared straight at him. "The competition is about to start. We won't be able to eat for 3 days. Before we enter the abyss, let's go have a meal together." As warriors, as long as they had spiritual energy in their bodies, not eating for 3 days was not a problem. However, at their current level, going without food for a long time was still difficult to endure. All right, since it was about eating, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, enjoying a meal while admiring a beautiful view was a delightful thing. Seeing him agree, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't wait for him to move, but instead took the initiative to grab his still warm hand. Jiang Yu felt the softness of her hand and was slightly stunned. Could it be that she had figured it out? "Aye, let's go." Jiang Xiaoyan's tone was a bit nervous. Since she had already made up her mind about the person in front of her, she naturally wouldn't avoid him. "All right." Jiang Yu gently squeezed her soft little hand and smiled. He thought that their days as siblings were probably coming to an end soon. The two of them arrived at the restaurant downstairs. Half an hour later, the two had finished their meal. During this half hour, they laughed and chatted nonstop. Jiang Yu, as usual, occasionally said a few things that made Jiang Xiaoyan blush. But Jiang Xiaoyan's attitude towards him was no longer the same as before. Now, she seemed to rely on Jiang Yu even more. This made the atmosphere in the private room turn ambiguous. "Now that we've eaten, where should we go next?" Jiang Yu looked at her, smiling mischievously. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at him. "Where else?" "Back to the room to wait for Secretary Feng to take us to the competition venue, and then compete." Jiang Yu chuckled. "Just back to the room? Aren't we going to do something else in between?" Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels ashamed of the host's words and actions. Emotion value plus 3,333. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red instantly, and her tone became hurried. What are you talking about? We're still young." She lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look directly at Jiang Yu. If it were before, she would have definitely rejected Jiang Yu's words and even scolded him. But now, for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to refuse and even used "we're still young" as a subtle way to decline. TSK, what are you imagining? I just want to take this time to go back and practice properly." As he spoke, his face carried a teasing smile as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, whose face was flushed red. He chuckled and said, "What? Could it be that my shy little sister wants to?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaoyan slammed the table with a bang, her eyes glistening with tears as she angrily said, "You! Stop talking." Seeing his sister like this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but step forward and gently pat her hair. "All right, no more teasing." He wiped the tears from the corner of Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes and said with a smile, I was wrong. Let's go back and wait for today's match. By the way, have you advanced to the bronze peak level?" "Yes, I have." Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, smiling happily. Looking at the person in front of him with such a radiant smile, Jiang Yu felt his heart melting. His sister never used to show him this kind of expression before. Clearly, she wouldn't have. It seems my strategy is really working. Not long after, the two returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Xiaoyan was right, they were still young, so naturally, they couldn't cross the line. As soon as Jiang Yu returned to his room, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. There was no way to suppress it seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's behavior today. He knew he had a chance. In the past, she was always cold and indifferent toward him, as if she had no interest. But looking at her over the past few days, Jiang Xiaoyan definitely had feelings for him. Of course, this couldn't be rushed. If he pushed too hard, she might think he was an impatient pervert. If she started to dislike him, that would be disastrous. So he had to be careful, save some big moves, and wait for the right moment to strike. After calming his excitement a bit, he lay down on the bed and started scrolling through short videos. Then, he discovered that the video he had posted was indeed going viral, with over 1 million likes and tens of millions of views. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the comment section. As soon as he saw certain comments, his brows furrowed. Yuan Long, arrogant. Don't think you're so great just because you have spatial abilities. When you enter the arena, don't wet your pants out of fear. Just a reminder, you'd better not run into me during the elimination rounds. Jiang Yu replied to Yuan Long. Sorry, having spatial abilities is indeed awesome. Do you have them? Do you? After replying, he continued reading the comments below. Chunan, Jiang Yu, right? Just wait. I won't rest until I defeat you. Jiang Yu replied to Chunan. Are you out of your mind? Did I steal your girlfriend? Also, your name is so unlucky. Seeing Chunan's comment, Jiang Yu was speechless. This kind of brainless villain usually doesn't last long. Yi Chun, Jiang Yu, I hope your strength matches your arrogant attitude. I'm looking forward to facing you. Jiang Yu replied to Yi Chun. I'll show you what it means to be haunted by nightmares. Just after replying, there was a knock at the door again. Who was it this time? He had just enjoyed a moment of peace when someone knocked again. Jiang Yu was puzzled. He walked over to open the door and found Secretary Feng standing there. Secretary Feng, what brings you here? Jiang Yu asked. The match hadn't started yet, so he didn't understand why Secretary Feng was looking for him. Secretary Feng smiled and said, the match starts in less than 2 hours. I happened to be passing by and came to remind you to get ready. I'll send you all a message later and take you to the Abyss base in Yuan City. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Yu's response, she left on her own. Jiang Yu didn't say much. Since Secretary Feng told him to wait, he waited. Closing the door and returning to his room, he continued to banter with the little haters in the comment section. In the blink of an eye, dozens of minutes passed. When he received a message on his phone, Jiang Yu knew it was time to set off. After a quick preparation, he pushed the door open and walked out. Then, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan standing at the door, motionless. Sister? Why are you standing here? He was a bit speechless. Clearly, Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't just arrived, she must have been waiting here for a while. Let's go, Jiang Xiaoyan said indifferently. Jiang Yu couldn't understand her thoughts, so he stepped forward and held her hand. In his sister's somewhat confused gaze, he led her downstairs. Whoa, you two are getting close pretty fast, huh? As soon as they reached the first floor, Hao Sei's familiar voice rang out. But seeing the killing intent in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes, Hao Sei immediately shut his mouth. All right, everyone's here. Let's get in the car and head to the Abyss base. There's still a bunch of checks to do before the competition, quite troublesome, Secretary Feng said, leading everyone into the car. Another few dozen minutes passed. The Abyss base was already packed with people. However, under the staff's guidance, the scene wasn't chaotic. Soon, the group arrived at their exclusive rest area. Seeing the curious gazes from other teams around them, Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward. Although I'm handsome, possess SSS-level talent, and have spatial abilities, you don't have to keep staring at me like this, right? Hey, everyone, look, isn't that Jiang Yu? That's right, it's him. But his sister is even prettier. I'm absolutely smitten. Wow, how did I not notice this level of beauty before? Even the capital's top beauty might not compare. Should we go ask for her contact info? Forget it. Look at Jiang Yu's expression, it looks like he wants to kill someone. Listening to the chatter around him, Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. All contestants, please be patient. Staff will soon begin testing levels and bone age to prevent any issues. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. There were over 100 teams at the Abyss base, so naturally, there were a lot of people. As soon as the woman finished speaking, some staff members walked in, each holding testing equipment. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, it was Jiang Yu's team's turn for testing. Jiang Xiaoyan, bronze peak level, bone age 16, no issues. Jiang Yu, silver level stage 6, bone age 16, no issues. The staff member's voice trembled slightly, and this news shocked all the contestants. What? Silver stage 6? Did I hear that right? Wake up. Don't hit me. Report. Someone's cheating. Yi Chun is only silver stage 1. How did Jiang Yu suddenly reach silver stage 6? This feels unfair. Listening to the chatter around him, Jiang Yu's face darkened. Forget the earlier comments, but that last one, tell me who you are. I promise I won't hit you. Brother, you. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Yu, her eyes full of surprise. Not just her, the entire crowd was stunned. I just practiced a little, and this happened. Can't help it, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. Ding. Shirtu feels the host's behavior is embarrassing. Emotion value plus 444. Ding. Song Rintu felt the host's behavior was disgraceful. Emotion value plus 666. Ding. The system's notification sound kept ringing in Jiang Yu's mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. As long as he spoke, he could generate a large amount of emotion value. It felt amazing. Contestants, the test is about to end. Please proceed into the abyss in an orderly manner. As soon as the woman's voice fell, the teams began to stand up in an orderly fashion and enter the abyss. It was Jiang Yu's group's turn. Panty's observation team, right? Please wear the smart wristbands. Following the staff's instructions, the group put on the smart wristbands and then stepped into the spatial passage together. After a dizzying whirl, Jiang Yu and his team of 5 appeared on the peak of a large mountain. Huh? Isn't this the base? How did we end up in an unfamiliar place? Housei looked puzzled as soon as they landed. This is a silver level abyss. Once we reach the gold level abyss, the teleportation becomes random. The only way to leave is by using the smart wristbands, Ji Qingfeng explained, resolving Housei's confusion. Gold level abyss has gold level beasts. Can we even handle them? Housei asked worriedly. With the smart wristbands, even if we're killed, it's fine. Besides, if we work well together, defeating gold-level beasts won't be difficult, Ji Qingfeng replied, then turned to Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang, do you have a plan? He remembered Jiang Yu mentioning on the vehicle that he already had a reliable strategy for advancing. Jiang Yu smiled. We're in a plant-type abyss, but that doesn't concern us. Our goal is to take down other teams. With that, he retrieved his Tang Dao and his sister's longsword from his exclusive space. Take down teams. Ji Qingfeng asked in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yu moved swiftly, and the group arrived at their designated resting area. Noticing the curious gazes from other teams around them, Jiang Yu felt a bit uneasy. Although I'm incredibly handsome, have an SSS-level talent, and possess spatial abilities, do you really have to stare at me like that? Hey, isn't that Jiang Yu? Yeah, that's him. But I think his sister is prettier. I like her. Wow, how did I not notice? Her looks are stunning. Even the capital's top beauty might not compare to her. Should we go ask for her contact info? Forget it. Look at Jiang Yu's expression. He looks like he could kill us. Listening to the chatter around him, Jiang Yu was speechless. Contestants, please be patient. The staff will conduct level and bone age tests to prevent any issues. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed throughout the resting area. This was the Abyss base, hosting hundreds of teams and a large number of participants. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a group of staff entered with testing equipment. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was Jiang Yu's team's turn for testing. Jiang Xiaoyan, bronze level peak, bone age 16, no issues. Jiang Yu, silver level 6 stage, bone age 16, no issues. As the staff member's trembling voice rang out, all the contestants on site were dumbfounded. What? Did I hear that right? Silver 6 stage. Wake up. Don't hit me. Report. Someone's cheating. Yi Chun is only at silver tier 1. How is Jiang Yu already at silver tier 6? There must be something wrong. Listening to the discussions around him, Jiang Yu's face darkened. It was fine just now, but who said that last sentence? Come out. I promise I won't hit you. Brother, this. Jiang Xiaoyan, standing beside Jiang Yu, looked at him in shock. Not just her, the entire scene was stunned. I just practiced a little and ended up like this. Can't help it, Jiang Yu said casually. Ding. Sure too is surprised by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 444. Ding. Song Rintu is surprised by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 666. Ding. The system kept prompting in his mind, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. As long as he spoke, he could easily earn emotion points. It felt amazing. All contestants, the test is over. Please proceed to the abyss in an orderly manner. As soon as the woman's voice fell, the teams began to rise and enter the abyss. Soon, it was Jiang Yu's group's turn. Panty's observation team, right? Please put on the smart wristbands. Following the staff's instructions, the group put on their smart wristbands and then stepped into the spatial passage. Accompanied by a dizzying sensation, Jiang Yu and his team of 5 appeared on the top of a mountain. Huh? This isn't the base point. Why were we directly transported to an unfamiliar place? Hao Sei asked, his face full of confusion as they landed. This is the silver-level abyss. Once we reach the gold-level abyss, the teleportation points are all random. The only way to leave is by using the smart wristbands, Ji Qingfeng explained, and Hao Sei suddenly understood. There are gold-level beasts in the gold-level abyss. Can we even defeat them? Hao Sei asked worriedly. With the smart wristbands, even if we're killed, we won't actually die. As long as we cooperate well, defeating gold-level beasts isn't too difficult, Ji Qingfeng replied, then turned to Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang, do you have a plan? He remembered that Jiang Yu had mentioned on the way that he already had a reliable plan for advancing. Jiang Yu smiled. We've entered a plant-type abyss, but that's not important. What we need to do is harvest other teams. With that, he took out his Tang sword from his exclusive space and his sister's long sword. Harvest teams? Ji Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Before he could finish speaking, spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared around Jiang Yu. What's going on? Ji Qingfeng and the other 3 felt as if chains were tightly wrapped around their waists. Without saying much, Jiang Yu grabbed Jiang Shaoyan and instantly disappeared with the group. 20 meters away, on an open field, Jiang Yu and his team of 5 appeared in an instant. Everyone's posture remained unchanged, only their location had shifted. Ji Qingfeng and the others were stunned. My innate skill is spatial teleportation. At this stage, I can teleport 3 to 4 dozen times in a row, each time covering over 20 meters without any problem. Plus, with my spatial lock, we can completely teleport instantly and take you all with me. When the time comes. As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on his face. When the time comes, we'll hide in the shadows. As soon as we see another team appear, we'll teleport over and catch them off guard. Jiang Shaoyan, in his arms, laughed happily. She truly hadn't expected her rogue brother to come up with such a move. He really would do anything to advance. Hee, my little sister understands me best. Jiang Yu leaned close to his sister's ear and whispered softly. Damn, brother Yu, you're amazing. With this, we can easily win, right? Hao Sei's eyes lit up. As soon as he finished speaking, they suddenly heard a sound above their heads. Looking up, they saw 2 drones, likely live streaming equipment. All right, let's head down the mountain and see if we can run into some unlucky folks. After saying this, he released his right hand that was holding his sister and handed the long sword in his left hand to her. Jiang Shaoyan's face turned slightly red as she took the long sword. Then, the 5 of them headed down the mountain. Jiang Yu's spatial lock consumes spiritual energy each time it is activated. Therefore, unless Hao Sei and the others are more than 50 meters away from him, the spatial lock won't disappear. Moreover, he has cultivated the Spirit Origin Overlord Body technique, making the spiritual energy in his body nearly invincible at the same level. Even if it runs out, it can fully recover within half an hour. So, in the abyss, he doesn't have to worry about exhausting his spiritual energy. Several minutes later, Jiang Yu and his group were hiding under a large tree. In the distance, 5 people were fiercely battling a second-tier mutant beast. Cruel smiles appeared on their faces. I can sense that all 5 of them are at bronze level 5 or 6, perfect for an ambush. Jiang Yu immediately became excited. No rush. Let's wait until they defeat the beast and are at their most exhausted before we strike. At this moment, Jiang Shaoyan's thoughts were similar to Jiang Yu's. All right, Jiang Yu nodded. I can't wait any longer. Hao Sei's voice had just fallen when dense dragon scales faintly appeared on his body. His hands instantly transformed into sharp dragon claws, his eyes turned into dragon pupils, and a pair of dragon horns emerged from his forehead. Huh, your dragon form seems flawed, doesn't it? A dragon without wings is just a big lizard, right? Jiang Yu looked at the dragon man Hao Sei with a puzzled expression. Ding. Hao Sei feels speechless about the host's behavior. Emotion value plus 2,333. Shoo, they're almost done. Ji Qingfeng reminded. Jiang Yu turned to look and saw the 5 people in the distance attacking a 5 to 6 meter tall demon tree with all their might. Go, finish it off, shouted the black-haired man. Boom. Another man waved his hands, sending a massive fireball hurtling toward the demon tree. Boom. With a loud noise, the demon tree was successfully knocked down. Hee hee, let us give you the final blow. Jiang Yu's mocking voice rang out. The black-haired man turned his head, only to see a blade flying straight at him, and Jiang Yu's face full of a sinister smile. With a bang, the black-haired man and his teammates were all stunned, turning into a cluster of blue light and disappearing. Is that it? Is that all? Brother Yu, I think we don't even need to do anything for this competition. Hao Sei looked helpless, having done nothing at all. Hey, isn't this the safe zone? Jiang Yu said, turning his gaze to the smart wristband. A simple operation, and we got 5 points. We need to keep working hard. Unlike Jiang Yu and his team's excitement, the live stream of the Global Martial Arts Tournament was broadcasting their actions to the audience. Their impressive moves had been witnessed by viewers nationwide. He meows, damn? What kind of move was that? This spatial system is ridiculously strong. Who even is Yichun? Stacking bricks. This panty observation squad not only has a shameless team name, but also truly bottomless tactics. She said it's a tan. Are you stupid upstairs? The opponent was carried away before they even realized it. How is this shameless? This is called skill. Stacking it, she said it was a tan. Dare you say otherwise? When you die, I'll teleport to your grave and steal your offerings. Invincible Tyrannosaurus. Jiang Yu's move is so dishonorable. He actually ambushed me. Sorry, wrong channel. The live stream was buzzing with excitement, emotions running high. Many thought Jiang Yu was shameless, while others were shocked and silent. Ding. Someone feels the host's behavior is shameless. Emotion value plus 44. Ding. System. Mute. Jiang Yu silently commanded in his mind. Ding. Mute successful. Feeling the notification sound in his mind stop, he turned to the group and smiled, saying, Let's go. Continue hunting for prey. Hao Sei immediately got excited. This kind of thing is truly enjoyable. Thus, Jiang Yu and his group of 5 began searching for new targets. At this moment, Yuan Xinxin, beside Jiang Xiaoyan, couldn't help but quietly ask, Xiaoyan, are you and Jiang Yu already? Before she could finish, Jiang Xiaoyan glared at her. What are you talking about? Nothing happened between me and him. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyan's firm response, Yuan Xinxin showed an expression of understanding. Xiaoyan, I get it. I won't tell anyone. You. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red with embarrassment. Before she could finish speaking, Ji Qingfeng's serious voice suddenly rang out. Careful, someone's ambushing us. In 5 seconds, dozens of flying swords will come from ahead. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Ji Qingfeng's body was already fully activated. Clearly, his foresight ability had sensed danger and automatically triggered. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Ji Qingfeng finished speaking, 2 seconds later, Jiang Yu and the others barely reacted when dozens of flying swords rapidly shot out from the grass ahead. Oh ho! The prey delivered itself to us. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Buzz, accompanied by a wave of spatial distortion, Jiang Yu and his group of 5 instantly disappeared from their original spot. In the grass, seeing Jiang Yu and his group vanish, a short-haired woman shouted in panic, Damn it! It's Jiang Yu and his team. Run! As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 people behind her simultaneously activated their spiritual energy, preparing to flee. But at this moment, run? Are you kidding me? The 5 turned their heads to see Jiang Yu and his group smiling at them from ahead. The short-haired woman and her teammates immediately broke out in cold sweat. Jiang Yu, our team has no points. even if you eliminate us." Before she could finish, she felt a blur before her eyes, and Jiang Yu was already in front of her. Bang! A flash of a blade, and another team was eliminated. Honestly, Brother Yu's spatial ability is too powerful. It gives the opponents no chance to react, Housei said excitedly. Today, he truly witnessed the strength of spatial abilities. As for Yichen, he was no match at all, definitely not as strong as Brother Yu. Humph, trying to fool me? 10 points credited. Glancing at his wristband, Jiang Yu sneered. He wasn't some saint. If there was profit to be made, he'd do it. Who would be foolish enough not to? Let's go. The next unlucky team is coming. With that, Jiang Yu led the group to continue searching for targets. Meanwhile, in the same golden-level plant-type abyss, within an unknown forest, a team of 5 men saw a group of people ahead, especially the leading man and woman, and their expressions changed. Damn, it's Yichun. He's from the Northern Division too. Boss, what do we do now? Run? Run? Can we even escape? Since that's the case. Before finishing his sentence, the leading man directly knelt before Yichun. Big. Before he could finish speaking, a silver light flashed, and the leading man and his teammates instantly turned into blue light and disappeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cousin, I didn't expect you to still be so cold. How boring. The delicate-looking Yi Xiling looked helplessly at the ordinary Yichun. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the showdown with Jiang Yu. I hope I can personally eliminate him. Yichun said coldly. Yi Xiling chuckled lightly. Cousin, with such strong spatial abilities, those data analysts might not know, but we certainly do. Have you forgotten how our Yi family's former patriarch was defeated by Marshal Jiang in one strike? When they were young, they had witnessed the supreme-level former patriarch being brutally beaten by Marshal Jiang. At higher levels, spatial abilities and the Razor's Edge are not even in the same league. Humph. The old patriarch's realm was unstable at the time, otherwise the outcome would have been uncertain. Yichen's face was full of anger. Yi Xiling looked a bit embarrassed. Cousin, have you forgotten what your father told you 2 days ago? Yichen's expression remained unchanged. I know. I don't care about the grudges of the older generation, but the #1 position among the younger generation must be mine. Yi Xiling felt reassured after hearing this. So that's how it is. Then I won't say more. Time flew by, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Yu's team eliminated dozens of teams in succession, and their points broke through the 100 mark. Ha! Brother Yu, at this pace, advancing is going to be a breeze. Housei leaned against a tree, laughing with a relaxed expression. Today, he finally understood how important it is to find the right backer. Advancing may not be difficult, but we still need to be cautious. With so many abilities out there, who knows what strange powers we'll encounter next? Better to stay vigilant. Jiang Yu's words made the other 4 nod in agreement. He was right, the number of abilities in this world was countless, and strange ones emerged endlessly. Facing the unknown, staying alert was always wise. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu suddenly felt the surrounding scenery begin to blur, the trees seeming to twist and deform. Petty tricks. He snorted coldly. Then, a blue light flashed in his pupils. Soon, the distorted and blurry sensation disappeared without a trace. Someone just tried to cast an illusion on me. Everyone, be careful. He quickly stood up, pulling Jiang Xiaoyan into his arms protectively, his tone serious. Housei and the others immediately became serious, their eyes fixed on their surroundings. Giggle. I didn't expect Brother Jiang Yu's mental strength to be so strong. A silvery laugh came from behind a tree not far away. Jiang Yu instantly recognized the woman. It was the one he had seen on the street during a date. Feel free to come at me. I'll do my best to suppress Jiang Yu. The woman's voice had barely fallen when 3 men and 1 woman appeared behind her. Sister Yao, as long as you hold Jiang Yu for 5S, that smile made the burly man's blood boil, and his spiritual energy instantly surged to the limit. Seeing Biao Di's impatience, the demon sister turned her gaze to Jiang Yu, a hint of purple light flashing in her eyes. Seduction technique. Oomph, absolute illusion. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon sister's body suddenly seemed to be hit by a heavy object, flying out like a runaway horse. What the heck? Is this still an illusion? Jiang Yu looked bewildered. He had clearly used an illusion technique, But why did it feel like a mental impact? Actually, Jiang Yu didn't know that the demon sister's mental strength was weaker than his. When the two mental forces collided, the demon sister was naturally sent flying. Bang! The demon sister flew dozens of meters, crashed into a tree, and passed out straight away. The smart wristband only activates automatic transmission when the host's life is in danger. The demon sister was merely unconscious and hadn't been eliminated. Demon sister, the burly man was stunned but hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Yu suddenly appeared in front of him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder how you trained all this fat. Isn't it exhausting? But pointless. After saying that, he struck with his blade, eliminating another team. Wow, 50 points, not bad. Looking at the wristband, Jiang Yu was extremely satisfied. Damn, brother Yu, what move did you just use? Shinra Tensei? Housei's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. Not only Housei, but everyone else was also staring at Jiang Yu with puzzled expressions. Jiang Xiaoyan was no exception. The mental fluctuation she had just felt was very similar to a mental type, thought attribute shockwave. Could her brother's mental ability be dual attribute? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. It wasn't Shinra Tensei. My mental strength is stronger than that woman's, so she probably suffered backlash. After a brief explanation, everyone returned to rest under the tree. Leaning on Jiang Xiaoyan's shoulder, Jiang Yu looked at the emotional value on the data panel in front of him, which kept rising, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Seeing her brother leaning on her so naturally and even being so excited, Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. This brother is so shameless. What if the livestream catches this? She was so embarrassed that she wanted to move away. What she didn't know was that their actions just now were being captured by a drone in the sky and were coincidentally being broadcast live. Jiang Yu, seeing the emotional value surge again, became even more excited. The livestream chat exploded. Pain, damn. Jiang Yu is so amazing. He actually knows Shinra Tensei? Does he have a third ability? How Yu Jin? What kind of move is this? Does Jiang Yu really have 3 abilities? Xiaoyan, please take care of me. My Xiaoyan was leaned on by someone else's shoulder. Oh no. Outlaw. Calm down upstairs, they're siblings. Zhang San. You're mistaken upstairs. They're siblings from different fathers and mothers. They're just called siblings, so only love Xiaoyan. No way. My goddess. This is truly a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Jiang Yu, my male god. Exactly. Jiang Xiaoyan. This toad actually wants to pursue Jiang Yu, this handsome swan. Xiaoyan loyal fan. Upstairs. You're insulting people. The first online war officially broke out at this moment. Jiang Yu, pretending to be unsteady, secretly rested his head on his sister's lap, completely unaware. A heated debate has erupted online. The protagonists of this debate, one with a face full of delight, the other blushing and flustered. Shameless. You, can you stop moving? It's so uncomfortable. Jiang Xiaoyan muttered softly, her face red. She couldn't help but speak up. Her brother was being too much. If he just lay still, it would be fine. But he kept twisting and moving, making her feel extremely awkward. Sigh, I'm being disliked. Fine, I'll just get up and stop being annoying. Jiang Yu sighed dramatically, pretending to be dejected as he prepared to get up. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes immediately showed panic. No, that's not it. I don't dislike you. By the end, her voice was so soft it was almost like a mosquito's buzz. Hearing this, Jiang Yu, who had just propped himself up, instantly lay back down. Hee, I knew my little sister wouldn't dislike me. The atmosphere between Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan was completely different from the mood not far away. Hiding behind a tree, Housei and the other two had faces full of helplessness and envy. It feels like the 3 of us are just extras, purely here to watch them being sweet. Housei's eyes were blank. Who would have thought their relationship would develop so quickly? When we first arrived in Yuan City, they weren't this close, but now. Ji Qingfeng looked utterly resigned. Sigh. What could have caused their relationship to heat up so fast? I bet brother you used some special method. I need to learn from him when I get the chance. Housei's eyes sparkled even brighter as he spoke. I can't believe Xiaoyan lied to me. She and Jiang Yu are obviously so close, yet she hasn't even made it public. Yuan Xinxin pouted, looking a bit dissatisfied. At this moment, Hao Se and the others were completely overwhelmed by the sweet atmosphere between the siblings. As soon as they entered the abyss, the siblings were either holding hands or hugging. Now it was even more exaggerated. They were directly using each other's legs as pillows. The group was worried about what even more uncontrollable things might happen next. Would they have to pretend not to see it and even help block the drone cameras? That would be way too awkward. The scene shifted back to Jiangyu. Hey, who is the person you like? Jiang Xiaoyan finally mustered the courage to ask. Jiangyu nodded instinctively. Of course, there is someone. Then, who is it? Who else could it be? Of course, it's Jiangyu, and the five figures instantly appeared behind the enemy. Space collapse. Jiangyu channeled most of his spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful skill. Extreme cold descends. Extreme cold storm. Jiang Xiaoyan, in his arms, refused to be outdone. The next moment, the sound of shattering glass came from the crowd. Spatial cracks appeared, instantly taking away several people. Immediately after, a deep blue tornado, tens of meters high, appeared with bone-chilling winds. In an instant, the group of enemies turned into blue light and vanished without a trace. Brother, you brought us here, but it seems like we were of no use. Hao Se and the others were stunned, shocked for 10,000 years. This is too amazing. With the strength of these two, who dares to say they don't have a chance to win the championship? If anyone disagrees, step forward. Food blogger. Not me. It's none of my business. Jiangyu is just too awesome. Data analyst. So this is Jiangyu's strength? Looks like we need to reconsider who will take first place. Xiaoyan superfan. No way. My goddess is actually leaning on his leg and being held by him. My heart is shattered. Loves tomato stir fry. Don't be sad upstairs. Their relationship is obvious. And you know what Jiangyu looks like. How can you compare? Jiangyu, my husband. No. After the competition, I must find Jiangyu. This can't be true. He must love me. At this moment, Jiangyu looked at the constantly rising emotion value in his mind, and his anger stabilized along with the emotion value, gradually calming down. He looked at his sister, who was staring straight at him in his arms, and awkwardly put her down. The words he was about to say were interrupted, leaving him at a loss. Forget it. There will be chances to say it later. All right, it's getting late. Let's take the initiative and aim to earn more points. Seeing his teammates all present, Jiangyu said calmly. Hao Se and the others didn't object, nodding in agreement. Standing next to Jiangyu, Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head, her expression somewhat heavy. Hey, Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Yuan Xinxin walked over and asked softly. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. It's nothing. Let's go, don't fall behind. Seeing Jiangyu and the others had already walked a few steps, she urged. Sister Xiaoyan, you wouldn't be. Stop talking. Hurry up and catch up. Meanwhile, Hao Se beside Jiangyu had a face full of smiles. Brother Yu, what's it like to lean on a girl's leg? Brother Yu, teach me a few moves, please. Looking at this guy beside him, Jiangyu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. Leaning on a leg is indeed comfortable. That feeling. TSK. Thinking of the sensation of Jiang Xiaoyan's leg, he couldn't help but sigh. Teach you a few moves? I'll tell you when I have time. Hao Se's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Brother Yu's words meant he would definitely teach him when he had time. By then, wouldn't he? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The dark forest was pitch black, but Jiangyu and his team weren't afraid at all, as he had his own exclusive space, equipped with everything they needed. Now, all five of them held flashlights in their hands. Jiangyu was comfortably lying on Jiang Xiaoyan's smooth and delicate legs. He looked at the points they had earned on his wristband over the past day and a half, smiling with satisfaction. Brother, how many points does our team have now? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Jiangyu, who was leaning on her leg and smiling contentedly, and asked curiously. Now it's over 300. How about that? Quite a lot, right? Jiangyu turned to look at her. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and scolded. Don't get carried away. Not far away, Hao Se and the other two were watching. TSK. These two are really. I'm speechless. Ji Qingfeng looked helpless. With no thoughts of women, his cultivation was naturally exceptional. As for girlfriends, he hadn't even considered it. Who wouldn't agree? Once I learn a few moves from Brother Yu, I'll find a girlfriend too. And then turn the tables and feed them dog food. Housei thought excitedly. Huh, you? Yuan Shinshin looked at him with disdain. Hey, what do you mean? Nothing. I just don't believe you can find a girlfriend. You? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yu heard Jiang Xiaoyan's urgent voice from his side. Brother, watch out. Someone's attacking. Ice descends. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyan finished speaking, a figure appeared and disappeared 5 meters ahead. Ha! Too late. Prepare to die, a man shouted. The next moment, a burly man wielding a machete charged directly toward Jiang Yu. His target was Jiang Xiaoyan. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank sharply, as he was facing away from the burly man and hadn't noticed the situation behind him. Instinctively, he got up, intending to grab Jiang Xiaoyan and teleport away. But just as he stood up and held her, accompanied by a slash sound, Jiang Yu felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Before he could react, he teleported away with not far away. A massive tornado about 20 meters high suddenly appeared. Sharp ice blades shot out from within the tornado, slicing through the surrounding trees and scattering debris everywhere. Aya, what is this? My hand is gone. My leg. Where's my leg? Aya. A few agonizing screams pierced the air, and the 4 people who were directly struck by the tornado vanished in an instant. The burly man who had been frozen earlier also disappeared without a trace. When the tornado subsided, all that remained on the ground were scattered, severed limbs. Jiang Yu and the others were dumbfounded, unable to find the words to express their shock. Jiang Yu even forgot the searing pain in his shoulder, his gaze fully captured by his sister's astonishing attack. This level of power, it was something even ordinary silver tier experts at the 7th or 8th stage would struggle to achieve. The dismembered limbs on the ground showed that the 4 individuals caught in the tornado had no time to react. Their hands and feet were torn apart instantly, creating a scene of utter carnage. So this is the consequence of angering my sister? Jiang Yu thought to himself. Better to avoid provoking her in the future. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaoyan, who had used up nearly 80% of her spiritual energy to unleash the extreme frost storm, exhaled deeply. She turned to Yuan Shinshin and said, Shinshin, quickly help my brother heal. Yuan Shinshin finally snapped out of her shock. Housei helped Jiang Yu over to sit under a tree, and Yuan Shinshin began treating his injuries. But even with the treatment, Jiang Yu's face still bore a look of unbearable pain. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart ached, and she asked, Brother, why did you? Shoo, don't say anything. This is what I'm supposed to do. Jiang Yu gently pressed a finger to her lips and said softly. Looking at her brother's pained yet resolute smile, a glimmer of tears appeared in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes, but she held them back. After all, others were still watching. Right after saying that, a scene from her past life suddenly flashed in Jiang Xiaoyan's mind, a memory of someone standing in front of her to shield her from harm. You're so foolish, she murmured to herself. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and said, What do you mean by that? Are you saying it's wrong for me to protect you? Seeing her brother's puzzled expression, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Brother, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about myself. If I hadn't been so careless, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Looking at his sister's delicate and earnest face, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly and said, My silly little sister, this isn't your fault, it's mine. If I had been the one lying in your arms at the time, none of this would have happened. As soon as he said that, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned bright red. The shyness in her eyes made Jiang Yu chuckle despite himself. Brother Ji, just look at these 2 always throwing dog food around for no reason. They're really making it hard for Yuan Shinshin. Housei grumbled as he walked over with another person. These 2 were so over the top, always showering everyone with sweet, lovey-dovey moments. Watching them was becoming unbearable. Unlike the subtle chemistry between Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, the livestream chat was buzzing with discussion. Moments earlier, the broadcast had suddenly switched to the spinning tornado. The screen was filled with pixelated blurs, and the audience was both thrilled and on edge. Bayou, and it's gone. Holy crap. What just happened? Was that Jiang Xiaoyan's move? Even silver tier players would struggle with that, wouldn't they? Gagaga. This tournament, I think the Panny observation team can make the top 3. Lu, who loves abalone, Don't kid yourself. In an elimination match, it's 2 against 5. I see their 3 teammates hardly made a move. How did they make it to the top 3? I'm great at sniping. Huh. Maybe Jiang Yu went 1 against 5 in the elimination round. After all, Jiang Yu's strength is undeniable, and the power of the spatial system speaks for itself. Moving feels the best. Haha. I'll make a bet. If Jiang Yu really goes 1 against 5 in the finals, I'll do a handstand while pooping for you all to see. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, Sheng Guang stared at the live broadcast on his phone, a satisfied smile on his face. No wonder he is the one chosen by the master, he murmured. Then, turning to the dark corner, he coldly ordered, "Relay my command. Once the Huahua competition ends, act immediately." Sheng Guang's voice was chilling, echoing throughout the room. Moments later, a hoarse response came from the darkness. Yes. Upon hearing the reply, Sheng Guang turned his gaze back to the live broadcast. Jiang Yu quite interesting. He squinted. If I kill you, what reaction will that old man Jiang Tian have? I'm looking forward to it. As Sheng Guang muttered to himself, a purple mist suddenly emerged behind him. In the next moment, a stunning woman with purple hair, purple eyes, and dressed in a purple gown slowly stepped out, her waist swaying gracefully, exuding charm. Mei Yin, perfect timing. I have a task for you, Sheng Guang said sternly. Mei Yin swayed her hips as she approached Sheng Guang from behind, placing her delicate hand on his shoulder. She whispered seductively, Lord Sheng Guang, whatever task you have, just say the word, and I'll ensure it's done. Sheng Guang snorted coldly. In an instant, a dazzling light radiated from him. Mei Yin felt the light and quickly retreated a few steps. I'm sorry I've offended you. She apologized, trembling and bowing her head. Your task is to kill Jiang Yu. Preferably capture him alive. As soon as the words fell, Sheng Guang's figure transformed into starlight and disappeared from the room. Time flew by, and it was the last day to leave the abyss. In the past day and a half, Yuan Xinxin had almost completely healed Jiang Yu's shoulder injury. Their points had climbed to over 700. Keep in mind, a second-tier beast only gives 5 points. With these points, advancing was guaranteed. Hee, the competition is ending in just a few minutes, brother Yu. This time, advancing is a sure thing. Hao Sei leaned against a tree, his face relaxed. Just as Jiang Yu was about to respond, a cold voice sounded not far away. Isn't this Jiang Yu? I've been looking forward to facing you. Today, only one team will advance. As the words fell, Yi Chun and his team slowly appeared. The live broadcast camera quickly shifted to Yi Chun and Jiang Yu. In the live stream, as Jiang Yu and Yi Chun faced off, the audience was thrilled. After all, a clash between the first and second on the Genius rankings was bound to be spectacular. Although everyone was excited, the chat was unusually quiet. All eyes were fixed on this battle between geniuses. Huh, who are you? Jiang Yu looked at Yi Chun not far away, his face full of confusion. This ordinary-looking guy, who wouldn't even be noticed on the street, was acting so arrogant. Brother Yu, that's Yi Chun, Hao Sei reminded him. Jiang Yu froze upon hearing this. Huh? Yi Chun is in the Northern Division too? As soon as he said this, the 5 people on Yi Chun's side were speechless, and Jiang Xiaoyan and the other 4 fell silent, as well Jiang Yu. Cut the nonsense. A few more minutes. That's enough time to determine the winner. Yi Chun's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Damn. Yi Chun, what are you so arrogant about? Believe it or not, my brother Yu can crush you in minutes. Hao Sei's face was full of arrogance. He walked to Jiang Yu's side, pointing at Yi Chun. Brother Yu, show him what you're made of. As soon as Hao Sei said this, the entire scene fell into silence again. Arrogant fool, come forth. Saber-toothed tigers. Yi Chun's face turned cold. With a shout, 2 massive tiger figures appeared on either side. Roar, roar, accompanied by low growls, 2 gigantic saber-toothed tigers, each about 3 meters tall and 7 meters long, materialized. Holy crap, why do these lines feel so familiar? Jiang Yu looked at the 2 tigers, completely unfazed, as if recalling something. At this moment, Yi Xiling, standing beside Yi Chun, also began channeling spiritual energy. Around her, 2 equally massive saber-toothed tigers emerged. Not only that, But the three team members standing behind them also began channeling their spiritual energy, unleashing their unique abilities. It was clear they were preparing for a fierce battle against Jiang Yu's team. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next moment, a powerful spatial force erupted from his body. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyan and the others quickly channeled their spiritual energy, ready to fight. Razor's Edge. Yi Chen suddenly attacked. Buzz! But in the next second, Jiang Yu tightly held Jiang Xiaoyan's jade-like hand. Accompanied by the sound of spatial ripples, the five of them instantly vanished from their original spot. Swish! Just as Jiang Yu disappeared, a silver light streaked across where he had been. Although the silver light missed its target, it left deep marks on the ground. What kind of technique is this? Yi Chun and his teammates, seeing their attack miss, immediately heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings. What kind of technique? You'll find out when you're eliminated. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly echoed. At the same time, Jiang Yu and his team's figures instantly appeared behind the remaining three members of Yi Chen's team. Dragon Soul Roar. Hao Sei's ability erupted, shaking the heavens with its sound. With the dragon's roar, the three were momentarily stunned. Glacial Storm. Spatial Collapse. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan showed no mercy, unleashing powerful skills toward the three in front of them. But just as the skills were about to hit, a delicate-looking young man quickly recovered from the stun. Wind Evasion Technique. Boom! As the two powerful forces manifested, the three instantly turned into a breeze, nimbly dodging the attack. Soon, their figures reappeared not far away. The original spot was left with only the churned-up dirt from the spatial collapse and the wildly spinning tornado. Brother Jiang, retreat quickly. Ji Qingfeng's voice suddenly rang out. Buzz! Without hesitation, Jiang Yu used a spatial teleportation to move dozens of meters away. Swish! 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 Just as Jiang Yu and his team disappeared, three silver streaks of light slashed across the ground. The air was filled with bursts of explosive sounds, their power astonishing. Spatial abilities are truly troublesome. Yi Chun frowned deeply. Is that all you've got? Not far away, Jiang Yu sneered provocatively. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, veins bulging. His gaze locked onto Jiang Yu as if he wanted to devour him. What? Not convinced? Come on, let's all use our ultimate moves. I want to see just how strong you really are. As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Chun and the others could no longer hold back. In an instant, four saber-toothed tigers bared their fangs and charged forward. But Jiang Yu easily evaded them using spatial teleportation, making the tigers miss every time, as if he were walking a dog. Seeing that this approach was ineffective, Yi Chun waved his hand and commanded, Go! Take them down in one strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, spiritual energy erupted from Yi Chun and his team. Clearly, they were going all out this time. Oh, you're really pulling out the big guns now. Yi Chun, you're getting desperate. Jiang Yu sneered. Group Shield Technique. Razor's Edge. Shaking Force. Fire Dragon. With the explosion of Yi Chun and his team's strongest skills, the five of them instantly turned into a breeze, swiftly flying toward Jiang Yu and his team. Seeing the incoming attack, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected the speed of this wind escape technique to be so fast. It could catch up to his spatial teleportation in an instant. Spatial Collapse. Jiang Yu gathered all his spiritual energy and unleashed his strongest strike, aiming directly at Yi Chun and his team. Victory or defeat would be decided in this moment. Whoever struck first would be the winner. At this critical juncture, ding. Match over. The smart wristband suddenly emitted a notification sound. Jiang Yu, Yi Chun, and their team members instantly transformed into blue light and disappeared. The live stream audience, witnessing this scene, exploded in the comment section. Hasa give damn. At the critical moment? It's over just like that? I want a refund. Iku. Honestly, the battle between Jiang Yu and Yi Chun was so exciting, probably better than any other team's. Crash Bar. Judging by their initial performance, Jiang Yu was clearly stronger than Yi Chun. He even mocked Yi Chun, who kept a gloomy face the whole time. Village bro, you're wrong. Yi Chun was obviously stronger. That's just what I think. Just as the live stream audience was about to start another online war, The announcement of the advancing teams list caught everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and his team, who had been teleported out of the abyss by the smart wristband, were quickly escorted to the resting area by staff. Watching themselves on the live stream screen, they were all thrilled. Brother Yu, we're definitely advancing. Guess what? Do you think we'll rank first in points? House exclaimed excitedly. Remember, only 16 teams from each division could advance. They were one of them. They might even be first. Calm down, look at yourself. What's there to be excited about? Following Brother Yu. This is just standard procedure. Jiang Yu's legs were trembling, but his face was full of disdain. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we will announce the 16 advancing teams and rankings from the 4 divisions. The commentator's voice rang out. The live stream screen quickly displayed the advancing teams' lists from the East, West, South, and North divisions. Jiang Yu and his team simultaneously focused their gaze on the Northern Division's list. Northern Division advancing teams first place. Panties Observation Team points, 755, second place. Yichun Team points, 675, third place. Wang Ba Team points, 555. Seeing the bold first place on the list, the resting area erupted in cheers. Awesome. Brother Yu, we got first place. Totally crushed Yi Chen's team. Ha ha ha. Come on, Brother Yu, give us a kiss. Ha ha. It's so relaxing to be on the same team as Brother Jiang. Sister Xiaoyan, we really advanced. How say, don't kiss my brother. Ha ha. Such a brother-protecting maniac. So scary. Meanwhile, in the rest area where Yi Chun and his team were, the atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. Especially after hearing the cheers from the neighboring rest area, their expressions grew even darker. Damn it. Damn it. Why are we second? And why is Jiang Yu's team so far ahead of us in points? Yi Chun was burning with rage. The other 4 kept their heads down, even breathing cautiously. They all knew very well that facing Jiang Yu head-on, their chances of winning were slim. Yi Chun just couldn't accept this fact. He was ranked first on the young generation's genius list. And yet, he couldn't even beat the second-place team? And that team even had a few average performing members. This made him furious. But when they looked at the live stream comments, they fell into an even deeper silence. How Yu Jin? Haha, the genius list number 1 actually lost to number 2? What a joke. Looks like Yi Chen's position is in jeopardy. Loves egg fried rice. Honestly, Yi Chen being number 1 is a bit questionable. From the recent performance, Jiang Yu's strength is obvious. Yi family head, nonsense. If it were a direct confrontation, my Yi Chun would definitely crush Jiang Yu. General Jiang. Big talk from the one above? I'd like to visit the Yi family and see for myself. Yi family head. My son Yi Chun is trash. What I just said is true. The number 1 spot should belong to Jiang Yu. I'm reporting this immediately. Yi Chun is unworthy. President of the Alchemist Association. Humph. My son Yuan Long has unparalleled talent. Once I refine the talent pill, he will be invincible. General Jiang. Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares say they're undefeated? The comments section instantly turned into a chat room for the big shots. Ordinary people didn't dare say a word, fearing they'd provoke them. Jiang Yu. Just wait. I'll show you in the elimination round. Yi Chen said darkly. Everyone present shivered. The scene shifted. Haha, you guys are amazing. Especially you, Jiang Yu. You're the future hope of Huagua. Secretary Feng excitedly walked into the rest area. Jiang Yu's talent far exceeded his expectations. Even General Jiang at this age probably couldn't match Jiang Yu's current strength. Secretary Feng, don't flatter me. This is just basic performance. I'll surprise you in the elimination round. Jiang Yu said confidently. Feng Xingkong was slightly taken aback. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. All right, everyone hasn't had a proper meal in 3 days. Let's have a good meal first, then head to the capital for the elimination round. As soon as Secretary Feng finished speaking, Jiang Yu and the others got up and left the rest area. Just as they stepped out the door, Yi Chun and his team also walked out. Yo, Yi Chun, how does it feel to advance as the second-place team? Hao Se taunted sarcastically. Yi Chen's eyes immediately widened like light bulbs, exuding a murderous aura. It was clear that Hao Se's words had completely enraged him. Hey, stop it. Yuan Xinshin tugged on Hao Se's sleeve, whispering to dissuade him. Haosei listened and said no more. After exchanging a glance with Yi Chun, he silently walked away. On the car, Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Xiaoyan sitting beside him. Without saying a word, he directly grabbed her slender hand and started playing with it. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, her mind a chaotic mess, but she didn't push him away, only blushed and used her other hand to pick up her phone, starting to scroll through short videos. Suddenly, she came across a video Jiang Yu had posted a few days ago. Ding! Jiang Xiaoyan feels speechless and shocked by your actions. Emotion value plus 3,333. Jiang Yu froze. Huh? What's going on? Is my sister having an emotional outburst? Clearly, he still didn't understand what had happened. Thinking about it, he shook his head, feeling the jade-like hand in his grasp grow even warmer. He naturally glanced at his data panel, especially the emotion value section. Emotion value 1, 260, 333 talent points, 666 cultivation points, 266. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Wow, this is amazing. His exclamation startled everyone in the car. Even the bald principal driving almost lost control and skidded. You, what do you mean? Jiang Xiaoyan blushed, looking at Jiang Yu. What does amazing mean? Is my hand really that important to him? Clearly, Jiang Xiaoyan misunderstood. Ahem, sorry everyone. I just got excited thinking about how we're about to win the championship. Jiang Yu scratched his head, smiling as he explained. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head away, no longer looking at him. Haha, with brother Yu leading us, we really have a shot at the championship. Haosei suddenly laughed. Jiang Yu ignored him and continued staring at his data panel. His emotion value had surpassed 1,000,000 again. No, I need to calm down. I'll draw the lottery tonight. When I'm in a better state, it might go more smoothly. He shook his head, deciding silently. Right now, his spiritual energy was almost depleted, and his mental strength wasn't strong enough. So, he decided to wait until the evening to try. Besides, they were about to eat. If he drew some heaven-defying treasure now and got too excited to control his emotions, what would his sister think if he was mistaken for a lunatic? Soon, Jiang Yu and his group arrived at a restaurant. After ordering, Secretary Feng looked at everyone. While we wait for the food, let me explain the rules of the advancement competition. After speaking, Jiang Yu and the others all looked at him attentively. Without much hesitation, Secretary Feng began to explain the elimination rounds in detail. The elimination rounds are divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North, with 16 teams in each region, totaling 64 teams. In the elimination rounds, losing one match means you're out, directly eliminated. To win, you must render all 5 members of the opposing team incapable of fighting. The entire competition will be live-streamed, and top figures from Huagua will be watching on site. Their goal is clear: to find disciples and recruit students. However, to ensure the safety of the competition, no outsiders are allowed to watch on site, except for these top figures. After finishing, Secretary Feng looked at everyone. If you make it to the top 12, being pre-admitted to a top university is guaranteed. After saying this, he looked at everyone with a determined gaze. Secretary Feng, are these top universities really that good? Jiang Yu asked curiously. He still didn't know much about this world. As soon as he said this, Jiang Xiaoyan and the others gave him strange looks. Ahem. Secretary Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. If you're pre-admitted to a top university, you'll enjoy an education and cultivation environment that ordinary universities can't compare to. Moreover, the resources will be doubled. Let me give you an example. If you're at an ordinary university, your cultivation speed is normal. But at a top university, it's at least 3 times faster. You understand now, right? After speaking, he looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded. I understand. So how many top universities are there in China? This question left everyone except Jiang Xiaoyan, including Haosei, looking puzzled. Clearly, they weren't very familiar with this either. 3. They are Beijing University, Shanghai University, and the strongest, Lingwu University, Secretary Feng explained. The strongest? Does that mean Lingwu University is harder to get into than the other 2? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Secretary Feng shook his head. Not just harder, it's extremely hard. For the other 2 universities, as long as you're pre-admitted, you can enroll directly. But Lingwu University is different. To get in, you must pass a rigorous test. As for how difficult the test is, Secretary Feng didn't continue, but his words made Jiang Yu understand that Lingwu University wasn't a place you could enter easily. However, his situation was different. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, Jiang Yu and his group had finished a sumptuous lunch. Burp. Jiang Yu let out a satisfied burp and leaned comfortably against the car seat. The journey from Yuan City to Beijing took several hours. So during this time, everyone rested in the car. He glanced at his sister beside him and found Zhang Xiaoyan already asleep, leaning against the car seat. Clearly, the 3 days in the abyss had exhausted her. Forget it, I'll take a nap too. Jiang Yu yawned and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. He didn't know how much time had passed. In a daze, he felt a weight on his left shoulder. Squinting his eyes, he looked to the left and saw Zhang Xiaoyan leaning on his shoulder, smiling sweetly in her sleep. This girl, so cute. Looking at his sister's profile, Jiang Yu couldn't help but want to kiss her cheek. But he restrained himself and pretended to be asleep. Feeling the little head on his shoulder, he found it hard to fall asleep. Time ticked by. Before they knew it, it was around 8 p.m. By this time, Jiang Yu and his group had arrived at the Martial Artists Hotel in Beijing. Because the National Martial Artists Tournament was being held, this hotel only allowed the 64 participating teams to stay. No one else was permitted. He, Sis, were neighbors again. What a coincidence. Jiang Yu looked at the room key in his hand and smirked at Zhang Xiaoyan. Brother Yu, I suspect someone is pulling strings for you. How come we're always in neighboring rooms? Are you planning to? Before he could finish, he saw the murderous look in Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes. Brother, come to my room later. I need to talk to you. Zhang Xiaoyan said this and left the front desk without looking back. Hee hee, brother Yu, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Housei grinned smugly. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Jiang Yu was also puzzled. Why did his sister want him to go to her room? Could it be? Thinking of this, he got excited. After saying goodbye to Housei and the others, he followed his sister. TSK, brother Yu is really lucky. Unlike me, still single. Housei looked dejected. Soon, Jiang Yu caught up with his sister. Hey, sis, why do you want me to come to your room? Don't tell me it's really. Jiang Yu said with a mischievous grin. Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned red. Don't overthink it. I need to refine pills. You help me get the pill furnace and assist me. Jiang Yu immediately felt disappointed. Oh, so that's how it is. Seeing the disappointment on his face, Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Ding. Zhang Xiaoyan thinks your thoughts are too improper. Emotion value plus 3,332. This guy, actually thinking about those things, how shameless, she thought to herself. Not long after, the two arrived at Zhang Xiaoyan's room 233. Seeing the luxurious decorations inside, Jiang Yu once again showed an expression of someone who had never seen the world. Hurry, take out the pill furnace. Don't make any noise while I refine pills, or I'll break your legs. Zhang Xiaoyan threatened. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. The familiar little sister is back again. What did you say? Nothing. I'll go get the pill furnace right away. Before long, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the room. At this moment, on the second floor of the hotel, a handsome man with short purple hair, accompanied by an ordinary-looking man, happened to pass by room 233. This smell, it's a medicinal pill. The purple-haired man stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with doubt. Brother Long, what's wrong? The man beside him asked. Yuan Long pointed to room 233. Bai Hao, take a closer sniff. Why does this smell seem so familiar? Bai Hao sniffed and was slightly stunned. Brother Long, this smell, isn't it spirit enhancement pills? I occasionally smelled it in the president's office. Upon hearing this, Yuan Long immediately understood. That's right. It's spirit enhancement pills. As soon as he finished speaking, both their faces turned incredulous. Impossible. In all of China, besides my father and the vice president, only the principal of Lingwu Academy can refine spirit enhancement pills. Who on earth is in this room? Yuan Long's tone was panicked. Could it be the principal of Lingwu Academy? Impossible. The Martial Artist Hotel only houses contestants. Could one of the contestants actually know how to refine spirit enhancement pills? Thinking of this, he became even more flustered. Bai Hao, use your perception ability to investigate who is in that room. Yuan Long panted heavily. If it's true, this person will become a tremendous asset to our Alchemist Association. To be able to refine spirit enhancement pills at the age of 16, regardless of where they learned it, proves their talent is absolutely top-notch. If we can recruit them into the Alchemist Association, our association will undoubtedly dominate the world in the future. If it's a girl and she's beautiful, I wouldn't mind either. Brother Long. The ones inside are Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, the siblings. The one refining pills is Jiang Xiaoyan. Bai Hao closed his eyes to sense and exclaimed in shock. As soon as he finished speaking, inside room 233, Jiang Xiaoyan froze slightly. Sister, what's wrong? Seeing his sister in a daze, Jiang Yu asked with concern. Brother, someone just used spiritual power to spy on us. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice trembled. She was very aware that if her alchemy talent was discovered by the Alchemist Association, the consequences would be unimaginable. In her previous life, she was invincible and had nothing to fear even if exposed. But now, sister, don't be afraid. With my master backing us, no one can do anything to us. I'll go see who's spying on us. After speaking, he gently touched his sister's smooth cheek. Under her shy gaze, he teleported into the hotel corridor. Finding no one around, he scratched his head in confusion and teleported back. No one. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. They might have hidden after being discovered. She was right. Yuan Long and Bai Hao had already quietly made their way to the third floor of the hotel. Phew, we almost got caught. I really don't have the confidence to beat Jiang Yu. Yuan Long panted heavily. I didn't expect Jiang Xiaoyan to have such a talent for alchemy. Thinking of the beautiful face on the competition list, his heart stirred. No, I have to tell my dad right away. Such a talented woman. If she's not under the control of our Alchemist Association, it would be such a waste. With that, he left the martial artist hotel with Bai Hao. Meanwhile, in room 233, Jiang Yu looked at his sister, whose face was still full of worry, and said helplessly, Don't worry, sister. If you're ever in danger, I will protect you first, even if it means sacrificing myself. Looking at her brother's determined gaze, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately covered his mouth. Don't say that. My alchemy talent has been exposed, which has both advantages and disadvantages. The future is full of uncertainty. She shook her head helplessly, but suddenly thought of something, and the worry on her face instantly disappeared without a trace. Since my talent has been exposed, if Master finds out, she should come looking for me. Thinking of the Master who cared for her like a mother in her past life, she smiled faintly. That was the first person, besides Jiang Yu, who was willing to sacrifice for her in her previous life. Huh, sister, why are you smiling foolishly again? Are you thinking about that handsome guy? Jiang Yu asked, full of dissatisfaction. Of course not. Are you jealous? Jiang Xiaoyan smiled at him. I, Jiang Yu, will never be jealous in this lifetime. All right, then I admit, I was indeed thinking about someone just now. Who? Tell me, or I'll spank you. Hearing this, Jiang Yu almost jumped up, his eyes full of jealousy. But Jiang Xiaoyan's next words left him stunned. Actually, I wasn't thinking about anyone else. I've always been thinking about you. Jiang Xiaoyan gently raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yu seriously. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was shyly lowering her head and trembling all over, a surge of emotion rose in his heart, but he suppressed it with all his might. He kept reminding himself, now is not the time. Now is not the time. What a coincidence. I've always been thinking about you too. Do you think we might be a match made in heaven? Jiang Yu said excitedly, his words full of joy. When Jiang Xiaoyan heard what he said, her face instantly turned as red as an apple. The pills are ready. Here are a few for you. I'll focus on breaking through to the Silver Realm tonight. You should hurry back and cultivate. She quickly took out dozens of pills from the alchemy furnace, handed a few to Jiang Yu, and urged him to leave with a trembling voice. It was clear that her uncontrolled words earlier had made her feel extremely embarrassed. Seeing his sister issuing a clear dismissal, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Sis, I still don't know the specific effects of these pills. Huh? Oh, right. I'll explain right now. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan seemed a bit dazed, and Jiang Yu noticed another adorable side of his sister. A dazed sister was quite endearing too. Then, Jiang Xiaoyan began explaining the effects of the spirit-enhancing pill. After listening to her explanation, Jiang Yu was stunned. Just now he was calling his sister silly, but now he was the one stunned. According to what you said, you can refine a supreme-grade spirit-enhancing pill in a few days? His eyes were full of disbelief. After learning about the effects of the spirit-enhancing pill, he was completely shocked. Ordinary spirit-enhancing pills could only temporarily increase cultivation speed, but the supreme-grade ones could permanently enhance cultivation speed. Has my sister activated some kind of cheat code? Umph. Of course. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan raised her nose proudly, her face full of arrogance. Jiang Yu looked at her and was slightly taken aback. Oh, another kind of cuteness. A proud little sister is quite charming too. Hee hee. Guess what the luckiest thing in my life is? Jiang Yu asked, looking at her. Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Huh? What is it? Jiang Yu stared at her with determination. The luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Jiang Xiaoyan to react, he directly used spatial teleportation to return to his room 234. Huh? Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned. The next second, her face turned red as if it was about to emit smoke. Several seconds later, she snapped out of her overwhelming joy and satisfaction. I think I feel the same way, she said softly. But when she looked up, Jiang Yu had already disappeared. Leaving without saying a word. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted angrily. She had finally managed to say those words, and he didn't even hear them. Looks like she'll have to teach him a lesson tomorrow. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded and went to wash up and cultivate. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a dangerous sensation creeping into his heart. What the heck? Could it be that my sister wants to break my legs again? He turned pale with fright. Every time he had this feeling before, it was always because his sister wanted to beat him up. Out of curiosity, he tried to use X-ray vision to see what Jiang Xiaoyan was doing. The result, 2 streams of nosebleed directly flowed out of his nostrils. Oh my, this is way too stimulating. Huh? Why is the nosebleed not stopping? Damn, what's going on? Why won't it stop? After a full half hour, Jiang Yu lay weakly on the bed, with a wad of tissue stuffed in his nostrils to prevent further bleeding. Damn, is my vitality that strong? Bleeding for half an hour almost killed me. Lying there, Jiang Yu complained helplessly. There was no helping it with that scene. It would be strange if he didn't get a nosebleed. Fortunately, he had taken a kidney-strengthening pill before, otherwise, he might have already been done for. Phew. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to his data panel. His emotion value had now skyrocketed to over 1.8 million. He never expected his emotion value to increase so quickly during this period, far exceeding his expectations. System, if I save up for several golden legendary level draws, can you give me a discount? His eyes lit up as he tentatively asked. The idea had just popped into his head. Ding. Don't even think about it. Jiang Yu pretended to be heartbroken. So it looks like you have no compassion. Ding. The system expresses silence towards your behavior. Emotion value plus 3,334. Sigh, forget it. Let us just take a look at this prize pool first. He sighed helplessly and turned his gaze to the light screen in front of him. The golden legendary level prize pool contained more than 20 types of prizes. Each time a draw is made, the prizes in the pool are replaced. He was curious about what good items were in the prize pool this time. Unexpectedly, when he saw the prizes, Jiang Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, clearly shocked. This. Supreme level lottery ticket. Jiang Yu stammered. Supreme level lottery ticket. Upon obtaining it, you can conduct one supreme level draw. Just a few simple words, yet they made him so excited it felt like a millennium had passed. This was a supreme level draw. As long as he got any treasure from it, Jiang Yu could dominate the world, and no one would be able to stop him. Of course, this statement was a bit exaggerated, but he knew very well that every item in the supreme level draw could greatly aid his cultivation journey. System, can this golden legend level draw give me a supreme level lottery ticket? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. He really wanted that item. If the system showed mercy and directly gave him one, it would be amazing. Ding. No. The system's voice ruthlessly shattered his dream. Ding. However, since you want it so badly, as long as you conduct one golden legend level draw, The probability of obtaining a supreme level lottery ticket will increase over time. Guaranteed to appear within 50 draws. These words gave Jiang Yu a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the system loves me the most. Then let's start with one golden legend level draw. Jiang Yu was beyond excited. Ding. The system feels speechless about the host's behavior. Critical hit successful. Talent points +6. Ding. Conducting golden legend level draw. As soon as the system's prompt sounded in his mind, Jiang Yu's eyes were fixed on the large spinning wheel in front of him, not daring to look away for even a moment. Soon, the arrow stopped. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mystery Pills 1 bottle. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yu felt inexplicably disappointed. Sigh. Oh well, after all, it's a golden legend level draw. It shouldn't give me something useless, right? Curious, he clicked on the detailed description of the mystery pills. Mystery pills contains 10 pills. Each pill, when consumed, can temporarily activate unknown abilities. The strength of the abilities is unpredictable if strong. You can soar to the heavens and dive into the earth if weak. There will still be some improvement. After reading the description, Jiang Yu remained silent for a while. Then, damn, I can't believe this. He was so angry he almost exploded. If it gave him a guaranteed enhancement effect, that would be fine, whether it was an increase in physical strength or spiritual energy. But this thing directly came with an unknown effect? Isn't this just making me open a blind box? Forget it. I still have over 800,000 emotion points. In a few days, I can draw again. Besides, if I take this thing, what if I suddenly become stronger? After all, it's unknown. After comforting himself, Jiang Yu put the mystery pills into the system's backpack, planning to use them when needed. Then he took out the spirit enhancement pill his sister had given him, immediately consumed one, and sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. He was looking forward to seeing what effects the spirit enhancement pill would bring. The scene shifts. Capital City Alchemist Association. Inside the president's office. Oh, really? There's such a talented girl in alchemy in this world. And she's Jiang Yu's sister? Yuan Dan listened to his son's words. His pupils contracted, shocked. That's right, father. That's right. Yuan Long's eyes were firm. If I'm lying to you even a little, I'll immediately go berserk. Before he could finish, Yuan Dan waved his hand to interrupt. Calm down. Calm down. Don't scare yourself. From what you just said, are you interested in that little girl? He looked at his son suspiciously. In the past, he always pressured his son to quickly find a wife so he could have grandchildren sooner, but his son was adamantly against it. Has he finally come to his senses today? That's right, father. The first time I saw Jiang Xiaoyan, I completely fell in love with her. I'm willing to give up everything for her. Stop with the nonsense, Yuan Dan interrupted. Do you know who Jiang Xiaoyan's brother, Jiang Yu, is a disciple of? Of course I know. Jiang Yu is Marshal Zhang's disciple. I think the whole world knows that, right? Yuan Long looked puzzled. Yuan Dan waved his sleeve. He's Jiang Tian's disciple. That status is anything but simple. You can go ahead and pursue that little girl without worry. Anyway, the Alchemist Association will be your domain in the future. I refuse to believe she won't be moved. If you need anything, just tell me. As for that old guy Jiang Tian, I'll handle him. Looking at his father's angry face, Yuan Long asked in confusion, Father, why do you get so angry every time Marshal Jiang is mentioned? Did he do something to you in the past? Yuan Dan glared at his son. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Your only job now is to pursue that little girl. Someone with her talent is destined to belong to our Alchemist Association. If you can win her over, that would be perfect. Really, father? Yuan Long's eyes lit up. In that case, if I can't win over my goddess, the Alchemist Association might as well shut down early. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dan gave him a resounding slap. You unfilial son. You're going to be the death of me. Yuan Dan glared at his son angrily. Do you know why I keep urging you to find a wife and give me grandchildren? Why? Damn it. My alternate account got destroyed. What's wrong with me having an alternate account? And nothing wrong. If you don't win over that girl, I'll break your legs. Yes. Yuan Long responded and slinked away dejectedly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation. Feeling the increase in spiritual energy within him, He couldn't help but get excited. Damn, this cultivation speed is at least twice as fast as usual. Jiang Yu's eyes were full of joy. He hadn't expected the pills his sister refined to be so effective. He had noticed yesterday that the batch of herbs his sister bought a few days ago could only produce at most 34 spirit-enhancing pills. That meant a month's worth of cultivation only cost $1,000. And during that month, his cultivation speed would be doubled. Having a sister like this, it's like having a cheat code. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. Of course, that wasn't the only thing making him happy. He also had a little secret. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in his wonderful daydreams. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door brought him back to reality. Who is it? Right at the critical moment. Jiang Yu muttered as he walked to open the door. When he opened it, he saw Secretary Feng standing outside. Secretary Feng, isn't the knockout match starting at noon? What do you need from me? He asked, puzzled. If it were Jiang Xiaoyan coming, he might be a bit excited, but this old man, he wasn't interested. What? Not welcoming me? Secretary Feng said, slightly displeased. Jiang Yu quickly stepped aside and forced a smile. Not at all, please come in. Secretary Feng nodded in satisfaction. Good lad, you'll definitely have a bright future. He walked into the room and turned to Jiang Yu. I've already informed Hao Sei and the others to come over because the match list is out. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately perked up. The match list is out? Who are we up against? Wait until everyone arrives, but I think you guys will have no problem winning. Just as Secretary Feng finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyan entered the room with Hao Sei and 3 others in tow. All right, now that everyone is here, it's time to discuss the match list and some key points. Everyone quickly gathered around the sofa. Jiang Yu, sitting next to Jiang Xiaoyan, couldn't help but hold her soft hand. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, and she glared at him but said nothing. Ahem, stop showing off your affection. Secretary Feng cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Your first round match will be in the 8th game. Your opponents are Wu Qing's team. They're not weak, with an overall level around bronze rank 8 or 9. Secretary Feng placed a match list on the coffee table for everyone to review. But I believe in your strength, beating them shouldn't be an issue. Everyone's eyes turned to the list on the table. Jiang Yu noticed that there were a total of 32 matches this time, and Chunan's team was actually in the first match. Their team was in the 8th match. Yichen's team was in the 10th match. As for Yuanlong's team, they were in the very last match. Don't worry, Secretary Feng. To deal with them, I alone am enough, Jiang Yu said confidently. He wasn't wrong. If he went all out, not only would this unknown team stand no chance, even Yichun would be completely outmatched. Regarding that battle in the abyss, if he had truly gone all out instead of just stirring things up with words, Yichun wouldn't have lasted half a minute before being eliminated. Oh, really? Secretary Feng looked skeptical. Just wait until the match starts. I'll show you how it's done. Jiang Yu thought that with the national broadcast, there was no need to hold back. For him now, managing his emotions was the most important thing. Back then, he hadn't gone all out because there were hundreds of teams in the abyss. If he had exhausted his spiritual energy and been ambushed. So he chose to be cautious at the time. Secretary Feng, with so many matches, why not divide them into groups? If we finish all in one day, wouldn't we have to sit in the rest area all day? Hao Sei asked. Secretary Feng smiled helplessly. That's exactly what I was about to explain as part of the key points. After each match, team members can return to the hotel to rest and watch other matches on their phones. So there's no need for grouping. The timing is about the same. Hao Sei nodded. I see. Then doesn't that mean Yuanlong's team has to stay at the venue from start to finish? At this, everyone silently mourned for Yuanlong's team for a second. Ahem. All right, I've said everything I needed to. I'm leaving now. Stop making me endure your public displays of affection. Secretary Feng glanced at Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan across from him. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the room without looking back. This dog food is really hard to swallow. Brother Yu, I'm leaving too. Hao Sei stood up and quickly followed Secretary Feng. Sister Xiaoyan, I didn't expect your relationship with Jiang Yu to progress so quickly. I won't disturb you two then. Haha, Brother Jiang is really lucky, I admit it. The two finished speaking and left one after another. Clearly, This group couldn't handle the love show of the sweet couple Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. In truth, they were just single and feeling both envious and jealous. Once everyone had left, Jiang Yu's gaze fell back on the beautiful girl in front of him. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? She suddenly pulled her hand out of Jiang Yu's, her voice filled with panic. Now that the room was empty, would this scoundrel have any bad intentions toward her? What's wrong? Can't someone admire beauty for a bit longer? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. In her previous life, she had lived for so long, but had never blushed as frequently as she had this past year. Huh? Sister, why is your face red? Are you running a fever? Jiang Yu took the opportunity to place his hand on her forehead. It's quite warm. Should I go buy you some medicine? You shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something, left this shy remark, and ran out of the room with a flushed face. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels your behavior is very embarrassing. Emotion value plus 2,333. What is this little girl imagining now? Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. I just said I'd buy her medicine. Could it be that she misunderstood? Sigh, my sister, her imagination is really too wild. Jiang Yu muttered to himself as he turned his gaze to his data panel. Emotion value, 900,666. Wow, over 900,000 emotion points in one night? It seems posting videos was a great idea. He was considering whether to post a few more videos. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Even if he posted, he wouldn't know what to say. He couldn't just post the same video repeatedly, right? He decided to wait until he had a better idea. Besides, the elimination round was currently the best time for him to reap benefits. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 a.m. Not long after, Secretary Feng brought 5 people to their exclusive rest area. All right, you can rest here. Someone will notify you before the competition starts. I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Secretary Feng left the rest area. After all, apart from the contestants, no outsiders were allowed to stay here. I think Secretary Feng just didn't want to be stuffed full of someone's dog food, Halsey said, staring at Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan holding hands, his eyes full of jealousy. What? You don't have a girlfriend, so you won't let others feed you dog food? Jiang Yu teased. This remark didn't make Halsey feel awkward, but it made Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turn red. What does he mean by that, could he? Jiang Xiaoyan listened to the words beside her, her mind in chaos, unable to stop overthinking. Oh, isn't this a roundabout way of making it official? Halsey said with a meaningful smile. It's not exactly sleazy, but this guy's smile just gives off a weird vibe. What? Do you have a problem? Jiang Yu asked back. No. Halsey quickly waved his hand. What about you two? Jiang Yu looked at the other two. No. The two shook their heads in unison. Then his gaze slowly shifted to her beside him. And you? But Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't hear what Jiang Yu was saying at all. It wasn't that she didn't care, but her mind was in complete chaos. Her head was buzzing. Clearly, she was flustered, overly excited. Oh, since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Jiang Yu touched her cheek, his tone full of satisfaction. Jiang Xiaoyan felt the touch on her face and froze for a moment. Only then did she realize what had just happened. She could only lower her head, her face so red it seemed like it might drip water, completely at a loss for words. Then, I'll just take it as a yes. She thought sweetly to herself. Just as the two were in this ambiguous moment, a figure suddenly appeared, interrupting the warm atmosphere. Hello, everyone. My name is Yuan Long. I'm here to see Miss Jiang Xiaoyan this time. Yuan Long greeted everyone. Then he walked straight to Jiang Xiaoyan and stopped in front of her under the curious gazes of the others. When Jiang Xiaoyan saw this person in front of her, the sweetness in her heart instantly vanished. Yuan Long? What do you want with me? Jiang Xiaoyan's tone was icy. Of course, she knew this Yuan Long. In her past life, he was one of her sycophants, but at the time, she found him annoying and got rid of him without a second thought. After all, back then, she was practically invincible on Blue Star. When Yuan Long heard Jiang Xiaoyan call out his name, he immediately became excited. In his mind, how could someone meeting him for the first time directly call his name? Could it be that the goddess was also interested in him? Thinking of this, he revealed a smile unique to sycophants. Miss Xiaoyan, Your alchemy skills are so amazing. When you have time, we could spar together. My father is the president of the Alchemist Association. As he spoke, he extended his hand, his eyes full of confidence. By bringing up his father's status, surely this girl wouldn't dare refuse, right? Yuan Long wanted to shake hands with Jiang Xiaoyan, but Jiang Yu immediately became displeased. Clearly, this was the guy who had been spying on them yesterday. Now the entire Alchemist Association probably knew about his sister's alchemy skills. So, this was all the fault of the guy in front of him. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Scram, Jiang Xiaoyan simply said coldly. Then she naturally grabbed the hand of the furious Jiang Yu. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Jiang Yu's anger instantly dissipated. He knew he shouldn't harbor murderous intent toward the person in front of him. He had to make him suffer first. There was no helping it, he just doted on his sister that much. This. Yuan Long looked at their tightly clasped hands, and his heart shattered. You what? Didn't you hear what my sister said? She told you to scram. Jiang Yu held Jiang Xiaoyan's hand while taunting Yuan Long with a mocking tone. Clearly, Yuan Long's appearance had completely angered the overprotective brother Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Yuan Long's veins bulged. As a genius, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Let alone the fact that his father was the president of the Alchemist Association. No one had ever dared to treat him this way. But today, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan showed him no respect at all. If that's the case, he glared fiercely at Jiang Yu, let out a humph, and left with a flick of his sleeve. After Yuan Long left, Hao Se asked in confusion, Brother Yu, is that guy stupid? His talent isn't as good as yours. His strength isn't as good as yours. And he still dares to talk to my sister Yin like that? He must not have been beaten enough. Hao Se helplessly covered his forehead. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. You're right. This kid has potential. He was becoming more and more impressed with Hao Se. Who would have thought this kid had such a bright future? Hee, Brother Yu. So should I call this Sister Yin next to you Little Sister Yin from now on? Or just call her Little Sister Yin? Jiang Xiaoyan quickly interrupted. She couldn't stand that title. That's right. Listen to Little Sister Yin. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to act so quickly. At this moment, a sharp female voice came from not far away. The next second, a familiar figure to Jiang Yu approached quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes immediately turned fierce as she stared at the approaching person. Hiss! Why does this woman look so familiar? Jiang Yu pretended to think. Oh right, it's Ji Zihan, but I think she's not as pretty as you. The last sentence he whispered to Jiang Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a sweet sense of happiness. I really didn't expect you, Jiang Xiaoyan, to take advantage of my absence to make a move on Jiang Yu. Don't think I'll give up, Ji Zihan said stubbornly. After being inexplicably called back by her father, she couldn't stop thinking about Jiang Yu. She knew she had truly fallen for him. Hey, what do you mean? My brother Yu already has a girlfriend, okay? And look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of my brother Yu? Hao Se, seeing her unreasonable behavior, retorted without hesitation. You? Ji Zihan glared angrily at Hao Se. At this moment, the sound of thunder rumbled. Chu Nan's figure quickly appeared beside Ji Zihan. Ji Zihan, what are you doing here? Come back with me. His face was full of impatience. But when he saw the people around, he froze. Jiang Yu. It's actually you. Chu Nan stared at Jiang Yu with eyes full of anger. Jiang Yu was stunned. What the hell? Dude, who are you? I don't owe you money, do I? Looking at the guy in front of him, who seemed like Jiang Yu owed him millions, Jiang Yu was utterly speechless. Jiang Yu, don't get too cocky. We'll settle this on the competition stage, Chu Nan said, then grabbed Ji Zihan to leave. But Ji Zihan shook off Chu Nan's hand angrily, her face full of frustration. Why are you here? Such a buzzkill. After saying that, she glanced at Jiang Yu and left without looking back. Chu Nan, seeing this, could only shake his head helplessly and follow Ji Zihan. Left behind were Jiang Yu and his companions, all looking dumbfounded. What just happened? Jiang Yu asked, full of confusion. I feel like I just watched a 52-episode melodrama play out in front of me. Hao Se stood there in a daze. Sigh, truly a case of being in the middle of the drama without realizing it. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Chu Nan, what a baffling guy. Wait. Brother you. Didn't you notice? That woman named Ji Zihan looks a lot like Brother Ji. As Hao Sei spoke, everyone's gaze instantly turned to Ji Qingfeng. Hey, you're right. I used to think Ji Zihan looked like someone, and now that you mention it, I think the two of them are definitely siblings. Jiang Yu suddenly realized. He wasn't wrong. Ji Qingfeng and Ji Zihan really did look alike. Whether it was their face shape, nose bridge, or eyes, they were almost identical. Hey, 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 Brother Ji, do you think you and Ji Zihan might actually be siblings? After all, you both have the surname Ji and look so alike, Hao Sei said, his face full of doubt. He felt like he was about to uncover a big secret. Ji Qingfeng immediately protested upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? I, Ji Qingfeng, have been an orphan since childhood, adopted by a master on the mountain. How could I possibly be siblings with that woman? His face was full of disbelief. Hao Sei gave a sly smile. Heh, that's not necessarily true. Maybe there's a story behind your adoption? Who knows? The relationship here might be enough to write a novel. After saying this, he nodded in agreement. Hearing Hao Sei's words, Ji Qingfeng was left speechless. Attention, all contestants. The first round of the Global Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Please return to the rest area to prepare for the match. Just as everyone fell silent, an announcement came from the rest area. All right. The match is about to start. Let's stop talking about this. Jiang Yu quickly mediated when he saw the group fall silent. Everyone nodded in agreement, except Ji Qingfeng, who frowned thoughtfully. Clearly, she was still pondering Hao Sei's earlier words. First round, first match. Chu Nan's team versus Feng Zi's team. The broadcast sounded again, and Jiang Yu and the others turned their gaze toward the nearby arena. Not only them, but audiences across the country were also watching the battle through live broadcasts. Soon, Chu Nan's team and Feng Zi's team took their positions. I want to see just how strong this Chu Nan really is, Jiang Yu muttered to himself, recalling Chu Nan's words before he left. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt warmth in his right hand. Looking down, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan holding his hand, pretending to focus on the arena. Jiang Yu chuckled to himself. He gently traced his finger across Jiang Xiaoyan's palm. Jiang Xiaoyan felt ticklish, her face slightly flushed. She turned and glared at him fiercely, and only then did Jiang Yu stop. All right, let's watch the match. I'm really curious to see how strong Chu Nan is, Jiang Yu said with a smile, rubbing her head. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, watching the arena with Jiang Yu. The match began. At the referee's signal, the battle erupted fiercely. Jiang Yu noticed that Chu Nan's abilities were dual type, lightning and speed. His teammate Ji Zihan had beast transformation abilities, specifically the Purple Phoenix. After a few rounds of exchanges, Chu Nan's team completely crushed their opponents, winning easily. From this brief, one-minute battle, Jiang Yu gained a general understanding of Chu Nan's strength. Simply put, Yi Chun could easily defeat him. Although Chu Nan's talent was SS level, his ability attributes weren't particularly strong. As for Ji Zihan, while her talent was S level and her ability attributes were strong, her attack methods were too simplistic. Brother, is what you said earlier true? As the second match was about to begin, Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to be deep in thought and suddenly asked. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. What? Jiang Xiaoyan shyly said. You said I'm prettier than Ji Zihan. Is that true? Jiang Yu couldn't help but touch her cheek after hearing this. Of course, in my eyes, you're the most beautiful person in the world. Well, except for myself, he said firmly. What do you mean? Am I not as pretty as you? No. Haha. Do you believe I'll beat you up? You'll beat me up? After being beaten by you for so many years, it's finally my turn to fight back. After saying this, Jiang Yu suddenly appeared behind his sister when she wasn't paying attention. He slapped a certain spot on her. Smack! Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red as she turned around, covering the spot on her back that had been slapped, looking at Jiang Yu in shock. Are you itching for trouble? Come on, hit me. The two then started chasing each other around the resting area. Of course, with Jiang Yu's spatial teleportation and exclusive space abilities, he wouldn't let Jiang Xiaoyan succeed easily. Along the way, he counterattacked a few times, slapping that particularly bouncy spot. Haha, I think we spectators have become completely unnecessary here. Housei twitched his mouth, looking helpless. These two used to be a bit more reserved when showing affection, but now they're just openly flaunting it in public. I can't take it anymore. Sharing the same sentiment, Yuan Xinshin and Ji Qingfeng also looked helpless. Hey, we're here for the competition, not to watch you flaunt your love. Exactly. Xiaoyan Jia, you're too much. After a while, Round 1, Match 8. The Panties Observation Team versus Wu Qing Team. Both teams, please come to the stage. The broadcast echoed throughout the resting area and the live stream. Gift request, wow. Finally, it's the match I've been waiting for. The previous battles were so boring, but this one looks promising. Jiang Yu is leading the Panties Observation Team. 5-star request. That's right. I'm also looking forward to Jiang Yu's performance. Wu Qing Team isn't weak, but I think Jiang Yu is stronger. Thanks. Humph. I don't believe Jiang Yu's team can beat Yi Chen's team. Soon, Jiang Yu and his team walked onto the arena. Huh? Brother Yu, didn't you say there'd be big shots watching? Why is the spectator area completely empty? Housei looked around, puzzled. Maybe they thought 32 matches were too long and didn't bother coming. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, having just used every method to calm his sister down. Humph. Jiang Yu, I admit that our Canyon 5 heroes can't beat you, but we'll give it our all. At this moment, a rough voice came from ahead. Jiang Yu looked at the 5 burly men. What he said next shocked everyone. No need to make it so complicated. I'll take on all 5 of you by myself, and I'll finish you off in one move. If I can't, I'll admit defeat. How about that? As soon as Jiang Yu spoke, not only were all the contestants shocked, but the live stream audience was also stunned. Although Jiang Yu's strength was undeniable, finishing them off in one move. Could a silver-level fighter really pull that off? This Jiang Yu is too arrogant, even though he's at Silver Tier 7 and has the confidence. With spatial abilities and terrifying strength, he does have the qualifications to say that. I, Yuan Long, have never admitted defeat in my life. I really want to see just how strong Jiang Yu is. Discussions erupted from various rest areas. The reason was simple. Jiang Yu's words were truly shocking. Just like the contestants on site, the live stream audience was also abuzz with chatter. Most were skeptical, though some were supportive. Haraha, Jiang Yu, while I admit we can't beat you, claiming you can defeat us in one move is a bit overconfident, isn't it? Wu Qing laughed loudly. If that's the case, you'd better follow through. If you can't take us down in one move, admit defeat. As soon as Wu Qing said this, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone expected Jiang Yu to respond with some bold declaration, but instead, he seemed to be taking advantage of the situation. All right, Jiang Yu replied helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people behind him and Jiang Xiaoyan. Step back, I'm about to show off. Without hesitation, the 4 of them quickly retreated dozens of meters away. Don't ask why, it's simply their trust in Jiang Yu. Once the 4 had stepped back, Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto the 5 opponents ahead. The referee, seeing both sides ready, immediately announced, "The 8th match of the first round begins now." With the referee's signal, all eyes, whether from the contestants in the rest area or the livestream audience, focused on the arena. Brothers, charge. Xuanwu possession. With Wu Qing's shout, a massive turtle shell appeared behind him. Not only that, but his hands, feet, and head transformed into turtle-like features. A tail even grew from his rear. It sounded impressive, but in reality, he was just a giant turtle. You think turning into a big turtle can stop me? Jiang Yu sneered, looking at him disdainfully. The next moment, intense spatial fluctuations erupted from Jiang Yu's body. Space collapse. He directly consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy to unleash this ultimate move. What's happening? My body feels pinned down. I can't move. This power is too strong. I can't resist it at all. What kind of power is this? Wu Qing turned to look behind him and found that his 4 teammates were also pinned down as if crushed by giant stones, drenched in cold sweat. But in the next second, a wave of distortion swept through. Instantly, within a 10-meter radius around Wu Qing, powerful spatial fluctuations rapidly spread. Buzz, squelch, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qing's team of 5 was covered in countless wounds. Apart from Wu Qing, who collapsed but remained conscious, the other four had already fainted. The arena floor was also torn apart by the spatial fluctuations, leaving deep cracks. The power of this ability was evident. Spatial abilities are this strong? How can Yichen possibly compare to him? Wait, look at Jiang Yu. He's completely unharmed. This is just too powerful. So this is Jiang Yu's strength? Our Yuanlong team admits defeat. The shock in the rest area was relatively mild, but the livestream audience's reaction was explosive, and Jiang Yu couldn't stop grinning. The shock value on site was at least in the thousands each time, and with the large number of viewers in the livestream, the emotional value skyrocketed to tens of thousands, leaving everyone unable to contain their excitement. Ding! Yuanlong is shocked by the host's performance. Emotional value plus 2,333. Ding! Yichun is shocked by the host's performance. Emotional value plus 2,666. Ding! Chunin was shocked by the host's performance. Critical hit successful. Training point +1. Listening to the emotional praise coming from his mind, Jiang Yu was thrilled. Now, returning to the hotel, there's hope for drawing a golden legendary treasure chest. I announce. In the first round, 8th match, the Pandy's observation team successfully advances. The referee's voice rang out, confirming Jiang Yu and his team's smooth progression. Awesome. Following Brother Yu, it's simply an easy win. There's nothing more satisfying in this world than an easy win. Hao Se raised his hands and shouted. He seemed to forget that he was still in the arena, being watched by the national audience. The audience had already labeled Hao Se as the easy win expert. Soon, medical staff carried away Wu Qing and the others. Jiang Yu and his team returned to the rest area. Brother Yu, are we going back to the hotel? Hao Se asked. Up to you guys. I want to watch Yi Chen's next match. I'm quite curious about his strength, Jiang Yu said casually. Recalling Yi Chun's sharp and bizarre technique, Jiang Yu felt he might have found his weakness. During their encounter in the abyss, he had already discovered some clues about Yi Chun's abilities. If this elimination match could confirm it, then he would only need to use spatial teleportation to easily defeat Yi Chun. This wasn't boasting, as long as the clues were correct. Hao Se and the others nodded after hearing this and joined Jiang Yu in watching the match. After all, wherever the boss went, they followed. If the boss didn't return to the hotel, they wouldn't leave either. A few minutes later, Yi Chen's team began their match against an unknown team. Is it starting? Jiang Yu activated his full-powered X-ray vision, focusing on Yi Chun in the arena. At that moment, he felt warmth in his right hand. Turning his head, he saw that familiar jade-like hand. What's wrong? You feel uncomfortable after not holding my hand for a day? Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan beside him, grinning mischievously. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him, trying to pull her hand back. But how could Jiang Yu let her succeed? She tried several times, but failed, glaring at Jiang Yu in frustration. Her expression amused Jiang Yu so much that he almost burst out laughing, but he held back. All right, I was wrong, okay? Let us watch the match. At this moment, Jiang Yu's X-ray vision was still active. Just now, looking at Jiang Xiaoyan, he almost had a nosebleed. Seeing his strange expression, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately understood. This shameless guy's eyes had turned blue. Didn't that mean ding? Jiang Xiaoyan feels ashamed of your behavior. Emotion value plus 3,333. Hearing this sound, Jiang Yu slowly raised his head to look at Jiang Xiaoyan. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, lowered as if lost in thought. Luckily, she has changed now. Otherwise, in the past, I would been beaten up badly. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. His gaze returned to Yi Chun in the arena. The live broadcast didn't allow the use of X-ray vision, so he didn't return to the hotel and stayed here instead. Otherwise, could he stay so calmly? Razor's edge. The match began, and Yi Chun's figure started moving. Indeed, not simple. Watching Yi Chun's movements and skills, Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Now he was even more certain that Yi Chun's ability was real. However, he still needed to observe for a while longer. What if Yi Chun was deliberately pretending to be weak? The match ended quickly. Yi Chun's team won easily. All right, let's go back and rest, Jiang Yu said, leading the group towards the hotel. Brother Yu, I think the only one who needs rest is you. We won easily, Housei said with a wry smile. They weren't tired at all, they had just been standing in the arena for a while. Hearing this, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. I was just saying casually, and you took it literally? Before long, everyone returned to their hotel rooms. As for Jiang Yu, he was called to Jiang Xiaoyan's room again. Sister, what do you want? Could it be? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, leaving his sentence unfinished, but his meaning was clear. Jiang Xiaoyan's face changed upon hearing this, glaring at him angrily. Don't get the wrong idea. It's still way too early. Wait until your cultivation technique is perfected. For now, help me refine some pills. Sigh, I knew it. Wait. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan busying herself seriously, Jiang Yu recalled her earlier words, and his eyes lit up immediately. So, this means that once my cultivation technique is perfected. Thinking of this, he was so excited he almost jumped up. Even if he were given 1,000,000 emotional points, he wouldn't be as thrilled as he was now. Is what you said true? Jiang Yu asked expectantly. Seeing him so happy, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red. Why did she let that slip earlier? Why did she always lose control when facing this guy? She was starting to doubt herself, but she still muttered softly, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." After saying that, she quickly ran to the pill furnace and started working. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, just watched her back with a smile on his face. This girl, her flustered look is quite cute. Thinking this, he stepped forward to help. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyan finished refining her first batch of pills for the day. Wow, I didn't expect the pills you refined to smell so good. Jiang Yu sniffed the faint fragrance in the air and nodded in satisfaction. Huh. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him in confusion. Of course, I think you smell better than the pills. The pill's fragrance is just a faint compliment, Jiang Yu said seriously. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Since when did this guy become so good with words? But it sounded quite pleasant. Just as Jiang Yu was about to continue speaking, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, Jiang Xiaoyan. I am the Vice President of the Alchemist Association, here to discuss something with you. Hearing the voice outside, Jiang Xiaoyan unhesitatingly shoved all the pills into Jiang Yu's hands. She said urgently, "Keep the pills safe. No matter what they say outside, don't act impulsively." Jiang Yu nodded and immediately stored the pills in his exclusive space. Clearly, the Vice President of the Alchemist Association coming personally was not good news. Jiang Xiaoyan's face showed vigilance as she walked over to open the door. Standing outside was a short-haired man in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a suit, with a tired expression on his face. He scanned the room and the two people inside, then smiled. Haha, you must be Jiang Xiaoyan. You're so beautiful, no wonder Yuan Long is interested in you. As he spoke, he nodded, as if praising her appearance. Is there something you need? If not, please leave. Jiang Xiaoyan responded coldly. The vice president's face changed, looking somewhat embarrassed. He was the vice president of the Alchemist Association. He had personally come to find her, only to be treated like this? Did she not know how powerful his status was? Or was she simply being ungrateful? But thinking of Jiang Xiaoyan's alchemy talent, he forced a smile. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yu suddenly strode forward, standing in front of Jiang Xiaoyan, his gaze cold and sharp as he stared at the vice president. My sister has made herself very clear. If there's nothing else, please leave. The vice president's face darkened, and he said coldly, Jiang Xiaoyan, as the vice president of the Alchemist Association, I am inviting you to the association for a cup of tea. You must come with me. His tone was firm today. Jiang Xiaoyan had to be taken away. If she refused, he was prepared to use force. Just as Jiang Yu tightly gripped Jiang Xiaoyan's hand behind him, a cold voice echoed through the corridor. Oh, the Alchemist Association is quite impressive, isn't it? The vice president froze upon hearing the voice, feeling as though he had been frozen solid, unable to move. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Yu were completely unaffected. Clearly, the speaker's power far exceeded his expectations. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound of high heels hitting the ground, a silver-haired, stunningly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, walked over slowly. Jiang Yu didn't notice, but when Jiang Xiaoyan saw her, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. You are. The vice president's face showed extreme fear upon seeing the woman. Umph. The Alchemist Association is truly arrogant, openly trying to abduct someone. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? The beautiful woman's gaze was icy and piercing. The vice president's body trembled slightly, clearly terrified of her. I didn't expect it to be Dean Bing. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. With that, he secretly activated his spiritual energy, struggling to move his body, eager to escape. Just as he was about to flee, Bing Lian's voice rang out again. Go back and tell that old man Yuan Dan to be more careful with his actions. As soon as she finished speaking, the freezing power dissipated, and the vice president's body regained freedom. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. There was no other choice. The oppressive force was too overwhelming, and Bing Lian's power was at the half-step supreme level. On Blue Star, there were only about 10 supreme-level beings, and only 3 in Hua Nation. The vice president was no match for the strength of a half-step supreme. After the vice president fled far away, only Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyan, and Bing Lian were left standing in the room, staring at each other. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment, and Bing Lian couldn't help but speak. What? I just helped you, and you won't even invite me in for tea or say thank you. Jiang Yu quickly responded, Thank you, Auntie, for your help. We don't have any tea in the house, so we won't invite you in. Jiang Yu's words became stammered as he felt a sharp pinch on his waist. It turned out Jiang Xiaoyan had placed her hand on his waist, her eyes full of apology. Don't listen to my brother's nonsense. Please come in. They stepped aside to let Bing Lian in. Ow, stop pinching me. It hurts. Jiang Yu's face was full of pain, as if he were wearing a fake mask of agony. You're the sensible one, little girl. Unlike him, whose temper is just like that annoying guy's. Bing Lian glared fiercely at Jiang Yu before stepping into the house. Jiang Yu was stunned. What did I do to deserve this? What is going on here? Stop grumbling and get inside. Jiang Xiaoyan pinched him again and was the first to sit on the sofa. Jiang Yu rubbed his waist. He had no choice but to sit next to his sister. Fortunately, his waist was strong, and the pain would soon fade. Once the 3 of them were seated, the atmosphere became awkward again. Bing Lian suddenly spoke. Jiang Xiaoyan, I'm very curious who taught you your alchemy skills. You're so young and so talented. The person who taught you must be very skilled in alchemy. From what I know, you and your brother have been orphans since childhood, without parents. I really can't figure out who could have taught you alchemy. Of course, if you don't want to say, that's fine too. Before she could finish, Jiang Yu interrupted. My sister learned her skills online. How about that? Isn't she extraordinarily gifted? Jiang Yu knew very well that his sister hadn't learned alchemy online, but seeing her discomfort, he had to make up an excuse to cover for her. Bing Lian looked puzzled. You can learn alchemy online. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Actually, my skills were taught by someone very important to me. Bing Lian didn't show much reaction after hearing this, but Jiang Yu immediately became unhappy. In this world, was there someone more important than him in his sister's heart? Hearing this, he became angry. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at her jealous brother beside her. She quickly pinched his leg and gave him a reassuring look. Seeing that look, Jiang Yu immediately felt relieved. So, my sister is just trying to appease that woman, he thought to himself. For now, he could only accept this explanation. He wasn't wrong. Jiang Xiaoyan was indeed trying to appease Bing Lian, but she wasn't entirely lying either. Oh, I'm very curious to know who this master is, someone capable of nurturing such an amazing talent like you. Bing Lian asked curiously. She's no longer with us. Jiang Xiaoyan feigned a sorrowful expression. In truth, the person from her past life was no longer around, but in this life, they still existed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Bing Lian quickly apologized. At this moment, Jiang Yu was surprised. A strong individual was speaking to his sister in such a gentle tone? Was it because of her good nature, or was there another motive? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's gaze toward Bing Lian changed. Bing Lian also noticed Jiang Yu's look, but kept her composure. She looked seriously at Jiang Xiaoyan and said, Jiang Xiaoyan, I want to take you as my disciple. I don't want your alchemy talent to go to waste, and I definitely don't want the Alchemist Association to target you. The people in the Alchemist Association, if they can't get what they want, will only destroy it themselves. Although my strength is only at the half-step supreme level, I have connections and can protect you. At this point, Bing Lian's face was full of confidence. Of course, if you don't want to take me as your master, that's fine too. In that case, I can only suggest that you join the Alchemist Association. After all, a genius shouldn't be buried. She couldn't quite explain why, but the moment she saw this little girl, she felt a special fondness for her. Jiang Xiaoyan stared at the person in front of her, thought for a moment, and finally spoke. I am willing to be your disciple. Jiang Xiaoyan stood up and bowed deeply to Bing Lian. Really? That's wonderful. Bing Lian's eyes lit up, and she quickly helped Jiang Xiaoyan up. In that case, from now on, you're my disciple. Anyone who dares to mess with you is messing with me. Bing Lian. She patted her chest, full of pride. Yes, master. Watching the newly formed master-disciple duo, Jiang Yu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. See, this old lady definitely has an agenda. And what's with that gangster-like tone of hers? Hey, brother, she's my master now, so you have to call her master too. Jiang Xiaoyan nudged her brother, who looked utterly resigned, with a hint of dissatisfaction. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something, and her face immediately turned red. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. Huh? All right. Hello, Master Bing. My name is Jiang Yu, and I'm 20 years old. Huh? What 20 years old? Bing Lian asked, puzzled. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant my height is 1.78 meters. Jiang Yu scratched his head, awkwardly explaining. Oh, no problem. I also know your master Jiang Tian. The relationship between you two. She gave them a serious look, then revealed a sly smile. Your relationship is not ordinary. Calling me master is just a matter of time. Master? How can you say that? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as an apple, completely flustered. All right, just kidding. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, feel free to ask if you need anything. Bing Lian patted her chest, exuding confidence. Really, Master Bing? I'm a bit short on you have it. It's all your fault. Slap. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels speechless because of the host's behavior. Critical hit successful. Cultivation points +1. Ouch. Don't pinch me. After a while, Jiang Yu, clutching his waist, helped Jiang Xiaoyan, who was refining pills. Hey, little sister, you've advanced to silver, right? Jiang Yu asked curiously, thinking about the spirit-enhancing pill. Yes, I advanced this morning. I forgot to tell you. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Congratulations. Here, this is the ice-type beast core master gave you before. Use it tonight. Jiang Yu took the beast core out of his pocket and handed it to his sister. Jiang Xiaoyan accepted the beast core and smiled slightly. Thank you. By the way, brother, what do you think of my master? Jiang Xiaoyan's words reached Jiang Yu's ears. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was a deadly question. If he answered wrong, he'd be bettered in tomorrow. So, he had to answer carefully. Haha, I think your master is a good person, especially her. No. Although her character is good, compared to you, her looks are far inferior. Jiang Yu finished speaking with a sincere expression. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan blushed. But thinking carefully, her brother actually praised her master? Did that mean she wasn't good enough? She looked down at herself. She could still see her toes. Seeing his sister's increasingly strange expression, Jiang Yu panicked. Haha, Jiang Xiaoyan took the token handed to her by her master and held it tightly in her hand. Having lived a previous life, she naturally understood the use of this token. To be honest, even her master might not fully comprehend the true power of this token. Seeing her disciple accept the token, Bing Lian smiled. All right, with this token, no one will dare to bully you. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Do your best in the competition, and I'll come find you when I have time. After the competition, I'll teach you a few things as well. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. At the moment she nodded, a chill emanated from Bing Lian's body. In the next second, Bing Lian's figure disappeared instantly. Hey, little sister, I didn't expect you to take a master. What a surprise. What's so surprising? I think you're just jealous. Jealous of a woman. I'm not. You are. You're forcing me. Smack. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels the host's behavior is shameless. Critical hit success. Cultivation points +1. Ouch. Stop pinching me. After a while, Jiang Yu, clutching his waist, helped pass items to Jiang Xiaoyan, who was refining pills. Little sister, Have you advanced to silver rank? Jiang Yu asked curiously, thinking about the effects of the spirit-enhancing pill. Yes, I advanced this morning. I forgot to tell you. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Congratulations. This is for you. Use it tonight. Jiang Yu took out the ice element beast core their master had prepared earlier and handed it to his sister. Jiang Xiaoyan accepted the beast core and smiled. Thank you. By the way, brother, what do you think of my master? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yu broke into a cold sweat. This was a deadly question. If he answered poorly, he'd definitely get beaten tomorrow. So his next response had to be extremely cautious. Haha, I think your master is great, especially her chest. No. Although her character is good, compared to you, her looks are far inferior. Jiang Yu finished and put on a sincere expression. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed. Thinking about it, her brother actually complimented her master on something? Could it be that she herself was smaller? Thinking of this, she looked down. She could see her toes. Seeing his sister's expression grow increasingly strange, Jiang Yu panicked immediately. Haha, little sister, speaking of the spirit-enhancing pill, I'm curious, how many types of if he hates me? What should I do? Jiang Xiaoyan returned to the bed feeling aggrieved, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu on the bed next to hers was excitedly preparing for a lottery draw. He was completely unaware that his casual remark earlier had caused a significant psychological blow to his sister. He was still immersed in the excitement of the draw. Emotion value, 100,006. Wow, just over 1,000,000. Let's start, he muttered softly, his eyes fixed on the lottery panel. Soon, he spotted the supreme level lottery ticket in the prize pool. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, bless me to draw the supreme level lottery ticket. After praying, he decisively used the golden legendary lottery ticket. Ding! Using golden legendary lottery ticket. Hee. Come on. He stared at the glowing screen without blinking. Finally, the arrow slowly stopped next to the supreme level lottery ticket, landing on Spirit of Space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spirit of Space. Automatically stored in the system backpack. Damn, just a little bit more. At this moment, Jiang Yu's emotions were mixed, both happy and disappointed. He was thrilled because the Spirit of Space seemed quite powerful. However, it was a pity that he was so close to drawing the supreme level lottery ticket. Forget it. Let's see what this Spirit of Space can do. He muttered as he began to carefully examine the detailed description of the Spirit of Space. Spirit of Space. After refining, it can accelerate the host's comprehension of spatial powers. This simple sentence made Jiang Yu's blood boil. Accelerating the comprehension of spatial powers. His master had long told him that treasures capable of enhancing the understanding of abilities were extremely rare in this world. Not to mention one specifically for spatial abilities. The deeper one's understanding of their abilities, the stronger their power becomes. Simply put, this Spirit of Space could make his spatial abilities even stronger. System, I love you so much. I didn't expect you to take such good care of me. Jiang Yu said excitedly. Ding. The system thinks the host's performance is terrible. Emotion value plus 3,334. Hearing the system's notification, he immediately took the Spirit of Space out of his backpack. The Spirit of Space was a milky white gemstone, about the size of an egg. As soon as he held it, a wave of spatial energy emanated from the gem. Whatever, I can't hold back anymore, he said, and directly began refining the Spirit of Space. For some reason, as soon as he saw the Spirit of Space, he couldn't resist the urge to refine it. It was like seeing a beautiful girl, barely dressed, lying in front of him, making it impossible to resist. Perhaps this was the allure of a treasure. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was around 4 p.m. Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation. The Spirit of Space in his hand had turned black, as if all its essence had been completely drained. This feels amazing. Feeling the enhancement of spatial abilities within him, Jiang Yu was ecstatic. Now, the strength of his spatial abilities had at least doubled. This was the benefit of comprehension. Previously, he needed full spiritual energy to defeat a golden-level warrior, but now he could achieve it with just 40 to 50% of his spiritual energy. This time, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It's getting late. Go call your sister for dinner. Glancing at the time, Jiang Yu stood up. Although martial artists can go long periods without eating, meals are still necessary. Before long, he arrived at Jiang Xiaoyan's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Sis, are you there? Let's eat together. After a moment, there was no sound from inside. Is she mad at me? Jiang Yu frowned. Could it be because he said her master was fat, and she got upset? Thinking about it, he felt it was highly likely. Oomph. If that's the case. He smirked mischievously and directly teleported into his sister's room. Looking around, Jiang Xiaoyan was curled up under the blanket. Oh, are you too embarrassed to see me? He walked to the bedside. Hey, sis. He gently nudged her, his face full of confusion. But after a few nudges with no response, Jiang Yu immediately panicked. Without hesitation, he pulled back the blanket. What he saw was Jiang Xiaoyan trembling all over, her eyes tightly shut, muttering incessantly. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu's heart tightened. No, don't leave me. Jiang Xiaoyan murmured softly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu panicked. Wake up, sis, wake up. He touched her face, calling her softly. Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to sense his call and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the person in front of her, she couldn't hold back anymore, burst into tears, and threw herself into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu looked at his sister, who was crying uncontrollably in his arms, completely flustered. He held her tightly and said softly, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Clearly, he still didn't understand what had happened. No, don't leave me, don't abandon me, sob, sob, sob. Jiang Xiaoyan cried, repeatedly saying the same thing. Jiang Yu held her even tighter. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't leave you or abandon you. Can you tell me what happened? I'm really worried about you. He comforted her gently. At this moment, he was also panicking, not knowing what was going on. Why was his sister crying so hard? Could it be a nightmare? And she kept saying, Don't leave me, don't abandon me, which made him feel extremely uneasy. A few minutes passed. During this time, Jiang Xiaoyan kept crying, as if releasing years of pent-up emotions. Jiang Yu just held her tightly, constantly comforting her. Brother, I'm sorry, actually, I've been hiding a lot from you. Jiang Xiaoyan finally calmed down, her tear-filled eyes looking at him. Jiang Yu looked at her, and he couldn't help but want to slap himself hard. He couldn't help it seeing his sister like this. His heart was full of pity. From the fragmented words Jiang Xiaoyan had said over the past few minutes, he roughly pieced together some of the situation. In general, his sister's tears were all because of him, and the reason was likely tied to the secrets she was hiding. For example, why did his sister suddenly start refining pills? Why could she teach him those powerful techniques? Why did she say he would leave her? That he would despise her? All of this left Jiang Yu feeling very puzzled. Why are you apologizing to me? In this world, everyone has their own secrets, and I also have things I can't tell you. If you have secrets you can't share with me, there's nothing to feel ashamed about, Jiang Yu said softly, stroking the smooth hair of the person in his arms. And about what I said at noon, I was wrong. At that time, I was anxious not to get beaten by you and said some thoughtless words. I'm not angry because you didn't tell me your secret. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Xiaoyan's grievances instantly dissipated. Instead, her heart felt warm. Clearly, Jiang Yu had already understood what had happened. Because he had been impulsive at noon and said a few inappropriate things, coupled with instantly teleporting back to his room, his sister thought he was angry, leading to the current situation. Really, really? Jiang Xiaoyan asked softly. Of course, no matter what you hide from me, I won't leave you. You're my sister, after all. As he spoke, Jiang Yu rubbed her cheek, making her blush. Then let me ask you, if my mental age is decades older than yours, would you mind? Jiang Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. After all, the secret would be revealed sooner or later, so it didn't matter to disclose a little now. Oh, sister, I don't believe that. The way you act doesn't seem like someone whose mental age is decades older than mine. Forget decades. Even if it's hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't care. At this point, Jiang Yu's eyes revealed longing. My goal is to become invincible in the world and live forever. That way we can. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyan had already guessed. Hearing this, her heart finally settled. Humph, are you really that afraid of me hitting you? To prevent Jiang Yu from overthinking, she changed the topic. Speaking of these siblings, Their temperaments were truly alike. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. Of course, it hurts a lot when you hit me. Jiang Xiaoyan thought for a moment. Then I'll hit you less in the future. Hey. Why is it less and not at all? Sigh. If the bond fades, you wouldn't be my real sister anymore, Jiang Xiaoyan pouted. Humph. We're not real siblings anyway. Besides, you're so shameless that sometimes I can't help but hit you. What? Do you dare to resist? Jiang Yu looked at his sister's threatening gaze and quickly shook his head. I won't resist, but after you hit me, whether I resist or not depends on my mood. After saying that, he gave a sly smile. This smile made Jiang Xiaoyan immediately break free from his embrace. Umph, you're shameless. Her face turned as red as an apple. Oh, since you said that, I'll be shameless then. With that, Jiang Yu pretended to approach her slowly with desire. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyan stepped back several times, covering her chest with a shy face. No, we can't do this now. If you come any closer, I'll. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes turned even redder, filled with tears that could fall at any moment. Clearly, she was frightened by Jiang Yu's actions. If his cultivation reached perfection and he truly wanted to do something, she wouldn't mind. But now, she would affect his future. I won't do it. I won't do anything. Sister, don't cry, okay? Second, she used some special means to become what she is now. After all, what she said earlier was truly suspicious. You, stop hitting yourself, just calm down. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice choked. Jiang Yu helplessly said, I'll go calm down. After speaking, he teleported back to his room. Once Jiang Yu left, only the panicked Jiang Xiaoyan remained in the room. Phew, this guy is really shameless, she muttered angrily and began tidying up the messy bed. While tidying, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. For some reason, after Jiang Yu said he wouldn't despise her, her heart felt warm and cozy, sweeter than eating 10 pounds of sugar. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoyan threw herself onto the bed, rolling around excitedly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu returned to his room and immediately took a cold shower. What's wrong with me today? Why did that fire suddenly flare up in my heart? So strange. He shook his head. Once the fire in his heart subsided, he dried himself off, changed his clothes, and teleported back to Jiang Xiaoyan's room. And then, he saw his sister rolling on the bed. Ahem. He deliberately cleared his throat. Jiang Xiaoyan instantly froze. She slowly raised her head and saw her brother's face full of confusion. Brother, let me explain. She stammered. Clearly, being caught by her brother in such a state, she panicked. Not listening, I don't want to hear. Jiang Yu covered his ears and shook his head. Jiang Xiaoyan's face immediately darkened. What did you say? She shouted, unable to control her voice. Hey, don't be mad. I was wrong, okay? Jiang Yu covered his eyes and said, Get up quickly, you've been caught. Jiang Xiaoyan lay on the bed, raising her head to look at him. Because her clothes were too loose, she followed his gaze and immediately blushed. You shameless. Bang! A sharp scream followed by a pillow flying over. Ding! Jiang Xiaoyan feels ashamed due to the host's actions. Emotion value plus 3,334. Jiang Yu froze. What? This can break the rules? Isn't it only the system that can break the rules? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, he was shocked. Could he really be that shameless? Turn around. Jiang Xiaoyan hurriedly said. All right. He waved his hand and reluctantly turned around. This little girl used to bathe with him, and now she's shy? TSK. He shook his head and smiled, indifferent. Accompanied by the rustling sounds, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly tidied up her clothes. Okay, you can turn around now, she stammered. Listening to her voice, Jiang Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Ever since that big crying episode, her personality hadn't changed. After all, she had never cried before, and this was the first time. If her personality changed because of this crying, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Finally, she had changed from a cold personality to being cute, shy, and silly. He didn't want her to revert back. Hey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaoyan saw him turn around with a thoughtful look and asked curiously. Huh? Nothing. I was just thinking about why you look so beautiful even when you cry. Jiang Yu pretended to be deep in thought. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan felt sweet inside. This guy has such a sweet tongue. Why didn't I notice before? He really knows how to talk, she thought. However, there was no way around it. She had fallen for his tricks. This was Jiang Yu. If it had been someone else, they would have been shut down long ago after being spoken to like this. All right, are you hungry? Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal downstairs. Seeing her silly smile, Jiang Yu directly stated his purpose for coming. Jiang Xiaoyan sneered. During the competition, meals for participants are free. You're treating? Do you even have money? Why wouldn't I have money? Wait, I really don't have money. Faced with this person who was openly mocking him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but blurt out. Oh, you said you have money. Jiang Xiaoyan squinted her eyes. No, you misheard. I said I don't have money. Jiang Yu quickly shook his head. Show me your phone. Do I need to take it off now? Not that. I meant your phone. Hurry up and take it out. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red as she glared at Jiang Yu. He had actually tried to mess with her just now. Did he really want her to see his actual phone? Shameless. Can we not look at it? If she found out about his secret stash of money, how could he face her tomorrow? No matter how tough he acted, it wouldn't work. Stop stalling. Or, are you feeling guilty because you're hiding something? Jiang Xiaoyan squinted at him, her tone full of suspicion. Sis, can we talk about something else? Jiang Yu suddenly stepped forward, getting very close to Jiang Xiaoyan, so close that she could feel his breath on her face. You? What do you want to say? She stammered, stepping back. But Jiang Yu wouldn't miss the chance to tease her. Without saying a word, he stepped forward again, cornering Jiang Xiaoyan against the wall with a cabinet. Sis, no matter what you see later, don't get mad, okay? Jiang Yu said softly. His breath brushed against Jiang Xiaoyan's face, and at that moment, she completely lost control of herself. She raised her hands, trying to push him away, but couldn't. Jiang Yu's physique was not something Jiang Xiaoyan could handle. What are you doing? I really won't get mad. Just let me go, she said angrily, staring at him. Really? Jiang Yu asked doubtfully. Really, she affirmed. Then what if I don't leave? Jiang Yu smirked slyly. What are you trying to do? Soon, the two of them arrived at the restaurant downstairs. They found a private room and sat down. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was still covering her mouth, blushing and shy, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, really not bad. You're shameless. Shut up. Jiang Xiaoyan exploded with anger upon hearing this. This guy had taken the opportunity to tease her. Waiter, let's order. Jiang Yu ignored her resentful glare and immediately called for the waiter. What would you like to order, dear participant? Let me see. This kiss fish sauce looks good. He glanced at the menu, then at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was glaring at him, and immediately ordered the dish. Then, he ordered a few more dishes that both of them liked and quietly waited for the food to arrive. Sis, what kind of flavor is this? Jiang Xiaoyan froze. What? Kiss fish sauce. Haven't you tried it? You? Shameless. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels the host's behavior is too embarrassing. Critical hit achieved. Talent point +1. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyan, whose face was as red as an apple, Jiang Yu held back his laughter. This little girl didn't resist back then, so why is she acting like this now? TSK. Soon, the two finished their dinner. Just as they were about to get up and leave, a lively shout suddenly came from outside the private room. Jiang Yu Dada. Jiang Yu male god. I'm here. Upon hearing this voice, both Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were visibly stunned. Was there anyone else among the contestants who called Jiang Yu by that name? Probably not, right? The purpose of that voice was clearly, oh no. Sis, should we run? I feel trouble coming. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan in panic. Who is this now? And calling him Dada and male god. I want to see which vixen dares to call you that. Jiang Xiaoyan crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and stared intently at the private room door. Jiang Yu was helpless. It seemed like there was going to be a good show. Without surprise, there was bound to be some drama. Jiang Yu male god. I didn't expect you to really be here. Accompanied by a sweet voice, the private room door was pushed open. A cute girl with short pink hair looked at Jiang Yu with admiration all over her face. Miss, let me clarify first. I already have a girlfriend. He cleared his throat and reminded her. Better to make things clear to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Yes. I know. I'm a loyal fan of both of you. This must be Jiang Xiaoyan, right? She is indeed very beautiful. The pink-haired girl looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, her eyes lighting up instantly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt relieved thankfully. She wasn't one of those crazy fans. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes also lit up. This little girl's words were really likable. Little sister, come sit here quickly. Tell me your name, how old you are, and what you like to eat. I'll buy it for you. Jiang Xiaoyan waved repeatedly. This sudden change left Jiang Yu dumbfounded. Hee hee, Sister Xiaoyan, my name is Lu Xiaoxiao. I'm the same age as you and also a contestant in this competition. Lu Xiaoxiao unceremoniously sat next to Jiang Xiaoyan, and the two became as close as real sisters. Across from them, the two started chatting warmly. Through their conversation, Jiang Yu learned that Lu Xiaoxiao was from Huaqing. Her team was quite strong, and making it into the top 32 wasn't just luck. Although her talent was only B-level, she was similar to Hao Se, able to win easily. Just as they were happily chatting, a voice interrupted them. Sister, why are you here? The door was open, and a handsome young man passing by immediately recognized Lu Xiaoxiao. But upon seeing Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, his expression instantly turned awkward. Brother, Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at the time. It was getting late, so she quickly stood up and said to Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, Sorry, I need to go back to train. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, she left with the young man. This Lu Xiaoxiao, why does she seem a bit strange? Jiang Yu pondered. When chatting with his sister earlier, she was lively and adorable. But as soon as she saw that young man, she immediately became serious. It was like she had been trained in the military. I also think her behavior is odd. Maybe she is particularly ambitious and loves training. Yeah, maybe. Don't overthink it. Have you not refined your ice-type beast core yet? I was too upset earlier and forgot to refine it. Go refine it quickly. I'm waiting to see you get stronger. Okay. After eating and drinking their fill, the two returned to their rooms to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. Jiang Yu and the others had already arrived at the rest area. Secretary Feng, to prevent anyone from being fed dog food, specially created a group and added the 5 of them together. Then, he directly sent out the match list. Hey, brother Yu. Today we're actually in the 3rd match, and our opponents are the off-campus construction team. Hao Se excitedly said while looking at his phone. Clearly, the team name wasn't great, but it made him so happy. Haha. Finally a team as unserious as our name, Jiang Yu remarked. National Martial Arts Tournament, Round 2, Match 1. The match begins. Just as everyone exchanged glances, the referee's voice rang out. Jiang Yu and the others immediately looked toward the arena. Brother, doesn't that person look like Lu Xiaoxiao? Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly asked. Jiang Yu focused his gaze. Sure enough, Lu Xiaoxiao was standing at the back of a team. As soon as the match began, she activated her spiritual energy to boost her teammates. Her ability was enhancement-based, naturally making her the primary target of the opposing team. In the end, Lu Xiaoxiao's team won with difficulty. Hey, Lu Xiaoran, what is up with your sister? Why didn't she boost me earlier? Otherwise, we wouldn't have struggled so much to win, a rough voice shouted. Sorry, Captain, maybe my sister ran out of spiritual energy. Lu Xiaoran apologized with his head lowered. A pair of siblings dragging us down. I really don't understand how you two got into my team. Obviously, it's because of your dad, the mayor. Isn't that obvious? Haha, no skills, just connections. So embarrassing. The 3 teammates spoke loudly without holding back. The audience in the live stream heard everything clearly. The siblings lowered their heads, unsure of what they were thinking. What is all the noise? You won, now get off the stage. Keep arguing, and I'll disqualify you. The referee sternly shouted. But just as the referee's whistle blew, a voice that shocked everyone in the arena and the live stream suddenly rang out. P.S. Sorry everyone. Old Thief hasn't been feeling well lately, so the writing has been a bit messy. Please understand. I promise to be back in full form tomorrow. Gifts and 5-star ratings. Please, this is Old Thief's first time adding a PS, otherwise I'd never affect your viewing experience. Old Thief is starving. If you see this, can you send a free gift? If you send one, remember to leave a comment, and I'll personally thank you later. There might be another chapter tonight, since today is New Year's Day. TSK. I'm seriously starting to wonder if your brain is short-circuited. The girl's ability is to enhance strength, speed, and spiritual energy, while you're the tank of the team. The opposing Team S5 members are targeting her. Once she S down, your Team S buffs are useless. The opponents don't even bother with you. So why should she boost you? What? Just because you've got a big butt and eat a lot? This merciless mockery caused all eyes to focus on the rest area. Not only that, but the national livestream S comment section exploded. Everyone commented, "That's so true. You're just a useless tank in the match. Why should you get boosted? Isn't this a pure waste of spiritual energy?" The one who said this was none other than our trouble-loving Jiangyu. Oomph. Who said that? Who dares to say that about me? Looks like, big brother, it was Jiangyu who said it. I recognize his voice. Oomph. If he said it, so be it. He makes sense. We're retreating. Their immediate and cowardly retreat left the livestream audience speechless. As they stepped off the arena, the second match began right away. Brother, do you think Lu Xiaoxiao's poor performance yesterday has something to do with what just happened? Jiang Xiaoyan whispered. Jiangyu nodded. I think so too. Damn. Brother you're amazing. But I'm curious. How did you know what that girl's ability is? Hao Sei asked in confusion. I have X-ray vision, you don't. That's how I figured it out. He wasn't wrong. His X-ray ability not only allowed him to see through clothing, but also to clearly observe the remaining spiritual energy and physical condition within each person. Analyzing buffs and statuses was a piece of cake for him. This function was innate to his X-ray ability, he just hadn't had the chance to use it before. As they chatted, the battle on the arena was nearing its end. The second match was Team Yuanlong versus another team. Team Yuanlong completely dominated, crushing their opponents with overwhelming strength. Third match, Team Panty Observers versus the off-campus construction crew. Contestants, please take the stage, the referee announced. Hee, my dear sister, it's your turn to go up. With that, he took Jiang Xiaoyan's hand and led her toward the arena. Hao Sei and the others were dumbfounded on the spot. Goodness, were they just being ignored now? The power of love was truly terrifying. Oomph. Damn Jiangyu, it's all his fault for stealing my sister Yin. Hey. The way you're talking makes it sound like you and sister Yin had some kind of story together? So what? What's it to you? Shut up. Oomph. Fine, I'll shut up. Soon, Jiangyu and his group stepped onto the arena. All the contestants and livestream viewers focused their attention on Jiangyu. They couldn't afford not to after all. Jiangyu's performance yesterday was too astonishing. Everyone was curious about what ultimate move he would use this time to eliminate his opponents. Big brother, the opponent is Jiangyu. Can we win? A trembling member of the off-campus construction crew asked. Oomph. Winning or not doesn't matter. Just fight. Do you want to surrender and be laughed at by the whole nation? Big brother, I think surrendering isn't so bad. Jiangyu is so strong. Exactly, big brother. Why don't we just surrender? I don't want to end up like that team yesterday, covered in blood. Hearing this, the captain hesitated. Meanwhile, brother, can I go first? I'll only use one skill. Jiang Xiaoyan softly requested. Jiangyu was momentarily stunned. What did this girl mean? Did she want to steal his spotlight? But seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's pleading eyes, he quickly nodded. All right, go ahead. I actually want to see how strong you are. You're the best. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. Hearing his sister say that, Jiangyu felt like he was on fire. Wow, amazing. He was practically melting from his sister's smile. Round 2, Match 3, begin. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the referee's words, the captain of the opposing off-campus construction team immediately shouted toward the sidelines. Referee, we con. Before he could finish his sentence, absolute zero. Jiang Xiaoyan's icy voice rang out. As her words fell, an intense chill burst forth from her body. The members of the off-campus construction team were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, without even a chance to resist. The captain remained in his shouting posture. From the moment the captain started speaking to the entire team being frozen, it took less than 3 seconds. Round 2, Match 3, Panty's observation team advances. As the referee's words fell, the scene was briefly silent. Moments later, what the heck? No way. You're telling me this is an S-level talent? With this level of spiritual energy concentration, it's at least silver level, right? This is my goddess. I, Yuan Long, will never give up. Never in my life. Umph. Truly a formidable opponent. In the resting area, the competitors became serious. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was filled with cheers. Everyone was shouting things like, "The goddess is amazing. Goddess, please take care of me." The live stream staff saw the moment Jiang Xiaoyan took the initiative to hold Jiang Yu's hand, and the storm of the second round officially began. Ding. Lu Jiahao feels angry about your actions. Emotion value plus 66. Ding. Wang Bo feels angry about your actions. Emotion value plus 88. Ding. The end. If I don't show you some attitude, how can that be right? Jiang Yu smirked mischievously and put her down from his arms. Umph. Don't do that again next time. Jiang Xiaoyan's face was flushed red. Especially when Jiang Yu said the words, "my woman." She felt sweetness in her heart, as if she'd just eaten honey. Sigh. I feel like the three of us are completely useless now. Haosei said dejectedly from behind. Remove the word feel. Ji Qingfeng was already numb to it. I never thought Xiaoyan would change so much after falling in love. Yuan Xinxin said in disbelief. The former Xiaoyan was always the image of a cold goddess. But now, her image had completely collapsed. Ahem. All right, the match is over. Let's head back to the hotel. Jiang Yu naturally noticed Haosei and the others' discomfort. After speaking, he took Jiang Xiaoyan's hand and led the way to the hotel. Sigh, this endless sweet bombardment. We've been hit by dog food so much. I feel like I'm turning into a husky. Haosei said helplessly. A husky? I think you look more like a poodle. Yuan Xinxin scoffed. You're insulting me. Did I insult you? I didn't insult you. You didn't insult me? Then what do you mean? The two bickered back and forth, while Jiang Yu and the others returned to their respective hotel rooms. As for Jiang Yu himself, he was pulled away to help again. To be honest, he wasn't sure if this girl genuinely needed help or just wanted to spend more time with him. Anyway, every time he helped, he mostly just stood there watching her refine pills, occasionally handing over some herbs. Sis, be honest, are you asking me to help? Or do you just want me to keep you company? Jiang Yu asked as soon as he entered Jiang Xiaoyan's room. He knew in his heart that his sister was definitely too shy to directly say she wanted him to stay, so she found an excuse about refining pills to keep him there. Sure enough, he was right. Refining pills could easily be done alone. Jiang Xiaoyan asking him to help was purely because she wanted to spend more time with him. Of course, I'm asking you to help. Otherwise, how could I let you stay here for nothing? Jiang Xiaoyan pouted and began preparing to refine pills. Oh, is that so? Then next time I'll call Yuan Xinxin to help you too. After all, a man and a woman alone together always feels a bit odd. Jiang Yu pretended to seriously consider it. That's right, I'll go call her now. As he finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave. Don't. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly lunged forward and tightly hugged his arm. Don't go. I'll be honest, I actually just wanted to spend more time with you. As she spoke, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. The moment the words left her mouth, she was stunned herself. She didn't know why, but as soon as she heard he was about to leave, her mind lost control and blurted it out. That's more like it. Jiang Yu lifted her chin, making her look directly at him. From now on, if you want to say something, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush, got it? After saying that, he lowered his head, intending to kiss her. But before he could, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly let go of his shoulder and hurriedly retreated to the pill furnace, her face completely red, stammering. I understand. I won't do that again in the future. Right now, Jiang Xiaoyan was like an obedient wife. Though this wife was a bit mischievous, she wouldn't let him kiss her. Hey, why are you hiding? I won't do anything bad to you. Looking at her flustered expression, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. She was so cheerful yesterday. Why is she suddenly shy today? How could you not? Don't I already know what you're like? If it weren't for cultivating the technique, you probably would have. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder at the thought, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Seeing his sister's shy and angry expression, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. She wasn't wrong. If it weren't for the restrictions of the technique, he might really. Ahem, that was my bad earlier. I was just mesmerized by your beauty. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, sister, A few days ago, I got my hands on an incredibly powerful technique. Want to take a look? Thinking about the technique he had obtained, Jiang Yu's expression instantly became a bit smug. What? Jiang Xiaoyan had just spoken when a stranger suddenly appeared in the room. As soon as the person appeared, both Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan immediately noticed him. Looking at the figure with his back to them, Jiang Yu frowned. Who is this? Why does he look so familiar? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Yeah, I feel like I've seen him before too. Just as the two were about to speak, the person in front of them remained with his back turned. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shout, Hey, Lao Deng. Is that you, Lao Deng? Judging by the hairstyle and figure, Jiang Yu's first thought was his master. Sigh. The figure let out a soft sigh. The bond has faded. You used to call me master, but now it's just Lao Deng. After speaking, the figure slowly turned around. It was Jiang Tian. What the? Master, it's you. You changed your outfit. I almost didn't recognize you. Jiang Yu exclaimed. Jiang Tian used to always wear a robe, but now he was dressed in a suit, looking more like a formal gentleman. What the? What's with your spatial power? How did it improve so much? Jiang Tian turned around and immediately noticed the significantly stronger spatial energy emanating from Jiang Yu. Sigh. It's nothing much, just natural talent. I happen to grasp a bit of understanding. Jiang Yu covered his forehead, looking helpless, as if he was lamenting his overly strong talent. Ding. Jiang Tian is shocked by the host's performance. Emotion value plus 2,333. Haha. Good kid. Worthy of being my disciple. Truly gifted. Jiang Tian, realizing this, was overjoyed. But after speaking, his expression immediately turned serious. He looked at Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, his tone solemn. Young people need to learn moderation. Don't overdo it. You're still young. Doing too much will deplete your innate energy and waste your talent, understand? Upon hearing his master's words, Jiang Yu's face immediately turned red. Clearly, he was embarrassed. How did his master know about their situation? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's face was so red it seemed like blood might drip out. She lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, and no one knew what she was thinking. Hey, master, what do you mean? We haven't done anything, okay? Jiang Yu glared at his master angrily. This old guy was clearly accusing them unjustly. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, haven't done anything? With your reaction? He glanced at Jiang Yu a few more times, then shook his head. I don't believe it. The two fell silent instantly. Damn, you old man. I told you, why don't you believe me? Jiang Yu's face turned red with anger. Oh, disciple, you're getting worked up. All flustered. Jiang Tian looked comical. This is not a good thing. The greatest weakness of the strong is losing their temper. I'll tell you, back in the day, I almost fell because of this. Before Jiang Tian could finish, Jiang Yu quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Stop. Master, let's not talk about this now. I'm curious, what exactly did you come to find me for today? Could it be just to chat? Jiang Tian froze for a moment. Huh, is this kid already annoyed with me? We've only been master and disciple for a few months, and he's already starting to dislike me? Tomorrow is the top 16. We old folks should come and join the fun. He sighed. Oh, then why didn't you old folks come a couple of days ago, but only now? Could it be that you're too bored? Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's body stiffened for a moment. Clearly, his disciple was right. These old folks were indeed bored because the competition dragged on too long, so they didn't come on the first day of the elimination rounds. Ahem, you wouldn't understand this. Jiang Tian cleared his throat deliberately and turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaoyan. I know all about you. I didn't expect your talent in alchemy to be so high. In terms of value, you're second only to your brother in China. I also know about you apprenticing under Bing Lian. You're doing well with her. That girl has a good character, though sometimes. He glanced at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with pity. Jiang Yu was stunned. Talking is fine, but why are you looking at me? Could it be that Bing Lian wants to eat me? He was confused. His master was talking, but then looked at him with that kind of expression, as if Bing Lian might harm him. Ahem, it's nothing. You'll understand naturally in the future. Jiang Tian coughed twice, changing the subject. What they didn't notice was that when Jiang Xiaoyan heard Jiang Tian's words, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She thought, Master might really eat my brother. Thinking of this, She couldn't help but want to laugh. But looking at Jiang Tian's serious face, she held back. Master, do you know Bing Lian? What's her background? Is she powerful? Jiang Yu asked directly upon realizing his master knew Bing Lian. Jiang Tian answered without hesitation. Bing Lian is the principal of Lingwu University, with strength at the half-step supreme level. Don't worry, if she dares to do anything improper to you, I'll step in to stop her. After all, my disciple is a white swan. I can't let Bing Lian, that toad, bully you. Jiang Yu was stunned. Wow, that old lady is actually the principal of Lingwu University. So powerful. But what did Master mean by that just now? Anyway, he thought his master was right. He was indeed a white swan. Wait, his sister's master is actually the principal of Lingwu University? Doesn't that mean their admission to Lingwu University is basically guaranteed? Of course, if it were through the assessment, he was confident he could get in. But if he could take a shortcut, who would want to go through the trouble of the assessment? All right, actually, I haven't told you my main purpose for coming this time. Jiang Tian's words left Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan dumbfounded. You have a real purpose? You're not joking, are you? Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Joking? When have I ever joked with you? Jiang Tian sneered disdainfully. Then, his gaze turned serious as he stared at the two and said, This time, I came personally to protect the two of you. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were stunned upon hearing this. Their master personally coming to protect them? Could it be that a powerful enemy was targeting them and his sister? Otherwise, why would their master take action himself? There was only one possibility: the enemy was extremely strong. So strong that they could stand on equal footing with their master. Master, what do you mean by this? Is there a powerful enemy targeting us? Jiang Yu asked, his face full of confusion. Jiang Tian nodded. I learned through certain channels that the people from the Divine Origin sect are planning to target you. As he said this, his expression turned grave. And the one taking action this time is none other than the Divine Origin sect master. The Divine Origin sect master is a supreme level martial artist. If he makes a move, aside from me and Bing Lian, no one in Hua Nation would dare to help you. Of course, there is one person who might dare to help, but he has no reason to assist you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu quickly asked, Us? Why is the Divine Origin sect targeting us? Just because we have good talent? Jiang Tian shook his head. I don't know the specific reason, but the Divine Origin sect's target is you. As he spoke, he pointed to Jiang Xiaoyan beside Jiang Yu. Why? Jiang Yu panicked. Why would his sister be targeted? And by a supreme level martial artist, no less? Could it be that his sister's alchemy talent had been exposed? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only tightly hold his sister's hand to comfort her. Jiang Xiaoyan was also stunned upon hearing this. She remembered that in her previous life, nothing like this had happened at this stage. Could it be that her alchemy talent had been exposed? Or, suddenly, a woman's figure flashed through her mind. Could it be that God? The thought crossed her mind. As she pondered, Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. I told you, I don't know why. Maybe your sister has something the Divine Origin sect wants. But I can be certain that her alchemy talent is definitely not the reason for their actions. Because the methods of the Divine Origin sect are hundreds of times stronger than any pill. Sigh. At this point, he sighed helplessly. Because on Blue Star, anyone who could make the Divine Origin sect master take action personally had never survived. This was precisely what worried him the most. Sister, Jiang Yu suddenly turned to look at the person beside him. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoyan was startled. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Yu said with a forced smile. Right now, his greatest desire was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he ensure that no one could threaten him and his sister. Only by becoming stronger could he protect his sister and prevent her from leaving him. More importantly, only by becoming stronger could he escape the constant danger of being targeted. In this world, strength was the only guarantee. I understand. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly, her happiness evident. This smile was not feigned, but genuine. Having someone who cared about her like this was truly wonderful. Ahem. Just as the two were immersed in a warm moment, Jiang Tian's cough interrupted them. Good kid, I didn't expect you two to become so close in just a month. He glanced at the two of them and shook his head with a smile. All right. I'm old. I can't handle your sweet talk. Just as he was about to teleport away, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly called out, "Master Jiang, wait a moment." Jiang Tian paused for a moment. "Oh, you're directly calling me Master Jiang now? Not bad." He gave Jiang Yu an approving look and then turned to Jiang Xiaoyan. "Little girl, what's the matter?" Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze was resolute. "Marshal Jiang, on the afternoon of October 10th, the Abyss Army headquarters will face danger. Please take this seriously, and it's best if you go personally. After all, you are the marshal." To avoid unnecessary trouble, she could only use this method to warn Jiang Tian about the threat the Abyss Army was about to face. Jiang Tian was slightly stunned after hearing this. "Oh, what do you mean?" He squinted slightly as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyan. From the first time he met her, he felt she was hiding secrets. Now she was asking him to return to the base on the afternoon of the finals to pay attention to this matter? Could something major be about to happen? Thinking of this, his gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyan became even deeper. "My meaning is simple. On the day of our finals, the Abyss Army will face danger, possibly a catastrophic blow. Of course, this is just a dream I had last night. Believe it or not, it's up to you." After saying this, Jiang Xiaoyan gave Jiang Tian a meaningful look and said no more. Jiang Yu was completely confused after hearing this. He knew about the Abyss Army, which was even stronger and harder to join than the Dragonfire Army. But according to his sister, on the day of their finals, the Abyss Army would suffer a catastrophic blow? And this was something she dreamed about? Since when did his sister have the ability to foresee the future? I understand. Yun Tian nodded, his gaze beginning to change. He no longer looked at her as an elder would at a junior, but as peers sizing each other up. He knew Jiang Xiaoyan was definitely hiding secrets. But as long as it didn't harm his disciple, he didn't plan to ask further. With that thought, he teleported away. As soon as the old man left, Jiang Yu immediately stared at his sister. "Sister, since when could you foresee the future? Could it be you?" He looked at Jiang Xiaoyan with suspicion. This gaze made Jiang Xiaoyan freeze for a moment. "I already said, it was just a dream, and I just mentioned it casually," she muttered softly. But seeing her sister's evasive gaze, Jiang Yu's suspicions grew even stronger. At this point, he had no choice but to ask directly. Sister, are you reborn?" Jiang Yu directly voiced his shocking question. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Xiaoyan's entire body trembled. Cold sweat slid down her forehead. "Brother, what are you saying? How could it be?" Her voice trembled, showing helplessness. She didn't want her current brother to know about this. Right now, she only wanted her brother to focus on cultivating. Once he became stronger, she would tell him everything. If she said it now, she feared it would create a barrier in his heart, make him overthink, and affect his cultivation. "Stop hiding it. You suddenly have alchemy talent. Suddenly understand martial techniques. Don't talk about anything else, just yesterday. The moment you saw the ice lotus, your body visibly froze, and I even saw a trace of joy flash in your eyes. Two people who don't know each other, why would there be joy? And your complete trust in the ice lotus, I don't even dare to fully trust my master now. This kind of trust isn't something that can be cultivated over decades." The inexplicable words you cried out yesterday made me even more suspicious. Adding what you said today, I can confidently conclude that you are very likely a reincarnator. After saying this, Jiang Yu's face turned red, and he was panting heavily. Hearing her brother's words, Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned. That's right, with so many flaws exposed, it would be strange if he didn't suspect her. But she didn't know why whenever she saw her brother, her mind would become a mess, and words would just slip out. "Brother, I. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Looking at her brother's serious expression, she was afraid he would despise her. Thinking of this, she almost burst into tears. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly hugged her, burying her head in his chest. "Don't worry, whether you're reincarnated or transmigrated. Since you're with me, I will never despise you." He gently stroked her hair while comforting her tenderly. He was right no matter what his sister was like in her past life. In this life, she was his sister. As long as she was his, he wouldn't care about the past. He only valued the present. After a while, when her emotions had calmed down, he continued, "No matter what you were like in your past life, I only care about you in this life. I swear, really." Jiang Xiaoyan asked with a sobbing tone. Really? I said it, I swear. Jiang Yu replied firmly. Then I swear, as soon as the time is right, I will definitely tell you everything you want to know. Jiang Xiaoyan said resolutely. Oh, then why can't you tell me now? Jiang Yu tilted her chin, gazing at her tearful eyes. Well, if you really want to know, I can tell you now, Jiang Xiaoyan said, trying to break free from his embrace. But how could Jiang Yu let go so easily? There's no rush now. With your promise, I'm already relieved. If you don't want to say it, there must be a reason. Tell me when you're ready, Jiang Yu said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and nodded. Okay, I promise, at the latest, I'll tell you when you reach diamond level. By then, I'll need your help with something. She was right. When Jiang Yu reached diamond level, she indeed had something to ask of him. Oh, all right then. Jiang Yu smiled and asked. Now that I've asked, are you curious about what I need? Huh? I'm quite curious. Jiang Xiaoyan blurted out, completely unaware of the hint in Jiang Yu's words. What I need is… Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yu suddenly kissed her. Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked and at a loss. Moments later, Jiang Xiaoyan weakly collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at the satisfied Jiang Yu. This bad guy, not only was his mouth dishonest, but his hands were too. Now she felt completely limp. Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling weak all over? Are you sick? Jiang Yu smirked mischievously as he looked at her. The feeling just now was truly enjoyable. You? Humph. Go away. Go back to your cultivation. I need to rest. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him angrily. What? Are you mad at me? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared beside her. Humph. Stay away from me. Jiang Xiaoyan pretended to push him away, but Jiang Yu hugged her tightly. Mad at me? That won't do, he said, laughing smugly. You, what are you doing? MMPH. Jiang Xiaoyan was at a loss for words. You're so shameless, she shouted angrily. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels ashamed due to the host's actions. Critical hit successful. Cultivation points +1. How about it? Will you still dare to be mad at me in the future? Jiang Yu grinned wickedly as he looked at her. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red as she prepared to gather energy for a counterattack. Jiang Yu froze. It seemed she was truly angry. Before she could act, Jiang Yu hugged her tightly. I'm sorry. Don't be mad, okay? He had clearly entered the mode of relentless pleading. Oof. You're too much. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him, but stopped channeling her energy. That shameless guy had gone too far just now. He didn't even say a word before. Humph. Who gave him the nerve? He definitely needed to be taught a lesson. Although Jiang Xiaoyan felt annoyed inside, she still obediently nestled in Jiang Yu's arms like a docile kitten. She only remembered a shadow flashing by her side, and suddenly her lips felt a warmth. Could it be? Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. But when she saw the cultivation manual on the bedside table, curiosity overcame her shyness. She quickly picked up the manual. The moment she saw the title, she panicked. Yin-Yang complement technique? Oomph. That guy actually. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder as she flipped through the manual, seemingly recalling something. Should I take a look? She murmured softly to herself. I'm not looking because of the name of the manual. I'm just curious, really, nothing else. After saying this, she decisively opened the first page. And then, she couldn't stop. The scene shifted. Next door, Jiang Yu was secretly observing his sister's every move with his X-ray vision. TSK. This little girl is still shy, but when reading, she's not sloppy at all. Watching Jiang Xiaoyan's focused expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. This sister is really interesting. Of course, she's even more interesting when she's blushing. Huh? Why did she cover herself with the blanket? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaoyan had wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Since that's the case, he muttered, slightly opening his eyes, the light blue glow in them becoming brighter. Soon, he saw through the wall and the blanket, catching sight of Jiang Xiaoyan under the covers. But what he saw next almost made him shout out loud. Oh my God, I can't look anymore. I can't take it. He immediately shut off his X-ray vision and covered his nose to prevent a nosebleed. Who knows what he saw? Who? who, after taking several deep breaths, Jiang Yu finally calmed down and lay back on his bed. However, he couldn't forget the scene of Jiang Xiaoyan under the blanket just now. Damn it. System, give me a diamond-level draw. He wanted to use the draw to distract himself. Ding. Diamond-level draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the triple emotion card, automatically stored in the system backpack. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Opening the description of the triple emotion card, he instantly became excited. Triple emotion card. After use, the emotion points gained within 5 minutes will be tripled. Wow, this is amazing. To know, just 2 days ago during a national live stream, he had instantly defeated the 5 heroes of the canyon in one move, earning over 100,000 emotion points. With this card, he was confident he could easily gain 1,000,000 emotion points within 5 minutes. This was almost equivalent to a golden legendary level draw. How could he not be excited? Steadying his mind, he looked at his data panel to see how many emotion points he had gained from spreading dog food in the national live stream. Emotion points, 423,366. Not bad. Adding the 10,000 just now. Simply hugging my sister earned me over 430,000 emotion points. If I go all out tomorrow and use the triple emotion card again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk mischievously. At this rate, tomorrow he could use 2 golden legendary level draws. Adding the previous 2, that would be a total of 4. One step closer to 50 draws. Next, Jiang Yu swallowed a spirit-enhancing pill, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. Meanwhile, in an office on the top floor of the Capital Alchemist Association, several elders were gathered together. Among them were President Yuan Dan and the Vice President who had previously sought out Jiang Xiaoyan. These individuals were all core members of the Alchemist Association. I believe everyone is aware of what happened to Zhang Hao yesterday. Bing Lian personally stepped in to protect Jiang Xiaoyan, which is quite clear she has likely already taken Jiang Xiaoyan as her disciple. What does everyone think about this matter? Yuan Dan sat in the main seat, his face gloomy, his words tinged with anger. I think, if Jiang Xiaoyan doesn't join our Alchemist Association, this girl absolutely cannot stay. Otherwise, our association's status in China will be in jeopardy. At this moment, an elder with a rugged appearance, resembling a mountain donkey, spoke seriously. Wang Donkey, you're wrong. As soon as Wang Donkey finished speaking, a deep voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a fat elder speaking while shaking his head. Oh, do you, fat pig, have a better idea? Wang Donkey glared at him in dissatisfaction. Wang Biao immediately widened his eyes. Don't call me fat pig. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Yuan Dan. I heard that young Master Yuan is quite fond of Jiang Xiaoyan. If we could match the two, then… At this point, Wang Biao revealed a sly smile, his meaning obvious. Yuan Dan frowned slightly. Oh, Elder Wang, do you have a better plan? Wang Biao's smile deepened. There are plenty of plans. Even if Jiang Xiaoyan doesn't like the young master, I have ways. Let's wait until the competition ends, and then… The subsequent meeting involved detailed planning for dozens of minutes. Dozens of minutes later, Yuan Dan looked at Wang Biao sitting beside him, his eyes full of admiration. Good. I didn't expect you, Wang Biao, to be so clever. To come up with such a scheme. It's truly a mix of love and hate. After hearing Wang Biao's plan, he almost wanted to strangle him. The scheme was too insidious, too vicious, too despicable. But for his son's happiness and the association's future, he had no choice but to play the villain this time. President, you're too kind. Huh. What did you mean earlier when you said my ancestors committed sins? Wang Biao, who had just realized, looked bewildered. Did he mishear, or did the president really say that? But it made sense. His ancestors indeed did bad things. President, you truly have insight. My ancestors indeed committed sins, which is why I made this decision that goes against my ancestors. Wang Biao said earnestly. The room fell silent instantly. Oh my, the Alchemist Association actually has someone like you. What a headache. Ahem. Wang Biao, I have a task for you. It won't take long, at most 180 years, and you'll be back. How about it? Are you willing? Yuan Dan looked at Wang Biao with a mischievous smile. Wang Biao trembled all over, his 400 to 500 pounds of weight almost crushing the chair. President, what? What do you mean? I, I don't quite understand. His voice trembled. Nothing much, just that I hadn't realized before how insidious you are. But to avoid affecting the association's reputation, I have no choice but to make a painful decision. Yuan Dan squinted his eyes slightly. In the conference room, apart from the senior members of the Alchemist Association, no one knew exactly what had happened. Time flew by. The next day at noon, in the resting area, Jiang Yu and the others sat in a circle. They stared at the match list on their phones, their expressions solemn. Of course, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were exceptions. This brother and sister duo didn't even take other teams seriously, let alone Yi Chun and his group. Hey, don't be so tense. You're acting like this group of monks is invincible. Jiang Yu helplessly looked at the three people with worried faces. Today was the round of 16 to the quarterfinals, and their fifth match was against a team of monks. He couldn't understand why monks would participate in the competition, but after seeing their talents, Jiang Yu thought, these guys are trash. At most, they only have 2 S-level talents. Beating them would be a piece of cake. Brother Jiang, you don't know, these monks are too insidious. Ji Qingfeng said helplessly. They can't beat you, but when they return to the temple, they can use a transcendent spell against you. Who could stand that? Jiang Yu frowned. Oh, these monks are even more insidious than me. As soon as he finished speaking, ding, Ji Qingfeng is shocked by the hostess' behavior. Emotion value plus 2,333. Ding. Hao Sei is shocked by the hostess' behavior. Emotion value plus 2,232. Ding. Yuan Xinxin is shocked by the hostess' behavior. Critical hit success. Cultivation points plus 1. Hearing the notifications in his mind, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. A simple sentence had stirred up so much emotion. Not bad. What the heck? Brother Jiang, did you mishear me? What I said is really important. Ji Qingfeng was speechless. Oh, so what? If they try to transcend me, am I really going to die? Jiang Yu dismissed it with disdain. But Ji Qingfeng's next words made him narrow his eyes slightly. These monks aren't real monks, they're fake monks from Lane City. They hold grudges. If they're defeated or encounter someone they don't like, they'll use the transcendent spell against them. Anyone hit by this spell will have bad luck for a long time, and even their abilities will significantly decline. We're fine, but you and Sister Xiaoyan. At this point, Ji Qingfeng gave a knowing look that everyone understood. I didn't expect Brother Ji to appear so upright on the surface, but be so mischievous in private. I'm just looking out for Brother Jiang. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Yu didn't take it seriously. But Jiang Xiaoyan, who was holding onto his arm, blushed deeply. Why did everyone think there was something going on between her and Jiang Yu? Nothing had happened at all. Brother Ba, is there any way to counter this transcendent spell? Jiang Yu asked seriously. A decline in ability didn't matter, he was already strong. But being plagued by bad luck was unacceptable. What if his luck was affected during a draw because of the spell? Better safe than sorry. Brother Jiang, I'm a Taoist. I have 2 talismans here. With these, the transcendent spell won't work on you. Ji Qingfeng took out 2 talismans. Only 888 each. With these, you and Sister Xiaoyan won't be affected tonight. Bang! Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoyan punched him directly. Don't listen to his nonsense. The transcendent spell is just a scare tactic, it's no big deal. Her face turned even redder, and she avoided Jiang Yu's gaze. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Oh, now I'm even more curious about how much the transcendent spell would affect my combat power. Why don't we test it tonight? You, what are you saying? Shameless, she stammered, then saw Ji Qingfeng, who had just stood up. Unable to hold back, she threw another punch. Bang! Big sister. No, sister-in-law, stop hitting me. I admit I was wrong. Ji Qingfeng, kneeling on the ground, covered his face, his eyes full of regret. Why did he say that out of greed? Now look, he's getting beaten up. You? What did you say? We haven't even. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyan, hearing Ji Qingfeng's words, shyly threw another punch. At this moment, Ji Qingfeng's cheeks were swollen, and his left eye had turned into a panda eye. Enough! Stop hitting him. What if you kill him? Jiang Yu held Jiang Xiaoyan's hand, persuading her to stop. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Xiaoyan's expression softened. Okay, she replied softly. Just as she finished speaking, the referee's voice rang out. The National Martial Artist Tournament. Round 3, Match 1. Yuanlong Team versus Shabi Team. Contestants, please enter the arena. As the voice echoed, Jiang Yu's attention was firmly drawn. He hadn't expected the first match to feature Yuanlong's team. Over the past few days, he hadn't paid much attention to Yuanlong and knew nothing about his abilities or skills. This was the perfect opportunity to observe. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask when she saw Jiang Yu's serious expression. Could he be looking at a beauty? She followed Jiang Yu's gaze and saw Yuanlong. I'm watching Yuanlong, trying to understand his moves, Jiang Yu replied calmly. What's so interesting about that? Jiang Xiaoyan said disdainfully. Compared to Yuanlong, she was more focused on that undercover agent from her past life, someone named Yi something. From what she knew, that person was also a contestant in this martial artist tournament. I need to find a chance to take him out. As long as he's gone, Huagua's treasures will be safe. Thinking of that artifact, the first person she thought of was her brother. If I give that artifact to him, he'll definitely be happy for a long time, she thought to herself. She didn't care about Huagua's fate as long as her brother was happy. That was enough. Soon, a battle ended. After a few minutes of intense combat, Jiang Yu had a general understanding of Yuanlong. His ability was called Blazing Divine Fire, with 1 innate skill and 2 ordinary skills, all of which were offensive, coupled with his SSS-level talent. In terms of overall strength, Jiang Yu could easily take on 5 of him alone. Of course, if he used the Divine Descent ability, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. Round 3, Match 2. Li Ru Team versus Nan Ren Team. The referee's voice once again caught his attention. What the? The next second, Jiang Yu saw a scene that shocked him. In the arena, the woman named Li Ru, her chest was truly spectacular. They swayed as she walked, as if they were about to burst out. Jiang Yu stared, his eyes fixed. Hey, what are you looking at? Jiang Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of grievance. The match, of course. Jiang Yu replied excitedly. As soon as he spoke, he realized something was off. Wait, sister, let me explain. It's not what you think. He hurriedly tried to defend himself. No need to explain. I'm leaving, okay? Jiang Xiaoyan said, her face full of jealousy. It was just a little bigger than hers. Was there really a need to be so excited? Really, boys are all the same. As soon as they see someone pretty, they can't control their thoughts. Thinking of this, she turned around, ready to leave. Of course, Jiang Yu wouldn't let her go. As Jiang Xiaoyan turned, he grabbed her hand. Don't go. Are you jealous? I'm not. Besides, you have no right to say that to me. You even got jealous of your master. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, looking displeased. That's different. How is it different? You what? Jiang Xiaoyan snorted coldly and turned her head away again. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. All right. I won't look at her anymore. I'll focus on you, okay? You're the prettiest. He held her hand and tried to persuade her. You're not even listening to my main point. Jiang Yu froze. This woman was too hard to understand. Wasn't the main point that she was jealous? Was there something else? Wasn't this just unreasonable? Brother Yu. Sister Xiaoyan's main point is ball. It's ball. How say, who couldn't stand it anymore, reminded him. Only then did Jiang Yu realize. It was all because of the ball. Ha. Sis, actually yours. As he spoke, he glanced at his sister's empty chest, and the words got stuck in his throat. He paused, and the resting area instantly fell silent. Sister, I think we can still work on it. Although it's a small airfield now, with effort, it can definitely improve in the future. Jiang Yu forced a strained smile. That smile was so pitiful at Emichi, it appeared kind and benevolent. But the oppressive aura emanating from him made people feel extreme fear. At this moment, Jiang Yu didn't notice. Jiang Xiaoyan was staring at the 7 people in the sky, especially Yuan Dan and a burly figure. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Unless someone stared directly into her eyes, this killing intent would be completely undetectable. Yes, the referee responded, then turned his gaze to the 7 people on the martial stage. Panty's observation team. You're only sending 2 people to compete? Where are the other team members? The referee asked. 2 of us are enough. This is the round of 16 to 8. It's time for me to get serious. Jiang Yu's words silenced the audience in the live broadcast room and the contestants on site. Even the 7 big shots in the audience were speechless. Ha ha ha. To be honest, Jiang, your disciple really resembles you. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at him, he seems like your biological son, said a tall, thin, square-faced elder with a laugh. Jiang Tian's face darkened upon hearing this. Zheng Jiwei, what do you mean? Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get beaten. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Dean Bing. I think so too. You two just wait. Don't let me find an opportunity, or you won't escape unscathed. The big shots in the audience discussed among themselves. The referee beside the martial stage nodded. All right. Round 3, match 5, begin. With the referee's command, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan immediately locked their gazes on the 5 bald monks opposite them. Sis, how do you think we should deal with these 5 baldies? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. I'll take 3, you take 2. No way, I'll take 4, you take 1. Humph, then let's see who moves faster. As she spoke, extreme cold spiritual energy began to emanate from Jiang Xiaoyan. Unwilling to be outdone, Jiang Yu started channeling his spatial spiritual energy. Calling us baldies? You two dare to step onto the stage? Win or lose, I'll make sure you regret it, shouted a bald monk who was less than 1.5 meters tall. Though he wasn't confident about winning, he wouldn't lose in terms of momentum. Extreme cold storm. Jiang Xiaoyan made her move. Brothers, fusion technique, Prajna Dharma. The short bald monk immediately countered. Buzz. A piercing hum rang out. A pale yellow light shield quickly enveloped the 5 of them. It was a 360-degree, no dead angle protective barrier. But just as the shield appeared, a massive tornado formed from ice and snow rapidly took shape and charged straight at them. Such an attack, how could it possibly break my dharma? The short bald monk sneered disdainfully. Boom, boom, boom. The tornado collided fiercely with the shield. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the shield. Impossible. Jiese, Jiehuang, Jiedu. Quickly, channel all your spiritual energy to repair the shield. The short bald monk hurriedly commanded. Buzz. The 3 monks at the back of the group began repairing the shield with all their might. The repair was effective. The shield, which was on the verge of being destroyed by the tornado, quickly stabilized. The cracks remained visible. A few seconds later, the tornado's power gradually weakened. This, Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated. The extreme cold storm she had unleashed with half her spiritual energy failed to break the 5's fusion shield. She turned her gaze to Jiang Yu, her eyes full of grievance. Seeing his sister's expression, Jiang Yu's heart tightened. That it seems to say, Brother, look, they actually dare to resist me. I feel upset. Die? Space collapse. Jiang Yu's anger erupted. How dare they make his sister show such an expression? Excellent. Buzz slash slash, accompanied by the sound of skin being cut. Except for the short bald monk, the other 4 monks all fell to the ground, motionless, losing their combat ability. How is this possible? Is this the power of spatial abilities? We admit defeat. The short bald monk used all his strength to finish speaking, tilted his head, and fainted. The monk's light shields could only defend against external attacks. But Jiang Yu's space collapse did not differentiate between inside and outside. This move directly caught the 5 monks off guard, completely rendering them incapable of counterattack. Seeing the monks admit defeat before the referee could announce the end of the match, Jiang Yu had already taken action. System. Use the triple emotion card, he murmured. Ding. Triple emotion card successfully used. Hearing the system prompt, he nodded in satisfaction. I declare, in the 3rd round, 5th match, the Panty Observation team wins and advances to the quarterfinals. As soon as the referee spoke, the live broadcast room instantly erupted. But the real shock was yet to come. Is that it? Is that it? I only used 30% of my spiritual energy, and they couldn't hold on. Looking at the 5 people being carried off the stage, Jiang Yu said casually. Indeed, he had only used 30% of his spiritual energy. You, what are you doing? The next moment, Jiang Xiaoyan screamed. Jiang Yu, in the national live broadcast, under the gaze of everyone, directly pulled Jiang Xiaoyan into his arms. Then, under the shocked gazes of the national audience and the on-site experts, he lowered his head. No. Seeing the two on stage, Yuan Long let out a miserable howl. The cry was so desolate, probably even more heart-wrenching than when his father passed away. You stop messing around. If you act recklessly, I'll mm. The two separated instantly. Taking advantage of the fact that the national audience and the on-site big shots hadn't reacted yet, Jiang Yu used several spatial teleports and left with his sister. This is just too shameless. Wow, are young people this open nowadays? Huh? My disciple was just snatched away by that toad. You're talking nonsense. Your disciple is the toad. My disciple is the swan. No, my male god. What kind of trick did that vixen Jiang Xiaoyan use to firmly capture my male god? Ji Zihan, calm down. They are lovers destined to be together. Just accept it. I'm not bad either. Get lost. Jiang Yu is 100 times better than you. Even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't be your girlfriend. Don't be like that, then I won't say anything. Don't block me. I'm going to kill Jiang Yu. Yuan Long roared like a madman. Boss, don't be impulsive. Calm down. Bai Hao beside him held him back, desperately trying to dissuade him. Calm down. My goddess was kissed by someone. How can I be calm? Boss, listen to me. They just kissed. It's no big deal. Maybe in the future, you can still win over Jiang Xiaoyan with your sincerity. Another man holding Yuan Long also tried to persuade him. Win her over? Don't joke around. I don't care anymore. Today, if I don't kill Jiang Yu, may the heavens strike me down with lightning. Yuan Long's eyes were bloodshot, ready to erupt at any moment. All right, but you definitely can't beat Jiang Yu. Let's let go and let our boss go to his death then. Lao Wang replied, and the two released Yuan Long. Then, Yuan Long just stood there, motionless. Boss, didn't you say you were going to kill Jiang Yu? Why aren't you moving? Bai Hao asked, puzzled. I think you're right. They're not officially together, yet anything is possible. Yuan Long coughed awkwardly, trying to save face. I heard my dad say yesterday that he already came up with a plan for me. I need to go confirm it. Realizing he couldn't beat Jiang Yu in a fight, Yuan Long decided to rely on strategy instead. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward, but the commotion in the livestream chat was even crazier. Ding. Yuan Long's actions made the host feel ashamed. Emotion points plus 9,999. Ding. So-and-so felt ashamed because of the host's actions. Emotion points plus 999. Ding. Listening to the constant notifications in his mind, Jiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Triple emotion points. Not a single person had contributed less than 200 points. This was insane. In just 5 minutes, he had easily earned 60 to 70,000 emotion points. After all, on a normal day, hugging a girl could net him 10,000 points. With the triple multiplier now, the gains were off the charts. Thinking of this, he chuckled mischievously. You shameless. How can you still laugh? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him, utterly helpless. This guy was too much. He actually hugged her in front of so many people. But seeing her brother's delighted expression made her heart sweeten. That kind of feeling like the person you love publicly acknowledging you in front of the whole world. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was also incredibly joyful. The fact that he was willing to openly admit their bond in front of everyone showed how much he treasured her. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't stop herself from giggling foolishly. Hey, what are you laughing at? Look at you, acting all silly. Jiang Yu looked at his sister, exasperated. What am I laughing at? I'm just thinking of happy things. What about you? Jiang Xiaoyan retorted. Me too. I was just thinking of something happy, Jiang Yu replied. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's smile became even brighter. Damn, brother Yu, you're amazing. To be so close to sister Yin in front of so many people. You're seriously incredible. Hao Sei, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help but exclaim. His tone was filled with disbelief. How come he never noticed brother Yu had such guts before? Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Although he felt a bit embarrassed himself, looking at the data panel where the emotion points were still rising, he felt he could do this a few more times. Brother Yu, should we head back to the hotel? Hao Sei asked curiously. There's nothing else to do. Let's head back, Jiang Yu decided. With that, he grabbed Zhang Xiaoyan's soft hand and left the resting area. Damn, even this feels like a public display of affection, Housei said helplessly from behind. Don't say anything. I'm already used to it. Ji Qingfeng replied expressionlessly. You're used to it this early? Makes sense, though. I guess I'll get numb to it eventually, too. Soon, everyone returned to their rooms. As for Jiang Yu, brother, come help me refine some pills. Just as he was about to open his door, Zhang Xiaoyan's voice called out from the room next to his. Oh, this time you're not asking for my help. Jiang Yu teased, looking at her door. You? Zhang Xiaoyan blushed. Are you coming or not? If you're not, forget it. Seeing her about to shut the door, Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Well, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes were flustered. What was wrong with this guy? If he mastered his cultivation technique, wouldn't he be like this every day? Thinking of this, her gaze became even more chaotic. If she'd known, she wouldn't have let him succeed so quickly a few days ago. Look at him, now getting bolder by the day. What am I doing? Jiang Yu smirked. Of course. As he spoke, he pinched her cheek, making her look at him. The next second, his face slowly closed in. Zhang Xiaoyan, seeing his face getting closer, nervously shut her eyes. Just then, stop. Jiang Yu, you shameless dog. I'm going to kill you. An angry roar echoed from afar. Ding. Yuan Long feels the host's behavior is excessive. Critical hit. Cultivation points +1. At that moment, Jiang Yu didn't care about Yuan Long's outburst at all. Without any hesitation, he kissed her directly. No. This kiss seemed to press some kind of switch, and Yuan, skipping some content for pacing, asked if you want the continuation of specific parts. All right. Don't bring that up anymore. Didn't you say you wanted me to accompany you for pill refining? Go ahead, I'll stay with you, Jiang Yu said, changing the subject after realizing he'd been exposed. What? Feeling guilty now that I caught you? Zhang Xiaoyan squinted at her brother, her smile mischievous. Guilty? Me? Never. Jiang Yu's eyes darted evasively. You are so guilty. I'm not. You are. Moments later. Still want to argue? Jiang Yu asked with a sly grin. I'm going to refine pills. She wiped her lips, glared at him, and blushed as she walked toward her alchemy setup. Well, used to blush bright red before, now it's just a light shade. If that's the case, it's time to initiate the next phase of my plan. Jiang Yu thought to himself, staring at her back with a mysterious smile. Not long after, Zhang Xiaoyan finished refining a batch of pills. Here, take these. She handed all the pills to Jiang Yu, leaving him stunned. You're not keeping any? Giving them all to me. I still have a few left, enough for 2 days. Just store these in your pocket dimension for safety. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoyan gave a sly smile, as if her reasoning was particularly clever. All right then, Jiang Yu said, not arguing since she had a point. Items were safest in his personal space. After storing the pills, their eyes met, and the room suddenly felt awkward. Sister, Jiang Yu finally broke the silence. Zhang Xiaoyan responded softly. I want to ask you something. What is it? That S too much. Too much? I just wanted to ask how yesterday's cultivation method worked for you. At his words, Zhang Xiaoyan, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly panicked. Thinking about what she'd done under her blanket after reading the technique, her face turned even redder. I couldn't help it yesterday, but don't worry. I was only thinking about you. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoyan blurted it out without thinking. Huh? What did you just say? I was asking how the technique worked. Jiang Yu looked confused. Was his sister even on the same wavelength as him? Huh? Oh, that's what you meant. Zhang Xiaoyan lowered her head, too embarrassed to say another word. Hey. Stop overthinking. Why are you getting weirder by the day? Jiang Yu looked at her helplessly. His sister was becoming even more unpredictable than him. Was this how girls were? I think the technique is pretty good. Sitting face to face while cultivating doubles the speed, Zhang Xiaoyan finally answered. If we synchronize, the speed can even quadruple. And there are some postures in the technique that… She stopped mid-sentence, too shy to continue. Huh? Wait a second. I remember the technique only mentioning sitting face to face. Where did the synchronization part come from? Jiang Yu was utterly baffled. He only saw face-to-face cultivation and didn't see any male and female. He cultivation method? Speaking of which, could it be? He. You. You only saw the front. There's more on the back. After saying this, to avoid further embarrassment, she quickly changed the topic. By the way, where did you get that technique? It seems to be quite high level. Hearing his sister ask this, Jiang Yu froze instantly. He hadn't thought of this. But now, at this point, he could only. Ahem. This technique, was casually given to me by my master last time. He said we would find it useful in the future. Now, Jiang Yu could only push it on to old Deng, his master. Thinking to himself, old Deng, just let me off this time. Oh, so it was given by your master, no wonder. As soon as she heard it was from Jiang Tian, Jiang Xiaoyan had no doubts at all. After all, Jiang Tian really had the ability to do such things. My master even said last time that we need to be moderate and not go overboard. Probably because of this, he saw our levels improving so quickly and thought we already. At this point, Jiang Yu's eyes were full of teasing. You, stop imagining things. Wait until your technique is fully mastered before talking. Huh? Then can't we sit face to face? That way, the cultivation speed can double. Jiang Yu looked unwilling. He showed his sister this technique because he wanted to cultivate together. When tired, they could even rest on the bed. No, no way, Jiang Xiaoyan said angrily. You and I both know what kind of person you are. If we sit face to face on the same bed to cultivate, can you even control yourself? Besides, your technique isn't fully mastered yet. If your technique isn't fully formed and you mess around, it won't be something a simple complementary technique can fix. You need to understand this. She spoke seriously. She didn't want her brother to ruin the technique because of this. After all, this technique was so powerful that even in her past life, she was shocked and remembered it. Fine. Since that's the case, let's talk about the technique later. Jiang Yu pretended to sigh in disappointment and sat down on the sofa helplessly. Seeing her brother's dejected look, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little sad. Brother, how about? Thinking for a moment, she decided not to let her brother be so down. What's wrong with you two? Looking so down, did you run into trouble? At this moment, Jiang Tian suddenly appeared in the room. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately tensed up, and the words she was about to say were swallowed back. She had made up her mind, but the old man just had to show up at the critical moment. Forget it. I'll wait until the old man leaves to talk. She thought to herself. It's nothing. We just lost a game earlier. Jiang Yu scratched his head and said awkwardly. Yo, this old man is pretty quick. A chill suddenly appeared, and Bing Lian's figure instantly entered the room. Little girl, why are you here? Jiang Tian was stunned. Can I come to see my disciple? Bing Lian retorted. Pretend I didn't say anything. Jiang Tian was at a loss for words. Master, has the competition outside ended? Seeing both masters had arrived, Jiang Yu quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. Yes, it's over. The top 8 list is already out. Tonight, the 8 eliminated teams will compete in another round of revival matches to fight for a spot in the top 12. Jiang Tian nodded. I see. Then why are you two not resting and running over here? Jiang Yu asked. What? Are we interrupting your cultivation? Or perhaps? Bing Lian glanced at the two of them, a faint, inexplicable smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Master, please stop talking. We were just refining pills. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed. Refining pills? Bing Lian's eyes lit up. She carefully sniffed the lingering medicinal fragrance in the room. This is the scent of spirit-enhancing pills. Bing Lian's eyes visibly brightened. She sniffed again and exclaimed in shock. This, high-quality spirit-enhancing pills. Just one step away from being top grade. What the heck? Are you serious? Your sister is this amazing? Jiang Tian was also stunned. In this world, only 2 people could refine high-quality spirit-enhancing pills. Even the vice president of the Alchemist Association could only produce medium-quality ones. Top-grade spirit-enhancing pills were simply unattainable. And Jiang Xiaoyan, barely in her teens and just awakened to her abilities, could already refine high-quality spirit-enhancing pills. This made Jiang Tian even more certain that Jiang Xiaoyan must be the reincarnation of some great figure. Of course, my sister is truly incredible. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile proudly. You? What are you saying? Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned bright red upon hearing this. Saying she was amazing was fine, but claiming she was particularly outstanding, that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Oh, so you and Xiaoyan already. Bing Lian looked at Jiang Yu, her gaze full of teasing. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Bing Lian thought to herself, this disciple is truly impressive. I haven't even done that with a man. Yet her disciple seems to have something going on with Jiang Yu. But to ensure her disciple doesn't suffer at the hands of this brat in the future, she had no choice but to. The next moment, Jiang Yu noticed Bing Lian's gaze growing colder and colder. To outsiders, it might seem like this old lady was angry. Hey, Master Bing, what's with that look? Don't accuse me. I didn't do anything. Master, please say something for me. Jiang Yu quickly sought help from his old master as Bing Lian's gaze grew colder. Ah, disciple, I can't help you this time. After all, you did make a mistake here. The young girl isn't even of age yet, and you. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yu with envy and then said helplessly, but don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you die. At most, you'll be seriously injured. Hearing his master's words, Jiang Yu felt utterly hopeless. He hadn't done anything, yet he was about to get beaten, and the one beating him was his sister's master. Well, you brat. Speechless now, huh? In that case, I'll. Bing Lian's lips curled into a smile. To ensure her disciple wouldn't suffer in future battles, she had no choice but to use her trump card. At that moment, the scene blurred before her eyes. Zhang Xiaoyan stood in front of Bing Lian, her cheeks flushed, arms outstretched, and gaze resolute. Master, everything my brother said is true. We didn't do anything. If you don't believe me. As she spoke, she extended her arm decisively and said, you can check. Female martial artists could allow others to channel spiritual energy into their bodies to confirm their purity. But this method is extremely risky. If the spiritual energy isn't controlled properly, the person being examined might suffer meridian damage. However, to prevent this annoying guy from being beaten, she had no choice but to take the risk. After all, she really hadn't done anything with him. She felt at ease in her heart. Seeing her disciple so resolute, Bing Lian sighed helplessly, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. All right. I believe you two didn't do anything. After speaking, she stared at Jiang Yu, who still looked completely bewildered. In the past, I didn't care that you were well endowed. But if you ever hurt Xiao Yin in the future, I'll cut off your weapon. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a chill spread from his lower abdomen. I promise, I absolutely won't bully my sister in the future. If I do, I'll cut it off myself, okay? His voice trembled. He had no choice, he had to protect his life. Judging by the situation, if he really went too far with his sister and got caught, he might actually lose it. Of course, he also believed his sister wouldn't really go that far. He was also happy that his sister had such a caring master, unlike his own old and lazy master, who was currently busy picking his nose and doing nothing. That's more like it. Bing Lian snorted coldly, pulling Zhang Xiaoyan to sit on the sofa. For some reason, seeing Bing Lian holding his sister's hand made Jiang Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. But since she was his sister, I can't possibly beat this old lady. What do you mean? You're a guy and you're actually jealous? Your possessiveness is way too strong. But you'll just have to endure it today. After all, my time is limited, and it's rare to have this opportunity. Of course, what I teach Xiaoyan tonight might be beneficial to you in the future. As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Xiaoyan in her arms. Isn't that right? Zhang Xiaoyan blushed, but still nodded. I'll listen to Master. Well, it's been a long time since I've been this close to Master. I really missed it. As for my brother, he'll just have to bear with it. Once this period is over, I'll make it up to him properly. After all, in this world, only these two people matter the most to me. Fine, you don't love me anymore. I'm leaving first. Jiang Yu pretended to sigh helplessly at his sister's words, then teleported back to his room. Brother. Zhang Xiaoyan quickly stood up and called out, but Jiang Yu had already disappeared. Bing Lian looked at her disciple's worried eyes and smiled. What? Afraid he'll be angry. A little. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded seriously. Bing Lian shook her head. My silly disciple, let me tell you, when guys act like this, it's actually because. Over the next few dozen minutes, Bing Lian chatted with her silly disciple about the little tricks guys sometimes use. Of course, she wasn't teaching her how to guard against men, but rather how to capture a man's heart and make him unable to leave her. In other words, this was a big benefit for Jiangyu. Not only that, during the lesson, she even took out her treasured items, which could enhance Jiang Xiaoyan's combat power. This way, she wouldn't be completely crushed in battle. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Jiangyu sat on his bed, his face full of displeasure. He looked like a wronged little wife. So it looks like I can't spend more time with the little girl today. But once this period is over, I'll make sure she compensates me properly. How should she compensate me? Maybe make her unable to move for a few days. Thinking about the beautiful scenes a few days later, Jiangyu nodded to himself. Hee, I want to see how much emotional value I've gained this time. System. Open the data panel. The next moment, a light screen appeared before him. Emotional value, 2,088,888. Talent points, 956. Cultivation points, 306. Damn. Seeing these numbers, Jiangyu couldn't help but curse. 2 million emotional value. 2 golden legendary level draws. Plus over 300 cultivation points. This means that as long as he cultivates to silver tier 8, he can directly use cultivation points to ascend to gold tier. Of course, he knew that after reaching gold tier, the effect of cultivation points would diminish. It might take months to level up, unless the system upgrades. Just as Jiangyu was feeling excited, in the room next door. Master, did you hear something just now? Jiang Xiaoyan looked puzzled. It seemed like I heard Jiangyu shout damn, right? Binglian thought for a moment. It seems so. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, as if she had thought of something. Sigh, young people these days are so impatient. I'm just taking up one evening of your time, aren't I? Look at how anxious he is, it's really helpless. Binglian shook her head and sighed. All right, master, stop talking. Okay, I'll tell you, the more anxious a boy gets, the more you should. Then, Bing Lian began teaching Jiang Xiaoyan some little tricks. The scene shifts. System. Give me a golden legendary level lottery draw. As soon as Jiangyu finished speaking, he stared wide-eyed at the lottery panel in front of him. Ding. Golden legendary level lottery draw in progress. The big wheel slowly rotated, and Jiangyu didn't blink. A few seconds later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one-time teleportation scroll. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. One-time teleportation scroll, and its one-time use. Jiangyu was a bit dumbfounded. The prize from the golden legendary level lottery turned out to be something like this, and its one-time use. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the detailed description. One-time teleportation scroll. After use, the host will be teleported to a random location. Please use cautiously. If teleported into the stomach of some dangerous creature, that would be disastrous. Seeing this explanation, Jiangyu almost exploded. What the heck is this? Is there anything worse than this in the golden legendary level lottery? Teleportation is one thing, but it's random, and it's only usable once. He wondered if he was cursed with bad luck. It was truly frustrating. Forget it. I can't just sit here dumbfounded. This thing might be useful later. System. Give me another golden legendary level lottery draw. Now, he pinned all his hopes on this last draw. If he got another lousy item, he really felt like flipping the table. Ding. Golden legendary level lottery draw in progress. The system notification sounded, and Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed on the lottery panel. Moments later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ice Elemental Divine Pill. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Hearing this name, his eyes lit up. Ice Elemental Divine Pill. It sounded powerful, especially since it had divine in the name. And it included ice, which was perfect for his sister. After all, up until now, he hadn't drawn anything useful for his sister. Oh, except for the Hawan pill. His heart stirred, and he opened the detailed description of the Ice Elemental Divine Pill. Ice Elemental Divine Pill. After consumption and refinement, it enhances understanding of ice elements. Refinement has a very small chance of upgrading abilities. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's eyes instantly brightened. This item was much better than the space spirit he drew yesterday. Not only could it enhance ability comprehension, but it also had a chance to upgrade abilities. It was practically tailor-made for his sister. If I show this to my sister tomorrow, will she? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. Getting the ice elemental divine pill made him very happy. Although his sister's talent was SS level, her strength was only at silver rank 1, still far behind him. He didn't want his sister to fall too far behind. After all, his sister was already his responsibility, and he absolutely wouldn't let her suffer. Following him, she would never be ordinary. Of course, if he knew his sister was actually a reincarnated empress, he might not think this way. Well, these 2 golden legendary lottery draws weren't perfect, but they're acceptable. After summing up, he sat cross-legged and began cultivating. Meanwhile, inside the Alchemist Association in the capital city. Father, I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore. Yuan Long rolled on the ground. Yuan Dan, sitting in the chair, sniffed sharply. Bang! You unfilial son. Unable to hold back, he slammed the table and stood up abruptly. How can you achieve great things if you can't even handle such a small matter? So what if the girl you like was kissed by someone else? Your father had it even worse back in the day. At this point, Yuan Dan seemed to recall something, and the eyes of the mighty Supreme Realm expert glistened with a hint of tears. Father? The girl you liked was also taken by someone else. Yuan Long's face was full of disbelief. Hearing this, Yuan Dan's expression instantly darkened. Where did this brat hear about that? Wait. Suddenly realizing something, he looked at his son with eyes full of pity and sympathy. Our experiences as father and son are practically identical. But to maintain his dignity as a father, he could only shout loudly. Stop spouting nonsense. Your dad wasn't as miserable as you back then. However, son, don't worry. Even though the girl you like has gotten close to someone else, in the face of true love, these things don't matter. Yuan Dan waved his hand grandly. Trust your father. As long as this plan succeeds, Jiang Xiaoyan will. Most likely, maybe, probably be yours. Listening to his father's uncertain tone, Yuan Long almost despaired. Dad, just tell me, what exactly is this plan? His voice was filled with disappointment. Now, all his hopes were pinned on the plan his father mentioned. Yuan Dan didn't hesitate and directly revealed their entire plan. Moments later, after hearing his father's words, Yuan Long became excited. Ha ha ha, my dear father. What most likely, maybe, probably? Once this plan succeeds, Jiang Xiaoyan will definitely be mine. Yuan Long's expression shifted from despair to extreme excitement. Don't get too cocky. Yuan Dan shook his head. Jiang Xiaoyan's master is Bing Lian, and Jiang Yu's master is Jiang Tian. The complexity of this situation is far beyond your imagination. After speaking, he glanced at his son, who was already so excited that he was dancing around, completely ignoring his words. Sigh, maybe I should take advantage of my remaining strength and have another one. Yuan Dan began to ponder. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by the sound of knocking, Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation. Someone looking for me this early? He was full of doubt. Opening the door, he saw his sister standing outside, deep in thought. Sister? Why are you looking for me so early? What's the matter? I. Jiang Xiaoyan looked up, her eyes full of panic. Brother, my master has already left. Yesterday. I'm sorry. At this point, she lowered her head again. Seeing his sister's aggrieved appearance, Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him. You pervert. Always touching randomly. Halfway through her words, her face turned even redder. All right, I know I was wrong. Jiang Yu pulled the beauty in his arms closer, his tone full of teasing. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyan uncharacteristically threw a little tantrum. This guy was too much, almost making her so angry she couldn't breathe. Absolutely unforgivable. Thinking of this, she glared fiercely at the man holding her. But in Jiang Yu's eyes, her angry little face was irresistibly adorable. What's wrong? Are you mad? Look at this. The next second, a small blue pill, the size of a fingernail, appeared in his hand. Huh? What's this? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at it curiously. This. When she saw the ice element divine pill, she was instantly stunned. The quality of the pill and the ice elemental energy contained within it made it clear at a glance that this was a divine pill. Moreover, it was extremely compatible with her. How do you have this? Jiang Xiaoyan was so shocked she couldn't speak. Her little tantrum from earlier disappeared without a trace. What? You can have secrets, but I can't. Jiang Yu retorted. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes. But thinking about it, it made sense. She had secrets she hadn't told him yet, so it was normal for him to have secrets he hadn't shared with her. However, this brother had far more secrets than the one in her previous life. Of course, it didn't matter after all. The one she liked was the him of this life. Feeling sad? Don't worry. I'll tell you all my secrets sooner or later. Jiang Yu's gaze was firm. He was afraid that if he told her now, she wouldn't believe him. After all, something like a system was not easy to explain. Okay, I understand. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Now let me ask you, do you want this ice element divine pill? Can I have it? What do you think? If I give it to you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? As he spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. You? Just this once. I'll let you have your way. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu's neck and slowly leaned her head closer. A while later, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fully focused on refining the ice element divine pill, and couldn't help but smile slightly. This little girl, her words were getting sweeter and sweeter. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, slowly opened her eyes. Wow, you finished refining it so quickly. Jiang Yu was surprised. He had just been planning to head out for today's competition, but he didn't expect his sister to wake up at this moment. Yeah, the time for swallowing and refining it is relatively short, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. I see. How's the effect? Did your ability evolve? He asked curiously. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head, looking a bit disappointed. My ability has gotten a lot stronger, but it hasn't evolved yet. But it's okay. After all, the chances of evolution are very low. I'm already very happy with the improvement in my ability. Thank you, you rascal. Feeling the warmth on her face, Jiang Yu was just about to retaliate when his phone notification suddenly sounded. His phone was set to only alert him for important messages. What's wrong? Jiang Yu suddenly stopped his actions, leaving Jiang Xiaoyan, who was prepared for his retaliation, momentarily stunned. It's nothing. It's important information, but I don't want to look at it now. I just want you. After saying that, the two started again. After a while. Ugh. All right. I can hardly breathe. Hurry up and check what the message is. Let me rest for a bit. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's cheeks were flushed, her long dress wrinkled, and her eyes full of complaints. All right, you rest first. I want to see what important message dares to interrupt my mood, he said as he took out his phone and looked at the message. The message is, in the upcoming elimination match, our first round is against the Yuan Long team. He thought it was something important, but this? Just this? Against Yuan Long. Isn't that easy for me to handle? Yuan Long. That annoying guy. Hearing the name, Yuan Long, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes showed obvious disgust. What? You hate him? Do you want me to beat him so badly that he can't even stand up later? Jiang Yu smiled at her. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan revealed a sly smile. If you beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself, I'll give you a reward. As she said this, her face showed an expression of, if you can do it, I'll make you happy, staring at Jiang Yu. Oh, Jiang Yu's lips curled up. But what if I want the reward now? You're so unreasonable. Why should I follow the rules? You're shameless. Don't worry about that, hee hee. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels the host's behavior is too excessive. Emotion value plus 3,333. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu brought his sister to the resting area of the martial arts arena. Xiaoyan, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Yuan Xinxin saw Jiang Xiaoyan and immediately noticed her face was as red as if it were boiling. I'm fine, Jiang Xiaoyan said shyly, glaring angrily at Jiang Yu beside her. This bad guy is really too much. Xiaoyan, your expression has already given you away. Yuan Xinxin shook her head helplessly. That shy look just now completely explained why your face is red. Isn't it just because of Jiang Yu? Thinking of this, Yuan Xinxin's face couldn't help but turn red as well. Just as Jiang Xiaoyan wanted to argue, a loud voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Hello everyone, I am the leader of Huagua, surname Zhou. First, congratulations to all of you for making it to the top 8. As the voice rang out, all the contestants looked toward the speaker. Jiang Yu recognized him as the kind-looking old man from yesterday. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the leader of Huagua. I believe everyone knows what it means to make it to the top 8. You will have the opportunity to go to Spirit Island for a week of training. There, your strength will improve significantly. I am honored to meet the talents of Huagua and hereby announce. The following words were a bunch of official statements from Leader Zhou, making Jiang Yu and the others feel a bit drowsy. All right, I've finished speaking. Let the matches begin. As Leader Zhou finished speaking, Jiang Yu and the other contestants finally perked up. Oh my, Leader Zhou's speech is like a lullaby. I almost fell asleep. Housei rubbed his eyes, looking dazed. By the way, Brother Yu, are we still going to participate in this match? He realized the match was about to start and quickly asked. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Do as you please. That Yuan Long. Just one person. I can easily handle him with one hand. Upon hearing this, Housei and the other two immediately nodded. They had no doubt about Jiang Yu's words. Everyone knew Brother Yu's strength. Defeating Yuan Long single-handedly was a piece of cake. All right then, Brother Yu, we won't go up. That Yuan Long is quite strong. If we go up, we might just hinder your performance. Housei said righteously. Exactly, we won't take the stage. Ji Qingfeng also nodded repeatedly. Sister Xiaoyan, good luck to you all. Yuan Xinxin said with a determined expression. Hey, why do I feel like you guys are just scared of the opponent being too strong and don't dare to go up? Jiang Yu thought about it and felt something was off. Round 4, first match. Team Panty's Observation versus Team Yuan Long. Both teams, please take the stage. The referee's voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Hee, Brother Yu, the match is about to start. You and Cisno, Sister Yen, hurry up and go. Try to take down Yuan Long in one move. Good luck. Housei waved at Jiang Yu. It was obvious that Jiang Yu had hit the nail on the head. Seeing the three of them avoiding eye contact, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly and led his sister toward the martial arts stage. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he saw Yuan Long staring at him with a face full of killing intent. Hey, what's with that expression? Did I kill your father or something? I didn't do that, he said, casually pulling the beauty beside him into his arms. This move was both heart-stirring and face-slapping. Jiang Yu, you can kill my dad, but you cannot touch my Xiaoyan, Yuan Long roared. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes in the arena turned towards someone in the audience. Yuan Dan's face was dark. He was already displeased when Jiang Yu spoke earlier. Now, with his son's additional comment, he was on the verge of exploding with anger. Yuan Long, damn you. After the match, I swear I'll tear your arm off. Yuan Dan was furious and cursed. Tisk, Yuan Long, did you hear that? Your dad said he's going to disassemble your arm when you get back. Jiang Yu teased. Jiang Yu, Yuan Long glared ahead. Today, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking. What the hell? Is Yuan Long crazy? He actually if it's not a special ability, no one can achieve this, unless they've reached the diamond level. But Jiang Yu, could he have 3 abilities? This doesn't seem like an ability. Could it be a secret technique? This kid is terrifying. I'm speechless. The audience exclaimed repeatedly. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Watch closely, you old geezers. I'm going to leave you all dumbfounded. Divine Descent, he declared. As soon as his voice fell, the already powerful spiritual energy within Jiang Yu suddenly became incredibly violent. Not only that, his pitch-black, shiny eyes instantly turned pale yellow. Even his short black hair transformed into long pale yellow hair in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Yu was floating in midair. From Yuan Long's perspective, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. This, boss, should we just surrender? What's the point of fighting anymore? Bai Hao's legs were trembling. Useless. This is just a scare tactic. Yuan Long forced himself to suppress his trembling legs, his face full of disbelief. But after glancing at Jiang Xiaoyan not far away, he steadied himself, his gaze firmly fixed on Jiang Yu. Blazing Fire Dragon. Divine Flame descends. Yuan Long channeled all his spiritual energy, unleashing 2 skills as he charged toward Jiang Yu. facing his goddess. Even if it meant death, he had to fight with all his might. That was his only thought at the moment. Roar! Boom! Accompanied by two loud explosions, Jiang Yu looked at the massive fire dragon rushing toward him and the pillar of fire shooting up from the ground beneath him, sneering coldly. Is this all? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. What? Yuan Long froze. The next second, he felt a chilling sensation behind him. Did you forget? My ability is spatial manipulation. You think you can defeat me with these skills? Bang! Jiang Yu threw a punch, sending Yuan Long flying several meters. Boss! Yuan Long's companions saw this, and, without hesitation, immediately unleashed their skills to attack Jiang Yu. Spatial collapse. Buzz! Buzz! The spatial collapse descended, and the four companions fell to the ground instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu used spatial teleportation to easily evade all attacks and teleported again to appear right in front of Yuan Long. No. Impossible. How are you this strong? Yuan Long almost shouted. Their strength was considered invincible among those of the same level. Yet in front of Jiang Yu, they were defeated so effortlessly. He simply couldn't accept it. Strong? Am I strong? I've only used 1% of my power, and you can't even handle that. Jiang Yu sneered darkly. Can you withstand this next move? With that, he floated into the air again, rising higher and higher, the pale yellow light on his body growing increasingly dazzling. At this moment, Yuan Long, drained of spiritual energy, could only collapse on the ground. Watching Jiang Yu ascend into the sky, Yuan Long couldn't even open his eyes. It was simply too blinding. Just then, the light on Jiang Yu's body seemed to reach its peak. And then, I declare, the referee was about to announce the end of the match, as Yun Long and the others were no longer able to fight. But at that moment, divine descent. Boom! As soon as the words fell, all the pale yellow light on Jiang Yu's body rapidly converged into a single point. The next moment, the massive point of light shot toward Yuan Long on the ground like an arrow. No. Dad, save me. Yuan Long felt the terrifying aura approaching and screamed with all his remaining strength. In his last glance before losing consciousness, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, only to find that his goddess had already sensed the danger and run back to the resting area. Ah! Yuan Long shouted, his head tilted, and he fainted. What a traitor! Yuan Dan cursed under his breath. His figure instantly disappeared. On the martial arts stage, the unconscious Yuan Long was taken away by Yuan Dan. Boom! The moment Yuan Long disappeared, the pale yellow light sphere crashed onto the martial arts stage with a thunderous roar. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire venue. The audience, both present and watching the nationwide live broadcast, were stunned by the scene before them. As the dust settled, the martial arts stage was nowhere to be seen. The originally 40 to 50 meter long stage had now turned into a several meter deep pit. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. Even the live broadcast comment section was urgently shut down by the administrators to prevent the stream from crashing. Holy crap! My disciple is the best in the world. Jiang Tian shouted in shock immediately. His voice ignited the crowd. Holy crap! What kind of move was that? I've never seen anything like this in my life. The strength of this martial arts stage, it's not something even a gold-level expert could destroy in one strike, right? You old geezer, don't just talk about gold level. Even the strongest platinum-level strike rarely achieves this kind of effect. Why bother with the competition? Just declare this kid the champion and save everyone's time. At this moment, everyone, whether contestants or influential figures, completely changed their perception of Jiang Yu. Just then, Jiang Yu, as if losing all his strength, began to plummet rapidly from the sky. Jiang Tian noticed and was about to intervene. But at that moment, a figure moved ahead of him. When Jiang Tian saw the figure, his furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Because the person trying to catch his disciple was none other than Jiang Yu's sister, Jiang Xiaoyan. So it's this little girl, no need to worry. Returning to his seat, Jiang Tian nodded to himself. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan was frantically adjusting her position, trying to catch her brother at the spot where he was bound to land. She had just seen her brother use Descent of the Celestial God, and knew he must be feeling weak. So, as soon as the battle ended, she rushed into the pit to prepare to catch him. However, while the ideal was grand, reality was harsh. Huh? Why is he changing direction midair? Jiang Xiaoyan watched as her brother, who was about to fall, suddenly seemed to be blown by the wind and shifted direction dozens of meters above the ground. She was puzzled, but still desperately ran to the spot where her brother was bound to land. Sis, catch me. Jiang Yu shouted loudly. Huh? Didn't you say you were weak? How do you still have the strength to shout? Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment, but she didn't think much of it, channeling her spiritual energy and reaching out to catch Jiang Yu. At that moment, no accident occurred. She successfully caught Jiang Yu. Are you okay? She asked anxiously. Hee. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. The next second, as if brimming with energy, he flipped out of his sister's arms like a carp. Then, he turned the tables. You, what are you doing? MMPH. 3 seconds of silence later. Damn, these two are straight up showing off their love in front of the entire nation. Are they professional dog food sellers, or what? I can't take it anymore. If I ever come back to watch Jiang Yu's matches again, I'll be a dog myself. Yo, my apprentice is slick. Knows a few tricks. When I have time, I'll have to learn from him. By then, I'll call him master. His looks like my apprentice's girl is really enjoying it. Wait, no, why am I starting to feel jealous of them? Listening to the chatter from Jiang Tian and the others in the audience, Jiang Yu couldn't stop grinning ear to ear. It wasn't just the sweetness of the moment in front of him, but also the constant notifications from the system in his mind. Ding. Jiang Tian is shocked by the host's performance. Emotional value plus 3,332. Ding. Ice Lotus feels ashamed by the host's actions. Emotional value plus 3,331. Ding. The contributors of these emotional values were not only shocked by his performance, but also by his incredible strength. Ugh, enough. Jiang Xiaoyan forcefully separated herself from Jiang Yu, her face full of dissatisfaction. This bad guy. She could tolerate his tricks once or twice on normal days, but he did it again today. And he even used that method to deceive her, and he succeeded. Did he even know how worried she was at the time? Looking at his sister's aggrieved gaze, Jiang Yu knew she was definitely upset. But he had no choice. Everything he did was for the emotional values. With emotional values, he could grow stronger. And once he became stronger, he could. Ha ha ha. Of course, he had a little selfish motive too. He just wanted to tell the whole world in his own way. Look, this is my woman. Isn't she beautiful? Yes, he loved to show off that much. You, what are you thinking about now? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Yu, who seemed lost in thought, and finally came back to her senses, asking with some concern. After all, the secret technique her brother had just used was so powerful that she worried it might have side effects. Yeah, I was just thinking, why are you so beautiful today? No matter how much I look, I can't get enough. After saying that, he lowered his head again. Ugh. The next second, before anyone could react, Jiang Yu, with a blissful-looking Jiang Xiaoyan, teleported and disappeared. As soon as the two were gone. Wow, I've never seen anyone so shameless. Didn't you say the same thing yesterday? Heh, at my age, to still be sweetened up by the love of young people, what a rare sight. Ha ha. Eating dog food is something that actually makes people happy though. TSK. Brother you. At first, you were only feeding dog food to the three of us. But now, you're feeding the entire nation. Housei couldn't help but twitch his lips. The nightmare for the three of them was still ongoing. But this time, it was being broadcast nationwide. What? You have a problem with that? Jiang Yu let go of his sister, smirking as he looked at Housei. No. How could I have a problem? Dog food is delicious. I love it the most. Thinking of the overwhelming power brother you had just displayed, Housei quickly waved his hands to deny it. If he dared to say yes, the next second, he might end up worse than that Yuan Long. Hearing Housei's quick reaction, Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Was he really that terrifying? But thinking about it carefully, maybe he was kind of scary. Brother. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan called out softly. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. It's just. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as an apple. Jiang Yu took one look and immediately understood. Guys, I gotta go. Let's chat another day. With that, He teleported away under the bewildered gazes of Hao Se and the other two. Huh? What do you think happened to Sister Xiaoyan? Hao Se turned to the other two and asked. I don't know, I don't understand. Ji Qingfeng shook his head. And you? The two turned to Yuan Xinxin. Me? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xinxin's face instantly turned as red as fire. It was obvious she knew why Sister Xiaoyan acted that way. Honestly, what girl wouldn't know? Being hugged by a super handsome guy, it's hard not to feel shy. Hey, Yuan Xinxin, do you know something? After all, you're both girls, spill it, or else. Bang! Stop talking nonsense. Get lost. Fine, I'm leaving. The scene shifts. Jiang Yu stands in front of Jiang Xiaoyan's room door. Sis, are you done? You. Wait a bit before coming in. It's not ready yet. Wait? No way. Push. With a sound, Jiang Yu pushed the door open. No, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The door had been pushed open. But when Jiang Yu saw the thick ice wall in front of him, he began to ponder. The next moment, he heard a faint sound coming from behind the ice wall. Sigh, I really miscalculated this time. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected the existence of the ice wall this time. Through the thick ice, he could vaguely see a hint of skin. Fortunately, he couldn't see clearly otherwise. His cultivation technique might be ruined. You, what are you doing, you scoundrel? Jiang Xiaoyan's dissatisfied voice pulled Jiang Yu out of his imagination. Ahem. Sorry, I really couldn't hold back just now. I was too impulsive. Jiang Yu coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Humph. At least you know you're shameless? Don't let there be a next time. The rustling sound stopped, and Jiang Xiaoyan said unhappily. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice wall in front of her slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Yu teleported to Jiang Xiaoyan's side. Why didn't he think of using spatial teleportation earlier? Sigh. He got too excited and his brain short-circuited. You, what are you doing? I warn you, don't touch me. Seeing Jiang Yu approach, she instinctively became alert. Sigh, what do you take me for? Do you think I'd act recklessly? Am I the type to act recklessly? If I were to act, I'd do it openly and boldly, haha. As he spoke, he revealed a mischievous smile. At this moment, Jiang Yu looked like a hungry big bad wolf. Jiang Xiaoyan, on the other hand, resembled a frightened little white rabbit huddled in the corner. You, what are you planning to do? Seeing Jiang Yu's sinister smile, Jiang Xiaoyan panicked. This bad guy is just two. Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yu touched her hair, his mischievous smile quickly disappearing, replaced by a sunny and charming grin. You, Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Humph, don't touch me. She flicked his hand away. I just wanted to ask, are you curious about the divine descent I used today? Do you think I'm impressive? Jiang Xiaoyan finally reacted, her face full of curiosity as she asked, Humph, didn't you use a powerful secret technique? Why is there not a scratch on you? She knew the person in front of her had secrets, and a powerful secret technique was no surprise. But for this guy to use the technique and remain completely unscathed? On Blue Star, some secret techniques have side effects after use. Some require a day of rest, while others consume life force. But he was clearly different. My secret technique is amazing. Not only is it powerful, but after using it, I just need to rest for a day and can't use it again. Jiang Yu proudly raised his nose, looking as if to say, see how awesome I am. He wasn't wrong. He had just used the secret technique today and realized that after using it, all he needed was a day of rest, essentially a cool-down period. Moreover, the two skills and flying ability he displayed today were all powers he had recently gained from the divine force. Actually, he had miscalculated last time. It wasn't that he could directly defeat a gold-level opponent after using the secret technique. Now, he dared to say that after using the technique, he could even handle platinum-level opponents. Of course, whether he could win was another matter. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Of course, why would I lie to you? Want to try it yourself? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at her, his meaning clear. You, Jiang Xiaoyan, was momentarily speechless from his teasing. But deep down, she was incredibly happy. With his heaven-defying methods, if he could reach or even surpass the level of his previous life, they might have hope in facing the impending disaster. Hey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yu said with a smile. What? Were you scared by my move at noon? As soon as he said this, Jiang Xiaoyan's previously calm face turned red again. Don't bring up what happened at noon again, or I won't agree to such requests in the future. She glared at him fiercely, not expecting him to dare mention that incident. Ding! Jiang Xiaoyan feels embarrassed by the host's behavior. Critical hit successful. +1 cultivation point. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Jiang Yu looked at her, his face full of amusement. What? Do you think I'm shameless again? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Umph. At least you know you're shameless. Oh, then I'll just. You? What are you doing? The two began another round of intimate interaction that lasted for dozens of minutes. Dozens of minutes later. That's enough. Jiang Xiaoyan pushed him away, her face as red as an apple. This bad guy was getting more and more excessive. A few days ago, it was only once or twice a day, but now, whenever he had free time. Thinking about this, her face turned even redder. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You should rest. Jiang Yu gently rubbed her hair, his voice soft. Humph. She snorted lightly, her face full of shyness as she turned her head away. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little girl is becoming more and more sensible. Watching her back, Jiang Yu nodded to himself. Jiang Xiaoyan adjusted her mood and turned to look at Jiang Yu. What? Still want to continue? Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted coldly, but still walked up to him. Then, she brushed past Jiang Yu. Hey, what do you mean by this? You got my hopes up for nothing. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who had brushed past him, his face full of grievance. He thought she would help, but it turned out to be a wasted effort. Sigh. He let out a sigh, full of dissatisfaction. Don't even think about it. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyan's voice came through. This shout left Jiang Yu speechless. Could it be that she knew what he was just thinking? Or perhaps, thinking of this, Jiang Yu's gaze toward her changed. Forget it. You practice, I'll go sit for a while. After saying that, he walked over to the nearby sofa and sat down. At this moment, he didn't notice. Just as he turned around, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes. No one knew what she was thinking just now, but it certainly wasn't something good. Come help me refine pills. She was silent for a moment, her eyes showing determination. Refine pills? I don't know how. Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Stop talking nonsense. Come here quickly. Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. Seeing her expression, Jiang Yu immediately understood. You little girl, you really get me. He instantly teleported in front of Jiang Xiaoyan. Then, the two began refining pills. Yes, refining pills. Don't misunderstand. Time flew by, and several dozen minutes passed. At this moment, Jiang Yu was comfortably lying on the sofa. As for Jiang Xiaoyan, she was still refining pills. Humph. For some reason, Jiang Xiaoyan let out a soft sigh. What's wrong? Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Could it be that he did something wrong again? Probably not, right? Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted again. Hey, are you okay? Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. I'm fine. It's just that you were too. This bad guy was really too much. Sorry, I got too excited earlier. It's okay, I understand you. Hearing her say this, Jiang Yu walked over, gently stroked her smooth hair, and praised, good girl. Then he started watching short videos again, because these videos always brought him good vibes. What are you watching? Jiang Xiaoyan looked puzzled. She grabbed the phone to take a look, and her face instantly turned red. It turned out that their impressive performance at the martial arts arena today had already been posted online by the official account. The video happened to show the moment Jiang Yu was caught by her, turning defeat into victory. This made her incredibly shy. Why are you blushing? Keep scrolling. My heroic moments today also made it to the trending list. Jiang Yu proudly puffed out his chest. Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment and instinctively scrolled down. She saw a video of Jiang Yu fiercely defeating Yuan Long today. How about it? My strength is pretty awesome, right? Jiang Yu smiled at her. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned completely red. She didn't know if she was overthinking or recalling what she had seen firsthand. She was so shy that she couldn't even form a complete sentence. All right. Look at you now, always blushing and shy. You're completely different from before. Jiang Yu said thoughtfully. I remember you used to be a cold beauty. Sometimes when I talked to you, you wouldn't even bother to respond, barely interacting with me all day. What's even more infuriating is that when you did make a move, it was neither light nor heavy, leaving me bedridden for days several times. As he spoke, Jiang Yu shook his head and sighed. He seemed to feel both love and helplessness toward her current change. You, you have the nerve to talk about me, saying I didn't hold back, but do you? Speaking of this, her eyes were filled with grievance. Hearing her say this, Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. He really had been a bit excessive, but this, forget it, it was indeed too much. All right, I won't say anything about you anymore. It's all my fault, okay? He pulled her into his arms, comforting her repeatedly. For her, this girl had almost worn out her lips. How could he not cherish her? Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan let out a soft hum and quietly leaned against him without moving. Let me ask you something. Jiang Yu held her and asked softly. Jiang Xiaoyan responded with confusion. I want to ask you, between me and your master, who is more important in your heart? Huh? Why are you asking such a question like a little girl? Hurry up and answer, or else I'll. You're the most important in my heart. That's more like it. Looking at her in his arms, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Then what about you? Between me and your master, who is more important? Jiang Xiaoyan asked softly. This question. Jiang Yu was stunned upon hearing it. How could you even ask such a thing? What do you think of how important my master is in my heart? Jiang Yu countered. Jiang Xiaoyan fell silent upon hearing this. Ding. Jiang Tian's reaction to the host's silence caused a critical hit. Cultivation point +1. Jiang Yu froze. What's going on? P.S. Do you think this chapter is filler? No. Actually, there's a big reveal hidden in this chapter. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yu was completely puzzled. What on earth was going on? His master clearly wasn't in front of him. So how did he inexplicably gain a cultivation point? Wait. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Sis, let me step out for a moment. I'll come back to hold you later. After saying this, Jiang Yu stood up and walked toward the door. Who cares about you holding me? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as an apple. Jiang Yu stood at the door, didn't open it, but squinted his eyes and said, Old Deng, stop hiding, come in. As soon as he said this, not only was Jiang Tian on the other side of the door stunned, but even Jiang Xiaoyan inside the room was dumbfounded. How did this guy discover me? Earlier, he wanted to chat with his disciple but found that the disciple wasn't in the room. Then he walked to Jiang Xiaoyan's door and heard his disciple's voice. Not long after, the disciple actually discovered him. You should know, with his stealth skills, not to mention glory level, even a half-step supreme wouldn't be able to detect him unless they fully focused their senses. But now, his disciple had actually found him. He looked around. There weren't any cameras installed here either. Creak, the door opened. Jiang Tian didn't think much and walked in, his face full of reluctance. Hey, my precious disciple. Long time no see. Seeing his master's forced smile, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Ahem, master, I was just joking earlier. In my heart, you're only slightly less important than my sister. He coughed twice, pretending to be sincere. Ha. Of course, I know that. Our master-disciple bond is very strong. Jiang Tian walked into the room nonchalantly. Why does your room have a strange smell? Jiang Tian frowned. Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. It's nothing. I just bought a fish, but it was too lively and jumped out of the window. Oh, a fish like that exists. Jiang Tian frowned even more. But when he saw the closed window and Jiang Xiaoyan's flushed face, he immediately understood. My disciple, it seems I came at the wrong time. You two carry on. I'll take my leave. Jiang Tian laughed as he turned around. Who would have thought his disciple had such hobbies? TSK. Master, you've misunderstood. Buzz. Before the words were finished, Jiang Tian teleported away and disappeared. Your master is quite considerate. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted coldly. That troublemaker. He didn't even clean up after everything was over. This time, it's all his fault. She glared angrily at Jiang Yu. Coincidentally, Jiang Yu caught her glare. Oh, daring to glare at me? Looks like you haven't learned your lesson today. What are you doing? Hearing the words, lesson, Jiang Xiaoyan panicked. She indeed hadn't learned any lessons. But before she could finish speaking, she covered her mouth. At that moment, Jiang Yu's large hand quickly reached out. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu lay on the bed in his room, his face full of satisfaction. As for why he returned to his room, because that adorable girl said she wanted to take a bath, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay. Let's see how my gains are today. Thinking about his performance, high explosive grenade. Upon use, it deals massive damage within a certain range. After reading the explanation, Jiang Yu curiously asked, massive damage? How massive? Ding. You'll only know after detonation. Hearing this, Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. This system is way too cheeky, but I like it. Ding. The system is speechless at the host's behavior. Emotion value plus 3,335. System one more time. I'm already addicted. Jiang Yu shouted excitedly. Ding. Initiating diamond level lottery. Facing the big spinning wheel, Jiang Yu didn't even blink. Finally, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability Ultimate Divine Thunder. It has been automatically fused. As the system's voice fell, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. Damn, I really hit the jackpot today. He actually drew an ability, and it sounded incredibly powerful. The next moment, Jiang Yu squinted slightly. He saw faint yellow lightning flickering in his hands. Although it was an ability obtained from a diamond-level lottery, with his SSS-level talent, any ability he acquired could unleash extraordinary power. After all, with high talent, abilities naturally wouldn't be weak. Looking at the faint yellow lightning in his hands, Jiang Yu couldn't stop grinning. Another ability added. I've only drawn a few times and already got an ability. If I draw dozens of times. Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head. No, the golden legendary and supreme level lotteries are still more important. Just one last time, and I'll stop, for sure. With this thought, Jiang Yu nodded to himself. System, give me one more diamond level lottery. Ding. Initiating diamond level lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-fold emotion card. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Hearing the notification, Jiang Yu's mind buzzed. Damn, what's this? A 5-fold emotion card? Looks like I'm super lucky today. Let's not even mention what happened at noon. After returning to the hotel, that girl took the initiative to help, making him feel like he was on cloud 9. Now, back in his room, he had drawn a powerful ability and a 5-fold emotion card. Back to the previous question. If he used hundreds of thousands of emotion points on diamond-level lotteries, would he get a bunch of amazing items? Maybe even several abilities? However, as much as he thought about it, he wouldn't actually do it. His goal was the supreme level lottery. Forget dozens of diamond-level draws, even tens of thousands of them probably wouldn't compare to a single supreme level draw. So, for now, the focus remained on the supreme level lottery. Of course, once he became strong enough and no longer lacked emotion points, he might do hundreds of diamond-level draws all at once. If I tell my sister about my lightning ability, she'll definitely be so shocked she won't be able to speak. While she's in shock, I'll have her help me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu quickly shook his head. No, I need to stay clear-headed. I can't let one ability make me lose my cool. It's just a lightning ability, after all. In the future, I'm going to be the man who possesses all the abilities in the world. With that, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Let that girl help me. No, I'll tell my sister about the ability tomorrow. As for the Lightning Beast core, I'll find a chance to get it after the competition ends. Muttering to himself, he lay down on the bed and began cultivating. Meanwhile, in a room, Master Ji Qingfeng looked at the elder in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. Yes. Daoist Zhang slowly nodded, his gaze turning to Ji Qingfeng. Blue Star is about to face a great catastrophe. The child of destiny has already appeared. I told this to those old fellows, but none of them believe me. Saying this, Daoist Zhang shook his head helplessly. Then, his gaze firmly fixed on Ji Qingfeng. Your ability is very special. I am now giving you an important task. The task is simple. Find the child of destiny and seize the opportunity to survive. After all, the current Huan nation, and even the entire Blue Star, is already in chaos. Sigh. Listening to his master's words, Ji Qingfeng was stunned for a long time. but he finally answered resolutely. Yes, master. I promise to complete the task. However, I have something I want to ask you. You want to ask about my identity, right? Your surname is Ji, and you look very much like that Ji Zihan. Before he could finish speaking, Daoist Zhang interrupted him. This, so master already knows. Ji Qingfeng lowered his head respectfully. Yes. Daoist Zhang slowly nodded. You guessed right. You are Ji Zihan's half-brother. Hearing this, Ji Qingfeng's eyes suddenly widened, but he quickly calmed down. Please, master, tell me everything you know. His voice trembled. Daoist Zhang sighed. Sigh, your background is truly complicated. Your father is the head of the Ji family. Back then, he and your mother unexpectedly had you. But when your mother was pregnant with you, your father fell in love with someone else. And the result, you can pretty much guess. Your mother was abandoned and left the Ji family with you, who was yet to be born. And you were entrusted by your mother to us at Lingyuan Mountain for care. This matter was personally told to us by your mother. After hearing his master's words, Ji Qingfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth in frustration. His background was truly melodramatic. Then, master, what about my mother? Is she still alive? Ji Qingfeng finally reacted and asked urgently. Daoist Zhang shook his head. I don't know where your mother is now either. Perhaps when the time is right, she will appear on her own. Sigh, after saying this, he sighed. I see. Ji Qingfeng nodded lightly. He hadn't expected his background to be like this. The Ji family, huh? When he becomes stronger, he must go and demand an explanation. By the way, master, what do you mean by the catastrophe and the child of destiny? Recalling his master's words, Ji Qingfeng raised his head to ask. The catastrophe is easy to understand. It's the great disaster Blue Star will face in the future. As for the specifics, I don't know either. The child of destiny is the only hope for this world to face the disaster. But whether it's a man or a woman, I don't know. After hearing his master's explanation, Ji Qingfeng was speechless. Goodness, apart from these two keywords, you know nothing? And I have to find the child of destiny myself? Truly laughable. What's with that look in your eyes? Nothing. Nothing. I just think you're amazing, master, to know so much. Of course. Do you even know who I am? Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. At this moment, Jiang Yu and the others were already waiting in the rest area. Today was the semi-finals of the elimination round. Now, only the Panties observation team, Yi Chen's team, Chu Nan's team, and Yinan Feng's team remained on the field. As Xiaoyan, what's wrong with your lips? Yuan Xinxin looked at Jiang Xiaoyan in surprise and asked. Yesterday, Xiaoyan's lips were fine, but today they looked like they had been burned. Nothing. Nothing. I just burned them while eating yesterday. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed. Huh, that doesn't seem right, Xiaoyan. Why are you blushing while saying that? Yuan Xinxin suddenly seemed to realize something and mischievously glanced at Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Yu. Xiaoyan, you guys wouldn't be. Elimination round semifinals. First match. Chu Nan's team versus the Panties observation team. Both teams, please come to the stage for the match. Before Yuan Xinxin could finish speaking, the referee's voice echoed throughout the competition arena. As soon as the referee spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan eagerly pulled Jiang Yu. Brother, hurry, let's get to the match. Huh? Oh, okay. Jiang Yu quickly responded and followed his sister out of the rest area. At this moment, neither of them noticed Ji Qingfeng in the rest area, whose face showed hesitation and whose eyes were filled with contemplation. TSK. I bet these two had quite the fun yesterday, don't you think, Ji? Hao Sei said, turning to look at Ji Qingfeng. As he turned, he saw Ji Qingfeng deep in thought. Hey, Ji, what's up with you? Hao Sei waved his hand in front of Ji Qingfeng. Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about something. Ji Qingfeng snapped out of it, slightly startled. Oh ho, Ji, could it be that you were also thinking about? Stop joking. I'm not like you, daydreaming all the time. What the heck? What do you mean by that? Want to settle this with a fight? The scene shifts. On the martial stage. Brother Nan, can we really beat Jiang Yu? Should we just surrender? A man beside Chu Nan said, trembling. Surrender? Absolutely not. Chu Nan's legs trembled as he glanced at Ji Zihan beside him, his eyes resolute. The girl he liked was right next to him. If he surrendered in front of her, where would his dignity go? Even though he knew he couldn't beat Jiang Yu, he would fight with all his might to show Ji Zihan that the one who truly liked her was him. So, Zihan, I will definitely defeat. Chu Nan, let's surrender. I don't want Jiang Yu to waste his spiritual energy dealing with us. Before Ji Zihan could finish her sentence, she continued herself. Hearing this, Chu Nan's face instantly fell. The three people behind him all showed expressions of disbelief. Wow, one of the top 3 beauties in the capital actually showed such weakness? For a man, she could humble herself like this? But after glancing at their opponent, Jiang Yu. Oh, that makes sense. You. Hearing Ji Zihan's words, Chu Nan's veins bulged, his eyes filled with anger. Why? Why was the woman he desperately pursued trying to please someone else like this? Was he really inferior to Jiang Yu? Well, maybe a little. Thinking this, half of Chu Nan's anger dissipated. But his gaze toward Jiang Yu was still full of fury. To be more precise, it was jealousy. Jealousy of Jiang Yu's talent, strength, and even appearance. If only I could defeat him with my own hands. How great would that be? Hey, did you hear me? I told you to admit defeat. Smack. As Ji Zihan's words just fell, Chunin slapped her. At this moment, Chunin was already overwhelmed by anger and jealousy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. As the sound of the slap echoed, all eyes in the venue focused on them. Jiang Yu and his sister were no exception. What the heck? What's going on with them? Are they having an internal conflict? Jiang Yu asked in confusion. No idea, Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. This matter had nothing to do with her, she just wanted to tightly hold onto the arm of the person beside her. Chunan's team? Are you having issues? The referee, who was just about to announce the start of the match, quickly asked upon seeing the scene. Referee, we're fine. Please announce the match. Chunan shook his head. This? The referee hesitated for a moment, as the situation didn't seem fine. But he couldn't intervene, so he could only shout, match start. As soon as the words fell, Chunan's thoughts moved, and spiritual energy instantly filled his entire body. His body began to shine with thunderous light. Jiang Yu die. Chunan roared, charging at Jiang Yu like lightning. Huh, another one who isn't afraid of death. Jiang Xiaoyan sneered coldly. The next second, she let go of Jiang Yu's arm and smiled faintly. Jiang Yu understood her intention. Chunan wanted to play with lightning? Then he would play along. System, activate the 5-fold emotion card. When it was time to show off, how could he not use the emotion card? Thinking of this, he moved his thoughts, and in the next second, something shocking happened. What the heck? Impossible. Lightning-type ability? Jiang Yu actually has a lightning-type ability, and it's pale yellow, not a low level. Defying secret techniques plus 3 types of abilities. This kid has an unlimited future. Huh? My disciple has a lightning-type ability too? Why didn't he tell me? Could it be awakened later? The spectators at the venue and those in the live stream were all stunned. Pale yellow lightning continuously danced on Jiang Yu's body, like shining little snakes. Jiang Xiaoyan covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide in shock. Her brother had gained another ability? She was already shocked when he had the spatial ability, and now he had lightning too? But then again, he already has all those powerful skills. So what's up? Are you surrendering voluntarily, or? Jiang Yu's gaze swept toward the 4 people not far away, and with a thought, a pale yellow thunder dragon, about 15 or 16 meters long, appeared instantly. This was his thunder element talent skill, Thunder God Dragon. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, an elderly man with white hair stared at the live broadcast on the screen, his eyes wide open. Impossible. How could this brat know our clan's technique? The old man's furious roar shook the entire room, as if even the house feared his wrath. As soon as the roar subsided, a figure shot toward the old man like an arrow. Ancestor, what's wrong? The newcomer was a handsome man in his 20s or 30s. Investigate. I want you to find out why Jiang Yu is practicing our clan's technique. The old man's tone was stern. The handsome man hesitated for a moment, but quickly responded, Yes, ancestor. He then hurriedly left. After the room stopped shaking, the old man continued to stare at the live broadcast on his phone. Jiang Yu, you bastard. The whole world knows that our Huan nation has 3 supreme realm experts. But who knows about our hidden trump cards? No matter how strong Jiang Tian is. Since this Jiang Yu has learned our clan's technique, there's only one path left. The old man sneered sinisterly. The scene shifted back to the martial arts stage. Admit, admit, admit. Jiang Yu, we surrender. The four people opposite quickly nodded in defeat. Jiang Yu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. This surrender was way too fast. Umph. Chunan, how dare you hit me? Just you wait. Ji Zihan stormed off angrily, glaring at Jiang Yu before leaving the stage without looking back. I declare, the Panties observation team advances to the finals. The referee's voice boomed. Instantly, the audience and the live broadcast chat exploded. Everyone was discussing Jiang Yu's divine power and thunder element abilities. To outsiders, it seemed Jiang Yu hadn't practiced any technique at all. He was simply born with divine strength. Even the top-tier big shots thought so. After all, they had never seen such a technique and didn't understand its mysteries. Of course, Jiang Tian was an exception. He had personally witnessed Jiang Yu practicing this technique. It really is the Tian clan's technique. This is trouble, Jiang Tian thought to himself. The scene returned to the martial arts stage. As the referee's voice fell, Jiang Yu teleported back to his sister's side. Sister, he said softly. The five-fold emotion card still had time left. It couldn't be wasted. Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned. For some reason, hearing Jiang Yu's tone made her feel a sense of foreboding. Turn around. Huh? In the national live broadcast room, the screen was filled with intimate scenes of Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. Origin, Why? I don't want to live anymore. Geneva, watching a live broadcast is so hard. I'm fed dog food by these two every day. Next time I watch a live stream, I'd rather die. She said he's strong, my goddess. No. Observer, hey, didn't you notice? Jiang Xiaoyan's lips are chapped. What's going on here? Dirty God. Adults' business. Kids don't interfere. They're just not skilled yet. Don't overthink it. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt the softness in his arms. In his mind, the system's notification sounds kept ringing. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. This operation was amazing. He drew the golden legendary prize 2 or 3 times in a row. Steady. This is his precious system. Not only does it make him happy, but it also earns him emotional points. Accumulating emotional points means getting stronger. He even wanted to rename the system to Enjoy Getting Stronger System. Ugh you. Jiang Xiaoyan angrily pushed away Jiang Yu, who was holding her, unable to say a word. Be good. We'll talk about it when we get back. Of course, whether you can say it or not is another matter. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. The next second, he disappeared from the martial arts stage with his sister. As soon as Jiang Yu left, the referee immediately instructed the medical staff to come forward and carry the unconscious Chu Nin away. In the audience, wow, this kid actually has 3 abilities. Lao Jiang, did you know about this? I didn't know. Maybe he awakened them later otherwise. He would have told me already. Well, how about arranging for him to go somewhere after the competition? Lao Zhou, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Jiang Yu's current strength. Forget it. Let's watch the next match first. At the back row of the audience, Yuan Dan looked at Jiang Tian and Zhou Tongling. Their faces tense, veins bulging, but he said nothing. He never expected Jiang Yu to have 3 abilities. This is going to be a big problem in the future. Not for Jiang Yu, but for. His gaze shifted to Zhou Tongling beside Jiang Tian. The scene changes. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly appeared in the resting area. Seeing the two still hugging, Hao Sei and the other 2 twitched their mouths. You, let go of me. Jiang Xiaoyan said angrily. To teleport her, holding hands was enough? So why was he hugging her? It was so embarrassing. Huh? Why are you 3 looking at me like that? Jiang Yu looked at the 3 with puzzled eyes, full of helplessness. What was wrong with them? Ahem. Nothing, brother Yu. I just think you're amazing, having 3 abilities. Hao Sei coughed twice, hiding the complaint in his eyes. By the way, brother Yu, the competition is over. Should we head back to the hotel? He really couldn't stand the public display of affection between these 2. Wait, there's one last match. Let me see who advances first. After saying that, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the martial arts stage. At this moment, the 2 teams had already started an intense battle. When Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze followed Jiang Yu's to the stage, Her expression froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Hmm? What are you thinking about? What's wrong? Jiang Yu noticed his sister's unusual behavior and quickly asked. Nothing, just thinking about you. Jiang Xiaoyan said softly, blushing. Oh, I didn't expect you to say something like that. You miss me. Jiang Yu teased, rubbing her face. Umph. Stop talking nonsense and focus on the match. Jiang Xiaoyan slapped his hand away, a hint of panic in her eyes. The second match of the semifinals begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the two teams on the martial arts stage made their moves simultaneously. Yi Chen's team summoned four saber-toothed tigers as usual. Yi Chen himself used Razor's Edge to launch a fierce attack on Yi Nanfeng. But just as the silver light of Razor's Edge slashed across Yi Nanfeng's neck, Yi Nanfeng's entire body disappeared like a shadow. Oh, a shadow ability? Now I'm curious to see how Yi Chen will handle this. Knowing Yi Chen's background, he was curious about how Yi Chen would defeat Yi Nanfeng next. The next moment, on the martial arts stage, Yi Nanfeng's figure suddenly appeared in the shadow behind Yi Chen. With just this little skill, you think you can defeat me? Yi Chen moved at that moment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands swiftly rose. The other members of Yi Chen's team, seeing this, quickly retreated from his side. Yi Nanfeng frowned, his dagger mercilessly slashing out. Divine Blade Domain. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, Yi Nanfeng felt as if he was surrounded by a powerful pressure. The dagger was just a hair's breadth away from Yi Chen's head, yet it couldn't strike down. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, countless silver lights flashed within a range of dozens of meters around Yi Chen. Concealment technique. Just as the silver lights were about to hit Yi Nanfeng, his figure suddenly turned into black mist and disappeared. What a tough opponent, Yi Chen said softly, as sharp spiritual energy erupted from within him. Immediately, the two teams engaged in an intense face-to-face battle. Wow, this Yi Nanfeng, even though he only has SS-level shadow abilities, can actually fight Yi Chen to a standstill. He's far stronger than that Chu Nan. Jiang Yu remarked in amazement as he watched the fierce battle. He wasn't wrong. Yi Nanfeng's fight against Yi Chen was evenly matched, but only for a short time. Ultimately, the victory would most likely still belong to Yi Chen. Brother, who do you think will win? Zhang Xiaoyan asked softly. What do you think? Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Don't ask me, it's almost decided. Zhang Xiaoyan pointed to the two teams on the stage. Following her gaze, he saw that Yi Nanfeng's team was already retreating step by step, losing ground. Moments later, I declare, Yi Chen's team advances to the finals. The referee's voice rang out. Jiang Yu then turned his attention to the person beside him. Compared to their win or loss, I'm more concerned about the outcome for the two of us. Zhang Xiaoyan's face immediately turned red upon hearing this. You, what are you trying to do? I can't right now, my lips are chapped, and it hurts a lot. Don't worry. Jiang Yu revealed a smug smile. Then, he looked at Yuan Xinxin. Xinxin, could you do me a favor? Yuan Xinxin, who was not far away and overheard their conversation, shuddered. This Jiang Yu, he couldn't possibly want her to. Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head. No, I can't let Xiaoyan down, sorry. I can't agree to this request. As she spoke, her face also turned red. What the heck? Brother Yu, you're too much. Xiaoyan's lips are chapped, and you actually want Xinxin to help you? I never thought you were this kind of person. Hao Sei's voice rang out, full of disapproval toward Jiang Yu. He couldn't believe his own brother Yu could be so lecherous. Hey, you've misunderstood. I just wanted Yuan Xinxin to help treat my sister's lips. After all, her lips are chapped, and it must hurt a lot. Jiang Yu quickly explained. Zhang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. This bad guy, so improper. He wanted Yuan Xinxin to heal her lips so that he could. So that's what it was, brother Yu, I misunderstood you. Hao Sei immediately looked apologetic upon hearing this. It's fine. Jiang Yu waved it off, then turned to Yuan Xinxin. So, can you help treat my sister? Okay. Yuan Xinxin snapped out of her thoughts and walked over to Zhang Xiaoyan. She activated the spiritual energy within her, her eyes filled with compassion. Although she hadn't experienced the pain of blisters on her lips, seeing the swollen blisters, she could still feel that kind of pain. Xiaoyan Jia, you've really worked hard. She murmured softly and began treating Xiaoyan. It's nothing. For him, I don't feel wronged. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed, her voice trembling slightly. Really? So this is love? Yuan Xinxin nodded. She had never experienced love and didn't know what it felt like. But after hearing Xiaoyan's words, she seemed to understand. For the one you love, you're willing to do anything, even sacrifice yourself. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyan's lips were healed by Yuan Xinxin. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. He said, "Thank you," and then disappeared instantly with his sister. After the two left, Hao Sei and the others helplessly twitched their mouths. There you go. Was he overly vigorous, or just plain lustful? Actually, it couldn't all be blamed on Jiang Yu. Ever since he took the kidney-strengthening pill, his vitality had been growing stronger day by day. Before getting close to Jiang Xiaoyan, it was still manageable. But once they got close, he completely lost control of the impulses within him. Sigh, it really makes Xiaoyan Jie's situation difficult. Yuan Xinxin shook her head and sighed. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure instantly appeared in the resting area. Jiang Tian looked at the three people in front of him, full of confusion. Where's that kid, my disciple? Did he go back to the hotel? Seeing that the visitor was Marshal Jiang, Hao Sei and the others quickly bowed and greeted him. Hello, Marshal Jiang. 3-inch Jiang Tian nodded. Haha, hello to you all. By the way, where did Jiang Yu go? Upon hearing this, Hao Sei and the others looked a bit awkward. Ahem, Marshal Jiang. Yugo went back to the hotel, and now he might. At this point, Hao Sei gave Jiang Tian a knowing look that all men would understand. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go check on him in an hour. After all, my disciple has incredible combat power. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, nodded, and disappeared instantly. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had gone by. At this moment, Jiang Yu was lying alone in his room, his face full of relaxation and satisfaction. As for his sister, she had long since gone back to her room to shower and rest. Just as he was about to open the data panel to check today's gains. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Could it be that his sister wanted to rest here? That would be great. Thinking this, he quickly got out of bed to open the door. As the door opened, he saw Jiang Tian standing outside, smiling. Yo, all done. Since that's the case, let us have a chat. Jiang Tian said with a smile. But Jiang Yu's next words immediately made Jiang Tian's face turn dark. Jiang Yu pouted and said, Chat? What is there to talk about with an old guy like you? Let us talk tonight. I need to rest now. But if you're willing to give me 2 Thunder-type beast cores, I'll tell you everything you want to know. After saying this, Jiang Yu saw Jiang Tian not reacting and prepared to close the door. Wait. Jiang Tian quickly stopped him. I say, kid, you're really bold, even daring to take advantage of your master? All right. ISNT at just 2 Thunder-type beast cores? I'll get them for you later. But this is a special case. If you want to take advantage of me in the future, you'll have to complete tasks first. Jiang Tian said seriously. All right. As long as there's a beast core, everything's negotiable. Come on in. Jiang Yu invited the old master into the house. The two sat on the sofa, and Jiang Tian teased Jiang Yu. How does it feel to be a man? Hearing this, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Be a man? You're overthinking it. He wished he could, but his cultivation technique didn't allow it. Oh right, I forgot you're practicing the Tian family's technique. But you're lucky. That little girl is willing to play some tricks with you. That's a sign of success. Jiang Tian's eyes were full of envy. All right, master, stop talking about it. I'm curious though, what is this Tian family you mentioned? Is my cultivation technique really theirs? Jiang Yu asked. The Tian family? To be precise, it's a hidden family in Huagua. The technique your sister taught you is the Tian family's exclusive method. This technique was created by the previous generation's ancestor of the Tian family. It's said that when cultivated to its peak, both the spiritual energy within and physical qualities will be several times stronger than those of the same level. Jiang Tian's words left Jiang Yu completely stunned. What did you say? Several times stronger? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Tian glanced at him. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. I haven't even finished. The multiplier varies from person to person. Some might achieve 2 or 3 times. others 7 or 8 times. But some can reach over 10 times or even more. In short, it depends on talent. In the entire Tian family, there are definitely fewer than 5 people who have cultivated this technique to its peak. After Jiang Tian's explanation, Jiang Yu finally had a clear understanding of the technique his sister had taught him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. But Jiang Tian immediately poured cold water on him. To be honest, not to discourage you, but it's basically impossible for you to cultivate this technique to its peak. Jiang Yu was stunned. Master, what do you mean by that? He asked curiously. His sister had said he could achieve mastery in 5 years at the latest. But his master's words suggested it was nearly impossible. Jiang Tian chuckled, showing a knowing expression. Now that you're already playing tricks with that little girl, are you sure you won't touch her for the next 5 to 10 years? Let me tell you, once you're on the battlefield, the little tricks you're playing now won't mean a thing. Listening to his master's serious yet humorous words, Jiang Yu was speechless. Master, are you really my master? You never encourage me, and instead, you say things like this all day? Jiang Tian gave him a disdainful look. With your personality, do you think I don't know you after all this time? It's been so long, and you still haven't truly become a man. I have to hand it to you. Jiang Yu was left speechless. His master was right. If the flame within him overwhelmed his willpower, all his cultivation efforts would be in vain. But for now, he could endure one day at a time. When he couldn't hold on anymore, he'd deal with it then. All right, let's stop talking about this. Let's talk about you. I'm really curious. How did you know I was standing outside the door yesterday? Jiang Tian asked curiously. What method? X-ray vision, of course. Jiang Yu replied without blushing or skipping a beat. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's expression immediately changed. Although he hadn't felt anyone using spiritual power to probe him yesterday, he no longer cared. This disciple was clearly something else. Wow, are you just casually using X-ray vision to stare at that little girl? Jiang Tian looked surprised. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, before he could ask, Jiang Yu nodded. That's right. I'm using X-ray vision to watch her practice concentration. How about it? Does this trick work? Actually, he hadn't used X-ray vision at all, he was just trying to fool the old man. Ha ha. Disciple, you really don't play by the rules. But I have another question. How did you learn that secret technique you used yesterday? Such an incredible move, and you can still be lively after using it. There probably aren't many techniques like that on the entire Blue Star. Seeing Jiang Tian's astonished expression, Jiang Yu crossed his legs and said casually, It's simple. I learned it in a dream. He was just bluffing the old man now. Actually, it wasn't really lying, it was indirectly telling him, I don't want to share my secret with you. Over the past few months, he and Jiang Tian had become more like friends, with less of the formal master-disciple dynamic. Jiang Tian was instantly speechless. If he didn't want to tell him, fine, but why say something so useless? He really wanted to give this rebellious disciple a beating. But then he thought, this kid is his only successor, so he let it go. What if he accidentally killed him? The room fell into silence. Click, the door opened. Wearing a light blue floral dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders, Jiang Shaoyan walked in like a fairy. What left Jiang Yu dumbfounded was that Jiang Shaoyan was actually wearing black stockings. Damn, master, you better leave now. My disciple needs to focus on training. Jiang Yu almost instinctively shouted. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's face immediately darkened. Although black stockings were indeed attractive, there was no need to be so crazy about it, right? Look at your expression, like you haven't seen a woman in 800 years. How did I end up with a disciple like this? Well, I guess he really is my disciple. Master Jiang, you're here too? Jiang Shaoyan exclaimed, covering her mouth as soon as she entered the room. As soon as she finished speaking, her face quickly turned red. It was all that guy's fault. He had said he wanted to see her in this outfit afterward. She had never worn anything like this in her 2 lifetimes. But today, she made an exception for him. She had thought she'd be bettered in for a long time after coming here. But as soon as she entered, she bumped into Jiang Tian. How could she not feel awkward? Sigh, forget it. You young people can have your fun. This old man will leave first. I can't handle this public display of affection. With that, Jiang Tian didn't wait for the two to react and directly teleported away using spatial movement. He couldn't stand the sweet, lovey-dovey moments of young people. As soon as the old master left, Jiang Yu's gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Xiaoyan at the door. To be precise, it was her long, beautiful legs. Come, come, sit here. Jiang Yu patted the spot beside him and smiled. Ugh, shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan spat, but her face was red as she still walked toward him. As she walked, she cursed herself in her heart. Jiang Xiaoyan, how have you become so shameless? Just because of this bad guy? Though she thought this, she knew exactly why she was doing it. To put it simply, she couldn't live without him in this lifetime. Sit down, what are you thinking about? Seeing her still dazed, Jiang Yu stepped forward and hugged her directly. You? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. This guy is getting more and more audacious. But she had no choice. For this bad guy, she could only endure it. What did you say? Don't you want to train with me? Jiang Yu asked with a mischievous smile. I. More than half an hour later, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was lying in his arms, already soft and weak, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. How about it? My assets aren't bad, right? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes widened. You still have the nerve to say that? After speaking, she turned her head and simply ignored this bad guy. All right. Let me ask you, don't you want to know how I obtained the lightning ability? Jiang Yu suddenly spoke. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head, looking at him with a face full of confusion. Didn't you say it was awaken later? She asked back. Jiang Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Awaken later? What's that? This was the first time he had heard of this term. Ability awakening is divided into innate and acquired. Simply put, innate awakening means you awaken at 16, while acquired awakening means you can awaken at any time after 16. Moreover, there are probably only a few people on Blue Star who can undergo a second awakening. Looking at the little girl in his arms seriously explaining to him, he couldn't help but reach out and rub her smooth, tender cheek. You're being naughty again. Slap. Jiang Xiaoyan slapped his hand away and glared at him. Oh, you dare to resist. Jiang Yu sneered. You, what do you want to do? Jiang Xiaoyan shrank back. What do I want to do? You'll find out soon. You, still resisting? Jiang Yu pinched Jiang Xiaoyan's face as she lay limp in his arms. No more resisting. Feeling Jiang Yu's shamelessness, she didn't dare to talk back for now. But in the future, who knows? That's more like it. Come on, one more. After saying that, he leaned in again. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan angrily pushed him away. Let me catch my breath, she said, full of dissatisfaction. Her body was now soft and weak, completely powerless. This guy still wouldn't let up? Hey, what do you take me for? Jiang Yu touched the face of the person in his arms. Here, this is for you. He took out the Reaper's vest and the high-explosive grenade he had drawn from the system backpack yesterday. The high-explosive grenade was still somewhat normal, but when he took out the Reaper's vest, a pink sports vest appeared in his hand. What are you doing with this thing? I'm telling you, no matter what, I won't wear this with you. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as an apple. She looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of doubt. What kind of weird fetish does this guy have? Black tight-fitting clothes were one thing, but now he's taking out this kind of thing. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. These two items are very useful. Jiang Yu quickly began to explain the details of these two items to her. A moment later, really? This vest can really block the strongest diamond-level attack. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the pink vest in her hand, full of doubt. What? You don't believe me? How about I wear it and let you try hitting me? Adhering to the principle that anything produced by the system must be reliable, Jiang Yu decided to test it himself. Really? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes immediately lit up. Looking at the pink vest in her hand, she glared at this shameless guy again. She thought it would be really fun to see him wearing this thing. Seeing her eyes light up, Jiang Yu realized he had miscalculated. He had thought she would refuse, using the excuse of worrying about him getting hurt. Unexpectedly, the result turned out like this. So forget it. You don't love me anymore. You don't care about me. I'm heartbroken. I demand compensation. Jiang Yu pretended to be dejected as he looked at the person beside him. All right, I know what you're like. This vest is indeed quite amazing. Are you really planning to give it to me? Jiang Xiaoyan said irritably. You want it? Jiang Yu asked directly. Yes. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Jiang Yu chuckled and relaxed his body. Then it depends on your performance. You scoundrel. Half an hour passed in a flash. At this moment, Jianyu was comfortably lying on the bed. The little girl had already left to take a bath. "Sai, life is so beautiful," he muttered to himself, then opened his data panel. He was curious about how much emotional value he had accumulated during this period. It should be at least 1.5 million, right? Emotional value, 2,866,666. What the heck? He was shocked when he saw it. It had directly surpassed 2.8 million. This meant that, at the latest by tomorrow or as early as tonight, he could perform another golden legendary level draw. This was the third golden legendary level draw. Counting the previous 4 times, this was already the 7th opportunity to perform a golden legendary level draw. One step closer to 50 draws. This was just too exciting. System, give me a golden legendary level draw first. Let's test my luck. Jiang Yu silently thought to himself. He could no longer hold back and was eager to draw once. Last time, he got a teleportation scroll, which left him speechless. Hopefully, this time he wouldn't get something even more useless. Ding! Golden legendary level draw in progress. As soon as the system notification sounded, he saw the pointer on the prize will slowly start to spin. Looking at the various exotic treasures and unparalleled abilities on the wheel, he didn't blink even once. Finally, the pointer on the prize will stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Tianyuan Divine Grass. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. What? A blade of grass. Jiang Yu looked at the system backpack and indeed found that small green blade of grass. He couldn't help but voice his confusion. But curiosity drove him to immediately open the detailed description. He couldn't believe that a golden legendary level draw would yield a blade of grass. Moreover, the name sounded quite special. Tianyuan Divine Grass. This is a magical blade of grass. Jiang Yu was stunned. What is going on here? A magical blade of grass? System, are you kidding me? He was so angry he almost swore. Could the system just tell him what this thing was for? Could it explain it clearly? This was just too frustrating. Ding. System introduction has been fully completed. All right, I won't argue with you. System, give me another draw. He couldn't care less now. Anyway, his sister could refine pills, so he'd ask her later to see if she knew what this thing was. If even she didn't know, then there was really no solution. After all, he wouldn't dare to swallow it directly. What if it was poisoned? Ding. Using golden legendary level lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS-level talent. Hearing this, Jiang Yu fell silent again. What the heck? System, are you kidding me? I've already got SSS-level talent, and you're still giving me a talent draw. Jiang Yu's face was full of anger. An SS-level talent, appearing in a golden legendary level lottery. Ding. Lottery results are not controlled by the system. Jiang Yu sneered. Who would believe that? Ding. Detected that the host already possesses SSS-level talent. SS-level talent automatically decomposed into talent points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 talent points. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Forget it, turning into talent points isn't bad either. He also noticed that the golden legendary level lottery indeed had SS-level and S-level talents, but those were basically the most ordinary ones. So, this couldn't entirely be blamed on the system, but whether there was something fishy behind it, he couldn't be sure. The next moment, he stared at his data panel again. Emotion value, 866,666. Talent points, 51,095. Cultivation points, 384. Not bad, not bad. Just 16 more cultivation points, and I can advance to the gold level. At the latest, after tomorrow's competition ends, I can advance to gold level. Awesome. He looked forward to seeing his sister's surprised expression when he advanced to gold level. Right now, she was only at silver stage 1. By then, when he advanced to gold stage 1, she'd definitely be anxious. Then she'd train with him using that cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Training with his sister, and when they got tired, they could. No, I need to stay clear-headed. I can't let desire cloud my judgment. He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Then, he instantly teleported to the room next door. His mind was clear, but his body was far from agile. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled a faint fragrance. Following the scent, he saw Jiang Shaoyan sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. She had changed into her pajamas, clearly having just taken a bath. Jiang Shaoyan slightly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened them, she saw Jiang Yu standing in front of her, smiling brightly. "You, what are you doing?" Seeing this guy, she immediately hugged her chest tightly, her face full of vigilance. This guy, she'd already helped him today, and now, while she was still cultivating, he had the nerve to come over. It was just too much. Thinking of this, her face turned red. Ahem, ahem, I need your help with something," Jiang Yu said with a grin. No, no way. I'm too tired today. I need to rest. I'll help you tomorrow, okay?" Jiang Shaoyan looked at the person in front of her, her face full of panic. This guy, how could he be like this? Your vitality is really poor. Hey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yu rubbed her hair. He took out a Tianyuan divine herb from the system backpack and handed it to her. Here, take a look at this. Oomph. You bad guy, how dare you touch me? Jiang Shaoyan suddenly thought of what happened at noon and angrily slapped his hand away, her face full of displeasure. This guy went too far at noon. Asking her to wear tight black clothes wasn't enough, and then afterward. But before she could finish her thought, she saw the Tianyuan divine herb in Jiang Yu's hand. This, where did you get this? She covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. Hearing his sister's words, Jiang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Clearly, his sister recognized this herb. Judging by her shocked expression, this herb must be a treasure. Since that's the case, Jiang Yu's gaze changed. Hee, sister, do you know what this is? Since you know, I'll give this divine herb to you, he said with a face full of generosity. Really? Jiang Shaoyan's eyes lit up. With this divine herb, not only could she break through to SSS-level talent, but her cultivation would also skyrocket in a short time. At this moment, her gaze toward Jiang Yu changed, filled with gratitude. She believed her brother must know this herb. After all, he had spatial abilities, SSS-level talent, and powerful secret techniques. With so many secrets, how could he not know this divine herb? So he must be pretending not to recognize it, just to give her the treasure. Of course. I'm curious about the herb's effects, can you tell me? By the way, he paused, his gaze full of hints. Humph. Jiang Shaoyan blushed and turned her head away. But she still told this bad guy about the herb's uses. After all, he already knew, so she just explained briefly. This Tianyuan divine herb is a treasure from the Lingyuan realm. Using it to refine pills, the resulting medicine can not only enhance talent, but also greatly boost cultivation. Got it. After speaking, she looked at Jiang Yu helplessly, as if saying, You already knew, so why ask me? Oh, then I wish you an early breakthrough to SSS-level talent. Jiang Yu nodded. Just this effect? Why didn't the system tell him? Was it too lazy to inform him, or did this herb have other uses? And could it be that even his sister didn't know about these uses? Thinking about this, he felt it was very likely. By the way, sister, what is the Lingyuan realm? Why haven't I heard of it? He asked curiously. You can look it up online when you get back. Jiang Shaoyan pouted. I need to start refining pills now, so don't bother me. In her past life, she had only heard of the herb's uses and effects, but had never seen its actual results. Hearing her say this, Jiang Yu revealed a mysterious smile. Sister, I won't bother you, but I don't want to leave empty-handed, he said, smiling slightly at her on the bed. Humph. Jiang Shaoyan blushed and snorted, but she still started moving. Time flew by quickly. No time could be wasted. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Jiang Yu woke up from his cultivation. The first thing he did was look at his data panel. Emotion value, 1,086,766. Talent points, 51,120. Cultivation points, 402. Seeing the emotion value exceed 1 million and cultivation points over 400, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. He focused his thoughts and brought up the level panel. Level, Silver rank 60100 upgrade to Silver rank 7. Looking at the panel, he nodded to himself. System, use all the cultivation points, he silently commanded. With this, his original Silver rank 6 could break through to Gold rank 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Gold rank 1. A notification sounded in his mind. Jiang Yu felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy rushing into his body from all directions. Moments later, phew, this feels amazing. Having just advanced to the gold rank, he felt the leap in his strength and couldn't help but feel delighted. Now, his overall power had far surpassed his level at silver rank 6. Alright, that mysterious treasure chest. Just as he thought about the mysterious treasure chest that could only be opened upon reaching the gold rank. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts. He walked over to open the door in confusion, and then he saw his sister, who looked as beautiful as a fairy. This. The moment he saw his sister, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. His sister's transformation was incredibly noticeable. Her originally fair skin was now even whiter and smoother, as transparent as crystal. Her appearance was even more stunning than yesterday. If she had already been breathtakingly beautiful before, now she was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. What was even more surprising was that the previously flat area on her chest had now turned into a slightly raised small peak. What is going on? Jiang Xiaoyan blushed, shyly stepped forward, and gently pecked her mischievous brother on the cheek. Brother, thank you for giving me the Tianyuan divine herb yesterday. I never expected it would have such an effect. Saying this, she shyly lowered her head, revealing a satisfied smile. She hadn't expected the Tianyuan divine herb to bring such a significant change. Just now, after refining the pill made from the Tianyuan divine herb, her body underwent this transformation, which greatly surprised her. Coming quickly. Let's focus on cultivation. Jiang Yu mischievously pulled the beauty into the room and closed the door behind him. Then, the two began deep cultivation. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu looked at the little beauty in his arms, who was pouting angrily, and asked, "So, it was the Tianyuan divine herb that made you like this?" As he spoke, he glanced at the small peak with satisfaction. Not only that, my talent has now been upgraded to SSS level, and my level has risen to silver rank 5. How about that? Am I amazing? Jiang Xiaoyan proudly looked at her mischievous brother in front of her. Oh, if that's the case, then we definitely have to visit the Lingyuan realm in the future. Jiang Yu nodded, his face full of smiles. To make his sister's small peak turn into surging waves, he was determined to visit the Lingyuan realm. Yesterday, he hadn't gone online to check information about the Lingyuan realm because most of the information online was fake. Now that he had time, it was better to ask his master for more reliable information. By the way, didn't you just say you've gotten stronger? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with mischief as he stared at his sister. The next moment, he slightly released the spiritual energy within his body, and then he pulled the person in his arms closer, letting her carefully feel his spiritual energy. This. Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked by the spiritual energy within Jiang Yu's body. This guy had actually reached the golden level. To know, in his previous life, he had only reached the golden level by the time he passed away. Yet in this life, it hadn't even been a year, and he was already at the golden level? Could this be the massive impact of the butterfly effect, or had he activated some kind of cheat? So what do you think? Who's stronger this time? Who will stand at the peak in the future? Jiang Yu asked expectantly. Seeing the rosy lips of the person in his arms, he couldn't help but want to kiss her. But he knew that one kiss might trigger even greater changes, so he held back. Humph. Don't get too cocky, or I won't make pills for you to eat in the future, humph. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head away, clearly acting spoiled and throwing a tantrum. After all, this bad brother had indeed gone a bit too far earlier, even daring to use his twin peaks. But she had firmly refused. If she didn't keep him in check, he might do something even crazier in the future. Hey, no. I was wrong. Jiang Yu hugged her tightly, soothing her as he spoke. Xiao Yan's gaze was clear. Don't mention what happened before, to avoid trouble. So sensible. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled contentedly. She knew this troublemaker understood her best. Hey, I just casually said something. Why are you laughing? Jiang Yu looked helplessly at his sister's silly grin. After speaking, he pinched Jiang Xiaoyan's smooth cheek. Slap. Jiang Xiaoyan slapped his hand away, her face full of displeasure. What are you doing? Always touching me. It's so annoying. After speaking, She turned away angrily. Jiang Yu quickly chased after her to appease her. At this moment, not far away, 3 people. Ha ha, Brother Yu's skill at spreading dog food is getting more and more impressive, truly admirable. Hao Sei's gaze was a bit dazed. Having a girlfriend is such a hassle, I'm better off single and carefree. Ji Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. Why does it feel like Sister Xiaoyan is especially happy when she's angry? So strange. Yuan Xinxin muttered curiously, just as they were sharing their thoughts. Don't touch me. I've already forgiven you, okay? Jiang Xiaoyan clutched her chest, her eyes full of grievance. She missed the days when she felt nothing at all. Hee, that's more like it. Jiang Yu withdrew his hand, smiling smugly. Now announcing, the finals of the National Martial Artist Tournament officially begin. Teams, please take the stage and prepare. The referee's voice rang out. Jiang Yu turned to look at the 3 in the corner. It's the finals, aren't you going up? If you don't seize this chance, there won't be another. Hao Sei quickly waved his hand. I don't know about others, but I wouldn't dare go up. Even before the finals, you two were showing off your love everywhere. Now in the finals, you two won't. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Besides, Brother Yu, with your strength, we'd only drag you down. I know my limits. Hao Sei then looked at the 2 beside him. Do you guys want to be third wheels? No. I definitely won't go up. Yeah, me neither. Hearing this, Hao Sei turned to Jiang Yu. See, Brother Yu, none of us want to be third wheels. We'll cheer for you from the rest area. Brother Yu, taking us to win and enter Spirit Island for training is already something we're very grateful for. You two should go ahead. Hao Sei said earnestly. I think you're just afraid of being accidentally hurt by that guy Yi Chun, aren't you? Jiang Yu sneered. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately looked awkward. Well, Brother Yu was right. If it weren't for the fear of being accidentally hurt, who would willingly hide in the back? Soon, Jiang Yu led his sister onto the martial stage. This is impossible. The many big shots in the audience were all stunned speechless upon seeing Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. Impossible. Jiang Yu has actually reached the golden first stage? His sister has even reached silver 5th stage. What kind of miraculous resources could make their levels soar like this? And judging by their dense spiritual energy, there's no sign of any damage at all. Could it be that old guy Jiang Tian gave them something powerful? That really seems possible. Speaking of Jiang Tian, why hasn't he shown up today? The scene shifts. Jiang Yu listened to the voices of the big shots cheering for him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You said I was grinning foolishly, so what are you grinning about now? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him, her eyes full of displeasure. This bad guy, it's fine if he smirks, but she absolutely cannot. At this moment, Jiang Yu was completely unaware. His little sister beside him was stirring up an earth-shattering storm in the national live broadcast room. Die-hard Xiaoyan fan. Why does my goddess look so beautiful today? No, this makes me hate Jiang Yu even more. Yuan, my goddess. My goddess. Jiang Yu, just you wait. I will stop at nothing to win her over. Jiang Yu CP fan. Are the 2 people above out of their minds? Look in the mirror first. How are you even worthy of Jiang Yu? Let alone Jiang Xiaoyan. Seriously, have some shame. A gentle breeze blew, slightly messing up Yi Chen's hairstyle. His gaze locked onto Jiang Yu and his sister, who were chatting and laughing not far away. His eyes instantly became resolute. Jiang Yu, I admit you're stronger than me, but I will never give up. I will catch up to you, even surpass you. It won't take long. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, and his tone was resolute. Yi Xiling was about to retort after hearing Yi Chen's words, but was silenced by a sharp glance from him. Don't meddle in my affairs. Just take care of yourself. Yi Chen said coldly. His feelings toward his cousin were neither good nor bad. But if she dared to stand in his way, thinking of this, his gaze became even sharper. Yi Xiling could only stand silently, waiting for the competition to begin. I announce, the final battle of this year's National Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. The referee's voice rang out. Yi Chun and the others immediately activated their spiritual energy, summoning their abilities. As the spiritual energy flowed, the shadows of 4 saber-toothed tigers faintly appeared. Jiang Yu, this time I can finally have a proper fight with you. Yi Chun snorted coldly, spiritual energy surging around him, sharp enough to feel like it could crush anything that came too close. Oh, just you. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Sister, those 4 saber-toothed tigers are yours, no problem, right? As for the 5 of them, I'll take care of them in no time. He turned to look at his sister, his gaze unwavering. It was as if he could truly take down all 5 of them in one go. And he probably could. Don't worry, I can handle a few little kittens. You just go all out. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled confidently, her tone full of assurance. Haha, don't worry, sister. I'll give it my all here, and when we get back to the hotel, I still will. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could react, he had already disappeared with a spatial teleportation. You shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned in frustration. The scene shifted. At this moment, Jiang Yu had already performed several spatial teleports, appearing behind Yi Chun and the others. Spatial collapse. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed spatial collapse without hesitation. Evade! Yi Chun shouted urgently. Yes. With a heavy sound, Yi Chun and the others instantly turned into a gust of wind and fled. Just as they escaped, the place where they had been standing shattered like glass. Even the ground of the arena was torn apart by the distorted spatial force, leaving it in ruins. Sister, be careful. Seeing that the direction they were fleeing was exactly where his sister was, Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he secretly exclaimed, "Too careless." He immediately used spatial teleportation to rush toward his sister's location. "Umph, you really dare to come." At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's spiritual energy surged, her icy and cold beauty resembling a snow goddess. Extreme cold storm. Absolute zero. As soon as she finished speaking, a tornado dozens of meters high quickly formed. Within dozens of meters around, ice spikes on the ground rose wildly. Retreat. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's fierce attack, Yi Chen shouted urgently. The man in the team who could use escape techniques quickly carried the wind formation and fled to the side. Soon, Yi Chun and his team reappeared, this time already at the edge of the martial stage. Jiang Yu watched his sister display her strength and glanced at her cold expression. He couldn't help but sigh. TSK. This sister is completely different from the one who helped me. With a sigh, he continued to stare at Yi Chun and his team. All right, I don't want to waste time with you. If I had time, I might as well. His tone shifted, and he looked at his sister, a shameless smile appearing on his face. Then he turned back to Yi Chun and his team, his voice icy cold. Divine descent. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Chun and the others trembled all over. Yi Chun himself was no exception. After all, he had witnessed the power Jiang Yu displayed that day. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of spatial fluctuations, Jiang Yu, who had already transformed, instantly used spatial teleportation and disappeared from his original spot. Stay alert to the surroundings. Yi Chun shouted loudly. It's already too late. The next moment, Jiang Yu's voice came from behind him. Hearing this, Yi Chun's body immediately stiffened. What's wrong? Not planning to use your razor's edge? Or is it that your razor's edge can attack places you can't see? Jiang Yu's voice carried mockery. A few days ago, he had discovered the weakness of Yi Chen's razor's edge ability. This skill couldn't attack targets outside his field of vision. Of course, Yi Chen's divine blade domain didn't count, as that skill could attack in a 360-degree range without blind spots. At this moment, just as Jiang Yu had anticipated, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Divine blade domain. Hearing this, Jiang Yu revealed a smug smile. The next moment, 4 spatial locks within Jiang Yu's body simultaneously erupted. Yi Xiling and the other 3 hadn't even had time to evade Yi Chen's skill before they felt a powerful spatial force trapping them. Moreover, this force continuously pulled them toward Jiang Yu. Their strength was completely unable to resist. Seeing the 4 being controlled by him, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the silver light rushing toward him. With a thought, he instantly entered his exclusive space. After reaching the gold level, his spatial locks had upgraded from 3 to 4. What? What is going on? Yi Chun turned to look at the suddenly vanished Jiang Yu and the 4 approaching him, his eyes full of confusion. Accompanied by several screams, the 4 were slashed by Yi Chen's razor's edge, leaving blood-soaked wounds on their bodies. Yi Chen looked at the miserable state of his teammates before him, His pupils contracted sharply, his face full of shock. Oh, Xiaoqin, what's wrong? Feeling guilty? Heartbroken? Or? Jiang Yu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Chun. Jiang Yu. Yi Chun roared in anger, turning around to prepare for a counterattack. But at that moment, the god descends. Jiang Yu's voice rang out. A pale yellow light sphere appeared in his hand. Before he could charge it, the sphere instantly flew toward Yi Chun. Immediately after, boom, a loud explosion erupted. Yi Chun was forcefully blasted off the martial arts stage by the immense power. With a thud, he crashed below the audience seats and passed out. The big shots in the audience, seeing Jiang Yu easily defeat Yi Chun as if playing a game, widened their eyes in shock. How many such geniuses have appeared in China over the past decade? Including Jiang Yu, it seems there have only been 3 in total. Wow, with this kid, China's future will definitely be stronger. Indeed, but no matter how talented, the key is whether they can truly grow. After all, that person is the best example. Who would have thought that old Jiang Tian took in such a genius disciple? If Jiang Yu had been around in the past, he would have been a top-tier existence. Haha, you make it sound easy. The geniuses of the past would be invincible now. As for Jiang Yu, stop talking nonsense. This kid is currently invincible at his level, no comparison. True. As the elders enthusiastically discussed, their gazes shifted back to the martial arts stage, where the two were openly showing affection. Including Commander Zhou, the elders' faces instantly darkened. Seriously, we're here to scout talent, not to watch public displays of affection. I see why old Jiang didn't come. He must have been avoiding this scene. Truly far-sighted. Ahem, I'll take my leave now. At this moment, Jiang Yu was enjoying himself while watching his emotional value climb higher and higher, his mood reaching its peak. Enough! Jiang Xiaoyan, blushing, angrily pushed Jiang Yu away. Jiang Yu smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. All right, that's enough. Just as he finished speaking, I announce, the champion of this year's National Martial Artist Tournament is. The referee's voice boomed. Team Panty's observer. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the national live stream chat exploded. Jiang Yu, my husband. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Yu won the championship. He single-handedly swept all the teams. Truly my husband. Killed them all, damn. Jiang Yu is this strong? This level of power doesn't seem like silver rank at all. Is he cheating? Outlaw. Honestly, Jiang Yu is indeed very strong. But aren't you worried about Yi Chen? If he dies, Jiang Yu will be in big trouble. God descends to fight 5. Shut up upstairs. My grandma was thrown into a Super Mario game by 6 Paths Pain using Shinra Tensei, and she's still trying to clear the levels. Zhang-san. And you have the nerve to say that? My grandma was hung on a tree by armor warriors, claiming she's a mutant beast. Go check it out. At this moment, Jiang Yu was still unaware that his championship win had sparked another massive wave of excitement in the national livestream chat. This had almost become the 3rd internet war. Of course, Jiang Yu remained completely oblivious. He is now standing under the scorching sun, listening to Commander Zhou's speech from the audience stands. Not only Jiang Yu, but all the members of the teams that advanced to the top 12 are standing straight and motionless, because they are the teams eligible to train on Spirit Island, and Commander Zhou is reminding them of some precautions. This year's National Martial Arts Championship winner is Jiang Yu's team. Congratulations on winning the championship. Tomorrow, you will enter the core area of Spirit Island for a week-long training. Taking this opportunity, let me inform everyone of the precautions after entering Spirit Island. Beep, beep, beep. Time flies, and half an hour has passed. All right, the speech is over. Everyone, head back to the hotel to rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll depart for Ling Island together. Commander Zhou had just finished speaking when Jiang Yu immediately disappeared with his sister using spatial teleportation. Commander Zhou's mouth twitched. This kid is just like his second-rate master. Seeing Jiang Yu leave, the other contestants also left the martial arts arena one after another to return to their rooms and rest. But for Jiang Yu, it wasn't just about simple rest. He and Zhang Xiaoyan trained for about an hour. Both of their strengths showed significant improvement. In the empty room, Jiang Yu lay alone on the bed to rest. As for his sister, she probably went to wash up and sleep. Huh? Wait. Don't I still have a mysterious treasure chest and a golden legendary draw left unused? Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that he still had 2 treasures left. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at his data panel. Emotion value, 1,788,666. Not bad. After this series of flashy moves, I've gained over 700,000 emotion points. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. After all, being the champion, it's normal to earn more emotion points than usual. System, give me a golden legendary draw. Wait, let us open that mysterious treasure chest first. To avoid getting something bad on the first try, he decided to open the mysterious treasure chest first to see. With the system's usual tricks, opening a gold-level chest would definitely give him a platinum-level mysterious treasure chest. So he wasn't worried about whether he'd get something good or not. If it's bad, as long as it's usable, it's fine. If it's good, then it's heaven-defying. Ding. Mysterious treasure chest opened. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained +1 quality upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained +1 mysterious treasure chest platinum level. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Huh, the system is indeed unreliable. It gave me another mysterious treasure chest. This is literally a nesting doll. Ding. System reminder. The characteristics of items are unrelated to the system. Jiang Yu shook his head. I don't believe it. All right. What is this quality upgrade card? Give me a detailed introduction. Ding. The system remains silent. Emotion value +3,335. Quality upgrade card. After use, it can enhance the quality of any object. Seeing this line of text, Jiang Yu couldn't help but get excited. Damn, doesn't this mean I can enhance the quality of my spatial abilities? His heart skipped a beat. His spatial abilities were already incredibly powerful. If he could enhance their quality further, wouldn't that be? Just as he was getting excited, the system's next words instantly calmed him down. Ding. Please note, only objects can be enhanced. Abilities do not count as objects. Jiang Yu was speechless. Objects refer to tangible things in reality. His abilities were just a form of power, not a concrete object. The system wasn't wrong. Then, system, let me ask you, as long as it's something tangible and visible, it can be used, right? Jiang Yu asked. Ding. Correct. Abilities are essentially a form of energy. Although they can sometimes be seen or felt, they are fundamentally just manifestations of power. Hearing the system's affirmative response, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, thinking of this, he became completely excited. This matter can wait for later. He shook his head, his gaze resolute. System, give me a golden legendary level draw. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Ding. Initiating golden legendary level draw. Staring at the slowly spinning prize wheel in front of him, Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on it, as if it held some peerless beauty that captivated his attention. Soon, the system's crisp voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Peach of Immortality. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. The moment he heard the system notification, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Whoa, a Peach of Immortality. If I eat this, won't I become immortal? His tone was filled with shock. If this really was a Peach of Immortality from the mythical era, wouldn't eating one make him invincible? Although he thought this, he forced himself to calm down and turned his attention to the detailed description of the peach. Peach of Immortality. After consumption, cultivation speed increases 5-fold for 3 hours. Seeing this, Jiang Yu wasn't surprised. If it were truly the kind of peach that could instantly make someone immortal, it would probably require at least a supreme level draw. However, this effect was already quite good 5-fold cultivation speed for 3 hours. By the way, system, if I eat only half of the peach, will the 5-fold cultivation speed last for 1.5 hours? Or will the speed decrease to 2-fold for 3 hours? He thought of his younger sister and couldn't help but ask. If the effect diminished too much, he'd rather save the whole peach for his sister. After all, the little girl was still at a low level. The main reason, though, was that if he gave her such a precious item, she might help him out. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. That's right, I'm not thinking selfishly. I'm just considering this peach as compensation for that little girl helping me for so long. Exactly, exactly. Jiang Yu muttered to himself while nodding secretly. He definitely wasn't thinking selfishly. Ding. Regardless of how much of the peach is consumed, the cultivation speed remains fivefold, only the duration will be proportionally reduced. The system's voice echoed in his mind, making his eyes light up. In that case, if he and his sister consumed the peach and spirit enhancement pills together on Spirit Island, combined with their cultivation techniques, wouldn't their efficiency double? After a day of cultivation, breaking through 1 or 2 levels would definitely be achievable. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. He felt that drawing items that could quickly enhance his strength from the golden legendary level draw was the most reliable choice. After all, his primary goal right now was to become stronger. Those flashy items weren't of much use to him. Well, this harvest isn't bad. I still have over 700,000 emotion points left, so I can probably do another golden legendary level draw tomorrow morning. Muttering to himself, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the time, it was only noon. His sister was probably resting now, so he decided not to disturb her. He planned to give her a big surprise in the afternoon. Thinking of this, he took out a spirit enhancement pill, lay on the bed, and began cultivating. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Zheng Jiwei, with his square face, looked at Jiang Tian, who was full of confusion in front of him. Brother Jiang, why aren't we going to watch the finals today? Why are we hiding in this abyss base? Jiang Tian glanced at him sideways. Bringing you here naturally has its reasons. Just wait, the opportunity is coming soon. Listening to Brother Jiang's mysterious words, Zheng Jiwei was completely puzzled. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. Jiang Yu used his X-ray vision to look at his sister, who had just woken up in the next room, and couldn't help but laugh. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little girl was really exhausted at noon. Since that's the case, let's give her some compensation. Thinking of this, a hint of mischief appeared in his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyan had just gotten out of bed, feeling weak all over, and her cheeks involuntarily turned red. Umph. The after effects are so strong, huh? But still, as she spoke, she seemed to think of something, and her face turned even redder. If it weren't for that bad guy's cultivation technique having limitations, wouldn't it have? Thinking of this, her gaze became flustered, just as she was about to crawl back into bed. Hee, I'm here. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. The sound startled her. Jiang Xiaoyan looked up in a panic, only to see Jiang Yu standing at the foot of the bed with a mischievous smile. You? What are you doing here? Jiang Xiaoyan was full of anger. And don't you knock before coming in? As she spoke, her face turned red again. Sis, you're being too polite with your words. With that, Jiang Yu sat on the bed without hesitation. Guess what good stuff I brought for you this time? He smiled brightly. You? Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed, not knowing why. What? Thinking something inappropriate again. Jiang Yu laughed. Just tell me what you're here for. If it's nothing, leave. I need to cultivate. Jiang Xiaoyan said angrily. This guy never brings anything good. When he comes, she definitely wasn't planning to give him a good attitude. What? Annoyed with me? I knew you'd dislike me. Jiang Yu deliberately sighed twice, pretending to be very disappointed. His sighs made Jiang Xiaoyan's heart ache. She looked aggrieved. She had just casually said something, but why was this guy reacting so strongly? Thinking of this, she felt even more aggrieved. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Nothing. It's just that I haven't cultivated for a long time, and my spiritual energy is all used up. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Really? This flat peach can increase my cultivation speed fivefold within 3 hours. Jiang Xiaoyan lay in Jiang Yu's arms, full of doubt. Of course, do you like it? It's yours, Jiang Yu said generously. This? Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated. This was a rare treasure. Wouldn't it be better for him to use it himself? Why give it to her? Could it be because her level was low, and he didn't want to see her fall behind? Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably sad. She wasn't sad because he disliked her low level, but because she felt he might be disappointed in her. If it weren't for him giving her the Tianyuan Divine Herb, she would only be at silver level 1 now. If he had used the Divine Herb himself, he would at least be at gold level 3 by now. She felt a bit heartbroken for this guy. Because of her dragging him down, it affected his cultivation speed. Hey, 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 girl, what's wrong? Don't cry. I didn't do anything excessive, did I? Jiang Yu looked at the girl in his arms, whose eyes suddenly turned red, full of confusion. Did he say something wrong? Wasn't it just giving her a treasure? Although he was indeed a bit over the top earlier. No, it's nothing. I don't want this thing. You keep it yourself, sob sob. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan buried her face in Jiang Yu's chest and started crying. At this moment, she felt utterly useless. In her previous life, she was an empress, but in this life, she had become a burden dragging others down. She blamed herself, she was heartbroken, and more precisely, her self-esteem had taken a hit. What's wrong? Let me check. Don't scare me. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yu panicked. What on earth was wrong with this girl? It's nothing. Jiang Xiaoyan wiped her tears. I just feel useless. You've already reached the first stage of gold, and I only reached the 5th stage of silver thanks to the divine herb you gave me. And today, you even gave me this peach. I feel so useless. If you used these treasures yourself, your strength would definitely improve a lot. Sob sob. By the end, she couldn't help but cry out loud. Looking at the little girl curled up and crying in his arms again, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. This girl really has too much going on in her mind, doesn't she? Is this what women are like? Actually, why did I give it to you? Because I have a system. But he couldn't say that now. Still, he understood her feelings. She just underestimated her own value. He needed to make her realize her worth. Xiaoyan. He called her softly. This was the first time he had called her that. Sure enough, upon hearing this name, Jiang Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. She answered softly, her voice trembling. Xiaoyan, you say you're useless? I don't see it that way. Your talent in alchemy is the best proof. Without your pills, I wouldn't have reached SSS-level talent. Without your pills, my cultivation speed wouldn't be this fast. Didn't you tell me before? The effects of pills vary depending on the person. Then how can you be sure your pills are just useless things to me? In fact, it's quite the opposite. Your pills are the most important aid in my growth. So, we are not dragging each other down at all. We are complementary to each other. Jiang Yu's eyes were full of sincerity. At this moment, in order to comfort this little girl, he was willing to say anything. He looked at the little girl lying in his arms, listening to him speak without saying a word. He felt he needed to try harder. Xiaoyan, actually, what I want to say is, you belong to me. You're mine for this lifetime. Giving you pills is something I do willingly. Besides, enough, stop talking. Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoyan covered his mouth, her eyes red as she spoke, then slowly approaching. Moments later, Jiang Yu was startled. Oh my, what are you doing? I don't want my cultivation technique to be ruined halfway. I had no choice. Who told you? Girl, calm down. Let's talk after my cultivation technique is complete. Who? Who told you? I had no choice. That's why I did it. Girl, can you calm down? I'm leaving now. You calm down. I left the peach on the coffee table. To avoid wasting his cultivation efforts, he placed the peach on the coffee table and then disappeared with a spatial teleportation. He thought to himself, his cultivation technique was about to be completed, and he absolutely couldn't let it fail halfway. Moreover, he could still hold back now otherwise. He wouldn't have done something so foolish. After all, once the cultivation technique was complete, his strength would greatly improve. The most important thing now was to become stronger. If he ruined the cultivation technique due to a moment of impulse, he would regret it later, and his sister would be upset. That wouldn't be a wise choice. Besides, he knew the little girl was just acting impulsively for a moment. Once she calmed down, she would definitely be the first to refuse. So retreating was the best option. Phew, that really scared me. Back in his room, Jiang Yu felt his heartbeat racing, cold sweat dripping. Thinking back to the earlier situation, if his mind had been unstable, the cultivation technique would have been completely ruined. It's getting late, time to get on the bed and cultivate. He took a deep breath, trying hard not to think about what had just happened. After all, if he wasn't careful, he might really have to give up. Meanwhile, in Jiang Xiaoyan's room, she was wrapped in a blanket, her face as red as fire. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could I have done something like that just now? She said, trembling. She didn't know why, but in a moment of heat, She wanted to give everything to that bad guy. But now that she was clear-headed, she knew that if that had really happened, it would only bring endless guilt and regret in the future. After all, she was very aware of the importance of the cultivation technique. If she caused that bad guy's cultivation technique to fail, even if he could forgive her, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Phew, she let out a long breath, feeling relieved that the bad guy hadn't lost his mind. Otherwise, the consequences would have been too terrifying. Calm down. Jiang Xiaoyan, you need to calm down. Focus on cultivating, she silently reminded herself. As for the peach on the coffee table, just as Jiang Yu thought, she planned to eat it tomorrow when she reached Spirit Island. Soon, she stabilized her emotions and began meditating to cultivate. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was around 6 in the afternoon. In a luxurious office, Zheng Jiwei looked at Jiang Tian in front of him, his face full of helplessness. Brother Jiang, how long are we going to stay here? I'm getting sleepy. Sleepy? Stay alert. Jiang Tian was full of energy at the moment. Sigh, Brother Jiang, you have to at least tell me the purpose of coming here, right? Zheng Jiwei looked confused. He couldn't understand why Brother Jiang had brought him here. When Jiang Tian heard this, his brows slightly furrowed. They're here. It's actually those guys. Zheng Jiwei squinted his eyes upon hearing this. This aura. It's really strong. That's right. It's the Black Demon organization, and leading them is their boss, the old guy Blood Demon. It seems they want to wipe out our Abyss army in one fell swoop. But Jiang Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. He was prepared, and he had already set up something in advance. Today, that old guy Blood Demon, if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. Brother Jiang, are you saying the ones coming are from the Black Demon organization? Yes, last time we just destroyed one of their strongholds. It seems they're taking advantage of the martial arts tournament finals to seek revenge. How do you know they're coming? Well, that's a secret. The scene shifts. Ha. Today, the Abyss army of Hua Nation will be completely wiped out. Everyone, be careful. Empty out the treasure vault. Leave nothing behind. The red-haired Blood Demon stood not far away, his voice deafening. Oh, you're very confident. Suddenly, a cold voice came from within the Abyss army. That voice pierced through the air like a blade, echoing in Blood Demon's ears. This voice is... Blood Demon recognized the familiar voice, his pupils suddenly contracting, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Tian, why are you here? Seeing Jiang Tian suddenly appear, his veins bulged, and the air around him grew heavy under the weight of his anger. He was stunned. Wasn't Jiang Tian supposed to be in the capital? How could he be here? Although spatial abilities are fast, who leaked this information? His gaze swept over the few generals beside him, full of doubt. Black Demon, today I will make sure you come, but never leave. Jiang Tian said coldly, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Jiang Tian, damn it. Blood Demon's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He knew he couldn't defeat Jiang Tian. But Jiang Tian wanting to keep him here wasn't a difficult task either. Brothers, retreat. As soon as the words fell, beams of light suddenly erupted from the Abyss Army headquarters. Seeing the beams of light, Blood Demon's eyes instantly turned red. Blood Demon, I told you, today you won't leave. Boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After that, no one in the Abyss Army knew what had happened. Time flew by. Soon, it was the next morning. Jiang Yu activated his X-ray vision and saw his sister next door just waking up. His lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. TSK, just woke up, still groggy. If I were to launch a surprise attack right now. But he shook his head. No, that's too much. Oh right, the emotion points. Thinking of the 70,000 plus emotion points left from yesterday, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Yesterday, it was over 70,000, and today, after half a day, it should exceed 1 million. This is another chance for a golden legendary level draw. He immediately opened the data panel. Emotion points, 1,106,666. Not bad. Over 1 million again. Looking at the number, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. System, give me a golden legendary level draw. Ding. Using golden legendary level draw. The system's voice was as consistent as ever, and Jiang Yu skillfully stared at the draw panel. His level of proficiency made one feel a bit sorry for him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining nuclear egg milk candy. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. What the heck? Nuclear egg? Are you sure this isn't a nuclear bomb? Hearing the system prompt, Jiangyu froze. Is this nuclear egg milk candy reliable at all? He still clicked on the detailed description. Nuclear candy. After consumption, the host will experience a comprehensive enhancement dozens of times over in a short period. Note: unexpected side effects may occur after the effect wears off. Looking at the description, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. The effect of this thing was fierce, but what did that note at the end mean? He hadn't dared to eat that little pill from a while ago, fearing severe side effects. Now, here came another one. System, can you first tell me what the side effects might be, so I can be mentally prepared? Jiang Yu had to ask. Otherwise, he could only seal this candy away for now and use it when he was confident. Of course, if it really came to a desperate situation, he would have no choice but to take the risk. Ding. The system cannot clarify the item's characteristics. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately protested. Are you kidding me? You're the system. These things are yours. How could you not know? Maybe the things I draw next time are all pre-calculated by you. How could you not know? As soon as he finished speaking, the system fell silent. Ding. The system remained silent in response to the host's doubts. Emotion value plus 3,336. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Too scared to answer? Jiang Yu continued to press. Ding. The system guarantees that everything it says is true. The system is too lazy to manage the lottery, so naturally, it doesn't know. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was speechless. In simple terms, it could manage but chose not to, just lazy. It seemed he would have to outsmart this system in the future. But on the surface, he still nodded. All right, stop rambling. Waving his hand, he turned his gaze to the room next door. Activating his X-ray vision, he discovered that the little girl was in the bathroom. What the? Nosebleed. Covering his nose, he quickly grabbed 2 tissues from the bedside and stuffed them in. Usually, when he was honest, his nose never lost control. Why was it suddenly bleeding now? Could it be that his internal energy and blood were blocked? After all, when he was honest, he could relax his energy and blood in other ways. This might explain why he hadn't had nosebleeds before. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu felt it made sense. There's still a quality upgrade card in my backpack. Didn't it say it could only be used on items? What if I used it on my sister? He muttered to himself and, without hesitation, used a spatial teleportation to appear directly in the next room's sofa. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. At this moment, Jiang Yu only felt, damn it, I need to calm down. Smack. He slapped himself, forcing himself to calm down. When his energy and blood were too vigorous, he couldn't control his thoughts. After calming down, he didn't dare to use his X-ray vision again, fearing he might do something inappropriate. Rustle. The sound of clothes being put on came. Moments later, Jiang Xiaoyan's perfect figure slowly walked out of the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she saw Jiang Yu lying on the sofa, deep in thought. You bad guy, why are you here? She looked puzzled. This bad guy usually wouldn't come to her unless there was a reason. Could it be? Thinking of this, her face involuntarily turned red. He doesn't mind being tired, but she... Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Looking at the little girl who blushed as soon as she appeared, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Girls, they just love to overthink. All right, he really didn't understand. Speak. Why are you here? If there's nothing, you better go back. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were flustered. Hearing her say this, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. What? I can't come if there's nothing. You? She was rendered speechless by his words. All right, come sit down. I have a surprise for you. Jiang Yu waved helplessly. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the quality enhancement card in the system backpack. System, if I use this on my sister, what will happen? Before using it, he had to ask clearly to avoid any unexpected issues. Ding. After use, your sister's quality will be enhanced. After hearing this, Jiang Yu fell a sigh. As soon as he thought of this, he instantly teleported to the door and casually opened it. Standing outside was Master Old Deng. What the heck? Old Deng? No, Master. Jiang Yu was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected to see him today, thinking he wouldn't see him again in the future. What do you mean by that, kid? Jiang Tian's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Was this disrespectful first sentence a habit of this rebellious disciple? It sounded as if he was calling him Old Dang. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's gaze towards him changed. Ahem, master, you misheard. Come in quickly. Jiang Yu hurriedly invited him inside. You used to teleport him before, and now you're actually knocking? Have you learned to behave? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Jiang Tian's face immediately turned grim. Do you not know why I knocked? It's to avoid walking in on you and your sister. He trailed off, his gaze meaningful. Ahem, true. Master, you're more considerate now. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. By the way, master, why are you here? He couldn't help but ask. His master's visit surely meant something important, or perhaps he brought something good. Thinking of this, he was full of anticipation. Before I tell you why I'm here, let me say this: your sister is truly amazing. Jiang Tian's face was full of admiration. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Oh, what happened at the Abyss Army headquarters last night? He was surprised, recalling his sister's warning to his master. But on second thought, it made sense. His sister was a reborn individual, so knowing a bit about the future was normal. Exactly. Jiang Tian's tone was serious. Last night, the leader of the Black Magic organization led an attack on the Abyss Army headquarters. If I hadn't been there at the time, with the Black Magic leader's strength, the Abyss Army would have been destroyed in 5 minutes. Seeing his master's serious expression, Jiang Yu was also shocked. Hearing this, he understood. Without his sister's warning, the Abyss Army would have been doomed. Ultimately, this was all thanks to his sister. Just as Jiang Tian finished speaking, seeing Jiang Yu's silence, he smiled and said, Disciple, you should properly thank your sister. If it weren't for her warning, I would have been blamed for this. Sigh, he let out a sigh. Clearly, if the Abyss Army had fallen, he wouldn't have had it easy either. All right, master, stop sighing. In any case, the Abyss Army is fine. Looking at this old dang, Jiang Yu was speechless. Although he knew his sister was incredibly capable, there was no need for him to sigh like that. The Abyss Army was fine, so what was he sighing about? Seeing his disciple's expression, Jiang Tian waved his hand. All right, here, take these 2 beast cores. What the heck? At that moment, Jiang Tian noticed Jiang Yu's level and was so shocked he couldn't speak. You, what's with your level? He pointed at Jiang Yu, his face full of disbelief. This kid, after just 1 day, had suddenly jumped to the gold level? If this wasn't cheating, what was it? Jiang Yu now understood. When the old man first came in, he was too busy talking to notice his level. Now that he noticed, he was utterly shocked. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. What he said next made Master Old Deng's eyes widen in astonishment. Old Deng, what's the big deal? This is just basic operation. He spoke calmly, as if advancing to the gold rank was just an everyday occurrence for him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian immediately widened his eyes. Listen up, Lao Deng. Even though your level is rising quickly, you can't rush your cultivation. Beep, beep, beep. Then, he started lecturing this rebellious disciple on the spot. After a while, all right, master. My realm is very stable. I definitely didn't take any shortcuts. Jiang Yu said helplessly. The realm granted by the system was even more stable than his own cultivation. How could it be unreliable? Although it was indeed a bit of a shortcut, but could the system's assistance really be considered a shortcut? Really? Jiang Tian looked skeptical. He knew his disciple well. Could it be that he was recklessly overexerting his talent just to quickly master the techniques? Although he himself wasn't entirely sure how the Tian family's techniques worked. Really, master, I promise, okay? Jiang Yu's tone shifted. By the way, master, why are you here this time? From what you said earlier, are you here just to bring me beast cores? To avoid being interrogated further by Lao Deng, he quickly changed the subject. Jiang Tian's face darkened upon hearing this. You little rascal, you're just fixated on my beast cores, aren't you? After speaking, he pulled out 2 purple beast cores from his exclusive space. Here, these 2 are diamond level. I didn't know you'd already advanced to gold yesterday, so just make do with these for now. As for the 3 beast cores you need to advance to gold rank, I'll give them to you after you return from Spirit Island, along with some tasks. Of course, you could absorb the beast cores and then shirk the tasks, but when that time comes, Jiang Tian looked at Jiang Yu with a meaningful smile. Jiang Yu took the beast cores, looking surprised. What the heck? Old man, you're not planning to do something excessive to me, are you? Looking at Jiang Tian, his face was full of disbelief. Jiang Tian was speechless. What was this disciple thinking all day long? All right. Hurry up and absorb the beast cores. You'll probably have to set off for Spirit Island by noon, and you'll need to focus on your cultivation then. When it came to serious matters, Jiang Tian's face turned solemn. Got it, Jiang Yu replied impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Deng disappeared with a spatial teleportation. After Lao Deng left, Jiang Yu sighed, lay down on the bed, and began absorbing the 2 diamond-level beast cores. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock at noon. Jiang Yu woke up from his absorption. He opened his eyes, and a faint yellow electric light flashed across them. Wow, just by absorbing 2 diamond-level beast cores, I've advanced another rank. If I had known, I would have asked Lao Deng to exchange them for legendary-level beast cores. Ugh, such a loss. He shook his head helplessly and began checking the 2 new skills he had acquired. Thunder God Slash and Thunderous Might. Quite interesting. Feeling the 2 skills, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Thunder God Slash, as the name suggests, would definitely be more powerful if executed with a Tang Dao. The second skill, Thunderous Might, upon release, would summon countless lightning strikes within a 20-meter radius. Both skills had extremely strong destructive power. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yu teleported to the door to open it. Standing outside was Jiang Xiaoyan. Hee, what's up? Come in and let's talk. He smirked mischievously and pulled the little girl into the room. Before heading to Spirit Island, helping her out isn't a bad idea. After all, once we're on Spirit Island, who has the time to do anything else? What are you doing? I came to you for something serious. Don't mess around. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at the troublemaker angrily, her face flushed red. We'll talk about serious matters later. Let's train first, Jiang Yu said and immediately took action. However, Jiang Xiaoyan stared at him furiously. Normally, when she came here, she'd blush shyly, say no with her mouth, but her body would cooperate. But this time, she was clearly genuinely angry. I won't move. Jiang Yu raised both hands. Seeing his sister's fierce expression, he got scared. That's more like it. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted coldly, her face tinged with red. That snort instantly ignited a fire in Jiang Yu's heart. However, looking at his sister's icy demeanor, he decided to hold back for now and continue training later. All right. Hurry up and tell me, why did you come to me this time? Jiang Yu asked expectantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder, and she stammered. Well, I ran into a little trouble. Can you help me buy something? I ran out. Seeing his sister's shy expression, Jiang Yu's face darkened. You didn't prepare this yourself and want me to buy it? You want me, a grown man, to buy it? Seriously, I'm speechless. I'm not going, he refused outright. Brother, my stomach hurts. I don't want to move. Please help me. Jiang Xiaoyan pitifully tugged at his arm. Seeing his sister like this, Jiang Yu finally nodded. Don't worry, sis. I'll take care of this task. Although he knew she was pretending, he couldn't help but fall for it. Really? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Jiang Yu nodded. Of course, transfer the money to me first, and I'll go buy it right away. Ding. 50 yuan received from a certain online payment platform. Wow, how generous. Just like that, 50 bucks. Consider the rest as my delivery fee. All right, I'll have someone buy it right away. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan froze. Soon, after a series of operations, Jiang Yu turned to his sister with a mischievous smile and said, now that it's done, let's. Jiang Yu's face showed a sly grin. What are you planning? Seeing his mischievous smile, Jiang Xiaoyan backed away repeatedly. She had already done something, and now he wanted to. Although it had nothing to do with that, this guy was too much. Hey, what are you thinking about? What? Time passed bit by bit. Today is such a good day. Everything I want will come true. Suddenly, the phone rang. Jiang Yu slowly sat up from the bed. Hello? Who is it? He answered the phone with a displeased face, clearly annoyed that his mood had been interrupted. Hello, I'm the delivery guy. The hotel won't let me in. They said you have to come down yourself. The familiar voice of the delivery guy came from the other end of the line. Got it, I'll be right down. After saying that, he instantly teleported out of the room. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted on the bed, dissatisfied. Humph. This bad guy, he's just too much. She curled up under the blanket, her face full of shyness. Just as she muttered, the sound of spatial fluctuation echoed. Jiang Yu appeared in the room again, holding a black plastic bag in his hand. Everyone knew what was inside the bag. Why, you're back? Then, give it to me. I'll go back to my room. We're leaving for Spirit Island soon. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed as she got out of bed. At this moment, what's the rush? There's no harm in leaving a bit later. Jiang Yu's earlier displeasure turned into excitement. You shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels the host is too shameless. Emotion value plus 3,333. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the martial arena of the capital city, Commander Zhou stood in the audience stands, his gaze sweeping over the 12 finalists below. He frowned. Where are the siblings Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan? He immediately noticed the absence of the sibling pair among the contestants. Didn't we notify them earlier? Where on earth are they? Commander Zhou's questioning voice rang out. A man beside him trembled slightly and said, Commander, I just contacted Jiang Yu. He said he's busy handling some important matters and will be here shortly. Hearing this, Commander Zhou's aura immediately became stern. In the crowd, Yuan Long clenched his fists tightly upon hearing the staff member's words. His eyes soon. The staff led Jiang Yu and the others onto the plane parked inside the competition arena. Wow, it's actually a plane. Housei exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yu looked at him disdainfully. You look like you've never seen the world. In fact, it was his first time on a plane too. Contestants, please take your seats according to your rankings. The first place sits in the front row. The staff's voice came through. Jiang Yu and the others, who were about to sit in the back row, had no choice but to move forward. Soon, the 5 of them were seated in the front row. Since it was a 3-seater arrangement, Jiang Yu and his sister occupied one side, while Housei and the other 2 sat on the other side. Sis, this seat is pretty big. Why don't we sit together? I'm not sitting with you. Don't be stubborn, come on. Looks like the 3 of us are forced to endure their lovey-dovey antics again. Housei said, already used to it. Actually, it's not just us. Ji Qingfeng pointed to Yi Chun and Yi Xiling behind Jiang Yu. Look, they're also enduring it together. Hey, what are you doing? Stop moving. You. Not long after, Jiang Xiaoyan's angry voice reached Housei, Yi Chun, and the others. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reached a critical moment. Attention, everyone. We are about to arrive at Ling Island. Please prepare to disembark. The broadcast sounded, causing Jiang Yu's hand to pause. We're almost there. Stop messing around. But before he could move his hand away from Jiang Xiaoyan, her angry voice rang out again. Then, she slapped his hand away. Wow, you've got some guts, little girl. Jiang Yu laughed, pretending to reach out again. You. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly covered her chest, her eyes filled with shyness and anger. This bad guy hadn't been serious since they boarded the plane. Now, as they were about to disembark, he still wanted to play tricks. Thinking of this, she glared fiercely at the troublemaker beside her. Smack! Don't touch me. She slapped away the approaching hand, her face full of displeasure. Seeing her anger, Jiang Yu rubbed his nose and didn't continue. After all, he had already enjoyed himself enough. He didn't feel like he lost out. All right, no more jokes. Let us get ready to disembark. Jiang Yu rubbed Jiang Xiaoyan's head and smiled. You call that a joke? Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly and turned her head away. Seeing this, Jiang Yu didn't say much. After spending so much time with her, didn't he already know her temper? He turned his gaze to the window. As he looked out, all he could see was a vast expanse of white. Outside, there was nothing but clouds. Just as he was feeling helpless, he felt the plane tilt slightly, indicating it was about to land. But when he looked out the window again, the scene had changed. They were flying over a small island. From above, the island's outline was clearly visible. The small island was oval-shaped, with mountains, water, and forests. Between the forests, spaced apart, were light blue cottages. At the center of the island stood a statue of a man, lifelike and vivid. This island, how is it floating in the air? Jiang Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. With the current level of technology, it was absolutely impossible for an island to float thousands of meters in the sky. It can only be. He still hadn't figured it out when Jiang Xiaoyan's soft voice came through. Why? Of course, it's because of a strange metal. The revival of spiritual energy brought the abyssal passage, and there are many things in the abyss that humans haven't discovered yet. So, after speaking, she raised her eyebrows at Jiang Yu, hinting for him to understand. Oh, you really know your stuff, huh? Jiang Yu turned his head with a smile. Of course, I know more than you, Jiang Xiaoyan said proudly. Meanwhile, Hao Sei and the other two looked at the bickering siblings, already numb to it. They hadn't noticed the siblings' subtle movements earlier, but these exaggerated actions were just too much. This isn't something ordinary people would do, right? It's practically a public display of affection. Enough! Jiang Xiaoyan pushed Jiang Yu away, blushing as she returned to her seat. This bad guy always so brazen. She sneaked a glance at Hao Sei and the others, only to find them all staring at her, making her blush even more. Oh, little girl, you're blushing. Jiang Yu teased her with a smug smile. Why do I feel like your tone is a bit like Jerry J when he's angry? Hao Sei's voice came from across the aisle. As soon as these words reached Jiang Xiaoyan's ears, her gaze turned cold, filled with killing intent. I didn't say anything. Really, I didn't say anything. Just as the words left his mouth, the broadcast announcing the plane's landing sounded. Attention, everyone. Please prepare to disembark. Hearing the familiar voice, everyone on the plane became excited. They had finally arrived at Spirit Island. 7 days of training were officially about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to how much progress they could make in these 7 days. Of course, the most excited were Jiang Yu and his team. They would be training in the core area, where 1 day's progress was equivalent to 6 or 7 days outside. How could they not be excited? Soon, the plane landed. As the cabin door opened, Jiang Yu and his 12 elite teammates disembarked together. Jiang Yu held the little girl beside him as they stepped out of the cabin. A strong wave of spiritual energy hit them. The energy was so dense it was even visible to the naked eye. Looking at the light blue dots floating in the air, Jiang Yu felt incredibly amazed. This was something he had never experienced before. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and move. Jiang Xiaoyan pinched his hand. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu snapped out of it and quickly pulled Jiang Xiaoyan forward. Soon, teams began disembarking from the plane one after another. These 12 elite contestants gathered in an open area. This is Spirit Island. The staff will soon take you to your training locations. At this moment, Commander Zhou's voice suddenly came from ahead. Jiang Yu turned his head and saw Commander Zhou floating in midair. Wow, is this what a supreme-level warrior is like? Flying faster than a plane? He marveled inwardly. Panty's observation team, please follow me. I'll take you to your training area. A staff member walked up with a smile. Jiang Yu quickly called his 3 teammates behind him and followed. Soon, not just them, but all the contestants began leaving as well. Only Commander Zhou remained in place. Brother Yu, these 5 rooms, are we sharing one room? Hao Sei stared curiously at the 5 training rooms in the core area. No, Jiang Yu shook his head. Xiaoyan and I will share a room, and you each take one. As soon as he said this, the 3 fell silent. Even Jiang Xiaoyan, standing nearby, blushed. This guy, even at such a critical moment, still dares to. Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. Brother Yu, you're really something. In a place like this, you're still thinking about being with Sister Yin. Hao Sei looked at Jiang Yu with a puzzled expression. Before, it was understandable, but now, in a place like this, everyone is afraid to waste even a second of cultivation time. Yet Brother Yu, of all people, wants to waste time with Sister Xiaoyan, truly worthy of being Brother Yu. Ahem, don't worry about this. Sister, let's go in and cultivate. Jiang Yu glanced at the luxurious room in front of him and pulled his sister inside. But when he saw his sister's shy expression, I. Jiang Xiaoyan's face was so red she couldn't speak. Refusing might make him angry, but not refusing made her feel shy. The situation was extremely awkward for a moment. Come on, let's go. Don't overthink it, we're going in to cultivate, Jiang Yu said, and before Xiaoyan could react, he used spatial teleportation to take her into the middle room. He was serious this time, it was truly for cultivation, nothing else. Watching the two disappear instantly, Hao Se and the other two smiled helplessly. Sigh. Poor Sister Xiaoyan, so embarrassed. Yuan Xinxin said with a resigned tone. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder if it's because brother you has good conditions, or… Hao Se chuckled but didn't finish his sentence. All right, stop dawdling. Let's hurry and start cultivating. Every minute spent cultivating here is equivalent to 6 or 7 minutes outside. We can't waste time, Ji Qingfeng said as he walked into a room. Hao Se and Yuan Xinxin nodded and followed him inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and his sister sat facing each other in the luxurious room, neither willing to give in. I'm leaving, Jiang Xiaoyan muttered. Cultivating with this guy, being able to cultivate for even 1 day out of 7 would be lucky. It's better to cultivate separately so everyone can focus. Fine, then leave. Jiang Yu pretended to sigh in disappointment. You, Jiang Xiaoyan was about to speak. Sigh, seeing his expression, she sighed helplessly. Fine, but let me warn you. We're here to focus on cultivation. Without my permission, you're not allowed to mess around. As soon as Jiang Yu heard this, his spirits lifted. Haha. All right, let's start cultivating. Here's some spirit-enhancing pills, you're almost out, right? He took out a handful of spirit-enhancing pills and handed them to his sister. Then he pulled her to the central cultivation spot in the room. That's more like it. Jiang Xiaoyan saw that he hadn't taken her to the sofa or bed, but had genuinely brought her to the cultivation area, and she nodded in satisfaction. After sitting down, Jiang Xiaoyan took out the divine peach he had given her last time. Here, we'll split it in half and start cultivating, she said softly. Oh, just the spirit-enhancing pills and the divine peach, Jiang Yu teased. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately became alert. You? What else are you planning? Her voice trembled. She knew this troublemaker's thoughts all too well. Now, unless something unexpected happened, he was going to… Hey, what are you thinking? I was just asking if, besides these two, we should also cultivate a technique together. Jiang Yu quickly waved his hands to explain. Don't misunderstand. We're just sitting face to face to cultivate, not doing anything complimentary. As he spoke, he even nodded seriously. This. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated. If they could cultivate their techniques together on Spirit Island for these 7 days, their progress would definitely be faster. Actually, what she feared most was this guy causing trouble while cultivating. If he were steady, she would have already invited him to cultivate together. But she knew his personality, which was why she hesitated. I promise. Without your permission, I wouldn't even dare to touch a single finger of yours. Seeing her still thinking, Jiang Yu immediately promised. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. It seemed this guy was really planning to take cultivation seriously. She had never heard him say such a thing before. All right, but if you dare to mess around, don't blame me for being rude. The two each took a spirit enhancement pill and shared half a peach, then sat cross-legged facing each other. When they simultaneously activated the techniques they had memorized beforehand, a faint blue whirlpool, about the size of a fist, appeared faintly on their foreheads. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. By now, the effects of the spirit enhancement pill and the peach had long since worn off. I can't take it anymore, my legs are numb. Jiang Yu, who had been sitting cross-legged for half a day, finally stopped cultivating and stood up to stretch. As he moved, Jiang Xiaoyan, whose technique was interrupted, slowly opened her eyes. You're already a golden-level warrior. Half a day is nothing, even sitting for 10 days shouldn't be a problem. She looked displeased. After speaking, she took another spirit enhancement pill and urged, hurry up, take one too, and continue cultivating. Let's rest for a bit, just half an hour. You, what are you trying to do? Do you remember what you said last time? Woof! Time flew by, and 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. System, open the data panel, he said softly. Ding! Data panel opened. Host, Jiang Yu. Level, Golden rank 7. Abilities, Clairvoyance, Space, Thunder, skills, enhanced clairvoyance, clairvoyance lock, absolute illusion, space teleportation, space collapse, space lock, thunder dragon, thunder slash, thunder wrath, talent, SSS, secret technique, divine descent, technique, spirit origin, overlord body technique, minor achievement, yin yang complement technique, mutual sitting stage, emotion points, 1,703,466, talent points, 51,400, cultivation points, 24. Looking at the data panel, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Brother, what are you grinning about? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's crisp voice rang out. She looked at the mischievous guy in front of her, her eyes full of joy. 7 whole days. This mischievous guy had advanced from Golden Rank 2 all the way to Golden Rank 7, and she herself had successfully advanced from Silver Rank 5 to Golden Rank 1. How could she not be happy? What am I grinning about? Grinning at how pretty you are, of course. What else would I be grinning about? Jiang Yu laughed smugly. Over these 7 days, during his breaks, he had been cultivating with this little girl. Otherwise, their levels would probably have only increased by half a rank or so. Yumph. So improper. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red. Thinking back to all right, I won't tease you anymore. After we leave Ling Island today, where are we going? Are we going to university to study, or? As he spoke, he looked at her, his gaze becoming a bit mischievous. Or are we going back to our little home? And then, hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately widened her eyes. What are you thinking? My master is the principal of Lingua University, and we can go for free. Why not take advantage of that? Besides, at the university, not only are the cultivation resources abundant, but the cultivation speed is also several times faster than in Jiang City. Looking at her sly expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but rub her forehead. All right, you little girl, truly following the saying, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Before he could finish, his sister's small hand suddenly pinched his waist, making him cry out in surprise. Humph, what are you saying? We're not there yet. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan's face gradually turned red. Oh, what's this? Still not admitting it now. Jiang Yu's expression gradually took on a teasing tone. Between him and this little girl, there was only one final step left to take. Yet she was still so shy. They had already done everything else, and she was still this shy? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the beautiful face in front of him. Slap. Umph. You have no right to touch me. You know exactly what you've been doing these past 7 days. Umph. Jiang Xiaoyan slapped his hand away and turned her head with a cold snort. Jiang Yu looked at her sulking expression and twitched the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly what he had been doing these past 7 days. It was precisely because he had been too selfish that their strength had stagnated at half a level. So it was no wonder this little girl was throwing a tantrum. But this tantrum would pass sooner or later. All right, I was wrong. But these past few days weren't entirely under my control. You know my confidence is strong. Jiang Yu pulled her into his arms and comforted her softly. Although the little girl was angry, her purpose was clear to be coaxed. Sure enough, after hearing a few words of comfort, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately leaned obediently against his chest, motionless. She lay in Jiang Yu's arms, seemingly enjoying the warmth. Jiang Yu didn't say much either, and the two quietly snuggled together, feeling each other's heartbeat and body warmth. 7 days are up. Everyone gather. At that moment, Commander Zhou's ethereal voice echoed across Ling Island. Humph, that old man, always ruining my plans. Jiang Xiaoyan grumbled discontentedly, pouting and glaring at Jiang Yu. What? We have to leave now. Ugh, what if I don't want to leave? Jiang Yu looked playfully at the girl in his arms. You little rascal, I really can't deal with you. Mwah, let's go. Hee hee, I feel full of energy, let's go. Meanwhile, in the room next to Jiang Yu's, Housei stretched lazily and walked out with a satisfied expression. Ah, so comfortable. These 7 days have been a great improvement, all thanks to Brother Yu's resources. I'll have to repay him double in the future. Housei muttered to himself. He turned his head and saw Yuan Xinxin and Ji Qingfeng also walking out. The three exchanged glances and instinctively looked toward Jiang Yu's door. Creak, the door opened. They saw Jiang Yu holding Jiang Xiaoyan in his arms as the two walked out sweetly. Damn, got slapped in the face by another sudden wave of PDA. Housei shook his head helplessly. Heh. These two have been together for so long. Their feelings have clearly deepened, Ji Qingfeng said with a twitch of his mouth, equally helpless. It's been a whole week. Could it be that Sister Xiaoyan is pregnant? That's way too fast, isn't it? Yuan Xinxin's face was full of worry. If Sister Xiaoyan, being so young, were pregnant, what would she do in the future? But seeing Sister Xiaoyan's happiness, she couldn't say anything. After all, Sister Xiaoyan was her only friend. Hey, 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 what are you three looking at? Go find your own partners already. Stop just feeding off our PDA, Jiang Yu said as he closed the door casually. By the way, how has your progress these past few days? Let us hear it. Brother Yu, why don't you tell us about yourself first? Isn't it more appropriate to ask others after that? Housei asked curiously. With your SSS-level talent, you must have grown at lightning speed in these 7 days, right? Exactly, Brother Jiang. How is your strength now? Have you reached the gold rank yet? Ji Qingfeng nodded and pressed further. Yeah. Yuan Xinxin nodded in agreement. Hearing their questions, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. But thinking about it, his level wasn't exactly a secret. Me? Nothing special, just steadily reached gold tier 7, and my sister also broke through to gold. What about you guys? He said casually. Hearing this, Housei and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn, Brother Yu, are you even human? You leveled up more than 10 tiers in just 7 days? Housei was in disbelief. I only just reached gold tier 1 on the day of the finals. Jiang Yu scratched his head. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere fell silent. All right, don't just go quiet. Tell me your levels. I'm curious too, Jiang Yu said, waving his hand to break the awkwardness. P.S. Not in the best mental state. Bear with me. Jiang Yu finished speaking, looking at the three of them with curiosity. Not only him, but his sister beside him was also staring at them curiously. Under their gazes, it was finally Housei who spoke first. I'm at silver tier 1 now, but compared to Brother Yu, I'm still far behind. He shook his head as he finished speaking. What about you? Jiang Yu nodded and turned his gaze to Ji Qingfeng. I'm only at silver tier 3 now. Compared to you guys, let us not even compare. Ji Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. Hey, what do you two mean by saying that? With you two talking like this, how am I supposed to live as someone stuck at the peak of bronze? Yuan Xinxin's voice rang out. The four of them turned their gazes to her. In their eyes, Yuan Xinxin seemed a bit pitiful. After all, among the 5 of them, her talent was the lowest. All right, stop staring at me. Let us go, don't waste time, she said, taking the lead and walking ahead. The disappointment she felt inside was something only she knew. After all, she was the least talented and the most useless among the 5 of them. After this trip to Spirit Island, she and Sister Xiaoyan might grow further apart. After all, she and Sister Xiaoyan were not on the same level. Soon, Jiang Yu and the others arrived at the clearing where they had landed the last time. Seeing the others already gathered, Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and glance at his younger sister beside him. Impressive were the last ones to arrive. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we weren't coming at all. As he spoke, he poked her hand in front of him, his meaning clear. Humph, I didn't do anything shameful anyway. Let them say whatever they want. Though her words were tough, her face grew redder and redder. All right, since everyone's here, board the plane. Let's head back. Commander Zhou's voice rang out. Starting with the last 12, the teams boarded the plane one by one. After Jiang Yu and his group took their seats, the plane door closed. After all, they were the last group to board. On the plane, the 5 of them sat in their original seats. However, this time, Jiang Xiaoyan resolutely refused to sit next to Jiang Yu. This left Jiang Yu puzzled. Hey, what's wrong with you, girl? Not listening anymore? He asked, full of dissatisfaction. I can't. Last time I sat next to you, your hands were all over the place. This time, I'm not sitting with you. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple as she spoke firmly. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, but didn't say much. Instead, he plopped down in her seat. Looking at the little girl sitting tightly beside him, he grinned. In the blink of an eye, the playful moment passed. Of course, during this time, someone might not have restrained themselves at all. By the time they got off the plane, the sky was already a bit dark. All right, the Ling Island trip is over. You can choose to stay at the hotel for the night or leave now since it's already late. Commander Zhou's voice echoed in the arena. Sis, what do you say? Stay one more night, or? Jiang Yu pinched the cheek of the person beside him. Umph. Stay one more night. Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyan slapped his hand away, her face full of displeasure. This guy clearly wanted her to stay at the hotel longer. Thinking of this, her face turned red again. Soon, Jiang Yu and the others returned to the hotel. If they could stay for free, why not? That was the principle of their panty observation squad. After the 5 of them returned to their rooms, Jiang Yu collapsed directly onto the bed. 7 days of non-stop training, plus those things, had completely exhausted him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Not long after he lay down, Buzz, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Jiang Tian's figure suddenly appeared. Whoa, what the hell? Why did you suddenly show up? You scared me, Jiang Yu exclaimed. What? Can I come? Jiang Tian blew his beard. But when he sensed Jiang Yu's level, his eyes widened. Whoa, in 7 days, you went from gold rank 1 to gold rank 7? 1 rank per day? Are you serious? At this moment, he was utterly shocked by his disciple. Everyone knew that for a genius-level gold-ranked warrior, it usually took at least 2 to 3 months to advance 1 rank. But his disciple, 1 rank every day for 7 or 8 days. That was insane. Ding. Jiang Tian is shocked by the host's performance. Emotion value plus 2,333. Hey, 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 look at you acting like you've never seen the world. I remember last time you came, you knocked on the door. Why are you barging in this time? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Although his cultivation speed was indeed fast, he didn't expect this old guy to be so surprised. Ahem, forgot. Jiang Tian coughed twice, trying to hide his excitement. His gaze fell on Jiang Yu again. All right. This time I brought the beast cores for your promotion to the gold level. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 beast cores suddenly appeared in Jiang Tian's hand. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. The aura of these 3 beast cores was clearly legendary level. At this rate, he could learn 3 powerful skills tomorrow. Not only that, his level might even increase by 1 or 2 ranks. Oh, right, this one is for your sister. Ice Lotus asked me to bring it to her. Another light blue beast core appeared out of thin air in Jiang Tian's palm. Wow, anyone who doesn't know might think you're reciting a tongue twister. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. The moment he took the 4 beast cores, Jiang Yu felt the intense spiritual energy they emitted. Don't rush, absorb them slowly. The gap between legendary level and diamond level is significant. Of course, if you encounter any trouble, I'll come to you immediately. As soon as Jiang Tian finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from the room. Jiang Yu nodded and turned his gaze to the room next door. While delivering the beast core to the little girl, P.S. Not feeling great today, bear with me. Asking for a gift. Thinking of this, a mischievous smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Using his X-ray vision, he saw the little girl tidying up her clothes. After all, she was leaving tomorrow, so she had to organize her personal belongings. As for himself, forget it. A guy doesn't need to bother with such things. Buzz, accompanied by the sound of spatial fluctuation, Jiang Yu's figure instantly disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyan, who was folding clothes, felt a sudden tightness around her waist. The next second, she smelled the unique, fresh scent of that annoying guy. You, what are you doing? Let go of me. She twisted her body, realizing the troublemaker still wouldn't let go. Furious, she put down the clothes in her hands and tried to break free. At this moment, Jiang Yu pulled her closer, holding her tightly in his arms, face to face. What am I doing? Of course, I'm showing you my big treasure, he said mischievously. You scoundrel. Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red, her eyes full of displeasure. This troublemaker, if he had bad intentions, he should just say it directly. Why go around calling it a big treasure? Truly despicable. You're overthinking. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously, taking out the legendary ice-type beast core from his exclusive space. Here, this is what your master asked my master to give to you, he said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan froze. So it wasn't something else. It was a beast core. Then leave. She snatched the beast core, pouting. What? Not satisfied because I didn't show you what you wanted to see. Jiang Yu tilted her chin, his face full of amusement. I definitely not, mm. The scene shifted. Jiang Tian was leisurely drinking tea. Huh? Why has the blood energy in my disciple's body upstairs suddenly become so strong? Could it be? He had a thought. Spatial wormhole. Instantly, a small circular wormhole appeared in front of him. On the other side was Jiang Yu's room. Huh? Where is he? Jiang Tian wondered. But before he could think further, sounds came from the room next door, and then, he let out a startled cry and hurriedly closed the spatial wormhole. Oh dear, these young people are really so reckless. Jiang Tian covered his face, his eyes full of shock. Are young people nowadays really this open? My goodness. After hearing a few words, he was completely stunned. What too big? What squat down? What? Just as he was in shock. Today is a good day, everything goes as planned. The phone rang, and Jiang Tian froze for a moment. Huh? Who's calling me? An hour later, Jiang Yu was lying alone on Jiang Xiaoyan's bed, while the girl had gone to the bathroom. Huh? Just now when we were cultivating, I seemed to feel a slight fluctuation in spatial power. Could it be that old Deng was spying on us? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu frowned, but he quickly relaxed again. Oomph. Anyway, we were fully clothed while cultivating, so even if he was peeking, it's no big deal. Besides, my strength should give old Deng quite a scare, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he wasn't entirely sure what that spatial fluctuation was. It was all just speculation. After a while, Jiang Yu looked at the girl who came out of the bathroom with a slightly flushed face. He teased, "You little girl, your cultivation is getting more impressive. Since that's the case, I'll go back to absorb the beast core. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he teleported over and gently pecked her sweet lips. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could react, he had already teleported. Disciple, don't be angry. I didn't see anything. I just sensed your blood and energy suddenly surging and thought something went wrong when you absorbed the beast core. Jiang Tian quickly explained. He admitted his mistake earlier, but it was out of concern. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression softened slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Disciple, your potential is truly extraordinary. Can you tell your master how you achieved it?" "Oh, you want to know?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Of course, who wouldn't want such potential? Jiang Tian replied earnestly. If there was really a secret, he would even call this disciple Dad. Then you have to promise not to peek at me randomly. Jiang Yu said seriously. He didn't want to be seen by the old man when he was being honest with the girl in the future. If he were seen, he could only. Thinking of this, he gave the old man a smile. The moment Jiang Tian saw his disciple's smile, he immediately understood. Disciple, I promise. I swear I will never peek again. He quickly swore. Clearly, this disciple was a wife-protecting maniac. He couldn't tolerate anyone even glancing at his woman. Simply put, he was a super jealous king. If he accidentally saw them being honest with each other in the future, with his disciple's personality, he would be doomed. Although it hadn't reached that point yet, what about the future? Thinking of this, he quickly swore. If he had known earlier that his disciple was so jealous, he wouldn't have used the spatial wormhole at all. This time, he learned his lesson. That's great. Seeing his master being so obedient, Jiang Yu immediately revealed his true colors. Old man, let me tell you, there's no real secret to this. It mainly depends on yourself. After all, I was born with good conditions. He smiled smugly. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's face immediately darkened. All right, you rebellious disciple, how dare you deceive your master? Hey, master, don't be angry. Although most of it is innate, hard work can make up for it. Jiang Yu showed that mischievous smile that all men understand. Oh, disciple, you're confident? Show me. Jiang Tian's expression started to turn amused. Look, it's this. Jiang Yu quickly pulled out a magical little pill from his system backpack. This. Jiang Tian hesitated as he looked at the pill. Before he could think further, Jiang Yu spoke up. Master, this thing is amazing. Want to try it? He maintained a serious face, but was laughing inside. After all, he didn't even know what the pill was for, so why not let the old man try it? Besides, he only said the pill was amazing, not in what way. If it turned out to enhance strength and the old man got mad, he would still have a valid excuse. Hiss. Disciple, is this true? Jiang Tian's eyes immediately lit up. If it was true, this could be his chance. Hee master, how could I lie to you? But if you want this thing, it's possible. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, hinting at something. Don't worry, if this thing is truly useful, your master won't treat you unfairly. With that, Jiang Tian snatched the pill. Ahem. He pretended to cough, put the pill into his exclusive space, and his expression turned serious. Ice Lotus just called me. She has specially invited 5 members of your Panny Observation Squad to participate in tomorrow's trial at Lingwu Academy. I've said everything I needed to. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Seeing his master in such a rush, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Hee, old Deng. I'm really curious to see how you'll perform next. The key reason for letting old Deng try the pill is that he's strong enough. As a supreme-level martial artist, even if the pill causes some uncontrollable changes, old Deng can handle it. As for what will happen after taking the pill, we'll find out tomorrow. Soon, Jiang Yu lay down and began absorbing 3 beast cores. He was looking forward to what kind of heaven-defying skills he might gain by morning. After all, these were legendary-level beast cores. The scene shifts to Jiang Tian on the sofa downstairs. He stared at the pill in his hand, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. It's getting late. I need to head home. My wife is waiting for me. In the next moment, with a ripple in space, Jiang Tian's figure disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, in a luxurious bedroom, a beautiful woman in her 40s or 50s was lazily lying on the bed. Her posture was relaxed, her curves perfect. Despite being a middle-aged woman, she was still charming and captivating. Buzz, you haven't been home for days. Are you itching for something? The woman opened her eyes and saw Jiang Tian standing by the bed, a playful smile on her lips and a teasing look in her eyes. This old man always stays out for a long time. This time, coming back, could it be? Her lips curved slightly upward. Ha. Today, I'm going to show off my skills. Jiang Tian laughed loudly. In the next moment, he swallowed the magical pill without hesitation. Oh, you actually ate that thing? In that case, I want to see just how impressive you are. The beautiful woman spoke as she was about to get up. But at that moment, Jiang Tian changed. His clothes were torn apart by a powerful force. Jiang Tian transformed from an ordinary old man into a muscular, well-built old man. The beautiful woman was shocked by the transformation before her. This. Damn it, Jiang Yu, you rebellious disciple. I'll make you regret this. Jiang Tian was completely dumbfounded by the changes in his body. Although his physical strength had increased significantly, it wasn't the kind of improvement he had been hoping for. This isn't bad at all. The beautiful woman, however, let out an excited laugh. In the days that followed, no one knew how Jiang Tian managed to get by. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up from the state of absorbing beast cores. When he realized he had gained 3 powerful skills. What the heck? This strong. He was so excited he almost jumped up. He eagerly checked the 3 skills he had acquired. The first was a mental skill called Nightmare Entanglement. This was an illusion skill. When used, if the opponent's mental strength was weaker than his, they would fall into their worst nightmare. If the opponent's willpower was weak, they might even be trapped in the illusion forever, until death. It could be said that Nightmare Entanglement was an extremely powerful illusion skill. Not bad, really impressive. He nodded and continued to focus on the other 2 skills. The second skill was called Space Mark. As long as he touches anything, he can leave a spatial mark on it. No matter where that object is or how far away, he can sense its location at any time. Even more impressive, he can instantly teleport to the marked location. Of course, the farther the distance, the more spiritual energy his teleportation consumes. What the heck? Isn't this the Flying Thunder God technique? When he first learned the specific effects of this skill, it felt very familiar. Thinking carefully, isn't this just like the Flying Thunder God teleportation technique? Moreover, it's quite similar to the spatial teleportation he had mastered before. The only difference is that the Flying Thunder God has a shorter teleportation range, while this skill can mark distant targets and then teleport to them. With this skill, everything became much more convenient for him. Chasing someone. Just leave a mark on the target, and no matter how far they run, he can track them. Escaping? As long as he has enough spiritual energy, no one can catch him. This is the power of spatial abilities. Not bad. I'll leave a mark on my little sister later, This way, once they enter the Lingwu Academy, no matter how far apart they are, he can instantly appear in front of his sister. To be precise, he can always be with that little girl. Smack. He suddenly slapped himself, forcing himself to calm down and stop thinking inappropriately. Otherwise, he might accidentally teleport to the wrong place. Soon, he shifted his attention to the last skill. The third skill was called Thunder God's Power. After activation, the power of his thunder attribute ability would increase fivefold for a short period. Just this effect alone was already incredibly powerful. After understanding all three skills, his gaze turned toward the room next door. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just finished absorbing the spirit core, slowly opened her eyes. She saw Jiang Yu in front of her, smiling brightly. You guy MMPH. Time quickly reached noon. By now, Jiang Yu had already called Hao Sei and the other two to his hotel room. That's the situation. Are you three willing to join us in the entrance trials for Lingwu Academy? Jiang Yu asked, looking at the people in front of him. Because he and his sister had gotten too excited while practicing earlier, time had flown by, and it was already noon. He snapped back to reality and explained in detail what his master had told him yesterday. Hao Sei hesitated. Can we do it? I only have an A-level talent, and Yuan Xinxin is only B-level. Are we even qualified to enter Lingwu Academy? Hearing this, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. This guy was at least self-aware. Just give it a try. What if you actually make it? He could only comfort them this way. Exactly, trying doesn't cost anything. Yuan Xinxin's voice carried a clear tone of resignation. She was right, trying had no cost, but she had no real hope of getting into Lingwu Academy. Xinxin, what's wrong? Jiang Xiaoyan quickly asked when she noticed. Huh? Nothing. When are we leaving? Yuan Xinxin forced a smile in response. Jiang Xiaoyan saw her forced smile, but didn't press further, instead turning her gaze to Jiang Yu. After all, with so many people around, she knew it wasn't the right time to say too much. She decided to ask more when the opportunity arose later. Aren't the representatives from the various academies downstairs? Let's go downstairs now and have them take us there. Jiang Yu scratched his head. After every competition, there are designated personnel to escort the contestants to various academies. The top 12 contestants can choose their own academy, except for Lingwu University. All right. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Soon, Jiang Yu led the group of 5 to the hotel lobby. Hello, contestant Jiang Yu. Our Lingwu University invites your team to participate in the Lingwu trial. Once you pass, you can smoothly enter Lingwu University. A clean-cut young man excitedly stepped forward and said, Hey, Jiang Yu, don't listen to them. Come to our capital university, no trials needed, direct admission. Plus, you'll get a scholarship of over $1 million every month. Get lost. Jiang Yu, come to our Magic City University. Not only will you get a monthly scholarship of $1 million, but there are also abundant cultivation resources waiting for you. Seeing the two men approach, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. What? Are you serious? Just for coming, you'll give me money? He quickly asked. A monthly scholarship of $1 million. This was a treatment he had never seen before. Of course it's true. If you're willing to come, forget $1 million. Even $10 million is no problem. That's right, come to us. We'll give you $100 million a month. The two men were so excited as they spoke. The opportunity had come. Sorry, we choose Lingwu University. Just as the two were still hesitating, Jiang Xiaoyan's cold voice rang out. Hey, sis, $10 million a month? You're not tempted? Jiang Yu quickly asked. Are you only looking at the money? Have you forgotten who the dean of Lingwu Academy is? Jiang Xiaoyan retorted. Well, sorry, gentlemen, I'll go check out Lingwu Academy first, give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, I'll consider you. Thinking about the possibility of getting special treatment, Jiang Yu felt that Lingwu Academy was still more reliable. After all, he had someone to back him up. The two men hesitated upon hearing this. But when they saw the Yuanlong team not far away, their eyes lit up again. Jiang Yu, just wait. You're not far from failure. Yuanlong sneered inwardly. He looked at Jiang Yu and his team with a sinister smile, his gaze becoming even more menacing. Just now, his father had called him. The plan was about to begin. Once they arrived at Lingwu Academy, the official action would start, and then, humph humph humph. Hello, contestant Yuan Long. Would you like to get lost? Wherever my goddess goes, I go, Yuan Long said coldly. The next second, he walked straight to the Lingwu Academy representative. Hello, I want to join your Lingwu Academy. Can you take me? Before he could finish, the representative, Wang Bin, interrupted him. Sorry, you're not one of our specially invited contestants. If you want to participate in the trial, go on your own. After saying this, he smiled and turned to Jiang Yu and his team. Follow me. I'll personally take you to Lingwu Academy. With that, he led Jiang Yu and his group away, leaving Yuan Long standing alone in place. Humph. Yuan Long muttered under his breath, glaring at Jiang Xiaoyan's beautiful back, unwillingly leading his team away. The scene shifted. At this moment, Jiang Yu and his team were already seated in a luxury car arranged by Wang Bin. Wow, this car must be worth at least tens of thousands, right? Hao Sei couldn't help but say that as soon as he spoke. He revealed his lack of worldly experience. Wang Bin fell silent. What's wrong with this kid? Has he never seen money before? Stop joking. This car, let alone a few tens of thousands, you can't even buy it for just over 100,000. It costs at least 5 or 600,000. Jiang Yu said disdainfully. After their words, the car fell into silence. Jiang Xiaoyan tugged at the sleeve of the troublemaker beside her, thinking, don't embarrass me. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Jiang Yu was stunned. Although he didn't know how expensive the car was, he felt he hadn't misspoken. As he spoke, he gave the person next to him a meaningful glance. Don't embarrass me. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him and muttered under her breath. Ahem. Ji Qingfeng cleared his throat. Brother Jiang, this car is worth 40 to 50 million. Your estimate was quite conservative. As soon as Ji Qingfeng spoke, Jiang Yu and Hao Sei were dumbfounded. The two fell silent instantly. This troublemaker. Is it because I've been too strict with money since he was young that he's turned out like this? Jiang Xiaoyan thought to herself. She fell into deep doubt. Could it be that because she never let him handle money when he was younger, it led to this? Should she be more lenient with him in the future? But if she relaxed, and he had money, would he spend it recklessly? She had heard that once men have money, bad habits are easy to develop. She wasn't sure if it was true. At this moment, Jiang Yu looked at his sister, who was deep in thought, and couldn't help but secretly laugh. Hee. Looks like the plan I just thought of is working, he thought smugly. That's right. Everything he said earlier was an act. He wasn't sure if Hao Sei was pretending, but he himself was definitely putting on a show. After all, if he could exploit his sister's tendency to overthink, wouldn't he easily gain control of the situation? Thinking about this, he became even more excited. Look, hasn't this little girl already taken the bait? By tomorrow at the latest. If nothing unexpected happens, this little girl will definitely give him some pocket money. By then, his plan will be proven successful, and then, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately, everyone's eyes in the car turned to him, full of confusion. I was just thinking about how I'm about to enter Lingwu Academy, and it made me a little happy. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Are you thinking about another woman? Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly blurted out. Has water gotten into your brain, little girl? Jiang Yu helplessly touched her forehead. No fever. Could she be overthinking again? No. Sorry, I was just a little worried. Seeing the strange looks around her, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red. Just now, she was actually wondering if this troublemaker would spend money in those places if he had it. After all, the people there, their skills couldn't compare to hers, and the prices were cheaper. So she couldn't help but say it out loud. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really don't know what goes on in your little head all day. Jiang Yu leaned closer to Jiang Xiaoyan, grinning mischievously. Luckily, she hadn't discovered his secret plan, or things would have gone badly. You get lost. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him, successfully scaring him back. Ahem, Brother Wang. I'm curious, where exactly is our Lingwu Academy? And also, where are we now? Jiang Yu asked, glancing around at the dense forest to change the subject. My name is Wang Bin. You can call me Brother Wang. Lingwu Academy is deep in the mountains. After all, places isolated from the world are often extraordinary, Wang Bin said with a smile. Ah, hearing this, Jiang Yu and the others fell silent. What does often extraordinary mean? It sounded like a tongue twister. Brother Wang, when will we arrive? Haosei asked. Probably in half an hour. Lingwu Academy isn't far from the capital, it's actually in the forest right next to it, Wang Bin explained. I see. So, Brother Wang, what position do you hold at Lingwu Academy? Being the person in charge, your status must be quite remarkable, right? Haosei began to dig deeper. P.S. Not feeling too well. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. During this time, Haosei and Brother Wang had a particularly engaging conversation. To outsiders, they might have seemed like brothers. Through this half hour of interaction, Jiang Yu also learned about Wang Bin's identity. Wang Bin, 25 years old, diamond rank level 1. To reach this level at his age, he was considered a genius. He was currently a member of the Abyss Army. This time, he was sent by the Abyss Army to serve as the person in charge. Look, that's Lingwu Academy. As the vehicle emerged from the forest, a magnificent building came into view for Jiang Yu and the others. Following Wang Bin's direction, they looked over. Lingwu Academy was massive. Several tall buildings pierced the clouds. Even the surrounding walls were dozens of meters high. Since they couldn't see inside, Jiang Yu and the others had no idea what it looked like within. But just the exterior alone was already astonishing. Whoa, is this really an academy? It looks more like a luxury residential complex. Haosei's voice, full of awe, rang out. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan gazed at the academy in the distance, her eyes filled with nostalgia. She vividly remembered the day she awakened her abilities and was unexpectedly taken in as a disciple by her master. For decades afterward, she had spent her time at this academy. Now, seeing Lingwu Academy again, she felt a sense of returning home. Hey, Jiang Yu pinched her hand. What are you thinking about? You look so satisfied. What? Were you scared by my prowess yesterday? Ugh, Jiang Xiaoyan scoffed disdainfully. Her gaze then fell on Yuan Xinxin and the other two, who were staring at her intently, and her face immediately turned red. You? What are you talking about? I just think Lingwu Academy is pretty nice. Don't overthink it. Her tone was a bit flustered. Ahem, you all are only 16 or 17 years old. I've been through this, so let me tell you, at this age, you should focus your energy on cultivation. Wang Bin's voice suddenly rang out. I'm telling you, at your age, if you get distracted, it will only harm your future and bring no benefits. Take me, for example. With no women in my heart, my cultivation naturally progresses smoothly. Humph, soon I'll be promoted to squad leader. Just thinking about it excites me. Listening to Wang Bin's self-righteous speech, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Why did everyone now seem to think she and this troublemaker had already done something? Nothing happened at all. All right, we've arrived at the academy gate. My car can't go in, so you'll have to walk in yourselves. Once you reach the gatekeeper, just have Jiang Yu show up, and it'll be fine, Wang Bin said as he parked the car at the academy entrance and reminded them. Got it, got it. Come visit when you have time, Haosei said, stepping out of the car first. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and the other three also got out of the car one after another. See you. Come by when you can. Wang Bin waved goodbye, stepped on the gas, and drove off. When Jiang Yu and his group reached the academy gate, sure enough, Jiang Yu gave the gatekeeper a slight smile, and the gate immediately opened. Wow, am I really this impressive now? Jiang Yu looked surprised. As the five of them stepped into Lingwu Academy, they were stunned by the scene before them. Right in front of them was a large field, and on the field, there were hundreds, even thousands of people gathered. Wow, so many people are participating in the trial. Haosei was shocked. Wasn't it supposed to be only the teams that made it to the top 12 that were eligible to participate in the trial? But now, it's simple. Lingwu Academy's trial allows anyone who meets the criteria to participate. Across the entire Hua Nation, only this many people meet the requirements. A handsome man walked up from behind Jiang Yu, squinting slightly as he spoke. Moreover, everyone knows the strength of Lingwu Academy. Those who meet the criteria all want to give it a shot. If they pass the trial, they could soar to great heights. As for you special recruits, even if you fail the trial, if the dean thinks you're good enough, you could still be admitted exceptionally. Jiang Yu turned to look at the man and felt an unsettling aura emanating from him, making him freeze for a moment. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is an E, and I'm your senior, an E said with a faint smile. But his smile gave Jiang Yu and the others a sense of unease. Thank you for explaining, senior. We'll go check out the situation, Jiang Yu said, leading the other four toward the field. Soon, they arrived at the field and looked around, quickly spotting several familiar faces. Yi Chun, Chu Nan, and Ji Zihan were among them. As soon as Jiang Yu appeared, many people immediately noticed them. With Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, two dazzling stars, it was impossible for anyone to ignore them. Although many people saw them, no one dared to approach or strike up a conversation. On the teaching building in front of the field, Bing Lian was coldly observing the crowd below. When her gaze fell on Jiang Yu and the others, she nodded in satisfaction. Her disciple had already reached the gold level, which made her very pleased. What the heck? How has this kid already reached gold rank 9? She muttered in surprise. Indeed, Jiang Yu had absorbed 3 legendary beast cores, raising his level to gold rank 9. If he could break through the peak of the gold level, he could fully aim for platinum level. This news was incredibly exciting. Hey, 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 isn't that your master up there? Should we go say hi? Jiang Yu shouted loudly amidst the crowd. His words immediately drew the attention of those who had been watching them. Wait until the trial is over, Jiang Xiaoyan reminded him softly. Oh, okay, Jiang Yu replied, holding his sister's hand and standing still. At this moment, another old acquaintance of Jiang Yu walked over. It was Yuan Long. When Yuan Long saw Jiang Yu holding the hand of his goddess, his expression immediately turned furious. All right, time's up. I now announce the rules for this trial. Just then, Bing Lian's cold voice echoed throughout Lingwu Academy. Everyone on the field turned their gaze toward the figure on the teaching building. This trial is very simple, divided into 2 stages. The first stage, out of the hundreds of trial participants, only the last 100 can remain. You all should understand how these 100 are determined. As soon as Bing Lian finished speaking, she scanned the trial participants on the field, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As her words reached everyone's ears, the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Clearly, everyone understood Bing Lian's meaning. Out of hundreds, only 100 could remain. The rest would either be eliminated or… Thinking of this, everyone's expressions instantly turned cold and sharp. Damn it. No one gets off easy today. Fight to the end. Shit. Bang. Bro, why are you hitting me? We're brothers. Bang. Boom. 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 In an instant, various abilities erupted on the field, and the battles became exceptionally fierce. The entire field turned into a chaotic melee. Jiang Yu, go to hell. At this moment, not far away, Yuan Long unhesitatingly activated his ability and attacked Jiang Yu. What's wrong with your brain? Jiang Yu muttered. The next moment, he directly used spatial chains to bind Yuan Long and 3 others. Buzz, as the sound of spatial fluctuations arose, Jiang Yu and his 4 companions instantly disappeared from the field. Yuan Long's attack completely missed. Damn it, he roared angrily, just about to counterattack, but the people around him surged toward him like a tide. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and his group of 5 had silently appeared under the teaching building, beside Bing Lian, through several spatial teleports. Well, you guys really know how to play. Instead of fighting others, you came here to watch the show. Bing Lian raised her eyebrows, her tone full of teasing. Stop it, Master Bing. Didn't you say only 100 people would remain? You didn't specify how, so I'm just watching them fight here. Is there a problem? Jiang Yu retorted. Bing Lian was momentarily speechless at Jiang Yu's words. Master, can I ask you for a favor? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's voice sounded. Oh, you actually have a favor to ask me? Go ahead, what is it? Bing Lian was extremely curious. Her disciple, usually as cold as ice, had actually taken the initiative to ask her for something. It must be no small matter. I'll talk about it after the trial ends. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at Jiang Yu and the others, a hint of hesitation on her face. Hearing this, Bing Lian was completely stunned. Was her disciple too shy to say it? Or was there some hidden reason? She cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze. Hey, 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 why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything bad. Stop staring at me. He quickly explained. Feeling guilty, are you? Bing Lian shook her head with a smile. Come on, spill it. Is there something going on? After speaking, she secretly glanced at Jiang Yu again. Master, don't overthink. That's not what I meant. And besides, we haven't even. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple as she hurriedly explained. All right, I won't meddle in your affairs. If there's anything, just say it. Don't hold back. Bing Lian patted her disciple's shoulder, her smile warm. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, her face still flushed, and turned to look at the chaotic battle on the training field. Jiang Yu also twitched his mouth slightly and shifted his gaze to the dwindling number of trial participants on the field. As time ticked by, fewer and fewer people remained standing on the training field. It's about time. We should step in now. Jiang Yu grinned, and in the next moment, the 5 of them vanished instantly from their original spot. Bing Lian watched as Jiang Yu and his team suddenly appeared on the training field, unleashing their abilities wildly. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Damn, it's Jiang Yu again. Why is he here again? Huh? He's gone again? What is this? How are we supposed to fight? Run. Wait, why am I flying? Someone save me. Amidst the screams, Jiang Yu and his team kept teleporting around the training field. From time to time, they would grab someone by the shoulder and throw them down hard. It could be said that Jiang Yu's methods at this moment were extremely ruthless. However, despite the harshness, most of the injuries were either minor or severe, but not fatal. After all, he couldn't kill indiscriminately. Of course, for those who had to be killed, he wouldn't hesitate. Just like now, Jiang Yu is dodging all you know how to do. Yuan Long's voice came from afar. Jiang Yu's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yuan Long. Then, nightmare cruelty. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and directly used his illusion skill. In an instant, as soon as he made his move, Yuan Long seemed to be frozen in place, standing motionless. His eyes became dull and lifeless, as if he had lost all hope in everything. You've been showing off in front of us for so long. It's time for you to taste the bitterness of defeat. Jiang Yu gripped his Tang Dao tightly and approached Yuan Long step by step. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. The scene shifted. In a void like space, Yuan Long stared at the sweetly smiling Jiang Xiaoyan in front of him, his eyes widening in disbelief. But at that moment, he felt the distance between himself and the goddess Jiang Xiaoyan growing farther and farther apart. In the blink of an eye, the two were separated by dozens of meters. What is going on? He looked around, the endless darkness making him frown deeply. Brother, Jiang Xiaoyan's shy voice echoed. The next moment, Yuan Long's heart trembled, and all his previous doubts were instantly thrown aside. Because now, his gaze was fixed on the two people tightly embracing each other 100 meters away. Jiang Yu. The moment he saw Jiang Yu, his veins bulged. But for some reason, he wanted to move but couldn't. Until, Xiaoyan, I'm starting now. No. Yuan Long's heart-wrenching scream echoed. He stared at the two about to share an intimate moment 100 meters away, so anxious he was about to explode. The goddess he had longed for was now about to be with someone else. Just thinking about it made him feel like his lungs were about to burst with anger. At this moment, in reality, Jiang Yu looked at the dazed Yuan Long in front of him and swung the Tang Dao in his hand without hesitation. The blade fell. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. No blood splattered. Jiang Yu stared at the light shield that suddenly appeared in front of him, slightly stunned. This is a defensive spiritual artifact. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Yu was surprised again upon hearing this. Indeed, wealth brings indulgence, so many treasures hidden on him. At this moment, Yuan Long, after Jiang Yu's blade struck, his previously dim eyes instantly regained clarity. Jiang Yu. He glared angrily, his eyes full of hatred as he stared at Jiang Yu. Clearly, he had been trapped by Jiang Yu's illusion technique earlier. Oh, you broke free from the illusion. Jiang Yu grinned. In that case. As he finished speaking, the spiritual energy on his body erupted instantly. Space collapse. The light shield could block the blade, but what about my spatial skill? Thinking this, he quickly retreated a few steps, locking onto Yuan Long's position. Sure enough, his space collapse directly broke through the light shield on Yuan Long's body. Since the defense was ineffective, Yuan Long was about to suffer miserably next. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Long transformed from his arrogant, furious demeanor into a lifeless dog, collapsing on the ground motionless. Damn, Brother Yu is awesome. He took Yuan Long down with just one move. Housei behind him was so shocked he couldn't speak. Brother Yu's strength was truly beyond the imagination of small figures like them. At this moment, Jiang Yu looked at Yuan Long, who was lying limp on the ground like a dead dog, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Hey, Brother Long, what's wrong? Can't get up from the ground. Saying this, he wrapped his arm around the little girl beside him and walked up to Yuan Long. Jiang Yuan Long struggled to lift his head, only to see the two of them being so close. Damn, he muttered, then fainted directly. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan pushed away this mischievous guy, her face turning red as she noticed the bewildered expressions of the people around them. Jiang Yu glanced at the surrounding gazes, then turned his attention back to the little girl in front of him. With his strength, no one dared to provoke him easily. What's wrong? What do you think? He asked. Seeing Jiang Yu start teasing her again, Jiang Xiaoyan showed a flustered expression. Little girl. Jiang Yu rubbed her forehead, holding her close, his gaze shifting to Yuan Long, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How do you want to deal with him? Kill him, or… As he spoke, a silver light flashed in his eyes, and a dangerous aura spread. Kill him. I don't like him, Jiang Xiaoyan said coldly. Oh, since you want me to kill him, shouldn't you give me a reward? Jiang Yu asked with a playful smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face immediately turned red. You bad guy, dummy. She pouted shyly, then leaned in and gently pecked him. This scene left everyone around them stunned. While others might sneak around, these two dared to openly show affection in front of so many people, completely unrestrained, blatantly flaunting their love. Ding. Wang Pao Pao is shocked by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 2,333. Ding. Han Mimi is shocked by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 1,234. Ding. Feeling the lingering warmth on his lips and hearing the system notifications echoing in his mind, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. What are you giggling about? What's so funny? Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, looking displeased. But inside, she felt incredibly sweet. She had lightly pecked this rascal, and he was so happy about it. It seemed he truly liked her. It's nothing, Jiang Yu said with a smile, his gaze immediately shifting to Yuan Long, who was lying on the ground. Jiang Yu, you should know Yuan Long's identity. If you kill him, the Alchemist Association will definitely become your enemy. Bai Hao's voice rang out at this moment. Jiang Yu turned to look at Bai Hao not far away and said mockingly, Oh, do you think I would be afraid of a mere Alchemist Association? As soon as he finished speaking, he completely ignored Bai Hao and the others' shocked expressions. He grabbed the Tang Dao stuck in the ground, walked up to Yuan Long, and the blade flashed. Slash. Yuan Long never expected he would die so soon. Watching his head separate from his body, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Immediately after, slash, another sound rang out, and Yuan Long's head was completely shattered. Bai Hao's pupils shrank sharply. He never expected Jiang Yu would actually kill Yuan Long. Do you all want to die too? Jiang Yu said coldly. Bai Hao and the others quickly stepped forward, picked up Yuan Long's corpse, and fled Lingwu Academy in haste. How about it? Satisfied now? Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan beside him, his eyes full of affection. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. You're the best. Dummy. She lightly pecked the rascal again and lowered her head, saying no more. Clearly, pecking him twice in front of so many people had already made her incredibly shy. Meanwhile, Bing Lian, standing on the teaching building, stared at Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan below, her eyes narrowing slightly. Killing the son of the Alchemist Association's president. What do you plan to do next? However, with your old master around, I suppose there won't be too much trouble. She muttered to herself, her gaze turning cold again. The first round of trials is over. Everyone can rest now. The second round of trials is about to begin. Her voice echoed throughout Lingwu Academy once more. When her words reached everyone's ears on the field, all movements instantly stopped. But in reality, there were only about 60 people left on the field. The others were either injured and lying on the ground or had already forfeited and left. Aside from Yuan Long, no one had died. After all, the teachers at Lingwu Academy weren't just for show. Very well, you are about to face the second round of trials. Once you pass, you can officially join Lingwu Academy. Bing Lian's voice rang out again. You now have half an hour to rest. The trial will officially begin in half an hour. As soon as she finished speaking, most of the contestants collapsed on the field to rest. The strong ones could still hold on, while the weaker ones were already gasping for breath. Sis, Jiang Yu called softly. Jiang Xiaoyan was slightly startled. Shall we go rest too? Jiang Yu asked with a mischievous smile. You? Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. This rascal, he wouldn't even let the half-hour rest go. She looked at him, her eyes full of anger. Hey, I was just joking. You know my strength this half-hour is nothing to me. Jiang Yu rubbed her forehead, her face full of helplessness. If this little girl thought carefully, she wouldn't take it seriously. With his strength, half an hour was nothing. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, shyly turning her head away, refusing to look at that mischievous guy. Oh my God, brother Yu isn't even giving us a chance to breathe, just stuffing dog food into our mouths. Hao Sei watched the scene unfold, rolling his eyes in exasperation. These two really love showing off their affection publicly, completely ignoring everyone else's feelings. Not only were the three of them speechless, but everyone who had just witnessed the interaction between the two also fell into deep awkwardness and silence. On Jiang Yu's side, he could tell his sister wasn't angry but shy. Without hesitation, he pulled the little girl into his arms. Then, holding her, he sat on the grass, leaning close together. What the heck? Who are these two? Showing off their love in public? We're exhausted like dogs, and they treat us like dogs, don't they? True, but can you beat Jiang Yu? He just instantly defeated Yuan Long, the third-ranked young expert in China. You dare to challenge him? Fair point. This dog food is so overwhelming. I can't take it anymore. Meanwhile, the two leaned tightly against each other, the unique aura they emitted making their hearts race. Brother, Jiang Xiaoyan finally couldn't help but speak. What's wrong? Jiang Yu responded softly. Brother, it's just you. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with panic, as if she suddenly remembered something she shouldn't say. After adjusting her emotions, she blushed and asked, Brother, do you think I'm too strict about managing your money? Jiang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He pretended to be puzzled, raising his voice slightly. Strict? I don't think so. 5 yuan a month is already a lot. That's 10 packs of spicy strips. I think it's quite enough. As soon as these words reached the ears of others on the playground. What the heck? 5 yuan a month? That's worse than a beggar. I thought 500 a month was already low, but I didn't expect someone to have even less. I'm shocked. Wasn't that Jiang Yu speaking just now? I'm curious how he survived all these years. Listening to the murmurs around him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. His plan had succeeded. Now it was time to see how people would react. Looking at the little girl in his arms, whose face was slightly red, he couldn't help but laugh even more. Brother, I've made up my mind. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan said firmly. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. This was the rhythm of getting a raise. If she gave him tens of thousands more each month, wouldn't he be soaring? What? He asked, pretending to be indifferent. I've decided to give you an extra 100 yuan of pocket money every month. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were resolute, as if she had made a major decision. Outsiders watching would think she was addicted to money. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. Although it wasn't tens of thousands, at least it was an extra 100 yuan. What? Not satisfied? Jiang Xiaoyan squinted her eyes. No. It's great. My sister is actually willing to give me an extra 100 yuan. Ha, that's amazing. He pretended to be overjoyed. But deep down, he knew this was just the beginning. There were even greater gains to come in the future. This is more like it. But I warn you, you absolutely cannot use that extra $100 in those places. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red with embarrassment again. If you dare go, I'll break your legs. Looking at the adorable little sister in his arms, Jiang Yu's heart almost melted. But he immediately felt something was off. Wait, what do you mean by those places? What kind of places? You need to clarify. Don't just slander me. Just places with high-level skills. Even though my skills aren't mature yet, you can't go either. Knowing Jiang Yu's personality, she was worried that once he had money, he might go to those places. So she had to warn him now. Listening to the shy words of the little girl in his arms, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Little girl, let me ask you, with a free one at home, and she's an absolute beauty, why would I? As he spoke, his face slowly leaned closer to the little girl in his arms. P.S. Asking for gifts. This old thief is starving, otherwise I wouldn't P.S. At this moment, Jiang Yu's face was already close to the little girl. Jiang Xiaoyan felt the warm breath on her face, and her cheeks instantly turned as red as fire. What? What do you want? She asked, trembling. What do I want? You should know very well, right? Jiang Yu leaned in and gently kissed the little girl's crystal-clear lips, then smiled and said, You? Feeling the warmth of his lips, Jiang Xiaoyan's face was filled with deep embarrassment. But her heart was sweet beyond measure, no less than his. What, you haven't had enough pecking yet? Jiang Yu teased with a mischievous smile. Half an hour later, Bing Lian looked at the two of them snuggling together, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. It wasn't for any other reason, but because within a 20-meter radius around them, there wasn't a single person. She couldn't help but admire them wherever these two appeared. It was as if dog food had been scattered all over the playground. All right, half an hour is up. The second round of trials is about to begin. Lung Feng, come out. Bing Lian's cold voice fell. From the teaching building, a man with white hair, handsome features, and a cold expression slowly walked toward the center of the playground. Lung Feng looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, but his aura was incredibly powerful. He is your new instructor. However, only by passing the trial can you officially be recognized as freshman of Lingwu Academy. This trial is very simple. Instructor Lung Feng's ability is of the mirror type. As long as any of you can defeat your own mirror image, you can become freshman of Lingwu Academy. As soon as Bing Lian finished speaking, the entire crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. This trial was way too easy, wasn't it? After all, the people here were the top talents of China. Everyone understood the mirror ability. It simply creates a copy of oneself. The mirrored copy doesn't have much intelligence, only basic autonomous awareness for combat. In other words, facing a version of yourself with only autonomous awareness, you could win just by using your brain. It was hardly challenging. Of course, except for those without brains. Oh, seeing how excited you all are, I guess you think this mirror is easy to deal with, right? Bing Lian's eyes glimmered with amusement. The playground instantly fell silent, and Bing Lian's lips curved slightly. Since that's the case, the second round of trials officially begins. With that, she turned her gaze to Lung Feng. Lung Feng didn't say much, pointing at a man. You. First one, step up. The man who was pointed at froze for a moment, but still walked forward without hesitation. Mirror simulation, Lung Feng said softly. In an instant, a figure slowly emerged beside him. A few seconds later, the figure solidified, and it turned out to be a replica of the man. Humph. The man snorted coldly. Soon, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him, and his muscles rapidly expanded. Clearly, his ability was strength-based. Lung Feng also acted without hesitation, and with a thought, the mirror image beside him similarly surged with spiritual energy, its muscles bulging. Humph. I want to see if I can beat my mirror image, the man said, then unleashed his skills and began attacking fiercely. But what happened next was shocking. The man was completely suppressed by his replica, not through brute force, but because the mirror image barely used any physical strength, relying entirely on combat techniques to dominate the fight. In less than half a minute, the man was left with a bruised face, completely unable to fight back. Lung Feng looked at the man lying on the ground, clutching his head and not daring to move, then swept his gaze across the crowd on the training field. I know what you were all thinking just now, but my mirror ability is different from the ordinary kind, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here. I can fully control the independent consciousness of the replica. Why was it able to defeat him without using combat skills? It's simple. Lung Feng's gaze was sharp as he spoke each word clearly. Because of combat techniques, anyone who can enter Lingwu Academy will be my student. As my students, combat techniques are a must. And combat techniques are completely different from traditional fighting skills. Alright, I'm getting off topic. I'll explain this when the freshmen enroll. He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, then continued. Of course, if you can't even pass the second round of trials, then you don't qualify to be my students. Alright, next one, step up. Lung Feng pointed at another man, his voice cold and stern. On the training field, Jiang Yu watched as the next man was also crushed. Before he could speak, Hao Sei beside him sighed helplessly. Isn't this teacher deliberately bullying honest people? We haven't learned any combat techniques at all. How can we win? Sigh. Hearing Hao Sei's words, Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Yu's arms immediately glared at him. Nonsense. Do you think he doesn't know we lack combat techniques? Huh? Sister Yen, you mean? Hao Sei froze for a moment, but his mind still hadn't caught up. I can only tell you this. True talent won't be buried. But as for fools, Jiang Xiaoyan's tone shifted, and she said no more. The scene was left with Hao Sei looking completely confused, unable to understand. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, the number of people on the training field had already been reduced by more than half. During this half hour, Jiang Yu was surprised to find that someone had actually defeated their mirror image. However, most people could tell that this was definitely Lung Feng intentionally going easy on them. As Jiang Xiaoyan had said, true talent won't be buried. Forget about those trial participants who had only reached the peak of bronze or silver level. With Lung Feng's combat skills, even diamond-level players find it hard to defeat him. So, those who managed to beat the mirror image weren't truly defeating themselves. They were merely reaching the threshold to enter Lingwu Academy. Next you, Lung Feng's voice rang out, his finger directly pointing at Jiang Yu. Me? Jiang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected mentor Lung Feng to call on him. That's right, come on up. Lung Feng nodded in indication. Little sister, I'm going up. Jiang Yu rubbed the little girl in his arms on the face, and in an instant, he teleported to appear in front of Lung Feng. Jiang Yu stared at Lung Feng, his gaze serious. He also wanted to know just how big the gap was between himself and mentor Lung Feng. You've reached gold rank 9 at such a young age. Among the freshmen, I haven't seen anyone stronger than you, not even at the same level. Lung Feng said with admiration. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the field was dumbfounded. What the heck did I just hear? Gold rank 9? Yi Chun, who just passed the trial, is only silver rank 6, right? Is this an SSS-level talent? This cultivation speed is insane. Suddenly hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. But he still helplessly said to Lung Feng, what's the big deal? It's just basic operation. Alright, he really didn't know what else to say. He couldn't exactly claim to be the best in the world in front of so many people, could he? As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Lung Feng is shocked by the host's performance. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding. Yi Chun is shocked by the host's performance. Emotion value plus 2,333. Ding. Chunan. Listening to the system prompts, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Did he say something wrong? This really was just basic operation. Alright, let's begin. As soon as Lung Feng finished speaking, a mirror image identical to Jiang Yu in appearance and strength instantly appeared before him. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Mentor Lung Feng's ability was indeed impressive. But thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted from Jiang Yu's body. Divine Descent. This secret technique was something the mirror image couldn't use, only he himself could perform it. Thus, in this battle, although the mirror image had strong combat awareness, it was no match for absolute power. Seeing Jiang Yu unleash the secret technique, before Jiang Yu could make a move, the mirror image acted first. Spatial aura rippled, and the mirror image instantly disappeared. Buzz, the sound of spatial fluctuations echoed, and Jiang Yu felt a powerful force attacking from behind. But before this force could hit him, the figure instantly vanished. Spatial collapse. Jiang Yu's voice echoed in his exclusive space, and in the next second, the mirror image was surrounded by a powerful spatial force. Buzz. Before spatial collapse could hit the mirror image teleported away again. The ensuing battle between Jiang Yu and the mirror image left everyone on the field dazzled. Throughout the entire fight, no one could see the figures of the two. They only heard bursts of buzz sounds. What the heck? What is this? You're telling me this is a gold-level duel? Where are they? Is this a spatial-type battle? My eyes are spinning. Is this the true strength of Brother Yu? Damn! Shocked voices echoed across the playground. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Yu didn't say much and instantly teleported in front of Lung Feng. Yes, right in front of Lung Feng. Because he discovered that when Lung Feng activated his mirage body, the consciousness of his main body completely disappeared. In other words, Lung Feng had temporarily transferred his main body's consciousness into the mirage body. At this moment, Lung Feng's main body was in an unconscious state. This was the biggest difference between Lung Feng's mirage-type ability and ordinary mirage-type abilities. It had its advantages and disadvantages. Thunderous might. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning from 100 meters above surged down toward Lung Feng like a raging tide. Not only that, Jiang Yu gripped his Tang Dao and unleashed a move, Thunder God Slash, fiercely striking toward Lung Feng. Such tricks. Lung Feng's cold voice rang out as his eyes suddenly opened wide. In the next instant, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him. The lightning descending from the sky and the Thunder God Slash were all dispersed by this spiritual energy, vanishing without a trace. Since the main body's consciousness has returned, then, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. A blue light flashed on the shoulder of the mirage body. Immediately after, Jiang Yu's figure swiftly appeared behind the mirage body. Bang! The Tang Dao pierced into the mirage body's form. Accompanied by the blue light's radiance, the mirage body instantly dissolved into specks of blue light and disappeared. Minterlong, did I win? Jiang Yu asked provocatively. In the distance, a flash of shock appeared in Lung Feng's eyes. Indeed, you won. Your strength is impressive. Well done. Lung Feng looked at Jiang Yu with full admiration. This 16 or 17-year-old kid, not to mention his cultivation level, just his combat awareness and calm mind were enough to earn his respect. Hearing Lung Feng's praise, Jiang Yu nodded in response. Thank you, Mentor Lung. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lung Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yu teleported to Jiang Xiaoyan's side. He pulled her into an embrace and grinned mischievously. How was it? Am I amazing? His brows and eyes were full of playful hints. You rascal. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and turned her head away. This rascal, not only was he impressive during the battle just now, but he was also equally impressive in other times. Next you. Lung Feng pointed to Ji Qingfeng not far away. Huh? It's my turn. Ji Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Brother Ji, go ahead. Good luck with your trial. Yuan Xinxin and I have no chance. Hao Sei smiled bitterly. He didn't need to say it with an A-level talent that was subpar and almost zero combat skills. Yuan Xinxin was even worse, possessing healing-type abilities with no combat power at all. So, the two of them had no chance of entering the academy. Soon, Ji Qingfeng stepped forward. His battle with the Mirage body also amazed everyone. Their duel was like a contest between two top-tier prophets. Ji Qingfeng and the Mirage body both possessed prophecy abilities. They continuously predicted each other's attack routes and countered. Predict, counter, predict again, counter again. After several minutes of fighting, Ji Qingfeng was bruised and battered, but the Mirage body remained unscathed. This demonstrated that combat skills were extremely important, not only at this level, but even in the future. Bang! With Lung Feng intentionally holding back, Ji Qingfeng surprisingly found the Mirage person's weakness and defeated it with a single strike. What the heck? This is absurd. Why did the Mirage person suddenly move in slow motion just now? Hao Sei's face was full of disbelief. Seeing the mirror image's ultra-slow motion punch just now, he was completely dumbfounded. Was this holding back? No, it must be a big move, right? Are you stupid? Who can beat Mentor Lung Feng? He only holds back for those qualified to enroll. Those unqualified are instantly defeated. Jiang Yu, who was holding a beauty by his side, said helplessly. Listening to him and his sister's explanation, combined with this obvious holding back, Hao Sei still didn't understand. Brother you, I feel something's off. Didn't you say no one here could beat Minter Lung Feng? Haosei asked, speechless. Jiang Yu nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Haosei was even more speechless. Brother you, didn't you just defeat Minter Lung Feng's mirror image with your own strength? Hearing this, Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. He wasn't sure if Minter Lung Feng had held back at that time, but he was clear about one thing. The first time Minter Lung Feng used spatial abilities, he could fight him evenly. If Minter Lung Feng truly became familiar with her for a while, defeating her easily wouldn't be a problem. This is the advantage of combat techniques. All right, no more nonsense. Let's see who the next unlucky person is. Ji Qingfeng walked back, looking disheveled. Jiang Yu touched the face of the person in his arms and smiled. Umph, stop touching me, you salty pig hand. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Oh, are you shy now? Jiang Yu laughed smugly. Umph, if you touch me again, I'll bite you. Jiang Xiaoyan looked fierce. But in Jiang Yu's eyes, her fierceness was simply adorable. Hearing the little girl say this, he unabashedly pinched her soft little cheek. What? Wanna bite me? As soon as she heard this bad guy's mischievous tone, Jiang Xiaoyan's face immediately turned red. Umph, I'm not talking to you anymore. She snorted coldly, turned her head, knowing she was throwing a little tantrum again. This kind of tantrum couldn't be soothed without a kiss. At this moment, Lung Feng's voice interrupted them. You? Step forward for the trial. Lung Feng pointed at Jiang Xiaoyan. She froze for a moment, and her adorable expression instantly disappeared. This? Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated. She hadn't been coaxed by this bad guy yet, and now she didn't want to leave his embrace at all. Thinking of this, she angrily glared at Lung Feng. This guy dared to ruin her moment. Just wait, I'll make trouble for you in front of Master later. Quick, step forward for the trial. Lung Feng urged coldly again. Apparently, he still didn't know Jiang Xiaoyan was the dean's disciple. Sis, go ahead, I'll coax you when you come back. Jiang Yu understood his sister's thoughts and comforted her. Seeing her still unmoving, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. Sigh if that's the case. Wooden horse. Lung Feng saw the two start bickering again, and his cold expression twitched slightly. These two were clearly siblings. Hugging and cuddling was understandable, but when they argued, they started fighting. What was going on? After a while, Jiang Xiaoyan walked up to Lung Feng, satisfied. Lung Feng finally stopped twitching at the corners of his mouth. Ahem, since you're ready. Saying this, he began chanting a spell. The next moment, a mirror image identical to Jiang Xiaoyan in appearance, level, and attire appeared before her. Sigh, I'm just curious, is this mirror image a real person? If I had two little sisters, wouldn't that be great? Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Umph, don't ruin my plans. Jiang Xiaoyan muttered, immediately channeling her spiritual energy. Soon, she and the mirror image began an intense battle. At first, it seemed fine, but as the fight progressed, Lung Feng grew increasingly surprised. He controlled the mirror image, yet Jiang Xiaoyan gradually gained the upper hand. What the heck? This little girl's combat skills and spiritual energy control are actually better than me, a legendary teacher. Lung Feng thought in shock as he fought. It wasn't entirely his fault after all. Jiang Xiaoyan was an Empress-level figure in her past life, and her combat skills and flashy techniques naturally surpassed those of a legendary teacher like him. Previously, with Jiang Yu around, she never had the chance to showcase her abilities, so it went unnoticed. Moreover, her physical condition hadn't fully caught up yet, preventing her from executing some high-level skills. Bang! With a single strike, Jiang Xiaoyan shattered the mirror image. Lung Feng stood not far away, his face full of shock, cold sweat dripping down. His astonished expression contrasted sharply with Jiang Xiaoyan's relaxed demeanor. Your combat skills, why? Lung Feng hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted him. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. With that, she turned and returned to Jiang Yu's embrace. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, his lips twitching. You little girl, you're like two different people, one in front of others and another in front of me. In front of others, she always wore a cold expression and was unwilling to say much. But in front of him, she was completely different. She would occasionally get angry, act cute, or flash a sweet smile. It could only be said that this little girl was truly his little treasure. What? I'm so good to you, and you're still not happy. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, looking dissatisfied. This bad guy, doesn't he know what he's done? Isn't it because she likes him? In this world, she had never treated even her master this way. Yet she acted like this only toward this bad guy, and he still wasn't satisfied? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but get angry. Just as she hadn't made this bad guy coax her earlier, now was the perfect time for him to do so. That's not what I meant. I think the way you treat me is great, and I'm very content. Jiang Yu quickly explained. Umph, I don't want to hear it. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the bad guy beside her, snorted coldly, and turned her head away, ignoring him. All right, don't be mad. Jiang Yu held her tighter in his arms, gently comforting her. 10 minutes later. Excellent. Starting today, you 32 officially become members of Lingwu Academy. Bing Lian looked at the 32 people on the field and smiled with satisfaction. Huh? Wait a minute. Principal, we haven't undergone the trial yet. In the crowd, Hao Sei and Yuan Xinxin looked confused. Among this group, their strength and talent were the weakest. But the trial hadn't started, and instructor Lung Feng hadn't called them, yet the trial was already over? They were completely baffled. Oh, you two are members of the Pandy's observation squad, a team I personally invited. So, you can continue studying for a while. If your skills don't improve or you slack off, you can be expelled at any time, Bing Lian said coldly. Although her words sounded harsh, Hao Sei and Yuan Xinxin felt a warm sensation in their hearts. Then, the two of them simultaneously turned their gaze to Jiang Yu and his sister, their eyes full of gratitude. Jiang Yu and his sister were stunned by the look. Were these two really admitted? He had originally planned to ask Master Bing for help to pull some strings. But before he could say anything, they were directly admitted. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's thoughts mirrored Jiang Yu's. Today, she had asked her master to help Yuan Xinxin get into the academy. After all, Yuan Xinxin was her only friend in this world. Who would have thought that her master would directly admit both of them? And even said they could study for a while first? Wasn't this direct admission? All right. Next, your cold front mentor will introduce the academy matters to you. I'll be leaving now. After speaking, Bing Lian turned and left. Before leaving, she gave Jiang Yu and his sister a meaningful glance. She knew what these two little ones were thinking. She also understood what her disciple had asked of her today. Adding 2 more people to the academy was no problem, as long as her disciple was happy. Since that's the case, I'll now tell you about some rules and regulations within the academy. Cold Front's voice rang out. He glanced at Hao Sei and Yuan Xinxin indifferently, without any dissatisfaction. After all, in Lingwu Academy, talent and strength were the most important. People without strength mixing in here were still better off than going to the university in the capital's magic city. Let's start with the academy rules. A few minutes later, after Jiang Yu and the others listened to Cold Front's explanation, they all nodded. Lingwu Academy was rich in resources, making it the top university in Huagua. Here, to obtain powerful cultivation resources, one must complete tasks. After completing tasks, the academy would reward a virtual currency called Lingwu Metals. Lingwu Metals could be exchanged on the Lingwu Academy app for various cultivation resources, auxiliary pills, rare materials, weapons, and other practical items. Now, Jiang Yu and the others were standing on the playground downloading the Lingwu Academy app. After downloading, all they needed was facial recognition and their student ID to log in. Wow, you can directly select tasks on the app, and the system even provides specific details. Lingwu Academy really lives up to its name. Whoa, Spirit Enhancement Pills. A low-level one only costs 10,000 Lingwu metals. Are you kidding me? Completing an SSS-level task at most gives 10,000 Lingwu metals. Doing low-level tasks would take at least 3 to 4 years to save up. The people logging into the app were discussing enthusiastically as if they had discovered a new world. Quiet, Cold Front's mentor said coldly. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Cold Front spoke. Classes officially start tomorrow. Next, there will be a week-long military training. It's getting late. Everyone, return to your respective dormitories to rest. Remember, male and female students are absolutely forbidden from entering each other's dormitories. Later, you will receive your dorm room number on the app. At that time, use facial recognition to open the door. The dormitory is fully equipped, so you can move in with just your luggage. As soon as Lung Feng finished speaking, Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Minter, is it true that male and female students can't enter each other's dormitories? Lung Feng paused for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yu and his sister, shaking his head helplessly. No, if you're caught, you'll be expelled immediately. Of course, if you use Lingwu medals to buy a villa in the academy, then I didn't say anything. After speaking, Lung Feng waved his hand and turned to enter the main teaching building. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. He knew about the villa area, where every dormitory room was single occupancy. So, apart from couples, who would really buy a villa? But in his situation, thinking of this, he could only shake his head helplessly. How was he supposed to get through these days while saving up Lingwu medals? But then he thought, his sister's mentor was the dean, so what was there to fear? At this moment, Jiang Yu didn't notice that Jiang Xiaoyan's cheeks beside him had already turned bright red. Not just her, but the surrounding freshmen were also looking at him with awe-filled eyes. Hey, little girl, why are you blushing? From now on, we'll have to live separately, sigh. As he spoke, he hugged the little girl beside him and left a spatial mark on her. Jiang Yu's face was full of regret, as if this matter made him particularly sad. Brother, don't worry, we'll work hard to save up Lingwu medals. Soon, we'll be able to buy a villa. Jiang Xiaoyan's face was flushed with heat as she spoke, making her a bit flustered, and her voice even stuttered. Sigh. All right, I'll head back first. He shook his head helplessly, and before leaving, he leaned close to her ear and said, I'll bring you some spirit-enhancing pills tonight. Though he said it was to deliver spirit-enhancing pills, it wasn't just that simple. After speaking, Jiang Yu followed dozens of male students and walked toward the boys' dormitory building. Ugh, shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan, her face red, spat lightly, and prepared to head to the girls' dormitory. At this moment, she noticed Yuan Xinxin beside her, head lowered, lost in thought. Xinxin, what's wrong? She asked softly as she walked over. I'm fine. Xiaoyan, thank you for helping me get into Lingwu Academy, but with my talent. As she spoke, she lowered her head again, falling into contemplation. Come on, let's go to my room and have a good chat. Glancing at the surrounding girls, Jiang Xiaoyan pulled Yuan Xinxin toward the first-year girls' dormitory building. Lingwu Academy covers a vast area, even dormitories for dozens of people occupy a large space. Each grade from 1 to 4 has its own teaching building, dormitory, and playground. This alone shows the immense scale of Lingwu Academy. Brother Yu, thank you for helping me pull some strings. If you ever need help with anything, just say the word. Even if it's stealing girls' underwear, Haosei, won't hesitate. Compared to Yuan Xinxin's side, Haosei was much more stray when he reached the door of room 6. He hadn't even had time to act. Beep. The door automatically opened. Whoa, this Lingwu Academy dorm is so luxurious. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Everything needed for daily life was fully equipped. Beside the bed were 2 sets of Lingwu Academy uniforms. The uniforms were light blue, with the words Lingwu University printed in small characters on the left chest. Jiang Yu lay down on the large bed. This bed, if that little girl were here to sleep with him, it would be just perfect. Lying there, he took out his phone and opened the Lingwu Academy app. He first clicked on the Academy tasks and found that the tasks were divided into 8 levels: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Tasks below B level were mostly completed within the Academy, involving cleaning or chores. Starting from B level, tasks required leaving the Academy. The higher the task level, the more Lingwu medals were rewarded. Of course, Jiang Yu had no interest in tasks below B level and directly locked onto the A-level tasks. A level. Go to the golden level plant abyss and pick 1 silver bellflower and 1 yuan lingji. Reward: 400 Lingwu medals. S-level. Capture the S-level criminal Zhou. Reward: 2,000 Lingwu medals. SS-level. Go to the remote village of Whitewa City and resolve the Ghost Village extermination incident. Reward: 5,000 Lingwu medals. SSS-level. Go to the second-dimensional auction house in the island nation, team up with Abyss Army members to defeat the second-dimensional Blade Brother and completely destroy the auction house. Reward: 10,000 Lingwu medals note. Only for fourth-year students. Jiang Yu squinted slightly as he stared at the task levels displayed on his phone, then clicked on the exchange section. He quickly discovered that the most expensive and powerful item in the exchange section was actually a low-grade spirit enhancement pill. Yes, a low-grade one. These academy tasks and Lingwu medals seem pretty useless to me. Jiang Yu muttered helplessly to himself. What others considered the most precious items were things he had in abundance. And most of them were high-grade. I have a little sister, and you don't. That's my reason for being so carefree. Just as he was feeling smug, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He opened it and saw it was a WeChat message from his old master, Lao Deng. Lao Deng, my precious disciple, have you successfully enrolled? Jiang Yu quickly replied. Big Mac Jiang Yu. That's right, master, I've successfully enrolled. By the way, how's that little pill I gave you last time? Is it strong? Mischievous emoji. Thinking about the magical little pill he had given Lao Deng, he couldn't help but ask. A few seconds later, Lao Deng replied immediately. Lao Deng, haha, that pill works wonders. By the way, my precious disciple, you should be in the freshman dorm now, right? Which dorm are you in? I'll come see you right away. Smile emoji. Seeing Lao Deng's message, Jiang Yu immediately turned off his phone. What the heck? What exactly does this magical little pill do? Why do I feel a murderous aura from Master's message? Lying on the bed, Jiang Yu covered his face, feeling a bit nervous. Could this pill have turned Lao Deng into some uncontrollable being? Thinking about this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's first see how much emotion value I've accumulated during this time. As he focused his mind, a light screen suddenly appeared before him. Emotion value, 233,3336. Wow. Without the live broadcast of the competition, the emotion value is increasing so slowly. Looks like I'll have to find other ways to gather a large amount of emotion value in the future. But, system, give me a golden legendary level draw. Jiang Yu said without hesitation. The scene shifted. At this moment, in Jiang Xiaoyan's room, she pulled Yuan Xinxin to sit on the sofa. Xinxin, lately I've felt that your emotions seem a bit off. Did something happen? Would you like to talk to me about it? Jiang Xiaoyan asked softly. Xiaoyan Jia, first of all, thank you for helping me get into Lingwu Academy. I know all of this was possible because of your help. With my B-level talent, an ordinary university wouldn't have accepted me at all. Yuan Xinxin lowered her head, her face full of self-doubt. Seeing her like this, Jiang Xiaoyan understood what this girl had been thinking about recently. In general, it was about her lack of talent, slow progress in cultivation, low level, and feeling insecure around others. Everyone experiences these emotions. Just like Jiang Xiaoyan herself, who once cried her heart out because she felt she was holding everyone back. Yuan Xinxin was the same, except she wasn't good at expressing herself. Xinxin, what if I told you I have a way to enhance your talent? Would you believe me? Looking at the dejected Yuan Xinxin, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. As soon as she said this, Yuan Xinxin froze. Xiaoyan Jia, don't joke around. How could there possibly be a way to enhance talent in this world? She didn't believe it at all. After all, in this world, there had never been any miraculous method to enhance talent. If there were, it would definitely be a treasure that would shock the world. Xinxin, what if what I said is true? And my talent has already been enhanced to SSS level. If you don't believe me, how else could my level be rising so quickly? Jiang Xiaoyan countered. Hearing this, Yuan Xinxin seemed to have been awakened, suddenly realizing the truth. That's right, just looking at Xiaoyan Jia's cultivation speed, it couldn't possibly be just S-level talent. After all, Ji Qingfeng was also S-level, but his level was far behind Xiaoyan Jia's. This clearly indicated that Xiaoyan Jia's talent was definitely beyond S-level. After figuring this out, she recalled what Xiaoyan Jia had just said and hesitated. She had known Xiaoyan Jia for so long and knew she had never lied. So, thinking about this, she looked at Xiaoyan Jia in shock. Xiaoyan Jia, is what you said really true? Her voice trembled slightly. She understood that if this were true, the secret to enhancing talent, if leaked, would definitely shake the entire world. And her Xiaoyan Jia, the entire Huan nation, might face a great disaster and be besieged by everyone because of it. What I said is true. Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze was firm. I'm sorry, Xiaoyanjie. I know something I shouldn't have known. I I promise I will never reveal this secret in the future. I have something to do. I'll leave now. Yuan Xinxin didn't wait for Jiang Xiaoyan to say anything else. Hurriedly stood up, her voice trembling as she said a few words, then left without looking back. Yuan Xinxin's shocked and nervous demeanor completely confused Jiang Xiaoyan. But thinking carefully, it made sense. With Yuan Xinxin's personality, such a reaction was understandable. I'll find a chance to talk to this little girl properly later, but I need to wait for her to calm down first. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed. If it weren't for the competition starting soon, she would have already given her only friend, her best friend, the talent pill. After all, she was afraid her alchemy talent would be discovered, causing trouble. Now that Yuan Long had been killed by that bad guy, what was there to fear anymore? By the way, giving Yuan Xinxin the talent pill wasn't for free, of course. Before the catastrophe arrives, cultivating a few supporters for herself and that bad guy would be helpful for future plans. Moreover, she knew very well what kind of person Yuan Xinxin was, her character and personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered her as her only friend. The time for the catastrophe is getting closer and closer. I need to urge that bad guy to train properly, or else he spends all day only thinking about. At this point, her face suddenly turned red. I can't let that bad guy always have his way in the future, or he'll become addicted to it. Jiang Xiaoyan, what are you even thinking? Why is your mind full of that bad guy? Jiang Xiaoyan rolled around on the bed in frustration. She hadn't felt this way while chatting with Yuan Xinxin earlier, but now that she was alone in the room, her mind was entirely occupied by that bad guy. Thinking of this, she curled up under the blanket, and no one knew what she did next. The scene shifts. At this moment, Jiang Yu looked at the item he had drawn, his mouth twitching. No sassy business. After using on the target cannot engage in such activities for the next month. I was looking forward to this so much, and it turned out to be such a disappointment. What a scam. He drank the entire bottle of water in one go, then threw it to the side of the bed in anger, full of frustration. Spending 1,000,000 emotion points to get such a bizarre item left him speechless. He was curious, though what use could no sassy business possibly have? Forget it. Damn it, system, give me another golden legendary draw. Jiang Yu spoke without hesitation. He didn't want to dwell on it, maybe it would come in handy someday. Of course, he'd need to find the right target first. Ding. Golden legendary draw initiated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining no non-sassy business. Stored in the system backpack. Jiang Yu was speechless. Damn it. System. Fine. Show me the detailed description. He was now as silent as he could be. No non-sassy business. After using on the target, if the target refrains from sassy business, they will experience the pain of 1,000 swords piercing their heart. Life will be worse than death, regretting their existence in this world. Jiang Yu froze. What the? Aren't these two items a perfect match? One prevents the target from engaging in sassy business, while the other forces the target to engage in sassy business. If used on the same person at the same time, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, he let out a cruel laugh. He was now particularly curious about what effect these two items would have when used together. Even more curious about who that person in the future would be. Yuan Long was out of the question. After all, he was already done for. Yoho? My precious disciple, why are you laughing so sinisterly? At this moment, Jiang Tian's familiar voice rang in Jiang Yu's ear. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yu's body was covered in goosebumps. Master, why? Why are you here? Jiang Yu's voice trembled as he looked at the person beside him. It sounded as if he had done something bad. Why am I here? Don't you have a clue? Jiang Tian smirked mischievously. Master, I have something to do. I'll leave first. You sit here, I'll go buy some groceries. Yes, I'll go buy groceries. After saying this, Jiang Yu prepared to use spatial teleportation to escape quickly. But at that moment, he suddenly felt as if the entire room was enveloped by an invisible spatial barrier. Trying to teleport away, he was bounced back by a strong spatial fluctuation. Master, what exactly do you want to do? Jiang Yu looked at the approaching Jiang Tian with a face full of terror. What kind of change had this damned little pill brought to Jiang Tian? How could it make his master show such an evil expression? Listening to his disciple's voice, which sounded like an ordinary girl, Jiang Tian's face instantly darkened. What had this kid done? He had no idea. After turning into that muscular old man yesterday, his wife hadn't stopped all night. Although the muscles were gone this morning, his kidneys were almost drained. And now this kid was pretending as if he knew nothing? Thinking of this, he was about to explode with anger. Oh, what do I want to do? Jiang Tian's tone was grim. Hearing his master's words, Jiang Yu trembled all over. Damn. Master, you're not human. You actually want to steal someone else's man. At this moment, Jiang Yu hesitated whether to give his master the 2 treasures he had just obtained. After all, he might have really caused a big disaster. If he didn't hand them over, he would be in danger. Spit it out. Don't think crooked. Jiang Tian's face turned even darker. Jiang Yu froze. Huh? Aren't you thinking? As he spoke, he mischievously raised his eyebrows at his master. Get lost. I'll ask you answer, got it? Jiang Tian roared, his face as dark as coal. What was this kid thinking every day? He was truly speechless. Got it, got it. Ask away. If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Jiang Yu said with a serious face. Damn, who do you think you are? Jiang Tian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. I heard from Bing Lian that you killed Yuan Long. Yeah, is there a problem? Jiang Yu asked in return. Ha. Well done. When I get the chance, I'll also take out Yuan Dan, that scourge of Hua Nation. Ha. Watching his master laugh recklessly, Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This Jiang Tian, truly worthy of being his master. Hee, that's a must. When you help me kill that old Yuan Dan, remember to call me master. I haven't attended a feast in a long time. Jiang Yu said with a sinister laugh. Ha. Absolutely. I haven't been to a banquet in ages either. Hey, wait. Jiang Tian realized the topic had gone off track and hurriedly stopped. The excitement on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. Off. Let me ask you now, why did the little pill you gave me yesterday have no effect? Seeing his master's face darken, Jiang Yu was utterly baffled. How would I know what that miraculous little pill does? How could I possibly answer that? He looked at his master in confusion. Master, can you first tell me what exactly happened after you took the pill? Jiang Tian was stunned. What do you mean? You're telling me you don't even know what the pill does? Didn't you say it was amazing? Jiang Yu sheepishly replied. I did say it was amazing, but I didn't specify in what way. All right, fine, I admit it. I honestly have no idea what that little pill does. At this point, there was no choice but to come clean. Hearing this, Jiang Tian almost lost his balance and fell over. This rebellious disciple, does he even know what kind of night I went through? Does he? Master, this is indeed my fault. Can you just tell me what the pill actually did? Seeing his master's face darken even more, Jiang Yu decided to admit his mistake outright. There was no other choice, given his master's demeanor. Clearly, this miraculous pill must have caused some trouble, and probably not a small one. Admitting fault was the safest option. You really don't know? Jiang Tian stared at his disciple, narrowing his eyes. This disciple is really dedicated making me, his master, a guinea pig? Absolutely exhausting. Really. If I'm lying, I'll... All right, stop talking. Jiang Tian, having already anticipated this response, quickly interrupted him. Then, he began recounting his ordeal to his disciple. He needed him to understand exactly what he had gone through. What did you just say? Yuan Dan stared at the black-clad man in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. President, everything I said is true. The young master was killed by Jiang Yu at Spirit Martial Academy. The young master's body is still outside the gate, but... The black-clad man hesitated as he reached this part. Hearing this, Yuan Dan's vision darkened, he nearly fainted. He forced himself to stand, his body trembling slightly. But what? But the young master's head was crushed by Jiang Yu. My son's head was smashed. My son's head was smashed. Ha. My son's head was smashed. Ha. The president burst into maniacal laughter, while the black-clad man knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. The very next moment. with a blood-curdling scream from the black-clad man. Less than 3 seconds later, only a pile of ashes remained in front of the desk. Immediately after, a furious roar echoed from within the Alchemist Association. Jiangyu, I, Yuan Dan, will never coexist with you. I swear I will kill you and leave no trace of your body behind. Yuan Dan knelt beside his son's corpse, tears streaming down his face, roaring in rage. His only son, a son whose talent surpassed even his own, had died just like that? What was the point of all the painstaking effort he had put into building up the Alchemist Association over these years now? Although his son was sometimes a little silly and unreliable, he was still his child. Was he really killed by Jiangyu just like that? Did the people at Spirit Martial Academy not care at all? Was it simply because you, Ice Lotus, are Jiang Xiaoyan's master? Thinking of this, veins pulsed visibly on his face. Just wait. All of you, just wait for me. Jiangyu, Jiang Xiaoyan, Ice Lotus. With Jiang Tian, that annoying guy, around, I can't do anything to you for now. But don't let me catch an opportunity, or I'll make sure you're all wiped out. Yuan Dan's face twisted with rage as he knelt by his son's corpse, growling in a low voice. Scene shift. What the heck? Master, is Mistress really that powerful? After hearing Jiang Tian's vivid description, Jiang Yu was utterly shocked. He now understood the effects of that miraculous little pill, but it wasn't particularly useful. After all, every miraculous pill had a different effect. What shocked him the most was that Mistress completely overpowered his master. Well, it was understandable. If Master hadn't been struggling in that area, he wouldn't have come asking me for a secret to having abundant resources yesterday. Oomph, do you even need to ask? Of course your mistress is powerful. I'm at my wit's end here. Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. What's troubling you? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Jiang Tian gave him a sidelong glance. I'm a man, yet I'm being dominated by a woman. How could I not feel humiliated? At this point, his face was full of dejection. Hearing this, Jiang Yu understood how much his master longed for strength in that area. After all, being dominated by a woman was something no man would willingly accept. Master, have you considered trying some tonic wine or supplements? Jiang Yu asked. Damn it, Jiang Tian said in exasperation. Your mistress is so fast that no tonic or supplement can keep up with her. Jiang Yu fell silent. There was no helping it. His master simply lacked the foundation, and tonics and supplements had their limits. Sigh, my dear disciple, it's fortunate that you have abundant resources. Let me tell you, once you marry a woman, you'll really suffer. Jiang Tian shook his head and sighed, as if he had experienced it all firsthand. Oh, master, tell me more about it, Jiang Yu asked curiously. Yeah, women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s, they're like tigers. You want to understand now, but once you've experienced it, you'll see. With that, Jiang Tian stood up. All right, I have to go now. Call me if you need anything. By the way, I've been working on a task for you over the past couple of days. Once it's ready, you might get an unexpected reward. After finishing his words, Jiang Tian disappeared in an instant. Sigh, poor master. I never thought even someone as strong as him would have such troubles. I wonder what kind of problems I'll face once I become powerful. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Yu lay back down on his bed, beginning to think about how to quickly accumulate emotional points. Time quickly passed to 8 p.m. It's about time. Time to deliver the boosting spirit pill. With that thought, Jiang Yu focused his mind. In the next moment, what are you doing? Bang! In the bathroom, Jiang Yu had just appeared when he caught a glimpse of something white. The next second, he was punched squarely in the face, seeing stars. Before he could react, he felt himself being thrown out. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground. It took a while for Jiang Yu to regain his senses. Looking around the bathroom, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had come at the wrong time. But then again, they were an old married couple after all. Ugh. Anyway, was there really a need for them to kiss so passionately? Scene shift. Inside the principal's office, Ice Lotus was seated opposite a beautiful, elegant woman. If Jiang Tian were here, he would immediately recognize her. This stunning woman was none other than his powerful wife. TSK, Little Ice. Why is there a strange energy fluctuation in the girls' dormitory? This doesn't seem like my man's scent, does it? The young woman teased Bing Lian. Hmm. Bing Lian was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Soon, she understood what the other party meant. Oh, sister, don't meddle in this matter. You know very well the relationship between my disciple and your old Deng's disciple, don't you? As Bing Lian said this, Bing Wan, who was sitting opposite her, smiled helplessly. All right, I won't say anything more. I haven't met this Jiang Yu yet. I'll have to meet him properly sometime. After all, he's my man's disciple. This beautiful woman named Bing Wan was Bing Lian's elder sister. Upon closer inspection, one could see some resemblance between the two. Actually, Jiang Xiaoyan knew these two were sisters, but in her previous life, she hadn't seen Bing Wan many times, and she certainly didn't know Bing Wan was Jiang Tian's wife. I can only say, like master, like disciple. Bing Lian replied with a bitter smile. Bing Wan was left speechless. Jiang Yu looked at the girl who had just come out of the bathroom. Her face flushed. He covered his mouth, looking innocent. Is this really necessary? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'm sorry, I just acted on instinct. Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head shyly, full of self-reproach. For some reason, she couldn't seem to get angry at this bad guy now. Even when she occasionally got upset, it was just a little tantrum. True anger had somehow disappeared. Hee, it's okay, just make it up to me. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yu had a playful expression on his face. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted. She had long known this guy had no good intentions. What? You don't even want to make it up to me? Jiang Yu pretended to be disappointed. So I forget it, I'm just unlucky. I'll leave the spirit-enhancing pill here. It's enough for you to cultivate for 10 days or so. If you find me annoying, let's avoid seeing each other during this time. So you? Jiang Yu sighed, placing the spirit-enhancing pill on the coffee table, acting as if he had suffered a great grievance. Don't. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward and hugged his arm. Don't just say it, I heard everything you said. Jiang Yu covered his eyes, pretending to be exhausted. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't stand him acting like this. After that, the two of them seriously started cultivating. Yes, they were really cultivating. Don't get the wrong idea. TSK. These two kids suddenly have such vigorous energy and blood. Guess what they're doing? Bing Wan looked at Bing Lian, full of teasing. Bing Lian listened, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she suddenly thought of something. Blushing? You, who are usually so cold, are actually blushing. Look at you. Your disciple is already getting close to another boy, and you still. Bing Wan said with a playful smile. Let me tell you, you're already at this age. Why haven't you found a boyfriend yet? You. Bing Lian glared at Bing Wan angrily upon hearing this. Why are you glaring at me? Could it be you don't like men? As soon as Bing Wan said this, Bing Lian panicked. Nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Bing Lian's shy expression bore some resemblance to Jiang Xiaoyan's. All right, since that's not the case, find someone soon. Bing Wan waved her hand, and before Bing Lian could respond, her figure had already disappeared. Humph. The office was left with only Bing Lian's soft hum, followed by silence. An hour and a half later. All right, it's getting late. You should go back quickly, don't get caught. Jiang Xiaoyan lay in Jiang Yu's arms, feeling his clumsy fumbling, her face full of anger. What? Already annoyed with me after just this short while? Jiang Yu looked at the person in his arms and asked domineeringly. No, I'm not. Jiang Xiaoyan explained, blushing. For some reason, hearing him say just this once made her a little unhappy. For over an hour, you've been busy, but thinking of this, she glared at him with resentment. As a result, that look was caught by Jiang Yu. Oh, what, dissatisfied with me? Jiang Yu laughed. Over an hour, isn't that long enough? Looking at her in his arms, his eyes were full of amusement. If it weren't for his concern for this little girl, with his strength, training for 3 or 4 hours wouldn't be a problem. Now, this little girl was a bit unhappy, just as he was about to make a decision. I'm not unhappy. You think over an hour is short, but for me, oomph. She snorted softly and turned her head away. Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Goodness, now he had to coax her again. But coaxing her was quite interesting. Half an hour later, having just teleported back to his room, Jiang Yu lay contentedly on the big bed. Sigh. This little girl is getting harder and harder to coax now that he looked at the confirmation message sent by his disciple on the phone, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Umph. Yuan Dan, you want to kill my disciple? Tomorrow, I'll make sure you lose an arm first. Recalling the recent news, his gaze turned fierce. Since that old guy Yuan Dan intended to harm his disciple, tomorrow, he would give Yuan Dan a chance to make his move. A chance, he called it, but in reality, as he thought of this, his grin stretched wide across his face. Yo? What has got you grinning like that? What? You that happy knowing I'm almost back? Come on, get inside. A teasing voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Tian's body stiffened. Huh? My nightmare returns, huh? Quit dawdling. Get inside, came Bing Wan's commanding tone. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke peacefully from his bed. Don't get the wrong idea, this was his own room. Of course, he hadn't been back for long. Stretching with a yawn, Jiang Yu felt completely refreshed. That little girl, she's getting more and more. Haha, cuter by the day. Thinking of her, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He glanced at his phone and noticed that Lao Deng hadn't sent any messages yet. Lying back down on the bed, he started pondering how to gain more emotional energy in the future. With the national martial arts competition over, the only way for him to accumulate a large amount of emotional energy now was through the internet. In reality, human interaction was limited, and so was the emotional energy he could gather. But the internet was a different story. The sheer number of users spoke for itself once he found the right method. Gathering massive amounts of emotional energy in a day, or even an hour, wouldn't be too difficult. So, all he needed was the proper strategy. And the method was actually quite straightforward: live streaming or short videos. Through these two approaches, he could elicit emotions of shock, anger, or speechlessness from the audience, which would significantly boost his emotional energy. As for the content of the short videos, Jiang Yu began to think seriously. Live streaming could wait, he needed to nail the short videos first. Otherwise, who would watch his streams? Though his Douyin TikTok followers had already surpassed 1 million due to his championship win and the popularity of his first video, Jiang Yu still felt it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. He had to give it his all. He wanted to become the best. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, his phone suddenly chimed with a ding notification, interrupting him. Picking up his phone, he saw it was a WeChat message from Lao Deng. The content was precisely the detailed information about the target that Lao Deng had mentioned yesterday. Li Ziqing, male, 29 years old, peak of the gold rank, with poison-based abilities? Seeing this basic profile, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smirk. Peak gold rank, a mere 1 level higher than him. Finding the target and taking him down would be a piece of cake. At that moment, another message from Lao Deng popped up. This time, it was a photo Li Ziqing's picture. Jiang Yu quickly saved it for easier identification later. Ding! Another message came through. This time, it was a location pin, Li Ziqing's exact location. Well, Lao Deng really went all out with the preparations, Jiang Yu muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching in slight disbelief. He had initially thought Lao Deng would only provide a general area, leaving him to locate the target on his own. But unexpectedly, his master had given him precise coordinates. This made Jiang Yu wonder what exactly was Lao Deng's motive behind this mission. If it was meant to train him, such detailed preparations seemed to leave no room for real growth. So, he initially judged that old Deng must have other plans. But then again, the mission still had to be completed. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and changed into black clothes that were convenient for action. TSK, before I leave, let me go see that little girl, he muttered to himself, channeling his spiritual energy and leaving a spatial mark in place. At the same time, on the school playground, 31 freshmen were standing in neat rows, wearing their uniforms. Very good, none of you are late. As for Jiang Yu, he has something to attend to and won't be coming to class today, Lung Feng's voice rang out. Our first lesson is combat techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu's figure suddenly appeared beside Jiang Xiaoyan. The entire class's gaze instantly focused on him. Ha! Everyone, I have something to take care of, but before I leave, I came to see my silly little sister. After saying that, before Jiang Xiaoyan could react, he leaned in and kissed her. Ugh! 5 seconds later. You're so annoying. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as an apple. She glared at him, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. In front of so many people, the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, and the blush on her face deepened. Little girl, before I leave, let me tell you, don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Jiang Yu gently ruffled her smooth hair, his voice soft. Umph. Who's worried about you? Get lost. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him, her face full of feigned annoyance. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Before leaving, he pinched her cheek and instantly disappeared using spatial teleportation. As he teleported, he listened to the system prompts in his mind, a smile on his lips as he savored the memory of the little girl's taste just now. Humph. On the playground, Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly as she saw him leave. Then, she coldly glared at everyone. Stop staring. If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone, including Lung Feng, involuntarily shivered. Afterward, they instinctively averted their gazes. Jiang Xiaoyan, seeing that no one was looking at her, secretly glanced toward the gate. Noticing that the troublemaker was gone, she let out a sigh of relief but still felt a bit worried. That troublemaker. I hope he completes his mission smoothly. She could only silently pray in her heart. Ding. Lung Feng is shocked by the host's actions. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding. Zhu Lin is shocked by the host's actions. Critical hit successful. Cultivation point +1. Ding. Outside the school gate, Jiang Yu listened to the series of system critical hit prompts, slightly stunned. Huh. Weren't they already shocked just now? What's going on now? He was a bit puzzled. But after thinking about it, he didn't dwell on it. Actually, it was nothing else but the fact that Jiang Xiaoyan's attitude had changed so quickly, leaving everyone shocked by Jiang Yu. What exactly did he do to make such a strong-willed girl become so gentle and dependent in front of him? It was truly unbelievable. So many cars. As soon as he teleported to the school gate, Jiang Yu saw the scene before him. Dozens of black sedans were parked at the school gate. Hey, kid, heading out on a mission? Come on, get in the car. At this moment, a scruffy middle-aged man poked his head out of one of the cars and shouted. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Uncle, what are you doing here? Running a taxi service? He asked curiously. Haha, you must be a new student this year, right? The middle-aged man chuckled and said, That's right. Lingua University has students going on missions every day. Those without cars can only take our taxis. We are a team specifically for transporting mission students. The man smiled proudly. Running this business here was quite lucrative. After all, these students were geniuses with plenty of money. Charging an extra few dozen or $100 wouldn't bother them at all. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu nodded and got into the car. Where to, young man? The middle-aged man asked with a smile as soon as Jiang Yu got in. Jiang Yu took out his phone and glanced at it, saying, White Tower City, White Tower Park. Oh, White Tower City, huh? It's not far from the capital. That'll be $150. The middle-aged man said, then stepped on the gas pedal, and the car made a sharp turn, speeding out of the academy. Jiang Yu twitched his mouth, but said nothing. Forget $150, he didn't even have $50 right now. He only had a little over $30 left. His pocket money for the month was already spent, and the extra $100 his sister promised wouldn't come until next month. So, he could only pretend to be calm. The middle-aged man assumed he had agreed. This place is a gold mine. In the city, this distance would only cost $50, but here I can make an extra $100. The man was overjoyed inside. But Jiang Yu wasn't happy at all. The distance from the academy to White Tower City wasn't much farther than to the capital. At most, it should cost $60 or $70. Yet this man was asking for $150? That was outrageous. Looking at the $38 left on his phone, he didn't hesitate to open his sister's WeChat and send a message. Big Mac Jiang Yu sis. Emergency. I took a taxi, and it's charging $150. I don't have enough money. A few minutes passed with no reply. He then remembered his sister was in class, still undergoing military training, and didn't have her phone with her. Thinking of this, he quickly messaged his master, Old Deng. Big Mac Jiang Yu master. Emergency rescue. A greedy taxi driver is charging me $150, and I don't have enough money. Can you help me? Not long after, Old Deng replied. Old Deng, what the heck? A greedy taxi driver charging that much? But I don't have money either. If worst comes to worst, just skip out on the fare. They're greedy anyway. Teach them a lesson. Attached was a screenshot showing Jiang Tian's account balance of only 3.56 bucks. Jiang Yu stared at his master's reply, stunned. This old dang was even poorer than him? Truly a master indeed. Skipping out on the fare wasn't something he could do, so he could only. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu grinned. Meanwhile, in the Abyssal Army Marshal's office, I, Jiang Tian, have countless treasures, but only a few bucks left. Serves me right. Jiang Tian shouted angrily. But thinking of his wife, he softened. Forget it. To catch Yuan Dan off guard, I can't leave now. I'll just have to let my disciple suffer for a bit. He sighed, leisurely sitting down, waiting for the right moment. The scene shifted. Not long after, the car arrived at White Tower Park in White Tower City. Young man, we're here. That'll be 150 bucks. The middle-aged man grinned at Jiang Yu. Uncle, do you know my master? Jiang Yu scratched his head and asked with a smile. At this point, he could only rely on Master Lao Deng. Free would be best, but if not, he would have to use this trick. After all, he had no money on him. Your master? Your master drives a taxi too. The middle-aged man was stunned upon hearing this, and then asked. No, my master is Jiang Tian, the Marshal of Hua Nation. Do you know him? He waved his hand and said seriously. Wow. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man gasped. He scrutinized Jiang Yu for a moment. I don't believe you, he said decisively. Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. Come on, uncle, haven't you watched the news or live streams? I'm the champion of the National Martial Arts Tournament. He was a bit anxious. Don't talk to me about useless things. I don't care. 150, not a penny less. The middle-aged man's face darkened. All right, I'll transfer the money to you. Helpless, Jiang Yu took out his phone and transferred the money to the middle-aged man. 0.01 yuan. All right, uncle, I've transferred it to you. After saying this, he didn't wait for the man to react and immediately teleported away. Such shady drivers deserve a lesson. Actually, he just didn't have money. Ding. Payment received via SumPay. 0.01 yuan. At this moment, the middle-aged man's phone rang with a notification. Damn it. Don't let me run into you again, kid. Inside the president's office of the Capital Alchemist Association. Oh, is the news true? Jiang Yu has already gone to White Tower City. An experienced Yuan Dan looked at the man in front of him and asked seriously. Yes, President. We confirmed Jiang Yu's location. Jiang Tian is still handling affairs at the Abyss Army headquarters, the man replied firmly. Ha. Excellent. Since that's the case, it's time for me to take action personally. At this moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He recalled the tragic death of his son and his son's cold corpse. His killing intent deepened even further. But, President, Jiang Yu is Marshal Jiang's disciple. If you act personally and your identity is exposed, with Marshal Jiang's temperament. The subordinate hesitated. Am I afraid of him? Jiang Tian is nothing. If I don't personally teach Jiang Yu a lesson, how can I let go of this anger in my heart? Yuan Dan's gaze was resolute. He was well aware of Jiang Tian's strength and temperament. Since that's the case, he just needed to ensure his, but he had no money. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt inexplicably sad. Forget it, I'll find someone to help. He suppressed the sadness in his heart, took out his phone, and confirmed the person's appearance. After memorizing it, he teleported and disappeared. Dozens of minutes later, Jiang Yu looked at Li Ziqing, who was walking down the street not far away with a suitcase in hand, and his mouth twitched. Damn it, finally caught you. Don't let me miss this chance again. Staring at Li Ziqing's back, he muttered to himself. The street was bustling with cars and people. All he needed to do now was keep an eye on Li Ziqing and wait for the right moment to act. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu finally got his chance. He saw Li Ziqing cautiously looking around in a small alley, his face full of vigilance. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Hey buddy, what are you up to? In the next moment, accompanied by a spatial ripple, Jiang Yu's figure instantly appeared behind Li Ziqing. His hand unceremoniously landed on Li Ziqing's shoulder. At the moment of contact, the spatial mark activated. With this, no matter where Li Ziqing ran, Jiang Yu could easily find him. Who's there? Li Ziqing shouted angrily. Instantly, a surge of purple gas erupted from his body. Buzz, at that moment, a spatial ripple sounded. Li Ziqing turned to look behind him, but found no one there. Damn it. Spatial ability. Is it Jiangyu? He wasn't stupid. The peculiar sound just now and the teleportation technique. Who else could it be but Jiangyu? He gripped the suitcase tightly, his eyes full of doubt. With my strength, it's only a matter of time before he subdues me, but why? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head. Since he's letting me live for now then? Before finishing his sentence, he bolted. He could die, but the spirit-binding weapon in the suitcase must not be lost. Meanwhile, in the Xiangpiropio cafe, Jiangyu was leisurely sipping coffee. Li Ziqing already had a spatial mark left on him, so Jiangyu wasn't worried about him escaping. He decided to rest first, recover the spiritual energy he had just consumed, and then make his move. Another few dozen minutes passed. Li Ziqing had fled to a forest outside White Tower City at his fastest speed. Phew, he shouldn't be able to catch up now, right? Looking around at the empty forest, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, pretty optimistic, aren't you? At that moment, the familiar voice rang out behind him again. Just you wait. Hearing the voice, Li Ziqing's eyes turned red, and he roared in anger. Spiritual energy erupted from his body instantly. A foul-smelling purple gas spread out from him. At this moment, seeing the situation turn bad, Jiangyu immediately teleported dozens of meters away. Whoa, damn, that's disgusting. Is this smell because you haven't farted for 10 years, and now it's stinking up 10 years' worth? Jiangyu covered his nose, looking disgusted. Forget it, I don't have time to waste. I still need to finish the task and go back to accompany my little cutie. With that, he grinned. Divine descent. The gods descend. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion and a scream, Li Ziqing passed out. Jiangyu looked at the unconscious Li Ziqing in the giant pit and the suitcase not far away. Without hesitation, he walked over and picked up the suitcase. What's inside? Could it be money? Thinking about it, he quickly opened the suitcase. What came into view was a silver, gleaming handgun. Holy crap, it's a gun. Seeing the contents inside, Jiangyu's eyes immediately lit up. This thing must be worth a lot of money. He thought excitedly. Wait, cough, cough, what gun? I didn't see anything. He coughed twice, pretending to be nonchalant, closed the suitcase, and casually tossed it aside. He swiftly stored the handgun into his exclusive space. What gun? I didn't see anything today, just an empty box. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the forest. Jiangyu, you killed my son. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ha ha ha. As the voice came, Jiangyu suddenly felt his body sink, and the spiritual energy within him instantly stopped flowing. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he looked up at Yuan Dan in the sky, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. He froze on the spot. Holy crap, why is this old guy here again? Feeling his spiritual energy locked within him, cold sweat dripped from Jiangyu's forehead. Meanwhile, in a hidden space, Jiang Tian looked at Yuan Dan's murderous expression and smiled faintly. Disciple, your master is here to save you. But just as he spoke, a scene left him dumbfounded. Damn you, Yuan Dan, you old bastard, just wait, I'll definitely kill you. Jiang Yu roared furiously, and without hesitation, he directly used the teleportation scroll from the system's inventory. A streak of purple light flashed, and Jiang Yu's figure disappeared under the shocked gazes of the two elders. This is impossible. What kind of technique is this? Yuan Dan stared at the large pit on the ground, his face full of confusion. He had been ready to teach Jiang Yu a harsh lesson, waiting to hear his painful screams. But now, how did Jiang Yu suddenly vanish? He had just sensed that the purple light wasn't spatial fluctuation, nor was it Jiang Yu's spatial ability. It also wasn't Jiang Tian secretly helping him. Holy crap, my disciple is this powerful. Jiang Tian was as shocked as Yuan Dan at this moment. He had been prepared to step in and save him, but the guy just ran off on his own? Holy crap. Forget it. I'll leave my disciple's matters aside for now. I need to deal with this coin first. Jiang Tian muttered to himself, preparing to go all out and catch Yuan Dan off guard. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Yuan Dan, hand over Jiang Yu, and I'll spare your life. A phantom-like voice rang out. Immediately after, a blinding light flashed. Near Yuan Dan, a figure suddenly appeared. Jiang Tian saw the person and was slightly stunned, immediately channeling his spiritual energy to hide himself. The exclusive space of spatial abilities is the most secretive place in this world. As long as it's fully controlled, people of the same level would find it hard to detect. Holy light! What do you mean? Yuan Dan squinted at the newcomer, and instantly, spiritual energy surged within him. Holy light also unleashed powerful spiritual energy. The collision of the two supreme-level experts' auras caused the trees at the edge of the forest to collapse one after another. The trees beneath their feet instantly vanished without a trace. Li Ziqing, under this oppressive force, was directly disintegrated by the air. It was evident how terrifying the strength of these two individuals was. What do I mean? I know your purpose for coming here. Jiang Yu from Huagua cannot be allowed to live. He possesses 3 abilities, an SSS-level talent, and if he grows, he'll be even more terrifying than his master. Just now, I sensed Jiang Yu's presence, but by the time I arrived, he had disappeared. Who else could it be but you? Do you take me for a fool? Sheng Guang's voice carried both divinity and anger. Yuan Dan helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yu killed my son, and I must kill him. As for how he disappeared, I truly don't know, he said, shaking his head. Don't talk nonsense. How could Jiang Yu have such abilities? He disappeared, and you claim not to know? In that case, boom! Sheng Guang's aura suddenly intensified. Yuan Dan gritted his teeth, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Both were in the supreme realm, yet the gap was so vast. The difference between him and Jiang Tian was already significant, but compared to this guy, the disparity was just as overwhelming. How dare you? Huagua is not a place you can step into at will. Buzz! A wave of spatial energy rippled out. Within a kilometer radius, an invisible spatial barrier enclosed the area. To prevent the battle from affecting the city, Jiang Tian had no choice but to act this way. Oh, Jiang Tian. Sheng Guang became slightly more cautious upon seeing Jiang Tian appear. However, he still feigned ease. Are you joking? Does Huagua's border still have supreme-level warriors guarding it? I come and go as I please. As he finished speaking, his body radiated a dazzling light. Holy light possession. As soon as the words fell, he transformed into a golden, radiant warrior. Jiang Tian, I think you know that if the 3 of us go all out, while I might get injured, the losses for Huagua would be far greater. So, he began, but before he could finish, cut the crap. Today, I'll make sure you lose an arm. Jiang Tian cursed, unleashing a surge of spatial power from his body. The surrounding air trembled, as if terrified of the immense spatial energy. What a mad dog! Sheng Guang cursed under his breath, glancing at the two in front of him before turning into a beam of light and fleeing. If these 2 Supreme Realm warriors from Huagua joined forces against him, he wouldn't just be injured, he might die. So he chose to retreat for now. Jiang Tian saw Sheng Guang flee but didn't pursue him. After all, there was still a major threat to Huagua standing beside him. Jiang Tian, you actually… Shut up. If I don't take his arm today, I'll take yours. You need to be reasonable. Your disciple killed my son. Isn't it only natural that I want to kill your disciple? Natural, my ass. You want to kill my disciple, so it's only natural that I want to kill you. You really are a mad dog. Just as Jiang Tian was about to make a move. Jiang Tian, stop. A calm voice descended as if from the heavens. Hearing it, Jiang Tian trembled all over and instinctively halted his actions. Yuan Dan, leave now. But I warn you, Jiang Yu is off limits. The voice echoed again, but no one appeared. Yes. Yuan Dan lowered his head in response, though no one could tell what he was plotting in his mind. After Yuan Dan left, Jiang Tian's voice rang out again. Senior Zhou, Yuan Dan is a major threat to Huagua. You know what he's done. Why not take action now? Enough. The calm voice interrupted him. Huagua only has 3 Supreme Realm experts. On the surface, things may seem peaceful, but I know what he's been doing behind the scenes. When he's no longer useful, or when the position of the Alchemist Association's president becomes vacant, I will definitely eliminate this scourge. This. Jiang Tian wanted to say something more, but that calm voice interrupted him again. Your disciple, wasn't it you who transferred him away? Then where should he be now? What the heck? Right. Where's my disciple? Jiang Tian exclaimed, suddenly realizing. In an endless forest, Jiang Yu groggily opened his eyes, lying on a large rock. Huh? Where is this? He looked around at the trees, feeling a bit confused. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly stood up. He cautiously searched the surroundings and, upon realizing the Yuan Dan wasn't nearby, finally let out a sigh of relief. Sigh, this teleportation scroll really worked, saved my life. But where exactly is this? The only thing he was sure of now was that he was in a forest. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu took out his phone, only to find there was no signal here. Damn it, this is bad. Did I get teleported to some deserted island? Am I about to start my wilderness survival journey? His words were filled with disbelief. If it really was a deserted island, and far away from Hua Nation, how would he return? Although he had spatial markers, with his current spiritual energy reserves, forget crossing countries, he couldn't even cover the distance of a city. If he forcibly teleported back to his sister, exhausting his spiritual energy, he might die on the spot. Or worse, run out of energy halfway and get swept away by spatial turbulence. Damn it, this is ridiculous. No, I need to calm down. I promised my sister I'd return within 2 days. I can't break my word. Thinking of this, he immediately took action, teleporting towards the edge of the forest. As a gold-level martial artist, each teleportation could cover over 100 meters, several times more than when he was at bronze level. As long as he kept teleporting, resting to recover his energy when exhausted, and then continuing, he should be able to leave this forest before long. The scene shifts. Abyss Army Headquarters. Find him. Search for him. In Hua Nation, even across the entire world. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find my disciple. Jiang Tian stared at his dozens of trusted aides, urgently issuing orders. Having just realized his disciple had been teleported away, he frantically searched all possible places his disciple might have gone, including Lingwu Academy. But he couldn't find even a trace of his spiritual energy. He panicked instantly and hurried back to headquarters to issue a nationwide and even global search order. Yes. Several subordinates responded in unison and immediately left the office to carry out the task. Brother Jiang, what exactly happened here? Jiang Tian's trusted assistant, Zheng Jiwei, asked with a face full of confusion. Sai, it's all my fault. All my fault. Jiang Tian sighed heavily. If I hadn't come up with that terrible idea, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. I originally wanted Jiang Yu to provoke the enraged Yuan Dan and then personally teach him a lesson. Who would have thought, Sai? Zheng Jiwei looked at Jiang Tian's haggard appearance and tried to comfort him. Brother Jiang, don't be too upset. Maybe Jiang Yu is fine right now. Nonsense. With such a bizarre method, my disciple was teleported away without me even noticing. Do you think he could be unharmed? As soon as Zheng Jiwei finished speaking, Jiang Tian's face was filled with guilt. Brother Jiang, I'll go help search for him too. For a moment, the atmosphere was silent. After speaking, Zheng Jiwei hurriedly left. Meanwhile, at Lingwu Academy. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As Binglian's voice sounded, Jiang Xiaoyan pushed the door open and walked in. Master, did you need something from me? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Binglian on the sofa, her face full of confusion. Just finished class? Binglian asked. Yes, just finished. Someone told me you were looking for me, so I came. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Xiaoyan, I need to tell you something. Please don't get too emotional when you hear it, okay? Binglian's tone was serious. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a smile and asked, Master, what is it? Just tell me. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her body trembled slightly, revealing her inner panic. Thinking about that troublemaker who had already left the academy, combined with what her master was about to say, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in her heart. Seeing her disciple barely holding it together, Binglian's eyes were filled with worry. Xiaoyan, your brother, has gone missing, she said slowly. But as soon as these words landed in Jiang Xiaoyan's heart, they immediately caused a massive upheaval. Moss, Master? What did you just say? My brother is missing. As she said this, her eyes turned red. Master, what is going on? How could my brother go missing? He has spatial abilities. It's absolutely impossible for him to go missing. Are you hiding something from me? Hearing her disciple's trembling voice, Binglian tightly embraced her. Xiaoyan, don't get emotional. Listen to me, okay? She comforted softly. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan responded in a low voice. Then, Binglian slowly recounted everything Jiang Tian had just told her to Jiang Xiaoyan. Moments later, Moss, Master I have to go find him. I must find him. Jiang Xiaoyan, with tear-filled eyes and a trembling voice, stood up. Xiaoyan, I just said, your brother might still be okay. Binglian held on to Jiang Xiaoyan, her voice growing increasingly uncertain. She knew that Jiang Yu's disappearance, even Jiang Tian hadn't foreseen. This indicated the severity of the situation was far beyond imagination. Master, I have to find him. I miss him so much. Jiang Xiaoyan, unable to control her emotions, burst into tears. No one knew how much pain she felt upon hearing this news. At this moment, she felt as if her entire world had collapsed, suffocating her. If even top experts hadn't detected the means behind this, and if this was the work of an enemy. Thinking of this, her emotions completely broke down. If something really happened to that troublemaker, what reason would she have to keep living? Xiaoyan, don't cry. We'll go find your brother together, okay? Binglian held her disciple, continuously comforting her. Master, my heart hurts so much. I'm so scared. What should I do? Jiang Xiaoyan cried uncontrollably. At this moment, in her past life as the Ice Lotus Empress, she felt a despair and sorrow she had never experienced before. And all of this was for that man. Finally out, looking at the city not far ahead, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. It was only then that he realized he was in a forest on the border of Sakura country. Beside the forest was a city. I need to find a way to get back quickly, or else my sister and old Deng will definitely worry. After speaking, he took out a mask from his exclusive space and put it on, to avoid being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble. After all, this was Sakura country, considered an enemy nation, and he didn't want to be discovered. Once the mask was on, he quickly walked toward the city. At this moment, Jiang Yu was unaware that his disappearance had left his sister heartbroken, experiencing unprecedented pain and despair. Because of him, the entire Abyss army was also in turmoil. But he was powerless, all because that Yuan Dan forced him to act. Before long, Jiang Yu, now in disguise, successfully blended into the city. Looking at the crowd of short people bustling around, he nodded to himself. They say people from Sakura country are short, and it's true. If I didn't know better, I'd think I'd entered a land of dwarves. He muttered to himself. Oh, from what you're saying, you're not a local, are you? At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Who? The sudden voice startled Jiang Yu. He turned around to see a bald, old man standing behind him, smiling as he scrutinized him. How did I not notice this old man suddenly appearing behind me? Jiang Yu's heart raced. Could it be that as soon as I entered this island nation, I've already encountered some big shot? Am I doomed? I haven't even had a proper chat with that little girl, and now I might have to leave this beautiful world? Hey, you're quite rude, kid. Guess who I am? The old man looked smug. I'm the mayor of Papa City, a platinum-level warrior. My invisibility ability is unparalleled. Hearing this, Jiang Yu wasn't too surprised. By the way, what city did you just say this is? He asked curiously. Papa City, why? The old man replied naturally. Nothing, just asking. Jiang Yu nodded. To think there's such a bizarre city name in this world, and it's even a city. Truly, Sakura country lives up to its reputation. What the heck? What do you mean by that, kid? Trying to take advantage of me, huh? I can tell you're a warrior too. So young and already at the gold level? You must be a genius. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with you. The old man, hearing this, was so angry he almost jumped up to punch Jiang Yu in the chest. I'm really curious. How did you become the mayor? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched, his face full of helplessness. Although this old man had platinum-level strength, against a gold-level expert, he might not necessarily win. After all, abilities are what they are. Why? You think I'd tell you? All right. I won't waste words with you. Since you're a foreigner, behave yourself here. My family's auction is about to start, so I'm leaving now. With that, Jiang Yu watched as the old man strode toward a massive building called the Second Dimension Auction House. What the heck? Second Dimension Auction House. At this moment, Jiang Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, and quickly took out his phone to check. Soon, he found a mission. SSS-level mission. Go to the second dimension auction house in the island nation. Cooperate with Abyss Army members to kill second dimension Blade Bro and destroy the auction house. Reward: Spirit Weapon Medal, 10,000 note. Only available to 4th year students. Seeing this task, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Whoa, can it be completed so easily? Dao Ji is actually right in front of me. Looking at Dao Ji, who hadn't gone far, Jiang Yu was thrilled. Clearly, this old man was Dao Ji. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu smiled even more happily. Just as he was about to accept the task, a flash of insight crossed his mind. If I accept the task, not only do I have to kill that old man, but I also have to blow up the auction house and then hand over all the rewards. Why would I foolishly accept the task? There are treasures inside. Wouldn't it be better if I take them myself? Thinking of this, he decisively closed his phone and quickly caught up with the old man. Hee, you must be Dao Ji from the anime auction house, right? I've heard of your reputation. Jiang Yu stepped forward with a flattering smile. But no one knew what was hidden behind that smile. Oh, I didn't expect you to have heard of my name. Let me tell you, back in China, I was known as the Little Master Thief. I have special abilities, martial artists can't catch me. Isn't that infuriating? Dao Ji said proudly. Listening to Dao Ji's chatter, Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. No wonder the anime auction house was an SSS-level task. Turns out this old guy had caused quite a bit of trouble in China too. Since that's the case, today he must deal with him properly. At this moment, Dao Ji looked at Jiang Yu with admiration in his eyes. So young, not only gifted but also knows how to flatter the mayor like him. By the way, you don't look like you're from Sakura country. Which country are you from? Dao Ji suddenly asked. Although Jiang Yu was wearing a mask, his hair color and eyes didn't resemble those of the locals. More like someone from China. If he really was from China, the dozens of gold-level bodyguards at his auction house wouldn't show any mercy. After all, his relationship with China was quite complicated. Dao Ji, I'm from Baga country, a small country you might not have heard of, Jiang Yu replied without changing his expression. Dao Ji was stunned for a moment. Well, he really didn't know where Baga country was, but being able to meet such a talent was still good. Baga country, huh? I know, it's quite a nice place. By the way, kid, my auction is about to start. Want to come take a look? There are plenty of treasures. Jiang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Can I go? Dao Ji put on a generous expression. Come on, take a look. My place is huge. Thank you, Dao Ji. Jiang Yu smiled and followed Dao Ji into the anime auction house. At this moment, Dao Ji still didn't know that his move was practically inviting a wolf into the house. You're really sensible, kid. The auction starts at 1 p.m., and it's already 12:30, so it's about to begin. Dao Ji led Jiang Yu to the VIP area to sit down, smiling happily. For some reason, the more he looked at Jiang Yu, the more he liked him. Of course, the main reason was that he felt flattered. Calling him Dao Ji repeatedly, addressing him respectfully, who wouldn't be pleased to hear that? Especially since he already enjoyed being praised like this. I see, Dao Ji. I'm really curious about what good items will be auctioned this time. I come from a poor background and haven't seen much of the world. After saying this, he scratched his head, pretending to be embarrassed. Here, take a look for yourself. He handed a booklet to Jiang Yu. Brother Dao appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was brimming with pride. Take your time and look through it. When you see the treasures inside, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Jiang Yu quickly took the booklet and started flipping through it. At first glance, the auction featured dozens of items. Most of the earlier ones were yellow-grade weapons, high-grade beast cores, and miraculous elixirs. Elixirs were something only Huagua could refine. They were non-existent abroad. So, if foreigners wanted elixirs, they had to spend a fortune to buy them from the Huagua Alchemist Guild. This made elixirs particularly valuable. What the heck? A single high-grade healing pill costs 150,000. Jiang Yu was stunned. The price made his eyes light up. In Huagua, high-grade healing pills were the most basic type of elixir, and 10 of them wouldn't even sell for 100,000. It seemed the Alchemist Guild was making a killing. He had to find a way to make a fortune out of this. What the heck this? When he flipped to the last page, his eyes lit up completely. The grand finale auction item turned out to be 3 spirit origin fruits. Strictly speaking, they were 3 separate finale items. The effect of the spirit origin fruit was incredibly simple. After consuming it, one's cultivation speed could increase 5-fold for an entire day. The golden legendary grade peach he had won in a previous lottery could only boost cultivation speed 5-fold for 3 hours. But this spirit origin fruit lasted a full 24 hours. Of course, it was shocking. After the initial shock, he decided to go big. Haha, what's wrong? Did you see the finale item? Brother Dao noticed Jiang Yu's astonishment and smiled smugly. He relished the feeling of surprising others. Brother Dao, how did you get your hands on such an incredible finale item? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Such top-tier treasures were rare across the entire Blue Star. Forget someone like Brother Dao. A platinum-level warrior, even ordinary diamond-level warriors couldn't get their hands on them. Only legendary-level experts might have a chance, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed. Brother Dao was auctioning off 3 of them at once. Wasn't he afraid of being targeted? I know what you're thinking. Don't underestimate me. Brother Dao said proudly. Do you know who my daughter is? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Who? Seeing his reaction, Brother Dao felt even more pleased. My daughter is the woman of the current emperor of Sakura country. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at Jiang Yu's reaction. Sure enough, Jiang Yu was shocked, but only briefly. Seeing Jiang Yu's composed reaction, Brother Dao smugly added, I wouldn't sell such treasures. I'm just putting them out there to shock those who haven't seen the world. Once they're done being amazed, I'll just buy them back myself tonight. Jiang Yu fell silent. Could this old guy have some kind of weird fetish? Did he get a kick out of others being surprised? Should I just give him my system instead? And his way of thinking was truly unique. Was he just messing with people for fun? With that thought, Jiang Yu decided to go big. By the way, Brother Dao, where are those treasures stored before the auction? Are they safe? He pretended to ask out of concern, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes. They're very safe. The storage room is right behind the auction hall, guarded by over a dozen gold-level warriors and a few platinum-level ones. Besides, I'm the emperor's father-in-law. Who in Sakura country would dare mess with me? After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yu with a I'm the king of the world expression. Hell, what a coincidence. Today, you ran into me. Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly. Although he thought this in his heart, he still gave a thumbs up and pretended to admire him. I see. Brother Dao, you really have a knack for this. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clutched his lower abdomen, pretending to be in pain. Ah, Brother Dao, where's the restroom in this 2D auction house? I can't hold it anymore. Seeing Jiang Yu's urgent expression, Brother Dao quickly pointed the way. Turn right after leaving the auction hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu rushed out in a hurry. Haha, you old guy, don't call yourself Brother Dao. I think you're more like Brother Chatter. Running out of the auction hall, Jiang Yu muttered to himself while observing the surrounding terrain. Since Brother Dao said those treasures are temporarily stored behind the auction hall, the target is clear now. As long as I can properly utilize my ability to teleport through walls, getting those treasures will be no problem. Moments later, Jiang Yu stared at the wall in front of him, grinning smugly. This should be the place. He looked around. Apart from a few cameras in the corner, there was no one around. Cameras? By the time you react, I'll already be gone with the treasures. Jiang Yu chuckled, and in the next second, a wave of spatial energy spread from his body. Buzz, accompanied by the sound of spatial fluctuations, his figure instantly disappeared. Who's there? As soon as Jiang Yu entered the room, dozens of men in black immediately became alert. No nonsense. You're already surrounded. Move and you're dead. Spatial collapse. Buzz. Buzz. Jiang Yu didn't give them any time to react, releasing 2 consecutive spatial collapses. Damn it. A series of screams erupted, and the room was already in chaos. However, the auction items in the corner remained completely intact. Die. Jiang Yu's vision blurred as a man in black suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging a machete mercilessly. Buzz. Spatial fluctuations sounded again, and the machete missed its target. Jiang Yu had already appeared among the pile of auction items. His eyes immediately locked onto the 3 most conspicuous red fruits. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch them, and in the next second, the three fruits disappeared without a trace as spiritual energy surged, daring to steal auction items. Kill him. Two angry shouts followed, and three platinum-level men in black quickly charged forward. Buzz! Bang! Bang! The machete slashed through T. Watching helplessly, Jiang Yu stored all the auction items into his exclusive space. Brothers, take a good look. This is the Island Nation's 2D auction house. What I'm holding is the highlight treasure of this auction, the Spirit Origin Fruit. While recording a video, Jiang Yu placed a Spirit Origin Fruit in front of the camera. Then he put away the Spirit Origin Fruit, flipped the camera, and pointed it directly at the platinum-level man collapsed on the ground. TSK, platinum-level bodyguard? Is this all you've got? I really want to know, are you too weak, or am I too strong? After saying this, Jiang Yu turned off the recording and quickly sent a message and location to his master. Next, a spatial marker flashed, and he disappeared instantly. The scene shifted. What? 3 Spirit Origin Fruits were stolen? Who did it? How dare they? Brother Dao glared at the man in front of him, veins bulging. Brother Dao? It was a man dressed in black and wearing a white mask. And he has spatial abilities, the man reported tremblingly. Hearing this, Brother Dao's first thought was of that kid from earlier. Damn it, are you kidding me? Just wait, I'm calling my daughter right now. He pulled out his phone and started dialing. Meanwhile, back in the same forest, on the same rock, Jiang Yu had returned. Hee, this time the harvest was great. And I recorded a video. With this, lying on the rock, panting heavily, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Huh? Wait a minute. Have I really become this strong now? Only then did he realize that after this battle, the spiritual energy in his body had been mostly depleted. But he hadn't expected those 3 platinum-level bodyguards to be so weak. If others didn't know better, they'd think they were only gold level. Originally, he planned to grab the Spirit Origin Fruit and run. But who would have thought those 3 were so useless? In the end, he took all the Spirit Origin Fruits with him. Actually, Jiang Yu hadn't realized that it wasn't his opponents being too weak, but rather his own spatial abilities being too strong. Of course, those 3 platinum-level fighters were indeed much weaker than ordinary platinum-level ones. To be precise, they were only half-step platinum. Phew, now I just have to wait for old Deng to come pick me up. This island nation is way too dangerous. Thinking about how his whereabouts might have been exposed just now, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. The scene shifted again. In the Abyss Army office, Jiang Tian, who had just searched all over China, slumped in his chair, full of self-reproach. Ding! At that moment, his phone received a message, immediately catching his attention. Giant Jiang Yu, damn it! Master, come save me. I'm in the island nation. The message was followed by a location. Damn it! My disciple isn't dead. He's still alive. Jiang Tian's face instantly lit up with excitement. Buzz! In the next moment, a spatial fluctuation sounded. Jiang Tian's figure disappeared instantly. Master, don't try to stop me. I'm going out to find him. Jiang Xiaoyan stood up with a determined look in her eyes. She had already cried her eyes dry, her eyes red and swollen, her face haggard. Seeing her like this, anyone would want to comfort her. But the person who should comfort her the most was not by her side. All right, Xiaoyan, no matter how long you want to search, no matter what happens, I'll be with you every step of the way. Bing Lian stood up, held her hand, full of heartache. Master, then let's set off quickly. During these 10 minutes, because she was too heartbroken and crying, neither of them moved. After her tears dried, she finally remembered to act. Buzz, silly girl, haven't I come back now? Accompanied by a familiar voice, Jiang Xiaoyan felt herself enveloped in a warm and familiar embrace. Feeling the warmth of the body in front of her and the unique scent of that rascal, at this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan felt like she was dreaming. She trembled slightly as she raised her head, only to see Jiang Yu looking at her with eyes full of tenderness. Silly girl, is all this worth it for me? Without waiting for her answer, Jiang Yu kissed her without hesitation. Jiang Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes widened, feeling the real sensation of his lips. This is real. Her most important brother had finally returned. Soon, her gaze gradually became dazed, as if cherishing the happiness of this moment. What the heck? Jiang Yu actually came back. Not far away, Bing Lian, who was eating dog food, exclaimed while munching. My disciple was transported to the border of the island nation by some mysterious force. I just received the news and went to bring him back. Jiang Tian explained quietly while eating. As the two chatted softly, the couple over there gradually stopped their intimate moment. Their lips parted, and Jiang Xiaoyan tightly hugged the person in front of her, as if afraid he would run away. Brother, brother, it's really you. I missed you so much. She pressed her face tightly against his chest, listening to his strong and rapid heartbeat. At this moment, she only wanted to hold him forever or be held by him forever. All right. I know you were worried, little girl. I was wrong, okay? Jiang Yu gently said while stroking the hair of the person in his arms. No, it's not your fault, Jiang Xiaoyan said tremblingly, then fiercely glared at Jiang Tian behind them, before leaning her head back into Jiang Yu's embrace. It seemed that only this way could she feel at ease. Seeing the little girl's glare, Jiang Tian was speechless. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. All right, I'll take this little girl back first. If there's anything, we'll talk tomorrow, Jiang Yu said, then immediately performed a spatial teleportation, taking Xiaoyan back to her room. Yes, her room. It's all your fault, you old fool. Bing Lian glared at Jiang Tian angrily as she watched the two leave, her face full of dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the old fool's lousy idea, her disciple wouldn't have cried for so long. She knew that these past few dozen minutes were probably the most difficult time of her disciple's life. So all of this was Jiang Tian's fault. If there's a chance, she must let her elder sister teach him a good lesson. Sai, it's all my fault, I know. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you and my disciple. Consider it my apology. Jiang Tian sighed deeply, full of self-reproach. Fortunately, the disciple was fine. If anything had happened to Jiang Yu, not only would he have no face to see Jiang Xiaoyan, but he would also feel deeply ashamed. That's better. Bing Lian snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out of the office. The room was left with only Jiang Tian, lost in thought. The scene shifts. At this moment, in Jiang Xiaoyan's room, Jiang Yu held his tightly clinging younger sister, his eyes full of compassion. Little girl, you cried so much for me that your eyes are swollen. He gently touched her face, his heart aching. Brother, please don't leave me again, okay? I'm scared, Jiang Xiaoyan said tremblingly, recalling the emotions she felt upon hearing the bad news today. She never wanted to experience that feeling again in this life, or even the next. All right, I promise you. I will never leave you again. Jiang Yu comforted her softly, stroking her soft hair. He hadn't expected that his disappearance for less than half an hour would leave his sister in such a state. Of course, he already knew the details of what had happened. After all, his master had explained everything to him when he returned. Simply put, the teleportation scroll had caused his master to panic and feel lost, which led to a series of events. Okay, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, then pressed her face even closer to him. She was afraid that all of this was just a dream, afraid that if she let go of this bad guy, he would disappear. She was terrified of losing him. Sai, my little girl, aren't you tired of holding on? Come down and rest for a while, you've cried yourself out. Jiang Yu scratched his head awkwardly and asked softly. Ever since he returned, this little girl had been holding on to him without letting go. To be honest, it felt quite nice. After all, too soft. Getting off track. No, I'm not tired. After taking out 3 spirit origin fruits and some miscellaneous auction items from the exclusive space, Jiang Yu's face was full of excitement. He looked at the pile of treasures in front of him and glanced at the yellow tier weapons, thinking that neither he nor his sister would need them. As for the strength-enhancing pills and healing pills, these were of no use to him, and even less so to his sister, so he simply stored them back in the exclusive space. After organizing everything, apart from the 3 spirit origin fruits, the other auction items were of little use to them at the moment. Since that's the case, I'll find an opportunity to sell them for money. Once I have the money, I'll keep it for myself. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The thought of his future value possibly surpassing his sister's made him incredibly excited. All right, these 3 spirit origin fruits. I'll give my sister a surprise tomorrow morning. After all, her level is far lower than mine, but I can't just give them away for free. As he spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Smiling, Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to think of something. He quickly took out his phone, opened the photo album, and started watching the video he had casually recorded today. Not bad. If I post this video online, it should earn quite a bit of emotional value, right? Thinking about it, he decisively opened the Do Video app and uploaded the video directly. He eagerly anticipated how much emotional value he could harvest during tomorrow morning's training. He estimated it would be around 5 to 600,000, no problem. With this thought, he turned off the system notification sound to avoid being disturbed during training. Then he took a spirit-enhancing pill, sat cross-legged, and began training. Damn it! Damn it! Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of bottles and jars being smashed, Yuan Dan was alone in the office, furious to the point of madness. Damn it! I thought Jiang Yu would disappear forever, but he actually came back. Since that's the case, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. My son is dead. The plan is ruined. Jiang Yu, I can't touch you now, but your sister. As he spoke, Yuan Dan's gaze became even more sinister. Jiang Yu, you and I are already mortal enemies. As for your sister, humph humph humph. He had thought that after Jiang Yu was taken away by that mysterious force, he would disappear forever. Unexpectedly, he returned today. As long as Jiang Yu was alive, Yuan Dan's heart would never be at peace. Jiang Yu couldn't be touched, but his most important sister might not be so lucky. Clearly, because Jiang Yu had killed his son, Yuan Dan's hatred for Jiang Yu ran deeper than for his own son's death. The scene shifts. Senior Zhou, regarding the candidate for the president of the Alchemist Association, I have a recommendation. Jiang Tian respectfully said to the elder in front of him. I know who you're going to suggest. It's that girl named Jiang Xiaoyan, right? Commander Zhou squinted his eyes slightly, looking at Jiang Tian. That's right. Jiang Tian's tone was firm. Since today's events were all because of him, he felt he should provide some compensation to the siblings. He hadn't yet decided how to compensate his disciple, but for his future daughter-in-law, he could at least fight for something. Well, I've heard from Bing Lian that her alchemy talent is extraordinary, but she's still too young for the position of president. In the future, this position will also depend on your disciple's performance. Commander Zhou's tone was calm, as if he had long been aware of Jiang Xiaoyan's talent. Depend on my disciple? What? Jiang Tian was completely confused. The one with the alchemy talent wasn't his disciple, so why did he have to pay attention to him? Seeing Jiang Tian's puzzled expression, Commander Zhou slowly spoke. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan's talents are among the best in China. They will undoubtedly become pillars of the nation in the future. Moreover, you know their relationship. I don't want China to suffer unnecessary harm in the future because of conflicts between them, like what happened between you and Yuan Dan at this point. Commander Zhou glanced helplessly at Jiang Tian. Back then, the two prodigies of China were the best of brothers. But now, because of a woman, internal strife in China was brewing, with assassination attempts happening one after another. Even he found it hard to bear. However, since these two were now his right-hand men, he couldn't speak too harshly, lest he exacerbate the conflict. But my disciple and his sister get along very well. How could there be any conflict? Jiang Tian was even more puzzled. The situation with Yuan Dan was two men fighting over one woman. His disciple and his sister were blood siblings. There shouldn't be any issues, right? At this moment, Commander Zhou listened to Jiang Tian's words and glanced at him again. Do you know your disciple's personality? With his flirtatious nature, can you guarantee he won't fall for someone else in the future? Men understand men best, especially with your disciple's personality. As Commander Zhou said this, Jiang Tian fell silent. This week, the senior's thoughts were truly meticulous. My disciple might fall for someone else? Well, with his personality, it's not entirely impossible. So at this point, he paused. So, Jiang Tian was a bit confused. Ahem. Commander Zhou cleared his throat, his expression serious. Wait until the two of them confirm their relationship, then we'll talk. Jiang Tian fell silent. This train of thought was truly unique. Confirming the relationship means he won't fall for someone else? At this moment, Commander Zhou seemed to see through Jiang Tian's thoughts and calmly said, I'm very familiar with Jiang Yu's cultivation method. He is still a virgin, so I'm not worried about that. When his cultivation reaches perfection and their relationship is confirmed, they can have a little Jiang Yu. which would be even better. By then, no matter how they mess around, the little Jiang Yu's talent will definitely surpass theirs. I'll personally train little J. After speaking, Jiang Tian teleported and disappeared. Since he had finished saying good things to his disciple's wife, the compensation was considered settled. As for the compensation for his disciple, he needed to think carefully. How about taking him to a bar for some fun? Time quickly moved to 6:30 the next morning. Jiang Yu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating, and slowly opened his eyes. After cultivating all night, the spiritual energy in my body has clearly increased. It seems I am undoubtedly a genius. Feeling the changes within his body, he nodded in satisfaction. All right, the short video. Suddenly remembering the short video he posted online yesterday, his eyes lit up. He was eager to know how much emotional value he had gained overnight. But first, he opened his phone and clicked on the video he posted yesterday. The screen immediately displayed over 1 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Whoa, over 1 million likes? Feels a bit low. He remembered that his first video had broken 8 million likes within a day. By the second day, it had surpassed 10 million. Looking at the playback count in the tens of millions, he still nodded to himself. System, open the data panel. Driven by curiosity, he asked the system to display the data. He also wanted to know how much emotional value he had accumulated. 1 million, perhaps? A light screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Emotional value, 2,333,666. Talent points, 51,366. Cultivation points, 66. Not bad. Not bad. Over 2 million emotional value. Smiling in satisfaction, he closed the data panel. He didn't plan to immediately draw the 2 golden legendary rewards. He intended to wait until the evening to see if he could accumulate 3 to 4 million. If he had enough, he would draw them all at once. Drawing multiple times at once was more thrilling. Soon, he started idly browsing the video comment section. K sure Jiangzi. This. Just like this? Alright, K sure is awesome. This family can't be criticized anymore. Second dimensional blade bro. Jiang Yu. You brat, just wait. If you dare come to Sakura country again, don't expect to have a good time. Sabi replying to second dimensional blade bro. Whoa, isn't this second dimensional blade bro? Could it be that the second dimensional auction house was really stolen by Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu's big wife. My idol. Love you, love you. I want to have your babies. Looking at the variety of comments, Jiang Yu helplessly closed his phone. The comment section truly had all kinds of voices. Some said he was hyping himself up, some said he was genuine, and some said he was fake. There were even people saying he was a woman. That comment left Jiang Yu speechless. Forget it. No need to argue with these keyboard warriors. I need to go find my sister. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and a smile appeared on his lips. Buzz. The next second, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Jiang Yu's figure disappeared from where he was and reappeared in Jiang Xiaoyan's room. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed, and his lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. He leaned beside her, quietly gazing at her beautiful face. The more he looked, the more he liked her, and he couldn't get enough. Just like that, half an hour passed. During this time, Jiang Yu maintained this posture, staring at the little girl without blinking. Jiang Xiaoyan slowly stretched lazily, her eyes squinting into slits. She saw Jiang Yu lying on the bed, staring at her with a mischievous smile. Brother, she mumbled in a daze. Jiang Yu responded. Huh? Wait, no? You, why are you here? Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly sat up like a carp flipping over, looking at the troublemaker lying on her bed, and immediately moved away. Remembering what happened after her initiative yesterday, her face turned grim. Why am I here? I've been here all along, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. Yu. The more she thought about it, the more unnatural she felt. This troublemaker, he didn't do anything excessive while she was asleep, did he? Thinking of this, she quickly checked her body. Seeing the little girl's reaction, Jiang Yu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, after a night's sleep, her energy had recovered. If she were still clinging to him like yesterday, he would have been in trouble. Though, it was a mix of joy and sorrow. Hey, I was kidding. I just got here, don't worry. Seeing the flustered little girl, Jiang Yu quickly waved his hand to explain. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan stopped checking, her face full of doubt. Of course. Oh, by the way, I have some Lingyuan fruits here. To change the subject, he quickly took out 3 Lingyuan fruits and placed them in front of her. Wow, where did you get these? Did your master give them to you because he was in a good mood? Jiang Xiaoyan asked curiously. Seeing that the little girl's attention was successfully diverted, Jiang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his next words left his sister completely baffled. These? Got them from under the nose of the emperor of Sakura country's father. How about that? He finished and looked at the bewildered little girl, smiling. This? Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment, staring at the troublemaker in front of her with a face full of confusion. Tell me the truth, she said seriously. I snatched them from a platinum-level boss. Jiang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Humph, that'll do, she snorted, her gaze falling on the 3 Lingyuan fruits on the bed. You take 2. 1 is enough for me since you're the one who got them. As soon as she said this and was about to reach out, Jiang Yu grabbed her hand. Hey, sis, you're being too polite. You're my person, giving you something is like giving it to myself, he said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Jiang Xiaoyan was left speechless by his words. That's not right. How about this? I take 2, and you take 1, she suggested. All right. Jiang Yu agreed. Taking the Lingyuan fruit, she handed over and smirked. Sis, if we cultivate and train, then take the spirit enhancement pill and the Tianyuan fruit, and go into seclusion for a day or 2, how much do you think our strength will improve? He raised his eyebrows at the beauty in front of him, his meaning clear. You don't even think about it. Wait until you're about to break through to platinum level. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red, as if she immediately understood his meaning, and she said angrily, All right, I'll listen to you. He gently touched her face and glanced at the time. It's 6:37 now, there's still over an hour before class, You troublemaker. Jiang Xiaoyan muttered troublemaker repeatedly, but her body was very honest, and so was her mouth. Why hasn't Jiang Xiaoyan arrived yet? On the playground, Lung Feng glanced at his phone, his face full of confusion. Jiang Yu had said he had something to do and took 2 days off, but why was Jiang Xiaoyan still late? Just as he hesitated, a sudden sound of spatial fluctuation rang out. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan appeared together on the playground. At this moment, their expressions were completely different. Jiang Yu was full of energy, while Jiang Xiaoyan's face was as red as an apple, making people wonder. Hey, everyone S here? Let us start the military training then. Jiang Yu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. After all, their special reason had caused them to be late. Since that's the case, everyone run 5 laps around the playground to warm up, and then we'll begin formal training, Lung Feng said. Immediately, 32 freshmen rushed to the track and started running laps. Hey, brother you and sister Yin, what were you two doing just now? Your expressions, TSK, really intriguing. Hao Sei, running behind them with a mischievous smile, leaned over and asked. Adult matters, kids shooting team medal. Jiang Yu replied coldly and quickly ran toward his sister. Jiang Xiaoyan ran alongside Yuan Xinxing. When she saw Hao Sei running over, her eyes showed a hint of panic. But since Hao Sei didn't do anything inappropriate, her heart gradually relaxed. Time quickly passed to 11 a.m. Jiang Yu and the others had finally finished their military training in 2 classes. In the freshman classroom, Jiang Yu pinched the cheek of the little girl beside him and smiled. Tired? Looking around, apart from himself and Jiang Xiaoyan, all the other freshmen were slumped over their desks, looking exhausted. Clearly, this bit of military training had worn them out. But in Jiang Yu's eyes, this didn't even count as training. Tired? Me? Dream on. Jiang Xiaoyan straightened her back, her face full of defiance. Although she was indeed a bit tired, she would never show weakness in front of him, even though she wasn't usually that assertive. Then after lunch at the cafeteria, we'll go back to the room, Jiang Yu revealed a mischievous smile. You fell right into your trap. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. She had just stood up, but before finishing her sentence, she slumped back onto the desk. Their conversation wasn't controlled well, and the entire class heard it loud and clear. Ding! Zhang Joey is shocked by the hostess' performance. Emotion value plus 2,333. Ding! Wang Tao is shocked by the hostess' performance. Emotion value plus 2,333. Ding! Hearing the notification sound in his mind, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Not taking advantage of this would be foolish, especially with over 30 classmates contributing such a great benefit. Whoa, big bro, I'm bowing to you as my master. Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out. A chubby boy, weighing about 180 pounds and standing around 1.6 meters tall, knelt before him sincerely. Whoa, who are you? Are you crazy? Jiang Yu was stunned, immediately stood up, and pulled his sister behind him, watching the boy warily. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was proposing. Big bro, teach me how to chase girls. I really want a girlfriend, the chubby boy said, and all the girls in the class immediately cast disdainful looks at him. Chase girls? Do I even know how? Sorry, you've got the wrong person. This girl wasn't chased by me. After speaking, Jiang Yu pulled Jiang Xiaoyan out of the classroom and headed to the cafeteria. He was truly startled by this little chubby kid. Kneeling without hesitation, what boldness. Where are you taking me? Jiang Xiaoyan asked, blushing, as she followed him out of the teaching building. No one knew what she was thinking. Only she herself was clear. Where? Haha, I think the little grove behind the teaching building is pretty nice, Jiang Yu said with a mischievous smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan shuddered and looked at him in surprise. You're crazy? That place is not okay. Her face turned red, her heart racing. After all, that kind of place. She was still sweaty and needed to clean up first. Hey, little girl, don't overthink it. I was just joking. Jiang Yu rubbed her face and smiled playfully. All right, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. I'm starving and curious about the academy's food. With that, he teleported, taking the still stunned little girl with him, disappearing instantly. As soon as Jiang Yu left, the first-year classroom erupted in chaos. Whoa, you little chubby kid are really gutsy, daring to talk to Jiang Yu the Great. Respect. Exactly. Did you guys check the trending news this morning? Yesterday, Yu Shun actually raided the second-dimensional auction house. What a savage. Totally. Even platinum-level warriors were taken down by him. Compared to Jiang Yu, we so-called geniuses from China are just trash, aren't we? My Yu bro is so awesome. At this moment, Jiang Yu was unaware that, in the eyes of his classmates, he had already become an unattainable big shot. His strength, level, and identity as the apprentice of China's marshal made him seem out of reach. This also created an invisible barrier between him and his classmates. That's why the little chubby kid's earlier action shocked everyone. By the way, Hao Sei, from what you said, you seem pretty familiar with Yu Shun? The little chubby kid got up and walked over to Hao Sei, asking. Yu Shun was the nickname the whole class used for Jiang Yu. Of course, I'm super close with you, bro. We're childhood friends, Hao Sei said proudly, his tone sounding rather comical. Oh, then can you introduce me to Yu Shun? The little chubby kid didn't back down, his tone full of confidence. Well, that's a bit tricky. Hao Sei looked troubled. At that moment, the little chubby kid said nothing, directly pulling out a wad of cash and stuffing it into Hao Sei's hand. Ahem, I can introduce you, but whether you bro pays attention to you or not, that's out of my control. Hao Sei coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, putting on a serious face. Hee, brother Sei, I understand, the little chubby kid said with a righteous expression. Being able to associate with a genius like Jiang Yu, whether as a close friend or just an acquaintance, was a win. Don't be fooled by the little chubby kid's simple appearance, he's actually quite shrewd. Meanwhile, in the freshman cafeteria, Jiang Yu, with his blushing sister, was the first to arrive. Wow, smells amazing. Jiang Yu was thrilled, inhaling the aroma of the food wafting through the air. Sis, hurry up. Before anyone else comes, let's grab the best dishes. He excitedly pulled Jiang Xiaoyan to the food counter. The lavish spread of dishes looked like it could host a banquet. After a while, Jiang Xiaoyan sat at the table, staring silently at the plate of food in front of the troublemaker. Brother, there's so much, can you finish it? She looked at the food, then glanced at the troublemaker's sturdy stomach, her face full of doubt. So much food, if he couldn't finish it, wouldn't it be a waste? Oh, You little girl don't believe in my appetite, he said, smirking mischievously at his sister. How about we make a bet? Let's see if I can finish this plate of food in half an hour. Hearing the troublemaker's slightly mocking tone, Jiang Xiaoyan's temper flared immediately. She pretended to be indifferent. Fine, if you can't finish it, then, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, you'll owe me one. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't decide what to bet on. Haha, deal. Jiang Yu agreed readily. Then he teased, staring at the little girl in front of him. If I win, how about you take the initiative like you did yesterday? He finished speaking, his face full of anticipation. He couldn't forget how great yesterday afternoon had been. It was simply amazing. You, Jiang Xiaoyan saw his mischievous grin and blushed with anger. This troublemaker was so shameless. Even now, he was thinking about yesterday. Yesterday was just a moment of impulse for her. What? Scared now? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his mind full of mischief. You, what do you mean? Why? Why would I be scared? Jiang Xiaoyan stammered, then lowered her head and started eating. Seeing her bury her head in her food, Jiang Yu chuckled and said nothing, beginning to enjoy the delicious meal in front of him. As the two ate, other freshmen gradually entered the cafeteria. 20 minutes later. Burp. Look, little sister. Jiang Yu let out a satisfied burp, picked up his now spotless plate, and smirked at the little girl. You? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him, speechless. This troublemaker. He could really eat. She stared at his slightly bulging stomach and fell silent. All right, I was just joking earlier. The bet is off. I won't make things difficult for you, Jiang Yu said, patting the little girl's forehead with a smile. No way. Jiang Xiaoyan firmly slapped away his salty pig hand. I keep my word. When are we going back? As she spoke, her face turned completely red. This troublemaker. He's so bad. But the worse he is, the more I like him. What's going on? Excuse me. Is there a freshman named Jiang Yu here? At that moment, a curious voice rang out. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan both looked toward the cafeteria entrance. Jiang Yu didn't notice, but Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed through them. At the cafeteria entrance stood a sunny and handsome young man. He had short black hair, and his light yellow eyes held an inscrutable expression. It's that damned guy. As soon as she saw him, Jiang Xiaoyan instinctively felt repulsed. Tian Renqing, the eldest son of the Tian family head. She hated him, and the reason was simple. In her previous life, the Tian family ancestor betrayed humanity. That's right, betrayed. Of course, the Tian family ancestor probably didn't have such thoughts now. But the betrayal back then was precisely because of Tian Renqing's persuasion. If it weren't for the Tian family ancestor's betrayal, the arrival of the catastrophe could have been delayed by at least 3 months. Not to mention 3 months. Just give yourself 1 month to break through that realm, and the outcome of the catastrophe might not necessarily be humanity's tragic defeat. This is why she hates Tian Renqing. It's also the reason she destroyed the entire Tian family in her previous life. It can be said that all the roots of disaster lie with Tian Renqing. As for why he betrayed humanity, she doesn't know. Hey, sister, what are you looking at? Do you know this man? Seeing his sister staring thoughtfully at the man at the cafeteria entrance, Jiang Yu immediately felt jealous. Huh? Me? No, I was just thinking about something, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly explained. Actually, she was indeed thinking about Tian Renqing just now. Her thoughts were simple: find an opportunity to eliminate him. Thinking about another man. No way. When we get back, you have to make it up to me, Jiang Yu said discontentedly. He looked at Tian Renqing with sharp eyes. All right, he was jealous again. Hello, are you Jiang Yu? As this voice sounded, Jiang Yu's vision blurred. The next second, Tian Renqing was already standing in front of him. Seeing Tian Renqing extend his right hand, Jiang Yu squinted slightly. This guy moves pretty fast, but not faster than himself. Hello, Jiang Yu. My name is Tian Renqing. Can we get to know each other? Tian Renqing smiled brightly, looking innocent and pure. Tian Renqing? Surname Tian? Is it a coincidence, or? Thinking of what his master had said, Jiang Yu stared at Tian Renqing in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. If this guy really belongs to that family, his purpose for seeking him out is obvious. Sure enough, seeing Jiang Yu not respond, Tian Renqing slowly withdrew his hand. Jiang Yu, You secretly learned our Tian family's techniques, which makes me very unhappy. Of course, let's have a match. Whoever wins will have the right to practice this technique. I won't bother you anymore after that." At this point, his tone changed, carrying a hint of mockery. "However, the elders of my family may not let you off so easily." Hearing Tian Rinqing say this, Jiang Yu frowned. Even Jiang Xiaoyan was no exception. It seems this Tian family will have to be wiped out sooner or later, she thought to herself. At this moment, the people in the cafeteria who heard Tian Rinqing's words were all stunned. "Wow, isn't this the senior from the 4th year? What's he talking about? I don't understand. I don't know either. What techniques? Are there really techniques in this world? Have you never seen the world? Although I haven't seen them, I've heard that there really are techniques in this world. Whatever, don't cause trouble. Brothers, I'm going to watch the drama." Listening to the chatter in the cafeteria, Jiang Yu smiled faintly. "Oh, do you have any evidence to prove that the technique I practiced belongs to your Tian family?" This. Tian Rinqing fell silent upon hearing this. His grandfather only told him that Jiang Yu had learned their family's techniques and asked him to find an opportunity to test Jiang Yu's strength. Nothing else was mentioned, so he couldn't provide any proof. After all, he hadn't fully mastered the techniques himself and couldn't sense that Jiang Yu hadn't practiced them at all. "Look at you. You can't even provide a reason or evidence, yet you're here arguing with me?" Jiang Yu deliberately shouted loudly. Hearing this, the onlooking students nodded in agreement. "That's right. No reason, no evidence, and you want to slander our feather god? On what grounds? You're just a 4th grader, aren't you?" At this moment, a hearty voice chimed in, clearly someone enjoying the drama. Jiang Yu turned around and saw that it was the chubby kid. "You? Jiang Yu. You. For a moment, Tian Rinqing didn't know how to respond. Ding. Tian Rinqing feels surprised by the host's silence. Emotion value plus 3,322. Stop with the you. All right. Since you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your lifelong wish. After all, you're my little fan." As he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Tian Rinqing. This action made Tian Rinqing's face turn red, veins popping. I can't ruin my image. He kept persuading himself in his mind. Across from them, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh at the scene. However, she quickly covered her mouth, trying hard to suppress her laughter. Fine. Tian Rinqing took a deep breath and nodded. "In that case, I'll wait for you at the Academy's arena." After saying this, he turned and left without looking back. He moved so quickly, like a rabbit, that anyone who didn't know better might think he was rushing to the restroom. "Sis, do you think this guy is an idiot?" Jiang Yu looked helplessly at his sister in front of him. MHM. Jiang Xiaoyan covered her mouth and nodded reluctantly. All right, everyone, stop just watching the drama here. If you want to see a good show, how about following me to the arena?" Jiang Yu glanced at the surrounding classmates, and a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his head. The classmates' eyes lit up upon hearing this. After all, there were no classes today, and they were idle anyway. Missing out on a good show would be a shame. Seeing everyone's excitement, Jiang Yu grabbed his little sister's hand and said as he walked, "Brothers and sisters, when I fight that Tian, whatever his name is, don't forget to record some videos. Post them online, and my fan count will definitely skyrocket." "Got it," someone in the crowd responded, and Jiang Yu nodded, holding his sister's hand as they walked out of the cafeteria. As Jiang Yu left, dozens of onlookers immediately followed. Before long, Jiang Yu and his group arrived at the Lingwu Academy's arena. The arena was enormous, comparable to the ones they'd seen in the capital before. More importantly, there were few people here. Including Jiang Yu's group, there were only a dozen or so people. That's right, just a dozen or so. Jiang Yu had 11 people following him, and there were 4 others in the arena. Adding him and his sister, there were only 17 people in total. The reason was simple. Most of Lingwu Academy's students were out on missions, let alone anyone being in the arena. Damn, this kid really dared to come. "Hey, Tian Rinqing, isn't this bullying a child?" Just as they entered the arena, Jiang Yu heard a deep voice. He looked in the direction of the voice. On the audience seats of the arena stood 4 people. Among them, Jiang Yu recognized 2. They were Tian Rinqing and an E. The other 2 were a sturdy, resolute-looking man with a buzz cut and a seductive woman with purple hair, purple eyes, and a fiery figure. Enough with the nonsense. He secretly learned our clan's techniques, so what's wrong with me testing his skills? Tian Rinqing waved his hand dismissively. Besides, even if he can't beat me, I won't hurt him. After all, I am Tian Rinqing. After speaking, he smugly ran his hand through his hair. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. At this moment, and he spoke softly. His words drew the attention of the other three. Jiang Yu immediately noticed that there was a hint of respect in their gazes. And I think I've heard that name before. Jiang Xiaoyan murmured thoughtfully. In her previous life, during the Great Calamity, Yi had sacrificed himself to blow up an entire city, saving countless lives. That was her only impression of Yi. Don't just look at me. You'll understand when the time comes, Yi said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Yu. This action left Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. At that moment, the alluring woman among the four was gazing at Jiang Yu with a dreamy look. His sister? What the heck? Could this person be transgender? He was certain he hadn't seen wrong. Her gaze was completely entranced. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but start worrying. Although his sister was stunningly beautiful, hailed as the most beautiful woman in China, it shouldn't be to the extent that both men and women liked her, right? Jiang Yu, let's have a match. I really want to see your strength. Tian Rinqing stepped onto the martial stage and smiled at Jiang Yu, who was seated near the audience. His tone and demeanor seemed bright and charming. Anyone unaware might actually think he was a good young man. Brothers, are you ready? Jiang Yu ignored him and turned to the dozens of people behind him, shouting loudly, "Ready!" The group responded in unison. Hearing the enthusiastic shouts of the freshmen, Yi and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of stunt was this? At that moment, Yi saw dozens of freshmen simultaneously take out their phones and aim them at the martial stage to record. Little girl, wait for me to come back. Jiang Yu gently touched the cheek of the little girl beside him. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could react, Jiang Yu suddenly kissed her. Then, ding! Shui Wanqing feels ashamed of the host's actions. Critical hit successful. Cultivation points +1. Ding! Yi feels shocked by the host's actions. Emotion value +666. Ding! Zhu Lin feels shocked by the host's actions. Emotion value +2666. Ding! The system's notification sounded in his mind, and Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. So many shock notifications, yet there was one labeled shame? At that moment, Jiang Yu vaguely felt a resentful gaze fixed on him. He glanced sideways. Oh my God, it was that alluring woman. The truth was revealed. The alluring woman quickly averted her gaze when she noticed Jiang Yu looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Her reaction made Jiang Yu even more certain that something was off. Enough! Jiang Xiaoyan pushed away Jiang Yu, who was kissing her more and more aggressively. Her cheeks flushed red. This bad guy was too much. She knew he was over the line, yet she liked him even more, unable to explain why. All right, I'm going to crush that Tian, whatever his name is. Wait for me. Jiang Yu licked his lips, smiled slightly, and instantly teleported, appearing in front of Tian Rinqing. All right, Tian, whatever, let's begin. Seeing Tian Rinqing, Jiang Yu's expression immediately turned serious. My name is Tian Rinqing, not Tian whatever. Tian Rinqing helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. Got it. Hurry up and hit me. Let me see your strength. Jiang Yu waved his hand casually. It should be me seeing your strength. Tian Rinqing snorted coldly. A powerful aura instantly erupted from his body. Jiang Yu felt the energy and understood that Tian Rinqing was only at Platinum level 4. However, he also knew that the strongest fourth-year student was only at Platinum level 7. Jiang Yu, I admit you're stronger than me now, but this world doesn't care about fairness or rules. So hurry up already. You're so damn slow. Jiang Yu was exasperated. Why did this guy talk so much? Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Tian Rinqing's veins bulged. Divine power. Divine speed. As soon as the words fell, the next second, Jiang Yu's vision blurred as Tian Rinqing's powerful fist came rushing toward him. Buzz! Before the fist could hit his face, Jiang Yu moved his thoughts and instantly retreated into his exclusive space. Huh? Where did he go? Tian Rinqing froze. They were well aware of Jiang Yu's level and abilities, thinking that as long as they went all out, they would surely win. But right at the start, Jiang Yu disappeared. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Hey, Tian Rinxing, I'm right here. Space lock. Space collapse. Thunder God Dragon. Thunderous might. Absolute illusion. Nightmare entanglement. What? Tian Rinxing exclaimed in shock. Before he could turn around, it was already too late. Accompanied by Jiang Yu's overwhelming skill attacks. Ow, a series of miserable screams echoed as Tian Rinxing had no chance to fight back, scorched black by the Thunder God Dragon and Thunderous Might. Then, he was tightly bound by Space Collapse and Space Lock. Even his spirit was drained by the two illusion skills, leaving him utterly debilitated. And all of this happened in just 5 or 6 seconds. After 5 or 6 seconds, Tian Rinxing collapsed to the ground, his entire body charred and twitching uncontrollably. Seeing Jiang Yu's set of skills instantly defeat Tian Rinxing, the crowd was stunned, their hearts surging with waves of shock. Ding! Wu Gang was shocked by the host's performance. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding! And E was shocked by the host's performance. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding e.g., he just took out Tian Rinxing. Wu Gang widened his eyes, staring at the martial stage. And he hesitated. Jiang Yu's strength is too overwhelming. He shook his head helplessly. Then, e.g., with your strength, could you go 50-50 against Jiang Yu? Wu Gang asked curiously. And he pondered. I think 60-40, maybe. He finally gave an answer he was somewhat satisfied with. Oh, you think Jiang Yu 60, you 40? Wu Gang nodded thoughtfully. No, it's me 4, Jiang Yu 6. And he said calmly. This statement left Wu Gang completely dumbfounded. All right, you two go carry Tian Rinxing to the infirmary. Don't let him die. Seeing Wu Gang's distressed expression, Jiang Yu said. Right. This guy can't just be left like that. Wu Gang glanced at Shui whinnying beside him. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and help carry him. Get lost. Don't bother me. You carry him yourself. Shui whinnying, who was secretly admiring Jiang Xiaoyan's appearance, glared at Wu Gang. If you won't go, I will. Helpless, Wu Gang had no choice but to go up to the martial arts stage alone, hoist Tian Rinxing onto his back, and hurriedly leave the arena. At this moment, Jiang Yu had already teleported back to his sister's side. How was it? Am I amazing or what? As soon as he returned, he looked at the little girl smugly. All you do is brag. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red as she pretended to be disdainful. Oh, looks like you haven't seen my true strength yet. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Perfect timing. You still owe me one chance to take the lead, so today I'll. Before he could finish, he noticed the little girl's face turning bright red with embarrassment. He didn't continue but instead pinched her soft, smooth cheek and smiled faintly. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly, her eyes full of shyness. Saying such things in front of so many people was just too embarrassing. But when she glanced at the dozens of people who had followed them with the corner of her eye, 5 or 6 seconds later, Tian Rinxing collapsed to the ground, his entire body charred black, convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing Jiang Yu instantly defeat Tian Rinxing with a single set of skills, everyone was stunned. But in their hearts, a storm was already brewing. Ding! Wu Gang was shocked by the host's performance. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding! And E was shocked by the host's performance. Critical hit successful. Talent point +1. Ding! E.g., he just instantly defeated Tian Rinxing. Wu Gang stared wide-eyed at the martial arts stage. And he hesitated for a moment. Jiang Yu's strength is terrifying. He shook his head helplessly. Then, e.g., with your strength, can you fight Jiang Yu to a draw? Wu Gang asked curiously. And he pondered. I think it's a 60-40 split. Finally, he gave an answer he was satisfied with. Oh, you mean Jiang Yu has 60%? Wu Gang nodded in agreement. No, I have 40%. Jiang Yu has 60%. And he said calmly. Wu Gang was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. All right, you two quickly go carry Tian Rinxing to the infirmary. Don't let him die. Seeing Wu Gang's dazed expression, he sighed and said, Right. This guy can't just be left like that, Wu Gang said, glancing at Shui whinnying beside him. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help carry him. Get lost. Don't bother me. You carry him yourself. Shui whinnying, who was secretly admiring Jiang Xiaoyan's appearance, glared at Wu Gang angrily. Oomph. If you won't go, fine, I'll go myself. Wu Gang admitted defeat, walked up to the martial arts stage alone, and quickly carried Tian wrenching away from the arena. At this moment, Jiang Yu had already teleported back to his sister's side. How was it? Am I amazing or what? As soon as he returned, he looked at the little girl smugly. Oomph. All you do is brag. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red as she pretended to be disdainful. Oh, looks like you haven't seen my true strength yet. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Perfect timing. You still owe me a favor. Today, let me. As he spoke, he noticed the little girl's face turning red with embarrassment. But he didn't continue, instead pinching her soft cheek and smiling. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan let out a soft hum, her eyes full of shyness. Saying such things in front of so many people was truly embarrassing. However, she glanced at the dozens of people behind her out of the corner of her eye. They pretended not to see or hear anything, keeping their heads down and playing with their phones. Some even held their phones upside down without realizing it. All right, since I've finished fighting with that Tian, whatever, if you're all done here, let us disperse. Oh, and don't forget to upload the videos you recorded online. Post them on every platform. Before leaving, he reminded them seriously. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up and responded. They had no choice. Jiang Yu's performance just now had shocked them for a lifetime. Good. Seeing everyone so obedient, Jiang Yu nodded and led the beauty beside him out of the martial arts arena. Brother Yu, wait for me. Not long after they left the arena, Hao Sei's voice came from behind. Jiang Yu turned around and saw Hao Sei giving him a knowing look, the kind that all men understand. Ahem, sister, you should head back to the dormitory. You've been running around all day. You must be tired. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and said to his sister. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyan squinted her eyes. Are you hiding something from me? Her tone grew increasingly threatening. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell his sister everything, but he knew Hao Sei well enough to understand that this expression meant he had a secret to share. Thinking quickly, he came up with an idea. It's nothing really. I just want you to go back and take a bath early, and then He gave the little girl a knowing look. You? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red. But since the troublemaker had said so, she couldn't refuse. Thinking about it, she glared at him angrily before turning and leaving. Deep down, she was a little expectant. All right, your sister-in-law is gone. Speak quickly, Jiang Yu said helplessly, looking at Hao Sei not far away. Hao Sei chuckled slyly and stepped forward without hesitation. Brother Yu, do you remember that chubby guy in the classroom earlier? He asked cautiously. Jiang Yu nodded. You mean the chubby guy who got so excited he knelt down? Yes. Hao Sei nodded quickly. What is up? Did he come to me for something or? Jiang Yu squinted slightly as he spoke. Hey, brother Yu, you misunderstood. Hao Sei immediately pulled out a stack of red bills from his pocket. Brother Yu, that chubby guy asked me to pass this to you. He entrusted me to give it to you. Here it is. Whoa, it's actual cash. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the stack of red bills. Ahem. He pretended to be calm as he took the money, pulled out a few bills, and handed them to Hao Sei. Go back and tell that chubby guy, he is officially my friend now. Thinking to himself, this guy is a big fat sheep, a walking ATM. Thank you, brother Yu. Hao Sei was overjoyed as he accepted the bills. That I didn't expect brother Yu to be so good to me. He already helped me with my enrollment, and I owed him a favor for that. Now, the money that the chubby guy asked me to give him, brother Yu even returned a few bills. Brother Yu is simply amazing. If I were a woman, I'd definitely marry him. After all, in Hao Sei's eyes, this money was entrusted to him by the chubby guy to give to brother Yu. Ahem, don't get so worked up. Jiang Yu coughed twice, expressionless as he calmly put the remaining money into his space. He said coolly. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside, he was overjoyed. This money was at least 10,000, right? That chubby guy is really loaded. Since that's the case, Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Private stash plus 10,000. Brother you. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to cultivate. I feel like I'm about to break through in the next couple of days. Go on, go on. Jiang Yu waved his hand indifferently. Housei nodded and immediately returned to the dormitory to continue cultivating. As soon as he left, the excitement on Jiang Yu's face exploded. Ha ha, I never thought I'd have such a good day. I actually caught a big fat sheep, and one that's full of oil. Although he muttered to himself, he still looked around to make sure no one was watching before he felt at ease. If anyone saw him looking so excited, it would definitely be embarrassing. But he couldn't help it. In his entire life, he'd never seen so much money. Now that he had, who wouldn't be thrilled? Buzz! A spatial fluctuation sounded, and Jiang Yu's figure disappeared. The scene shifted. In Jiang Xiaoyan's room, Jiang Yu suddenly appeared on the sofa. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, a slight smile on his lips. This little girl is really obedient. He thought to himself. System, open the data panel, he silently commanded. Emotion value, 2,886,663. Looking at the number, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. In such a short time, his emotion value had increased by over 500,000, which was already quite impressive. All right, while the little girl is showering, I should wash up too. Thinking about how he'd been running around all day and was sweaty, he decisively left a spatial marker and returned to his own room. As soon as he got to his room, he quickly rushed into the bathroom. A few minutes later, after scrubbing himself several times, Jiang Yu came out of the bathroom fully dressed. Then, he lay on the bed and started scrolling through short videos. While showering earlier, he noticed his emotion value had skyrocketed. In just a few minutes, it had surpassed 3 million. He knew very well that it wasn't because his videos suddenly went viral, but because the person who filmed him today had become popular. Sure enough, when he opened the Video app, the top trending topic was him. Trending, Lingwu University freshman Jiang Yu challenges a fourth-year platinum-level senior, defeats him in one move. Clicking on it, as expected, the video was of him defeating Tian Rinxing in one move earlier today. Looking at the username of the uploader, it turned out to be Zhu Lin. The video I posted yesterday didn't even make it to the trending list, and the emotion value only increased by a few 100,000. Now that it's trending, it's probably going to explode, he thought. He remembered that the chubby guy's name seemed to be Zhu Lin. Not only did he deliver 10,000 in private money, but he also brought so much traffic to him. He really was his lucky star. Maybe he should teach him a few moves tomorrow? Let me see the reaction in the comments this time. Is it going to be lively or completely one-sided? He muttered to himself, directly opening the comment section to start browsing. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had already finished her bath, lay on the bed with slightly flushed cheeks. She recalled the bet she lost today and the words that bad guy had just said to her. Her eyes were filled with shyness. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel a little anticipation in my heart? Her cheeks turned red as she covered her chest and muttered softly. Just like that, with a small sense of anticipation in her heart, she waited for Jiang Yu for a full 5 minutes. That guy? Could he have tricked me into coming back and then sneaked off on his own? Muttering, her gaze suddenly turned sharp. But after thinking about it, that bad guy probably wouldn't be so selfish. Besides, he had said there were free resources at home, so there was no need. Thinking of this, the sharpness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by full anticipation. She couldn't quite explain why at first. She had been somewhat resistant to this matter. But as time went on, she actually started to look forward to it. Oh, little girl, what are you anticipating? Jiang Yu suddenly appeared, saw her expectant expression, and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan trembled all over, her face immediately showing a dissatisfied expression. I'm not anticipating anything. After saying that, she turned her head away, no longer looking at that bad guy. But the joy in her heart was something only she knew. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl's reaction, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Not anticipating? Then I'll keep watching videos. After saying that, he sat directly on the sofa and really started watching videos, under the little girl's surprised gaze. Seeing his deliberately hot and cold attitude, Jiang Xiaoyan pouted in dissatisfaction. But to honor the bet, She still stood up and walked toward the bad guy, slowly approaching. Sister. Jiang Yu looked at her in his arms and asked softly. Jiang Xiaoyan lazily responded. I'm curious. Do you like the me from your past life or the me in this life? Jiang Yu's question was unexpected. What? What do you mean? Jiang Xiaoyan immediately perked up. What did this bad guy mean by asking this? Of course, she liked the bad guy now. As for the one from her past life, that should just be the beginning, right? It was precisely because of Jiang Yu from her past life that everything between her and this bad guy now existed. Nothing. I'm just curious. Did you have a boyfriend in your past life? Jiang Xiaoyan fell silent. This guy is such a jealous type. Beating around the bush, turns out he was asking this. Actually, Jiang Yu had just thought about it since his sister was a reincarnator. Did she like the him from her past life or the him now? But remembering her attitude toward him before she awakened her abilities, he immediately dismissed the thought. After knowing his sister was a reincarnator, another question arose in his heart. That was whether his sister had a boyfriend in her past life. Of course, he also knew he was just being jealous. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him in dissatisfaction, pouting in response. Doesn't this guy already know what kind of person she is? Oh, what did I say? Jiang Yu smirked mischievously and gently brushed the crystal-clear lips of the girl in his arms. How about me? Didn't you feel it just now? Jiang Xiaoyan patted his playful hand and rolled her eyes. Hee, hearing you say that, I just realized. Jiang Yu said seriously. With how proactive you were just now, of course, I felt it deeply. You deserve some praise. You've made progress. After saying that, he rubbed the cheeks of the beauty in his arms. From the initial awkwardness to now making progress, he really shouldn't have asked that question earlier. It was his own fault for not noticing this point. Then let me ask you, have you ever liked another girl before? Jiang Xiaoyan pouted and asked back. No. Jiang Yu immediately shook his head. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan was skeptical. With his personality, could it be true that he hadn't liked anyone before? Actually, she was somewhat wronging Jiang Yu. Before taking that kidney-strengthening pill, he was a gentleman. But after taking it, during certain special moments, he couldn't control his thoughts. Of course, why would I lie to you? You are mine. At this point, he smiled faintly and made a one gesture in front of the little girl. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart instantly melted at the words of this mischievous guy. Whether it's your personality, appearance, or every move you make, I like them all. If it weren't for my stamina and that nameless fire inside me, I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out for over an hour. After saying that, he gently rubbed the girl's nose in front of him, his eyes full of affection. He wasn't wrong. The blame could only be placed on the overly potent effects of the kidney-strengthening pill. I don't believe you. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly and turned her head away. But the corners of her mouth still unconsciously lifted into a sweet smile. In fact, her heart was melting with sweetness. Hearing the little girl's words, Jiang Yu was speechless. This sister really misunderstood him. Ha ha ha. All right, I believe you now. Stop teasing me. Look at your helpless expression. Jiang Xiaoyan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice muffled. Oh, does that mean you know my secrets now? Jiang Yu suddenly said, causing Jiang Xiaoyan's laughter to come to an abrupt halt. Seeing the little girl blushing and hiding in his arms, Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. By the way, sister, do you recognize this thing? He took out the gun he had picked up from his exclusive space and asked curiously. For some reason, whenever he touched this gun, the flow of spiritual energy in his body noticeably slowed down. This definitely wasn't his problem. It had to be an issue with the gun. Jiang Xiaoyan was also intrigued. Seeing the gun in Jiang Yu's hand, her eyes widened. Is this the spirit-binding gun your master gave you? She asked in confusion. What spirit-binding gun? It wasn't given by my master. I picked it up outside. That's the truth. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Why do I find it harder to believe the more I hear? She muttered, noticing Jiang Yu's puzzled look, and began explaining to him. This spirit-binding gun is different from ordinary guns. From what I see, yours should be an advanced type, the kind that doesn't require bullets. You just need to inject your spiritual energy into the gun, and it can fire bullets. This bullet can make warriors below the legendary level lose the ability to operate spiritual energy for a short time. Simply put, as long as it hits enemies below the legendary level, They temporarily can't use their abilities. After hearing his sister's explanation, Jiang Yu looked at the gun in his hand, and his expression immediately changed. He trembled as he asked, Sister, how much is this thing worth? Right now, there was only one thought in his mind: money. Jiang Xiaoyan replied indifferently, that depends on its durability. I estimate this one is worth 7 to 8 million. After speaking, she turned to look at the shocked bad guy. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a treasure. Hey, you wouldn't really. Before she could finish her sentence, she realized what was happening. In her previous life, she was an empress and didn't care about wealth. But her bad guy brother was different. He hadn't even touched a 100 yuan bill until now. No wonder he was so excited. Sister, I'll go back to rest first. You've been tired for over an hour, so rest early too. After calming down, Jiang Yu finished speaking and, under Jiang Xiaoyan's startled gaze, gently kissed her. Then, using a spatial marker, he returned to his dormitory. Lying on the bed, he tried to calm his excited mind. His gaze swept to his emotion value. Emotion value, 3,466,888. He had two purposes for returning. One was that it was late, and he wanted the little girl who had exhausted herself because of him to rest. The second was to draw a prize. As for the spirit-binding weapon, he wouldn't sell it. For his and his sister's current strength, this weapon was practically a divine artifact. He wasn't stupid enough to sell it. System, give me a golden legendary draw. After he spoke, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Golden legendary draw in progress. Scene shifts. Has the bad guy left? Looking at the empty room, now left with only herself, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were full of loss. Why does my heart feel so uncomfortable when he leaves? She clutched her chest and murmured softly. But after touching her lips, she sighed helplessly. I am indeed a bit tired. I should go to bed. I don't want to think about that bad guy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining change appearance. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Change appearance? What is this? Following the principle of checking the description when unsure, he quickly clicked on the detailed explanation. Change appearance. After use, the host's appearance can transform into any form they've seen. Duration, 12 hours. Note, after use, even the strongest warriors will find it difficult to detect the host's transformation. What the heck? Seeing the description, Jiang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Does this thing have any use for him? But after thinking about it, he felt it was still quite useful. In the future, he could disguise himself as his enemies and cause chaos everywhere. Just thinking about it was thrilling. System, I'm not satisfied. Give me another golden legendary draw. He spoke without hesitation. What he wanted was something that could enhance his strength, not some useless item. Ding. Using the golden legend lottery, listening to the system prompt echoing in his mind, Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed on the lottery panel. Moments later, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic of love spins around. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Jiang Yu was stunned today. No, wait. What is going on with the recent golden legend level lottery? Why does he keep drawing things he doesn't understand? System, are you messing with me? He couldn't help but curse. Before his system upgraded, he would either get spatial abilities or SSS-level talents. But after the system upgrade and his luck value increased, he hadn't drawn anything better than those two. Did his luck value increase or decrease? He was starting to doubt. Ding. The lottery probability system does not intervene. Damn. System, come on. Do something. I'm begging you. Ding. The lottery system does not intervene. Damn it. System, just you wait. Don't tell me you're a female system. If that's the case, hee. At this moment, Jiang Yu revealed a sinister smile. Ding. The system feels ashamed of the hostess' behavior. Emotion value plus 3,337. Oh ho. The system is embarrassed. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. Judging by the system's reaction, it seemed like it might actually be a girl. Of course, it could also be genderless. System. Open the detailed description. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar description panel appeared. The magic of love spins around. Use on two people who mutually like each other. If the two truly like each other, the binding will succeed. Once bound, when the two are within 100 meters of each other, their overall strength increases by 50%. Seeing the description, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't this a buff? And a 50% strength increase is no joke. Hee. I'll go to that little girl's room later, and we'll bind it together. She'll definitely be shocked. Thinking about his sister's surprise and admiration when she feels the sudden surge in strength, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't quite understand why, but as long as that little girl was happy, his heart felt happy too. Maybe this is love, of course. If it's love, success means love, failure might just mean being a simp. But this wasn't ordinary success. The most important thing was that the little girl could take the initiative. System, give me another golden legend level lottery. Thinking about how he only had a little over 1,000,000 emotion points left, he didn't hesitate. Ding. Using the golden legend lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Boost Pearl. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Huh? This seems pretty useful. Taking out a light blue pearl the size of an egg from the system backpack, Jiang Yu's face was full of curiosity. He noticed the Spirit Boost Pearl in his hand, continuously transferring pure spiritual energy into his body. With a thought, the description panel appeared before him. Spirit Boost Pearl automatically absorbs external spiritual energy to replenish itself and can provide spiritual energy to the host at any time. Not bad. Not bad. It's a support-type treasure. Satisfied, he stored the Spirit Boost Pearl back into his exclusive space and instantly disappeared in Jiang Xiaoyan's room. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan was tossing and turning on her bed, unable to fall asleep. Earlier, she had been muttering about not wanting to deal with that bad guy. But now, lying down, all she could think about was his image. This made her unable to sleep, and she had no intention of cultivating it all. She was completely not in the mood. Oh, what are you busy with, little girl? Jiang Yu suddenly appeared and saw the little girl on the bed tossing and turning, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This little girl, is she practicing some special skill? Why are you here? Jiang Xiaoyan quickly sat up, covering her chest with the blanket. Her cheeks flushed red. But the excitement in her expression and the joy in her words couldn't be hidden. What? Am I not allowed to come? Jiang Yu said with a mischievous smile, and with a thought, the magic of love spinning around in his backpack suddenly activated, directly affecting the two of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful binding. As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. What does successful binding mean? It means the two truly like each other. In other words, he looked at the little girl on the bed, trying hard to hide her excitement, and smirked mischievously. Just then, What's happening to me? Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, noticing her strength had clearly improved. This is the purpose of my visit this time, true love enhancement. As long as we're within 100 meters of each other, our overall strength increases by 50%. After saying that, Jiang Yu directly hugged the little girl and gave her a fierce kiss. The two quickly separated. All right, little girl, rest well. I won't disturb you anymore, he said gently, releasing his arms and smiling warmly. But upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes. You bad guy, why don't we just live together? She said, trembling and blushing. Huh? Jiang Yu was stunned upon hearing this. What's going on? The little girl wants to live with him? Wasn't his original intention of showing her the cultivation method to suggest practicing together? But she had always refused. Now, she's suggesting it herself? This doesn't seem appropriate. Lingwu Academy doesn't allow it. And coming here already risks getting expelled. Jiang Yu hesitated. Of course, he knew there were ways to deal with being discovered. He just wanted to see how the little girl would react. If she truly wanted it, he couldn't refuse. How about we save up Lingwu medals and buy a villa in the academy? Jiang Xiaoyan said, feeling a bit disappointed. This bad guy, he knows about her relationship with the dean. Is he saying this because he doesn't want to live with her? Thinking about this, she felt inexplicably aggrieved. Hey, I was joking, you silly girl. Seeing her look so aggrieved, Jiang Yu quickly hugged her and explained. Really? She looked up at the bad guy in front of her, her eyes sparkling. During this time, she realized she couldn't be without him. She knew it in her heart, but just couldn't control it. Of course, I'll listen to you, little girl. Jiang Yu kissed her charming lips and said seriously, "Then you're not leaving?" Jiang Xiaoyan asked tentatively. "Of course, I'll stay, but this is the dormitory building, so it's best not to get caught. We still need to save up medals to buy a villa," Jiang Yu said with longing. A villa? He had never lived in one before. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, feeling extremely satisfied. "So what do we do now?" she hesitated. Before living together, this troublemaker already made her heart race. If they lived together? Just thinking about it made her blush like an apple. "What are you thinking? You've had a long day. Let's cultivate now. We can practice together," Jiang Yu said irritably, rubbing her nose. He didn't want her to be too tired. Cultivation, like sleeping, could restore physical strength and spirit, though it wasn't as comfortable as sleeping. "All right," Jiang Xiaoyan nodded sweetly with a smile. This troublemaker actually cared about her. Thinking about it made her heart feel sweet. The peaches, spiritual fruits, and the ice, elemental divine pill that boosted her the most, all were prepared by him. Soon, the two each took out a spirit-enhancing pill and swallowed it. Then they sat facing each other, their eyes full of excitement. "Here I go," Jiang Yu said excitedly. The two immediately began channeling spiritual energy, focusing on cultivation. The night passed, and the next morning arrived. "What? These two are late again." Lung Feng looked at the 30 people in front of him, but Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were nowhere to be found. His face was full of helplessness. "The teacher said he has something important today and wants to wait for Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan to arrive together," someone explained. "Oh, does the teacher have something important to say?" someone asked curiously. Just as the words fell, the figures of Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan tightly embracing each other appeared in everyone's sight. Lung Feng saw this scene and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "All right, since you're here, hurry back to the team. The teacher has something important to announce." His tone was serious. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan didn't hesitate and quickly returned to the team. Lung Feng spoke again. "The Academy has just received news that there has been a riot in the Demon Abyss near the Magic City. Let me first explain what the Demon Abyss is," he continued. "You may have heard of Abyss, but the Demon Abyss is more complex. For example, a gold-level Earth-type Abyss only contains Earth-type beasts, and the highest level is no more than gold level." At this point, Lung Feng's expression became grave. But the Demon Abyss has no such restrictions. Its scope is larger, the types of beasts inside are more varied, and their levels are higher. There are even supreme level ones. If the Abyss is a small spatial secret realm, then the Demon Abyss is a world about the size of Blue Star. Lung Feng's words made everyone present understand the terrifying nature of the Demon Abyss. "Teacher, why is the Demon Abyss rioting? What impact will the riot have?" someone asked. Lung Feng's expression grew somber. Even the higher-ups in Huan Nation don't know the reason. The Demon Abyss riot occurred in a forest near the Magic City, where the Abyss Army is stationed. After the riot, the beasts inside the Demon Abyss will rush out through the passage and enter the human world. Upon hearing this news, everyone except Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but tremble. A Demon Abyss riot? I've never heard of it before. It seems the world is really changing. Someone murmured, a hint of shyness appearing on their face as they secretly glanced at the troublemaker beside them. Lung Feng said seriously, "There's a reason I'm telling you all this. The higher-ups have decided that all university students from 1st to 4th year can participate in this battle against the riot. Of course, you won't be sent to the most dangerous places. At most you'll deal with bronze level or silver level beasts. I don't know about other academies, but in our Lingwu Academy, killing beasts earns you Lingwu medals. Whether to participate or not is up to you." After speaking, Lung Feng looked at everyone. "Those who want to participate will set off together tomorrow. For now, start with 5 laps to warm up. Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the students seemed to be injected with adrenaline and quickly started running on the field. "Hey, sis, let's discuss something," Jiang Yu said as he ran closer to Jiang Xiaoyan's ear. What is it?" "Don't mention the grove." Jiang Xiaoyan immediately became nervous, guessing wildly. "Don't overthink. I mean, with this riot, should we try to earn enough for a villa?" Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows with a mischievous smile. Jiang Xiaoyan just rolled her eyes at him without saying a word. He continued to smirk. "After all, I haven't seriously trained in a villa yet." As soon as he said this, Jiang Xiaoyan's body trembled, blushing as she glared at him and softly scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm definitely going to the Abyss Riot. This is too important. After speaking, her gaze instantly became firm and sharp. But in the next moment, she returned to her calm demeanor. She was right, not just her. Almost all the students of Lingwu Academy would go. Lingwu Academy is the top university in China, gathering the most outstanding talents. Faced with a major event like the Abyss Riot, no one would miss the chance to earn a large number of Lingwu medals. You're right. But I have a question. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke. What? Jiang Xiaoyan was curious, wanting to know what he was going to ask. I'm just wondering, would the beds and sofas in the villa be especially comfortable? Jiang Yu blinked and teased. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed away, not giving Jiang Xiaoyan a chance to react. You bad guy. Don't run. Jiang Xiaoyan finally reacted, her face turning red as she quickened her pace to chase after him. Sigh, having a partner is so nice. Yeah, who wouldn't envy that? Without girls in your heart, training is more intense. At this moment, Hao Sei, Zhu Lin, and Ji Qingfeng were running side by side. Watching the two chasing ahead, they couldn't help but sigh. As for Yuan Xinxin, she was running alongside a cute little girl. The little girl was only 1.5 meters tall, with pink ponytails. What does it feel like to see two beautiful little girls running together? It's simply amazing. Fantastic. These are the only words to describe it. Hee. Yuan Xinxin, I heard you're friends with Jiang Xiaoyan? Then why aren't you running with her? Shi Xiaoxin sweetly asked Yuan Xinxin, representing the epitome of a perfect little girl. What do you think? I don't want to be a third wheel. Yuan Xinxin rolled her eyes adorably. Ever since Sister Xiaoyan said those words in the room, she hadn't dared to mention anything about Sister Xiaoyan's ability to enhance talent. Clearly, Yuan Xinxin hadn't fully understood the true meaning behind Jiang Xiaoyan's words. True, but I really envy Jiang Xiaoyan. Having such a handsome and powerful boyfriend, she's so lucky. As she spoke, she used her fair little hands to keep rubbing her face, as if that would let her feel the happiness. All right, class dismissed. Students participating in the Battle of the Riot tomorrow gather at the playground at 8 a.m. As soon as Lung Feng finished speaking, the students rushed out of the classroom like mad. Wow, sis, let's hurry to the cafeteria and grab a spot. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Yu pulled his sister without hesitation and instantly teleported away. The scene shifted to the academy cafeteria. As the students arrived, they saw Jiang Yu sitting at a table, devouring meat, while Jiang Xiaoyan across from him looked utterly bewildered. Whoa, God, you got here way too fast. TCH. Not necessarily. I remember during the competition, Jiang Xiaoyan talked so much her lips were chapped. You think that could be fast? You're talking nonsense. We weren't even on the same wavelength in our conversations. Oh, my good brother, you're amazing. This brand new life is right in front of us. So enviable. Hearing the chatter at the cafeteria entrance, Jiang Yu, who was eating, almost choked. Brother Yu. At that moment, a hearty voice called out, and Hao Sei rushed over with Zhu Lin. Yo, isn't this the little chubby guy? Long time no see. Jiang Yu grinned widely upon seeing the sturdy little chubby guy beside him. Hee. Brother Yu, didn't you guys just meet yesterday? Hao Sei interjected. Jiang Yu shot him a sideways glance and then turned to Zhu Lin. I heard you want to learn my flirting techniques? Zhu Lin nodded and then shook his head. That's right. Learning flirting techniques would be great, but getting to know you is my main goal. After saying that, he scratched his head with a simple and honest expression. Ahem. Hearing this, Jiang Yu coughed twice and secretly glanced at the little girl across from him, saying with a troubled look, Sigh, little chubby guy, I don't have any flirting techniques. As he spoke, he touched his handsome face, looking distressed. It's all this face that attracted my wife. I didn't even pursue her back, then she took the initiative to throw herself into my arms. The little chubby guy looked at Jiang Yu's troubled expression, and his eyes unexpectedly sparkled with admiration. Ahem. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just finished chewing her food, almost choked upon hearing this. Whoa, are you okay? Jiang Yu instantly teleported behind her and gently patted her back. Did he say something wrong just now? If it wasn't because of his face, why would this little girl follow him? Besides, He hadn't actively pursued her, right? He remembered that after being carried home by his sister following an enemy spy attack, their feelings gradually warmed up. During the competition, their relationship progressed further. To be precise, it developed naturally. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Jiangyu. Oh, Jiangyu, you really have a big face. Jiang Xiaoyan's expression suddenly darkened. What do you mean by no flirting techniques? What do you mean by attracting me with your face? What do you mean by throwing myself into your arms? If it weren't for you, Jiangyu, being a fuse in your past life, with your shamelessness and sweet talk in this life, how could I have gotten into this kind of relationship with you so quickly? How could he possibly help you? Even without these shameless sweet words, she might have ended up with him in this lifetime. But when this bad guy said such shameless things, she couldn't help but feel a pang of grievance. She helps this jerk every day, and he secretly tells others that she was the one chasing him? Ahem, little fatty, I'll take you in as my little brother. If you ever need anything at Lingwu Academy, feel free to come to me. I won't bother with small matters, and I can't help with big ones either. All right, that's it. I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, let Haosei send my WeChat to you later, so we can chat again. After saying that, he quickly grabbed the little girl's hand, left a spatial mark, and disappeared from the spot. Clearly, his words just now had upset his sister. Although what he said was somewhat different from the truth, he still had to go back and coax her. Huh? Where's brother you? What did he just say? Haosei looked confused. Oh, brother, you said he accepted me as his little brother and asked you to send me his WeChat. Zhu Lin grinned from ear to ear. Being friends with someone like Jiang Yu, one of the top talents in Hua Nation, naturally made him happy. All right, I'll send it to you when we get back. By the way, Haosei, let me ask you, did Sister Yin really chase after brother you? I don't know either. All right, don't be mad. I have to save some face when we're outside. Jiang Yu, sitting on the sofa, looked at the beauty in his arms who was fuming and tried to console her. It's fine, I did chase after you, so you're not wrong. Jiang Xiaoyan replied calmly. What? Are you mad? Jiang Yu asked softly. No. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. Oh, if that's the case. He flashed a mischievous smile. What? What did you put on my butt? Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and glared at this bad guy, her tone urgent. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, By the way, little sister, we're going to the abyss of magic tomorrow. Should we prepare something? After all, we don't know how long we'll be staying. The outbreak of the abyss of magic was an unprecedented event in human history, only comparable to the time when spiritual energy first awakened. So he wasn't sure how long they would stay. Yes, we should prepare some things, but I guess there will be designated accommodations, so don't worry too much. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. We still need to prepare. What if the beds there are too hard to bear? I won't feel bad about it, he said, glancing at the little girl's knees. You bad guy. Jiang Xiaoyan instantly understood, blushing as she glared at him. This bad guy, no matter where they go, always has these thoughts in his head. Really? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Take a look at these things and see if they're useful. With that, Jiang Yu took out some items from his personal space, things he had casually stored there before. It was a good opportunity to clear out some unnecessary stuff. The items he took out were simple, a few daily necessities they had used during previous competitions, some spare clothes, and random odds and ends he had stuffed in there. Of course, there were also some auction items he had acquired from the second-dimensional auction house last time, and his stash of private money. Whoa, how did I accidentally take out this treasure? Looking at the stack of private money in his hand, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan exchanged glances for a long moment, neither saying a word. Little sister, listen to me. No, I need to clarify. This is definitely not private money. I swear. Jiang Yu finally couldn't hold it in and quickly tried to explain. But when he looked up at his sister, he found the little girl deep in thought. After a while, he actually saw a determined look in her eyes. Whoa, could it be that this little girl has decided to? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Little sis. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Xiaoyan raised her hand to interrupt him. Brother, I've made up my mind. Thinking about the thought that had just crossed her mind, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were resolute. What? Jiang Yu quickly asked. He was eager to know what this little girl had decided. What she said next completely shocked him. Brother, Jiang Xiaoyan stared seriously at the bad guy in front of her. Then, word by word, she said, I've decided. From now on, our money will not be divided between yours and mine. As she said this, a blush spread across her face. After all, we'll be living together in the future, so I don't want you to act like a child who's never seen the world. Who? Who told you that you're my man? Her voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible. This. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he heard this, standing frozen in place. Today, his little sister was full of surprises. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward to scoop her up in a princess carry. Then, he excitedly spun her around in circles. Wow, this is amazing. Ha ha ha, he shouted loudly as he spun her around. What excited him wasn't the "our money won't be divided" part, but the last sentence. You're my man. Which man wouldn't be excited to hear the person they like say something like that? If it weren't for his cultivation technique protecting him, he would have lost control by now. Meanwhile, huh? Is that a boy's voice coming from Jiang Xiaoyan's room next door? Shi Xiaoxin, who had just returned to the dormitory, muttered to herself in confusion. She had vaguely heard Jiang Yu's voice next door. She wondered, how could there be a boy's voice in the girls' dormitory? I must have heard wrong. Yes, definitely heard wrong. She shook off the unreliable thoughts in her mind and muttered to herself. But suddenly, Shi Xiaoxin's face turned red. Wow, what? I like you so much. I love you so much. Could it really be Jiang Yu's voice? If that's the case, what on earth are they doing in there? Thinking about what might be happening in the room, Shi Xiaoxin shyly hid under her blanket, quickly pulling it over her small body. I won't listen, I won't listen. I'm still a child. Covering her ears, she kept mumbling. The scene shifted. Ugh, Jiang Yu, who had spun around too many times, was now leaning over the toilet, dry heaving. Spinning too much not only made him dizzy, but also nauseous. Oomph. Serves you right for showing off. Jiang Xiaoyan sat barefoot on the sofa, her fair feet exposed, her eyes full of amusement. As for why she was barefoot, her shoes were too big and had been flung off while spinning. But thinking about the bad guy holding her and spinning while saying those sweet words, she felt like she was going to melt from happiness. Her heart was brimming with joy. It was clear that following him in this life was the right choice. Her taste was impeccable. Cough, cough, cough. What are you laughing at, you little girl? Do you believe I'll teach you a lesson? Jiang Yu said, his gaze sweeping toward the little girl behind him. You? Humph. If you dare, come at me, Jiang Xiaoyan said with a face full of disdain. Oh, that's what you said. Jiang Yu sneered, instantly teleporting to the little girl's side. Come on, don't be scared. I'm here. Don't run away. I'm not running. I'm standing right here waiting for you to hit me. Oh, still so stubborn. Smack. I'm going to bite you to death. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of the two playing and laughing. The scene shifted again. Shi Xiaoxin cautiously crawled out from under her blanket. And then, you little girl, watch me tame you today. Stop messing around. Jiang Yu and Jiang Shishi clearly. But that bad guy just wouldn't tea. Just as she was fuming, she suddenly noticed the bad guy had already helped her put on her shoes. All right, don't be mad anymore. Jiang Yu pulled the little girl into his arms, comforting her repeatedly. Fine. This matter was indeed his fault. Time passed quickly. The next morning, sighed this little girl. Jiang Yu looked at the little one sleeping soundly in his arms, carefully got up, and went to freshen up. Last night, the two of them had a proper face-to-face cultivation session. But for some reason, this little girl didn't last long before collapsing into his arms and falling asleep. This made him so excited that he almost stayed awake all night. After all, this was the first time in his life sleeping while holding someone. And it was, thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. This little girl was becoming more and more sensible. More precisely, her feelings for him were growing deeper. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe she could fall asleep after cultivating for just a while. He decided to keep quiet about it. In the bathroom, Jiang Yu washed his face and started brushing his teeth. While brushing, he silently muttered, "System, open the data panel." His gaze immediately fell on the emotion value column. Emotion value, 2,654,666. Not bad, really not bad. Jiang Yu nodded his eyes firm. System. Let us try a golden legendary level draw. He made up his mind. The result of this draw would determine whether she clearly hasn't fully woken up yet. She just took a nap in that bad guy's arms and felt it was the most comfortable sleep of her life. But that strange scream woke her up, making her very annoyed. Noticing the bad guy wasn't by her side, she immediately guessed who made the scream. Are you crazy? It's just dawn. Why are you yelling? Jiang Xiaoyan shouted unhappily. Ha. My dear baby, I'm so happy. Jiang Yu rushed out of the bathroom like a madman. Completely ignoring Jiang Xiaoyan's stunned expression, he grabbed her in a hug. Then, moi. After a full 5 minutes. You scoundrel. You're so shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan wiped her mouth, her face blushing like a peach. Why is this guy so crazy early in the morning? Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels the host's behavior is shameful. Emotion value plus 3,338. Looking at the little girl sitting on the bed, her face flushed red, Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. There was no helping it. It was a supreme lottery ticket. He actually won it. The significance of this needs no explanation naturally. It was exciting. He couldn't help but be thrilled, which led to this situation. Sis, I'm sorry, okay? I just got too excited. Jiang Yu scratched his head awkwardly, smiling as he apologized. But inside, he was still incredibly excited. With this supreme lottery, his strength would definitely skyrocket like a rocket. Excited about what? Shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him angrily. Just thinking about sleeping with the one I love makes me excited. Jiang Yu touched his nose, smirking mischievously. He wasn't lying, his excitement did indeed stem partly from this reason. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, but her heart felt sweet. All right, it's getting late. It's already past 7. Go freshen up, and let's get ready to gather at the field. Jiang Yu stepped forward, gently touched her smooth little face, and smiled warmly. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously and got up to freshen up. Seeing this, Jiang Yu suppressed his excitement and sat down on the sofa. Phew. He took a deep breath and then turned his gaze to the supreme lottery interface. There were countless treasures inside, over 100 items. Jiang Yu casually glanced over, and his eyes immediately widened. Immortal Elixir, 9-turn Resurrection Pill, Xianyuan Divine Sword, Summoning System, Pengu, Law of Destruction, Law of Space, Power of Seraphim. Looking at these treasures on the wheel, Jiang Yu was so shocked he couldn't speak. Not to mention the 9-turn Resurrection Pill and Immortal Elixir. What on earth is this summoning system, Pengu? Directly summoning a Pengu? Wouldn't that be invincible? And those laws? Just a glance made his heart race. It could be said that there wasn't a single treasure in the Supreme Lottery that he didn't want. System, let me use the Supreme Lottery again. Jiang Yu's tone was full of dominance. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Using Supreme Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Law of Slaughter power. Automatically learned. In an instant, as soon as the system's voice fell, a violent, bloodthirsty, and murderous force erupted within him. Jiang Yu's eyes turned blood red, as if enduring intense pain. Brother, what's wrong with you? Jiang Xiaoyan rushed out of the bathroom, staring at Jiang Yu, who was enveloped in a blood-red mist. Her eyes were full of astonishment. How is this possible? A law, she asked tremblingly. As someone who was an empress in her previous life, she naturally knew what a law was. Back then, she had relied on the ice law to become incredibly powerful. But now this troublemaker. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly let out a furious roar and charged at her. Suppressed by the divine power of slaughter, Jiang Xiaoyan was already unable to move. She closed her eyes tightly, watching Jiang Yu approach step by step. She seemed to have already guessed what was about to happen. At that moment, she felt a warm and familiar embrace holding her tightly. Little girl, did I scare you? Are you okay? Jiang Yu patted her head, and the violent, bloodthirsty, murderous aura on him instantly vanished without a trace. You? Jiang Xiaoyan's face was filled with disbelief. I don't know why either. It seems like I suddenly gained the Law of Slaughter divine power. Jiang Yu scratched his head, casually making up an excuse. He knew that if he mentioned anything about the system to his sister, she definitely wouldn't believe him, so he could only make something up. While holding the little girl, a detailed introduction suddenly popped up in front of him. Law of Slaughter Divine Power. Effect 1 for those whose slaughter aura is weaker than yours. As long as you dislike them, they will inexplicably fear you. Effect 2 after killing creatures with slaughter aura, you can absorb their slaughter aura and convert it into your spiritual energy, increasing your level. Note: due to your low level, 99.9% of the effects and skills are not yet developed. As your strength increases, the Law of Slaughter Divine Power will grow stronger. What the heck? This is only 0.1% of the Law of Slaughter Divine Power. Jiang Yu was shocked as he felt his strength soar. These two effects were simply too powerful. What is Slaughter Aura? Only those who have killed people possess it. And the first effect makes enemies with weaker Slaughter Aura fear him upon sight. Even if he hasn't killed anyone himself, those strong individuals who have killed hundreds or thousands might not be able to surpass him. The second effect is even simpler and more brutal. Killing makes you stronger. Of course, some creatures can also work, as long as they have Slaughter Aura. Phew. After sorting through this information, Jiang Yu let out a long breath. Troublemaker, have you hugged me enough? Jiang Xiaoyan said, blushing. Watching this troublemaker so excited, she even started to suspect he might be a reincarnated deity. This world was different from her previous life, so it wasn't surprising for her brother to have some kind of cheat. That's right. Jiang Xiaoyan had now completely accepted the fact that Jiang Yu had suddenly gained a law. In the past, he had obtained spatial abilities, lightning abilities, and even those magical treasures she had never seen in her previous life. She had long since become numb to it, but she didn't mind who doesn't have a few secrets. As long as this troublemaker loved her, that was enough. Sorry, I got too excited just now. Jiang Yu released the little girl from his embrace, smiling brightly. Troublemaker, I'm curious, how much of the real power of the law can you use now? Jiang Xiaoyan asked curiously. Rules like these can only be mastered after breaking through to the supreme level. You already have them now. She looked at him worriedly. What if he couldn't control it and was backlashed by the rules? I can only use 0.1% of the Slaughter Divine Power rules right now. The remaining 99.9% will gradually unlock as my strength improves. Jiang Yu explained with a smile. Hearing this, the little girl finally relaxed her tense nerves. That's good. Hearing her sigh of relief, Jiang Yu couldn't help but tilt her chin and softly said, What? Are you still worried about me? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, her eyes dodging. No, not at all. After a while. All right, let's set off. Jiang Yu packed up his things and held the little girl's hand. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded contentedly. Buzz, a wave of spatial fluctuation, and the two disappeared instantly from their original spot. Meanwhile, on the first-year playground, boys and girls lined up in 2 rows facing the parked buses. Buzz, the sound of spatial fluctuation echoed, and Jiang Yu appeared on the playground with Jiang Xiaoyan. He looked at the group of classmates carrying large bags and sighed at how convenient it was to have a personal space. At that moment, the two noticed a cute little girl, only 1.5 meters tall, walking over from the direction of the girls' dormitory. She was carrying a backpack larger than herself and looked exhausted. Even more amusing was the fact that she had huge dark circles under her eyes. She looked both adorable and pitiful. Hey, bad guy, what are you looking at? Jiang Xiaoyan grumbled unhappily beside him. Huh? Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned his head. Nothing. I was just curious about how she ended up like that. He really wanted to know what could cause a little girl to walk unsteadily, with huge dark circles under her eyes. It was terrifying. Oh, listening to you, it seems like you quite like little girls. Jiang Xiaoyan's tone subtly changed. Well, maybe a little after all. Hey, why are you pinching my ear? Feeling the pain in his ear, Jiang Yu looked helpless, but he quickly understood Xiaoyan's meaning. Then, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan screamed. Everyone around turned to look. They saw Jiang Yu holding Jiang Xiaoyan with one hand and gently lifting her chin with the other. What am I doing? I was wrong, so can't I apologize with actions? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yu kissed her. Whoa, don't actually throw up on me. Hearing the laughter and teasing around her, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red again. After a while, oh, This little girl is quite bold, huh? Looking at the little one hiding in his arms, too shy to show her face, Jiang Yu had a mischievous smile on his face. This little girl actually dared to be so bold in front of so many people. Thinking of this, his smile grew even wider. "Umph, do you still like little Lolas?" Zhang Xiaoyan asked coyly. "Not anymore, not anymore. The one I like the most is you, this little girl." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently pecked her soft cheek like a chick pecking at grains. "Umph, now that's more like it." Zhang Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. She knew she was jealous, but she thought, if he could be jealous, why couldn't she? Besides, being jealous felt really unpleasant. Ahem, everyone. Those who needed to kiss have kissed. Everyone who needed to arrive is here. Let's go, get on the bus, and set off. Seeing all 32 first-year students present, Lung Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had originally planned to punish those who didn't show up. After all, this was Lingwu Academy. But he hadn't expected that all the students in their class would actually come. He remembered the fourth-year students had set off an hour earlier, and there was still someone named Tian who hadn't shown up. It seemed this batch of students was more reliable than the fourth years. "Umph, it's all your fault." Jiang Xiaoyan huffed softly in his arms. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face darkened. "What I said was the truth, okay? All right, let's get on the bus." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to react, he teleported onto the bus with the little girl. "Whoa, teacher, someone cut in line." "Ahem, those two are an exception. Everyone else, board the bus in order." Inside the bus, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan sat in a double seat. Jiang Xiaoyan sat by the window, while Jiang Yu sat on the aisle side, right next to her. Since the bus seats weren't very big, the two couldn't sit side by side. However, there was no armrest in between, so, "Hey, what are you doing?" Feeling Jiang Yu's hand secretly pinch her cheek, Jiang Xiaoyan protested coyly. Although she complained, her hand didn't move. The meaning was obvious. Soon, as more students boarded the bus, Jiang Yu noticed that sitting across from them was the cute little Loli, along with Yuan Xinxin inside. You're still looking," Yuan Xinxin, who was beside her, asked. The two had just met a day ago, and Yuan Xinxin didn't know how to address her, so she just said it casually. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about some things last night, and couldn't sleep." "Wait, what did you call me?" Shi Xiaoxin looked at Yuan Xinxin in surprise. Pink hair? Is there a problem?" "Isn't your hair pink?" Feeling Shi Xiaoxin's hostility, Yuan Xinxin immediately became nervous. "Please, my name is Shi Xiaoxin. Don't call me pink hair, coward." She looked visibly unhappy. The thought of the nickname pink hair reminded her of that annoying guy who always called her pink-haired girl. Her face turned red with anger. I'm sorry. I'm not called coward either. My name is Yuan Xinxin." Yuan Xinxin said softly. She was speaking this much to someone her age for the second time, apart from Sister Xiaoyan. Although she had spoken yesterday, it was very little. "Oh, fine. I already know your name. Look at you, so timid. Learn from me. Be more cheerful." Shi Xiaoxin pointed at herself proudly. "But my personality is like this. I can't change it." Yuan Xinxin lowered her head, her voice full of timidity. "Humph, you coward. Don't call me a coward. Humph, humph, humph. You don't like being called timid? Then prove me wrong by being brave someday. I will definitely become cheerful." "Didn't you just say you couldn't change?" Shi Xiaoxin looked puzzled. Time flew by, and an hour passed quickly. The bus had already reached the edge of the forest. By the forest, the guards of the Abyss Army could be seen at any time. Jiang Yu looked out the bus window and was shocked to see the massive earthen wall suddenly erected outside. The little girl beside him was flushed red, limp in his arms, and had no strength to look anymore. "Students, we're almost at the destination. Please prepare to get off the bus." Lung Feng's voice rang out. He turned to look at the suddenly risen earthen wall and began to introduce it to everyone. According to investigations, the riots in the Abyss happen wave after wave. These earthen walls are basic defensive skills of the Earth Element Diamond-level Abyss Army. The purpose is to prevent the beasts in the forest from escaping and causing unnecessary trouble. At this point, Lung Feng looked toward the front of the bus. "Look, our Lingwu Academy base is here." Everyone stood up and followed Lung Feng's gaze. About 100 meters away from the bus, several simple houses had sprung up. Each house was about 400 to 500 square feet, with dozens of them in total, covering a large area. This base was temporarily set up by the Abyss Army for our first-year students. In the future, if you want to hunt beasts and earn Lingwu medals, you can directly enter the forest from here. The beasts here are relatively low level, suitable for beginners. As Lung Feng spoke, the bus had already stopped at the entrance of the base. All right, students, we've arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu didn't say much and immediately teleported off the bus with Jiang Xiaoyan. Spatial abilities were indeed powerful and convenient, making others envious. Just as Jiang Yu teleported off the bus with the weak-legged Jiang Xiaoyan, he saw Bing Lian walking toward him. "Isn't this Master Bing? Haven't seen you in a few days. I've missed you." Jiang Yu scratched his head and greeted her. Bing Lian glanced at the refreshed Jiang Yu and the blushing, weak-legged disciple, her expression becoming more animated. "Oh, you two had quite the fun on the bus, huh? How was it? Feeling good physically and mentally?" She shot Jiang Yu a look, raising an eyebrow with a clear hint of teasing. Both of their faces turned red, hesitating. Clearly, Master Bing had misunderstood them. The two of them hadn't done anything on the bus, Master. You've got it all wrong. How could we possibly do something like that on the bus? Jiang Xiaoyan shyly defended herself, her tone full of disbelief. She couldn't believe her master would think that just the thought made her already flushed face turn even redder. "Oh, judging by what you're saying, you two must be done more than just this." Usually Bing Lian raised her eyebrows, her words full of teasing. Master Yu Jiang Xiaoyan was so embarrassed she wanted to hide. All right. To protect my dear disciple and this brat from being disturbed, here, take this," Bing Lian said, handing Jiang Yu a key with a large 1 engraved on it. This Jiang Yu hesitated. Just as he was about to say something, a group of people began getting off the bus, interrupting him. "Wow, it's Principal Bing. Whoa, Principal Bing is so beautiful. Damn, girl, you're here too." Seeing Bing Lian, everyone started chattering. "Everyone, stand properly." Bing Lian's voice turned stern, completely different from her earlier playful tone. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lined up neatly, like bees being herded. Lung Feng watched the scene, his mouth twitching. "When I told you to line up, why didn't you move this fast? Not even half as quick." Bing Lian cleared her throat and spoke coldly. "I'm here to explain the rules for this riot battle. The rules aren't complicated. I just hope that when all 32 of you return to the academy, no one is missing and no one is extra." Her tone was serious, and everyone listened intently, not daring to make a sound. "All right, now let us talk about how to exchange for Lingwu medals. It's simple. In this battle, as long as you obtain a bronze-level beast core, you can exchange it at the base for 1 Lingwu medal point. Silver-level cores can be exchanged for 10 points, gold level for 100 points, and platinum level for 1,000 points. You can also form teams to hunt beasts, and how you divide the Lingwu medals is up to you." Bing Lian's gaze turned colder. "If I find anyone harming their classmates during the battle or using improper means to obtain beast cores," before she finished speaking, a bone-chilling aura erupted from her body. All 30 students couldn't help but shiver, understanding the weight of her words. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were unaffected, as they were standing behind Bing Lian, and the cold aura was directed solely at the crowd in front. "All right, I'm done. Everyone, go to the exchange area to get your room numbers. The first wave of the riot hasn't started yet, but it could happen at any time. Be prepared." After finishing, Bing Lian glanced at Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan before disappearing in the blink of an eye. As soon as she left, the other 30 students immediately began forming teams. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan weren't invited. Everyone knew they weren't worthy. "Shall we go back to the room?" Jiang Yu asked the little girl beside him in a low voice. Since the exotic beasts hadn't appeared yet, apart from returning to the room to cultivate, they didn't know what else to do. "Okay." Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, and the two disappeared in an instant. The scene shifted to an outrageously luxurious room. "Damn, your master is really something, letting us stay in such a fancy room." Jiang Yu grinned mischievously at Jiang Xiaoyan. Your master really knows me," he said smugly. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed. You rascal. 2 hours passed quickly. The two were cuddled together when the sound of sirens rang out outside. With furrowed brows, they knew the battle of the uprising was about to begin. Jiang Yu touched the face of the person in his arms and said excitedly, Our fight is about to start. Should we go out now? Jiang Xiaoyan lazily leaned against the rascal's chest, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. But I don't want to. She actually just wanted the rascal to coax her. Jiang Yu instantly understood her thoughts. All right. All right. Are you going to start throwing a tantrum now, little girl? He said with a mischievous smile. Seeing his expression, Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to recall something, and her body trembled slightly. I think we should go out and hunt exotic beasts, aiming to collect more Lingwu medals. Her gaze began to wander. 2 hours ago, this guy had shown the same expression. But afterward, who knew how she managed to recover? Though it felt pretty good. Oh, you really want to go this time? But what if I don't want to go? Jiang Yu's mischievous smile deepened. You rascal. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him angrily, then leaned forward voluntarily. Kiss. Is that enough? Her eyes began to evade again. What do you think? Jiang Yu licked his lips. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Xiaoyan's cheeks turned red. But when she saw the rascal's fiery gaze opposite her, she instinctively kissed. Moments later, Jiang Yu, refreshed, walked out of the room with a blushing Jiang Xiaoyan. As soon as they stepped out, they saw 5 familiar figures. It was Hao Sei, Ji Qingfeng, Zhu Lin, Yuan Xinxin, and Shi Xiaoxing. Yo, why are you 5 teaming up? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Hee, brother Yu, you're too strong. If we teamed up with you, we'd just hold you back, so we decided to form our own small team. Hao Sei scratched his head and said with a smile. All right, go ahead and try to collect more Lingwu medals. After saying that, Jiang Yu didn't wait for their reaction and directly performed a spatial teleportation, disappearing with the little girl beside him. Hao Sei and the others were stunned. The scene shifted. Hello, Jiang Yu. Are you heading out on a mission? Near the forest, a soldier from the Abyss Army stopped them. That's right, Jiang Yu nodded. Then please wear these smart wristbands. The soldier took out 2 wristbands from his backpack. This. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Just as he hesitated, the soldier explained, all Lingwu Academy students must wear wristbands before entering the forest. If you encounter danger, press the help button, and the Abyss Army will come to assist. Hearing this, Jiang Yu casually took the 2 wristbands. After all, this was prepared by the Abyss Army to protect their Lingwu Academy students, so he couldn't refuse it, although he might not need it himself. Wish you a smooth journey, the soldier said considerately. Thank you. Jiang Yu waved his hand, taking the little girl with him as they teleported to another space, disappearing from the spot. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu and the little girl strolled through a lush green forest. I say, we've been walking for so long. How come we haven't seen a single trace of a beast? That's right. A few minutes had passed, and they hadn't even encountered an animal. This is the forest's outskirts. The core area is guarded by the Abyss Army, so it's normal not to encounter any beasts. Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him. Hee, little girl. How about we go a bit deeper? Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. You, what do you mean? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Hey, what are you thinking about now? Jiang Yu looked helpless. Why did this little girl always misunderstand? No way. There are too many people here, and there are beasts. What if we get discovered? Jiang Xiaoyan said angrily. Clearly, she had misunderstood again. Forget it. What do you take me for? I'm not that eager for excitement. Jiang Yu twitched his mouth, his tone full of confusion. He had only joked about the little forest a few times, so why did she always think the wrong way? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't absorbing the aura of slaughter? Is this the method my mischievous brother is using now? Wow, the spiritual energy in my body has actually increased. Feeling the change in his spiritual energy, Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Just relying on the aura of slaughter from this bronze-level exotic beast had boosted the spiritual energy he would normally gain after hours of cultivation. Little rascal, could it be that you can absorb the aura of slaughter to enhance your strength? Jiang Xiaoyan asked excitedly. If that were true, this mischievous guy would be too abnormal. Of course, abnormal in terms of strength, though he does have some advantages in other aspects. Thinking of this, Her face turned red again. Jiang Yu thought to himself, girls really do have vivid imaginations. Ahem, that's right. Isn't your brother amazing? He said with a mischievous smile. You rascal. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Although this mischievous guy was indeed strong, she still felt happy for him. Rascal? Should I show you what a real rascal looks like? Jiang Yu said, preparing to give the little girl in his arms a scare. But at that moment, both of them froze. Because right in front of them, a golden-level ferocious tiger exotic beast was cautiously approaching them. Well, it's actually a golden-level little tiger. Little girl, do you want to handle it? Jiang Yu looked gently at the person in his arms and smiled. I'll beat it half to death. The bronze-level rabbit's corpse instantly shattered into ice shards. At the center of the ice shards, a fiery red beast core lay quietly. Hey, this little rabbit turned out to be a fire-type beast. Jiang Xiaoyan picked up the beast core and said excitedly. Seeing that the little girl had already finished her task, Jiang Yu refused to be outdone. Facing the frozen tiger, he swung his tang blade, delivering a thunderous slash. The tiger's ice block was split in two with a single strike. He stepped forward and with a few more slashes, extracted the golden-level beast core from the tiger's body. Haha, done. He turned back and smiled at the little girl. All right, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a strong spatial fluctuation. Little sister, watch out. Spatial fluctuation incoming. Jiang Yu shouted nervously, but it was already too late. Buzz, roar. A silver giant wolf suddenly appeared, its sharp claws swiftly striking down. Jiang Xiaoyan's mind went blank for a moment. Damn it, Buzz! Jiang Yu cursed under his breath, and in an instant, a spatial fluctuation echoed. Before Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes, that familiar figure suddenly appeared. Brother! She instantly understood what had happened. You bastard, courting death! Jiang Yu roared. Divine descent, spatial collapse. He unleashed a move that consumed nearly 90% of his spiritual energy. Spatial collapse. Buzz. Spatial fluctuations shook the surroundings, and cracks resembling shattered glass appeared on the silver giant wolf's surface, temporarily trapping it. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Yu grabbed his sister and disappeared from the spot with several spatial teleports. From the moment the giant wolf suddenly appeared to attack Jiang Xiaoyan, to Jiang Yu teleporting and using spatial collapse, and then escaping with his sister, all of this happened in just 3 seconds. 1,000 meters away, Jiang Xiaoyan looked at her transformed brother, her eyes full of worry. What do we do? That's actually a diamond-level spatial-type beast. Huff, huff, huff. Jiang Yu panted heavily. Don't be afraid. I'm here. This beast must have escaped from the core zone using its exclusive space. As he spoke, he felt the spiritual energy in his body nearly depleted and was about to take out a spirit-boosting orb to recover. But the beast spirit didn't give him the chance. Buzz. Spatial fluctuations echoed again. Jiang Yu and his sister's vision blurred as the injured but not severely harmed giant wolf instantly appeared before them. Accompanying the wolf's appearance was its claw, brimming with endless spiritual energy, striking fiercely. The wolf's claw was inches away, about to hit the two of them. Jiang Yu felt a surge of helplessness in his heart. His spiritual energy was almost completely drained, leaving him unable to retrieve the cookies or core candy from the system to replenish himself. Before he could react, the wolf's claw had already struck them. In those brief 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Yu could only instinctively hold the little girl tightly in his arms, turning his body with all his might to shield her from the attack. Just as the sharp wolf claw was about to land on his back, Jiang Xiaoyan finally realized her brother was using his own body to protect her. But just as the thought crossed her mind, splat! The wolf's claw struck, blood splattered. Jiang Yu, tightly holding the little girl, was hit by the intense pain and instantly lost consciousness. Bang! The 2W at this moment. Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze was utterly despairing, cold as frost. Roar! Before she could react, the giant wolf's figure appeared above the two once again. Its sharp claws swung down once more. Bastard! Die for me! At this critical moment, a familiar voice rang out. Buzz! Jiang Tian suddenly appeared, his thoughts moving. Bang! The diamond-level peak spatial silver moon wolf king instantly turned to ashes and vanished. After all, this was a diamond-level peak beast, and a spatial type at that, the most troublesome kind. It was normal for Jiang Yu, a peak gold-level warrior, to be unable to defeat it. Moreover, his Slaughter Divine Power Law had not fully awakened yet, currently only providing 2 auxiliary effects. Otherwise, even if only 1% of the Slaughter Divine Power Law had awakened, this Silver Moon Wolf King might not have been able to easily kill the 2 of them. Disciple, are you alright? Jiang Tian instantly appeared beside Jiang Yu, quickly helping him up and using his spiritual energy to suppress the bleeding. Just now, he sensed the spatial spiritual energy he had left in his disciple's body, issuing a danger alert. If not for that, he wouldn't have made it in time. As for why he left spatial spiritual energy in his disciple's body, it was to prevent accidents. This time, it successfully saved him, though he arrived a bit late. Master Jiang, will my brother be okay? Jiang Xiaoyan's tears couldn't stop flowing. Covered in dust, she trembled all over. Her heart ached as if it were breaking, filled with self-blame. Her gaze was fixed tightly on her brother, unwilling to look away. Little girl, don't worry. This boy's body is incredibly strong. He only has a few fractures on his back and a claw mark. Jiang Tian quickly comforted her upon seeing her collapse. Don't worry. With a top-grade healing pill and a few days of rest, he'll recover. Saying this, Jiang Tian was secretly shocked. His disciple's body was too strong. Even with the Tian family's cultivation method, his physique should at most be platinum level. But facing a casual strike from a diamond-level peak Silver Moon Wolf King, his disciple only suffered a few fractures? That's great. That's great. Sob sob. Jiang Xiaoyan finally felt relieved, crying as she tightly held her brother's hand. At this moment, she only felt utterly helpless and fragile. This sense of powerlessness made her heart ache and filled her with self-blame. If I could be as strong as my brother, or even stronger, I could protect him instead of being protected by him. She thought to herself. This thought made her resolve firmly. What exactly happened? Can you explain it to me? In a luxurious room, Bing Lian looked at Jiang Yu, who was lying on the bed wrapped in bandages, and turned to Jiang Tian to ask. I don't know the specifics either. I only rushed to save them when the spiritual energy I left in my disciple's body issued a danger signal. Jiang Tian sighed. That beast was a spatial type, so it's not surprising. As he said this, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Buzz. Accompanied by spatial fluctuations, Jiang Tian's figure instantly disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Xiaoyan, don't be sad anymore. Your brother is fine now. Bing Lian looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who was sitting by the bed staring at the unconscious Jiang Yu, and comforted her. At this moment, Jiang Yu was fully wrapped in bandages and had already taken a top-grade healing pill, with no danger to his life. No, master. I'm glad my brother is okay, but I feel so guilty. Why am I so weak? I want to become stronger. Her eyes were filled with determination. Xiaoyan, becoming stronger isn't something that happens overnight, it's a process of gradual accumulation. Bing Lian glanced at her and saw her unwavering resolve, letting out a sigh. Tell me, what do you plan to do? After spending so much time together, she already understood her disciple's personality. After this incident, it was impossible for her not to want to become stronger. Master, I want to leave the academy for a while after the rebellion ends and go somewhere. Bing Lian didn't ask further, simply nodding lightly. All right, Master understands. Let me know if you need anything. She thought her disciple just wanted to go out and clear her mind. Time passed, and night fell. The sky was completely dark. In the luxurious room, Jiang Xiaoyan lay beside Jiang Yu, her eyes closed, cold sweat streaming down her face, as if she were having a nightmare. Hiss. I'm splitting apart. Jiang Yu suddenly felt sharp pain in his back and abruptly opened his eyes. What he saw was his sister, awakened by his voice. The two locked eyes, and Jiang Yu asked in confusion, Sister, are you okay too? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. After a while, hiss, we're not dead. Jiang Yu asked, half in disbelief. Seeing his sister on the verge of tears, he was momentarily stunned. Why was his sister about to cry again? Could it be that they really had died once? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Brother, you're so foolish. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't hold back her emotions and broke down, crying as she clung to Jiang Yu's arm. The hours of torment had left her desperately hoping her brother would wake up. She was afraid he would never wake up again. Ow. Little girl, be gentle. You're killing me. Jiang Yu felt his arm being tugged, and the wound on his back felt like it was being torn apart. He gritted his teeth and spoke through the pain. But seeing the little girl crying while holding on to him, he endured the pain and let her hold him. He knew it was because he had caused her to get hurt. Since she wanted to cry, he decided to let her vent properly. After a while, Jiang Xiaoyan stopped crying. Only then did she realize her tears had soaked Jiang Yu's arm. Are you okay? She looked at Jiang Yu and saw that he was drenched in cold sweat, enduring the sharp pain in his back. Do I look like someone who's okay? Please, put my arm down. Holding it up hurts like hell. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Oh, I'm sorry. Jiang Xiaoyan, her eyes still red, slowly lowered Jiang Yu's arm. Seeing Jiang Yu gradually relax, she realized she had been too impulsive earlier. But she couldn't control her emotions and hadn't noticed his pain. Hey, little girl, what are you thinking about with your head down? Jiang Yu forced a smile and asked. Brother, I'm sorry. Jiang Xiaoyan apologized sincerely. But I was impulsive earlier too. Can you forgive me? Seeing the little girl with red-rimmed eyes and a face full of grievance, Jiang Yu's heart almost broke. All right. You're my sister, and more than that, you're my... He gave a knowing smile. So how could I not forgive you? He wanted to reach out and touch the little girl's face, but the pain in his back forced him to give up. Then, why were you so foolish back then? Look at what you've become now. Do you know how much it hurts me? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes glistened with tears, full of guilt. Silly girl, what are you saying? Jiang Yu smiled faintly. You ask why I was foolish? Was I? In my heart, you are my life, my woman. I'm a man. How could I let my woman get hurt? Besides, was I really foolish? If that attack had hit you, I can't imagine the consequences. But if it hit me, I still had a slim chance of survival. Hearing his heartfelt words, Jiang Xiaoyan felt warmth in her heart. But she still blamed herself. But you instinctively protected me at that time. If I were stronger than you, the situation might have been completely different. Jiang Yu's smile grew gentler. Exactly. I said I protected you because you are my woman. Moreover, he looked at the little girl seriously. In my heart, you don't need to become stronger. You just need to be my woman, and that's enough. After speaking, he instinctively wanted to touch her soft face. The pain immediately reminded him. I'm your woman, huh? Jiang Xiaoyan pondered, speaking softly. She thought of her past life, where she was an empress who always faced crises alone. But in this life, someone was telling her that she only needed to be his woman. Thinking of this, she felt deeply moved. Her resolve grew. Even Jiang Xiaoyan let out a light hum. Her face flushed as she spoke. This bad guy really knows how to divert attention, so bad. Oh, turns out it was my old master. I really owe him this time. As she said this, Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly said, Wait, sis, do you think that old man, after putting his spiritual energy into my body, might have seen the things we did before? Jiang Yu's face was full of worry. After all, his master's spiritual energy could sense danger, so secretly observing wouldn't be surprising, right? Don't worry, your master's spiritual energy left in your body can only sense your location and danger status. Jiang Xiaoyan said seriously. If the spiritual energy could really see the bad things he did, she would definitely be the first to oppose it. She had her pride, and apart from this bad guy, no one could see her scraped knees. I see, then I can rest assured. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in front of him, smiling mischievously. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, speaking in dissatisfaction. Oh, you actually know what I'm thinking? Go ahead, tell me. Jiang Yu teased with a wicked smile. Bad guy? I'm not telling you. Go to sleep, Jiang Xiaoyan said, blushing, then lay down beside Jiang Yu and closed her eyes. Jiang Yu noticed that she had only closed her eyes for a few seconds before her breathing became steady. You little girl, I get injured once, and you get all worked up. He muttered softly, then closed his eyes to rest. He knew very well what position he held in the little girl's heart. Judging from her behavior this time, and the last time he went missing, without him, the little girl might be heartbroken to the point of collapse. He was no exception. The scene shifted. In a magnificent and resplendent hall, Sheng Guang knelt before a statue whose face was indistinct. "Lord, you summoned me?" he asked respectfully. "Yes." A faint, ethereal female voice responded. "This time, the matter is simple. First, I discovered someone has obtained preliminary rule power." Upon hearing this, Sheng Guang's entire body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Lord, isn't rule power only accessible after breaking through that realm? Even supreme-level warriors can't touch it." Sheng Guang suddenly realized something, and his tone became serious. "Lord, could it be that someone on Blue Star has broken through that realm?" "No." The voice immediately denied. "Rule power is something no one can fully comprehend, but I am certain that the person who obtained it has not reached that realm yet, and even—" She paused, seemingly incredulous. "Even this person might not have reached diamond level yet." This. Hearing this, Sheng Guang fell silent. It took him a long time to react. "Could it be that the Lord wants me to—" "Exactly. Investigate this person and report immediately. I will arrange the next steps, as rule power cannot be underestimated." The Lord's voice was filled with caution. "Understood, Lord." Sheng Guang replied firmly. "All right, that's all. Now tell me, why has the task I assigned you made no progress for so long?" The Lord's tone suddenly turned icy. Hearing this, Sheng Guang, a supreme-level warrior, couldn't help but shiver. "Master, it's like this: Jiang Xiaoyan's brother, Jiang Yu, who possesses spatial abilities and an SSS-level talent, has already become Jiang Tian's disciple. And Jiang Xiaoyan herself has also become a disciple of the principal of Lingwu Academy. So I haven't had the chance." Sheng Guang lowered his head, his tone filled with fear. He didn't dare mention the failed attempt to kill Jiang Yu last time. He was well aware of the consequences of failing the mission. This does make things more troublesome." As he spoke, the master's tone suddenly changed. "By the way, I remember the black magic organization over there is very eager to kill Jiang Yu. Find some time to talk to them. If cooperation is possible, that would be ideal. After all, our target happens to be that pair of siblings, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Guang trembled even more. "Master, as far as I know, that old blood demon tried to ambush the Abyss Army some time ago, since the Abyss Army is full of elite talents from Huagua. But the blood demon is too weak. The ambush failed, and he was counterattacked. He's still recovering from his injuries, and probably won't recover for another year or so." As soon as Sheng Guang finished speaking, the master became furious. "Useless bunch of trash. I don't care. If the black magic organization can't cooperate, then go find other countries. I'm sure they wouldn't want to see a genius like Jiang Yu exist in Huagua either. Even if it costs us, you must bring Jiang Xiaoyan back to me. Understand?" "Yes." Sheng Guang agreed tremblingly. Who would have thought that the once glorious leader of the Sheng Guang cult on Blue Star would be so pathetic at the headquarters of the Divine Origin sect? Truly humbled to the extreme. The morning sunlight was so dazzling that it made it hard to open one's eyes. Jiang Yu squinted. "Damn it, why didn't I pull the curtains?" The large bed was right next to the window, and the sunlight streamed directly in, making it impossible for Jiang Yu to keep his eyes open. He glanced at the little girl still sound asleep and decided not to wake her. A soft sound came. He hadn't called the little girl, but she woke up on her own. The moment Jiang Xiaoyan opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Yu's handsome face and deep eyes, and she froze for a moment. "Hey, what are you staring at, little girl? Help me pull the curtains, the sunlight is too bright." Jiang Yu's voice broke the spell, snapping Jiang Xiaoyan out of her daze. "Huh. Oh, sorry, I was so tired yesterday that I forgot to pull the curtains," she said to the mischievous guy in front of her, then playfully winked, making Jiang Yu's heart itch. He couldn't wait for his injuries to heal, so he could show this little girl his true strength. Soon, after Jiang Xiaoyan pulled the curtains, she lay back down beside the mischievous guy. "Hey, little girl," Jiang Yu called out. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him. "Well, help me freshen up, and while you're at it, help me go to the bathroom." Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. She remembered what happened yesterday. It was the same situation helping him go to the bathroom, but this mischievous guy refused to leave afterward. "Scoundrel!" she shouted angrily. "What? You don't like this scoundrel of yours?" Jiang Yu smirked mischievously. I never said I didn't like you. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder after she spoke. She hadn't said she didn't like him, which meant she did like this mischievous guy. Then why aren't you hurrying up? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his meaning clear. Umph, I really owe you, you mischievous guy. Although a bit reluctant, she still got up and helped the rascal to the bathroom. No one knew how long they stayed there. By the time they came out, the sun was already high in the sky. Phew. Jiang Yu lay on the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing his action, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red again. She cursed inwardly. Rascal. Oh, you're blushing. Looking at the little girl sitting beside him, Jiang Yu's tone suddenly became playful. Scoundrel, you know exactly what you did. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted. They had agreed it was just for washing up and using the bathroom, but this rascal changed his mind again. Just like yesterday. Jiang Yu fell silent after hearing this. Fine, he admitted it. What? Not talking now? No, you're in the wrong. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan puffed her cheeks and said angrily. Oh, the little girl knows how to get angry now? Just wait until I recover, and I'll deal with you properly. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously at the adorable girl in front of him. You scoundrel. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly remembered something, her face turning even redder as she muttered softly. No. At this moment, Jiang Yu's eyes were firm and his tone resolute. I'm not a qualified scoundrel. I'm too weak right now. If I had been stronger yesterday, with more spiritual energy, I could have used a spatial marker to take you away. That way, I wouldn't have let you, this little girl, feel sad for me. As he spoke, Jiang Yu seemed particularly disappointed in himself and couldn't help but shake his head. What are you talking about? You're already so injured. Why are you still worrying about my feelings? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red as she looked away. But in her heart, she felt as sweet as honey. This rascal, even though he was injured, still cared about her feelings, making her heart feel warm. Didn't I say yesterday? You're mine. How could I bear to let you feel sad? If you're happy every day, then I'm happy too. After saying this, Jiang Yu wanted to reach out and touch the little girl's forehead, but the sharp pain in his back made him hold back. Once I recover, I'll make up for it all at once. Okay, I will. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded with red-rimmed eyes. She didn't know if she was about to cry from being moved or, well, it was just being moved to tears. All right, you're about to cry again. That makes me feel bad. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, wanting to reach out and wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, but his body couldn't move at all. Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you from now on. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, wiped away her tears, and smiled sweetly. Since you've agreed, then. Just as Jiang Yu was about to continue, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking broke his words. Who is it? He asked impatiently. Jiang Xiaoyan immediately understood what this rascal had originally wanted to say, and her face turned red instantly. Brother Yu, it's us. We heard you were injured and came to check on you. Hao Sei's voice came from outside the door. Jiang Yu's expression softened slightly. Xiaoyan, go open the door. I can't move. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded with a red face, stood up, and went to open the door. As the door opened, 5 people came into view. Oh my, brother Yu, how did you end up like this? Hao Sei rushed to the bedside, knelt down, and began wailing loudly. What the heck? What do you mean by that? I'm not dead yet. Jiang Yu looked bewildered. He wasn't dead, yet this guy knelt down as if he were mourning a corpse. Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong with your brother? Yuan Xinxin's voice rang out. Here's what happened. Jiang Xiaoyan briefly recounted their ordeal from the previous day. After hearing their story, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn, your brother's luck is insane. A diamond-level spatial beast. Even legendary warriors might not be able to defeat that. Shi Xiaoxin exclaimed in shock. Sigh, brother Yu has it tough. I'm broke and don't have much to offer, so I'll just kneel to show my respect. Hao Sei, who was kneeling, finished speaking and immediately kowtowed. What the hell? That's not necessary. I'm still alive. Jiang Yu was so startled his face turned green. Brother Yu, I don't have much either, but here, take this. Zhu Lin said as he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and placed it by the bed. Holy crap. Brother Zhu, you're amazing. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Next, Ji Qingfeng handed him a talisman, saying it could increase his luck. Yuan Xinxin and Shi Xiaoxin each took out an apple and gave it to him. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but there's no need to bring gifts just to visit me. Looking at the gifts on the bed, especially the stack of cash, Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Come on, brother, you just accept it. It's just a token of our appreciation, Zhu Lin said, waving his hand dismissively. All right then, I'll take it all. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. Ding. Zhu Lin feels speechless about the host's behavior. Emotion value plus 3,333. Time flew by. Shameless moments passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, during this time, someone might have been shameless the entire time. For days later, ha, my injuries are finally healed. Jiang Xiaoyan helped him remove the bandages, and he shouted excitedly. Although the wound on his back still hurt, and he couldn't engage in intense activity, he was mostly fine. The fractures had already healed within these 4 days. Every day, Master Bing arranged for powerful healing warriors to help him recover. People often say it takes 100 days to heal bones and tendons, but Jiang Yu only needed 4 days. Ha, little girl, I love you so much. I couldn't have done it without you these past few days. Jiang Yu hugged Jiang Xiaoyan from behind, exclaiming excitedly. In his arms, Jiang Xiaoyan's lips curled into a sweet smile as she enjoyed the embrace of this mischievous guy. These past few days of being together had rapidly deepened their bond. They had reached the point where even a minute apart made them miss each other terribly. Me too. Jiang Xiaoyan responded softly. Huh? What did you just say, little girl? Jiang Yu pretended to be confused. I mean, I like you too, Jiang Xiaoyan said, blushing. Hee, you're so honest, little girl. Jiang Yu chuckled mischievously, pretending to suddenly realize something. Oh, right, little girl. I remember I said that once I recovered, I'd properly deal with you. He looked at the little girl in his arms, his gaze like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb, filled with desire. You? You're so bad. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and pouted, obediently leaning into his embrace. Since that's the case. Jiang Yu was just about to make a move. Buzz. Suddenly, a spatial ripple sounded, and Jiang Tian appeared instantly. Hey, what are you two up to? Forget it. I'd better stay away for now. Jiang Tian covered his eyes, leaving a small gap to peek through. What are you doing, old man? Stop right there. Jiang Yu looked annoyed. I came to see you, and you won't even allow that? Jiang Tian said, dismissing the idea of leaving. Fine, let us have a chat as master and disciple. Consider it my way of repaying you for saving my life, Jiang Yu said, inviting Jiang Tian to sit on the sofa. Jiang Tian looked at the energetic Jiang Yu, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This kid really is my disciple, so impressive. After the three sat down, Jiang Tian noticed their closeness and couldn't help but lament how much dog food he had consumed in his life. There's no need to thank me. Jiang Tian quickly tried to smooth things over. This kid said he wanted to chat, but instead, I'm just watching them flaunt their love. Master, I'm curious. A few days ago, how did that diamond-level peak spatial beast escape from the core area of the Abyss? Isn't the entrance to the Abyss guarded by the Abyss army? Could it be that even diamond-level peak beasts can escape easily? Jiang Yu had been puzzled by this question. The Abyss army in the core area of the Abyss had at least legendary glory-level strength. Warriors of the same level couldn't even detect the exclusive space of spatial-type beings, let alone higher-level ones. Jiang Tian coughed twice before slowly speaking. I have 7 glory-level subordinates, but only 3 were guarding the entrance to the Abyss. At this point, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up, becoming sharp. But on the day you were injured, a half-step supreme beast was trying to break out of the Abyss. All 3 subordinates knew that if that half-step supreme beast escaped, not only would the forest suffer, but the guarding Abyss army would also be severely damaged. More importantly, there were you Spirit Martial Academy students at the edge of the forest. If the battle affected you, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, they forced that half-step supreme beast back into the Abyss and began fighting. And that diamond-level peak beast took advantage of the chaos to escape. Listening to his master's lengthy explanation, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan finally understood the truth. What about that half-step supreme beast? Was it eliminated? Jiang Yu asked. Jiang Tian nodded, then shook his head. It was eliminated, but only because I personally took action to deal with it. Those three subordinates could only fight it to a draw. Hiss. Jiang Yu was shocked. A half-step supreme can fight 3 glory-level warriors to a draw? How strong must a true supreme be? Jiang Yu marveled at how the strength gap widened as warrior levels increased. But Jiang Tian smiled smugly. When I took action, that half-step supreme didn't even have a chance to resist. I easily took it down with a combo. Jiang Tian's confidence was evident. Seeing his master's proud demeanor, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, as expected of my master. You're as amazing as a bull flying to the heavens. By the way, master, I'm curious, what attribute did that half-step supreme beast have? As he spoke, Jiang Yu revealed sharp fangs. Jiang Tian heard this and casually replied, that half-step supreme beast was of the annihilation type, which is considered a very strong ability. But asking this is pointless. Your ability isn't of the annihilation type, he said, glancing sideways at Jiang Yu as if to say, I've seen through your little tricks. Oh, master, how about we make a bet? Jiang Yu smiled faintly. A bet? On what? Jiang Tian was a bit surprised. A bet? A bet on whether I can awaken an annihilation-type ability in the future. How about that? Jiang Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. Although he didn't have an annihilation-type ability now, he was certain he would in the future. After all, if he wanted, he could draw diamond-level prizes hundreds of times right now. Forget annihilation-type abilities, he could definitely draw a few weaker ones. But to save the supreme-level draws, he had been holding back from drawing. Oh ho, judging by your confident look, have you already confirmed you'll awaken an annihilation-type ability in the future? Jiang Tian squinted his eyes. At this moment, he felt this disciple was no ordinary person. No, a bet is a bet, but I'm talking about what if. Jiang Yu shook his head. The bet is simple. If I win, you give me this half-step supreme-level beast core. If I lose, I won't call you old dang anymore in the future. How about that? He spoke with utmost seriousness. Jiang Tian was stunned upon hearing this. What do you mean by if you lose, you won't call me old dang? Isn't calling me old dang wrong now? Thinking about this, he was so angry he almost exploded. But after careful consideration, agreeing to the bet seemed better. If he lost, his disciple could obtain an annihilation-type ability. Forget the half-step supreme-level beast core. He could even get him a supreme-level beast core. If he won, the brat wouldn't call him old dang anymore, which wasn't a bad thing. All right, it's a deal. If you lose, don't go back on your word. Jiang Tian nodded and reminded him. Don't worry, old dang, I wouldn't go back on my word. Jiang Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. What was there to go back on? Losing just meant changing the way he addressed him. But if old dang lost, he'd have to hand over the beast core. You brat, you were just calling me master, and now you're calling me old dang? Jiang Tian huffed and glared. By the way, master, what's going on with the beast riot in the demon abyss? Seeing his master huffing and glaring, Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. Jiang Tian's attention was indeed diverted. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. The methods are too strange. Even if I investigate personally, I can't find any results. As he spoke, Jiang Tian seemed to think of something and waved his hand, saying, All right, I'll leave now. I don't want to stay here and listen to you two flaunt your affection. With that, Jiang Tian teleported away. This time, he had come just to check on Jiang Yu's recovery. Since the injuries were healed, there was no need for him to stay and endure their public display of affection. He had other matters to attend to. After Jiang Tian disappeared, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the little girl beside him. This sofa's material is pretty good, quite soft. He grinned mischievously. You? Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes darted away as she let out a soft hum, but she still slowly leaned closer. Hiss. Time flew by, and it was already 2 p.m. Brother, are you really going to hunt beasts? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him worriedly. Clearly, the experiences from the past few days had left her with lingering fears. That's right. My injuries are almost healed. In another day or two, we have to leave. While we're here, I need to earn enough spirit weapon medals to buy a villa. Still need to make up for the levels missed these past few days, relying on the slaughter divine power law. Jiang Yu said decisively. His master had already engraved spatial aura on him. So what was there to fear? Just charge forward. As for the more than 5 million emotional points in his hand, he decided to hunt exotic beasts first and draw the lottery at night. The lottery could be drawn any time, but the beast riot wouldn't wait. That's right. Jiang Yu hadn't done anything these past few days, and his emotional points had accumulated to an astonishing 5 million. Then, I'll go with you. Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze was firm. Right now, she didn't want to leave this bad guy for even a moment. If they both had things to do in the future, temporary separation would be fine. But for now, with nothing going on, she simply didn't want to leave him. Oh, little girl, aren't you afraid that in the forest, in a place with no one around, I might? Jiang Yu said, his eyes full of mischievous laughter as he looked at the little girl in front of him. You? Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red, but she pretended to be angry and said, Humph, do you think I'd be afraid of you? Seeing this, Jiang Yu pulled the blushing little girl into his warm embrace. What? Do you think I really wouldn't dare? He leaned close to her snow-white ear and spoke in a teasing tone. You? Jiang Xiaoyan's ears quickly turned even redder. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. We should get going. Jiang Yu hugged the little girl in his arms even tighter, and before she could react, he disappeared from the room with a spatial teleportation. The scene shifted. At this moment, in the forest, 3 students wearing second-year uniforms from Lingwu Academy were hiding in the bushes. They were staring at a platinum-level peak Earth-type mammoth colossus not far away, too scared to move. Oh my god, how did we encounter a platinum-level exotic beast? What do we do now? Qinsho, think of something. The bald man leading the group spoke, turning his gaze to the handsome Qinsho beside him. Damn it, what can I do? My ability is blood control, and that mammoth's defense is so tough. Before I can control its blood, we'll probably be done for. Qinsho said helplessly. We're doomed. That beast has noticed us. Why are you still standing there? Run and use the wristband to call for help. We're just 3 gold levels. There's no way we can beat a platinum-level peak exotic beast. As soon as the words fell, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Buzz, spatial collapse, spatial chains, thunderous might, thunder god dragon. Accompanied by Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, Jiang Yu quickly unleashed a combo of skills. Roar. With a dragon's roar, a pale yellow dragon, dozens of meters long, coiled around the 7 or 8 meter tall mammoth colossus. Boom. Buzz. Immediately after, endless thunder descended, and the shattering effect brought by spatial collapse became evident. Seconds passed, and the attacks gradually ceased. Yet, the mammoth still hadn't fallen. In that case, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement and interest. The combo just now had consumed about half of his spiritual energy. Those 4 skills combined weren't as powerful as the spatial collapse he had unleashed a few days ago with 90% of his spiritual energy. But what excited him was that he had finally encountered a beast he could face head-on. How could he not be excited? The opponents he had faced before were either too weak, defeated by him in one strike, or too strong, defeating him in one strike. But this time was different. A platinum-level peak beast. He wanted to see if he could defeat it with his current strength. Roar. The mammoth moved. Its body, scorched black by lightning, began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. As it trembled, the ground shook intensely. Cracks in the earth and fallen trees showed just how strong the tremors were. Absolute zero. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly shouted. As soon as the words left her mouth, a layer of frost quickly covered the ground, spreading rapidly to the mammoth's limbs. Little girl, you don't need to act. I'll handle this. Divine descent, Jiang Yu said, and a pale yellow gas suddenly emerged from his body. He transformed instantly. You all right? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say much. Since he wanted to act himself, she decided to trust him. Holy crap, isn't that Jiang Yu from first grade? He's flying. Watching Jiang Yu rise into the air, Qinsho couldn't help but curse. At this moment, Jiang Yu had already floated to a height of 100 meters. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds and thousands of earth spikes, each 1 or 2 meters long, suddenly emerged from the mammoth's body and attacked the 2 in the air without hesitation. Interesting. Divine possession. Divine descent. With a thought, Jiang Yu's body erupted with immense power. His right hand slowly condensed a pale yellow light sphere. Why not his left hand? Because his left hand was holding the girl. Within 3 seconds, the hundreds and thousands of earth spikes had already closed in on Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. At this critical moment, Jiang Yu, holding the little girl, suddenly disappeared. Hey, big dumb elephant, your grandpa is over here. Jiang Yu's teasing voice came from behind the mammoth's rear. Roar! The mammoth let out an angry roar, but before it could move, Jiang Yu's right hand slammed onto the mammoth's right rear. Trying to escape? Spatial lock. Sensing the mammoth's attempt to flee, Jiang Yu spoke. Behind him, for spatial locks instantly wrapped tightly around the mammoth's limbs. Not only that, but the pale yellow light sphere in Jiang Yu's right hand was continuously consuming his spiritual energy. However, his exclusive space contained a spirit boost sphere that replenished his spiritual energy at any time. This meant that as long as the spirit boost sphere had enough energy, he could keep using his skills. In fact, he had only figured out 2 days ago that placing the spirit boost sphere in his exclusive space could replenish spiritual energy. If, on the day he was injured, the spirit boost sphere had been in his exclusive space instead of the system backpack, perhaps he and his sister could have escaped long ago. Roar! The mammoth felt intense pain in its back and let out a heart-wrenching roar of anger. Damn, you're pretty tough, huh? Seeing the mammoth trying to counterattack with its skills, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and directly used the Spatial Collapse ultimate skill, which consumed nearly 60% of his spiritual energy. After all, the Spirit Boost sphere contained an ocean of spiritual energy that was practically endless for his current level. Forget 60%, he could even use 100% now. But considering he still needed to hunt other beasts later, he decided to save where he could. Holy crap, Jiang Yu is way too awesome. I'm absolutely shocked. Exactly. We're both at the gold level. How can the gap be so huge? Those who don't understand are still surprised, while those who do are already recording videos. As the two spoke, they saw Qin Shou holding his phone, seriously filming the battle between Jiang Yu and the platinum-level peak mammoth. What the heck? When did you start recording? From the moment Jiang Yu appeared. A few days ago, I saw his video online where he fought a senior from the 4th grade. It went viral. This is such a rare opportunity. Damn, you're a genius. A minute later, the platinum-level peak mammoth was finally completely subdued by Jiang Yu. Damn, platinum-level peak beasts are really something. Their health bar is so thick. Jiang Yu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and sighed lightly. The killing aura within this platinum-level peak beast had significantly boosted his level, but it still couldn't make up for the losses he suffered while recovering from his injuries over the past few days. You sure know how to show off. I don't think you even put in much effort. Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him and said irritably. She had long known he possessed the spirit-enhancing pearl. Back then, he had insisted on giving it to her, but she knew the pearl was more useful to him, so she refused no matter what. All right, let me dig out the beast core first, and then I'll deal with you properly, he said, glancing at the little girl in his arms, his eyes full of affection. Bad guy. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and pouted, but said no more. Jiang Yu, thank you for saving us. If you ever need anything, second-year Qin Shou is always at your service. Goodbye. At this moment, Qin Shou, who had been ignored by the two, spoke up. Jiang Yu nodded and continued digging out the beast core. Qin Shou and his group bowed deeply to Jiang Yu before quickly leaving. Moments later, Jiang Yu looked at the brownish-yellow beast core in his hand and smiled faintly. After storing the beast core in his exclusive space, he turned his gaze to the little girl beside him, revealing a mischievous smile. You, what are you going to do? Jiang Xiaoyan took half a step back, suddenly feeling nervous. She had just said he could do whatever he wanted, but seeing his mischievous expression, she panicked. What am I going to do? I'm going to make you pay for saying I was showing off earlier. Jiang Yu slowly approached the little girl. Then, rocking horse, rocking horse, rocking horse. How about now? Dare to do it again. Jiang the had indeed felt an impulse earlier to properly teach her a lesson, but he held back. He knew his cultivation technique was nearing completion, and it wouldn't be too late to deal with her then. Is, is this how you joke around? I was almost scared to death. Jiang Xiaoyan patted her chest, her body finally relaxing. No one knew how afraid she was that this troublemaker might act impulsively and ruin his cultivation technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been helping him every day. All of this was still for his own good. After all, she liked him. All right, it was my fault. Let's continue searching for exotic beasts and aim to buy a big villa for ourselves. Jiang Yu looked deeply at the little girl in his arms. Her face was flushed with shyness, but he disappeared from the spot using spatial teleportation. Left behind was the massive corpse of a mammoth beast, along with a forest and land that had been utterly destroyed. The sky gradually darkened. Inside a luxurious room, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, covered in dirt, suddenly appeared. The two looked at each other, their faces unable to hide their joy. In the past few hours, they had hunted 3 platinum-level exotic beasts, plus the mammoth beast, making a total of 4. As for gold-level exotic beasts, they had hunted as many as 18. Adding silver-level and bronze-level beasts together, they had hunted 50 to 60. How about it? After absorbing so much killing energy, has your cultivation recovered over the past few days? Jiang Xiaoyan felt the warmth of the person in her arms and asked with a smile. Of course, not only has it recovered, but there's even more now. Jiang Yu scratched the little girl's nose and replied with a smile. That's good. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded happily. Little girl, look at us both being so dirty. How about we take a bath? Jiang Yu suddenly suggested mischievously. Bad guy? Umph. Jiang Xiaoyan responded coyly. So, do you agree? Whatever you want. The scene shifted. In a spacious conference room, dozens of people sat in a circle. Leading the group was Commander Zhou, with Jiang Tian and Yuan Dan as his deputies. The presence of just these 3 individuals indicated the extraordinary nature of this meeting. Commander Zhou, we have already identified the cause of this demonic abyss riot. A calm female voice rang out. Beside Jiang Tian, a woman as composed as her voice stood up. She adjusted her glasses and continued. The Glory Team 4 investigation group brought back information showing that the main cause of this demonic abyss riot is a fist-sized purple demonic stone. Investigations revealed that this demonic stone can cause exotic beasts to lose control and even enhance their strength. She sighed lightly as she spoke. But that purple demonic stone, they couldn't touch it or even approach it, so. After finishing, she glanced at Commander Zhou, her meaning clear. All right, Xiaonan, you may sit down. After the meeting, I will personally investigate. Commander Zhou nodded. The woman named Xiaonan nodded and sat down. Since we've identified the cause of the riot, we must also fully investigate the true mastermind behind it. After all, a demonic stone that even supreme-level experts cannot detect aside from the power of laws, no other force could achieve this. Commander Zhou's words made everyone present break out in cold sweat. Commander Zhou, are you saying? That's right. The words were not yet finished when Commander Zhou interrupted Jiang Tian. Hearing his affirmative tone, everyone became even more tense. I suspect that within a certain faction on Blue Star, there exists a strong individual of that realm. Commander Zhou's tone was grave. I have barely stepped halfway into that realm, but my ability to wield the power of laws is still very limited. After speaking, he shook his head helplessly, appearing utterly powerless. Imagine, if the opposing faction had such a powerful warrior, once they went all out, they could destroy an entire nation. How could that faction sleep peacefully then? Commander Zhou, is it possible that this magic stone was the work of that god from the Divine Origin sect? After all, she is someone of that realm. Jiang Tian spoke up. The god of the Divine Origin sect. Before being sealed, she was indeed of that realm. It wouldn't be surprising for her to wield the power of laws. No, that is absolutely impossible. Commander Zhou refuted without hesitation. Everyone, upon hearing this, focused their gaze on him once more. The sealed god cannot wield the power of laws at all. I am very certain of this. Commander Zhou's eyes were resolute. In the meeting room, everyone engaged in a long discussion centered around a simple yet critical topic, a strong individual of that realm. Hiss. Little girl. You. Jiang Yu, just stepping out of the bathroom, felt the mischievous little hand of the young girl behind him and couldn't help but speak out. Jiang Xiaoyan was angrily pinching his waist. "Umph, you're so bad." She touched her lips with her other hand, her face showing even more anger. Usually it was fine, but today, her lips were almost chafed. This bad guy was just too much. From now on, she would call him the Great Demon King. "Little girl, it was my fault today. I lost control for a moment." Jiang Yu embraced her, his face full of affection. He wasn't wrong, he had indeed lost control today. Otherwise, how could he have let the little girl feel wronged? "Umph, I'll forgive you this time," she said coquettishly, then quietly leaned into Jiang Yu's arms, her face full of satisfaction. Although he was a bit bad, since he admitted his mistake, she couldn't refuse him. After all, this was her man. All right, let's start cultivating. It's getting late, and you haven't been cultivating properly these past few days," Jiang Yu said gently, stroking the little girl's face in his arms. "Okay." Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her face brimming with satisfaction. Soon, the two sat face to face on the bed. They both began to operate their cultivation techniques and started cultivating. While their bodies were cultivating, Jiang Yu's mind remained active. "System, open the data panel," he silently commanded. Emotion value, 5,044,666. Talent points, 52,000. Cultivation points, 127. Looking at the data in his mind, Jiang Yu nodded to himself. A full 5 million emotion points enough for him to draw 5 golden legendary level prizes. In that case, the exciting lottery was about to begin. "System, let's try 1 golden legendary level draw to test my luck," he silently commanded again. Ding. Conducting golden legendary level draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a tenfold cultivation card. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Yu immediately became excited. "System, show the detailed description. Tenfold cultivation card. After use, within 8 hours, the cultivation speed of everyone within 5 meters of the host increases tenfold." Seeing this description, Jiang Yu became even more excited. "System, use it immediately," he commanded without hesitation. This tenfold cultivation card was practically a lifeline for him and the little girl. He knew the little girl had a strong desire to become stronger. He felt the same way. So, he used it without hesitation. Ding! Tenfold cultivation card successfully used. As soon as the system's voice fell, he felt his cultivation speed increase by at least tenfold. Not to mention, he and the little girl had taken spirit-enhancing pills before cultivating. This, Jiang Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. She suddenly opened her shocked eyes and found the bad guy still meditating with his eyes closed. "Don't worry, tenfold cultivation for 8 hours, we can't slack off." Jiang Yu's voice came through. As soon as he said this, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart was stirred like a storm. Brother actually has such a method? Could it be the effect of the power of laws? She could only think this way. Otherwise, she had never seen such a thing before. Across from her, Jiang Yu squinted his eyes, saw the little girl earnestly cultivating, and then closed his eyes, letting his mind wander back into his thoughts. "System, another golden legendary draw," he murmured. Ding. Using golden legendary draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a quality enhancement card. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Seeing this item, Jiang Yu was speechless. This thing, wasn't it the same as the one he got from the mysterious treasure chest before? At that time, it was also drawn from the golden legendary draw. And now he got it again. Does this mean he lost out? Jiang Yu looked at the quality enhancement card lying quietly in the system backpack. He thought, "I'll save this and find an opportunity to use it for the little girl tomorrow. After all, my physical condition doesn't need much improvement. Giving it to the little girl will make her stronger. That way, I won't have to keep explaining things to her." "System, I'm not satisfied. Give me another golden legendary draw." He thought again. The first draw was pretty good, but the second one, well, it was decent too. He could use it for his sister later, and he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Ding. Using golden legendary draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a power pill. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Jiang Yu froze. What the heck? Is this the power pill I imagined? With anticipation, He opened the detailed description. Power pill. After consumption, the user's strength will be permanently enhanced. Note: the enhancement level depends on the quality of the power pill. Uh, After reading the description, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel disappointed. It wasn't the kind of power pill he had imagined. Wait, system? Your description says the enhancement level depends on the quality, but you didn't tell me the quality of this power pill. Jiang Yu suddenly realized and started debating with the system in his mind. Ding. If it's not displayed, it's the lowest grade. Jiang Yu was instantly speechless. Forget it. Nodding to himself, Jiang Yu's gaze returned to the draw page. System, can you let me draw twice at once? He gritted his teeth and thought. Ding. Sure. All right. Then let's draw twice directly. Feeling that one draw wasn't enough, Jiang Yu decisively made a decision. Ding. Using the golden legendary level lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Martial Puppet 2. Automatically stored in the system backpack. Seeing the rewards in his mind, Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. What is going on? One draw, two rewards, and they're exactly the same. He was filled with confusion. He had never drawn like this before, but directly getting two identical rewards was incredible. Just as he was thinking this, the system provided a standard response. Ding. Yes. The system's simple 3 words confirmed Jiang Yu's guess. Wow. This means that if I save up several golden legendary level draws and use them all at once, as long as I get something good, it'll be a huge win. Jiang Yu thought to himself. Of course, if he gets bad rewards, the pain would also double. System, open the detailed description. Martial Puppet. After use, a puppet with strength equivalent to the host will appear, possessing all the host's abilities and power, completely obeying the host. Note: the martial puppet will automatically disappear after receiving a fatal injury. Holy crap, this is way too overpowered. Jiang Yu could hardly believe his eyes. Just imagine, if he breaks through to the supreme level, or even higher, using this martial puppet would be incredible. It would be like having 2 clones. And both clones would have all his strength. How could this not be shocking? Afterward, Jiang Yu glanced at his remaining emotional points, over 40,000, and felt tempted. If I use 4 diamond-level draws at once, will I get something good? He began to ponder. If he hadn't known about this system feature before, he definitely wouldn't have thought this way. But now that he knew, he wanted to take a gamble and try his luck. If the diamond-level draw yields something good this time, it would be good for. Forget it, whatever. If I don't get anything good this time, I won't play this lottery anymore. Resolving himself, he decisively used 4 diamond-level draws. Success or failure depended on this moment. Ding. Using diamond-level lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level talent 4. Ding. Since the host already possesses SSS-level talent, S-level talent has been automatically converted into talent points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 talent points. Jiang Yu fell silent. Talent points, 92,000. Looking at the total talent points, he felt that this reward wasn't particularly great, but it wasn't too bad either. Calculating it, he was only 8,000 talent points away from upgrading his talent to God level. But on second thought, without drawing talent, it would probably take at least 1 or 2 years to reach that. So, for this reward, he could only say it was decent. The next morning, wow, I actually broke through to Golden Tier 3. Feeling the sensation under his stomach, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Along with his exclamation, Zhang Xiaoyan also shouted, "Ah, you scoundrel!" She quickly sat up, covering her chest with both hands, her eyes full of shyness. "You bad guy, why are you always like this?" Ding. Zhang Xiaoyan feels your behavior is too excessive. Emotion value plus 3,333. Seeing the little girl's blushing and embarrassed expression, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. It's not me, it's instinct. With someone as beautiful as you by my side, it's strange not to have any reaction, he said seriously, making Zhang Xiaoyan even more embarrassed. She knew this wasn't something the bad guy could control, but she still felt he was so bad that it made her both angry and affectionate. Jiang Yu wasn't wrong either. Just now, he suddenly got excited. He could still hold back now, but if it weren't for the strong kidney pills effect, things might have gone wrong earlier. Humph. Zhang Xiaoyan snorted lightly, turning her blushing face away. Jiang Yu saw her expression and smiled even more mischievously. Hee hee, you little girl, you really need a spanking. He slowly sat up and launched a counterattack directly. Ah! Jiang Xiaoyan screamed, lying on the soft big bed. Looking at the handsome face so close to hers, she couldn't help but close her eyes and pucker her lips, as if expecting something. And Jiang Yu didn't disappoint her. Wooden horse. The sun hung high, making people sweat. All Ohei gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort in his body. Ding! The host's physical strength has surged temporarily. This change is normal. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Yu was so angry he almost swore. Then tell me, how long will this state last? He was on the verge of losing control and just wanted to vent, like he had taken something. Ding! That depends on your physical condition. Damn, isn't this just messing with me? He curled up on the bed, desperately trying to endure. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyan came out of the bathroom and saw Jiang Yu curled up, trembling all over. Huh? What's wrong with you? Seeing the troublemaker in this state, her heart tightened, and she hurried over to check on him. No, don't come near. Jiang Yu quickly reached out to block her. But at this moment, how could Jiang Xiaoyan listen to him? She walked up to him, her eyes full of concern, and her captivating figure. Before the little girl could say anything, he couldn't hold back anymore. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the large hand tightly gripping her wrist. Feeling the heat coming from his hand, she let out a startled cry. Quick, use your ice ability to freeze me. I can't hold on much longer. He shouted desperately. Jiang Yu knew that if the little girl didn't freeze him, things would escalate. If it weren't for the restrictions of his cultivation technique, he would have already unleashed his full power. But this damn cultivation technique was holding him back. Damn it! At this moment, no one knew how much he wished for this technique to reach completion. It was then that Jiang Yu made up his mind. From now on, he would dedicate himself fully to cultivating this technique and strive for early mastery. This extreme cold descends. Seeing the troublemaker stayed on the bed, Jiang Xiaoyan knew that if she didn't freeze him, she would suffer the consequences. So, without hesitation, she acted. Phew! Seeing the troublemaker frozen, Jiang Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't resist, freezing him for half an hour shouldn't be a problem. With his current strength, even freezing him for an hour wouldn't cause any harm. She wasn't worried about that. What she was worried about now was why the troublemaker suddenly became like this today. Would this happen again in the future? If only the troublemaker's cultivation technique were complete, but thinking about it, she could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. We'll just have to take it step by step. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiaoyan stared worriedly at the frozen troublemaker. It's been half an hour. He won't be in trouble, right? Although she had reassured herself earlier that even freezing him for an hour would be fine, after half an hour had passed, she couldn't help but worry. Crack! Just as she was worrying, the sound of ice breaking rang out. The next moment, crack, 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 boom. Several cracking sounds followed, and the ice shattered. Phew, little girl, you really helped me out big time. Otherwise, I don't even dare to imagine the consequences. Jiang Yu, emerging from the broken ice, exhaled white mist and smiled. Are you okay? Jiang Xiaoyan wanted to hug the troublemaker, but remembering his state half an hour ago, she held back, afraid that hugging him might make him lose control. Don't worry, little girl, I'm fine. I just took the wrong medicine earlier. As he spoke, he walked up and rubbed the little girl's forehead, smiling gently. Phew, that's great. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly patted her chest in relief. What? Worried about me? Jiang Yu's smile grew even brighter. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him. Go away. The bed is soaked with melted water. I'll clean it up, you go rest on the sofa. After saying that, she prepared to move. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly hugged her tightly and said with deep affection, You're so good to me. Hearing Jiang Yu's earnest words, Jiang Xiaoyan gave a sweet smile. Well, you're my man. Breaking free from his embrace, she went to tidy up the bed with a heart full of sweetness. Jiang Yu watched the cheerful figure of the little girl and smiled. He sat back on the sofa and carefully felt the changes in his body. After all the commotion, Jiang Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength had increased by at least 1.5 times. almost double. Overall, it was quite worth it, even if he had been frozen for half an hour. But seeing the little girl busy by the bed, he suddenly felt it wasn't worth it anymore. Wait, little girl, let me help you. He stood up. At the moment he got up, the quality enhancement card was directly applied to the little girl by the bed. No need. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice came. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a change in her physical condition. She hesitated. This feeling was exactly the same as last time. Could it be that this bad guy was up to something again? Whether you need it or not, you're using it. You're my woman. I can't let you tire yourself out. Jiang Yu walked over, hugged the little girl, and looked at her with deep affection. Oomph. So bad. You say you don't want me to be tired, but that's not what you usually say. She pouted and then turned her head to ask. Did you mess with my physical condition again? Hee, what else could it be? Jiang Yu held the little girl in his arms, his face full of seriousness. It's better for you to be stronger, so no one can bully you. Oomph. You bad guy. Do you believe I'll bite you? Ray, really? Time quickly passed, and it was already 11:30 in the morning. Little girl, we need to head to the forest now. You better hold on tight to me. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in his arms with a mischievous smile. Oomph. Got it. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly and hugged his waist tightly, still a bit annoyed. Jiang Yu felt the warmth against his chest and smiled as he carried the little girl in his arms and disappeared from where they were. The scene shifted. In the forest, Jiang Yu and the little girl in his arms appeared instantly. Oomph. You bad guy. You're SD. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, without waiting for her reaction, he teleported with her and disappeared, heading deep into the forest. It was unclear how many meters they had teleported. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed, and Jiang Yu's teleportation came to a halt. That's the sound of a tiger. It should be a tiger-type beast. Be careful, Jiang Xiaoyan reminded him. They had encountered a tiger-type beast yesterday. Although it was only at the peak of the gold level, its attack power was extremely strong. However, it was ultimately defeated by Jiang Yu in seconds. Don't worry, little girl. With me here, you won't be in any danger. Jiang Yu teased, scratching her nose. Don't say things like that. Jiang Xiaoyan immediately retorted seriously. All right, I won't say it anymore. Seeing her serious expression, Jiang Yu quickly agreed. Roar! The tiger's roar sounded again. Oh, looks like the prey is delivering itself to us. Jiang Yu looked toward the source of the sound. It was a platinum-level tiger-type beast. It was about 8 or 9 meters long and 4 or 5 meters tall, its eyes full of killing intent as it stared at them. They were now in the center of the forest. Apart from a few fourth-year students who dared to venture here, most others stayed on the outskirts to hunt beasts. Little girl, can you do me a favor? Jiang Yu smiled at the little girl in his arms. What is it? Jiang Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. Later, take out your phone and record a short video for me to post online, showing how I easily defeat this little tiger. Jiang Yu stroked her cheek. All you do is brag. Despite her words, she still took out her phone from her pocket. Go ahead, I'll record the video for you. Hee, you're the best, little cutie. Jiang Yu kissed her and gently let go of the little girl in his arms, walking toward the tiger. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and let out a soft hum, picking up her phone and aiming it at Jiang Yu. Men should be pampered, after all. Hey, little tiger, don't look at me like that, as if I'm about to kill you. After saying that, Jiang Yu's gaze turned sharp, completely different from when he was holding the little girl. Space lock. Space collapse. Thunder God Dragon. Thunderous might. Jiang Yu shouted, and spatial and thunder energies instantly erupted from his body. The tiger, seeing the series of attacks, had only one thought in its mind. Over there is. Why should I let you use so many skills to attack me? Just as this thought flashed through its mind. Buzz, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out. Looking ahead, the spot where the tiger had been standing was now just a 5-meter wide crater. At the bottom of the crater lay a pale yellow beast core, quietly. What the heck? This platinum-level little tiger was blasted into pieces by my set of skills. Jiang Yu wondered as he collected the beast core into his exclusive space. He had only used 90% of his strength. How did it end up like this? I guess 90% strength isn't just for show. Blasting it into pieces is normal, I suppose. He scratched his head, muttering to himself. After all, This little tiger wasn't a defense-type beast. Yesterday's platinum-level peak defense-type beast was tough to deal with even with my 50% strength small moves. Let alone this one, which had just reached platinum level and wasn't a defense-type little tiger. Even with 50% strength, I could have beaten it half to death. Hey, bad guy, I'm done recording. Jiang Xiaoyan walked over and handed the phone to Jiang Yu. Here, take a look. How does it look? Jiang Yu waved his hand. You're in charge. I trust you. Just post it directly on the Douyin video app. It should gain quite a few followers. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. All right, I'll post it now. Shortly after. What do you think of the finished product? Let me see. Jiang Yu took the phone and started watching the video. The video was only a dozen seconds long, showing him effortlessly defeating a fierce tiger. But in the last 3 seconds, a selfie shot of the little girl appeared. What do you think? Am I pretty? Jiang Xiaoyan saw Jiang Yu freeze and gave a sly smile. Pretty is pretty, but what's going on with the comments in your comment section? Jiang Yu opened the comment section and saw the little girl's comment, completely stunned. Top comment. Jiang Xiaoyan. This is my man. How about that? Impressive, right? Little vixens who like my man, forget it. Your idol has already been claimed by me. Dog head emoji. No looking, no looking. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and angrily snatched back the phone, glaring at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu laughed and hugged her. No looking at what? I've already seen it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered. What do you mean I've already claimed you? Is that true? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder, her gaze becoming chaotic. She had originally just wanted to assert her claim online and show off to those little vixens. She hadn't expected the bad guy to notice, and now she didn't know how to explain herself. Little girl, let me tell you something. Jiang Yu said seriously. Jiang Xiaoyan instinctively nodded. If we're talking about being claimed, it's you who has been claimed by me, understand? Got it. Seeing her so obedient, Jiang Yu didn't hold back and directly went for a Trojan horse move. Jiang Xiaoyan gradually softened in his arms. Ding, ding, ding. The smart wristbands on both of their wrists rang simultaneously. What's going on? Jiang Yu reluctantly moved away from her fragrant lips and looked down at the wristband, which displayed summon. Looks like the higher-ups have resolved the abyssal riot, and the wristband is notifying us to return. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice was soft. Her voice sounded weak, not because she lacked strength, but because the bad guy not only kissed her, but also touched her all over, leaving her body limp and unable to resist. Jiang Yu nodded. Since that's the case, let's hurry back and exchange all the beast cores we've collected over the past 2 days for spirit martial medals. With that, he carried her in a princess hold. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed. What am I doing? You're already so soft. I'm carrying you. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. Carry me if you want, but your salty pig hands. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly, and Jiang Yu teleported away with her. The scene shifted. At the exchange area of the first-year base. Everyone, line up properly and exchange in order. The staff member looked at the long queue and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A few days ago, you all didn't exchange, and now that the riot has just ended, you're all here to exchange? Really impressive. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. If you exchanged a few days ago, you'd still have to go hunting today. It's better to save it all up and exchange at once, less hassle. Whoa, God Yu is here. Everyone make way. Oh wow, Brother Yu is here. Give Zhu some face, everyone make way. I'll send red envelopes in the class group later. Huh? There's a class group? Jiang Yu, who had just entered the exchange area, was slightly stunned as he listened to the discussions around him. A class group? How come he didn't know? And there are red envelopes being sent? Looks like he needs to have a good chat with that guy Zhu Lin. Ahem, don't be shy, everyone. After clearing his throat twice, Jiang Yu walked confidently to the exchange counter. Hello? Please present the beast cores you wish to exchange, the staff member said. Jiang Yu responded, placing the shy little girl, who was blushing and hiding in his arms, down. Here, these are all for exchange, he said, dumping all the beast cores he had hunted over the past few days onto the counter. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the pile of beast cores on the table, which even included platinum level ones. Then, a wave of shocked exclamations erupted. Holy crap! Is this cheating? 5 platinum level beast cores. Even senior 4th years probably don't have this many. Stop joking. This isn't cheating, this is straight up rocket level. Hey, hey, didn't you watch yesterday's video? This is just brother use usual routine. How say? Can you stop shaking your legs when you say that? Listening to the chatter around him and the system notifications in his mind, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Student Jiang Yu, you've earned a total of 7,666 Lingwu medals, which have been credited to your Lingwu Academy app. The staff member's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Yu nodded and left gracefully with his shy little sister by his side. Everyone watched the backs of Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, their eyes filled with envy. With such a stunning wife and being the strongest of the younger generation in Huagua, it was hard not to be envious. That's right. In the eyes of many now, Jiang Yu was the #1 of Huagua's younger generation. As for Yi Chun, even 100 Yi Chins might not be able to defeat the current Jiang Yu, they weren't even on the same level. Wow, over 7,000 Lingwu medals. Do you think the 30 of us combined could even reach that? Forget 7,000. If we combined for over 5,000, that would already be impressive. This is the power of God Yu, no doubt about it. The scene shifted. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just returned to their luxurious room, received a message on their wristbands. The message was simple. All students are to return to Lingwu Academy at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Sigh. If I hadn't wasted time recovering from injuries these past few days, I could have earned another 20,000 to 30,000 Lingwu medals. Sigh. Jiang Yu sighed as he read the message. You should be content. Over 7,000 Lingwu medals is just enough to buy a villa. That's already pretty good. Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just caught her breath, said angrily. This bad guy, still not satisfied, just like before, never knowing when to stop. Oh, with such a beautiful girl by my side, do you think I could ever be satisfied? Jiang Yu looked at the little girl beside him, smirking mischievously. Then, under her shy gaze, he sat down on the sofa. You scoundrel. Xiaoyan huffed angrily but still walked over and slowly leaned closer. Night fell in the blink of an eye. On the sofa, Jiang Xiaoyan lay in Jiang Yu's arms with a face full of grievance. You villain, did you enhance my physical fitness just for this? Pouting, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with resentment. What? Complaining about my stamina again? Jiang Yu teased with a smile. I'm not talking to you anymore. Her face as red as an apple, Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head away in mock anger. All right, but you can't blame me for this. You know my strength otherwise. How could I make you suffer every day? Jiang Yu said helplessly. Ever since he took the strength pill, his power had increased significantly, but other aspects of his abilities had also improved. It was simply too much. Pervert. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. What she referred to was Jiang Yu's overall strength, and also that aspect. What? Isn't this better? It's certainly better than the alternative, right? My master said that once we get married, you'll definitely fall in love with me, Jiang Yu said, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That old guy isn't decent either. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted coldly, ignoring him, and got up to head to the bathroom to freshen up. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. This little girl was really getting more and more. Ahem. Interesting indeed. System, open the data panel. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a light screen appeared before him. Emotion value, 2,376,664. Talent points, 92,009. Cultivation points, 150. Looking at the emotion value on the data panel, Jiang Yu nodded. From noon until now, he had already gained over 2 million emotion points. It seemed Qin Shou's video was even more popular than Zhu Lin's. It made sense one was a battle between platinum-level warriors, while the other was a showdown with a platinum-level peak exotic beast. The difference in excitement was obvious. I'll save up for a day or two, aiming to accumulate 7 or 8 golden legendary draws, then go big. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. He wondered if drawing 7 or 8 golden legendary rewards at once would yield something even more incredible. Of course, if he ended up with lousy prizes, he would never play this way again. After all, taking risks is the only way to upgrade. No risk, no reward. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Xiaoyan came out of the bathroom. Wow? Done so quickly. Jiang Yu looked puzzled. She had only been in there for a few minutes, not even 5. Yeah, just a quick rinse to wash off the sweat. Otherwise, it would take half an hour. Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Hurry up and get on the bed to cultivate. Seeing her roll her eyes, Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. But he didn't say much and eagerly followed her to bed. Soon, the two sat face to face and began cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock the next morning. You troublemaker, it's all your fault. We're running out of time. The sound of running water and Jiang Xiaoyan's reproachful voice came from the bathroom. This guy had gotten up at 6 in the morning, yet he was still dawdling now. Time was tight, and they hadn't even left the house yet. On the sofa, Jiang Yu listened, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he said nothing. Fine, he admitted he hadn't paid attention to her. Shortly after, Jiang Xiaoyan came out of the bathroom with a dissatisfied look in her eyes. All right, I was wrong. We'll leave right now. Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward, hugging the little girl with a face full of grievance, comforting her repeatedly. I'll forgive you this time. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head away, blushing, and said coquettishly, Hee, you're still the best. With that, Jiang Yu waved his hand, and in an instant, space shifted. Holding Jiang Xiaoyan in his arms, they disappeared. At the same time, where are Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan? Beside the bus, Lung Feng looked at the 30 people who had already gathered, puzzled. Teacher, sorry, we were delayed by something earlier. At that moment, Jiang Yu's voice came from inside the bus. Lung Feng turned around sharply and saw the two of them sitting inside. Well, he had indeed sensed spatial fluctuations just now, but he hadn't expected them to directly board the bus. All right, students, please board the bus in an orderly manner, Lung Feng said, stepping aside to let everyone on. Soon, the bus started and headed back to the academy. Bad guy, I need to tell you something. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke as Jiang Yu was lost in thought. He was slightly stunned. Something to discuss? Why not just say it directly? It's just, after we return to the academy, I want to leave for a while. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were resolute. Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately became nervous. He held the little girl tightly, afraid she might disappear. What? Leave? Where? What? Don't get worked up. Listen to me first. Seeing his agitation, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly tried to calm him down. All right, go ahead. Jiang Yu nodded, calming himself. It's just that, a few days ago, you got hurt because of me, and I deeply realized how weak I am. So, I want to go to a place and train hard for about a year. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with determination. Her resolve was as unyielding as steel. Where? What kind of place? Jiang Yu's emotions were complicated, and he couldn't help but ask. Well, to be precise, it's a sacred place that's very suitable for me to train. Of course, it's also suitable for my master. When she needs to break through to the supreme level, I'll take her there. She thought for a moment and replied. No way. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke, startling Jiang Xiaoyan. Little girl, if you want to go, you have to take me with you. I don't want to be apart from you, he said, holding the little girl tightly in his, since that's the case, how could I not go with you? Jiang Yu's gentle words reached Jiang Xiaoyan's ears. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Although there was a hint of happiness, she was mostly shy because he called her little rascal. Moreover, this rascal was right that sacred place was indeed very important to her right now. With the token her master had given her in hand. In this world, the only ones who could enter that place were her and this rascal. Really? Then, to make sure this rascal, don't freeze inside. I'll prepare some things when I get back. Jiang Xiaoyan said, her face still red but her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was eager to improve her strength and even more eager to go inside. Otherwise, how could she bear to let this rascal freeze into an icicle? I know you, little girl, really want to go. Although I don't know what kind of place it is. Have you forgotten how strong your man is? Jiang Yu looked at the excited little girl in his arms, raised his eyebrows, and teased her. You? You scoundrel. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted and turned her head away, ignoring him. This rascal really loved to tease people. Thinking about it, her face turned red again. Seeing her shyly turn away, Jiang Yu didn't say anything further. He shifted his attention to the lottery panel. Since he had decided to go, he wouldn't say much more and would follow her lead entirely. After all, she was his woman. And since she was his woman, he had to pamper her properly, right? With a thought, the current amount of emotional points appeared in his consciousness. Emotional points, 2,866,666. Not bad. Let's start with one diamond level draw. After all, we're heading to an unknown place, so it's better to prepare some things. Thinking about the high explosive grenades and the death vest he had drawn before, he decisively chose to use one diamond level draw. He didn't hope for anything extraordinary, just something useful. After all, the road ahead was full of uncertainties, and it was better to be cautious. Ding. Diamond level draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fire ability. It has been automatically integrated into the host's body. What? Fire ability. Jiang Yu was visibly stunned. Feeling the newfound firepower within him, he couldn't help but get excited. Holy crap, it's actually a fire ability? I really hit the jackpot this time. He was shocked internally. As for why he didn't shout out loud, there were so many people on the bus. If he suddenly screamed, wouldn't they think he was crazy? Soon, Jiang Yu calmed down. This system was truly a lifesaver. His sister had just been worried about him freezing in the sacred place, and the system immediately gifted him the fire ability. System, I love you. Of course, not as much as I love my little girl. Ding. The system remained silent in response to the host's confession. Emotional points plus 3,339. Huh. Why are my emotional points increasing even more? Isn't it supposed to be that the more intense the emotions, the more points I get? System, your emotions are about to explode, aren't they? Jiang Yu excitedly chatted with the system. But the system ignored him, so he could only talk to himself. System, use 5 diamond level draws at once, he decisively thought. No way, this thing is too thrilling, I just can't stop. But he made up his mind if he doesn't get something good this time, he absolutely won't waste another chance. Ding. Diamond level lottery successful. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Soul Pills 5. Automatically stored in the system backpack. Seeing the pills, Jiang Yu was stunned. Soul Pills? Wait, why does it feel like the system just insulted him? Forget it. Let's check the description first. He shook his head, and with a thought, the detailed introduction of the Soul Pills immediately appeared on the light screen in front of him. Soul Pills, after consumption, permanently enhance the user's mental power. Wow. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. You know, improving mental power usually requires long-term cultivation and gradual accumulation. But these soul pills can directly enhance mental power. How could he not be amazed? Looking at the soul pills in the system backpack, Jiang Yu decided that once he returned to the academy, he'd give his sister a big surprise. However, he also understood that his sister probably wouldn't let him consume them himself. They cared for each other now, always wanting the best for one another. All right, I need old Deng to prepare fire-type beast cores for me. Suddenly remembering that he had acquired fire-type abilities but still lacked beast cores, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. At his current level, he was already at mid-stage gold rank 9. Absur chirp. Saying that, she wrapped her arms around the bad guy's neck and gave him a fierce kiss. Smack, your little mouth is so sweet. Jiang Yu licked his lips, his face full of affection. By the way, bad guy, I'm starting to suspect you have a system. Otherwise, how are you so amazing? Zhang Xiaoyan said half-jokingly. That's right, I do have a system. Jiang Yu replied seriously. He didn't plan to hide it from his sister, but he was afraid she wouldn't believe him. Oh, I remember the systems in novels all have names. What's your system called? Zhang Xiaoyan asked excitedly. My system is called the Spoil My Sister to Get Stronger system. How about that? Impressive, right? Jiang Yu said with a smile. If it were called the Embarrass Myself to Get Stronger system, well, he wouldn't be able to say that out loud. I don't believe it. Systems only exist in novels. How could they exist in reality? Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly became dismissive. Jiang Yu was stunned by her words and asked indignantly. Then if spiritual energy revival can happen, why can't systems exist? Zhang Xiaoyan retorted. Spiritual energy revival is still somewhat plausible. That makes sense. Hearing her say that, Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. It was all because he had lived on Earth before. Perhaps in the eyes of people on Blue Star, spiritual energy revival was already an everyday occurrence. After all, it had indeed happened, so people on Blue Star didn't find it strange. However, if he were to tell people on Earth about spiritual energy revival, no one would believe it. Because spiritual energy revival had never happened on Earth, it would sound like a fantasy. Just like telling his sister he had a system. Unless the system appeared right in front of her, she would never believe it. In simple terms, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, who would easily believe it? Even if they did, it would only be half belief at most. Little girl, let me ask you, how do you think my spatial abilities and SSS-level talent came about? Don't forget, there's also all those rare treasures and secret techniques. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in his arms, smiling mysteriously. He didn't plan to say much about the system, but wanted to plant a seed of doubt in her mind. This. Sure enough, after hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan began to think seriously. She had never figured out what kind of cheat this bad guy had. Before, she just thought, as long as this bad guy was her man, that was enough. But what he just said was something she hadn't carefully considered before. Looking at the little girl beside him, deep in thought, Jiang Yu didn't interrupt her. Think carefully. I believe you'll find the answer in your heart. He thought silently. Classmates, we've arrived at the academy. Please disembark in an orderly manner. There's no class today, so go back and rest early. Lung Feng's voice rang out, indicating they had arrived at Lingwu Academy. Buzz inside the bus, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation sound. Everyone turned to look, only to see that the seats where Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan had been sitting were now empty. In Jiang Xiaoyan's room. What's wrong, little girl? Still can't figure out the answer? Jiang Yu looked at the little girl frowning and asked with a smile. A system? I think. It's more like a kind of inheritance. Jiang Xiaoyan murmured softly. Inheritance? Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. After the two sat on the sofa, Jiang Xiaoyan slowly began to speak. The spiritual energy revival of Blue Star has a reason. I don't know the specific reason. She paused and said, but I'm certain of one thing. The spiritual energy revival of Blue Star was not caused by Blue Star itself, but was deliberately orchestrated by someone. Moreover, this person is definitely not from Blue Star. In other words, her gaze locked onto the mischievous guy holding her. In other words, the spiritual energy revival of Blue Star might have been caused by people from another world. Jiang Yu was the first to speak. Exactly, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded affirmatively. The god from the divine origin sect. She doesn't belong to Blue Star, which also proves that there are other worlds beyond Blue Star. The system you mentioned is very likely a gift from people of a more advanced world than Blue Star. After all, apart from this explanation, I really can't think of anything else. The system couldn't have appeared out of thin air, it must have a source, right? Jiang Xiaoyan's words reached Jiang Yu's ears, and this time he fell into deep thought. Listening to the little girl's analysis, he suddenly realized. Forget about multidimensional worlds for now. He had read tens of thousands of novels, and not to mention other worlds. If someone told him immortals truly existed, he would believe it. What he cared about now was the little girl's statement. The system couldn't have appeared out of thin air, it must have a source, right? After interacting with the system for a long time, Jiang Yu felt that such a human-like system couldn't possibly appear out of nowhere. So what exactly is this system? Is it a person? Some kind of creature? Or was it created by someone? As he thought about it, Jiang Yu felt his head getting heavier. Damn it. Stop thinking about it. I'm just a mere golden-level martial artist, why bother thinking so far ahead? He suddenly shouted loudly, startling the little girl in his arms. What are you doing? You scared me. She patted her chest, a little annoyed. Sorry. Jiang Yu scratched his head. By the way, little girl, what do you think of this? As he spoke, he took out 5 soul pills from the system's backpack. Jiang Xiaoyan saw the pills in his hand, which contained spiritual energy, and exclaimed in surprise, This? How did you get these? She guessed that consuming these pills could enhance spiritual power. She hadn't seen such pills in her previous life, but if she studied them carefully, she estimated that as long as she had the materials, she could refine them herself. This was the strength of her talent in pill refining. Without this talent, she wouldn't have become the Ice Lotus Empress admired by thousands in her previous life. These? I kissed you once. and the system gave them to me. They're all yours." After saying that, he handed all the pills to the little girl, his expression still calm and composed. This little girl was a pill refiner, and her need for spiritual power was even greater than his as a big guy. Really? Then, her eyes sparkled as she stared at the mischievous guy in front of her. She was no longer surprised by this system. However, calling it a system, she felt it was more like an inheritance. Ah! Seeing her eager expression, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. "Ha, don't tease me. I'll give you 2 pills, keep 2 for myself, and use the remaining 1 for research." Laughing a few times, Jiang Xiaoyan handed 2 soul pills back to Jiang Yu. "What are you laughing at? Still daring to joke around? Believe it or not, I'll make your knees bloom." Jiang Yu threatened with a mischievous smile. Jiang Xiaoyan looked aggrieved. I was wrong. I don't want to." Her face turned red again as she spoke. But seeing that Jiang Yu didn't react, she could only endure it. "You bad guy, I was wrong, okay." Jiang Yu felt the sweet softness on his lips. Could he let this opportunity slip by? After a while, "MMPH. You jerk." Jiang Xiaoyan covered her mouth angrily. This guy not only had restless hands, but also an unruly tongue. Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. Hee hee. Now that's more like it. Jiang Yu licked his lips, looking completely satisfied. "Oomph. All right, you must take these 2 pills. Mental strength is especially important for martial artists. In the future, if I can refine more of these pills, our strength will definitely skyrocket." Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to think of something and even mimicked Jiang Yu's mischievous smile. It could only be said that hanging out with a bad guy would make anyone bad. Jiang Yu took the pills she handed over and grinned wickedly. "What? So we can dominate together by then?" "Ugh. Stop daydreaming." Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. "I mean, by then, our strength will soar." Jiang Yu nodded. "Got it. Before you start your research, let's go check out the villa I bought yesterday." He had just received the news on the bus earlier and couldn't help but grin mischievously again. "Oh, you've Aurea, I really came at the wrong time." Jiang Tian scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a nervous chuckle. He hadn't expected to walk in on this young couple just as they were about to at the thought. His face turned beet red. "Damn it, you old geezer, your timing is just impeccable," Jiang Yu said helplessly, his previous anger dissipating in an instant. By now, Jiang Xiaoyan had already hidden behind Jiang Yu, her face as red as a ripe apple. What could possibly be more embarrassing than being caught in an intimate moment with your beloved by an elder? "Ahem, carry on, you two. I'll just leave," Jiang Tian said as he prepared to turn and walk away. "Hold on," Jiang Yu called after him. "You old man, leave the beast cores before you go." Jiang Yu's words left Jiang Tian speechless. After a moment, he sighed. "Ha, you truly are my dear disciple. How touching fine. Here are the beast cores." Shaking his head in resignation, he stepped forward and handed over 7 beast cores he had already prepared to this rebellious disciple. Of course. I'm your good disciple, after all. When you're old, I'll make sure to take good care of you." Jiang Yu laughed as he stored the 7 beast cores into his personal space. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's face turned red with anger. What did he mean by "when you're old, I'll take care of you"? Was he dreaming? All right, I'll think about the mission slowly. But let me tell you, this task won't be easy. With that, Jiang Tian vanished in an instant, teleporting away. After the old man left, Jiang Yu turned to look at the young girl beside him. However, this time, the excitement in his eyes had dimmed. "Little girl, since we're heading to that place, when should we leave? Should we let your master know?" he asked, recalling what she'd mentioned earlier during their carriage ride. Since you're no longer feeling so awkward, let's find my master now and aim to set off tomorrow." Jiang Xiaoyan thought for a moment before replying. Since he'd brought it up, they might as well get it over with. Otherwise, she'd been planning to stay a few more days at the academy to spend more time with this troublesome guy. "All right, then let's head to the dean's office," Jiang Yu said, putting his arm around her. "Wait, aren't you going to tell your master?" Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly asked. "Huh? Why should I tell that old geezer?" Jiang Yu retorted. Speechless at his response, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately fell silent. The 2 of them vanished from where they stood. The scene shifted to the dean's office. Bing Lian stared at the message on her phone, her face full of fury. "Essence pills. The Alchemist Association. What a bunch of despicable scoundrels, she fumed. Moments ago, the Alchemist Association had sent a message stating that from now on, if Lingwu Academy wanted to purchase pills from them, the price would be at least 3 times higher than before. Bing Lian knew the reason. It was nothing more than her disciple and Jiang Yu. How pathetic, infighting within the same nation's forces. The Alchemist Association is truly disappointing, Bing Lian sighed. In the current state of Huagua, the Alchemist Association was practically a malignant tumor. Yet, oddly enough, Commander Zhou refused to take action and resolve the issue. Yo, you two aren't causing a ruckus in your room, so what brings you here? Sensing a spatial fluctuation, Bing Lian glanced at the empty spot in the room. Before she even finished speaking, Jiang Yu appeared instantly in front of her desk, holding the young lady in his arms. Master Bing, don't get the wrong idea. We're not at that stage yet. At most, I just made this little girl feel a bit aggrieved. Jiang Yu's teasing made Bing Lian frown. But seeing Jiang Xiaoyan, she sighed. Young people need to learn self-control. Don't let it affect your cultivation. Master, what are you talking about? We're here for serious business this time. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and quickly changed the subject. Oh, business? Let's hear it. Bing Lian rubbed her forehead and said indifferently, Master Bing, you look so tired. Did you find a boyfriend? Before Jiang Xiaoyan could speak, Jiang Yu interrupted. As soon as he said it, he seemed to be surrounded by a cold chill. However, the feeling only lasted for a moment. Find a man? I don't need one. I'm tired because of that tumor at the Alchemist Association. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you need to grow up quickly. Only then will that old Yuan Dan guy get lost. What? If my sister gets stronger, Yuan Dan will die? Jiang Yu was stunned. You two are too young. You'll understand in the future. All right, tell me why you're here. Bing Lian looked at the two, waiting for them to speak. Seeing Bing Lian say this, Jiang Yu didn't say much, just turned his gaze to his sister beside him. Master, the two of us are planning. Jiang Xiaoyan explained their plan to leave for a year to train in another sacred land in full detail to Bing Lian. All right, since you plan to go out, I won't stop you. After all, this brat carries Lao Dang's spatial aura, so safety isn't an issue. Bing Lian nodded without objection. Besides, you've both been affected emotionally recently. Going out to clear your minds is a good idea. Bing Lian was right. Jiang Yu had spatial aura left by Jiang Tian within him. As long as he didn't leave Blue Star, Jiang Tian could arrive immediately if there was danger. Of course, last time was just an accident. Master, aren't you going to ask where we're going? Jiang Xiaoyan asked in confusion. Although the master said there wouldn't be any danger, was she really this unconcerned? Bing Lian's words left the two speechless. Oh, I know what you young people are thinking. Bing Lian raised an eyebrow. You both have secrets. As your master, it's better for me not to ask too much. Just go, and let me know if you need anything. Hearing her indifferent attitude, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were left speechless. Wait, master, we're really going to train. Jiang Xiaoyan retorted, her face growing redder. Even she was starting to feel less confident. All right, hurry back and prepare. Let me know if you need anything, or you can ask Lao Dang. Bing Lian reminded them repeatedly. Got it, Master Bing. I'll take my disciple and leave now. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously, grabbed Jiang Xiaoyan, and teleported away. Huh? What was that look from that brat just now? Could it be that my disciple is going to suffer again? Bing Lian looked puzzled. The scene shifted. What was with that expression just now? Are you trying to make my master misunderstand? Jiang Xiaoyan glared angrily at Jiang Yu. She had seen clearly how the troublemaker behaved in front of her master just now. Girl, what are you talking about? We already are, so where's the misunderstanding? Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. You scoundrel. Cursing under her breath, Jiang Xiaoyan still walked over and nestled into his arms. After all, this bad guy was her man spoiling him a little, couldn't he hurt, right? That night. Phew, this villa's big bed is so comfortable. Jiang Yu sighed as he lay on the bed. System, open the data panel. He thought to himself. Emotion value, 4,456,644. Talent points, 92,150. Training points, 156. Looking at the data, Jiang Yu nodded. It seemed not only Chin Shou's video had gone viral, but his sister's post was also a huge hit. He took out his phone and opened the Do Video app. Sure enough, the #1 trending topic was the video his sister had posted. He had practically become a regular on the trending list. By tomorrow morning, his emotion value would likely increase by 1.5 million. At the latest, by tomorrow afternoon, his emotion value would surpass 7 million. By then, he could do 7 consecutive draws or save up for a 10-draw streak. Anyway, after 50 draws, he'd get a Supreme-level lottery ticket. Humph, what are you grinning about, you bad guy? Jiang Xiaoyan had just come out of the bathroom and returned to the room, seeing Jiang Yu with a silly smile on his face. What am I grinning about? What do you think? He gave her a meaningful look. You know. Humph, bad guy. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted softly, jumped onto the bed, and turned to snuggle into the bad guy's arms. Can I ask you something? She said softly. Oh, what is it? Go ahead. Jiang Yu's face was full of confidence, as if he'd agree to anything she asked. We're leaving tomorrow. I want to know how big your exclusive space is. Will food spoil if we store it there? She asked quietly. Feeling the warmth of her cheek, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. My exclusive space has a diameter of about 100 meters. When there are no living things inside, the space is static. Why? Planning to stock up on meat before we leave, afraid there won't be any in the sanctuary? He had already guessed her thoughts. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. Exactly. You have fire-type abilities, right? How about we buy some exotic beast meat and have barbecue every day? Of course, and we can buy a big pot too. We can have hot pot together. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, clearly filled with anticipation for these two delicacies. Oh, I never realized you're such a foodie. Jiang Yu looked at her in surprise. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted and said, before, in front of you, this bad guy, I deliberately acted indifferent, so I didn't show it. The more she spoke, the shyer she became, her face turning red. Before their relationship was confirmed, no. Even after it was confirmed, she didn't dare reveal her foodie nature in front of this bad guy. After all, that would be too ungraceful. TSK. You really are my little foodie. Jiang Yu gently stroked the soft hair of the little girl in his arms and chuckled softly. What do you mean? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't eat. Before she could finish, Jiang Yu covered her mouth. His face was full of disbelief. What are you talking about? We're not even on the same wavelength, okay? This little girl, why does she always think in that direction? But clearly, she is my big foodie. Humph, bad guy. She pouted coquettishly, her face as red as a ripe apple, and buried herself in Jiang Yu's arms, refusing to come out. All right, I was wrong, okay? Today, you cultivate on your own. I'll first refine the 3 legendary beast cores, old dang broad, and see if I can break through to platinum in one go. Jiang Yu gently rubbed her face, his voice soft. But breaking through to platinum is really difficult. After all, the step from the peak of gold to platinum is even harder than going from gold tier 1 to gold tier 7. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded obediently, earnestly explaining. She wasn't wrong. Advancing from gold to platinum was truly a major hurdle. Reaching diamond and wanting to ascend to legendary would require even more spiritual energy than going from diamond tier 1 to diamond tier 9. This was also why the higher the level, the more pronounced the power gap became. Of course, some geniuses didn't need as much time. But the amount of spiritual energy absorbed from beast cores had nothing to do with talent. The spiritual energy a beast core could provide was fixed, no matter how great one's talent was. But don't lose heart. Once we reach the Holy Land, with the spirit origin fruit, spirit boosting pills, and cultivation techniques, with your talent, you'll definitely break through within 2 days. Jiang Xiaoyan encouraged him again. All right, you little girl, worrying about me now. Go cultivate quickly and try to catch up with me, Jiang Yu said, shaking his head helplessly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her dark eyes and whispered, before I cultivate, can I? She pouted, her meaning clear. Could it be? Thinking of this, he smiled even more happily. This time the harvest is pretty good. Feeling the 4 skills he had gained, along with his peak gold level strength, he was thrilled that he would soon break through to platinum level. The 3 skills he obtained were Flame Storm, Fire God Descent, and Blazing Divine Fire. Additionally, there was a talent skill called Flame Dragon. Flame Dragon and Flame Storm need no further explanation, the names say it all. When Fire God Descent is used, fire attribute energy instantly restores to full value. When Blazing Divine Fire is used, fire abilities are enhanced fivefold for a short period. These 4 skills are all very powerful. Of course, compared to his spatial abilities, there is still a gap. Although the stronger the talent, the stronger the abilities, the differences between various abilities are still quite evident. After digesting the new skills, Jiang Yu turned his attention to his emotion value. Emotion value, 642,6666. Not bad. It increased by over 2 million overnight. Looks like I need to let the little girl show up more often and make more videos in the future. He nodded, thinking to himself. Clearly, the large increase in emotion value was likely due to the little girl. More precisely, it was because of that comment in her comment section. Since the little girl helped, I need to properly compensate her. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Compensating this little girl, making her happy, she will then. At this moment, a smile unconsciously appeared on Jiang Yu's lips. In that case, I need to set off quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the bed without a trace. Apart from himself, almost no one knew where he had gone. Dozens of minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyan walked into the room with her wet hair. As soon as she entered, she saw the table filled with a feast of dishes. Dozens of dishes, enough to make one think a banquet was being held. What's going on? She looked puzzled. Ahem, today the 2 of us are setting off, so before we leave, I specially made a big meal for you. After all, you're a little foodie. After saying this, Jiang Yu walked forward and gently rubbed the little girl's forehead, his eyes full of affection. Brother, didn't the cafeteria make these dishes? Why are you saying you made them? Jiang Xiaoyan looked confused. Ahem, don't worry about those details. Just sit down, let's eat. Jiang Yu coughed twice and quickly pulled the little girl to sit at the table. I'll sit, but don't mess with my food. Jiang Xiaoyan slapped away the mischievous hand behind her, pouting playfully. All right, no more messing around. Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we'll set off. Jiang Yu gently touched the little girl's cheek, his voice soft. Bad guy. She pouted playfully and began enjoying the food. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled and started eating as well. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu looked at the dishes that had been completely devoured by the 2 of them and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he could eat a bit, this little girl was surprisingly no less capable. Burp, you bad guy, how about we set off now, go to the city to buy some exotic beast meat, and then head straight to the sacred land? Jiang Xiaoyan burped, her face full of satisfaction. Should we go say goodbye to your master first? No need. I've already messaged master, and she has prepared a car for us. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan took the initiative to hold Jiang Yu's hand. What's this? Trying to pull some tricks before we leave? Jiang Yu flashed a mischievous smile. Uft, what are you thinking? Everything's ready, let us go? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red instantly. This troublemaker, seriously. Smack. Jiang Yu lightly patted the shy little girl's back, and the 2 of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. Outside the school gate, Jiang Xiaoyan covered her back, glaring angrily at the guy beside her. You jerk. I won't help you any more in the future, she declared firmly. Hey, don't be like that. I was wrong, okay? How about I let you smack me to vent your anger? Jiang Yu immediately backed down. No matter what, as long as his cultivation wasn't complete, he couldn't afford to lose the little girl's help. Otherwise, he'd really be doomed. Jiang Xiaoyan's face flushed slightly as she snorted softly and turned her head away, ignoring him. Hey, Jiang Yu, right? I'm the driver sent by Dean Bing. At that moment, a deep voice came from a black car parked at the school gate. Jiang Yu looked over and saw a man in a military uniform with a rugged appearance. Hello? Jiang Yu walked toward the black car. Brother, let me ask, does this taxi charge a fare? Alin Long was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. I was arranged by Dean Bing. If there's a fee, she'll cover it, so don't worry, he explained with a twitch of his mouth. That's great. Jiang Yu nodded and got into the car with the still angry little girl. Watching the 2 cuddling in the back seat, Lin Long regretted taking this job. He really shouldn't have accepted this gig. Luckily, he hadn't eaten yet today, or he'd be stuffed full of this dog food. Little girl, where are we heading now? Jiang Yu asked softly, looking at the little girl in his arms who was pouting and silent. Humph, I'm not talking to you. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head away angrily. Oh, this little girl is throwing a tantrum now. In that case, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he slowly leaned closer. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she watched the troublemaker in front of her inch closer. A bad feeling surged in her heart. You're bad, MMPH. Lin Long's face darkened as he watched the two in the back suddenly get affectionate. Ding. Lin Long feels speechless due to the host's behavior emotion value, plus 2,333. He, Lin Long, a cultivation fanatic, was experiencing the feeling of being fed dog food for the first time. It was truly unbearable. Pushing away the mischievous troublemaker, Jiang Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed. I'm not angry anymore, is that okay? She murmured softly, then snuggled into his arms, motionless. Hey, that's more like it. He smiled contentedly and asked, so where are we heading now? Anywhere's fine, as long as we can find a place to buy exotic beast meat, Jiang Xiaoyan answered, panting slightly. All right, senior, let us head to the capital first, Jiang Yu said, looking at Lin Long. Got it. Lin Long replied listlessly, stepping hard on the gas pedal. At this moment, he really wished he had something to do to distract himself from these two young lovebirds. Otherwise, it was just too unbearable. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, the car carrying Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan had already entered the capital. Senior, stop at the mall ahead. You can wait for us here for a while. Jiang Yu pointed at the large mall not far away and said, All right. Lin Long nodded firmly and quickly drove the car to the mall entrance. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He wouldn't have to listen to these two flaunting their love every day anymore. He had had enough. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan walked into the mall hand in hand, and only then did Lin Long let out a long breath. Phew, never taking on this kind of love-showing mission again. It's too torturous. Boss, how much is this piece of gold-grade exotic beast pork per pound? Jiang Yu asked at an exotic beast meat shop, pointing at a large piece of meat. 200 yuan per pound. The chubby boss replied without hesitation. What the heck? Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Is this meat lean or fatty? Is it made of gold? Sigh. The boss shook his head helplessly. Where do you think you can find so much exotic beast meat? These are purebred exotic beasts from the abyss. You think it's expensive? I think it's expensive too. Jiang Yu glanced at his sister beside him and saw her nod in agreement. He said, All right, pick me a pig, preferably around 1,000 pounds. The reason for his generosity was that Ice Master had just transferred 5 million yuan to his sister, telling them to spend freely. This was the first time Jiang Yu thought Ice Lotus was quite reliable. Got it, the boss responded and went to the back to fetch the pork. Not long after, he came out pushing a cart, with a whole processed pig lying on it. How's this? The boss asked as he walked. Is this pig fresh? Jiang Yu asked. The boss shook his head helplessly. I sell pig head meat. Would I sell you on fresh meat? If this pig isn't fresh when cooked, you can come back and chop me up. Jiang Yu nodded without hesitation. All right, 20,000, right? My sister just transferred the money. If it's not fresh, see if I come back to chop you up. With that, he directly stored the pig into his exclusive space. What the heck? That technique? Spatial ability? He's Jiang Yu. The boss was shocked. In all of China, many people knew of Jiang Yu. Although they weren't sure what he looked like, seeing this spatial ability technique, the boss was certain he was Jiang Yu. Good thing I didn't give him bad meat earlier, or I'd be done for. The boss thought to himself with relief. All right, the money has been transferred. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice rang out. The boss quickly checked his phone and indeed saw the 20,000 yuan. Hee. Take care, come again when you have time. Seeing the boss's attitude change 180 degrees, Jiang Yu nodded and pulled his sister to continue shopping elsewhere. As the two walked away, a man named Hua Chong approached the meat shop. Boss, how much is this pork per pound? 200 yuan. What the heck? Sis, I want to buy something. No, to be precise, I want to buy something for you. Jiang Yu looked at the clothing store not far away. What? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him in confusion. That. Jiang Yu pointed at the black stockings on the mannequin's legs in the store. You shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. She clearly remembered the pair of stockings she bought for the competition, which broke in less than half an hour and couldn't even be washed clean. Now seeing this troublemaker, she still wanted to buy them. Her blushing was completely understandable. Are you buying them or not? I'm begging you. Jiang Yu pleaded earnestly. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly. Moments later, Jiang Yu's personal space was filled with a pile of colorful items, all things he wanted. Looking at the little girl beside him, head lowered and face flushed red, Jiang Yu ignored the strange looks from the people around and suddenly kissed her. You're just the best. Ha ha. Humph. Let go of me. Feeling the restless hand, Jiang Xiaoyan protested coquettishly. All right. Jiang Yu nodded, taking the shy little girl to buy other necessities. After all, preparing for a year was no small matter. However, they might be back in just half a month. Half an hour later. Sorry, senior, we came back a bit late, Jiang Yu said apologetically as they returned to the car. During this time, they had almost finished buying everything they needed, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long. No problem. Since everything's bought, where are we heading next? Lin Long quickly waved his hand. Forget half an hour. Even if he had to wait an hour or 10 hours, he wouldn't mind. Truly, let's go to Extreme Cold City, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly said. Extreme Cold City. Wait, Extreme Cold City. Lin Long, hearing the name, seemed to recall something and almost jumped up. Seeing Lin Long's excited reaction, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan both cast puzzled looks at him. Ahem. Here's the situation. Lin Long didn't hesitate much, cleared his throat, and began explaining the recent events in Extreme Cold City. A while later, after hearing Lin Long's account, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that just a few days ago, a riot broke out in Extreme Cold City, the northernmost city of Hua Nation. This riot wasn't caused by exotic beasts, but by the uprising of the Blood People. Simply put, it was the handiwork of the Divine Origin sect. Extreme Cold City is one of the remote cities in Hua Nation, where the martial artist's strength is generally weak. After hundreds of martial artists sacrificed themselves, reinforcements from the Abyss Army finally arrived. Although the situation is temporarily stable now, the Divine Origin sect members are still lurking in the shadows, eyeing the city menacingly. So Extreme Cold City is definitely a dangerous place right now. Sis, what do you think about this? Jiang Yu looked at the girl in his arms. What do I think? I'll just lie in your arms and watch, Jiang Xiaoyan replied playfully, blinking at him, her meaning clear. Got it. Jiang Yu rubbed her cheek and turned his gaze to Lin Long. Senior, feel free to head to Extreme Cold City, we're fine with it. With his spatial abilities, as long as he didn't encounter a powerful diamond-level exotic beast like last time, he'd be perfectly safe. Moreover, he still carried the spatial aura left by Old Deng. Last time, because he was injured, Old Deng sensed the danger. This time, if he detected danger in advance and activated the aura, Old Deng could arrive immediately. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu glanced at the sky outside the window. It was only noon now. They'd probably reach Extreme Cold City by afternoon or evening. Looks like they'd have to spend the night in Extreme Cold City. I wonder if the beds in Extreme Cold City's hotels are soft. He couldn't help but blurt out. You. What are you saying? Annoying. Jiang Xiaoyan's face immediately turned red, and she hid in his arms without moving. This bad guy, he's really too perverted. Always thinking about that no matter where he goes. But somehow, she liked this bad guy even more. Jiang Yu seemed to realize something and fell silent instantly. Young people nowadays are so different from our time. Lin Long sighed helplessly and focused on driving. Jiang Yu heard this, and his silent expression instantly turned into embarrassment. Am I really a pervert? Well, I guess I am. Time passed little by little. The little girl in his arms gradually lost her blush. Before long, it was 4 in the afternoon. By this time, Jiang Xiaoyan was already sound asleep. Looking at her sleeping peacefully in his arms, Jiang Yu smiled softly. This little girl, not only is she a foodie, but also a little lazy bug. Outside the Extreme Cold City. Sir, I'm sorry, outsiders are not allowed to enter Extreme Cold City. A man in Abyss Army uniform walked up to the car window. The window slowly rolled down, and he was instantly shocked. My goodness. Senior Lin, why are you here? The young officer, who looked to be in his early 20s, exclaimed upon seeing the passenger in the car. Look at the back. Lin Long said indifferently. The young officer turned to look at Jiang Yu in the back seat and quickly said, "Since it's Jiang Yu, the disciple of Marshal Jiang, please go ahead." After speaking, he prepared to step aside. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Long's voice rang out. Hmm? Is there something you need, Senior Lin? He asked, puzzled. First, give me a brief update on the current situation in Extreme Cold City, Lin Long said. The situation is this. Extreme Cold City hasn't seen any blood corpses for a day and a half now. And the blood corpses that did appear seem to have been transported here in a very strange way. Not only that, his tone became serious. I just received news that other border cities in Hua Nation have also been attacked by blood corpses. Lin Long fell into deep thought upon hearing this. That's to be expected. As long as the Divine Origin sect keeps collecting martial artists' corpses, they can continuously create blood corpses. But this strange transportation method. Forget it, brother, we'll talk later. I'm heading in first. With that, he slammed on the gas, and the car sped into Extreme Cold City. Senior, just stop at the best hotel in Extreme Cold City, Jiang Yu reminded. Got it. Soon, the car stopped at a hotel called Lively Hotel. Little girl? We're here, wake up. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl still sound asleep in his arms and couldn't help but call out. No, I'm sleepy. Zhang Xiaoyan rubbed her body and softly whined. I really can't deal with you, little girl. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, picked her up like a princess, and said, goodbye, before disappearing instantly. Young people, really not bad. Lin Long looked at the spot where they disappeared, seemingly recalling something, and sighed. The scene shifted. Hello, we'd like a room, Jiang Yu said as he carried the sleeping little girl to the front desk. The receptionist froze upon seeing Jiang Yu's posture, thinking, this young man is so handsome, which girl could resist him? And yet he uses this method. 2 seconds later, she realized. Hello, sir. We have. No need for trouble. The bed should be the biggest and softest. Jiang Yu interrupted her. All right, please wait a moment. The receptionist began to process the request. While busy, she thought to herself, this young man really knows how to care for girls, but this little girl must be quite exhausted. Hello, sir. We've arranged the deluxe supreme couple suite for you. 2,888 yuan per night. The receptionist handed over the room card. Jiang Yu responded, took out 30 red bills from his exclusive space, thought for a moment, and then put one back. Here, 2,900, no need for change. He placed the money on the counter, grabbed the room card, and disappeared with the little girl in his arms. The receptionist was stunned by Jiang Yu's actions. Jiang Yu had teleported to the hotel entrance, avoiding startling anyone with his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, outside room 66, Jiang Yu was about to open the door while holding the little girl in his arms. A hearty voice came from the neighboring room. Hey, brother, this method isn't very honorable, is it? A tall, burly man, about 1.9 meters in height, emerged from the neighboring room. Jiang Yu's gaze turned sharp as he stared at him. The burly man, Su Aolai, shivered under his piercing look. Humph, don't try to intimidate me with your eyes, kid. What you're doing is illegal, Su Aolai said seriously, then changed his tone, but if. Before he could finish his sentence, his lecherous gaze hadn't even landed on Zhang Xiaoyan. Jiang Yu coldly spoke. Sorry, your words disgust me. You can go die now. Space collapse. Buzz, accompanied by the sound of spatial distortion, only a pool of blood remained on the spot. Su Aolai was instantly killed. This was the consequence of speaking without considering the repercussions. The little girl in Jiang Yu's arms seemed to sense something, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and asked, Brother? What happened? Nothing, just dealt with a small problem, Jiang Yu replied gently. He was no longer the hesitant Jiang Yu of the past. Ruthlessness and decisiveness were his greatest growth during this time. Oh, Zhang Xiaoyan responded softly, leaning against him and closing her eyes. You little lazy girl. Jiang Yu sighed. As he spoke, the two had already entered the room. As soon as Jiang Yu entered, he saw the large pink bed and the various strange props placed on the bedside table. His expression immediately froze. I'm lazy? I'm not at all. Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't finished her sentence when she also saw what Jiang Yu had just seen. Ah, you pervert. You actually brought me to a place like this. You bad guy. Her face turned bright red. Then she began to squirm in Jiang Yu's arms, as if struggling to be let go. But Jiang Yu felt a strange sensation from her movements below his stomach and couldn't help but whisper, "Ah, what are you doing?" Hmm. After a while, Jiang Xiaoyan lay limply in Jiang Yu's arms. Bad guy, you're really infuriating. Umph. She felt the changes in her body and murmured softly, all right, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay?" Jiang Yu gently rubbed the little girl's pouting face in his arms, his face full of apology. He glanced down at the pair of black high heels on the floor that she could no longer wear, and his expression grew even more remorseful. "Umph. Don't do this again next time. At least let me know beforehand." Jiang Xiaoyan's voice softened, but the blush on her face was unmistakable. After all, this bad guy was her man. As long as he didn't do anything to betray her trust, she was willing to forgive him for everything. Hee hee, I knew you were the most understanding. Little troublemaker. Umph, you're the troublemaker. A moment later. All right, stop messing around. Let me ask you, where exactly is the sacred place we're heading to this time? Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in his arms, who seemed a bit dazed, and asked gently, To be precise, it's in a mountain north of the extreme cold city. She seemed to be recalling something and continued, because it's a place left behind by a pioneer from Hua Nation, it's very hidden. Now, in the entire Hua Nation, or even the world, perhaps only Commander Zhou knows the exact location. Jiang Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Could Commander Zhou also be a pioneer? That's right. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded like a pecking bird. Commander Zhou is probably already 180 years old. He's one of the few pioneers left on Blue Star. As for the other pioneers, her voice lowered as she spoke. Some sacrificed themselves resisting foreign enemies, while others succumbed to illness and pain. I see. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Let me tell you, bad guy, if I train in that sacred place, not only will I improve my understanding of ice-type abilities, but my daily training speed will also double. Looking at the little girl in his arms, full of anticipation, Jiang Yu couldn't help but touch her face. That's great. In that case, within a year, you'll be able to catch up to me. I'm looking forward to it too. Today, the two didn't train but went to bed early, holding each other as they fell asleep. After all, the coming days would be dedicated to focused training. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window onto the pink bed. The two snuggled together, neither willing to get up first. Should we get up and head out? Jiang Yu asked, looking at the girl in his arms. You get up first. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, her little head tilted. No way. You get up first. You get up. Oh, you little girl dare to disobey me? Watch me kiss you. Bad guy humph. The scene shifts. In a luxurious room. Interesting, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan have actually appeared in Extreme Cold City. Sheng Guang stared at the message sent by his subordinate on his phone, his eyes gleaming. The opportunity had arrived. Just now, a perception-type martial artist in Extreme Cold City sensed spatial energy and suspected Jiang Yu's presence. That's why this message was sent. Meiyan, I'm here, master. Accompanied by a seductive voice, a voluptuous woman suddenly appeared. Head to Hua Nation's Extreme Cold City immediately. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan are there. The corner of Sheng Guang's mouth revealed a smile. If I encounter Jiang Tian, that old guy, I'll do my best to hold him off. You secretly ambush Jiang Yu and capture Jiang Xiaoyan. Yes, master. Mei Yin responded. The two figures flickered and disappeared. The scene shifted. At this moment, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan were already walking hand in hand out of the hotel. Little girl, is the mountain you mentioned to the north? I have a spirit enhancement orb. I can teleport us there directly to save time. Jiang Yu rubbed the little girl's delicate face and asked with a smile. Just keep teleporting north, and soon you'll see a snow-covered mountain. The sacred place is there. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's do that, Jiang Yu said, suddenly hugging the little girl tightly. Accompanied by her startled cry, "Ah!" The two disappeared from the hotel entrance. Damn it, they teleported away. In the shadows, a man saw this and couldn't help but curse, then pulled out his phone to report. The scene shifted again. In a room, spatial energy is moving toward the northern part of extreme cold city. Quickly report to the master. Understood. Jiang Yu was still unaware that his teleportation had already thrown the covertly monitoring Divine Origin sect into chaos. A few minutes later, this is too exaggerated. Jiang Yu stared silently at the snow-white mountain before him. The surrounding mountains were normal, but this one stood out, as if it had turned white overnight. This is the mountain. Come on, let's hurry over. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up with excitement. She clearly remembered the time her master brought her here to train in her past life. But in this life, she had become someone opposing this bad guy. All right, I'll teleport us over now. Jiang Yu rubbed the little girl's forehead with a smile, then disappeared with her. A few minutes later, Sister, isn't this way too cold? Jiang Yu tightly hugged the little girl in his arms, shivering as he spoke. But looking at the mountain peak ahead, he still teleported up without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at the snowy mountain peak. Jiang Yu quickly let go of the dazed little girl in his arms. The next second, flames suddenly ignited on his body. So comfortable. He smiled contentedly. Looking at the little girl, he noticed she wasn't afraid of the cold at all. After all, she was an ice element ability user, naturally resistant to cold. Bad guy, take out the token my master gave me. Let's go inside. Jiang Xiaoyan hurriedly said, looking at Jiang Yu, who was burning with flames. Once inside, he wouldn't have to endure this anymore. All right. Jiang Yu nodded and directly retrieved the token the little girl had given him before from his personal space. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly took it. To prevent him from freezing, she infused her ice element energy into the token. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Jiang Yu. A spatial passage formed entirely of ice and snow appeared out of thin air. This is an alternate space? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. In fact, the abyss was just another form of alternate space. Alternate spaces were easier to understand, similar to special realms. Yes, this was created by a spatial ability user long ago. All right, let's go in quickly. Jiang Xiaoyan waved her hand. Jiang Yu nodded and followed her, stepping into the alternate space, at the same time. The ice and snow spatial channel instantly disappeared. The scene switched. Inside an office. How is this possible? I can't sense the spatial aura on that kid anymore. Jiang Tian suddenly sat up, his eyes full of disbelief. Jiang Tian, don't worry. They've just gone to a secret realm, which will only benefit them. Commander Zhou, sitting at the desk, reassured him. Since Senior Zhou says so, I'm relieved. Jiang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and slowly sat back on the sofa. The scene switched again. Where are they? Where's Jiang Yu? Sheng Guang appeared on the snowy mountain with Yen Meyer. Looking at the empty mountaintop before him, he was utterly confused. The alternate space Jiang Yu and the others entered was one that only a supreme-level expert could create. This made it impossible for Sheng Guang, a supreme-level expert himself, to sense the existence of the alternate space. Could it be that old guy Jiang Tian took them away? Yen Meyer frowned in thought. Humph, Jiang Tian. This time you saved them, but don't think I'll let you off in the future. Let us go. Sheng Guang's face darkened as he left the snowy mountain with Yen Meyer. In their view, Jiang Yu and the little girl had been taken away by Jiang Tian in time. Otherwise, how could two golden-level warriors possibly escape right under the nose of a supreme-level expert? Wow, is this the sacred land you mentioned? Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. They were now in a plain where it snowed perpetually. The ground was covered in white snow, and as far as the eye could see, it was an endless expanse of pure white. But what shocked Jiang Yu was the scene not far away. A massive white crystal, taller than dozens of floors, was actually floating above the snowy ground. Moreover, right beneath this giant white crystal stood a house quietly built from solid ice. Snowflakes continuously fell, covering the blue ice house, making it appear particularly lonely. The house ahead was left by a senior. We can move in. That's why I brought living supplies. Jiang Xiaoyan said excitedly. As soon as she stepped in, she felt completely refreshed. She knew this sacred land was giving her strength. What is that white crystal for? Jiang Yu asked curiously. This thing looked like a crystal from a game. Just a different color. That crystal is the core of this sacred land. The snow in this entire space are maintained by it. Jiang Xiaoyan patiently explained. Jiang Yu pondered. Then if we take the crystal and put it in my exclusive space, could my space also become a sacred land? A Jiang Xiaoyan was speechless upon hearing this. Let us not even talk about whether you can take it. Even if you did, this space would disappear and we might not even survive. She rolled her eyes at him, speaking irritably. But right now, I'm not strong enough to take it. When I get stronger, maybe I really could. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he stared at the floating white crystal. If he sold this thing, it would surely be worth billions. All right, stop thinking about that. Let us go inside before we freeze. Jiang Xiaoyan grabbed the hand of the troublemaker beside her, looking impatient. Jiang Yu felt her soft and delicate hand, nodded, and followed her while secretly savoring the moment. He thought to himself, these little hands are amazing. Not only do they feel great to touch, they must be great at other times too. Umph. You bad guy, what are you thinking about now? As they reached the entrance of the ice house, Jiang Xiaoyan noticed his blissful expression, and her face immediately turned red. This bad guy must be thinking about something inappropriate again. Nothing. Jiang Yu quickly denied it. All right, let's go inside and tidy up. Although it doesn't get dusty here, it's been a long time since anyone stayed, so it still needs some cleaning. Jiang Xiaoyan spoke as she pushed the door open and went inside. The first thing they saw inside was a large bed that looked like it was made of ice blocks. Jiang Yu shivered at the cold air emanating from the bed. The rest of the room was similar to a regular one, with a bathroom, shower, and living room, all the essentials. But that ice bed, sis, are we really planning to cultivate on this ice bed? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Of course. Touch it and see. This bed is woven from silk spun by ice silkworms. It looks cold, but you'll understand once you touch it. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice was crisp as Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to touch it. As soon as his hand touched the surface, he was shocked. His sister was right from afar. It looked like an ice bed, but it felt softer and more comfortable than the bed in his villa. Even more amazing, although it looked icy cold from a distance, up close, it emitted a faint warmth. This bed was definitely top-notch. Sleeping on it must be incredibly enjoyable. Ugh, you bad guy, what's with that expression on your face? You pervert. Jiang Xiaoyan saw his mischievous grin and angrily scolded him. Ahem, this bed must be worth a lot of money, right? Jiang Yu couldn't hold back his cheeky thoughts and tried to change the subject. Jiang Xiaoyan fell silent. This bad guy was clearly obsessed with money, wasn't he? All right, stop daydreaming. Let's clean up quickly, there's a lot to do later. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in front of him and grinned mischievously. Pervert, we're here to cultivate. Humph. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyan heard this, her face turned as red as an apple. She had long known that this bad guy wouldn't let her have peace when he saw a bed like this. What? You don't want to help me? Sigh. Then I really don't know how I'll survive this year. I might as well just run into a wall and end it all. Jiang Yu pretended to look desperate, his eyes hollow as he spoke. No, it's not that. I didn't say I wouldn't help. Don't be like this. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly explained. Since that's the case, let's get cleaning. Jiang Yu immediately changed his expression, looking excited. Pervert. Her face flushed. Jiang Xiaoyan angrily muttered, then started cleaning the room with the bad guy. Soon, half an hour had passed. The two looked at the clean and tidy room and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Cleaning up was pretty easy, Jiang Yu said, hands on his hips. Bad guy, let's start cultivating. After eating the spirit origin fruit and cultivating for a day or two, you'll be able to break through to platinum level. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the bad guy beside her, her face turning red again. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because this rascal wasn't behaving properly while cleaning. Cultivation? Little girl, I don't think it's urgent right now. I'm more anxious about something else. Jiang Yu's gaze turned mischievous as he stared at the little girl beside him. You. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red, and she snorted angrily, only to see the rascal jump onto the bed himself. What was even more outrageous was that he actually took out a white S. Jiang Xiaoyan was helpless and could only. After all, he was her man. Besides, if he handled it himself, his body would definitely be overwhelmed, so she had to do it herself. In the blink of an eye, Another hour and a half passed. All right, rascal, let's seriously cultivate now. Eat the spirit origin fruit and the spirit enhancement pill to help you break through to platinum as soon as possible. Hee hee, you're really my little girl. Amazing. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. On the sky blue bed. Rascal, today is your 18th birthday. I'll make you a feast. Jiang Xiaoyan lay in Jiang Yu's arms, her voice soft and full of love. Over these 8 months, the strength of the two had increased rapidly. Even their appearances had changed significantly. Jiang Xiaoyan, who already looked like a fairy, had become even more enchanting, her figure more voluptuous, her height taller, and her bust size had grown considerably. 8 months ago, she already gave off a mature and alluring vibe. Now, that feeling was even stronger. In another year or two, she would undoubtedly become the ultimate goddess. Jiang Yu's changes were even more noticeable. His original height of 178 centimeters had now grown to 183 centimeters. Not only that, he looked more mature and steady, exuding even greater charm. In comparison, the little girl in his arms hadn't changed as much. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Yu gently rubbed the little girl's face. He had now reached platinum level 8. The little girl, blessed by the sanctuary, was only one level below him, at platinum level 7. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded happily and jumped off the bed to prepare things. System, open the data panel. As soon as the little girl left, Jiang Yu immediately called out. Ding! Data panel has been opened. Host, Jiang Yu. Level, platinum level 8. Abilities, perspective, space, thunder, electric fire, skills, space teleportation, space collapse, space. Expand, secret technique, divine descent, cultivation method, spirit origin overlord body technique small completion peak, yin-yang complement technique mutual sitting stage, law, slaughter divine power law. Emotion value, 18,066,666, talent points, 94,966, cultivation points, 666, not bad, not bad. I feel like my cultivation method is about to reach completion. Just need one more opportunity. Feeling the spirit origin overlord body technique within him nearing completion, Jiang Yu was thrilled. Over these 8 months, although he had asked the little girl to help with many things, he had always longed for his cultivation method to reach completion. As for the over 18 million emotion points, they were accumulated over these 8 months without spending any. That's right. He hadn't used a single emotion point in these 8 months. These emotion points came from the income generated by people outside watching his videos. Because there was no internet here, he couldn't gain more emotion points through the network. This made him very frustrated. Otherwise, he could have earned at least 80 million emotion points in these 8 months. He might even have had the chance to draw the supreme level grand prize twice. Forget it. I'll make up for it with this little girl in the future. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly and sighed. After all, this little girl belonged to him. Moreover, after 8 months of cultivation, his strength had indeed improved significantly. Although he was only at platinum level 8 now, the cultivation speed naturally slowed down after reaching the platinum level. If it weren't for this, he would at most be at platinum level 7 now. Although he hadn't earned much emotional value during this time, which was a huge loss, the little girl had been giving her all every day during these 8 months. So, saying it wasn't a loss was also true. After all, she was so considerate. He turned his gaze to his skill panel. Wow, there are so many skills that the system directly blocked them. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Speaking of skills, he couldn't help but think of the 4 powerful skills he had obtained at the platinum level: Illusion Array Domain, Space Wormhole, Thunder God's Descent, and Divine Fire Domain. Once the Illusion Array Domain was activated, anyone within a 50-meter radius could be trapped in an illusion. The stronger their mental power, the shorter the duration of the illusion. Space Wormhole allowed him to freely control the position and size of 2 wormholes, connecting 2 spaces. Thunder God's Descent could summon the Thunder God's Phantom, completely under his command. When Divine Fire Domain was activated, flames would swirl within a 100-meter radius, with astonishing power. Among these 4 skills, Jiang Yu valued Space Wormhole the most. This skill was simply a prankster's weapon. Currently, he could only control wormholes with a diameter of 2 meters, and the range was only about 500 meters. However, as his strength increased, the size and range of the wormholes would continue to expand. Bad guy, we're out of eggs. Hurry and bring me one. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Yu's thoughts moved, and a space portal immediately appeared in front of him. On the other end of the portal stood his sister. Here, he took an egg from his exclusive space and handed it through the wormhole. After the little girl took the egg, he quickly closed the space portal. System, open the system backpack. Thinking of the items in the backpack, a smile appeared on Jiang Yu's lips. System backpack. Mysterious box can be opened at diamond level. Hahuan pill. Mysterious small pill. Nuclear egg milk candy. Makeover cannot be used for improper purposes. Energy biscuit. Martial puppet 2. Ability selection treasure box. As soon as the backpack opened, Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto the ability selection treasure box. This was something he had obtained from a mysterious box after advancing to platinum. He had even asked the system, and the treasure box could be used by others. So, since today was his birthday, he planned to give the little girl a surprise. After all, the two of them were leaving here today, and the little girl's birthday was still half a month away. Moreover, he already had plenty of abilities, and he was more than happy to let his sister have one more. System, can you show me what abilities are in this ability selection treasure box? He asked. Ding. Yes. As the system's voice fell, 5 ability options appeared on the screen. Thunder ability, fire ability, ice ability, earth ability, water ability. Jiang Yu fell silent. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. I really shouldn't have expected anything good from the mysterious box. What a scam. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Forget it. Let's wait for the little girl to come over and let her choose herself. After she chooses, then it's my turn to see how I use this ability. As he spoke, Jiang Yu's face lit up with an excited smile. Several minutes later, brother, time to eat. A crisp and pleasant voice came from the kitchen. Coming. Jiang Yu heard it and immediately got up to head to the dining table. Seeing the table full of dishes, he smiled with satisfaction. This little girl was so good to him. Hee, the final chicken soup is here. After serving the chicken soup, Jiang Yu eagerly helped her take off her apron. All right, you've been busy for a while. Hurry up and eat, he said, letting the little girl sit beside him. I'll sit, but don't touch me. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him angrily. This little girl is really beautiful. Jiang Yu touched the sensation from earlier and smiled contentedly. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless. Although the two had been in contact for so long, and aside from the last bit that hadn't been explicitly stated, they were already completely open with each other. They knew every inch of each other's bodies. But hearing this, she still instinctively felt shy. By the way, little girl, which of the 4 abilities lightning, fire, earth, or water do you want to choose the most? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. He had asked the system beforehand, and the abilities in this self-selection treasure box couldn't be chosen if already possessed. After all, abilities couldn't stack, and who wouldn't want their powers to be stronger? Lightning, I guess. Fire and ice are hard to merge, and water and earth are too weak. As she spoke, she curiously looked at the mischievous guy beside her. What? Could it be that you? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a huge change within her body. Jiang Xiaoyan saw pale blue lightning flash across her body. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her eyes were filled with shock. I really can do it. Jiang Yu saw her shocked expression and smirked mischievously. You rascal. I love you so much. Jiang Xiaoyan screamed excitedly. The next second, Jiang Yu felt a weight on his body. The little girl had thrown herself into his arms. Want to thank me? Then after we finish eating, Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows, making Jiang Xiaoyan blush and her heart race. I'll listen to you. But, before eating, let me. Without hesitation, she leaned forward. Wooden horse. After several minutes, the two finally began to enjoy the sumptuous lunch. After the meal, the two did some things that couldn't be disclosed. Then they got up to clean up and prepare to leave. It was actually only noon outside, but the two couldn't wait any longer. 8 months of isolation from the world had pushed them to their limits. Rascal, Are you done packing? Jiang Xiaoyan's face was still flushed as she came out of the bathroom. Yeah, everything's packed. We're ready to go. Jiang Yu was beyond excited. Finally, they were going out. He was about to go crazy, but with the little girl around, he wasn't too uncomfortable in that sense. Soon, the two dressed neatly and stepped out of the small ice house. Give me the token. Seeing Jiang Yu unresponsive, Jiang Xiaoyan reminded him. Huh? Oh, Jiang Yu snapped out of it and quickly took the token out of his exclusive space. He had been so excited earlier that he forgot. Oomph, I really don't know what you're thinking about every day. Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes helplessly as she took the token. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about what to do with you. This little girl, after mastering the technique. As he spoke, he gave Jiang Xiaoyan a mischievous smile. Ugh, so improper. She spat, her face turning red as she infused spiritual energy into the token. The next moment, buzz, the spatial passage opened. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and pulled the little girl into the passage. The scene shifted. In the Abyss Army headquarters office, Jiang Tian was frowning in deep thought when his expression suddenly changed, becoming excited. Ha, my rebellious disciple is back? 8 whole months. I really want to see how this brat has changed. He shook off his thoughts and disappeared, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just emerged from the spatial passage, felt their vision blur as Jiang Tian, full of excitement, suddenly appeared. Damn, old Deng, you scared me. Jiang Yu froze. Oh, haven't seen you for over half a year, and your skills have improved quite a bit, huh? Jiang Tian looked them up and down. Not bad, not bad. 1 platinum rank 7, 1 platinum rank 8, such great progress in just 8 months. Truly the geniuses of Huagua. Feeling their current strength, Jiang Tian was filled with emotion. All right, old Deng, take us out of this snowy mountain first. It's really cold. All right, let's go, Jiang Tian said, and with that, the three of them instantly disappeared. In the Lingwu Academy office. Xiaoyan, you're back. Seeing her disciple return, Bing Lian immediately gave her a big hug. All right, master. Seeing her brother's jealous expression, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly spoke. All right. Seeing you, this brat, so jealous, do you think I could take your precious little sister away? Bing Lian released her embrace and looked helplessly at Jiang Yu. This guy was simply a jar of vinegar. No, he should be called the god of jealousy. Ha ha, you two have been isolated from the world for 8 months. You must be curious about what's been happening outside, right? Let me tell you, Huagua is currently experiencing a major event. Jiang Tian looked at them, laughing even more joyfully. A major event. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan spoke in unison. Come, let's sit down and talk slowly. Jiang Tian sat on the sofa without waiting for them, his excitement evident as he began to talk about the matter. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan, intrigued, quickly sat on the sofa, ready to listen to Jiang Tian's story. Wow, is that really happening? Moments later, after hearing Jiang Tian's account, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim. This news was a great thing for Huagua, and for them as well. That's right. Now, open your phones and check the news. It's all about people cursing Yuan Dan. Jiang Tian nodded affirmatively. He explained the matter clearly. During the 8 months they were away, Zhang Mingshan, also known as Daoist Zhang, had broken through to the Supreme Realm. Because of his breakthrough and loyalty to Huagua, Commander Zhou made a decisive decision. Yuan Dan, the great scourge of Huagua, must be eliminated. Although removing Yuan Dan would mean Huagua losing a Supreme Realm martial artist, Yuan Dan, driven mad by the pain of losing his son and his hatred for Jiang Yu and the others, had long gone insane. If he wasn't eliminated, he would only harm Huagua in the future. While killing Yuan Dan was easy, he was the president of the Alchemist Guild, and alchemists were an important pillar of Huagua. So, to get rid of him, we must find a reason that makes the entire nation hate him. That way, when Yuan Dan dies, no one will dare to say much. Right now, the internet is flooded with rumors about the bad things Yuan Dan has done in the past. Let me see. Jiang Yu nodded and quickly took out his phone to check. One glance was enough to shock him and the little girl beside him. Trending. Alchemist Association President Yuan Dan colluded with enemies to assassinate the nation's top genius. Everyone wants him gone. Hua Nation's Alchemist Association President Yuan Dan embezzled billions and killed innocent civilians for personal gain. Shocking. Collusion with enemies? Secret deals? Causing Hua Nation to lose billions in a year? Click to see the truth. They say Yuan Dan is Hua Nation's biggest cancer? Check out my analysis in this video to fully understand his evil deeds. Did Yuan Dan really do all this? After reading dozens of news articles, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. If all of this were true, he couldn't understand why Commander Zhou was still keeping Yuan Dan around. Yes, most of it should be true. Although some news is exaggerated, these things are indeed related to him. Jiang Tian shook his head helplessly. He thought he had done everything flawlessly, but how can one person stand against an entire nation? As for his former friend Yuan Dan, Jiang Tian no longer had any feelings for him. What Yuan Dan had done was unforgivable. It seems things have really changed, but this is good. Sitting next to Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyan smiled faintly. This didn't happen in her previous life, and she knew it was the butterfly effect. But the sooner Yuan Dan was removed, the better it would be for Hua Nation. Master, when will Commander Zhou take action against Yuan Dan? Can you take me to watch the fun when it happens? Jiang Yu asked curiously. It's not decided yet, but it should be soon. The earliest would be within 2 days, and at most, no more than a week. We need to act before Yuan Dan realizes what's happening and catch him off guard, Jiang Tian said firmly. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and turned to Jiang Yu. By the way, your mission has been arranged, but you'll have to wait until the matter with Yuan Dan is resolved first. Jiang Yu nodded. All right, but you have to take me along to watch the fun when the time comes. Beep beep. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Tian's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his expression suddenly turned serious. All right, I'll definitely take you with me. I have something to take care of, so I need to leave now. Without waiting for the three to react, he disappeared using spatial teleportation. What's going on? Did Mistress miss him? Jiang Yu muttered under his breath, his mouth twitching. Master, I have a favor to ask, Jiang Xiaoyan spoke up. Go ahead, no problem. Bing Lian responded boldly. Well, could you prepare a few Thunder-type beast cores for me? I just acquired Thunder-type abilities. As she mentioned Thunder-type abilities, she sneaked a glance at Jiang Yu. Bing Lian was momentarily stunned. Crackle, at that moment. Lightning surrounded Jiang Xiaoyan, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Bing Lian was shocked. After recovering, she quickly said to her disciple, Don't worry, I'll make sure to prepare the beast cores for you within 3 days. Really? Thank you so much, Master. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately rushed forward to give Bing Lian a big hug. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded, his gaze almost frozen. Ahem. All right, one hug is enough. Don't make that brat jealous. Bing Lian helplessly let go of the graceful beauty. Okay, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded. All right, you two have been out for 8 months this time. If there's nothing urgent, go back and rest. By the way, the Academy will hold the advancement exams in a month. Although with your abilities. Bing Lian smiled awkwardly. Currently, the top first-year student, Yi Chun, was only at gold rank 5, while the two of them were already at platinum rank 7 or 8, their strength comparable to 4th-year students. Got it, Master Bing. We'll head back now. Jiang Yu nodded in response, grabbed the little girl, and the two disappeared from the spot in an instant. The scene shifted. Senior Zhou? Is this true? Jiang Tian looked at Commander Zhou, full of doubt. Yes, since those 2 kids are back, this mission will be handed to them. Only they can make the Yuan Dan completely lose control, and then we can act. Right. Commander Zhou calmly nodded in reply. Well, I think we shouldn't let them work for free. Jiang Tian rubbed his hands with a smile, his face full of anticipation. What? Are you suggesting we give them the entire Alchemist Association? You're not satisfied? Commander Zhou frowned and asked. Jiang Tian froze upon hearing this. What? Give them the Alchemist Association? Didn't you say? That's right, I've changed my mind. Do you have any suggestions? No. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa of the young couple, no? Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. Wow, we haven't been back for 8 months, and the house is covered in dust. Looks like we need to clean thoroughly today. Just returning to the villa, Jiang Yu saw the dust-filled interior and couldn't help but sigh. Without delay, the two spent over half an hour thoroughly cleaning the villa inside and out. Phew, I'm exhausted. Jiang Yu collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. Normally, cleaning this villa would take at least 1 or 2 hours. But with Jiang Yu's ridiculously strong physical condition now, he managed to finish in half an hour. And this was when his cultivation technique hadn't fully matured, yet how strong would he become once it did? Ding! Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Old Deng. Old Deng. Haha. Brat. Great news. Commander Zhou wants to see you tomorrow to personally assign you a mission with generous rewards. Most of the rewards were negotiated by me for you. Smug, Jiang Yu paused for a moment and quickly replied. Gigantic Jiang Yu, what mission? Can you give me a hint? Old Deng. You'll find out when the time comes, so you don't get too excited to sleep. Haha. I'm busy now, goodbye. Jiang Yu speechlessly put away his phone and turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaoyan, who was drenched in sweat. He smirked and said, Want to go to the bathroom together? And then, he finished with a knowing look. You. Humph. Fine, let's go. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned as red as an apple, but her words were full of defiance. Oh, is that so? Then I won't hold back. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously, grabbing the still dazed Jiang Xiaoyan and teleporting away. You scoundrel! Jiang Xiaoyan's startled voice echoed from the bathroom. What happened between the two afterward, no one knew. Time suddenly jumped to the afternoon. Don't ask why so much time passed if you ask. The answer is simply because of ample resources. Everyone's out on missions now. It's so boring. On the sofa, Jiang Yu held the little girl in his arms, his face full of helplessness. He had just messaged Hao Se, saying it had been a while and he wanted to meet up. Unexpectedly, everyone had teamed up and gone out on missions. Bored? Humph. Wasn't it even more boring back in the Holy Land? Why didn't I hear you complain back then? Jiang Xiaoyan teased, her face growing redder and redder. It seemed she realized something herself. What? With such a beautiful girl like you by my side, how could I be bored? Although it's a bit dull now, this place is different from the Holy Land. It feels different. Jiang Yu looked at the beauty in his arms, his eyes full of mischief. If he weren't in a cool-down period, he would have already let the little girl rest. Of course, he could switch to non-cool-down mode at any time now. But seeing how hard she had worked earlier, he decided to let her rest for a while. You scoundrel, she complained, touching her lips, her face full of grievance. All right, I won't tease you anymore, little girl. Since we have nothing to do today, why don't we train? Jiang Yu looked at the beauty in his arms, his tone gentle. This little girl was completely obedient to him, and he cherished her dearly now. I don't want to train. I've been practicing for 8 months straight without a single good night's sleep. I just want to sleep well. Jiang Xiaoyan lay in Jiang Yu's arms, speaking coquettishly, even letting out a big yawn, looking particularly sleepy. Oh, then go rest on the bed, I'll train here. Jiang Yu smiled warmly. He could see through the little girl's thoughts in an instant. No way. I want to hold you. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately protested. After speaking, she even touched Jiang Yu's six-pack abs, looking utterly fascinated. Over the past 8 months, Jiang Yu had been working out whenever he had free time. His well-defined muscles made him look particularly attractive. I really can't deal with you, little girl. He affectionately stroked her satisfied face. As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported with the little girl to the soft, large bed. Moments later, Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in his arms, her breathing steady, a faint smile on her lips, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This lazy little thing had really been caught red-handed. Seeing that the little girl was already asleep, Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to his data panel. More precisely, to the emotion value section. 10,080,000 emotion points, still a bit low. Looks like I need to find more ways to accumulate emotion points. As he thought about it, Jiang Yu's gaze became resolute. It's been over 8 months since I last drew a prize. I'm dying to do it. System, give me 5 consecutive golden legendary draws. He decisively made up his mind in his heart. Ding. Golden legendary draw in progress. Looking at the familiar lottery interface and hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Yu felt like everything was back to normal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Green Lotus Divine Seed 5, stored in the system backpack. Azure Lotus Divine Seed? What is this? It sounds pretty powerful. System, give me a detailed introduction. Jianyu looked puzzled. Azure Lotus Divine Seed. After planting, once matured, consuming the lotus seeds can enhance abilities in all aspects. Wow. Upon seeing the introduction, Jianyu couldn't help but gasp. All-round enhancement? How exactly does it enhance? Spiritual energy, physical fitness, mental strength all improved? If that's true, then this is absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, the enhancement might be minor each time, but this is definitely a top-tier treasure. Thinking about the mental strength enhancement, Jianyu immediately recalled the soul pill that the little girl in his arms had been researching earlier. Indeed, after some time of research, she had already analyzed the materials needed for the soul pill. However, they weren't available in the sanctuary. Now that they're out, he plans to buy the ingredients when he has time. She might be able to refine the soul pill soon. Thinking of this, Jianyu felt that this little girl was truly his lucky star. This draw was pretty good. System, let's do another single golden legend draw and see if a miracle happens. P.S. Gifts, please. Ding. Using golden legend level draw ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talisman. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Talisman. How strong can its effect be? System. Open the detailed introduction. Jianyu wondered. Talisman. When the wearer is attacked, the talisman can automatically defend 3 times. Note. Defense is ineffective against attacks above the glory level. After reading the introduction, Jianyu found the talisman quite practical. Defense is ineffective against attacks above the glory level. In other words, this talisman can withstand up to 3 peak-level legend attacks, making it a rare treasure. Some of the top-tier defensive spiritual artifacts on Blue Star probably can't reach this level. Nodding in satisfaction, he took the talisman out of the system backpack and directly placed it into the little girl's pocket. Then, he looked at the remaining 12 million emotion points in the system backpack and the lottery page showing 11 golden legend level draws used. After some thought, he decided to use 2 more golden legend level draws for fun. As for the remaining 10 million, he planned to use them all at once when the draw count reached 49 times. He wanted to see if he could get 10 supreme level lottery tickets in one go. Of course, it might be like last time, where he got them before reaching 50 draws. But he was still willing to take the gamble. What if he really got 10 at once? System, give me another golden legend level draw. He thought firmly in his mind. Ding. Using golden legend level draw ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small spirit core. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Small spirit core? Seeing the reward, Jianyu became even more curious. He had heard of nuclear bombs, but a spirit core? Could this be a spiritual energy bomb hidden inside the body? As he pondered, he immediately summoned the detailed introduction with his thoughts. Small spirit core detonates 5 seconds after activation, causing devastating damage within a 1,000-meter radius, with an impact range of up to 10,000 meters. Note, within the 1,000-meter explosion radius, even a legend-level warrior would find it hard to survive. This is just too powerful. Jianyu stared at the introduction, stunned for a long time. But glancing at the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms, he forcibly suppressed the urge to shout out loud. It was safer to keep the excitement to himself. With this small spirit core, combined with his spatial ability, it was simply a perfect match. Currently, he could teleport up to 700 or 800 meters in one go, and his spatial marker could even allow him to teleport directly to a fixed point 50 kilometers away. So, there was no need to worry about injuring himself when activating the spirit core. System. Another golden legendary draw. The items he got today were pretty good. Riding this wave of luck, drawing a few more times wouldn't hurt. Ding. Using golden legendary draw ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique Sunflower Manual. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Jianyu fell silent. After a long pause, System, I suspect you're deliberately messing with me. He muttered in his heart, full of doubt. After waiting for a while, the system still didn't respond. He had no choice but to accept it. No more draws. Today's luck is used up. After saying that, He held the little girl in his arms and closed his eyes, planning to sleep well for a day and try to forget about this sunflower manual. After all, to cultivate that thing, one had to castrate oneself. Jiang Yu definitely didn't have the guts for that. Better to let it rot in the system backpack. The next morning, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly sat up from the bed, arms crossed over her chest, her face full of embarrassment and anger. Oh, come on. We're an old married couple. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, withdrawing his outstretched hand. To be honest, it felt pretty good. Humph. You bad guy. Jiang Xiaoyan ignored his explanation, blushing as she pouted. Jiang Yu was speechless. Was this little girl playing hard to get again? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a mischievous smile. Little girl, since you don't appreciate it. He grinned wickedly, stood up, and walked forward. Then, Horsim. Moments later. Ha. Disciple, great news. A sound of spatial fluctuation echoed, and Zhang Tian's figure suddenly appeared by the bed. Immediately, he saw the two passionately kissing. Cough, cough, cough. This old man shouldn't have come. I'll leave now. Zhang Tian coughed awkwardly, turned around, and prepared to leave. He made a mental note to himself. Never teleport randomly to this brat's side again. To avoid being fed dog food. Wait. Zhang Yu called out to him. Zhang Tian turned back to see the two had already separated. But the way they both licked their lips made him feel like he'd been fed dog food again. Yesterday, you told me Commander Zhou assigned me a task and said the rewards were generous. You need to explain it clearly before you leave. Jiang Yu's tone was serious, and Zhang Tian couldn't help but pause in surprise. 8 months had passed, and this rebellious disciple was still the same. Cough, cough. You two get ready first, freshen up and tidy yourselves. I'll take you to meet Commander Zhou later, and you can discuss the task yourselves. I'll head to the academy office now. Find me later if needed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tian's face turned awkward, and he teleported away immediately. Cough, cough, the old man is gone. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and looked at the slightly weak little girl in front of him. No way. I can't let your master wait too long. Besides, I'm curious about what task Commander Zhou assigned to you. As she spoke, her face grew redder, and her voice became softer. Her shy demeanor made Jiang Yu unable to hold back a chuckle. He thought to himself, this little girl hasn't changed her temper in the past 8 months. Soon, the two finished washing up and getting dressed. With a single teleportation from Jiang Yu, they arrived at the academy office. You're here. Zhang Tian saw them and eagerly led the two to meet Commander Zhou. You're here. Commander Zhou, like Zhang Tian, said the same thing. P.S. If you're reading this, give a gift, even a free one will do. Senior Zhou, I've brought 2 people. Zhang Tian said respectfully. All right. Commander Zhou nodded gently with a kind expression. He turned his gaze to Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaoyan and said, I have a task here. I wonder if you're willing to take it on. His tone carried an undeniable firmness, yet he appeared kind and approachable. However, Jiang Yu unexpectedly replied, My master said the reward is particularly amazing. How amazing is it? If it's not good enough, I won't do it. His fearless and nonchalant attitude made Zhang Tian break out in a cold sweat. His own disciple dared to speak like this to Zhou, the strongest, oldest, and strictest senior in Hua Nation? This rebellious disciple, truly bold. Commander Zhou's kind face stiffened slightly. This Jiang Yu. Who did he learn this personality from? Truly speechless. Rest assured, the reward will definitely amaze you. After a moment of silence, he assured them. But upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was even less willing. Amazing? How amazing? Tell me, so I can have some motivation. Listening to this troublemaker beside her speak so bluntly, Zhang Xiaoyan helplessly tugged at his sleeve to signal him, but he completely ignored her. Ahem, speaking of rewards, how about the Alchemist Association? Commander Zhou tentatively suggested. Commander Zhou, please just tell me what the task is. Is it going to the moon or building an aircraft carrier? Just say the word, and I can handle it. Jiang Yu said, adding, If all else fails, I can work hard to give you a great grandchild too. After saying this, he nodded in satisfaction. However, the reward Commander Zhou had just mentioned lingered in his mind. Directly gifting the Alchemist Association? Isn't the task obvious then? At this moment, not only was Jiang Yu too shocked to speak, but Jiang Xiaoyan beside him also widened her eyes in disbelief, her face tinged with shyness. In her past life, she had never interacted with the Alchemist Association. Back then, she was solely focused on cultivation and knew nothing about the outside world. She didn't even know when Yuan Dan had died, but she was certain his death was later than now. At that time, the Alchemist Association was led by her master as president. But now, Commander Zhou actually set the task reward as the Alchemist Association? It seems her appearance caused this old man to change his mind. You brat, look at your shocked expression, so unambitious. Jiang Tian interjected, but the excitement in his eyes was no less than theirs. In Hua Nation, what are the two most elite forces? Without a doubt, they are the Alchemist Association and the Abyss Army. There's another organization, but it operates in secret. Next is the Dragonfire Army. And now he has already taken control of the Abyss Army. If his disciple can one day take control of the Alchemist Guild. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to laugh, but he ultimately held it back. Your task is simple, lure out Yuan Dan. After all, Yuan Dan is extremely hostile towards you now. If he sees you, he'll definitely be shocked. After that, Yuan Dan will surely attack you with all his might. At that moment, your master and I will appear to stop him. In front of the national audience, we'll expose his crimes and then kill him. At this point, Commander Zhou's kind face rarely showed a hint of killing intent. Right now, he was eager to eliminate this cancer at any moment. Damn, this plan is brilliant. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. At that time, my sister and I will pretend to live stream while taking a walk to lure out Yuan Dan. As soon as Yuan Dan appears, he'll definitely come straight for me to kill. Then, everyone in the live stream will see evidence of his intent to kill me. After that, you and Master will suddenly appear and catch him off guard. Excitement flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. Then you'll subdue Yuan Dan and expose his crimes in front of the live stream audience. This move not only defeats the enemy, but also shocks everyone. Finally, the content of my live stream will go viral online. That way, even if you personally kill Yuan Dan, no one will doubt you. After finishing, he looked at Commander Zhou with a smug expression in his eyes. In truth, only he knew his real purpose. He hadn't gained any emotional value for a long time, so he wanted to stir up something big. As for how to do it, only he understood. Damn, you're a genius. Commander Zhou praised him after hearing the plan. Originally, he had planned to record a video and upload it himself, but he didn't expect this kid to come up with the idea of live streaming. Blame his slow reaction for not keeping up with the times. Commander Zhou, you flatter me. Zhang Yu scratched his head and smiled shyly. All right. When the time comes, I'll have Jiang Tian pick you two up. The earliest will be this afternoon, and the latest by tomorrow afternoon. Commander Zhou's tone was very serious. When Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. What? So soon? That's great. Jiang Yu's face was full of excitement. By the way, Commander Zhou, if you're going to send us out on a mission, could you let us know in advance, so I can prepare ahead of time? After saying this, he gave Commander Zhou a meaningful look. While his emotions were still high, he had to seize the time to prepare in order to accumulate more emotional value. All right, no problem. Commander Zhou nodded and signaled Jiang Tian to send the two back. After all, he still had many things to take care of. Was accompanied by the sound of spatial fluctuations. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan's figures instantly disappeared from the room. The scene shifted to Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan's villa. Disciples, once the mission is complete, the entire Alchemist Guild will be yours. Excited? Jiang Tian exclaimed enthusiastically as soon as he appeared. It's definitely exciting. After all, with such a big guild, money will surely come rolling in. But, Jiang Yu paused. With so much responsibility, can we still focus on cultivating peacefully? To put it bluntly, he just didn't want to be too burdened. You just want to be behind-the-scenes bosses, don't you? To put it simply, it's about being a hands-off leader. Just find a reliable deputy guild leader, right? Jiang Tian said helplessly. Who should we find as the deputy guild leader? They must be reliable and also know alchemy. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. This idea is not bad. He turned to look at his sister. What do you think? Of course, if you want to manage the guild yourself, don't mind me saying this. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head decisively. I can manage it in the future, but for now, to avoid delaying my cultivation, finding a deputy guild leader is the proper thing to do. Besides, she stared at Jiang Yu with a mischievous smile. Were you just suggesting that I should be the guild leader? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. What else? Do I know alchemy? Besides, Commander Zhou said the task is for the two of us, so the rewards are naturally ours to share, right? As he spoke, he took advantage of Jiang Xiaoyan's unguarded moment and kissed her lightly. Damn. I should have kept my mouth shut. I'm leaving now. Jiang Tian's face turned dark, as if he was holding back his anger. Jiang Xiaoyan hugged Jiang Yu's arm, softly said and leaned closer without saying anything else. Ahem. I think there are two candidates for the deputy guild leader. One is your sister's master, Binglian, and the other is your master's wife. After all, their alchemy skills are top-notch in Huagua, almost comparable to experts at the Yuan Dan level. Jiang Tian suggested. Of course, if you have better candidates, I don't mind. It's just his mouth twitched. If you ask them to be deputies, they might both refuse. One is the Academy's dean, who's extremely busy. The other is incredibly lazy, thinking of his master's wife. Jiang Tian's mouth twitched even more. Huh? Dean Binglian and my master's wife are sisters? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. He truly hadn't expected this. He didn't know his master and his sister's master had this connection. Yeah, your master's wife is Binglian's sister, and Binglian is my aunt. You can think about it. If you decide to ask your master's wife, just send me a message. After saying that, Jiang Tian left with a goodbye and teleported away. Yes, I won't have to eat dog food for the next couple of days. After Jiang Tian left, Jiang Yu's face stiffened but quickly returned to normal. He looked at the little girl hugging his arm and asked softly, "What do you think about what my master said?" "Whatever, I'll listen to you," Jiang Xiaoyan said contentedly. Jiang Yu fell silent again. After spending so much time with her, he understood that her words were actually in agreement. Simply put, it was feasible. All right, once the task is completed, we'll discuss it properly with your master and my master's wife. By then, we'll have so much money in our pockets that we won't know how to spend it. Haha. Thinking about the wealth behind the Alchemist Guild, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Humph. Money isn't the problem, but dealing with those unreliable people will take some effort. Jiang Xiaoyan looked displeased, as if she had thought of some troublesome matters. Don't worry, when the time comes, those rotten people will reveal their true colors themselves. Jiang Yu patted the little beauty's head in front of him, full of affection. So what should we do next? Cultivate. Looking at the mischievous guy in front of her, Jiang Xiaoyan nodded like a pecking chick. What is next? Jiang Yu listened and revealed a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. For the next 2 days, apart from gathering information and cultivating, we can only. As he spoke, he pulled the little girl into his arms, leaned close to her ear, and said seriously, "But what if I don't want to cultivate right now? What if I lack motivation?" Jiang Xiaoyan blushed, and her heart raced from Jiang Yu's teasing actions. Shyly, she was led to the sofa by him, and then slowly leaned over. That evening, "Brother, my master said the beast cores are ready. Let's go get them quickly," Jiang Xiaoyan said coyly while lying in Jiang Yu's arms. Her words were almost stifled by his wandering hands. No wonder she was stammering. "Oh, then hurry up and get dressed. Let's go get the beast cores." Jiang Yu withdrew his hand, casually rubbed the little girl's face, and then got out of bed to start dressing. You bad guy. If it weren't for you, Jiang Xiaoyan huffed angrily and began to get dressed as well. Not long after, in the dean's office, Bing Lian looked at the spirited Jiang Yu and her disciple, whose face carried a faint blush. She immediately understood clearly. Her little disciple had been tormented by her senior brother again. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Master, what are you looking at?" Seeing her master scrutinizing her and the troublemaker beside her, Jiang Xiaoyan asked nervously. Nothing. Here are 4 honor-level beast cores. It's late. Hurry back and absorb them," Bing Lian said, gently taking out 4 red beast cores radiating powerful spiritual energy and handing them to Jiang Xiaoyan. "Thank you, master." Jiang Xiaoyan accepted the beast cores and nodded in gratitude. "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, you two should head back." I need to rest as well. Jiang Xiaoyan responded, her gaze shifting to Jiang Yu beside her. Jiang Yu didn't say much and directly used spatial teleportation to take the little girl back to the villa. Afterward, one focused on cultivation, while the other refined the beast cores. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Sigh, this little girl. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just finished absorbing the beast cores and suddenly pounced into his arms. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was still cultivating when she suddenly jumped on him. It really startled him. But she was his woman. What could he say? How was it? Gained a lot, right? Jiang Yu gently stroked the little girl's hair in his arms and asked softly, Not only did my level rise by 1 rank, just like yours, but I also learned 4 powerful skills. Adding my innate skill, that's 5 in total. Listening to the little girl's excited voice, Jiang Yu was about to get closer to her. Suddenly, a ding sound interrupted them, the phone notification tone. Who is it? Interrupting our sweet moment. Jiang Yu picked up the phone, and his eyes widened instantly. What is it? Jiang Xiaoyan curiously leaned over to look. The mission time has been set. It's today, he said excitedly. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan also became excited upon hearing this. If you don't believe me, look. Jiang Yu handed the phone to the little girl in his arms. On the screen was a message from Old Deng, her master. Old Deng. The mission starts today, no later than the afternoon. Be prepared. The nickname you gave your master is way too casual. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the nickname and couldn't help but laugh. But after seeing the message, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. That Yuan Dan tumor is finally going to die. Next, it should be Tian Rinxing and the Tian family from the 4th grade. As long as these two are taken down, the chances of victory for the human race will greatly increase. Unbelievable. I think it's quite normal. Jiang Yu said firmly. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless after hearing this. It really did seem quite normal. All right. Since the mission starts today, we need to prepare first. He smiled mysteriously, as if he was particularly looking forward to it. Prepare? Prepare for what? Jiang Xiaoyan looked puzzled. Yesterday, she still hadn't figured out what this bad guy meant by prepare. Hearing him say it now, she finally understood. Of course, record a short video and post it online, telling everyone we'll be live streaming this afternoon. Let the fans lock onto the live stream room, and the popularity will definitely explode. Jiang Yu smiled happily. Actually, he was just laying the groundwork for earning a massive amount of emotional value today. If all went well, he could harvest at least 10 million emotional points today. Once it made the news, the numbers would keep rising. So when should we post it? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, thinking the idea was pretty good. I still don't know the exact time for the operation yet. Just saying we'll stream in the afternoon without a specific time makes it hard to plan. Let's wait for Commander Zhou to tell us the exact time. After thinking for a moment, he decided it was better to have a clear time. After all, he was now a major internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Once he announced it, there would be at least tens of thousands of people online in the live stream room. Then what should we do now? Go to class. But it seems like there are no classes. Everyone has gone out to do missions. Jiang Xiaoyan started pondering. At Lingwu Academy, apart from military training, there were rarely any classes. Most of the time, students were free to train or go out on missions. Compared to other universities, it was much more flexible. I don't feel like eating, and I don't want to train either, since I've already trained all night. Saying this, he looked at the little girl beside him. Why don't we play a game that gets the heart racing? He grinned mischievously. You scoundrel. Don't even think about it. Jiang Xiaoyan immediately glared at him, her face full of playful anger. This guy was always looking for ways to tease her. Hee, little girl, this isn't up to you. Scoundrel. Ugh. Time quickly passed until noon. My master Lao Deng sent a message. He said the mission starts at 6 this afternoon. Lying on the sofa, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at the message from his master on his phone. Since the time was set, it was time to record a short video to notify the fans. Forget it. I'll wait for the little girl to come out, and we'll record it together. After all, it's a 2-person live stream. He secretly used his X-ray ability to look into the bathroom. For the next few minutes, Jiang Yu enjoyed the view. As for why the little girl was in the bathroom, those who understand will understand. After a while, A dripping wet Jiang Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she saw Jiang Yu on the sofa. Then, her face instantly turned as red as an apple. You're out? Come on. My master said the mission starts at 6. Let's quickly record the video. Jiang Yu said excitedly, full of anticipation. You, can't you record it yourself? Why? Why do you have to wait for me? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes began to flicker, her cheeks flushed. Hey, don't overthink, little girl. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, you're my girlfriend. What's wrong with us recording a video together? With such a beautiful girlfriend like you, the live stream will definitely be more popular. Jiang Yu explained helplessly. This little girl must have scared herself again. Girls really have such vivid imaginations. I got it. I'll come right away. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, sitting next to Jiang Yu with a dissatisfied look. What? Are you mad because I didn't do what you wanted? Jiang Yu teased with a mischievous smile. No, I'm not. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly denied. She definitely wasn't angry because that bad guy had been cold to her earlier. Absolutely not. Really? Jiang Yu stood up with a smile and pulled the little girl into his arms. Why do you think I waited for you? It's because you're my girlfriend. With such a beautiful fairy like you in the video, I can show off. And you're still mad. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. I was wrong. I felt a bit upset earlier when you were cold to me. Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head and said with grievance. All right, we've both been honest now. Don't overthink. Remember, apart from you, there's no other girl in the world who can move my heart. Got it? Listening to Jiang Yu's sincere words, Jiang Xiaoyan felt warm inside. I understand. Moi. She kissed this bad guy and then snuggled into his broad chest. All right, let's start recording the video. Jiang Yu rubbed the little girl's head in his arms and took out his phone to start recording. In the video, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just turned her head with a shy, flushed face, sat on one side. In the center was Jiang Yu, known as the most handsome man in China. Hello, everyone. Tune into my live stream at 6 o'clock tonight. I promise to bring you a surprise. Moi. After saying these few words, Jiang Yu kissed Jiang Xiaoyan. The little girl's face turned even redder. Soon, Jiang Yu uploaded this few-second video to the Douyin video app. The scene shifted. Commander Zhou, Jiang Yu has already posted the video. Push this video to hundreds of billions of views. I want the whole country to see it, understand? Yes. The black-clad subordinate immediately retreated after hearing the order. Jiang Tian, it's time to bring those two little ones here. I have some things to say to them now. Commander Zhou's gaze fell on Jiang Tian, who was sitting on the sofa. Understood. At this moment, Jiang Yu was still completely unaware. The short video he had just posted was about to cause a sensation across the internet. Although this short video wouldn't earn him much emotional value, the moment he kissed her at the end would definitely make most of the men who saw it give him emotional points. Huh? What's this? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to sense something and slowly pulled out a talisman from her pocket. This is a protective charm I gave you. It can block 3 attacks below the glory level. Jiang Yu said firmly. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Of course. Don't you believe me? No, of course I believe you. Thank you, bad guy. You little liar. Jiang Xiaoyan had no doubts and directly leaned in to give a kiss. Little girl, I have more than just this talisman. Feeling the lingering warmth on his face, Jiang Yu smiled and took out 5 Azure Lotus Divine Seeds from the system backpack. What are these? Jiang Xiaoyan asked suspiciously. Plant these 5 lotus seeds in the swimming pool in the backyard, and you'll get a surprise later. Jiang Yu said with a big smile. What kind of surprise? When the lotus blooms and produces seeds, eating them will enhance a warrior's strength in all aspects. Great. I'll plant them right now. Jiang Xiaoyan eagerly took the lotus seeds and happily ran toward the villa's backyard swimming pool. After spending so much time together, the trust between the two had grown very deep. Jiang Xiaoyan always had full confidence in the strange things Jiang Yu brought out, and reality had never let her down. Ding! Just as Jiang Yu was watching the little girl happily leave, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Lao Deng. Lao Deng, disciple, what are you doing now? Not showing off your love, are you? Can I teleport to you? Commander Zhou is looking for you both. Seeing Lao Deng's message, Jiang Yu fell silent. This Lao Deng. Is he really so afraid of him showing off his love? Or is it because he's old and his teeth aren't good enough to handle sweetness? Helplessly, he replied, Gigantic Jiangyu, come on, we're not showing off our love. Feel free to come. As soon as the message was sent, the space suddenly fluctuated, and Lao Deng instantly appeared in front of him. Lao Deng, you're still as fast as ever. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. Fast? How can a man be described as fast? Jiang Tian immediately retorted unhappily upon hearing this. The little girl went to the backyard? Quickly call her back, we need to leave. Jiang Tian said, sensing Jiang Xiaoyan's location. Yeah, she's handling something, she'll be back soon. Jiang Yu replied calmly. Jiang Tian said no more, and the two waited. Moments later, brother, I'm back. Jiang Xiaoyan pushed the door open with light steps. Then, she saw Jiang Tian inside the room. Instantly, her smile and lively steps came to an abrupt halt. She walked to Jiang Yu's side, gently held his arm, and remained silent. All right, Lao Deng, let's go. Seeing his sister's sudden change, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. As expected, his sister's lively and adorable demeanor only showed in front of him. Okay. Jiang Tian nodded. At that moment, the system notification sound kept ringing in Jiang Yu's mind. Ding. Wang Bo is shocked by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 666. Ding. Zhang Hanzi is surprised by the host's actions. Emotion value plus 222. Ding. Listening to the sudden notifications in his mind, Jiang Yu froze. Did the video I posted go viral so quickly? He thought. But it made sense after all. He had tens of millions of followers. Though he knew most of his followers were women, right? Before he could think further, Jiang Tian had already approached them and teleported the two away. A flash of light appeared before their eyes, and what greeted them was Commander Zhou's kind face. System, help me turn off the notification sound. The video was starting to go viral, so it was better to turn off the notifications for convenience. Otherwise, as the play count continues to climb, the system's notification sound might explode in his mind like a bomb. You're here. Commander Zhou slightly opened his eyes. Sit down. After speaking, he glanced at the sofa and gestured for Jiang Yu and the little girl to sit. All right. Thank you, Commander Zhou. Jiang Yu unceremoniously pulled the soft, tender little hand of the girl beside him and sat on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, he tightly held the little girl's hand, constantly playing with it. This made the corners of the two elders' mouths twitch. Ahem, Jiang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyan, I want to ask you, what are your impressions of Huagua? Commander Zhou cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. He's here, Jiang Xiaoyan thought to herself. Commander Zhou of Huagua was one of the first pioneers on Blue Star, who had been fighting for Huagua for 100 years. If there was anyone in this world who had the deepest, longest, and most caring feelings for Huagua, it was undoubtedly him. She had long anticipated this day would come, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. After all, in her previous life, she had seen how this respectable senior dedicated himself to Huagua. Impressions? It's like home, just a bit messy and not very harmonious, Jiang Yu said casually, his tone full of indifference, as if the question didn't matter much to him. All right. He really was just speaking offhandedly. And you? Commander Zhou nodded and turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaoyan. I'm the same as my brother. She leaned closer to Jiang Yu and answered softly. Commander Zhou nodded, falling into deep thought. After a while, he slowly spoke. Your current impressions of Huagua are only temporary. In the future, I will make you completely change your perspective. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu's voice immediately rang out. Commander Zhou, whether my perspective changes or not, I don't care. What I care about right now is... Jiang Yu shifted his tone, looking seriously at Commander Zhou. What I care about is... Did you eat garlic for lunch? Why does your breath smell like garlic as soon as you speak? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Tian almost dropped his teacup, and his sister beside him looked at Jiang Yu with a shocked expression. What the heck? This kid's causing trouble again? It's over, it's over. With Senior Zhou's personality, although he wouldn't bully the weak, he might bully me, his master. Jiang Tian thought, sweating profusely. This rascal is so bold now. No wonder he's my man. Jiang Xiaoyan was secretly delighted. At this moment, Commander Zhou was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. Huh? You're quite the character. I love garlic the most. Back in the war days, a clove of garlic would refresh me completely. Commander Zhou's reaction left Jiang Tian completely dumbfounded. Not only was the senior not angry, but he even laughed. Could this disciple be Commander Zhou's illegitimate child? Or did Commander Zhou value him so much that he couldn't bear to act against him? After all, this disciple's talent was the strongest in modern Huagua. I see. Jiang Yu nodded. Seeing him nod, Commander Zhou's tone shifted, becoming very serious. With your abilities in Lingwu Academy, aside from cultivation, you can't truly improve yourselves. After this mission is over, what are your plans? Hearing this, Jiang Yu looked indifferent. What else could it be? Cultivation, of course. Do you have any recommendations? He could tell at a glance that Commander Zhou had something in mind, so he asked. Ha ha ha, of course. With your talent, not only would Lingwu Academy be too small for you, even the Abyss Army couldn't contain you. At this point, Commander Zhou's tone shifted, full of temptation. That place is full of geniuses, rich in resources. Apart from taking on special missions, you have complete freedom to manage your time. Even if there are missions, you can choose whether to accept them or not. This. Jiang Yu fell silent. His younger sister beside him seemed to be deep in thought. Joining that organization? Not a bad idea. She thought to herself. She was well aware of that organization. On the surface, Huagua appeared to have few geniuses to prevent hostile forces from targeting them with assassination attempts. But the people in that organization were the true backbone of Huagua. They were the ones truly worth cultivating. If it hadn't been for Jiang Tian personally taking her brother as his disciple back then, her brother would have likely been taken away by that organization. After all, the allure of that place was hard for ordinary people to resist. Despite its deep foundation, it was still fragile in the face of future calamities. Is that place really so great? Tell me more. Jiang Yu asked curiously. The Glory Organization. Commander Zhou didn't keep him guessing this time and directly revealed the name. The Glory Organization is the true core strength of Huagua. Although there are only a few hundred people in it, every single one of them is a top-tier genius. Although even the strongest geniuses there can't compare to your exaggerated strength. As he spoke, Commander Zhou suddenly felt a bit awkward. Hee, am I really as strong as you say? Are Huagua's true top geniuses really no match for me? Jiang Yu scratched his head sheepishly, feeling that Commander Zhou's words were a bit too flattering. Ahem, don't be modest. If you join the Glory Organization, you'll understand. If this kid's talent wasn't truly top-notch in Huagua, who else could remain so calm while claiming to have eaten garlic? I see. Since Commander Zhou says I'm so amazing, if I join the Glory Organization, shouldn't you give me some benefits? After all, I'm so strong, I can't just join for free. Jiang Yu started to get carried away, his nose in the air. Seeing his attitude, Commander Zhou's face immediately darkened. This kid's personality was truly a mix of love and hate. He gets cocky just because of a few casual compliments? You brat. I've been talking all this time about you joining the Glory Organization for your own good, and now you're asking me for benefits in return. Unable to hold back, Commander Zhou finally shouted loudly. Jiang Xiaoyan beside them couldn't take it anymore either, turning her head away to avoid looking. On one hand, she was shocked by her brother's thought process, and on the other, she was overwhelmed by the smell of garlic. Hey, Commander Zhou, don't be angry. I was just joking earlier. I love joking around. You can ask my sister if you don't believe me. Jiang Yu quickly stood up to explain. He understood the underlying meaning in Commander Zhou's words. Joining the Glory Organization wouldn't come with any benefits, and he might even have to pay to get in. After all, when this big shot from Hua Nation says the place is resource-rich, it's not just casual talk. Listening to Jiang Yu's serious explanation, Commander Zhou's anger gradually dissipated. These national-level geniuses can't be casually hit. What if something goes wrong? It's better to fatten them up before making a move. Thinking of this, he calmly sat back in his chair. Damn, disciple, you're really bold. At this moment, Jiang Tian, watching the scene unfold, secretly gave his disciple a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being my disciple, so gutsy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head, her cheeks flushed red, covering her face with both hands. What do you mean by asking her? You mischievous guy, your jokes are way too serious. All right, all right, Jiang Tian, take the two of them back. As for the glory organization matter, we'll discuss it after the mission is completed. I'll rest for a while first. Commander Zhou sighed helplessly and waved his hand. This Jiang Yu is even more infuriating than his master. Jiang Tian behaves properly in front of me, but this kid, he's about to give me a heart attack. Afterward, Jiang Tian escorted the two away. As for what they did in the house during this time, no one knew. Time quickly passed to 6 p.m. in a small forest on the outskirts of the capital. Hello, everyone. Didn't I say it? 6 o'clock sharp, we're live. Holding a selfie stick, Jiang Yu waved at the live stream on his phone. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyan stood with flushed cheeks and a dazed look in her eyes. Light of Faith has entered the live stream. Gun Shooter has entered the live stream. Someone has entered. Jiang Yu had just started the live stream for a few seconds, and the number of viewers had already exceeded tens of thousands. Damn, this viewership is insane. Seeing the play count of his video and the popularity on his personal panel, Jiang Yu was secretly delighted. Reward bro, damn. It's really Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. But why are they in a small forest? Are they going to live stream something exciting? Jia, yeah? Didn't they say there would be a surprise? Look at my goddess. Her face is so red. Are they really going to live stream something special? Wait, no, Jiang Xiaoyan is my goddess. Why am I even looking forward to this? Chung, a small forest? Blushing? Exciting content? Damn, I suspect they were doing something here before the live stream. Jiang Yu watched the rapidly scrolling comments. Within a minute, the popularity had surpassed 1 million. He was completely stunned. His first ever live stream, and 1 million viewers in 1 minute? This is practically a world record, isn't it? Even the National Martial Arts Competition live stream doesn't have this many viewers in a minute, right? Hey, sis, stick to the plan. He secretly pinched Jiang Xiaoyan's back and reminded her in a low voice. Huh? Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement. She recalled the plan this mischievous guy had told her before. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Xiaoyan. Her eyes were full of panic, and before she could finish speaking, she suddenly bit the mischievous guy's face. That mischievous guy actually dared to make her kiss him in front of so many people watching the live stream. However, she understood in her heart that this mischievous guy just wanted to show off, just like the videos he had posted before. She had no choice but to cooperate and satisfy him. Ding. Wang Sun is shocked by the host's actions. Too shameful. Emotion value plus 1,288. Ding. Watching the continuous notifications popping up on the screen, Jiang Yu couldn't stop grinning. He had two purposes for making this little girl kiss him. The first was to show off, and the second was to attract the attention of male fans in the live stream. After all, this little girl dared to call herself the second most beautiful woman in China, with no one daring to claim the first spot. Female fans were there for him, while male fans were naturally drawn by his sister's looks. This move was simply killing two birds with one stone, and there were even more emotion values waiting for him to harvest later. Is this true? In the office of the Alchemist Association, Yuan Dan frowned and asked his subordinate. The information is indeed true. Based on the video Jiang Yu posted a few hours ago, their livestream location is in a small forest near the capital. However, whether Jiang Tian is with them, I am not sure. All right, you may leave now. Yuan Dan waved his hand. Yes. After the subordinate left, Yuan Dan's face was full of weariness, his brows tightly furrowed. He hadn't seen Jiang Yu for 8 months, and who knew how much he had wanted to tear Jiang Yu apart during these 8 months? Who could understand how he had endured all this time? Exposing everything I've done, and now Jiang Yu suddenly live streams after disappearing for 8 months. This is too coincidental. But, at this point, a trace of determination flashed in Yuan Dan's eyes. He knew that his reputation in China was already beyond redemption. Such things weren't something just anyone could spread. Otherwise, he would have been condemned by everyone 10 years ago. But why now? Why did it happen right when that Zhang guy broke through to the supreme level and his deeds were exposed? The reason was simple. China could no longer tolerate him. Because of the things he had done in the past, even Commander Zhou couldn't stand him anymore. Regret? What's the use of regret after doing it? Thinking of this, his gaze became even more resolute. Jiang Yu, you killed my son. You cut off the future of the Alchemist Association. You and I are mortal enemies. I, Yuan Dan, know that China wants me dead, that everyone wants to see me die, but I have no way out. Today, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Ha ha. Yuan Dan's hearty laughter echoed from the office. In this laughter, there was not only relief but also bitterness and despair. Eat it. As long as I want to self-destruct, neither Jiang Tian nor old Zhou can stop me. When the time comes, Jiang Yu, your death will be inevitable. As soon as he finished speaking, he swallowed a blood-red pill without hesitation. Clearly, Yuan Dan already knew everything. He wasn't stupid, but now he had no choice. He could only die. After all, with his crimes, coupled with Commander Zhou's ruthlessness, no matter how much he swore to repent, it was useless. Moreover, he and Jiang Yu were mortal enemies. But even in death, he couldn't die in vain. Boom! Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, Yuan Dan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. What remained was only the messy office, proving he had once been there. Wooden horse, wooden horse, wooden horse. In the live stream with millions of viewers, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had just kissed Jiang Yu, was now being kissed back, and it was returned with interest. At this moment, while kissing the little girl's face, Jiang Yu's peripheral vision glanced at the comment section of the live stream. Wow, the girl cried, and the boy felt sad too. The comment section was practically exploding. No wonder, with their looks, who wouldn't be moved? If someone isn't moved, then their sexual orientation must be questionable, huh? What that at this moment, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan simultaneously noticed a fiery red dot in the sky getting closer and closer. Oh, it's here? The two immediately recognized who the fiery red dot was. Hey guys, look at that. Is a meteorite hitting Earth? Jiang Yu pretended to be surprised and said. The next moment, the livestream screen instantly switched to show the increasingly large red dot in the sky. Huaqiangge, hey? What is going on? Is Mars colliding with Earth? Abalone my favorite. Holy crap. Something's not right. Why is this thing getting bigger? Sucking abalone. That ever-growing red dot actually looks like a human figure? The red dot kept approaching. Gradually, the red dot turned into a human-shaped Jiang Yu. Die. A heart-wrenching, aged scream echoed. The fiery red figure suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Dan was less than a few hundred meters away from Jiang Yu and the others. Holy crap, Yuan Dan. Jiang Yu pretended to be puzzled and spoke out. This voice clearly reached the ears of everyone watching the live stream. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Yuan Dan wants to kill Jiang Yu. Yuan Dan, how dare you? When Yuan Dan was only tens of meters away from Jiang Yu, an aged voice rang out. Buzz. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of spatial fluctuations, Yuan Dan seemed to crash into an invisible wall, unable to move an inch. Ha! Jiang Tian. Old Zhou, I knew you would come. Yuan Dan looked at the two figures behind Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with madness. Die? All of you die? He roared again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Dan's body suddenly swelled. The surrounding space was torn apart by intense spiritual energy, creating cracks. This is bad. Seeing Yuan Dan's actions, Jiang Yu, Jiang Tian, and the others simultaneously cried out in alarm. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you all the best. Old thief bows to everyone. Since it's the new year, how about some gifts? Hee. He took the supreme berserk pill. He is going to self-destruct. Retreat quickly. Commander Zhou shouted urgently. Although Jiang Tian and he wouldn't be in much danger from the self-destruction, these two kids might not be able to escape. Escape? Can you escape? Ha! Yuan Dan's voice rang out again. The next moment, blood-red vortices suddenly appeared all over his body. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan immediately felt a powerful pull, desperately dragging them toward Yuan Dan. Under this pull, they couldn't even circulate their spiritual energy. This is bad. There's no time. Jiang Tian's pupils dilated as he tried to teleport over to save them. But at this moment, Yuan Dan burned his life force and spiritual energy with all his might, forcibly holding Jiang Tian and Commander Zhou in place for a few seconds. These few seconds were enough for him to self-destruct and blow the two in front of him into pieces. Brother, Jiang Xiaoyan tightly grabbed Jiang Yu's hand, her face rarely showing panic. Damn it, Jiang Yu cursed in his heart. He hadn't expected this old guy to be willing to self-destruct just to kill him. Now he couldn't even use his spiritual energy, even if he could teleport 1,000 meters away or hide in a private space. There was no way to escape this self-destruction. System. Use unyielding and unrelenting on Yuan Dan. He quickly thought to himself. Now, he could only rely on this to stall Yuan Dan. Ding. Successfully used. The system notification sounded. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Yuan Dan's body, like a deflated balloon, suddenly shrank from its bloated state. Ah! Yuan Dan let out a heart-wrenching scream. He collapsed on the ground, wailing in pain, as if enduring immense torment. Everyone was instantly shocked. The self-destruction was about to begin, so how did it suddenly deflate? What the heck? Are these two things really that powerful? Jiang Yu stared in disbelief at Yuan Dan rolling on the ground. Using these two together could actually make a supreme level suffer like this? He felt he needed to redefine the golden legendary lottery now. At this moment, Yuan Dan's spiritual energy was interrupted by the agony of life and death, his meridians shattered, his vitality drained, and he looked incredibly aged, with his combat power plummeting. The most shocked were not Jiang Yu and the others, but the viewers in the live stream. Because the live stream was still running, everyone had witnessed the entire process. The millions of viewers in the live stream were eerily silent, not a single comment. Ahem, I guess this old guy's spiritual energy malfunctioned, and instead of successfully self-destructing, he blew himself up. Jiang Yu's piercing voice broke the silence. This, probably the only explanation. Commander Zhou shook his head helplessly. He couldn't figure out why Yuan Dan ended up like this. But none of that mattered. Yuan Dan not self-destructing was the best outcome. Elemental Seal. The next second, Commander Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Dan, gathering wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water elemental spiritual energy in his hands, pressing directly onto Yuan Dan's chest. Poof! Yuan Dan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was tortured to the point of wishing for death, unable even to think. He could only keep screaming. It seemed that only by doing so could he slightly alleviate the pain. What the heck? 5 types of elemental spiritual energy. Seeing Commander Zhou use this move, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. What did 5 types of elemental spiritual energy mean? It meant Commander Zhou possessed at least 5 abilities. This old guy was truly formidable. Ahem, calm down, don't let your hands shake. We need to give the livestream audience a good show. Zhang Tian's voice slowly came through. Hearing old Zhang's words, Jiang Yu quickly steadied his hand holding the selfie stick. He knew the next step was Commander Zhou starting to reprimand Yuan Dan. This was also the second climax of the entire mission. As for the first climax, it was definitely about to involve him. Yuan Dan, the scourge of Huan Nation. Sure enough, Commander Zhou began a lengthy condemnation of Yuan Dan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Of course, Yuan Dan, now tortured beyond comprehension, couldn't hear any of it. But the livestream audience was different. They had witnessed Yuan Dan's attempt to kill Jiang Yu. He even planned to self-destruct to kill others. If the previous online rumors were malicious fabrications, then Yuan Dan's actions today, combined with the accusations from Huan Nation's commander, made everyone in the livestream completely believe in Yuan Dan's crimes. Everyone believed it, and the consequences were self-evident. After several minutes, Yuan Dan, these are all your crimes. These crimes are enough to warrant your death 1,000 times over. So, Commander Zhou's eyes narrowed as he prepared to take action. But at that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. Commander Zhou, wait. Jiang Yu's shout left Commander Zhou and the livestream audience stunned. Even Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Tian, who were beside him, were taken aback. Kid, what do you want to say? Commander Zhou turned and asked. Commander Zhou. Since this Yuan Dan is so detestable, why don't I help everyone vent their anger in front of the entire livestream audience? Jiang Yu walked forward with a mischievous grin. Oh, how do you plan to vent their anger? Commander Zhou frowned slightly. Like this. Jiang Yu finished speaking, turned the livestream camera, and smiled at the audience. Brothers and sisters in the livestream, Do you want to see me beat up Yuan Dan? For every gift you send, I'll kick him once. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Zhou, Jiang Tian, and Jiang Xiaoyan were all speechless. This kid was clearly trying to make money out of this. Truly, money was all he cared about. But the audience was thrilled by his words. Watching the rapidly increasing gift count on the screen, Jiang Yu grinned from ear to ear and immediately kicked Yuan Dan on the shoulder. Brothers, that's one kick. If the gifts keep coming, I'll kick even harder, he said with a serious tone. For the next while, the three of them watched Jiang Yu torment Yuan Dan in various ways, laughing uncontrollably. Commander Zhou helplessly covered his forehead but said nothing. After all, Yuan Dan was already sealed. Forget punches and kicks. Even if Yuan Dan caused a ruckus on his head, he wouldn't bother to retaliate. That's right. Brothers, as long as the gifts keep coming, I'll keep beating him up. Jiang Yu shouted to the livestream audience while kicking Yuan Dan. He was ecstatic. Not only were gifts flooding in, but the system interface kept popping up notifications of emotional value gained. More importantly, this live stream was bound to make the news. By then, his emotional value would surely be in the billions. Yuan Dan must die. Woo-woo. I changed my name. Charge. Beat him up hard. I'll send a gift to support this. Yuan Dan has no morals. Exactly. Get him. Go for it. Filthy rich. Those freeloaders in the comments are useless. I'll send hundreds of thousands in gifts, just destroy him. Dozens of minutes passed. Jiang Yu, exhausted from the live stream, was slumped over, while the audience was still too excited to stop. The viewership had already surpassed 10 million and was about to break 100 million. Not only that, but Jiang Yu's follower count had now exceeded 70 million. Number one across the entire internet. Can't keep going, brothers. I'm too tired. This old guy Yuan Dan has lived long enough. Should we let him rest for a bit? Jiang Yu, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, looked at the endless stream of gifts in the live stream and spoke excitedly. The comments were quickly filled with messages of agreement. His eyes immediately turned sharp. The next second, before anyone could react, Jiang Yu decisively pulled out a Tang Dao from his personal space and slashed it directly at Yuan Dan's neck. Slash. Blood splattered. Yuan Dan's body was instantly severed in two. At this moment, Jiang Yu stared at the immense killing intent emanating from Yuan Dan and absorbed it all without hesitation. This was the reason he personally killed Yuan Dan. A few seconds later, something's not right. The killing intent from a supreme level being only managed to elevate me from platinum level 8 to the peak of level 8. Jiang Yu thought with a puzzled expression, but then he remembered that his slaughter divine power law was still at the lowest level. Moreover, since he was already at the platinum level, advancing one level would take at least half a month. A supreme level enemy offsetting half a month's worth of cultivation time was already quite good. After all, even platinum diamond level beasts couldn't offset a single day's cultivation. Of course, the power of the slaughter divine power law would increase as his strength grew. At this moment, Commander Zhou and Jiang Tian saw Jiang Yu directly kill Yuan Dan but didn't say much. Yuan Dan's death actually made them feel relieved. After all, Huahua had resolved the problem. Although their strength temporarily declined, it was only temporary. All right, brothers, the old guy Yuan Dan is dead. I'll end the live stream now. Jiang Yu waved at the camera and decisively turned off the live stream. He had collected enough benefits, and continuing the stream was meaningless. Phew. After closing the live stream, Jiang Yu let out a long breath. It wasn't out of exhaustion, but excitement. Since your mission is complete, let's head back. Commander Zhou's calm voice sounded. After speaking, he moved his thoughts, and Yuan Dan's corpse instantly disappeared into the void. All right. Jiang Yu nodded, pulling his younger sister behind him, and was taken back to the office by Master Lao Deng. Commander Zhou, since the mission is complete. As soon as he entered the office, Jiang Yu rubbed his hands together and spoke with a smile. The mission was completed well. From now on, the Alchemist Association will be under the management of you two. However, there are still some loyal subordinates of Yuan Dan within the association. I'll arrange for people to help you clean them out. I estimate that tomorrow I'll announce your new identities. Commander Zhou looked at Jiang Yu with satisfaction. Thank you, Commander Zhou. Jiang Yu and his sister bowed in gratitude simultaneously. With talents like you and Huagua, I feel reassured. Starting tomorrow, the Alchemist Association will be fully handed over to you. At this point, Commander Zhou's tone shifted, and he spoke seriously. But I must remind you, managing the Alchemist Association comes with many troubles. There are numerous trivial matters to handle every day. I suggest you find someone to help manage it. After all, you're still young and inexperienced. Personally handling everything might delay your cultivation. Although the Alchemist Association is vast, its size has its reasons. I don't want you to neglect your cultivation because of managing the association. Commander Zhou's words were very earnest. Don't worry, Commander Zhou. My sister and I have already discussed this. Before we fully grow, we'll find a reliable person to help manage the association. Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Since you already have plans, let's move on to the next matter. Commander Zhou's sharp gaze fell on the two of them. Are you willing to join the honor organization? Jiang Yu didn't answer immediately, but looked at his sister and asked, Are you willing? Jiang Xiaoyan immediately hugged Jiang Yu's arm. If you join, I'll follow you and listen to you. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the two old men stiffened as if they were holding their breath. Seriously, throwing dog food at the slightest disagreement? All right. In that case, Commander Zhou, we will join. Jiang Yu looked at Commander Zhou, whose face had turned peculiar, and said solemnly, Ahem, fine. Since you've decided to join, once you find an agent, I'll tell you the details about the Glory Organization. As for now, Commander Zhou's tone shifted, carrying a hint of helplessness. You two should go back and rest. This old man can't handle the dog food you're throwing around. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded helplessly and had Master Lao Deng take them back. Were they really throwing dog food? Probably not, right? The scene shifted. After returning home, before Jiang Yu could say much, Jiang Tian simply said, Let me know if anything comes up via phone, and then left. Were we throwing dog food? Jiang Yu looked at the little girl hugging him and asked, I don't know. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. Forget it, who cares? You're sweating all over. How about taking a shower? He suddenly grinned mischievously. Bad guy. Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red as she heard this, as if she had thought of something. Bad guy? Today, I'll show you what a real bad guy is. Jiang Yu picked up the little girl in one swoop and disappeared instantly. No one knew what happened next. Meanwhile, in the Dragonfire Army General's office, a burly bald man stared sharply at his phone screen, his voice low. Damn it. Brother Dan was killed. If that's the case. At this point, General Li Gang of the Dragonfire Army quickly made a phone call. When the call connected, his attitude immediately changed, speaking respectfully. Hey, Marshal Jiang, it's me, Xiao Gang. I heard that old Yuan Dan is dead. What? You're saying I'm that old guy's lackey? Don't joke around. With the things he's done, I wouldn't even want him as my dog. Let me tell you, Marshal Jiang, that old guy Yuan Dan has done countless evil deeds, and there are still many secrets no one knows. What? You already know. What they talked about next, no one knew. 2 hours later. Jiang Yu let out a satisfied sigh. The little girl in his arms, Jiang Xiaoyan, had a face as red as an apple. The two had just come out of the bathroom, and Jiang Yu lay on the bed, resting with the little girl. Looking at her flushed skin and slightly labored breathing, it was clear she was exhausted. System, open the data panel, he thought to himself. He wanted to see how much emotional value this live broadcast had earned. Emotional value, 66,055,666. Talent points, 97,566. Training points, 1,555. Wow. Seeing the massive emotional value, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. You bad guy, came Jiang Xiaoyan's voice from his arms. Jiang Yu was puzzled. When did I make a sound? What are you talking about, little girl? Is it really necessary? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder, and she stammered as she spoke. This bad guy, wasn't it just? Was it really necessary to say something like that? Hee, of course, after all, you're my beloved little girl. Jiang Yu teased her with a smile. I'm ignoring you. She shyly buried her face in his chest, refusing to come out. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to hold the little girl in his arms even tighter. He continued to look at his emotion points. 66 million emotion points. This meant he could draw 66 times from the golden legendary lottery and one supreme level lottery draw. How could this not excite him? Why not draw them all now? This thought flashed through his mind. Action followed thought. His ultimate goal was to obtain the supreme level lottery ticket, wasn't it? Since he already had enough, why not draw immediately? All right, I'll draw 49 times first. If I don't get the supreme level lottery ticket, I'll use them all. Let's see if I can get more than 10 at once. If I get it within 20 or 30 draws, I'll save the rest and repeat the cycle. Wait. Suddenly, Jiangyu had a bold idea. If I draw 5 times in a row each time, even if I get the supreme level lottery ticket early, would it directly give me 5 tickets? Thinking of this, Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Let's do it. I'll start with a 6-time golden legendary lottery draw. He decisively gave the order in his mind. Ding. Using golden legendary lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability Annihilation Divine Thunder 6. Ding. Since the host already possesses a Thunder-type ability, this ability has been automatically stored in the system backpack and can be fused at will. This is too powerful. Jiangyu was so shocked by the abilities in his system backpack that he was speechless. Annihilation Divine Thunder? What is this? Annihilation means complete destruction, leaving nothing behind. If he possessed Annihilation Divine Thunder, any martial artist weaker than him struck by this Divine Thunder would either be severely injured or directly vanish, completely disappearing from this world. This is the terrifying aspect of Annihilation-type abilities. System, you said it can be fused at will. Does that mean I can only obtain it by fusing it with my Thunder-type ability? Jiangyu thought about the system prompt just now and asked in his mind. Ding. Correct. Multiple fusions can enhance the ability's strength. So that's how it works. Can I help the little girl fuse it? Jiangyu asked eagerly. If he could help the little girl fuse it, not only would his strength increase significantly, but the little girl's strength would also improve. Of course, he wanted to help the little girl in his arms fuse it, especially since this girl was so determined to become stronger. Ding. Yes. The system's heavenly voice echoed in his mind. Great. Jiangyu nodded. He turned his gaze to the little girl in his arms, who was pretending to be shy but was actually secretly touching his abs. Little girl, he called softly. Huh? What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoyan instinctively looked up and asked. Oh, you were blushing just now, but now you're not, he teased. Humph. The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue, smiled, and said nothing. Little girl, I have a surprise for you now. How about that? Jiangyu said mysteriously. What? Jiang Xiaoyan froze for a moment. System. Fuse 3 Annihilation-type abilities for the little girl. Quickly fuse 3 Annihilation-type abilities for me. He silently chanted in his heart. Since they were going to get stronger, they might as well get stronger together. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them felt an extremely powerful and sharp force surge within their bodies, as if it could destroy everything. This. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the uncontrollable black lightning appearing on her body and couldn't help but scream in surprise. At the same time, she noticed that this bad guy was also surrounded by black lightning. An Annihilation-type ability has fused with my lightning ability. Her face was full of disbelief, her voice trembling. What shocked her even more was that this bad guy had encountered the same thing. Coupled with what he had just said, didn't this prove that it was all his doing? How about it? Quite the surprise, right? Jiangyu saw the little girl's surprised expression and smiled faintly. He had to admit, the Annihilation-type ability was indeed powerful. Because it had fused with his lightning ability, all his original lightning skills had transformed into Annihilation Divine lightning skills. This made him very satisfied. I really love you so much. Jiang Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Jiangyu's neck, leaning closer to his face. Then, 5 whole minutes passed. Jiangyu looked at the little girl in his arms, who was gasping for air after being kissed, and shook his head helplessly. You little girl, if you're happy, just be happy. Why kiss so much? But, if there's a chance in the future, remember to do it more often. At first, he pretended to be a gentleman, but by the end of his sentence, his true nature was revealed. Shameless, but... Jiang Xiaoyan caught her breath, a faint smile on her lips. I really like you. Love you. Mwah. This final kiss lasted several minutes. A few minutes later, you little girl, your lips are so sweet. Jiang Yu licked his lips and looked at the little girl, who was now limp in his arms, with a gentle smile. Umph, you bad guy. But I'll forgive you this time. Feeling the strange changes in her body, Jiang Xiaoyan said angrily. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. After all, he was the one who started it. He had indulged in the pleasure, seeing the little girl lying motionless in his arms, as if enjoying something. He didn't disturb her. Instead, he turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Hee, the first lottery draw today was so lucky, truly a great start. System, use 5 consecutive golden legendary draws for me. As soon as Jiang Yu thought about it, the system notification sounded. Ding. Using golden legendary draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Energy Cookies 5, automatically stored in the system backpack. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. He remembered that energy cookies were magical pills that could enhance physical fitness tenfold within a certain period, without any side effects, right? Thinking of this, he looked at the system backpack. Sure enough, there were 6 cookies in total. No mistake. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu took out the magical pills, Haluan Dan, nuclear egg milk candies, and 6 energy cookies from the system backpack and placed them into his exclusive space. Oh, and also the sunflower manual. His purpose was simple. 1. To save backpack space, and 2. To make them easier to access. He discovered that taking items from the exclusive space was faster than from the backpack. More importantly, he planned to put important items in the system backpack and all less important ones in the exclusive space. After some organizing, the system backpack only had 4 treasures left: a mysterious treasure chest, a transformed martial puppet, and a small spirit core. He once again focused on the system's lottery interface. System, give me 5 golden legendary draws. I don't believe I'll get trash again this time. Ding. Golden legendary draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Life Spring Water 5, automatically stored in the system backpack. 5 drops of Life Spring Water. Sounds amazing. System, open the detailed description. With the word life in its name, this item was definitely extraordinary. Life Spring Water. Consuming 1 drop can instantly heal all injuries. It also enhances vitality. Wow. After reading the description, Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp. 1 drop could completely heal his injuries, and it could even boost vitality. Although he didn't know the specific benefits of enhanced vitality, the ability to instantly heal injuries was already heaven-defying. Why are you so excited? Jiang Xiaoyan looked up at him with a curious expression. Excited? You'll find out later, Jiang Yu said with a mischievous smile, raising his eyebrows at the little girl in his arms. Bad guy? I'm ignoring you. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted playfully and continued to snuggle in his arms, enjoying the warmth. Jiang Yu didn't say much more and turned his attention back to the lottery panel. He glanced at the remaining emotional points, 45 million. System, another 5 golden legendary draws. Ding. Golden legendary draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-fold training card 5, automatically stored in the system backpack. 5-fold training card. Not bad. System, show me the detailed description. I want to know how long it lasts. If it was like last time, lasting 8 hours and benefiting everyone around him, it would be great. 5-fold training card. After use, everyone within a 5-meter radius of the host will have their training speed increased 5-fold for 10 hours. Awesome. 10 hours. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although it wasn't as powerful as the 10-fold card from last time, 5 5-fold cards were still very useful. He checked the number of draws. He had already done 34 golden legendary draws. Still 15 draws away from 49. Should I do 15 draws at once? But after thinking it over, he shook his head. Forget it. What if I get trash? Better to do 5 draws at a time. If I get supreme level lottery tickets midway, getting 5 of those would be worth it. Having made up his mind, he initiated another 5 golden legendary draws. Today, he was determined to draw to his heart's content. Ding. Golden legendary draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Breakthrough Pill 5, automatically stored in the system backpack. Breakthrough Pill? Is it really what I think it is? System, Quickly open the detailed description. Breakthrough pill. After consumption, if the host's level has reached its peak, it can directly break through to the next realm without any obstacles. Holy crap, it really is. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yu was so excited, he almost jumped up. This means that if he reaches the platinum peak level and takes a breaking boundary pill, he can directly break through to the diamond level. This is such a treasure. Normally, it would take at least half a year to break through from platinum peak to diamond level through regular cultivation. I'll show this breaking boundary pill to my sister later and see if she can figure something out. For now, system, give me 10 golden legendary draws. He decided to draw 10 times at once. After these 10 draws, his total number of draws would reach 49. If he could get a supreme level lottery ticket this time, he might directly get 10 of them. If he didn't get it, he still had 25 more chances. By then ding, using golden legendary draw. Watching the spinning lottery wheel in front of him, Jiang Yu's heart was about to leap out of his chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining comprehension fruit, 9 and 1 supreme level lottery ticket, automatically stored in the system backpack. Jiang Yu froze, silent for a long time. After a while, he finally exploded. System, explain this to me clearly. What is going on here? Is there a problem with your lottery mechanism? He was furious and started yelling at the system. Ding! Every 50 golden legendary draws will yield 1 supreme level lottery ticket. Jiang Yu fell silent again. What the heck? Did I misunderstand? He thought for a long time and silently asked in his mind. Ding! Correct. Hearing the system's confirmation, Jiang Yu was so angry he could barely contain himself. But who could he blame for this? System, don't let me catch an opportunity. If I ever find out you're a female system, let us see how you handle it. He swore fiercely in his heart. Then, he opened the detailed description of the comprehension fruit. As for the supreme level lottery, he decided to deal with it later. He felt his luck wasn't too great right now, having been angered by the system. Comprehension fruit. After consumption, it can enhance the host's understanding and mastery of abilities. Just a simple line of text. Jiang Yu thought it was pretty good. Enhancing the understanding of abilities, simply put, meant increasing the power of abilities. Sister, do you recognize this breaking boundary pill? Temporarily giving up on the lottery, he took out 5 breaking boundary pills from the system backpack. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he would get another supreme level lottery ticket in 2 days. Breaking boundary pill. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan sat up, took the 5 pills Jiang Yu handed over, and began to study them carefully. After a while, I've never heard of the breaking boundary pill, but I do know the breaking wall pill. And I think the effects of these 2 pills are similar, except the breaking boundary pill contains a few more herbs, making its medicinal power stronger. The breaking wall pill has a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the next level, but this breaking boundary pill guarantees 100% success. As Jiang Xiaoyan spoke, her pupils shrank sharply, her eyes full of shock. What's wrong, little girl? Can you figure out this breaking boundary pill? Jiang Yu gently stroked her hair, his tone soft. He didn't expect his sister to be so talented. Last time, she had figured out the soul pill. I can't. This breaking boundary pill is easier to study than the soul pill. I should be able to analyze its effects in less than an hour, she said excitedly. Once I finish analyzing the effects, tomorrow we'll go to the Alchemist Association to buy ingredients. I'll make more soul pills and breaking boundary pills. As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Jiang Yu's response, she handed him the 4 breaking boundary pills in her hand. Keep these 4 in your space for now. Anyway, you'll be managing all the pills in the future. Jiang Yu didn't object, nodded in agreement, and then gently touched her forehead, saying softly, "You little girl are truly my lucky star." By the way, after speaking, he first stored the 4 pills in his exclusive space. Then he took out the 9 Insight Origin fruits from the system backpack and placed them on the bed. These Insight Origin fruits can enhance comprehension. You take 5, and I'll eat 4. How about that? He knew that if he gave her all the fruits, she would definitely refuse. You're my lucky star too, Muma. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were full of affection. She was well aware of this bad guy's love for her. After giving him a kiss, she said softly, "Place the Insight Origin fruits by my bedside." I'll eat them after finishing my research. All right, don't overwork yourself. Jiangyu nodded. Got it, Muma. She took the opportunity to kiss him again, then ran to the desk and began seriously studying the pills. Jiangyu smiled slightly without disturbing her. His gaze fell on the 9 Insight Origin fruits on the bed. He took out 5 and placed them by the little girl's bedside. Then, he picked up one of the remaining 4 and carefully observed it. The fruit was light red, about the size of a grape, resembling a mini apple. Forget it, I'll try one first, he said decisively, eating the Insight Origin fruit. The fruit tasted sweet with a hint of slight bitterness. After swallowing it, he felt his ability strength indeed increase, roughly by 5%. Then he ate the remaining 3 fruits, boosting his ability strength by about 20% in total. The effect was quite good. Looking at his sister busy with her research, he smiled. Then, he lay down, picked up his phone, and checked the gifts received during his live stream. Balance, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. Whoa! Seeing the balance of over 3 million in his wallet, he couldn't help but exclaim. 3 million. He had never seen this much money before. At this moment, hearing her brother's exclamation, Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes helplessly. This bad guy really hasn't seen the world. She sighed inwardly and continued to focus on studying the pills. Back to Jiangyu. Looking at the balance of over 3 million on his phone, he withdrew the money without hesitation. Moments later, 3 million was credited to his account, and he nodded in satisfaction. Hee, I'm a millionaire now. He laughed excitedly. Then, he glanced at his emotion value, noticing it was steadily increasing. Wow, this speed is pretty good. Am I a newsworthy figure now? But thinking about it carefully, such a big event dragging on for so long without making the news would indeed be strange. Since it's on the news, I guess in a day or two, I'll get to participate in another Supreme Level lottery. Thinking of the Supreme Level lottery, he immediately remembered the Supreme Level lottery ticket in the system backpack. System, use the Supreme Level lottery ticket. He shouted without hesitation. Ding. Using Supreme Level lottery ticket. A crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Jiangyu didn't hesitate and focused his attention on the lottery interface. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Weapon Blade of Time and Space. Automatically stored in the system backpack. As the notification sounded, Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed on the light blue tang sword in the backpack. The blade was light blue, the edge deep blue, and the hilt silver white. Overall, it looked sharp, resilient, and incredibly stylish. Whoa! Quick! Open the detailed description. Jiang Yu suddenly reacted and shouted urgently. Blade of Time and Space. Divine Weapon. Contains the power of time and space. Note: the divine weapon automatically recognizes its master. The stronger the master, the stronger the weapon. Reading this simple line, Jiang Yu's heart surged with excitement. What level is a divine weapon? On Blue Star, divine weapons are the top-tier weapons. In the entire Hua Nation, there might not even be a handful of them. Thinking of this, he became even more thrilled. With a thought, Jiang Yu took the Blade of Time and Space out of the system backpack. Holding the hilt, he examined the Blade of Time and Space up and down. He could feel the powerful spatial energy within the blade. The temporal energy wasn't as apparent, but just by touching this divine weapon, he could sense its incredible power. Is it really this amazing? He couldn't help but exclaim. This Blade of Time and Space was highly compatible with him, and he could feel the weapon's excitement as well. Clearly, it had recognized him as its master. Perhaps this was due to his spatial abilities. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan had already sensed the powerful aura the moment Jiang Yu took out the divine weapon. She stared at the supreme divine weapon in her brother's hand, along with the powerful spatial energy and temporal energy. She was instantly flustered. This a divine weapon? She asked, her voice trembling. Jiang Yu heard his sister's shocked voice and looked at her. Little girl, what do you think? This is the weapon I just drew. He teleported to his sister's side and handed the divine weapon to her. But Jiang Xiaoyan didn't take it and instead said seriously, this supreme divine weapon contains both spatial and temporal powers. It's safe to say it's one of the top divine weapons on Blue Star. You need to be careful in the future and avoid being targeted by those forces. Even though your master protects you, if you're besieged by a group, it'll be troublesome. At this point, she didn't say more, just shook her head helplessly, her meaning clear. I understand, little girl. Besides, even if they want to steal this divine weapon, they can't. Jiang Yu said, placing the divine weapon on the table. Then, he quickly teleported back to his bed. The next second, Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked to find that the divine weapon on the table had suddenly disappeared and reappeared in Jiang Yu's hand. One of its abilities, time reversal. Right now, I can only make the blade return to my hand. When I become stronger, its abilities will be even more incredible, practically defying the heavens. After saying this, he stored the powerful blade of time and space into his exclusive space. After all, his sister was right, he didn't want to be surrounded by enemies right now. But honestly, this divine weapon was truly extraordinary. Its spatial power was equally formidable. Moreover, the sharpness of this blade was likely one of the best on Blue Star. This supreme level lottery was absolutely worth it. I'm not worried about your artifact being stolen. I'm worried about you. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted coldly and turned her head away. However, in her heart, she was still happy for this troublemaker. She hadn't expected his system to be so powerful, not only possessing scattered treasures, but also artifacts. But the stronger the power, the more cautious one must be. She believed the troublemaker understood this principle too. Hey, it's my fault. I misunderstood you. Don't stay angry. Jiang Yu said, instantly teleporting in front of his sister, hugging her and comforting her repeatedly. Idiot. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted discontentedly. This guy, she really didn't know what was going on in his head, not even clarifying the true meaning of her words. What a fool. All right, I was wrong. As compensation, I'll just. Jiang Yu didn't say much more and directly leaned in for a few kisses. After that, the two couldn't control themselves and did some things that no one knew about. Mainly because Jiang Yu, this big guy, couldn't hold back. The scene shifted. This aura? Could it be that old guy Jiang Tian is here again? In the dean's office, Bing Lian sensed a strong spatial fluctuation and muttered thoughtfully. Because Jiang Xiaoyan had encountered the power of time in her past life, she could sense it. However, Bing Lian, who hadn't been exposed to the power of time, couldn't perceive it. At this moment, Bing Lian still didn't know that her precious disciple was suffering. 2 hours later, night had already fallen. In the luxurious villa, Jiang Yu looked at the little girl in his arms, panting and soft, and smirked mischievously. So, have you forgiven me? 2 hours ago, it was my fault. I got too excited and didn't react properly. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Lying in his arms, Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him. Her face flushed, but she still nodded. I forgive you. Feeling the unusual sensation in her body, she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. That's better. Jiang Yu listened and smiled contentedly. You, take your hand away. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and pulled his hand away, her face turning bright red in embarrassment. This guy? He's just too bad. It's really too much. Ding. Jiang Xiaoyan feels the host's behavior is too shameless. Emotion value plus 3,333. All right. I'll do whatever you say, okay? Jiang Yu held the little girl in his arms tighter and asked softly, by the way, when are we going to discuss with your master about letting her be the acting president of the Alchemist Association? If she's willing, the benefits will definitely be plentiful. Jiang Xiaoyan felt the firm abs pressed against her stomach, her face slightly red. Right now I don't want to move. I'll ask her with my phone first, so we don't get stuck at the Alchemist Association tomorrow. After speaking, seeing the troublemaker nod, she took out her phone and started chatting with her master. A moment later, my master said she can act as the president, no need for other benefits. Just hopes that your mistress can act together with her, otherwise she won't be able to handle it alone. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Yu, as if she needed his agreement before she dared to respond. That's all she asks. In a while, I'll send a message to my master. You should also inform Master Bing that if she agrees to come, Lingwu Academy will get a 50% discount on all purchases from the Alchemist Association in the future. Jiang Yu said boldly. He wasn't wrong. Bing Lian was his sister's master, which made her practically family. A 50% discount was no problem. Forget 50%, Even 10% would be fine. After all, if Master Bing helped with management, it would be a huge help. All right, I'll reply to my master right away. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded and started typing her message. Jiang Yu didn't idle either, picking up his phone to contact his own master, Lao Deng. A little while later, brother, it's a success. Jiang Xiaoyan excitedly looked at Jiang Yu. My master said that if Lingwu Academy gets a 50% discount, it won't require my master's wife to handle everything alone. But if she helps, it will make things much easier. Oh, Jiang Yu was delighted to hear this. That's great. I also asked my master, and my Lao Ding master is currently discussing it with his wife to see what can be done. He gently stroked the little girl's face in his arms and smiled faintly. MHM. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. The two began waiting for Jiang Tian's reply. Of course, during this time, Jiang Yu's hands weren't idle, making the beauty in his arms blush so much her face seemed ready to drip blood. Soon, time ticked by minute. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyan lay in Jiang Yu's arms, drenched in sweat and unable to move. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu received a reply from Lao Deng. Lao Deng, don't worry, disciple. My wife has already been convinced. She'll start tomorrow. Smug, This Lao Deng master is really something. Jiang Yu twitched his lips. He could already imagine how his master had convinced his wife. It had only been a little over 10 minutes, and his master's efficiency was impressive. No, I should say it's fast. Huh? Why do you say that? Jiang Xiaoyan, still in his arms, looked puzzled. It's nothing. My master just replied, saying my master's wife can come help us. His face was full of joy. MHM. That's good. But we mustn't forget that they're helping us, okay? Jiang Xiaoyan leaned against Jiang Yu's chest, her voice soft. Don't worry, little girl. I'm not the type to be ungrateful. Jiang Yu gently rubbed her forehead as he spoke. MHM. She nodded vigorously, then quietly lay in the arms of this mischievous man. By the way, have you finished studying the breakthrough pill? I interrupted you earlier. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered the pill and asked. It's fine. I've already finished studying it. I can start refining it tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyan replied. Oh, you're really amazing, little girl. You? What are you saying? Humph. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Wow. My cultivation speed has increased 5-fold. This is amazing. Jiang Xiaoyan excitedly jumped into Jiang Yu's arms. Hee, for the next 4 days, your speed will increase 5-fold every day. Aren't you going to give me a reward? Jiang Yu asked with a mischievous smile. You're hopeless. Not enough. You scoundrel. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed as she spoke, finally breaking free from Jiang Yu's embrace. Then, she slowly leaned downward. 2 hours later. Ding. Lying comfortably on the bed, Jiang Yu heard his phone notification sound. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Lao Deng. Lao Deng, the Alchemist Association matter has already been handled by Commander Zhou. Commander Zhou wants to see you now. I'm heading over. Stop showing off your love. Looking at Lao Deng's message, Jiang Yu fell silent helplessly. This Lao Deng, is he really afraid that he and his sister will flaunt their affection in front of him? Just as he was still thinking about it, suddenly, Jiang Tian's figure appeared in the room. Wow, Lao Deng is as fast as ever. Jiang Yu said affirmatively. Jiang Tian's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Where's that little girl? Hurry up and let's go, he said irritably. My sister? She's taking a bath. Wait for her a bit. All right. Jiang Tian nodded and sat down on the sofa. Master, I remember when my sister and I came back. You said you had already thought of a mission. What is the mission? After all, I've already completed the task Commander Zhou gave me. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered and asked. The mission is actually quite simple. Go to Sakura country and steal the treasure vault of the Sakura army base. Jiang Tian said casually. This statement shocked Jiang Yu. What? Steal the Sakura army's treasure vault? Are you kidding me? Jiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. This old man actually wanted him to steal the treasure vault of a national army? Isn't this courting death? Kidding? When have you ever seen me joke? Jiang Tian retorted. That tiny Sakura country, their strongest combat power is only half-step supreme, plus 3 glory-level individuals. If it weren't for the backing of the United States, we would have wiped them out long ago. The Sakura army is similar to our country's national defense forces, and their strongest combat power is only at the peak of the legendary level. Later, I'll pick a few strong teammates for you from Glory. Combined with your spatial abilities, you tell me you can't steal it? At this point, Jiang Tian's tone became helpless. Of course, the things in the treasure vault aren't that great. After all, it's just the National Defense Forces. Listening to Lao Deng's endless talk, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Lao Deng, are you? Lao Deng, are you messing with me? Does this mission even have any meaning? You yourself said the treasure vault doesn't have much. Why should I steal it? He was speechless. According to Lao Deng, he indeed had the chance to steal that treasure vault. The premise being that someone helps him. But the treasure vault doesn't have anything good, so he has no motivation. Ahem, meaning? It's simple, it's to train you. How can a man who hasn't experienced great storms be strong? Jiang Tian said seriously. But I'm already strong enough. Jiang Yu responded earnestly. Jiang Tian quickly changed the topic. Just now I said the treasure vault's contents aren't that great. That's my personal opinion. After all, it's still the treasure vault of a national army. The cultivation resources are quite decent, and moreover, he paused, then said seriously, this time, whatever treasures you steal from the vault are all yours, and those who help you will receive rewards from the organization. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded excitedly. All right, wait, according to what you said, the people from Glory accompanying me on the mission are actually completing their own tasks. Jiang Tian nodded and said, that's right. I've already posted the task of accompanying you to steal the treasure vault on the mission wall of the Glory organization. I estimate someone will take it soon. You need to prepare well these 2 days. Jiang Yu didn't say much, just nodded lightly. After all, this task was indeed good. The key was having help, plus his spatial abilities. Stealing a treasure vault would be a piece of cake. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Jiang Yu saw Jiang Xiaoyan slowly walking out of the bathroom. Her face still carried a hint of blush. But as soon as she saw Jiang Tian, her expression instantly returned to calmness, so fast it left people stunned. Sis, you're out? Then let's go. Jiang Yu got out of bed, walked up to her, and said with a smile. Jiang Tian responded, and immediately took the two of them, disappearing from the spot in an instant. In the office of the leader of Huagua. You've arrived? Why so late? Leader Zhou squinted his eyes, looking at the three who suddenly appeared, showing a puzzled expression. It's nothing. My little girl was taking a bath. Jiang Yu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Young people need to learn self-discipline. You're still young. Leader Zhou said in a serious tone. Hey. Leader Zhou, you've misunderstood. We didn't do anything. Jiang Yu quickly explained. I don't believe it. Who would take a bath until noon for no reason? It's obvious what you've been up to. Leader Zhou stared at Jiang Yu's evasive eyes and hit the nail on the head. However, he couldn't discern what was hidden in Jiang Xiaoyan's gaze. It was too complex. Jiang Xiaoyan only showed that kind of expression in front of Jiang Yu, one that others couldn't see. In front of outsiders, she was the proud Jiang Xiaoyan. Leader Zhou, my sister just likes bathing at noon. Jiang Yu stopped mid-sentence, looking at Leader Zhou's sharp gaze, and swallowed his words. Forget it. I'll listen to you in the future. I'll restrain myself. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly and said seriously. It's good to be sensible. Leader Zhou nodded. He was looking out for Jiang Yu. If a man expends too much energy, his body won't be able to handle it in the future. Controlling it now would only benefit him in the long run. However, he didn't know how powerful Jiang Yu was. If he did, he'd probably be like Jiang Tian, unable to control him at all, and he'd just go ahead anyway. Leader Zhou, you called me here. Is it because the matters with the Alchemist Association have been arranged? Jiang Yu asked. Leader Zhou nodded. I've transferred the vice president and some elders of the Alchemist Association. They're all under my surveillance now. After all, those people are remnants of the Yuan Dan faction and can't be trusted. At this point, he changed his tone. By the way, have you found someone to manage the Alchemist Association for you? Jiang Yu nodded. Found them. Didn't my master Lao Deng tell you? I found my mistress and ice master. Thinking of Master Lao Deng, he secretly decided that if he ever got his hands on some spirit medicine for kidney replenishment, he'd definitely give Lao Deng a share first. However, he didn't notice Jiang Tian's face turning as black as the bottom of a pot, veins bulging. This brat. Doesn't he know how much I sacrificed for him yesterday? And he still calls me Lao Dang. Jiang Tian muttered to himself. All right, this kid is really clueless. After yesterday's incident, he actually lay there for over an hour without moving. That woman, she's so annoying. But he also knows that this nickname won't change anytime soon. These two are quite reliable. Choosing them is the right decision. Commander Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After speaking, he looked seriously at Jiang Yu. Since that's the case, you two should head to the Alchemist Association now. You two are now the presidents of the association, and I've already informed everyone there. Of course, after this cleanup, the number of people in the association has been halved, so efficiency might decrease in the future. At this point, he shook his head helplessly. Thanks to Commander Zhou for helping with the cleanup, otherwise my sister and I would have had to do it ourselves, though we wouldn't have been as efficient as you. Jiang Yu said with a smile. All right, you two go ahead. When you return, I'll arrange for you to join the Glory organization. At that time, whether it's tasks or other matters, you can decide for yourself. Understood, Commander Zhou, goodbye. Then, Jiang Tian took the two of them to the Alchemist Association. Jiang Yu looked at the massive building in front of him and held his sister's hand, saying, From now on, this is yours. Are you happy? Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head. No, this is ours. Of course I'm happy. Hee, you little girl. The two didn't notice that behind them, Jiang Tian's face was dark, as if he was holding something back. Afterward, he took his sister for a tour around the Alchemist Guild. Along the way, the alchemists they encountered greeted them warmly. Clearly, everyone recognized Jiang Yu as a capable manager. The Alchemist Guild has a total of 100 floors. The top floor houses the president's office and the treasury. The treasury stores various precious medicinal materials. After taking some materials needed for refining soul pills and breakthrough pills from the treasury, the two prepared to leave. Since Jiang Yu is the president of the guild, his and Jiang Tian's identities are already worth billions. All right, master, take us back. This alchemist guild is really impressive. Jiang Yu stood in front of the treasury, his face full of pride. Oh, not calling me old dang now? Finally addressing me properly. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. No, it's just that I'm in a good mood and don't feel like calling you that for now. Jiang Yu quickly waved his hand. Jiang Tian was speechless. Buzz, accompanied by the sound of spatial fluctuations, Jiang Tian said nothing and took the two of them away from the Alchemist Guild. Now, even without management, the guild can operate automatically. However, it's estimated that by this afternoon, the sisters Bing Lian and Bing Wan will start working. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu saw Commander Zhou again, who had a kind expression on his face. Commander Zhou, long time no see. Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. Well, it really has been a while, just half an hour. Commander Zhou shook his head helplessly. Is everything settled? Jiang Yu asked. Yes, it's all settled. Jiang Yu answered honestly. In that case, I'll arrange for you to join the Glory organization. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. Join? How do I join? Do I need to go somewhere? Commander Zhou shook his head and said, Just wait here. Someone will come shortly to deliver something to you. Once you receive it, you'll officially become a member of the Glory organization. The Glory organization doesn't have a fixed base. You will be added to a prestigious group where tasks are assigned and completed within the group. After completing a task, you can come directly to me for the reward. After Commander Zhou's explanation, Jiang Yu finally understood. It turns out that the glorious organization is hidden among the people and doesn't have a fixed base. This aligns well with the characteristics of a secretive organization. However, one thing surprised him. The task rewards are directly handled by Commander Zhou? Is it only him who can approach Zhou, or is it the same for all members? If it's the latter, then this organization is truly extraordinary. After all, not just anyone can meet Commander Zhou. This indicates that the glorious organization holds a very special place in the heart of the commander of Huan Nation. All right, Commander, I understand. Jiang Yu agreed. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Commander Zhou called out, Come in. The door was pushed open, and a handsome young man with purple hair and purple eyes walked in. Judging by his age, He was about 17 or 18. Although he looked decent compared to Jiang Yu, the difference was obvious. In terms of both strength and appearance, Jiang Yu completely outshone him. At this moment, Jiang Yu noticed that the purple-haired youth was holding two light yellow hexagonal badges. Commander Zhou, I brought the items. The purple-haired youth walked to the desk and bowed. Jiang Yu, these glorious badges are for you and your sister, one each. With these, you officially become members of the glorious organization. Commander Zhou said indifferently, these badges are useful and will make it easier for you to take on tasks. All right. Jiang Yu accepted the badges. Hello, Jiang Yu, I'm Jiang Hua. It's great to meet you. I really want to be friends with someone as talented as you, Jiang Hua said with a smile, extending his hand. Oh, sure, hello? Jiang Yu nodded. The two shook hands briefly before letting go. After all, one doesn't reject a friendly gesture. Moreover, Jiang Yu could tell that Jiang Hua was quite talented. Among his peers, he was already a Platinum Tier 1 expert. In comparison, someone of the same age like Yi Chun was still struggling at the gold level. However, Jiang Yu also understood that spending a year or two training in an organization like this would teach things that Lingwu Academy could never compare to. Hello, Sister Jiang, I'm Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua also bowed to Jiang Xiaoyan. He knew their relationship and saw no need to stir up trouble. Hello, Jiang Xiaoyan responded indifferently. Hearing Jiang Hua's words, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. This kid really knows how to speak appropriately. Commander Zhou, I'll take my leave now. Jiang Hua bowed deeply to Commander Zhou and Jiang Tian. After receiving a nod, he left without looking back. This kid has good character, decent talent, and most importantly, he knows how to talk. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, after observing him for so long, Jiang Hua is excellent in all aspects and definitely worth nurturing. Commander Zhou agreed. You're absolutely right. This kid is really sensible. Jiang Yu chimed in. After speaking, he glanced at the little girl beside him. She had a faint smile on her lips as well. Clearly, his sister was also amused by Jiang Hua's sweet words. Keep these badges with you at all times. They might save your life in dangerous situations, Commander Zhou said calmly. All right, if there's nothing else, go back and train. Later, Jiang Tian will add you to the group. Just get a basic understanding. All right. Thank you, Commander Zhou. After Jiang Yu agreed, his gaze shifted to Master Lao Deng on the other side, the meaning clear. Soon, Jiang Tian took the two back to the villa. Then, he dropped a, I'm leaving, and disappeared directly. Just seconds after Jiang Tian left, Jiang Yu received an invitation to Master Lao Deng's group chat. Upon joining, he immediately added the little girl beside him. After all, the master didn't have her contact information. Wow, there are quite a lot of people in this group, over 100. After joining, he carefully looked at the members. The group files contained some notes about the Glory organization and the task wall mentioned by the master. Brother, help me take out the herbs first. I'll go refine pills. You can take your time looking. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice rang out. Jiang Yu gently touched her soft, tender cheek. All right, I'll listen to you, little girl. Saying this, he took out the herbs she needed from his exclusive space and placed them next to the pill furnace. Love you, you bad guy. Seeing him pamper her, she couldn't help but give him a kiss. All right, focus on refining pills. You'll have your fun this afternoon. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously and teleported back to the bed to start looking at his phone. Bad guy. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed, puffing her cheeks as she began refining pills. But she knew, no matter how annoyed she was, she'd still have to help that bad guy later. After all, he spoiled her so much, it was only fair to repay him. She thought to herself, wow, this is really great. Jiang Yu looked at the group files on his phone and nodded to himself. He hadn't expected the task rewards from the Glory organization to be so generous. Just looking at them was tempting. Moreover, the organization was very lenient. It was practically tailored for him. Of course, if one slacked off in cultivation and couldn't keep up with the pace, they might be kicked out. What the heck? Master Lao Deng's task rewards are outrageous. Everyone who completes the task gets a glory-level beast core. Jiang Yu saw the task Lao Deng posted today, accompanying him to steal from a treasure vault. He hadn't expected the rewards to be so lavish. Though there were only 3 slots, He quickly skipped over his master's task and looked at the rewards for the next ones. Steal classified documents from the US. Reward. A supreme level beast core? This is even crazier. Seeing the next task, Jiang Yu couldn't help but curse. But soon, he calmed his excitement. Because this task was set 3 years ago, and no one had completed it yet, which meant either no one dared to attempt it, or those who didn't survive, or didn't complete the task. Go to Japan. Kill the ninja army general. Reward. Tianyuan Divine Herb? He found another highly enticing task. Although the target was powerful, the reward was incredible. Tianyuan Divine Herb. He remembered that after the little girl refined this herb, her chest finally showed some curves. He checked the time. This task was set a year ago and still remained uncompleted. This puts me at ease. Once my strength is sufficient, I must complete this task. He made a silent vow in his heart to make the little girl stronger and to make his own life easier. He promised himself he'd take on this task in the future. Phew, no more looking, it's too tempting. Jiang Yu quickly clicked back, and the phone screen returned to the group chat. Jiang Hua, welcome brother Jiang Yu. Sister-in-law, welcome. Yi Xiling, welcome. Zhang Hai, whoa, a newcomer actually joined. Welcome. Haven't seen a newcomer in a long time. The last one was that kid Jiang Hua 2 years ago. Jiang Yu saw that only 3 people were chatting and joined in to greet them. Giant Jiang Yu, hee. Hello everyone. Newcomer seeking guidance. Zhang Hai, what are you being modest about? You're the president of the Alchemist Guild, worth millions. Aren't you going to send a red envelope? Giant Jiang Yu, isn't this too straightforward? Asking him to send a red envelope right away. Isn't this just exploiting the newcomer? Although he complained inwardly, he still sent a red envelope, but only 1 yuan each. And he sent 100 of them, which means each person could only grab 1 cent. Soon, these red envelopes were snatched up by 5 people. Then, Zhang Hai, damn, this is way too stingy. Jiang Hua, thanks for the red envelope. Yi Xiling, heh, is it because your wife controls you? I think you're just broke. Jiang Tian, I understand you, master. God, how? The 100 small red envelopes he sent were quickly claimed by dozens of people. Those who didn't claim them were probably busy. But when he scrolled up and saw Yi Xiling's message, he was furious. Giant Jiang Yu, at Yi Xiling, what do you mean? My wife controls me. Absolutely impossible. Yi Xiling, impossible? I think you definitely are. Jiang Yu saw this and almost fainted from anger. How could he possibly be controlled by his wife? Absolutely impossible. After all, that little girl was completely obedient to him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he simply ignored Yi Xiling. Her words were too sharp. Thinking of this, he decisively turned off his phone and started checking his data panel. Upon checking, Jiang Yu discovered that due to the news exposure today, his emotion value had skyrocketed to over 34 million in just a few hours. In other words, he had gained 9 million emotion points in these few hours. Wow. If the news continues for a few more days, won't my emotion value directly break 100 million, he thought. Now he was just 15 million away from obtaining a supreme level lottery ticket. By the latest, he could draw another supreme level prize by the morning after tomorrow, maybe even by tomorrow noon. Thinking of this, he was thrilled. Then, he glanced at the little girl in the room who was seriously refining pills, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. He planned to save up more lottery tickets and draw them all at once for maximum excitement. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. Phew, I'm exhausted. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the hundreds of boundary-breaking pills and soul pills in front of her, stretched lazily, and sighed. You're done refining. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, looked at the little girl still stretching, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, I'm done. Over 100 pills of each type. You can store them in your exclusive space and take them out when needed. Jiang Xiaoyan said while stretching. Hearing this, Jiang Yu instantly teleported to her side and swept all the pills by the furnace into his exclusive space. All right, you've been refining all morning. Go take a rest. He gently kissed the little girl's soft lips and said warmly, Wait, let me rest for a bit, then I'll help you. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. This little girl still remembered what he said when he first came back. Ha ha ha, you little girl, I'm not that impatient. You rest first. I'll cultivate on the sofa. He touched her forehead, smiling a bit awkwardly. Don't. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Huh. Jiang Yu froze. Don't. Don't cultivate on the sofa, okay? Stay with me for a while. I want to hold you. Her face turned even redder. This mischievous guy didn't like beating around the bush, so she had to say it directly. Hee hee, I really can't say no to you. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. After speaking, he took advantage of her blushing face, stepped forward, and pulled her into his arms. In an instant, the two of them were lying on the big bed. Looking at the little girl nestled in his arms, he softly said, Since you're my woman, how could I not spoil you? After speaking, he gently patted her back, as if coaxing a child to sleep. As a result, in just 1 minute, the little girl really fell asleep. Seems like refining pills isn't easy. It really wore you out, little girl. A rare trace of tenderness appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. Feeling the steady breathing of the little girl in his arms, his own breathing gradually became calm. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6 in the evening. Jiang Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was that handsome face that made her heart race. Awake. Jiang Yu was also awakened by her voice, and in front of him was a face as beautiful as a fairy. This nap was especially sweet for both of them. It seemed that as long as the other was by their side, this sense of peace would never fade. Refining pills was too exhausting, so I fell asleep. You won't blame me, will you? Jiang Xiaoyan put on a pitiful look. You little girl, how could I blame you? If you were really tired and I still made you rest, then I'd blame myself. If you're tired, I'm relieved, so don't overthink it. Be good. Jiang Yu pinched her cheek gently, his voice soft. You're the best. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled contentedly. Although she already knew the answer, she just wanted to ask and hear it clearly. Then, getting a satisfying response from this mischievous guy made her heart feel sweet. By the way, little girl, my master told me about a new mission today. I need to go to the Sakura Army's treasure vault in Sakura country to steal something, and he'll arrange for 3 people from the Glory organization to assist me. Jiang Yu said with a smile, looking at the satisfied little girl in his arms. Oh, this mission sounds pretty tough. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned. Yeah, it's tough, but Master said that once the mission is completed, all the treasures in the vault will belong to us. Jiang Yu said excitedly. Wow, that's a great deal. I think it's worth the risk. Jiang Xiaoyan also became excited. She had thought that after stealing the treasures from the vault, they would have to hand them over. After all, for missions supported by the organization, the results usually had to be submitted to the higher-ups. Unexpectedly, her brother's master said they wouldn't have to hand them over. Not trying would be such a loss. I think so too. When should we set off? Jiang Yu looked at the beauty in his arms and asked gently. Well, if there's nothing tomorrow, let's go early and come back early. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him excitedly. All right, as you say. We'll set off tomorrow. Jiang Yu nodded. Hee hee. You're so nice, wooden horse. Jiang Xiaoyan beamed brightly and leaned in to give him a deep kiss. This kiss seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction, and Jiang Yu couldn't stop himself. For quite a while afterward, Jiang Xiaoyan was in for some hardship, while the two were entangled. On the top floor of the Capital Alchemist Association. Sister, long time no see. Bing Wan looked at the approaching Bing Lian and said with a smile. Yes, it's been a while. Bing Lian nodded expressionlessly. What's wrong? Judging by your expression, don't tell me you don't want to manage the association with your disciple and that brat anymore? Too much trouble, Bing Wan joked. No. Bing Lian shook her head, her expression turning serious. I was just wondering how a lazy bug like you can still manage the association with me. Hearing this, Bing Wan couldn't help but chuckle. If it weren't for her man agreeing to help every day, she wouldn't bother managing these 2 kids. Ahem. All right. Since we're all here, let's get started. Breaking the awkwardness, Bing Wan walked into the office first. Bing Lian didn't say much and followed her inside. From this day on, the Alchemist Association was temporarily managed by the 2 sisters, Bing Wan and Bing Lian. Over 2 hours later. Ugh, I'm going to take a bath. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly jumped off the bed, her speech muffled as if she had something in her mouth. Before Jiang Yu could say anything, He saw the little girl seemingly holding something back as she ran into the bathroom. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little girl is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Yu lay comfortably on the bed, his face relaxed as if he'd just had a massage. This feeling the surge of power within him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Could it be, my cultivation technique is about to reach perfection? He said in disbelief. This wave after wave of power surging was clearly a sign that his technique was nearing completion. Thinking of this, he quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing it. Moments later, indeed, feeling his body continuously strengthening, Jiang Yu was so excited he almost jumped up. He remembered his sister saying that the continuous strengthening of the body was a precursor to the perfection of the technique. My technique is almost complete. At this moment, Jiang Yu was ecstatic, not for any other reason, but for the dozens of times increase in physical strength. He had every reason to be this happy. Absolutely not for any other reason. Absolutely. If his physical strength increased tenfold now, even some peak diamond-level martial artists might not be able to match him. Of course, excluding strength-type martial artists. But remember, he's only at platinum level now. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he was excited, the sound of footsteps echoed. He saw Jiang Xiaoyan, her face still flushed red, slowly walking out of the bathroom. Bad guy, what are you laughing at? She said irritably. She could hear him laughing even in the bathroom. So fast, Jiang Yu was slightly stunned by her reaction. Bah, I just washed my face, what's wrong? Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. Nothing, little girl. Let me tell you, my cultivation technique is about to reach perfection. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu hurriedly shared the good news with her. This. Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated a little. So soon? She asked cautiously. Jiang Yu quickly nodded. That's right. I just felt my body strengthening in waves. I estimate the technique will be perfected within 3 days. Well, that's great. Let's start cultivating quickly, Jiang Xiaoyan said, lowering her head as she walked to the bed and sat cross-legged in front of him. Jiang Yu couldn't see her expression, but he had no choice but to cooperate in cultivation. After all, it was getting late. The two each took a spirit-enhancing pill and officially began cultivating. System. Activate the 5-fold cultivation card. Jiang Yu silently commanded in his mind. Ding. Successfully activated. With the system prompt, the two felt their cultivation speed increase 5-fold. What to do? That scoundrel's technique is about to be perfected. What should I do? Jiang Xiaoyan anxiously shouted in her heart. Although she usually didn't care much about Jiang Yu's technique, her lack of inquiry stemmed from fear. She knew that once the technique was perfected, she would face the consequences. She had never experienced such a thing in her life. Moreover, her master in her previous life had warned her that it would be very painful. Although her willpower was strong and she wasn't afraid of pain, the most important thing was that she would get pregnant. She was still young and didn't want to conceive a child before the impending disaster. So she was very scared. What to do? That scoundrel's technique is progressing so fast. With his personality and abilities, once the technique is perfected, he definitely won't be able to control himself. She knew Jiang Yu was full of vitality and had poor self-control. Coupled with his impulsive nature, once the technique was perfected, he definitely wouldn't hold back in that regard. But when she thought about it, she realized she was already his, and sooner or later, she'd have to give herself to him. She might as well grit her teeth. If it really came to it, she'd just be extra careful at the critical moment to avoid any accidents. Thinking this, she nodded and focused on cultivation. But deep down, she was still a little scared. The next morning. You little girl, could it be that you've already? Jiang Yu, who was pinned down by Jiang Xiaoyan, looked at her beautiful face up close and smirked mischievously. What do you mean? I just wanted to wake you up, you scoundrel. It's getting late. We need to get ready. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice was light and melodious. Hearing her words, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart, but he suppressed it and quickly nodded. All right, you go freshen up first. I'll send a message to old Deng and let him know we're about to set off. After speaking, he gently pinched the little girl's nose, showing a doting expression. All right, got it. I know. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly, gave him a kiss, and then ran lightly toward the bathroom. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Then, he took out his phone and sent a message to his master, Old Deng. Giant Jiang Yu. Old Deng, are you there? I have something to tell you. A few seconds after the message was sent, Old Deng replied. Old Deng, what's up? What's the matter? Giant Jiang Yu. I'm planning to set off for the mission today. Can you arrange those people you mentioned to help me? A minute after the message was sent. Old Deng. All right, I've arranged it. They should arrive at Lingwu Academy in about an hour. Remember, don't call me unless it's a life-threatening situation. If you call for it, I'll deduct supplies from your treasure vault. Only then can I force you to grow. Seeing the message from Old Deng, Jiang Yu nodded to himself. Clearly, Old Deng wanted him to take on this mission to temper him. What a good Old Deng, he sighed and replied with a message. Giant Jiang Yu, don't worry, Old Deng. Even if it's Sakura Nation, I won't fear legendary level threats, let alone ordinary legendary ones. I trust the helpers you found for me won't be lacking in strength. Old Deng, such a talker. Complete the mission properly, or I'll make you take some impotence medicine when you return. Giant Jiang Yu, what the heck? You're acting weird. After replying, he tossed his phone into his exclusive space. All done. A cheerful voice sounded. Zhang Xiaoyan was holding her damp black hair in one hand and a towel in the other, carefully drying her hair. Yeah, all done. Old Deng said the helpers from the Glory organization will be arriving at our academy soon, probably in about an hour, Jiang Yu said, then instantly teleported to Zhang Xiaoyan's side. He took the towel from her hand and helped her dry her hair. Zhang Xiaoyan felt his gentle movements and nodded contentedly. Sweet thoughts filled her mind. Belonging to this bad guy sooner wouldn't be so bad. After all, that way, she'd completely belong to him. Moments later. All right, little girl, go change your clothes. I'll go freshen up first. Jiang Yu rubbed her forehead and walked toward the bathroom. Zhang Xiaoyan watched his tall and upright figure, feeling a newfound determination in her heart. As the bad guy entered the bathroom, she walked to the wardrobe and picked out clothes for the trip. Since there would be fighting, a dress was definitely out of the question. She chose a set of black tight-fitting clothes and pants. Of course, she'd need to wear a jacket too after all. No one but the bad guy could see her figure. Soon, she changed into the tight-fitting clothes and pants. She left the jacket for when they were heading out, as it was just her and the bad guy in the room. Huh? Isn't this the protective charm? At that moment, she pulled out the protective charm the bad guy had given her from the pocket of her discarded clothes. Since he gave it to me, I'll take it with me, she said, placing the charm into the pocket of the jacket on the bed. Moments later. This. Jiang Yu's startled voice came from the bathroom door. Zhang Xiaoyan turned her head, her face instantly turning red. Jiang Yu stood there, his upper body bare, his well-proportioned physique displayed before Zhang Xiaoyan, making her heart race. Actually, what made her blush the most was Jiang Yu's uncontrollable reaction. At this moment, Jiang Yu was also helpless. Looking at the little girl in tight-fitting clothes, her perfect curves outlined, his blood boiled. Although he'd seen her many times before, seeing her figure so perfectly accentuated was still hard to resist. I'm going to the restroom. You hurry up and change your clothes. Zhang Xiaoyan panicked, quickly throwing on her jacket and rushing to the bathroom. Once his upper body was covered, Jiang Yu's excitement calmed down significantly. After all, her figure's main advantage was her upper body. Of course, her long, beautiful legs also outshone 99% of women on Blue Star. Huff, huff, huff. No, I need to calm down. We're heading out soon. I can't lose my composure. Jiang Yu reminded himself as he walked to the wardrobe to change his clothes. While changing, he checked his emotion value. Emotion value, 400567777. Talent points, 98,588. Cultivation points, 2,566. Wow. Over 40 million emotion value. Not bad, not bad. Wait. Jiang Yu suddenly noticed that his talent points were nearing 100,000. He remembered that his sister's talent pills could increase talent by more than 50 points. So, as long as he consumed 50 or 60 talent pills, he could elevate his talent to the divine level. But looking at the few remaining talent pills in his backpack, he fell silent. Ever since his sister broke through to SSS level, She didn't seem in a hurry to refine divine-level talent pills, and there had been no progress so far. Perhaps she didn't even know that divine-level talent existed. Damn, how did I just realize I have so many talent points? Why didn't I notice a few days ago? Jiang Yu felt a bit disappointed in himself. Now, with the mission approaching, there clearly wasn't enough time to refine those 50 or 60 talent pills. So I forget it. I'll just wait 2 more days. Maybe in 2 days, my talent will break through to the divine level without the pills. He shook his head helplessly. After putting on the last jacket, Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, waiting for the little girl to come out of the bathroom. Not long after, the bathroom door opened. Jiang Xiaoyan, her face still slightly flushed, slowly walked out. Are you ready? Shall we head out now? She said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Yu responded, instantly teleporting to her side and holding her slender, fair hand. Let us go to the cafeteria for breakfast before they arrive. Hearing his gentle words, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, with a ripple of space, the two figures instantly disappeared from where they stood inside the Lingwu Academy cafeteria. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the empty cafeteria, where, apart from a lunch lady, there was almost no one. They were silent for a moment, but fortunately, breakfast was still available here. Half an hour later outside the gates of Lingwu Academy. We're here. Where's Jiang Yu? A rough voice rang out. Standing there were 3 people, all dressed in uniform black combat suits, 2 men and 1 woman. The speaker was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a stubbly face, a buzz cut, and a typical uncle-like appearance. The second was a tall female warrior with long snow-white hair, a cold and beautiful face, giving off an unapproachable vibe. The third was a man with ordinary looks, short black hair, round glasses, and the least noticeable presence among the group. These 3 were Uncle, Ice Queen, and Mr. Invisible. They're here, Yi Xiling said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yu appeared in front of the 3 with his sister. And you 3 are? Jiang Yu looked at their uniform attire and mysterious aura, asking in confusion. Haha, that's right, little brother, it's us. Members of the Glory Organization. I'm Zhang Hai. The uncle strode forward. Let me introduce you. This cold lady is Yi Xiling, and the one with glasses is Xiao Dong. Huh? Zhang Hai said with a laugh. Jiang Yu was about to speak, but Zhang Hai had already started laughing to himself. Wait, you're Zhang Hai? The one who tricked me into giving a red envelope? And the woman behind you, saying I'm henpecked? Jiang Yu's face showed displeasure. Truly, old enemies meet again. Ahem, little brother, it's just the rules. All newcomers have to give red envelopes. Zhang Hai made up excuses. Jiang Yu nodded without saying much, since they would be teammates from now on. At this moment, he looked at Yi Xiling behind Zhang Hai and noticed her furrowed brows and somewhat gloomy expression. All right, you 2 come over and greet Brother Jiang and his wife. Zhang Hai turned and said, Hiss, this uncle. No, this young man really has a sweet tongue. Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly. Beside him, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but slightly curl her lips into a smile. Hello, Jiang Yu. My name is Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello. Jiang Yu shook hands, and after that, Xiao Dong retreated to Zhang Hai's side, clearly wanting to remain inconspicuous. My name is Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling coldly extended her hand. Hello. Jiang Yu responded politely, their hands barely touching before separating. Jiang Yu didn't notice, but Jiang Xiaoyan stared at Yi Xiling with a dissatisfied look. This woman actually dared to treat her man like this? She herself wouldn't even dare to act this way toward him, yet this cold-faced woman dared? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's inner aura as a former empress from her past life instantly erupted. Humph. She snorted lightly, having no favorable impression of Yi Xiling at all. To say Yi Xiling made her angry would be inaccurate, it was more like jealousy. That's right. Jiang Xiaoyan simply wouldn't allow any woman to touch her man. Her man could only be protected by her. Little girl, what's wrong? Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her and asked softly. Nothing. Jiang Xiaoyan replied indifferently. All right, brother Jiang, since you're all here, let's set off immediately and not waste time. Zhang Hai's voice was rough and powerful. After speaking, he pointed to a black van not far away. Huh? We're taking this van to the airport and then flying to the island country. Jiang Yu held the little girl's hand as they walked and asked, "That's right, we should arrive by the afternoon." Zhang Hai replied with a smile. As his words fell, the group had already boarded the van. It was a 7-seater van. Zhang Hai took the driver's seat. Xiao Dong sat in the front passenger seat. Yi Xiling sat in the middle row, and the 3 seats in the back were occupied by Jiang Yu and the little girl, taking up 2 of them. "All right, let's go." As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Zhang Hai grinned and suddenly stepped on the gas. Whoa, no drifting. Jiang Yu's face turned pale with fright. Before long, they were speeding down the highway. "By the way, Senior Zhang, what are your abilities? I want to understand them better for smoother cooperation." Jiang Yu asked while holding the little girl, sweetly showing off their affection. "My abilities are strength and speed-based. Yi Xiling's ability is summoning a griffin, and Xiaodong's ability is rather unique, it's stealth-based." Zhang Hai twitched his mouth. At this moment, he felt that the 3 of them didn't seem like they were here to carry out a mission, but rather to show off their love. But for the mission rewards, he endured it. Xiaodong's ability is stealth-based? What level is it? If it's legendary, this mission will be a breeze. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. After all, stealth-type abilities are hard to detect among warriors of the same level. As long as Xiaodong is at the legendary level, the Sakura army can dominate. Level? He and Yi Xiling are both at the peak of diamond level, while I am at the legendary level, Zhang Hai slowly explained. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. I see. He hadn't expected Xiaodong to be at the peak of diamond level. However, if he fully activates his spiritual energy, stealth-type abilities can make it difficult for even legendary-level warriors to detect him for several seconds or even tens of seconds. Jiang Yu was already starting to plan the next steps. After all, there was a tough battle ahead. To ensure the mission's success, he needed to prepare several plans. Of course, without field experience, there was still some uncertainty. Time flew by, and it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Wow, this is my second time in Sakura country. I wonder how Brother Dao is doing now. Just off the plane, Jiang Yu looked at the cherry blossom-style buildings around him, feeling emotional. Oh, Brother Jiang, you've been to Sakura country before? Zhang Hai suddenly asked with a smile. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, I have, but the circumstances were a bit unusual at the time. After speaking, he scratched his head awkwardly. Recalling his previous experience in Sakura country, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. That experience was truly unforgettable. Brother Jiang, should we find a hotel to stay for the night and act tomorrow, or start tonight? Zhang Hai asked. Let's find a hotel and rest for the night. After sitting in cars and planes for half a day, everyone needs a good rest. We'll set out tomorrow at noon. Jiang Yu decided. All right, Zhang Hai responded, and the group began looking for a hotel. Not long after, on the street, Jiang Yu and the others looked at the 4 or 5 large hotels around them, feeling a bit lost. Which one should we choose? Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Yu. Any one will do. Jiang Yu casually pointed to a hotel named Yamamoto. All right, Zhang Hai nodded and followed Jiang Yu toward Yamamoto Hotel. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the street, it's Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan. Their bounties on the reward website are quite high. Although those 3 are a bit troublesome, they won't be a problem for me. A female voice suddenly sounded. The next second, a masked woman carrying a small bag appeared at the corner of the street. Strangely, the people around her didn't notice her at all, as if she didn't exist, an eerie sight. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared again. The scene shifted. Inside Yamamoto Hotel, Jiang Yu and the others had already assigned rooms. The glorious trio each had their own room, while Jiang Yu shared a room with the little girl. Not long after, everyone returned to their rooms. This bed is nice, pretty soft, Jiang Yu said comfortably, lying on the big bed. Ugh, you won't get a chance today? I'm going to rest. The little girl pouted. As she took off her jacket, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yu's mischievous grin with the corner of her eye. That look made her feel uneasy. Has this guy's cultivation technique already reached perfection? She wondered. Otherwise, he usually wouldn't show that kind of expression. What the little girl didn't know was that the tight-fitting outfit she was wearing had a significant impact on Jiang Yu. The outfit was already a bit tight for her, making her curves even more pronounced. What are you doing? Jiang Yu suddenly hugged her from behind, causing Jiang Xiaoyan to cry out in surprise. Being hugged was fine, but the feeling on her back. This guy definitely had bad intentions. What are you doing? You wear this outfit. How can I not be tempted? Jiang Yu leaned close to her ear and said with a mischievous smile. The fire burning inside him made him uncomfortable otherwise. He wouldn't act like this. You? I'm hungry. Go buy me something to eat, and we can talk after I eat. Otherwise, I won't have the energy. Jiang Xiaoyan blushed and acted coyly. She wasn't actually hungry, she just wanted to take advantage of his absence to secretly prepare something. Oh, hungry? All right, wait for me. I'll be right back, Jiang Yu said, and with a spatial teleportation, he disappeared. A delaying tactic? He wanted to see what tricks this little girl could pull. Actually, he had planned to have the hotel deliver food, but considering his spatial ability, going himself would be faster. The scene shifted. Haha, what luck! Those 3 diamond-level warriors aren't staying next to Jiang Yu and his group. Jiang Yu has even left. Now I can deal with this little girl first. Around the corner of the hotel hallway, a woman's figure suddenly appeared. Earlier, she sensed Jiang Yu's presence suddenly vanish from the room, leaving only Jiang Xiaoyan inside. She clearly remembered that Jiang Xiaoyan's bounty was shockingly high. A mere platinum-level warrior, how could she, a diamond level, not defeat her? Although her ability was concealment-based, she wasn't afraid at all. With her methods, Jiang Xiaoyan might lose her combat ability before she even realized what was happening. Thinking of this, she smiled, and the next second, her figure disappeared. Meanwhile, what do I do? What do I do? This guy must have mastered his technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to act like that towards me. Jiang Xiaoyan lay on the bed, burying her face in the blanket, feeling incredibly shy. That's right, she believed Jiang Yu had already mastered his technique. She knew that this technique could enhance the body to completion in just a few hours, at most 3 or 4 days. With his abnormal talent, he could reach the peak of minor mastery within a year. Achieving full mastery now wasn't surprising. More importantly, the way he looked at her with such desire earlier was something she hadn't seen in the year they'd been together. In the past, when helping her, he always discussed things with her and was never so direct. Actually, it was all a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu was just overwhelmed by the intense fire inside him and acted impulsively. After all, it was the first time Jiang Xiaoyan wore such an outfit, and it was also his first time seeing her like this. With her figure and curves on display, how could he not be excited? Once he calmed down and returned, his attitude would surely change. Let him be. Anyway, I'll be his sooner or later. I should be happy that he's mastered his technique. She muttered softly. She had told herself this countless times, but there was always a hint of fear in her heart. But that bad guys. Can I handle it? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder as such thoughts emerged in her mind. Tomorrow we have a mission to execute. If after that, will I hold him back? Master said that after that, it would be very hard to recover. I should persuade him to wait until we return. Forget it. No, I'll help him more. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan's mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, outside the room door, a woman dressed in black, wearing a mask, and carrying a small bag appeared out of thin air. She looked at room 333 and smiled. My first mission in life is you, Jiang Xiaoyan. After saying this, she took out a pink thin needle from her bag. The next second, she inserted the needle into the door gap. Ha ha ha. This is a hypnosis needle unique to the island nation. In less than 10 seconds, the people inside will be controlled by the hypnotic powder. By then, ha ha ha. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightly pinched the silver needle in her hand. The next second, countless fine powders slowly floated out from the silver needle. Huh? Wait, what's going on? The woman carefully examined the silver needle in her hand and exclaimed, I clearly took the red hypnosis needle. How did it turn into the pink Hawan needle? Her face was full of confusion. Although this was her first time doing such a thing, this mistake was way too big, wasn't it? Forget it, it's almost the same. In 5 seconds, I can break in and take her away, she thought to herself. Who's there? Inside the room, Jiang Xiaoyan sensed the anomaly outside the door and asked coldly. The woman was a diamond-level expert and had invisibility abilities. Yet Jiang Xiaoyan detected the disturbance within seconds of her appearance. This level of perception was something even peak diamond-level masters might not possess. But as soon as she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly felt a wave of heat in her body, difficult to control. This, could it be? Her brows furrowed. Huff, huff, huff. Her breathing became unstable. A strange sensation surged within her, sweat poured down, and she curled up on the bed. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind: an enemy had arrived. Damn it! Huff, huff, ice. She tried to use her ice abilities to freeze herself. But before she could channel her spiritual energy, the discomfort in her body grew worse. She could no longer control her spiritual energy at all. 10 seconds are up, so. The woman outside prepared to break in. Just then, Buzz Space Divine Slash. Jiang Yu's figure suddenly appeared behind the woman. The blade of time and space in his hand mercilessly swung down. Instantly, a blue blade light struck the woman's back. Something strange happened. The woman was hit, but remained unharmed. With a bang, her entire body seemed to explode. No blood splattered. Only blue light particles slowly dissipated into the air. This was one of the effects of the divine weapon, Space Divine Slash. Against weaker enemies, it could instantly disintegrate them with one strike. The reason Jiang Yu was able to appear suddenly was that he had just sensed the fleeting cold spiritual energy fluctuation from the little girl upstairs. After all, he was all too familiar with that extreme cold spiritual energy. So he instantly teleported upstairs to check, coincidentally catching the woman causing trouble at the door. Right? Where's the little girl? Thinking of his sister in the room, Jiang Yu quickly teleported inside. Bad guy, I. Jiang Xiaoyan curled up on the bed, seeing Jiang Yu suddenly appear, unable to even form a complete sentence. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl's strange expression and involuntary movements and instantly understood what had happened. Sister, do you have an antidote in your exclusive space that can cure your condition? Jiang Yu's eyes were anxious as he quickly extended his consciousness into the exclusive space. He never expected that woman to use such a drug. Isn't this just causing trouble? His cultivation was almost complete, so he could help resolve it. But since it wasn't fully complete yet, what should he do now? I didn't. Jiang Xiaoyan was drenched in sweat, using all her strength to squeeze out these words. Cough, cough. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but start coughing, the pain in her body making her extremely uncomfortable. We're doomed. What should we do now? Jiang Yu became even more anxious. Given the little girl's current condition, if not treated promptly, at best she would endure hours of unbearable pain, and at worst, it could be life-threatening. Thinking of this, he quickly called out to the system. System, help me out here. As he spoke, he tightly held the little girl in his arms. Perhaps this could make her feel a bit better. But unexpectedly, his embrace only made her feel worse. Hurry, hurry, I. At this moment, Jiang Yu heard the little girl in his arms mumbling indistinctly. He looked at the person in his arms, feeling her soft body and faint fragrance. At this moment, Jiang Yu completely disregarded whether his cultivation technique would succeed or not, preparing to save her. Damn it! System, what use are you? He cursed under his breath, ready to take action. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system is speechless at the host's efforts. Talent points plus 999 ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100,000 talent points. SSS-level talent successfully upgraded to divine-level talent. Ding! The host's cultivation technique, Ling Yuan Overlord Body Art, has automatically advanced to the Great Achievement stage under the enhancement of divine-level talent. Ding! The system has sensed the host's dissatisfaction and is beginning an upgrade. Estimated completion in 2 days. Listening to the system's notifications in his mind and feeling the tremendous improvement in his physical condition, Jiang Yu's eyes widened with excitement. Just then, oh no, little girl. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was blocked by the person in his arms. A sleepless night. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the large bed. The bright red bloodstains on the white sheets were particularly striking. Feeling the glaring sunlight, Jiang Yu frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the hotel ceiling. He touched his left arm, feeling the sensation, and quickly turned his head to look. In front of him was the little girl with red, swollen eyes and furrowed brows, seemingly enduring intense pain. He knew in his heart that this pain was entirely his doing. "You've suffered, little girl." He gently stroked the face of the person in his arms, holding her even tighter. At this moment, he noticed several bruises on the little girl's arm. Jiang Yu's heart ached deeply. He knew that this was all caused by his sudden surge in physical strength after his cultivation technique reached the great achievement stage, and his inability to control his strength. "I'm sorry, little girl, but don't worry. From now on I will cherish you and love you even more. I swear." He spoke softly, stroking the fairy-like face of the person in his arms. The sleeping Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to hear his comforting words, and her furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Looking at the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms, Jiang Yu didn't say much, afraid of disturbing her. He began to think about other matters. Who was the person at the door yesterday who used a needle to administer drugs? Although they were only a diamond-level martial artist, how could they avoid detection under Zhang Hai's spiritual power? Zhang Hai was over 100 meters away from their room. The mental power of a legendary martial artist, unless it was someone like Xiao Dong, a top-tier diamond-level stealth martial artist, would be hard to go unnoticed. Even Xiao Dong could only remain undetected for a short time. So it's all my fault. I didn't control my strength well last night and ended up killing him. Jiang Yu thought helplessly. Now he realized that someone or some force had already discovered their location. One person was manageable, he had already dealt with that yesterday. But if a whole force knew, that would be troublesome. After all, there were quite a few forces that wanted him dead. If only he hadn't killed that person yesterday and had let Zhang Hai capture him, he could have interrogated him properly. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. If absolutely necessary, I will never summon that old Deng master. He made up his mind. He now understood that old Deng was right. People must rely on themselves to grow. Unless there was truly no other option, he would never ask old Deng for help again, even if the opponent was half-step supreme level. Just as Jiang Yu was deep in thought, the little girl in his arms let out a tired hum. "What's wrong?" He quickly turned to ask. He saw the little girl had just opened her eyes, her gaze full of confusion. At that moment, everything Zhang Xiaoyan had experienced last night rushed into her mind like a blinding light. Instantly, she understood why her body hurt so much, why she felt so weak, why. "Hey, what's wrong, little girl? Don't cry, please. I'll fix it." Jiang Yu held her tighter, his face full of panic. Had he done something wrong? Could he fix it? He was most afraid of the little girl crying. When she cried, he felt terrible inside too. Your martial arts have reached perfection?" Zhang Xiaoyan asked in a hoarse voice, choking back tears. Yes. They've reached perfection. Really. If you don't believe me, touch me. I'm so strong now. Please don't cry, okay?" Seeing her speak, he quickly comforted her. I already knew your martial arts had reached perfection. I wasn't blaming myself, I was just curious." At this point, her tone shifted, and she said coyly, "Why would I cry? Don't you know why? I can't even move now." Feeling the pain all over her body, especially, she couldn't help but want to punch this bad guy in the chest. But knowing that this bad guy's martial arts had truly reached perfection, she still felt quite satisfied inside. Yes, she felt especially satisfied now. Even though her body couldn't move, she already completely belonged to this bad guy, and her heart felt especially secure. "I'm sorry, little girl. My martial arts suddenly reached perfection yesterday, and I couldn't control my strength, so..." Jiang Yu looked guilty. It's okay. I understand you. Wait, you said it only reached perfection yesterday? Wasn't it already perfected before?" Zhang Xiaoyan looked confused. "Huh? Yeah, it reached perfection at that critical moment yesterday. What else did you think?" Jiang Yu asked back. Did the little girl misunderstand something? I thought you had already perfected it yesterday morning or afternoon. After all, when I took off my coat, you were too." Saying this, Zhang Xiaoyan helplessly glared at the bad guy in front of her. She wanted to turn her head and pretend to be angry, but moving her body hurt. It was better to just stay quietly in the bad guy's arms. Yesterday, I acted impulsively, but don't worry, I'll treat you better than I treat myself from now on. My dear wife." Looking at the little girl in his arms, Jiang Yu was full of affection. "You, what's your name?" "We, We haven't named ourselves yet. Zhang Xiaoyan looked confused. What is this bad guy's name? Although it sounds quite delightful. Haha, isn't this just a matter of time? By the way, little girl, yesterday was your 18th birthday, right? I actually forgot. I'm really sorry. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu patted his head, his face full of guilt. It's okay, bad guy. You're my greatest gift. Jiang Xiaoyan's face was full of love. All right, don't worry. I'll make up for your birthday. And I'll give you a big surprise then. Jiang Yu beamed. Okay. I'll wait for your surprise. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded obediently. By the way, who was that enemy yesterday? Did you deal with her? Thinking of yesterday's encounter, she frowned and asked. Jiang Yu pondered. That person was a diamond-level stealth-type warrior, and I defeated her in one move. I'm not sure why she targeted us, whether she acted alone or had an organization behind her. After speaking, he shook his head helplessly, seemingly feeling guilty about the matter. I think it must be local bounty hunters. After all, the bounty on both of us is very high on the bounty website. Jiang Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, if the enemy had an organization behind them, it wouldn't be just one person acting alone, nor would they have delayed taking action. Bounty hunters? What do you mean by bounty? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Not bounty, let me explain. Jiang Xiaoyan began introducing bounty hunters to him. It turns out that on Blue Star, there is a website called the Bounty Network. On it, anyone can post tasks and accept tasks. The person posting the task must pay a deposit first and fill in the information of the target and the bounty amount. Those who accept the tasks are bounty hunters. Bounty hunters exist all over Blue Star. They hadn't encountered them before simply because they hadn't traveled far. This time, coming to Sakura country, encountering a few bounty hunters was quite normal. A few days ago, Jiang Xiaoyan logged into the bounty network out of boredom and happened to see bounties for the two of them, both exceeding 10 billion. Her own bounty was even several billion higher than Jiang Yu's, which puzzled her. But she was busy at the time and didn't pay attention. Now that she mentioned it, it felt even stranger. From what you're saying, it must be some force that placed a bounty on us, and they value you more than me. After listening, Jiang Yu looked at her in his arms and said, I'm confused too. My talent isn't as high as yours. Why do they value me more? This is not simple. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. No matter what force it is, if they dare to touch a single hair on my wife's head, I'll make them pay. Jiang Yu said seriously. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan felt sweetness in her heart. Okay. I believe in you. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded obediently. All right, let's not talk about these troubling matters. Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat? As he spoke, he transferred a stream of spiritual energy into her body. Jiang Xiaoyan felt the spiritual energy and didn't refuse, knowing what he meant. Okay, I'm hungry, but I won't move. You feed me, she said arrogantly. After all, the current situation was all his fault, so making a request wasn't too much, right? All right, I'll feed you for a lifetime. How about that? He gently rubbed the little girl's nose in his arms and said with a smile. The spiritual energy he infused into the little girl was just like what his master had infused into him back then. He blamed himself for not realizing this earlier, thinking that as long as he stayed by the little girl's side, nothing would happen. But who could have expected that in the short time he went out to buy food, danger would arise? So now he had to be extra cautious. It's not like I can't move. I don't need you to feed me. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted and said disdainfully. All right, I'll listen to you. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, rubbed the little girl's cheek, and then got up to get dressed. Everything now was his fault, so he had to take good care of her. Soon, he finished dressing and teleported out of the room. This bad guy, so domineering. Jiang Xiaoyan lay on the bed, her face flushed as she watched Jiang Yu's back, her heart full of emotions. The scene shifted. Hey, brother Jiang, you're here to buy food too? I love this place, ha. In the hotel restaurant, Zhang Hai saw Jiang Yu wearing a mask and couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Yu didn't want people from Sakura country to recognize him, so he teleported to a hidden spot first and then came out wearing a mask. Yes, Senior Zhang, good morning. Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. Hey, have you been so absorbed in cultivation that you've lost track of time? It's already past 10, it's noon. Zhang Hai said helplessly. By the way, when are we heading out today? Jiang Yu twitched his mouth. Senior Zhang, we might not be able to carry out the mission today. My sister is sick and bedridden. I'm here to buy her food. Could you inform Senior Yi and Senior Xiao for me? He had no choice. He hadn't controlled his strength well yesterday. The mission could only be postponed to tomorrow or the day after. Zhang Hai was stunned. Oh? Is your sister all right? Does she need to go to the hospital? Jiang Yu quickly shook his head. She's fine now. No, nothing serious. She should recover in a day or two. After speaking, he looked embarrassed, accidentally letting his inner thoughts slip out. What a mess. Brother Jiang, I suspect you're not doing proper work. Zhang Hai looked at him comically. 3 words, and he immediately understood. Bah, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything bad. I'm leaving. Jiang Yu waved his hand, ready to slip away. Wait, Brother Jiang, when exactly are we doing the mission? Tomorrow or the day after? Zhang Hai pressed. We'll see, depending on my sister's condition. I'll notify you. Jiang Yu replied without turning back. A few minutes later. Hey, why is your face so red, little girl? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan hiding everything but her head under the blanket, Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease. How do you know? Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the red mark on the blanket and blushed even more. A few minutes ago, she had been leaning against his chest, her mind filled with his image. But as soon as the bad guy left, she couldn't help but recall last night's events. Overall, it was terrible. She never wanted to experience it again. All right, eat quickly. Come, I'll feed you, Jiang Yu said as he placed the food he had bought on the bedside table. At least you know what's good for you. Jiang Xiaoyan snorted lightly. Jiang Yu merely twitched the corner of his mouth and ignored her. She had no reason. But if one day he did have reason, and this little girl said something like that again, he wouldn't be so polite. Ha, I want porridge. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when she saw the millet porridge nearby. All right, here. Jiang Yu scooped a spoonful of porridge and fed it to her. Delicious. Another bite of cabbage. Here. More. Jiang Yu fed the little girl who was eating as if she had never had a meal before, while summoning the system in his mind. System. Open the data panel. Ding. System upgrading. Temporarily unavailable. He suddenly remembered that yesterday, after cursing the system as useless, it had started upgrading. Oh right, before the upgrade, the system had even raised his talent to God level, so it wasn't entirely useless. Wow, the last upgrade brought so many improvements. I'm really looking forward to this one. As soon as the system mentioned upgrading, he couldn't help but feel excited, eager to know what new features would be unlocked this time. Since the system was temporarily inaccessible, he shifted his focus back to himself. Feeling the enhancement in his physique, Jiang Yu realized that he was now at least 15 times stronger than before he had cultivated his technique. His physical strength now even surpassed that of ordinary legendary martial artists. So this is the power of the Tian family's technique? Truly impressive. But the Tian family has always been troublesome. I'll have to be extra cautious in the future, he thought warily. He didn't know why the Tian family hadn't made a move against him for so long, but he was well aware that sooner or later they would cause trouble for him. Moreover, his master had said that the Tian family's ancestor was a powerful supreme-level expert. So, the Tian family was definitely not easy to deal with. After more than half an hour, I'm full. Hic, Jiang Xiaoyan burped contentedly and looked at the bad guy in front of her with a smile. Full. Then I'll clean up and lie down with you for a while. I told Senior Zhang that you'll take on tasks again after you've recovered. Jiang Yu spoke softly as he tidied up the food on the bedside table. That Zhang Hai. Does he already know about us? Jiang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. This bad guy, how could he tell others about such things? Even pretending to be cool has its limits, right? No, I didn't tell Senior Zhang. I just said you were sick and needed 2 days of rest. But, at this point, his eyes showed a hint of panic. But Senior Zhang might have guessed that we already. Jiang Yu absolutely refused to admit that he had accidentally let it slip, so he claimed that Senior Zhang had figured it out on his own. If someone had to take the blame, let Senior Zhang take it. He definitely didn't want to carry the burden himself. I don't believe you. Do you think I don't know your personality? You're too much. Jiang Xiaoyan pouted, pretending to be angry. Hey, don't wrong me, you little girl. Jiang Yu, having just finished tidying up, lay down on the bed and pulled the little girl into his arms. Really? Jiang Xiaoyan asked doubtfully. Of course, don't you trust your man? Jiang Yu said with a serious expression. I don't. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes were full of grievance. Ah, Jiang Yu was momentarily silenced. Was he really that good at bluffing? No, right? All right, all right, I was kidding. Are you really going to spend the whole day with me? Feeling the warmth of the rascal's embrace, she said excitedly. Of course, who else but you? Don't say those two words. We haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet. I just meant, who else but you, my woman? Jiang Yu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. Hee, you're the best. Jiang Xiaoyan beamed with happiness. Lower your head so I can give you a kiss. Quick. All right, all right. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and lowered his head, letting the little girl plant a kiss on him. Moi? So sweet. Jiang Xiaoyan said with a giggle. Huh? Isn't that supposed to be my line? Jiang Yu looked confused. What? Can I say it? Jiang Xiaoyan asked mischievously. No. I have to return the favor. Jiang Yu grinned wickedly, and then, so sweet. Jiang Yu licked his lips and smiled contentedly. That's not enough. I want more. Time quietly slipped away amidst their sweet interactions. Night fell. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Throughout the day, the little girl's laughter had never stopped. It seemed that after what happened last night, she had changed. She loved him more, relied on him more. Of course, he felt the same way. Now their relationship was like the summer heat, growing warmer and warmer. This summer, there was no cooling season, no dark nights. Their love would continue to heat up until it reached its peak. Ding! Just as Jiang Yu was admiring the stunning beauty in his arms, the sound of a notification interrupted his thoughts. Who sent this? He reluctantly picked up his phone and began to check. As soon as he saw the content, he was instantly shocked. Zhou Zizai at everyone. Zhou Zizai, the half-step supreme of the Black Demon Organization, Tang Yi, is about to break through to the Supreme Realm on Black Demon Island. Glory Realm martial artists from Huagua can participate in the mission to destroy them. Unlimited slots. And those who complete the mission can choose one treasure from Huagua's treasury. Zhou Zizai, members participating in the mission will follow General Jiang and Daoist Zhang to Black Demon Island. You only need to hold off other Glory Realm martial artists within the Black Demon Organization. Jiang Yu frowned deeply. He hadn't expected someone from the Black Demon Organization to be on the verge of breaking through to the Supreme Realm. But how could they know about the breakthrough in advance? And wasn't breaking through supposed to happen instantly? Why would preparation be needed? Just as he was pondering, his phone rang again. He quickly set it to silent and glanced at the little girl sleeping in his arms, letting out a sigh of relief. He definitely didn't want the little girl in his arms to be woken up by the phone. Otherwise, he'd have to spend time coaxing her back to sleep. He shifted his gaze back to the group chat. God of How, I'm in. ZE, I'm going too. Zhen Tianyuan, count me in. There were several more replies after that. Jiang Yu stared at the 11 messages, too shocked to speak. This Glory organization had over 10 Glory level members alone, and that didn't even include those who weren't online for the mission. If they were counted, the numbers would be even more terrifying. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu dared not think further. This foundation was indeed the strongest organization in Huagua, absolutely formidable. After a while, the group chat gradually quieted down, and Jiang Yu sent a message with a puzzled expression. Giant Jiang Yu, huh? Does breaking through to the Supreme level require preparation in advance? And why does the Black Magic Organization need us from Hua Nation to cause trouble when someone is advancing to Supreme? If they send it to other forces, couldn't we just use them to do the dirty work for us? Shortly after this message was sent, a reply came. Zhou Zizai, you'll understand once you reach the Supreme level. As for why we can't use others to do the dirty work, it's because the Black Magic Organization has decent relationships with other forces, at worst just average, but their relationship with Hua Nation is the worst. Using others to do the dirty work won't get us their knife? Giant Jiang Yu. Oh, I see. Big brother, you know so much. Your strength must be incredible, right? Take me along to grind dungeons and complete tasks, okay? Zhou Zizai, I'm the commander. Giant Jiangyu. Wow. Big brother, you're amazing. You're actually… Holy crap. Commander. Jiangyu suddenly realized. He had been curious about who could speak like this in the glorious organization. Now he knew. Commander Zhou was Zhou Zizai. Zhou Zizai, stop chatting idly. Hurry up and go train. Giant Jiangyu, got it, I'm on it. After replying, Jiangyu was about to put his phone back on the bedside table when he suddenly received a message from Lao Deng. Lao Deng, I have a mission these 2 days. Be careful when you do your tasks. Looking at Lao Deng's message, Jiangyu nodded and replied. Giant Jiangyu, don't worry, Lao Deng, I'll definitely complete the task. After sending the message, without waiting for Lao Deng's reply, he hugged the girl in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, you lazy guy still sleeping? You're even lazier than me. Jiang Xiaoyan, who had slowly opened her eyes, looked at the sleeping Jiangyu and muttered softly. Jiangyu, still asleep, heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. Turning his head, he saw the little girl staring at him, motionless. What did you just say? Jiangyu rubbed his eyes, his tone groggy. But the little girl's expression suddenly turned guilty. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have woken you up. Jiang Xiaoyan's voice was full of regret. Hey, what's wrong with you? We're already together. Why are you being so polite? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. They've talked so much. Why still act so distant? I just feel bad for waking you up. Hearing her say this, Jiang Yu smiled and gently poked her nose. You're overthinking. Don't worry so much in the future. For little things like this, no matter what you do, I won't get mad, silly girl. With a look of affection, he leaned down and kissed her. Hearing his words and feeling the warmth of his lips, Jiang Xiaoyan's heart was filled with sweetness. After a while, their lips parted. Little girl, how's your body now? Feeling better? Jiang Yu licked his lips and asked with concern. Much better. I should be able to get out of bed and walk around now, though walking still feels a bit awkward. Jiang Xiaoyan said shyly. That's good. Jiang Yu nodded. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Yesterday, I saw a notice in the group chat saying that someone named Tang Yi from the Black Magic Organization is about to break through to the Supreme Realm. My master, Lao Deng, and Daoist Zhang might be going to deal with him soon. Thinking of the messages in the group, Jiang Yu shared them with the little girl. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan frowned. Tang Yi? I think I've heard of him. She muttered to herself. Oh, could it be that you knew about this in your previous life? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Since she was a reincarnator, he naturally wanted to clarify such matters. Yes, in my previous life, there was indeed a supreme-level martial artist named Tang Yi. His ability was of the dark element, controlling dark energy, Jiang Xiaoyan said thoughtfully. When Jiang Yu heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Supreme level? It seems that my master and the others might fail to stop Tang Ye's plan. Not necessarily. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head and said, This world is completely different from my previous life. The situation hasn't been settled yet, so we can't jump to conclusions too early. Jiang Yu nodded. You're right. Since you can reincarnate, it shows that this world must have changed. After all, even a small difference can lead to big changes. After hearing the little girl's words, he decided not to tell Lao Deng about Tang Ye's breakthrough for now. After all, she was right, decisions shouldn't be made lightly. Since it wasn't his business, it was better not to meddle and avoid unnecessary trouble. Bad guy, are you curious about who I was in my previous life? Jiang Xiaoyan leaned closer, her face full of excitement. Of course, I'm curious. Jiang Yu looked at her seriously. All right, once you break through to the diamond level, I'll tell you everything about my previous life, okay? Deal. She finished speaking and even kissed him. Really? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Then I need to work harder to find out your secrets sooner. Before he finished speaking, he leaned in and kissed her. After a while. All right, I'm going to take a bath now. Jiang Xiaoyan lay there, panting, with a hint of coquettishness. Can you walk by yourself? Do you need me to help you? Ugh, no need. She snorted impatiently and carefully got up. Then, she walked into the bathroom with a limping, awkward gait and closed the door. Is it that serious? Jiang Yu watched the whole process, his face full of confusion. He originally wanted to help her, but she stubbornly refused. She was quite headstrong. A few seconds' walk took her nearly a minute. Could it be that I'm too strong? He thought to himself. He had thought the injury wasn't that severe, but today it seemed worse than he had imagined. Sigh, the little girl has really suffered. I'll have to make it up to her and spoil her to the heavens in the future. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu saw the little girl walking awkwardly out of the bathroom. He immediately teleported over and scooped her up. Buzz! The sound of spatial fluctuations echoed, and the two instantly returned to the bed. Humph, what are you doing? I can walk by myself. Jiang Xiaoyan stubbornly glared at him. Sorry, little girl, it's all my fault. I apologize. Jiang Yu said, full of guilt. Don't be like this. I think I'll be fine by tomorrow, it's not a big deal. Jiang Xiaoyan said seriously. If you want to blame someone, blame that enemy from the night before. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be like this. Her voice grew weaker as she spoke. In truth, even without that enemy, she would have been injured sooner or later, just not as severely. Last night, after she was affected, she endured considerable pain to clear the toxins from her body. Thinking about it, her face turned red. What? Remembering something embarrassing again? Jiang Yu teased. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her head and pouted. All right, I won't tease you. By the way, how's your injury now? Would taking a healing pill help? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Healing pills mainly treat external injuries, but for internal injuries, Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned even redder. Seeing his disappointed expression, she softly comforted him. Don't worry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Of course. She paused, her eyes filled with shyness. If you're in a hurry to complete the mission, you can carry me on your back. When you need to act, just put me down. I can walk on my own. The little girl was secretly looking forward to it. She had never been carried by the bad guy before. She really wanted to know what it felt like to be carried by him. It should feel very blissful, right? Don't worry, little girl. The mission isn't as important as you. We'll leave once you're fully recovered. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a slight smile as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, How about I carry you then? He clearly understood the meaning behind her words. After all, having spent so much time with her, if he still couldn't see through her thoughts, he'd truly be living in vain. You're the best. Moi. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled and leaned in, giving him a playful bite. The two spent the entire day, just like yesterday, teasing and playing around. Since the little girl's body was in a special condition, Jiang Yu didn't train either. Anyway, with just 3 days of training, he could make up for it by killing a few diamond-level beasts or warriors. Night fell. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms and smiled contentedly. The happiest thing in this life was probably being with her. Ding! System upgrade successful. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind, and Jiang Yu froze for a moment. The system upgrade is complete? Quickly, tell me what new features have been added. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. He knew the last system upgrade had brought him significant improvements, so this time it surely wouldn't disappoint. Perhaps it would be even stronger? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Ding! The system upgrade has added the following features. Feature 1. Any emotion can now be converted into emotion points. Feature 2. Regardless of the host's level, the required training points to advance one tier will always be 10,000. Note: only one tier can be advanced per day. Feature 3. Supreme Level Lottery updated, requiring 30 million emotion points per draw. Note: Golden Legendary Level Lottery can no longer yield Supreme Level Lottery tickets. Feature 4. New God Level Lottery added, requiring 100 million emotion points per draw. Note: the more God level draws, the higher the required emotion points will multiply. Feature 5. All lotteries now support specified draws, allowing the host to choose categories such as pills, abilities, weapons, etc. The items drawn will only belong to the chosen category. Note: specified draws may result in "thank you for participating" or "try again." Ding! The above are the updates from this system upgrade. Jiang Yu stared at the updated content on the system panel, his eyes wide with shock. This is just too incredible. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Forget about the last 4 points for now. Just the first one alone, being able to convert all emotions into emotional value, was already heaven-defying. Previously, only shame, shock, and silence could generate considerable emotional value. Now, if all emotions could be converted, he couldn't even imagine it. As for the last 4 points, they were also incredibly powerful. The second point didn't affect him much, as leveling up required 10,000 cultivation points, and he had no idea how long it would take to accumulate that. The third point had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it only required 30 million emotional value to draw once from the Supreme level lottery. The disadvantage was that the Golden Legendary level lottery could no longer produce Supreme level lottery tickets. Previously, there was still a slim chance of drawing a Supreme level lottery ticket from the Golden Legendary level lottery, but now that chance was completely gone. No more opportunities for gamblers. The fourth point, the Divine level lottery, however, piqued Jiang Yu's interest. If the Supreme level was already so powerful, wouldn't the Divine level be invincible? Thinking of this, he quickly opened the Divine level lottery panel to check the items available. Hiss! Seeing those items, Jiang Yu's eyes widened even further. If the items in the Supreme level lottery required him to become stronger to fully utilize them, the items in the Divine level lottery didn't require that at all. For example, his Slaughter Divine Power Law became stronger as his strength increased. But the Divine level lottery was filled with top-tier treasures: Revival Coin, Supreme level Spirit Pet, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, Chaos Power, Immortality Pill. After consumption, the body becomes indestructible, the soul eternal, granting immortality, Divine level Talent Pill. After consumption, talent directly rises to Divine level, Time Law. Damn, I can't take it anymore. I can't look at this anymore. If I keep looking, I won't be able to sleep for days. Jiang Yu shook his head and quickly closed the lottery panel. These items were simply too tempting. Just looking at them made it impossible to sleep. But speaking of which, the fifth point actually allows for specified lottery draws. I need to check this out. Thinking of this, he decisively opened the Supreme level lottery panel. He found that there was indeed a specified lottery option. He clicked on it and saw quite a few options. Specified lottery, abilities, pills, weapons, armor, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. Note, other specified options are under development. Not bad, not bad. Abilities and heavenly materials are included. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Actually, at his current stage, he didn't particularly need abilities. Of course, heaven-defying abilities were an exception. Right now, the most important thing for him was to enhance his strength. Therefore, choosing heavenly materials and earthly treasures as specified rewards was especially suitable for him. However, this specified lottery had options like "Thank you for participating" and "Try again," which added a bit of luck to the process. Forget it. I'll put it aside for now. System. Open the data panel. Let me see how much emotional value I've accumulated over the past few days. He silently thought to himself. Emotional value. 65,676,667. Talent points. 888. Cultivation points. 1688. Over 60 million emotional value? Not bad. Should I save it up for a one-time Divine level grand prize draw? Or directly draw twice from the Supreme level lottery? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. Over the past few days, he had made it into the news, but the buzz was gradually dying down. Unless he makes national news again in the next few days, it's very difficult to accumulate 34 million emotional points in one go within a month. This is assuming that after the system upgrade, others will still contribute all their emotional points to him. After all, during the national competition, he only earned 700,000 to 800,000 emotional points in a single day. Forget it. I'll deal with it after this mission is over. I'll record a video and post it online to see the response. He shook his head helplessly and decided to set the matter aside for now. Then, with a single thought, a prompt panel immediately popped up in front of him. Ding! Wang Gang expresses liking for the host's actions. Emotional points plus 66. Ding! Lightstar feels hatred towards the host's actions. Emotional points plus 555. Ding! Yang Yuanhua feels shocked by the host's actions. Emotional points plus 22. Ding! Looking at the various prompts on the panel, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It's normal for this girl to like him, but why does a man named Wang Gang also like him? It was truly laughable and exasperating. Even stranger, Lightstar was filled with hatred towards him. This puzzled him. Could it be that his appearance in the news had angered Lightstar? Could Lightstar be someone from the Yuan dance sect? Thinking of this, he felt he should ask his master or Commander Zhou to see if they knew this Lightstar. As for now, accompanying the little girl to sleep was the most important thing. The next morning, on the large bed, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were snuggled together. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyan, who was in Zhang Yu's arms, seemed to sense something and abruptly opened her eyes. What are you doing?" she exclaimed, slapping away the mischievous hand behind her, her face full of embarrassment. "Ha, you're such an amusing little girl." Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh as he opened his eyes. When did you realize I was awake?" Jiang Xiaoyan looked at his handsome face, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and smirked mischievously. "I noticed when you secretly kissed me. So I." "Umph, you're such a pervert." Jiang Xiaoyan pouted and scolded. "What? I don't react when others touch me, but you get upset when I touch you?" Jiang Yu pinched her little nose, his face full of amusement. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan felt sweet inside but pretended to be unhappy on the surface. "Humph. Be gentler next time. You're lucky this time." She ultimately chose to forgive him. "Hee. Thank you, my dear wife. I love you the most." Jiang Yu took advantage of her blushing face and kissed her. Then he asked with concern, "How's your body today? Can you complete the mission?" Hearing his caring tone, Jiang Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm mostly healed. It's just that walking feels a bit awkward, but you wouldn't notice unless you look closely." "That's good. I'll notify Senior Zhang and the others to prepare for departure at 10 o'clock. "How does that sound?" he said gently. I'll listen to you." Jiang Xiaoyan nodded obediently. After some more affectionate moments, Zhang Yu got up to buy breakfast. This little girl was quite the foodie. After breakfast, it was already 10 in the morning. Senior Zhang and the others are already waiting downstairs. "Let's tidy up and head down," Zhang Yu said softly to the beauty in his arms who refused to move. Let's take this with us." Jiang Xiaoyan pointed at the covered quilt, her cheeks slightly red. Zhang Yu glanced at it. The blood stain on the quilt was obvious and immediately understood her meaning. "All right. When we leave, I'll tell the front desk that we're taking this quilt with us." He gently touched her forehead with affection and smiled. "You're so sweet." Jiang Xiaoyan happily got up to wash up and get dressed. Jiang Yu didn't say much, packed the quilt into his exclusive space, and began preparing himself. A few minutes later, at the entrance of Yamamoto Hotel, Buzz, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaoyan's figures instantly appeared there. "Senior Zhang, have you been waiting long? Let's set off," Jiang Yu said. Zhang Hai nodded calmly. Let's leave the city first, find a secluded forest to discuss the mission plan in detail, and then take action. The city is too complicated, with too many prying eyes." "All right," Jiang Yu nodded, understanding that Senior Zhang was right. With so many people around, he wouldn't dare to go maskless like when he first arrived. This time, he had learned his lesson. As his master, Old Deng, often said, "Without setbacks, there is no growth." Not long after, the five of them arrived at a forest not far from the city. "Brother Jiang, do you have a specific plan, or should we just go for it?" Zhang Hai asked, looking at Jiang Yu. "Senior Zhang, do you know the exact location of the Sakura army?" Jiang Yu countered. He was completely unfamiliar with Sakura country. The Sakura army? Their headquarters is in East City, and there are several branches scattered across Sakura country. Zhang Hai thought for a moment before answering. "East City? Is it far from here? Are there many strong individuals there?" To ensure the operation's success, Jiang Yu needed to clarify. Zhang Hai hesitated for a moment. Clearly, Jiang Yu's question had touched on his blind spot. East City is in the eastern part of Sakura country, not far from the capital, Huang City. Since Sakura country doesn't have many strong individuals, the strongest in East City would be at the peak of the legendary level, possibly with some glory level experts. Knight Xiling's cold voice interjected. Jiang Yu nodded. "Thank you, Sister Knight, for the explanation. In that case, let's disguise ourselves and head to East City. Remember, under no circumstances should the people of Sakura country discover that we're from Hua country. When we arrive in East City, I'll scout the Sakura army's terrain first, and then we'll discuss the next steps." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The fastest to nod was Jiang Xiaoyan. She looked at her man with eyes full of admiration. As expected of her man, so meticulous in his planning. Ahem, Jiang Yu. Could you not call me Sister Knight? Knight Xiling suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look at her. Ding. Knight Xiling is dissatisfied with the host's form of address. Emotion value plus 2,333. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Was calling her Sister Knight wrong? Wasn't it a fact that she was older than him? But since she didn't like it, he decided to change the form of address to avoid trouble. After all, they were teammates now. All right, from now on, I won't call you Sister Knight. How about Aunt Knight instead? Jiang Yu said seriously. If sister wasn't acceptable, then aunt should be fine. Uft. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh, but tried her best to hold it in. I'm only 24. Forget it, just call me Sister Knight. Yi Xiling said helplessly. Fine, Sister Yi, isn't your ability a griffin? You're familiar with the way, so next. Jiang Yu hadn't finished speaking. I know. Yi Xiling interrupted him. The next moment, in the forest clearing, a massive yellow griffin, 30 meters long, appeared out of thin air. Wow, this bird is huge, Jiang Yu exclaimed repeatedly. Definitely not as big as yours. Jiang Xiaoyan retorted softly. What the heck? You little girl, you're acting strange. In the blink of an eye, outside the East City. All right, Sister Yi, let the griffin land in the clearing ahead. We'll walk into the East City to avoid trouble, Jiang Yu said cautiously, looking at the East City not far away. The 5 of them were all wearing masks and baseball caps. They called it a disguise, but in reality, they were just wrapping themselves up tightly. However, no matter how much they covered up, Jiang Xiaoyan's figure still attracted plenty of attention. Even the cold and stunning Bing Lian had to admit defeat in front of her. Yi Xiling responded faintly and let the griffin land. The group dismounted from the griffin. Jiang Yu sighed. Having a pet is so convenient it saves on taxi fares when going out. Your thinking is really unique. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him speechlessly. While others use summoned beasts to enhance their combat power, he directly treats it as a tool to save on transportation costs. What? No matter how clever your mind is, he's still your man. Do you have any other options? Jiang Yu said, smiling mischievously at the little girl beside him, full of teasing. Hurry up and go. Jiang Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed red as she urged him. All right. Jiang Yu responded cheerfully, grabbing the little girl's soft white hand and heading toward East City. Behind them, Yi Xiling and Zhang Hai looked as if they'd just eaten bitter melon, their faces sour. As for Xiao Dong, he was practically invisible. Hey, you 2 seniors? Hurry up and catch up. Why do you look like you're being tortured by lovebirds? Jiang Yu called out after walking a few dozen meters. Coming. Zhang Hai replied, quickly catching up with Yi Xiling. Being tortured by lovebirds feels awful, Yi Xiling muttered as she walked. Exactly. If it were eating poop, at least it would be bitter and sour with a stench disgusting but still tolerable. But this dog food, even if it's tasteless, just looking at it is unbearable. Zhang Hai nodded in agreement. Wow. Yi Xiling looked at Zhang Hai in disbelief. At that moment, the distance between her and Zhang Hai widened significantly. In her heart, she gave him a nickname, Zhang Laoba. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu and the group were walking down the bustling streets of East City. Wherever they went, they attracted countless gazes. Of course, mostly from men, as Jiang Xiaoyan's stunning figure was too eye-catching. Let's find a hotel first. Xiao Dong and I will go scout. Then we'll come back to discuss the detailed plan, Jiang Yu said softly, his voice clear to the other 4. After everyone nodded, he chose a hotel called Kudo and led the group inside. On the street, a blonde-haired young man and a middle-aged man watched them enter the hotel. The blonde-haired youth said with infatuation, Wow, that figure. Even though I can't see her face, her clear eyes instantly made my heart flutter. Lord Taichi, don't get your hopes up. Watching her walk, she seemed utterly exhausted, clearly troubled by the man leading her. The black-haired middle-aged man sighed helplessly. Tai Xiang paused slightly. What a pity, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Compared to the girl, I'm more interested in that man, because I sensed a familiar spatial power from him. What? Lord Tai, are you saying? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank sharply. That's right. That man either possesses a spatial-type spiritual treasure or spatial abilities. If it's a spiritual treasure, that's still acceptable, but if it's an ability, Tai Yixiang's gaze turned cold. In the entire Sakura nation, only one person has spatial abilities, and he's currently studying abroad in the United States. So, there's only one possibility. Could it be that he's returned? The middle-aged man asked in surprise. Tai Yixiang's expression darkened. Are you kidding me? Could, could it be that he's not from Sakura Nation? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. Exactly. Tai Yixiang squinted. Go to the Sakura army immediately, find someone, and preferably bring the local general along. Bring more people, and then… He finished with a sinister smile, hinting that the subsequent actions would be significant. Inside the Kudo Hotel, Jiang Yu and the other four gathered in a room. Senior Xiaodong, come with me for a while. Senior Zhang and Sister Yi, you two can go back and rest first. I'll message you when there's an arrangement. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, looking at the three. All right, I'll head back first. Let me know if anything comes up. Zhang Hai waved goodbye and left the room. Yi Xiling nodded and followed suit. After all, their task was to assist Jiang Yu, and following his arrangements was the most reliable. Moreover, Jiang Yu had a marshal as his mentor, so they dared not disobey. After the two left, only Jiang Yu, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Dong remained in the room. Xiao Dong seemed completely indifferent to the couple's display of affection, his face cold and expressionless. Senior Xiao Dong, before we act, could you help me break through to the legendary level? Jiang Yu suddenly asked, leaving Xiao Dong utterly confused. Huh? Is the legendary level something you can just break through casually? Why don't I know about this? Xiao Dong looked puzzled. Jiang Yu's words left Xiao Dong full of questions. Being straightforward by nature, he was naturally baffled by such a request. No. Senior Xiao Dong, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, I have a way to help you instantly break through to the legendary level. Would you like to try? Jiang Yu said with a sly smile. This? Xiao Dong hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Yu didn't waste any time and took out a boundary-breaking pill from his exclusive space. This is a boundary-breaking pill. If you take one, I guarantee you'll directly break through to the legendary level, he said confidently. Xiao Dong froze for a moment before quickly reacting. Jiang, brother Jiang, just say it. What do you want me to do? He wasn't foolish. Such a miraculous pill wouldn't be given to him without a reason. There must be conditions attached. Seeing how perceptive Xiao Dong was, Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly. As expected, those who could join the honor organization weren't fools. Senior Xiao Dong, once you break through to the legendary level, our task efficiency will greatly improve. As for what I need you to do, I haven't decided yet. How about this? As an exchange, Senior Xiao Dong, you owe me a favor in the future. How does that sound? After speaking, he fixed his deep gaze on Xiao Dong, as if he could see through his thoughts. All right, if this boundary-breaking pill is really that powerful, not just one favor, 10 would be fine. Xiao Dong's eyes were resolute. Then, Xiao Dong took the boundary-breaking pill and went back to his room to consume it. It was estimated that within half an hour, he would break through to the legendary realm. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had been silent all along, watched everything unfold with great joy in her heart. This bad guy was actually starting to cultivate his own helpers, which made her feel very gratified. In Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes, Jiang Yu was building a team. Anyway, there were plenty of pills, so instead of keeping them, it was better to use them to cultivate helpers. She herself also wanted to cultivate helpers, but her current level was too low. She decided that when her level was higher, she would also cultivate a group of helpers. Of course, they would all be girls. She didn't want to have any contact with men other than the bad guy, not even for a second. Bad guy, when you and Xiao Dong go to observe the Sakura army base later, can you take me with you? I don't want to be apart from you. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Yu coquettishly. No way. You stay here and rest. Senior Zhang and Sister Yi are next door. You won't be in any danger. Going to the Sakura army is too dangerous. I can't let you go. Jiang Yu's face was serious. But I… All right, little girl. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Yu pulled her into his arms. I know you can't bear to be apart from me, and I feel the same. but it's just too dangerous. Even if there's only a tiny bit of risk, I can't take it. After all, you're my woman, Jiang Yu said softly as he looked at the pitiful little girl in his arms. I understand. The two of you going will be more efficient. Jiang Xiaoyan finally understood. Just now, she had only been thinking about the bad guy and hadn't considered that this was a mission execution phase. If she followed, she would only cause trouble. Moreover, her current condition made it inconvenient for her to move. Good girl, little wooden horse. Jiang Yu kissed her lips, feeling very satisfied. Originally, he had planned to explain further, but he hadn't expected the little girl to understand so quickly. Bad guy, I'm a bit tired. Can we rest for a while? After all, you're leaving soon, and I want to spend more time with you. Jiang Xiaoyan looked up at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. If you want to be with me, just say so. Why say you're tired? Walking for a bit makes you tired? Jiang Yu teased her with a doting smile. As soon as he said this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately pouted. Why would walking for a bit make me tired? Don't you know, you bad guy? She snorted lightly and turned her head away from him. Jiang Yu then realized that the little girl was still injured. Earlier, when she said she could walk and didn't need him to carry her, he had mistakenly thought she was fine. He hadn't expected her to be holding on all this time. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of guilt. He had been too focused on appearances and hadn't noticed her inner thoughts, which was unacceptable. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly let out a cry. Jiang Yu had already scooped her up and instantly transported her to the bed. Little girl, I was wrong. I didn't take good care of you. Next time we go on a mission, I'll definitely carry you. Jiang Yu looked at her in his arms, full of affection. I don't want to. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes avoided his gaze. No, you have to. Jiang Yu domineeringly kissed her. The two spent the next moments intimately. Dozens of minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Jiang Yu impatiently teleported to the door to open it. Ha ha ha. You rascal. Your expression is hilarious. Jiang Xiaoyan on the bed covered her mouth and laughed. When the door opened, Jiang Yu unexpectedly saw Xiao Dong. At this moment, he clearly felt the spiritual energy fluctuations from Xiao Dong had increased several times compared to a few minutes ago. Although he couldn't precisely determine the level, it was certain that Xiao Dong had broken through to the legendary level. Senior Xiao Dong, how did it go? Did you succeed in breaking through? He immediately asked. Brother Jiang, thanks to you, I've already broken through to the legendary level. I can set off anytime. Now, even those at the peak of the legendary level won't be able to detect me, Xiao Dong said, bowing deeply to Jiang Yu. All right, wait outside the door for a moment. I'll go prepare and we'll leave right away, Jiang Yu said, seeing Xiao Dong nod, then closed the door and walked toward the little girl on the bed. What? That Xiao Dong broke through? Jiang Xiaoyan asked curiously. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded, comforting her. I'm leaving soon. I estimate I'll be back within half an hour, maybe even faster. If anything happens during this time, don't hesitate to use the spatial spiritual energy I left on you to contact me. After saying this, he kissed the little girl's lips forcefully. After a long moment, their lips parted. Don't worry. You rascal, I'll wait for you to come back. You must be careful too. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the rascal in front of her, full of reluctance. Although it was just a short separation of half an hour, or even less, she still couldn't bear it. This must be what liking someone feels like. Be good. Wait for me to come back. Before leaving, Jiang Yu kissed her again. Then, he put on his clothes, looked back at the little girl with a face full of reluctance, and resolutely left. Although he felt reluctant, this was a mission, and also an opportunity for growth. To avoid wasting time, he immediately took Xiao Dong outside the door and used spatial teleportation to head straight to the Sakura Army headquarters in East City. 3 minutes later, with Xiao Dong's concealment ability fully activated and Jiang Yu covered by it, they stood silently in front of the massive wall before them. Brother Jiang, be careful. Someone is coming out from inside. Their level is at the peak of the legendary level, and there are quite a few of them. Xiao Dong suddenly said alertly. He fully activated his concealment ability, and upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately teleported them away. A few seconds later, the two appeared on top of a tall building. They looked at the dozens of people pouring out of the Sakura Army headquarters, their brows furrowed. This is impossible. Isn't the leader the Sakura general? Why would he personally lead a group out? And why do they seem so urgent? Xiao Dong said in disbelief. You said the leader is the Sakura general? Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Then, he looked at Xiao Dong, who was fully activating his concealment ability. Xiao Dong nodded affirmatively. In other words, the highest combat power of the Sakura Army headquarters isn't here. Excitement flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Doesn't this mean that as long as they use spatial abilities to infiltrate the Sakura Army headquarters, they can locate the treasury and successfully steal from it? However, the defense system in the treasury is still a problem. Just as Jiang Yu was pondering, Xiao Dong exclaimed in shock again. No. The place where General Sakura and the others are heading is the Kudo Hotel. Although the chances of us being exposed are very low, but Xiao Dong glanced at Jiang Yu, his words carrying deeper meaning. After hearing this, Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly remembered that when they were approaching the Kudo Hotel, a gaze swept over him as if it could see right through him. At the time, he thought someone was staring at his sister and didn't pay much attention. Now, recalling it, he felt a chill all over, like a sudden ambush. Xiao Dong, for safety's sake, we need to go back. With a complex expression in his eyes, Jiang Yu didn't wait for Xiao Dong to react and instantly disappeared using a spatial marker. The next second, the two of them were back in the hotel room. Jiang Xiaoyan was about to ask something when Jiang Yu hurriedly interrupted. Xiao Dong, quickly send a message to Senior Zhang and Sister Yi. Tell them to come to my room immediately. The plan starts now. Xiao Dong reacted swiftly, immediately taking out his phone to operate. Seeing Xiao Dong begin to act, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the little girl sitting on the bed. Put on your coat quickly. We're about to do something big. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just now, a complete plan had flashed through his mind. To call it a plan was more like a direct charge. Since the Sakura army generals were not at headquarters, what was there to hesitate about? Just charge in and get it done. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyan put on her clothes and stood up. Xiao Dong had already stepped forward to open the door, letting the two who had rushed over into the room. What's going on, Brother Jiang? Do you have a plan? Zhang Hai asked eagerly as soon as he entered. Yes. For some reason, General Sakura suddenly left headquarters. Listen to me, next. Jiang Yu began. 1 minute later. Feasible. This plan is simple and direct. Combined with your spatial abilities, it will definitely catch the Sakura army off guard and allow us to seize their treasury. Zhang Hai said confidently. The others nodded, agreeing that the method was good. All right, time is tight. Let's set off now. Jiang Yu said firmly, and the next moment, he took the four of them and disappeared with a spatial marker. The scene shifted, back to the top of the same building. Senior Zhang, Sister Yi, we'll leave this place to you. The three of us will sneak around and raid their base. Jiang Yu said cautiously. Don't worry, kid. Even if that general comes back, they won't necessarily beat me. It's just that they have the numbers. Zhang Hai grinned. At this moment, Yi Xiling summoned her griffin without a word. Get on. We're moving out, she said coldly. Zhang Hai and Yi Xiling mounted the griffin and flew downward. In that case, we should act too, Jiang Yu said to the two beside him. All right, I'll fully activate my concealment ability. It should last a few minutes. During this time, let's empty the treasury. Xiao Dong nodded. Little girl, your ice abilities are crucial this time. Don't mess up. Jiang Yu reminded Jiang Xiaoyan. Don't worry. Jiang Xiaoyan replied simply. Jiang Yu nodded, using spatial teleportation to take the two of them to the headquarters of the Sakura army. At the same time, woo woo woo, as Yi Xiling's griffin approached within 100 meters of the Sakura army's walls, a piercing alarm sounded from within the Sakura army. Who goes there? An elderly man soared into the air, staring at the approaching massive griffin with vigilance flashing in his eyes, his spiritual energy instantly surging. We welcome you here, but you must stay here, the old man said in a low voice, as the power of thunder emerged from his body. Before he could make a move, boom, a streak of silver light flashed, and Zhang Hai punched the old man directly into the ground. A mere diamond-level fighter dares to act wild in front of me. Zhang Hai landed, looking at the approaching subordinates with disdain. Who dares to intrude into the Sakura army? Quickly notify the general. The Sakura army is under attack. As the soldiers shouted. Roar, the griffin let out a sharp cry, shooting a massive yellow light ball from its mouth towards the crowd below. Boom! Amid the explosion, a large pit appeared on the ground, with dozens of corpses lying nearby. Kill! 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 Higher-level Sakura army warriors quickly charged at Zhang Hai and Yi Xiling. There were diamond-level fighters, even peak diamond-level experts among them. Zhang Hai and Yi Xiling had no choice but to engage in battle. The scene shifted. Inside a futuristic tunnel, black thunder flashed around Jiang Yu, and every move he made caused the soldiers rushing toward him to vanish without a trace. At the end of the tunnel was a metallic door. Behind the door lay the treasure vault of the Sakura army. Spatial collapse. Buzz, a wave of spatial distortion sounded, instantly obliterating several peak platinum-level and even diamond-level fighters as Jiang Yu consumed half of his spiritual energy. He had the spirit-enhancing orb and didn't care about the expenditure. Buzz. Another wave of spatial distortion. Jiang Yu and the other two instantly appeared in front of the metallic vault door. Buzz. The next moment, their bodies appeared inside the vault. Just as they appeared, before they could admire the treasures. Bang! 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 Several sounds came from the top of the vault. Infrared sensors locked onto the three of them, activating the defense system. Humph! Spatial wormhole. The next second, a spatial wormhole with a diameter of 2 meters appeared above the three of them. The other end of the wormhole connected directly to the damned defense system. Bang! 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 Accompanied by continuous loud noises, the defense devices firing spirit-binding bullets were instantly destroyed by the bullets flying through the wormhole. But inside the vault, such defense devices were not limited to just one. Because Xiao Dong's ability was to conceal his aura, not his physical form, the defense system immediately detected the three of them and launched an attack. Little girl, act quickly. Jiang Yu controlled the spatial wormhole while shouting. Extreme cold descends, absolute zero. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing her ice-based ability. The next moment, the nearest display stand to Jiang Yu and the others was instantly frozen into an ice block. The treasures on the display stand were also frozen solid. Next, Jiang Yu said, teleporting to the display stand without hesitation and storing the entire ice block into his exclusive space. Then, he teleported to another display cabinet. Jiang Xiaoyan immediately used a freezing skill to freeze the object. Then, Jiang Yu stored the frozen treasure into his exclusive space, which could instantly contain any item he touched. If he only touched the display stand, only the stand would be taken. However, as long as the little girl froze it, the entire ice block along with the treasure would be stored in the space. Next, the three began frantically harvesting treasures from the vault. The treasures disappeared quickly, and they could snatch a pile within seconds. Admittedly, the vault contained a considerable number of treasures, with dozens of display cabinets. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't forget to record a video backup. Meanwhile, what? The headquarters has been attacked? General Sakura frowned deeply upon receiving the intelligence from his subordinate. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Quickly go back and inform the master that the Sakura army headquarters has been attacked. I need to return to handle this. I'll join you later to capture those people." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the middle-aged man to respond, he had already rushed toward the Sakura army headquarters with his subordinates. At the scene, only the middle-aged man was left standing in disarray. 1 minute later, bolt! A furious roar came from outside the Sakura army's walls. Zhang Hai and Yi Xiling, who were fiercely battling a group of enemies, trembled upon hearing it. Not good. The general is back. I'll try to hold him off and buy time for Brother Jiang. Zhang Hai slapped away a peak diamond-level warrior with a steady tone. All right, Yi Xiling responded. Her strength was relatively weaker, and she was under great pressure from the enemies, with several injuries on her body. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words fell, the sound of earth-shaking tremors erupted. Zhang Hai and Yi Xiling immediately felt an overwhelming pressure approaching. Their spiritual energy was already depleted, and they were suffocating under the oppressive aura of a peak legendary level presence. Damn it, so fast! Zhang Hai cursed inwardly, punching away another diamond-level warrior. Haha, the general is back. This time, you two won to escape. That's right. You killed so many of our brothers. Prepare to die. The shouts of the surrounding soldiers made Zhang Hai and Yi Xiling break out in a cold sweat. Boom. As the two focused on the battle, a loud noise echoed. A massive tiger, towering over 50 to 60 meters high, leapt over the Sakura Army's walls and into the camp. How dare you intrude on my Sakura Army headquarters? You deserve to die? The furious roar of General Sakura came from the tiger's mouth. Roar. Immediately after, a griffin, only half the size of the tiger, charged toward it, roaring. A massive yellow energy ball slowly formed in the griffin's mouth. Humph, courting death. General Sakura sneered, swiping a claw at the griffin. In an instant, 5 sharp purple claw marks, each tens of meters high, rapidly attacked the griffin. Boom. The griffin released the energy ball from its mouth without hesitation. The two forces collided, creating a deafening explosion. But despairingly, the claw marks still carried residual power, quickly closing in on the griffin. Little griffin, dodge quickly. Yi Xiling shouted anxiously. The griffin tried to evade, but was already too late. Roar the griffin let out a tragic cry as its massive 30-meter body instantly turned into yellow light particles, dissipating into the air. After the summoned beast is killed, it takes some time before it can be summoned again. The warrior cannot summon it again in a short period. Ugh! At this moment, Yi Xiling spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash of spiritual energy caused by her summoned beast being killed. From the appearance of the Sakura general to the killing of Yi Xiling's summoned beast, the entire process took only a few seconds. Damn it! Yi Xiling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the Sakura soldiers surrounding them, cursing fiercely in her heart. Umph. Since your spiritual energy is already depleted and you have no ability to resist, then. The Sakura general sneered, his greedy gaze fixed on Yi Xiling, and said, "Capture the woman alive. Kill all the men." Oh, so this is the way your Sakura nation operates. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Jiang Yu and his companions instantly appeared beside Yi Xiling and her allies. Space collapse. Thunderous might. Thunder God Dragon. Blazing storm. Divine fire domain.